Your father is the #1 expert in the Purple Sun Empire, your mother is the most powerful alchemist in the 9 Fragrance Holy Land, yet you severed ties with them in front of their faces, breaking all bonds with the entire family. It's all because since childhood, you have been afflicted with a terrible illness that prevents you from cultivating. Not only do you endure daily bullying and slander from your clan members, but even your parents have to dig out your supreme bones to give to your younger brother. Just as you were feeling disheartened and ready to embrace death, a notification sound from the system rang in your mind. Congratulations, host, for binding with the super-villain system. In the face of the Qin family's slander and humiliation, please sever ties with the Qin family by breaking all bonds. Upon completion of the task, you will be rewarded with the ancestor of all things, the Chaos Hongmeng body. Upon hearing this, joy filled your heart, as you had long been fed up with the nonsense from the Qin family. Afterwards, you looked up at your father and called out his name directly, saying, Qinjinbei, what right do you have to whip me with the soul loss whip 200 times? And why do you have the audacity to dig out my supreme bone? Upon hearing this, all the elders of the Qin family widened their eyes, pointing at you and cursing loudly. How dare you, Qin Xian, dare to call out the name of the Qin king directly? Why haven't you knelt down to kowtow and apologized to the Qin king? At this moment, Qin Jinbei also spoke angrily, as a son of man, to act so rebelliously and soullessly, the soul whip has increased to 500 lashes. You sneered and said, am I still considered the son of the king of Qin? That maid entangled with the elders of the clan, like a chamber pot in the Qin king's residence, anyone can use it at will. She accuses me of tarnishing her innocence without even touching her, but does she have any innocence left? In the vast Qin king's residence, with your saintly status, nothing can escape your notice. Am I truly filled with evil, or is someone trying to take the supreme bone from my body to make bridal clothes for another? Does the king of Qin really not know about this? Upon hearing these words, the king of Qin was instantly filled with rage. He held a high position outside and had never experienced such humiliation. If not for his entire family being present, he would have even considered killing his own son. A rebellious son committing such an offense deserves to be punished. Do you think I, as the king, dare not execute you on the spot? Upon hearing this, your chest heaved with anger. Of course you dare, after all, in your eyes, there is only Qin Hao as a son. I was abandoned by the Qin royal family since childhood, only my grandfather took me to visit the sacred forbidden grounds, seeking ways to cure me. I was raised solely by my grandfather, and even the supreme bone was nurtured by him. What does it have to do with your Qin royal family? When you were treating me, you were all submissive, but when you wanted the supreme bone, you resorted to force. You did not contribute to the formation of the bone, yet you want to plunder its benefits. Such despicable and shameless acts are no different from those demonic practices. The first words were like thunder on a clear day, exploding within the Qinwang mansion. The angry gazes of the elders were piercing. Qin Xian, how dare you slander His Highness the Qin King? You are seeking your own destruction. At this moment, you have become the enemy of the entire clan. On the other hand, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. Seizing this opportunity to take down Qin Xian would not only satisfy the elder's desire for punishment but also save his father from trouble, ensuring his own rising status within the clan. By then, no one would dare to say anything even if he took Qin Xian's supreme bone. Thinking of this, Qin Hao angrily rebuked, Qin Xian, enough is enough. If I don't give you a lesson today, do you really think you can do whatever you want? After speaking, the aura of the Return to One realm burst out, making it hard for you to catch your breath. At this moment, you even felt like cursing your own mother. Qin Hao clearly wanted to use you as a stepping stone, but there was a difference of 2 major realms between you and him. How could you possibly fight back? Just then, the system's prompt sounded again. The beginner's gift package is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for achieving the pinnacle of oneness realm cultivation. Congratulations to the host for mastering the Saint Grade 5 Lotus Light Smoke Palm. The majestic aura of heaven and earth flowed freely within you, breaking through to the peak of the oneness mirror without any hindrance. Now, this is starting to feel a bit like a major antagonist. Feeling your own strength, you have an indescribable sense of pleasure. Then, staring at Qin Hao who was approaching, you spoke, I have opposed my entire clan, and I have never said a bad word about you from beginning to end. Are you so eager to have my supreme bone? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's heart and soul trembled. Spouting nonsense, defying the king, you deserve to die. Both you and he have the supreme bone within you, but yours is intact while his is incomplete. At this moment, he is enveloped in a sacred light. At the peak of Unity Realm and possessing the supreme bone, he is capable of setting mountains and seas ablaze. Then, a palm strikes towards your chest. At this moment, you sneered and said, my foolish brother, you should know that in the ancient wilderness, there is no tree of heaven to shield us, only the law of nature where one thing overcomes another. 5 Luo Light Smoke Palm. Faced with the ruthless Qin Hao, you naturally did not hold back, using the sacred palm technique. As the 2 palms met, the primordial energies of heaven and earth instantly exploded. In that brief moment of clashing, Qin Hao realized that something was amiss. Qin Xian was not just at the blood-moving realm. In an instant, you were struck by your eerie palm force, causing you to cough up blood. He was completely defenseless in front of you. In the vast Qin Wang mansion, all the elders were shocked and speechless. The young master actually lost. He was defeated by Qin Xian, this waste, without even landing a blow. Wasn't Qin Xian said to be at the blood-moving realm? The strength he just displayed clearly reached the pinnacle of the unity realm. Rebel. Qin Jinbei looked at Qin Hao's heavily injured appearance and became furious. A powerful aura overwhelms you. The strength of a Saint King level expert is not something that a return to one realm cultivator can withstand. You are severely injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood suddenly. The elders of various tribes feel heartbroken seeing Qin Hao injured, each taking out healing treasures to feed him. This child has disrupted the Qin royal palace, severely injured the young master, a crime that cannot be forgiven. I ask His Majesty of Qin to uphold justice for the young master. At this moment, Qin Jinbei also harbored murderous intent, his gaze chilling as he said, "Rebel, today I will personally punish you." He did not expect you to conceal your cultivation in the royal palace. This rebel has already betrayed the Qin family's trust. Allowing him to grow unchecked may lead to great trouble. The might of a Saint King, who had accomplished so much, just blowing his nose was enough to quell the returning to the first realm. Who hurt Howard? As the king of Qin was about to lay down his deadly hand, outside the Qin king's mansion, there was a curling clear sound. Immediately, a stunning woman in a purple robe floated into the room. The person who came was no one else but Qin Xian's Saint Alchemist mother, his own mother. Previously, Shang Guanya had been in seclusion, refining the 9 revolutions divine pill for Qin Hao. This was the first time Qin Xian had seen his mother, and in his heart, he secretly said, "I'm sure she has an extraordinary temperament, and is worthy of the name of Holy Maiden." Shang Guanya's temperament was outstanding and extraordinary, and before she could even glance at Qin Xian with her beautiful eyes, she noticed Qin Hao's broken arm bone, and in her beautiful eyes, there was panic. Suddenly stepping forward, from within the storage ring, he even took dozens of precious healing pills and personally fed them to Qin Hao. "Mother, I'm in pain," Qin Hao cried and mourned, selling himself in front of Shang Guanya. Hearing this, Shang Guanya was heartbroken, and immediately turned her head, glaring at her eldest son, scolding him sternly. "Qin Xian, as an elder brother, how could you lay such a cruel hand on him?" Looking at Qin Xian, Shang Guanya was moved to true anger. He hates his heart and should not have destroyed his own brother in such a way. "Ha!" Qin Xian laughed to himself, convinced. He was truly convinced. In the moment Shang Guanya stepped forward, he even held the thought that perhaps the one who loved his son the most was indeed his mother. As it turns out, he really was overwhelmed by reason. This Qin family, they're all crazy, refining the trumpet to the point of insanity. "You're blaming me?" Qin Xian pointed at his nose and looked at Shang Guanya with a sneer. "When Qin Hao was about to strike at me and put me to death just now, why didn't you show up? At this moment, he's to blame, and you're blaming me." Shang Guanya heartbreakingly assisted Qin Hao, constantly feeding him elixirs, and dissatisfiedly said, "Kindred brothers, breaking bones and connecting tendons, even if there is a conflict, you shouldn't lay such a heavy hand on him, so it's my fault?" Shang Guanya's voice was furious. "Break one of Howard's arms, and you still don't know what's wrong." She was furious, as if she wanted to seek justice for her Howard, completely ignoring the injuries within Qin Xian's body. Qin Xian really couldn't stand this crazy family atmosphere anymore, and didn't care if the occasion wasn't an occasion. He dumped out all the bitter water in his stomach in a single bone. Yes, it's my fault, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been born in the Qin family, not to mention carrying the supreme bone. Howard, a mouthful of a Howard injured shouting pain. There is a mother refining pills to cure the injury. Qin Xian was targeted by the whole clan, by the biological father shocked to the body of the heavy trauma. But you, as a mother, from beginning to end, there is a worry about my injuries? Ah, there is no. Shang Guanya fixed her eyes to check the minute, and sure enough, she found the disturbance of Yuan power in Qin Xian's body, and she glared at Qin Jinbei in exasperation, but she did not take out the elixir. She was preoccupied with refining the 9 revolutions divine pill, and there weren't many high-quality healing pills. If Howard is left with a dark disease in the future, it will be too late to regret. Moreover, Howard's injury was caused by Qin Xian, and it was only right that there should be some punishment. It was also a way to take out a bit of bad anger for her Howard. What a precious elixir! Qin Xian looked at the death-like saintly mother and felt ridiculous for himself. Qin Hao was injured and the elixir was eaten as a candy bean, and he was injured, and by his own begging, he actually couldn't even beg for such an elixir. Shang Guanya slowed her voice. You must understand how difficult it is for mother. Qin Xian didn't want to hear the angry voice. Shut up, if you can't even spare a pill, how can you have the face to mention the word mother in front of him? Qin Jinbei smashed the python's head with a slap. Rebellious son, that's your mother. How dare you gaslight your mother like that? You shut up too. Qin Xian pointed his finger at the towering king of Qin, his eyes glaring roundly. Ever since I was mistakenly diagnosed with the malady, you have never treated me as a son again. You have cultivated your power with all your heart and soul, and you only have your power in your eyes. Have you ever looked at me after I came back? Of course, you guys still care about me in your hearts, about this supreme bone in my body, this complete piece that can make up for the crippled supreme bone in your Hower's body. You have tried in every way, to destroy my reputation, to deceive yourselves, to feel justified in killing. In the end, don't you all just want this supreme bone? Good, I'll fulfill you all. Pust. Qin Xian stabbed one hand into his own chest cavity, clutching the supreme bone with its precious light gleaming, and violently yanked it, blood bursting out of his chest, and blood spilling out of his mouth from his gums. Pain, the death of broken bones, every breath, is as painful as a knife cut, suffocating. On his forehead, bean-sized beads of sweat, following the rippling veins, slid down quickly and crashed to the floor, crisp and audible. Inside the quiet hall, breathing seemed to have stopped, and Qin Xian's unbearable panting was extraordinarily sharp and rough. In front of everyone, Qin Xian pulled and yanked, breaking dozens of bones in the sound of bone cracking, before pulling a piece of supreme bone branded with obscure patterns and overflowing with precious light out of his chest cavity. Losing the supreme bone was like being in hell from heaven. Qin Xian's realm from the peak of the returning to the first realm was beginning to fall crazily in the realm at the speed of a bamboo basket. Return to the one realm, cave realm, moving blood realm. The violent backlash caused Qin Xian, who had already fallen to the third level of the blood-moving realm, to be unable to even straighten his back. He stared at the supreme bone in his hand that made everyone present's eyes glaze over, his eyes showing disdain. Throwing it out casually, he looked straight at the person who had received the bone, his gaze cold to an extreme. Born but not raised, plucking out the bone can be returned. The supreme bone that you want to get by all means, I will return it to you. Since then, the Qin family and I, grace is broken, 2 for 2, die of old age. Qin Xian, who had left behind the supreme bone, had a face ashen as dust as he staggered towards Shang Wanya's direction and fell to his knees, coughing out blood continuously from his mouth. Boo, boo, boo. The body that had suffered a fatal blow no longer allowed Qin Xian to have any more strenuous activities, and every time he kowtowed, the ground would be left with a puddle of blood. Kneeling down 3 times with difficulty, Qin Xian's hands and feet powered up together, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. He stood up with difficulty, staggering back and forth, his feet stepping on the puddle of blood on the ground. He looked at Shang Wanya, and the last trace of warmth disappeared along with the sound of his words. The grace of procreation. These 3 clangs of the head are what I'm returning to you. Having said that, he clenched his teeth and turned around with great difficulty, dragging his heavily injured body, without any attachment, staggering towards the gate of the Qin King's mansion. Without the supreme bone, you're a waste, daring to hurt Prince Qin Hao. This is the deserved punishment. Death is not enough. Those Qin family elders looked at Qin Xian, who looked like a bereaved dog and had been completely wasted, and all of them revealed gloating and sneering. Didn't they do everything they could to get the supreme bone? Qin Xian plucked out the bones and broke the relatives, saving them from further trouble. Without the supreme bone, was Qin Xian still worthy of more than a glance from them? This kind of trash, if they wanted to kill, a gaze shock would be enough to make Qin Xian die without a burial place. Qin Xian hunched over, letting those sneers and jibes fall on his body, completely ignoring them. Just walking this stretch of road had already drained what was left of his qi and blood, and he stumbled and almost fell over. Fresh blood flowed out from the wound, in rivulets, and Qin Xian's face was as pale as a sheet of wax paper. Qin Jinbei clutched the supreme bone tightly, his eyes shining as if he had won a treasure. He looked towards the wretched figure outside the door, and with a deliberate look of bloated anger, he growled out, "Tell him to roll far away and see who dares to collect his body when he dies outside." Qin Xian did not return his head. His body was hunched, after crossing the threshold of the Qin Wangfu, the waist that had been bent for months. At this moment, as if straightening up, a great man, where to die, where to be buried, the world's green mountains are all the same. Chapter 4, Leaving the Qin Family. Heaven's Destiny Villain. Shang Wanya looked at Qin Xian's back that was almost ready to plant. Her delicate body trembled lightly, and there was an unspeakable bitterness in her heart. This lonesome to the point of making people feel pity for the back. And back then, Let the old man wrapped in swaddling clothes 3.5 years old, but only the size of an infant figure, as if overlapping a piece. She turned her head to look at King Qin. Qin Jinbei, do you really want to see Qin Xian die outside? What if it's not? Qin Jinbei laughed coldly in his heart as he looked at the supreme bone in his hand that was glittering with precious light. With his realm, he could tell earlier that this supreme bone was different. It was far stronger than the one in Howard's body. Howard had the crippled version of the supreme bone next to him, and was already the son of a heavenly pride. If there were more of this complete version of the supreme bone, who else would be able to stand in the way of the Holy Sun trial? The glimmer of hope of future wrestling to become an emperor is even more like a tiger with wings. If you want to blame it, you can only blame Qin Xian for not knowing what's good for him and for being disobedient. The audacity to disregard him as a father in front of the entire clan. Such a rebellious son. If he dies, then he dies. It's not worth it. If not for the consideration of his wife, just the charge of making a scene in the Qin king's residence would be enough to kill this rebellious son on the spot, and his soul would be forever in the underworld. Mother, Howard hurts. Howard hurts. Qin Hao was spitting blood out of his mouth. His injuries, under the large amount of precious elixirs, had already healed 90%, but he was still struggling to spit blood out. He didn't want his parents' love to part with even 1 ounce of it. Staring at the supreme bone in his father's hand, his eyes showed greed and he frantically wanted to dominate it. Without the supreme bone, Qin Xian was a waste. If it wasn't for this piece of supreme bone, how could it be a match for him? Suppose this supreme bone is transplanted to him. With both bones combined, he would have no more opponents among the same realm. Seeing this, the Qin family elders spoke up. Your Highness, King of Qin, that rebellious son has disregarded the face of the family, and has already broken off his enmity. If the supreme bone is returned, I fear that there will be future troubles. The young gentleman's body supreme bone was traumatized in the previous battle, so according to what I said, it would be better if this supreme bone was transplanted to the young gentleman. With this supreme bone added to his body, the young son will definitely be able to crush his way through the Saint Sun trial. The young prince transforms into a dragon once he meets the wind and clouds, and in the future, there will be no more objections to my Qin Wangfu's double Saint Kings in one family. Qin Jinbei had this in mind long ago and said smoothly, okay, as you say. He raised his hand and waved it, and the supreme bone in his hand, radiant with raw light, transformed into a gentle ball of light, drifting and shooting toward Qin Hao's chest. The moment it touched Qin Hao, the supreme bone logically disappeared into his body. The bloodline was the closest, and there was the innate adaptability of the crippled version of the supreme bone. This complete version of the supreme bone was almost unhindered, allowing Qin Hao to absorb and dominate it. Glittering precious light surfaced on Qin Hao's body surface. With the energy of the 2 supreme bones catalyzing him, the power was appalling, and his 1 broken arm bone was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The shriveled face, too, began to regain its redness. Mother, my injuries, healed. Qin Hao held back the excitement in his heart. This supreme bone was too strong. It's so strong that it's unbelievable. He felt that the current him was capable of crushingly defeating his original self who only held 1 supreme bone. With this supreme bone, it would work better than taking any expensive heavenly material or holy land medicine. This is truly building the foundation of a 10,000 foot high building. It's good to be healed, otherwise mother's heart, it's about to break. Shang Guanya gently caressed Qin Hao's tender face. Her heartache was replaced by relief. Mistakenly believing that her eldest son had died prematurely, she had devoted her heart to Qin Hao all these years. It was her heart and soul, held in her hands for fear of falling, and in her mouth for fear of melting. Where to bear it, and see his own Howard suffer again. Thinking of Qin Xian who plucked out his bones and broke his kin just now, Shang Guanya looked towards Qin Jinbei. Qin Xian he suffered a backlash. With his realm, he can't withstand it. The supreme bone was absorbed by Qin Hao, and Shang Guanya never mentioned the word return bone. After all, even Qin Xian had suffered the backlash of losing his supreme bone, and her heart was slightly clogged. If Howard did the same, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it. That blood-soaked scene, that grief-stricken expression, she would never allow to appear on her Howard. Since he broke off his marriage and wants to leave, then let him go. Qin Jinbei didn't move like a mountain, his gaze cold. This king would like to see how long he can hold out. No background, no family lineage, and the pain of the backlash of losing the supreme bone. The king wants to know if his mouth is as hard as his bones. Since Qin Xian wanted to suffer, let him suffer enough. He was looking forward to waiting until Qin Xian was unable to endure the pain of the backlash and came back again. Whether he would still be able to speak out and break his favor like he did just now, it would be a relief to die out there. The clan elders looked at Shangguanya and respectfully opened their mouths one after another. Your Highness, going on a quest at this time will only encourage the demonic fetus in Qin Xian's heart. Wait until it is unable to endure and returns on its own. Then properly thwart his demonic aura, and it will certainly be able to make it realize its own mortal mistake. The king of Qin's worldly reputation must not be buried in the hands of such people. Shangguanya frowned. Just when he wanted to speak, he heard Qin Hao beside him, angrily roaring, Mother, if you go and fetch back Qin Xian, I'll go and seek out great auntie, and never come back to this home again. Shangguanya touched Qin Hao's head painfully. Hao isn't angry. Mother won't go to pick it up. She knew that Hao had a grudge in her heart. Defeated by Qin Xian, he also shattered his arm bones. Anyone who was an individual would be annoyed, let alone her heavenly pride. Hao, to appease Hao, she could only pinch her heart. Let Qin Xian stay outside, for a while longer. Ha ha ha, finally letting me leave the Qin family alive. Leaving the Qin Wang mansion, Qin Xian walked through the cold streets and collapsed at the corner of a disheveled house. His eyes were filled with excitement and ecstasy, with no trace of the confusion and bitterness of a broken parent. To pluck out the bones and break the relatives, you must also pluck out the bones in a technical way. The slightest mishap that angered Qin Jinbei, this same king-level top powerhouse, moving a little, he would suddenly die violently. The crazy fall of the realm made Qin Jinbei unwilling to gaze at him. A mole. Those 3 ringing heads before he left were his brave attempt to awaken Shangguanya's affection. Good thing. The bet was right. He left the Qin family alive. Vomit. Qin Xian spat out blood and waited by the caddy, and hurriedly greeted up in his mind. Brother Tuzi, hurry up and send me the rewards, or else, I really have to die. It was true that he had acted in the Qin Wangfu, and it was also not true that he had suffered a supreme bone backlash. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. The Divine Fate villain system is here to protect you. Congratulations to the host for completing the option and receiving the reward Ancestor of all bodies, Chaotic Hongmeng body, invulnerable to all bodies. The extremely evil villain system has been successfully activated. My identity as a great villain is completely set. However, I was already at loggerheads with the son of Qin Hao, and made a complete break with the Qin Wangfu. Not only did the situation not get worse, but instead, I got the Divine Fate villain system, a cheater that becomes bigger and stronger. This wave of explosive earning is not a loss. Qin Xian, as a refined egoist, was very different from those self-proclaimed righteous sons of Qi. A villain is a villain. Feel good about yourself, and you don't have to be subjected to any moral clampdown. Even if you have to this kind of an thick Qi protagonist, after you're done, the system will still have a reward. Why not? As Qin Xian openly accepted the change in his identity, the vast chaotic Hongmeng light, obscure and transcendent, flowed through Qin Xian's body. While transforming his mortal body, he was also repairing the fatal and heavy wounds from his birth, digging into the supreme bone. The majestic energy, like the huge waves of the river and the sea, continuously washed over his limbs and bones. After a long time had passed, Qin Xian's body shook as his breath surged crazily one after another. Moving blood realm, cave realm, return to the one realm. The shackles within Qin Xian's body broke through again, and his yuan power boiled greatly. The avatar realm. No, this is a breakthrough from the peak of the returning to the first realm to the avatar realm? Qin Xian felt the body, as if soaring in an immortal boat, a great realm higher than even before gouging out the bones. He also experienced the appalling energy contained in his body, which was capable of destroying a city with a single punch, and was quite surprised. Didn't those sons of fortune, who broke through, have to be obstructed in 100 ways, enter a secret realm, or fight to the death before they could break through a realm? How did it get to him? It's like sprinkles. Hey, the world says it's good to be open, but who knows that it's troublesome to be open and lose your breakthrough? Qin Xian muttered to himself with a smile on the corner of his mouth, looking down and stroking the already healed bloody hole in his chest. He could clearly feel that at the location where he lost the supreme bone, there was another bone that followed and grew out, similar to an osteophyte. Is this the mortal bone growing inside me? The chaotic Hongmeng body-derived Hongmeng bone, which can also be called the supreme version of the supreme bone, can suppress the supreme bone, and is just one of the manifestations of the chaotic Hongmeng body. So powerful? Qin Xian was adapting to his new identity. As soon as he thought of that awful Qin Wangfu, his heart laughed coldly. The second-hand bones I eliminated. Your Qin family treats them like treasures. The next time we meet, I'll let you know that I'm still a master when tears dampen my black leather shoes and clip on my leather bag. Jia. What the host has done has caused the invincible heart of Qin Hao, the son of Qi, to be thwarted, and Qin Hao's Qi has dropped by 8,000 points. So congratulations to the host for obtaining the value of extremely evil villain plus 8,000. Is this a setback for the heart of invincibility? It's too much of a blow to withstand. This is just where I'm at. My revenge. It hasn't even begun yet. Qin Xian shook his head unconcernedly. There's no hurry first. We'll slowly let them experience the pain later. Tuzi, take me to an absolutely safe realm first. The Qin domain is a vast area with a lot of land. Without a flying treasure, even with his avatar realm cultivation, he wouldn't be able to fly out of the Qin domain in 3 days and 3 nights. In the entire Purple Sun Empire, the Qin King's status was exalted to the extreme, and he had many eyes and ears. He didn't want, after breaking away from the Qin Wangfu, to be subjected to being clamped down again. At this moment he is safe out of the Qin Wangfu, in case Qin Jinbei which tendon is wrong. Improper people, to cut off the roots? When the situation is safe, you can't gamble with your life anymore. Consume all the villain value and move the host to a safe place, not under the control of Qin Wangfu. Does the host consume it? Consume. Qin Xian weighed his options and was just about to make a decision. In the extreme distance, there was an immortal shadow that came with a sword. This woman's eyebrows and eyes were like pictures, as if she was coming out of a scroll. Her beauty was unbelievable. She was wearing a green neon dress that fit her shapely body, making her more and more delicate. Floating curves, exaggerated to a wicked degree, and breasts that sank to a level that made the eyes hot and dazzled. The white skin, glistening in the sunlight, was crystal white. The woman landed shallowly in front of Qin Xian, glancing at the bloodstains on Qin Xian's chest, and said indifferently, "Follow me back to the Yaoqi Holy Land to heal your injuries." With a clear posture, she made her identity known and said, "My name is Mu Qingxue, I am your fiancé." Chapter 5, The Movie Emperor's Possession. Easy to hold. For the fiancé in front of her, Mu Qingxue didn't have any good feelings. When Fang went to the Qin family, she heard that Qin Xian had bullied men and women within the family and was expelled from the Qin family, which made her even more disgusted and did not want to get entangled with him. If he hadn't wanted to break off the engagement, he wouldn't have come looking at all. Taking out an immortal boat, he threw it in front of him. Mu Qingxue raised her hand and lifted Qin Xian with her yuan power. Together they went up to the splint. He urged the immortal boat to break through the clouds and fog. Rushing to where the holy land of Yaoqi was, she took out a 7th grade elixir and threw it at Qin Xian, not smiling, saying, "This is the 7-star pill. After taking it, it can temporarily stop the backlash of losing the supreme bone in your body. If you want to be completely healed, a non-sacred elixir is not an option. Return to the Holy Land and I'll ask my master for a sacred elixir for you." Qin Xian nonchalantly took the elixir and swallowed it into his stomach as if he was high on sugar peas, looked at Mu Qingxue's floating body and laughed, saying, "There's no hurry. You and I are the future husband and wife. Sooner or later, we'll have to live together. In the future, I'll be in the Holy Land of Yaoqi, doubling up with you." He recognized the Mu Qingxue in front of him, the object of his child marriage that had been fixed by his grandfather since he was a child, the 1,000-year-old daughter of the herding domain's herding family, carrying the immaculate sacred body. However, the first time she saw him just now, Mu Qingxue's first glance revealed a look of disdain. It was nothing more than thinking that he, Qin Xian, was not worthy of her after he had separated from the Qin family and plucked out his bones to break his kin and lost his supreme bone. If the predecessor, who was disliked and subsequently abandoned by his fiancée, I'm afraid he would have been depressed and devastated by it. But it's different now. He's not that wimpy predecessor. I'm the villain. It's none of my business if you, Mu Qingxue, are willing or not. The first time he saw Mu Qingxue, he was caught by the heavy weight of Mu Qingxue's chest. Just one thought. Think, son. Regardless of what Mu Qingxue thought, he would approach first, and while he was at it, he could still utilize the Yaoqi Holy Land to hide from the Qin family's eyes. Mu Qingxue frowned slightly, noticing Qin Xian's greedy gaze, which was always placed on her chest. Her heart was even more disgusted, and she said in a cold voice, "Qin Xian, you're no longer a member of the Qin family, so you and I's marriage contract should also be called off. I will step in to save your life only because I am mindful of the love of the marriage contract, so please respect yourself." Qin Xian, who carries the supreme bone, is nearly 20 years old, but the blood-moving realm, living as a joke of the supreme bone. Instead of being ashamed, he was in the clan, bullying maids and crippling house slaves. The character is recalcitrant to a fault. Even before Qin Xian's supreme bone was in the body, she was against this marriage contract, feeling that there was no emotional basis. Not to mention the fact that Qin Xian had now lost his supreme bone due to his wickedness and had become an invalid. How could she honor a marriage contract with her? No way. Qin Xian acting on the line, a face of surprise, eyes of the grave. I have heard that the pastoral family style is simple, the grace of a drop of water when the spring to return. It is rumored that back then our pastoral ancestors had been subjected to the grace of a meal, and then soared to fame and fortune. Hard to that benefactor. Cultivate the quasi-saint realm. The family stretches for 10,000 years of immortal, and still enjoys the pastoral family's courtesies. Your father, my future lord-in-law, was once on the verge of death when he was rescued by my grandfather, hence the marriage between you and me. Now that I've fallen from grace, lost my status as the son of the Qin family, and don't have a supreme bone to fall back on, so you, Mu Qingxue, no longer consider the marriage contract and want to kick me out? Is this your personal idea, or is it a decision made by the entire Mako family? Qin Shan looked incredulously straight into the clear, beautiful eyes of Mu Qingxue. He covered his chest, whose wounds had healed long ago, and came to the armrest of the immortal boat. If this is the decision of the Mu family, the marriage contract will be called off. I, Qin Shan, don't need any financial assistance from you, Mu Qingxue, whether I live or die. It's all up to God's will. Qin Shan's heart sneered coldly. In the Qin Wangfu, that is the nesting predecessor led to the situation is bad to an extreme. It is difficult to undo. Now, he's a big villain, and he's going to get another defeat? Mu Qingxue was the fiancé set by her grandfather. He could not marry, but Mu Qingxue could not break the contract. Since this fiancé doesn't know what's good for her, he can only do a little trick to let her taste what is called abusing her husband for a while, and chasing her husband to the crematorium. Looking at Qin Xian, who wanted to jump off the immortal boat, the corners of Mu Qingxue's good-looking mouth were trembling slightly. This immortal boat is 10,000 feet away from the ground. If Qin Xian, who had lost his supreme bone, were to leap down, he would surely be shattered to pieces. If this matter were to circulate, it would be tantamount to sitting on the fact of enmity. She, Mu Qingxue, would become the joke of the entire Mu domain. Her Mu family, too, would be reduced to the laughingstock of the Xiang Empire. Lightly exhaling a mouthful of clear air, Mu Qingxue thought about it again and again, and politely said, Qin Xian, you've lost your supreme bone, and in the future, you won't even be able to dabble in the yin-yang mirror, whereas I'm carrying the immaculate sacred body, and in the future, as long as you diligently practice, becoming a saint won't be a matter of concern. You have a life expectancy of 100 years at most, while I have a life expectancy of over 1,000 years. Between you and me, we are not from the same world. If we force ourselves, it will only add to the sadness. Mu Qingxue intended to move with emotion and reason. Qin Xian said that he would not listen to it. The Wangba recited the sutra, and his mouth was just one sentence. My grandfather saved your father. Mu Qingxue said bitterly, there are many beautiful women in the Mac domain. I can totally introduce you to a stunning woman of the same realm as you. In the future, I will also keep you safe for a lifetime and never be bullied. A bright light flickered in her beautiful eyes as she looked toward Qin Xian and said expectantly, how? In her opinion, Qin Xian's unwillingness to break the marriage contract was because he coveted her beauty, and the last thing she took to heart was her own poise. Red powder skeleton, if you cannot swim against the current, at most 100 years, will be turned into a pile of dry bones. She had no desire to spend her time on this meaningless fling. Since Qin Xian liked beautiful women, she could use her background to introduce him. Qin Xian loosened the armrests of the immortal boat and sighed quietly, looking towards Mu Qingxue and muttering unwillingly, in the end, you just think that I'm not worthy of you. Indeed, you are the heavenly daughter of the Mu clan, carrying the immaculate sacred body, while I am nothing but an outcast expelled from the Qin clan. He looked forlorn as if he had admitted defeat. Mu Qingxue wanted to say something. Being able to make Qin Xian realize such a fact was not exactly what she wished for in her heart. Why are you trying to stop me, Mu Qingxue? Since that's the case, you and I don't need to have any involvement. Never see each other again. Swish! Qin Xian, who was by the armrest, leapt up, directly rushing out of the immortal boat, towards the ground, falling at extreme speed. Hoo hoo hoo! The sound of whistling wind kept coming from his ears. Qin Xian didn't even mobilize the slightest bit of yuan power. The corner of his mouth hooked up with an evil smile as he silently counted in his heart. 3, 2, before the countdown was over. A gentle metaphorce appeared underneath him. Mu Qingxue supported Qin Xian, who had jumped down 10,000 feet into the air, and returned to the plywood, standing in front of him, angrily reprimanding. Qin Xian, you're crazy. Do you know that this place is 10,000 feet from the ground? With your current body, once you hit the ground, you are bound to be pulverized. Are you looking for death? Qin Xian wanted to laugh in his heart, He didn't feel that Mu Qingxue was worried about his safety. It was just that this fiancé, far more than he thought, cared about honor. Flies don't bite. Since Mu Qingxue had a weak spot, he would be able to follow this gap and successfully ding in. I'm asking you a question. What do you mean you won't answer? Mu Qingxue was furious. Her chest heaved and rose and fell violently, causing the pressure on the corset to skyrocket. When Qin Xian died on her immortal boat, it was confirmed that her Mu family was beneficent. Qin Xian, Shadow Emperor possessed, shook his head mockingly. I just feel that there's nothing to hold on to. Being expelled from my family, the supreme bone in my body being reduced to someone else's dowry, and now even my future wife is planning to leave me by all means. He lifted his godless eyes and looked at Mu Qingxue. Whether I live or die, what does it have to do with you? Chapter 6, Yaoqi Holy Land. Hypocritical villainy. Mu Qingxue opened her mouth, speechless. One can only keep one's mouth shut and never mention the word marriage ruin again. The immortal boat continued to penetrate the clouds and fog until it could vaguely see the several huge peaks towering ahead. The Yaoqi Holy Land has arrived. Mu Qingxue was anxious in her heart. All she wanted now was to beg for a sacred pill to heal her injuries as soon as possible, and heal Qin Xian's backlash from losing his supreme bone. After Qin Xian's emotions calmed down, he would find a way to put the marriage contract to rest. She was so focused on cultivation that she had to be free of distractions, otherwise, she would only make it more difficult for her to become a saint. Moreover, there was some dissatisfaction in her heart, always feeling that when she stayed with Qin Xian, nothing could be done as she wished. It was as if he had become Qin Xian's puppet on a string, at his mercy. That's the clear snow pavilion. You'll rest here for a while, don't move around. Mu Qingxue pointed remotely at an ancient attic building with its own courtyard in the distance, with a serious warning on her face. Putting Qin Xian down in the immortal boat and reversing her direction, she sped towards the Yaoqi Holy Land, which was formed by several towering peaks converging together in a continuous chain. Daughter of Qi Luk Mak Qingxue's mood fluctuates violently, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 5,000. And a reward? All the more reason not to let this big white sheep go. Looking at Mu Qingxue's hurried back, Qin Xian had a smile on his lips with a tart look in his eyes, wanting to withdraw from the marriage, and still looking forward and backward. People are good at being bullied, and horses are good at being ridden, worrying about pissing off the Qin family, but also concerned about ruining the reputation of the Mu family. If you're not being pinned down, who will be pinned down? The daughter of the heir is also a woman. When it comes to how to deal with the relationship between men and women, Qin Xian has a unique specialty in this area. He had been through the flower world for a long time in his previous life, but he had a unique insight into holding a woman's mind. Unfortunately, although Mu Qingxue was beautiful, she was not a face controller. The bonus points he brought to this handsome face were minimal. Even so, with his hands on Mu Qingxue's weaknesses, he was able to use this to solidify his base camp and take advantage of the opportunity to plunder the villain's value. Wanting to completely take down Mu Qingxue, in Qin Xian's opinion, was merely a matter of time. That should be the Yaoqi Holy Land that has a pivotal position within the entire Violet Sun Empire. Even the Qin family is inferior to the Yaoqi Holy Land that is wide open to the world's celestial pride. Qin Xian couldn't even see the edges of the Yaoqi Holy Land with his extreme eyesight. The vastness was boundless, and the peaks that looked like giant pillars in the sky were even more magnificent. One of the peaks, with a 1,000-foot wall, was like a giant sword, and even the clouds in the sky were given a cut, silky, like silver threads. 10,000 Swords Peak is also the main peak where Mu Qingxue is located, and it is said that its peak master is also a top powerhouse of the Sing King realm. If we can strike a good rapport with this peak master, Qin Jinbei's side will have a card that can be fought against. However, such thoughts can only be thought about in the mind for the time being. Qin Xian couldn't even enter the Yaoqi Holy Land right now, and could only stay in the living area where the disciples gathered. In order to draw in the Yaoqi Holy Land, he still needed to use Mu Qingxue as his fiancée to launch a strategy from point to point. He looked towards the clear snow pavilion not far away and stepped away, but his gaze was always sizing up the incoming and outgoing disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land. After only 2 brief glances, he gradually lost interest. These female disciples, in terms of face, the face is not as good as Mu Qingxue. In terms of body shape, the figure was not as good as Mu Qingxue. Rather than wasting time on these female disciples, it would be better to think how to glean villainous value on Mu Qingxue. Meanwhile, within the restaurant not far from Qin Xian, a man wearing a white robe with a handsome face, holding a wineglass in his hand, narrowed his eyes as he was carefully sizing up Qin Xian with resentment in his gaze. He and Mu Qingxue came from the same pastoral domain, and befriended in the microscopic end, and had long been in love with this proud daughter of heaven. Later, they participated in the Holy Land selection together and became fellow disciples. In his heart, he even felt that Mu Qingxue was a good match for him. Even if Fairy Qingxue's beautiful name had spread in the Yaoqi Holy Land and there were countless suitors, he had never placed those suitors in his eyes. Only Qin Xian, only this Fairy Qingxue's fiancé, once he appeared, made him jealous in his heart. It was especially unacceptable to see Qin Xian coming down from Mu Qingxue's immortal boat and having to step into the Qingxue pavilion. Fairy Qingxue is mine. No one can take it away. Yi Feng snorted coldly, transformed into a residual shadow, and disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Qin Xian, blocking his way to the Qingxue pavilion. Qin Xian raised his head and looked at the fresh-faced youth in front of him, subconsciously upset, detecting a new child of the chirography. Revenge streaming Qi Lux Sun Yifeng, returning to the first realm peak, carrying wind and thunder holy body, having received the favor of the Mu family. Warning, this son is hypocritical to the extreme, extremely murderous, and will stop at nothing to achieve his goal, and has developed a clear killing intent towards the host, so please be careful with the host. No wonder it's unpleasant to see. So it's the son of Qi. Qin Xian was not surprised, but rather delighted, not expecting that just after coming to the Yaoan Holy Land, he would come across such an object that he could woolgather. This backstory of ruthlessness and doing whatever it takes to get what you want? Qin Xian didn't even put it on his mind. The sons of Qi, aren't they all like this? And as a child of the vengeful stream of Qi, he does not compete to cultivate for early revenge. Instead, they came out of nowhere and got in his way, purely because they had a big turd inside their heads. Clear snow pavilion ahead. Stop anyone coming. Yi Feng blocked Qin Xian's path of passage, his gaze chilling. The Qingxue pavilion has always been closed to men. If you advance half a step further, I will not be blamed for being merciless. Qin Xian pointed at his nose and asked rhetorically, do you know who I am? His fiancé, who was known as Fairy Qingxue, was really charming enough to hook Yi Feng's soul. If someone else had acted like this, perhaps Qin Xian would not have been able to understand it. But Yi Feng was a son of Qi, so that was a good explanation. The son of Qi fortune well, whether it is he who was kind to Mu Qingxue, or Mu Qingxue who was kind to him. Anyway, he just had his eyes on Mu Qingxue. The same old story. The dragon has scales. If you touch it, you'll die. And Mu Qingxue was the piece of reverse scale in Yi Feng's heart that could not be touched. Yi Feng's expression was cold and unsmiling. I know that you are Qingxue's nominal fiancé, but no matter who you are, without my permission, you must not enter Qingxue Pavilion. If it was before, he would have killed someone. In the way of this place is the holy land of Yaoqi. He only endured the killing intent, this kind of verbal attack. Snap! Before Yi Feng could finish his sentence, Qin Xian raised his hand and slapped it over, shouting, knowing that you still dare to block my way. Yi Feng covered his cheeks, his face showing dismay. How could he not expect that Qin Xian would dare to show off his aggression in public? Lines of blood instantly wrapped around his eyeballs, and his eyes blazed with rage. Around him, there was the power of astral wind and thunder, splitting and snapping. The wind lightning saint body, just revealing the slightest bit of it, caused people to tremble. Before Yi Feng could make a move, Qin Xian had already made the first move, angrily attracting the attention of the crowd. You know that I'm Mu Qingxue's fiancé, and you're still trying to block me from entering the Qingxue Pavilion? If you don't say 1, 2, 3 today, this matter, don't want to get over it. The son of the vengeful stream of chirography met and tried to kill him. Still thinking about his fiancé? If you don't give you're going to get a big wave of villain value in the process. Then he, the arch-villain, could simply poke himself to death with a Hongmeng bone. Chapter 7 10,000 Bodies. Suppressing the Holy Body. Qin Xian's clamor attracted the attention of more and more disciples of the Yaohe Holy Land. Isn't this Thunder Prison Peak's inner disciple Yi Feng? I've seen him in person before, and this time, how come he's looking for Qingxue Fairy's rightful fiancé? What's so incomprehensible about this? It's nothing more than liking Fairy Qingxue and not wanting Fairy Qingxue's fiancé to get there first. It's really a bit much to manage. The murmurs of the disciples of the Holy Land made Yi Feng feel as if he was on the edge of his seat. He clenched his iron fists and gritted his teeth as he glared at Qin Xian, saying angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm defending Fairy Qingxue's reputation. Fairy Qingxue has a cool temperament. Qingxue Pavilion has always prohibited men from entering. Even if you want to enter, you have to get the permission of Fairy Qingxue herself. If not, a lone man and a widow. What is the behavior?" Qin Xian saw the crowd converging more and more, before he turned his head in a nonchalant manner and asked back in amusement, "Didn't you just say that you had your permission?" Moreover, how do you know that I don't have Mu Qingshue's consent? Looking at your attitude, I look like an adulterer caught in bed with a proper fiancé. You said that Qingshui Pavilion has always been closed to the public. So many people are here watching. Let me ask you, this Qingshui Pavilion, have you, Yi Feng, ever been inside? Qin Xian heart-cold smile. Yi Feng's pretext, are spoken casually, Mu Qingshui although the nature of the cold, but also not to have no intercourse with the same door. In the outer pavilion of the clear snow pavilion, drinking tea and exchanging cultivation tips with fellow disciples was still a thing. Yi Feng righteously blurted out, I just got permission from Fairy Qingshui to enter the Qingshui Pavilion to have a cup of tea, and I'm walking the talk and standing up to all inspections. Mu Qingshui has always been indifferent, without any idea of looking for a Taoist couple. When he and Mu Qingshui were together, they all kept a certain distance and only talked about cultivation matters. How could there be any other moves that crossed the line? Snap! Qin Xian caught the opportunity and stepped forward with a slap, slapping Yi Feng's brain buzzing. How dare you talk tough? My fiancé scrupulously abides by the ways of women. You, a young man in the throes of desire, a lone man and a widow, in the same pavilion with my fiancé, what are your intentions? He split his head and snapped a big hat, taking advantage of the absence of me, my fiancé, to repeatedly seduce my fiancé. No wonder Mu Qingshui repeatedly mentioned your name Yi Feng when she came here. So it turns out that the two of you've long had a secret love affair. On the way here, he hadn't even spoken a few words to Mu Qingshui. It was naturally impossible to mention Yi Feng. Qin Xian deliberately said this, but it was only to aggravate the self-righteous chip in Yi Feng's heart. It made him feel that Mu Qingshui had him in her heart. It makes him more and more resentful, impulsive, followed by irrational behavior. Yi Feng's face was hot and painful. He was slapped twice, but his heart was sweet. As he expected, Mu Qingshui had feelings for him, too. As such, he could not tolerate Mu Qingshui and Qin Xian sharing a room even more. This engagement, it has to be broken. At all costs, he, Yi Feng, would get Mu Qingshui. Taking advantage of Yi Feng's gap in his self-reverie, Qin Xian decisively stepped forward and slapped another slap on that red and swollen cheek, coldly snorting, remember your identity. You and Mu Qingshui are just fellow disciples. I, on the other hand, am her fiancé and future husband. He twisted his head, took a step towards the Qingshui Pavilion, and his murderous and heartbreaking voice lightly fell into Yi Feng's ears. If you recognize your own identity and treat me respectfully, it's not that in the future I can't have the child of Qingshui and I call you a senior uncle. Boom! A sentence that was like heavenly thunder. The anger in Yi Feng's chest went straight to the heavenly spirit point. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Qin Xian's back. The thought that this Qin Xian, in the future, could potentially be pressed upon the Qingshui fairy he had longed for. The fierce aura of hostility hardened him and he could no longer hold back. Qin Xian, parents' orders and matchmakers' words, that set is already outdated. Qingshui has her own choice. She has the right to choose her future husband. Yi Feng's body erupted with a bamboo tube-like popping sound. He could see that this Qin Xian in front of him was at a higher realm than him, a cultivation level of the Avatar realm. Even so, he wasn't the least bit afraid. He who possessed the Wind Thunder Saint body was enough to go against the divine profound realm. Today, he must prove it for himself. The disciples of the Holy Land who were watching, seeing Yi Feng exposing his holy body, all had envious eyes. That's the Wind Thunder Saint body, allowing Yi Feng to reverse the Avatar realm with the peak of the Guei realm. It was this Wind Thunder Saint body that had allowed Yi Feng to, outside, with his cultivation at the Guei realm, kill 3 devil cultivators at the 3rd level of the Avatar realm one after another. This Qin Xian, he's going to have bad luck. Yi Feng's yuan power bulged around his body, and between his hands and feet, there was a strong wind whistling and the power of thunder crackling. The disciples of the Holy Land in a radius of several miles had mobilized their yuan power in order to resist. Those with the low realm were just facing the aftershocks of the Wind Thunder Saint body, and were also shaken to the point where their faces turned crimson. As I said, Qingshui Pavilion, you cannot enter without Fairy Qingshui's permission. My exhortations have fallen on deaf ears. Today, I will let you know the consequences of not listening. Yi Feng struck decisively and without mercy. It was suppressing Qin Xian, and it was even avenging the 3 slaps from earlier, leaving only a phantom in place. Yi Feng had already scurried in front of Qin Xian and blasted out with a fist, his yuan power expanding. The wind whistled and thunder exploded. This punch from the peak of Yi Feng's returning to the 1st realm was enough to blast to death the 3rd level of the Avatar realm. Temper like a powder keg. A little goes a long way. Truly worthy of being a son of Qi. Unfortunately, he met me. Qin Xian turned around, wearing a gentle smile like a spring breeze. Looking at this shocking punch that attacked his face, he casually slapped his hand. The moment his palm touched Yi Feng's arm, inside his chest cavity, that one Hongmeng bone, vaguely blossomed with light, and the wind and thunder power attached to the wind and thunder sacred body disappeared the moment it touched Qin Xian. Without the addition of the wind thunder sacred body, Yi Feng was only at the peak of the reversionary realm, and in terms of realm, he was at a disadvantage. Boom! Qin Xian slapped Yi Feng's fist away, raised his left hand, and cleanly gave Yi Feng another big slap. For your face. No way. How could this happen? Snap! Qin Xian raised his hand and slapped again. You a stinking rat living inside a dark ditch. I, the rightful fiancé, don't even bother with you anymore. And you still dare to take a shot at me. Yi Feng's eyes were rounded and he was terrified like never before. The wind and thunder saint body that he had always been proud of seemed to be suppressed, and he actually couldn't mobilize it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You have humiliated me 100 times. Today, I will never let you go. Yi Feng growled out of control. The power of thunder continuously exploded, and around him, there were thunder snakes scurrying up. Qin Xian dodged and came in front of Yi Feng, grabbing his long hair, and the crackling thunder snakes immediately exploded. He lifted his foot, removed his own boots, and pulled Yi Feng's head, yanked it to his heel, and continuously took his boots and jerked them towards Yi Feng's face. Slap! I made it impossible. I made it so you wouldn't leave me alone. Look at you as if your pants are halfway down and you're exposed. How dare you clamor in front of me? Qin Xian, do not give you some color to see. You really do not know how much you weigh. Boom! Qin Xian blasted out a fist, blowing Yi Feng towards the area where the crowd gathered the most, and coldly rebuked in a furious voice. In the future, if I ever hear of your involvement with my fiancé again, I'll have to take your life. Ignoring the horrified gazes of the Holy Land's disciples, Qin Xian turned his head towards the clear snow pavilion, his heart filled with anticipation. He deliberately set up a stage and accompanied Yi Feng in a good show. There were so many onlookers, and coupled with the son of Qi's love of pretending, he pulled a big one in front of so many people. Yi Feng was bound to live a life worse than death. He grips the value of the villain and should have more, right? Chapter 8, Mu Qingshue's Little Secret. Son of Qi. Yi Feng's Qi value drops by 50-100, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 5,000. The son of Qi, Yi Feng, is at loggerheads with the host, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 10,000. Not bad, not bad. Arriving at 15,000 points of villain value, the biggest income I've gotten so far. It's not in vain that I purposely set up a stage for it to act. The large amount of villainous value arrived, and Qin Xian was very satisfied. In the Qin family, in the way of the predecessor's nesting character, will be a great situation. Playing a dead card, he had to pluck out his bones and break his kin to save his own life. But now that this has left the Qin domain, he was a great villain, and he could still let the son of Qi be bullied? What right did a little tiny Yi Feng at the peak of the return to one realm have to be arrogant in front of him? He also has a father in the same king realm? No, then he deserves a beating. Unfortunately, Grandpa went into the holy forbidden land, and I guess he won't be able to come back for a while. Otherwise, with a saint-level Grandpa as a background, I wouldn't need to resort to Mu Qingshue's power even within the Yaoan Holy Land. Qin Xian sighed quietly. Don't look at his hands now to forcefully dry over Yi Feng. But this kind of son of Qi is a small strong man that can't be beaten to death, and surely there is still a backhand. He had to use the momentum of Mu Qingxue to have the ability to turn danger into success. It couldn't be helped. Who made him cut ties with the Qin family already? Without a backer? Walking on the quiet and fragrant path, Qin Shen looked at the medicine gardens planted with heavenly herbs on both sides, calculating in his heart what to do in order to take down Mu Qingxue as early as possible. Not bringing the relationship closer with Mu Qingxue, and then feuding with the son of Qi, Yi Feng. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for him to stand firmly within this Yao Qi Holy Land. Detected the little secret of the daughter of Qi fortune. Mu Qingxue, hidden inside the Qingxue pavilion. It concerns the life and death of Mu Qingxue. It needs to consume all the villain value to obtain it. Does the host obtain it? What else? It's really a sleepy head that comes with a pillow. Gat. Qin Xian didn't even think about it and directly agreed. In the backyard of Qingxue Pavilion, there is an underground dark room, arranged with the immaculate sacred body boundary. The host carries the chaotic Hongmeng body, which is inviolable to all bodies, and can freely enter and exit. And there is a demonic powerhouse hidden there who once rescued Mak Qingshu. So that's how it is, knowing how to repay kindness, hiding a demonic powerhouse who saved his life. and disregarding the shackles of the world. This fits Mu Qingshue's character well. Qin Xian had a smile on his lips. Grasping the weakness of Mu Qingxue, he now obtained a secret that could threaten Mu Qingshue's life and body. If this wasn't a way to take down Mu Qingxue, then he could simply shoot himself in the face with a brick. Sir, this is Fairy Qingshue's residence. No one has ever stepped foot in it. Please stop. Don't make things difficult for my slave. Qingxue Pavilion, Mu Qingshue's residence. A sword-wielding maid, full of fear, blocked in front of Qin Xian. Qin Xian raised his hand, shocked the maid back, rolled his eyes, and said in displeasure, "Even your master is mine. Her residence, am I not just going to enter whenever I want?" He walked into Mu Qingshue's boudoir like nobody's business, and was able to smell the air, diffused with a light fragrance that was indescribably refreshing. Sitting on the rosewood seat, Qin Xian poured himself a cup of tea, crossed his legs, and waited with interest for Mu Qingxue to return. An hour later, Mu Qingxue, who had begged for the elixir, left 10,000 Swords Peak. Hearing about everything that happened in front of the clear snow pavilion, the delicate face was filled with blooming anger, and her footsteps accelerated. Seeing Xiaolan, who was coy and lowered her head in front of the boudoir, not daring to look at herself, Mu Qingshue's expression chilled to a freezing point. She took a lotus step and stepped over the threshold, and the first thing she saw was Qin Xian, who was sipping tea with her teacup. The fury of the situation made her breasts, more and more wickedly exaggerated, cry out for attention. "Who authorized you to come in?" Mu Qingxue distantly pointed at the tea in Qin Xian's hand, thinking of the cup she used, letting Qin Xian touch it, her heart indescribably disgusted. Annoyed to the extreme, cold voice, "Put down the cup." Qin Xian played with the teacup with one hand, a smile at the corner of his mouth, a tart look in his eyes, staring playfully at Mu Qingxue. "Don't you forget, you're my fiancé, even you're mine. What's the point of making such a big fuss about using one of your cups?" As she looked at Qin Xian's posture at this moment, she knew clearly in her heart that on the immortal boat, she was letting Qin Xian fool her. The irritation was even greater. "I will personally go to the Qin family to end your and my marriage contract in the next few days." Mu Qingxue took out a sacred grade jade quenching pill and threw it at Qin Xian. "This is my compensation to you. The marriage contract is called off, and all the losses of the Qin family will be borne by me. Mu Qingxue, alone. Now you, right now, get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of the Yaoqi Holy Land. I don't want to see you again." Qin Xian laughed softly with unkindness. "Why all of a sudden? Has your temper become so big? Is it because you heard that I beat up your concubine in the Yaoqi Holy Land?" After a pause, he continued, "I have to say that you, Mu Qingxue, are really snobbish. What kind of bull Qingxue fairy? In the past, when you mistakenly thought that the object of the marriage contract was Qin Hao, you only kept your mouth shut and didn't mention the word withdrawal, and after learning the truth, you couldn't wait to rush back to the Qin domain from the Yaoqi Holy Land, wanting to withdraw from the marriage. Seriously, I'm a bit confused. In your heart, do you like Yifeng a bit more, or Qin Hao a bit more, or, perhaps, rain or shine?" Even if Mu Qingxue had a good temper, when she heard such a slander, her heart rose up to kill. "Filthy words. I was really blind to believe that you suffered the backlash of losing your supreme bone and nearly died." She, Mu Qingxue, is not the kind of person that Qin Xian described as a wannabe. She and Qin Hao, but only a few faces, in the way of young, do not dare to rebel against the family's arrangements. Even if the object of the marriage contract was still Qin Hao now, she would still negotiate with the Qin family to break the contract, but her attitude, however, would be more euphemistic. With that Yifeng, it was even more impossible. Yifeng was the celestial pride she had her eye on, carrying the wind and thunder saint body, a diamond in the rough that her Mu clan had invested in. Introducing him to the holy land of Yaoqi was merely a good karma for the future. From the beginning to the end, she had never considered having any male or female feelings with Yifeng. She can prove it effortlessly enough to clear her name. Looking at the Qin Xian in front of him, the loathing in his heart was like the rolling waves, waves that struck the sky, constantly surging out furiously. Perhaps she will, in the future, bond with someone or possibly marry someone, but that person, it definitely couldn't be Qin Xian. There was no need for her, either, to explain it to Qin Xian. "Get out! Get the hell out!" Mu Qingxue angrily pointed at the door. "Immediately leave Qingxue Pavilion for me. I don't want to see you again." "Okay, can't I just go?" Qin Xian received the holy pills with a peaceful heart, and when he passed by Mu Qingxue, he stared at that well-bred arse and had his fill of it before leaving Qingxue Pavilion without slowing down. "Denizen!" Mu Qingxue's teeth itched with hatred. itching to pluck out Qin Xian's eyes. She cast a small spell and repeatedly cleaned the seats and teacups that had been touched by Qin Xian. Still feeling nauseous and disgusted, he threw it right out the door and commanded, "Ran! Throw away all these things that have been touched by that guy." Xiaolan, who suddenly scurried to the door, pointed at the backyard and reminded, "Miss, that Qin Xian is back again," and went to the backyard. Mu Qingshue's heart trembled, her beautiful eyes shook dramatically, her killing heart revealed, "He's looking for death." Chapter 9, The Great Demon Langley. For the sake of a son of Qi, you even want to drive away the rightful future husband. Mu Qingxue, you've narrowed your path. What was originally the identity of the rightful wife can now only be reduced to a bed-warming little maid. Qin Xian, who had left the clear snow pavilion, went and returned to the courtyard at the back of the pavilion. A sudden hardening of attitude is either stupid, pussy, or it's got a bottom line. He's not the former, and clearly came prepared. Qin Xian, who had arrived at the backyard, followed the system's guidance to the storage room where miscellaneous items were piled up, and moved away from the heavy locker. And in front of his eyes was an earth-gray wall with a blindfolding technique. The boundary created by the immaculate sacred body is able to exclude all defined defilements, and once an outsider intrudes, it will alert Mu Qingxue at the first opportunity. But unfortunately, it has met me, the chaotic Hongmeng body, which is invulnerable to all bodies. Qin Xian stretched out his hand and passed through the wall. The moment he touched it, the blindfold disappeared, and a portal to the underground was exposed to his eyes. Descending down the green steps, the closer they got, the more oppressive the air became. Makes it hard to breathe. It wasn't that Mu Qingxue had cast some kind of prohibition that suppressed his cultivation in this place. It was simply the overflow of the breath of that devilish Taoist powerhouse that was hiding here that caused it. After a few dozen paces, it opened up, inside a wide basement with boundaries arranged all around it. There was only a 10,000-year-old bed of cold ice. There was a woman dressed in a black robe lying on this cold ice bed, and from her face to her legs, she was nailed with 71 burial saint nails. At the full breasts, a holy weapon greatsword ran through the chest cavity. The sword body had cracked and broken while suppressing this woman, as if a slight touch was able to turn it into ashes. Being nailed into a hornet's nest by the burial sacred nail, and even having his heart crushed by this sacred artifact, he actually hasn't died yet. His vitality is really exuberant. Watching the faint rise and fall of the woman's chest, Qin Xian stepped forward and removed the black robe covering his face. A stunningly beautiful face, exquisitely flawless, appeared in front of his eyes. Cultured people, hanging gall rhinoplasty, cherry lips and peach cheeks, look back and smile 100 winks. 6 palaces have no color. Qin Xian was different. Seeing Langley, there was only one thought. Asterisk. So beautiful. Want a son? Da. At the entrance, there was the sound of hurried footsteps, and Mu Qingxue, dressed in a long green dress, came alone. The basement here was not even known to her personal maid, Lan. She wondered how Qin Xian had sought out this place. Suppressing her inner rage as much as possible, Mu Qingxue angrily said towards Qin Xian, "I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? Still dare to come to the clear snow pavilion? Is it because you think I don't dare to take action against you?" Qin Xian pointed at the woman lying on the bed with a smile at the corner of his mouth and asked rhetorically, "Are you sure you want me to leave?" This woman slaughtered several saints with her own strength within the Yaoqi Holy Land, and even the peak masters of Thunder Prison Peak and 10,000 Swords Peak were severely injured due to her. It was only by gathering the top saints of the entire Yaoqi Holy Land that they were able to severely injure him and seal his divine soul within his body. If outsiders were to know that the Devil Dao powerhouse that plagued the Yaoqi Holy Land was hidden under your nose by you, Mu Qingxue, I wonder if you, the true disciple of 10,000 Sword Peak, would be able to save this woman's life? Or do you think that the Mac family behind you can endorse you and turn your differences with the Yaoan Holy Land into peace? Boom! Mu Qingxue's pupils trembled dramatically. How could she not expect that Qin Xian actually knew this woman's identity? Hadn't he just arrived at the Yaoqi Holy Land from the Qin clan? Why was he so knowledgeable about what was happening within the Yaoqi Holy Land? Qin Xian pushed Langley's body towards the inside of the cold ice bed, and sat on it with his butt, crossed his legs, looked at Mu Qingxue, who was full of shock, and flirted with, "I have to say, your style of behavior is indeed unconventional, disregarding the shackles of the world. Even if you know that Langley is the great devil, your master's words, remembering that she once saved your life, you still dare to risk the great injustice of the Holy Land and hide it. It's just that, if such a thing were to be known to the outside world, what would the Yaoqi Holy Land think of you? Will it still let you continue to be that high and mighty fairy Qingxue?" Mu Qingshue's annoyed expression gradually gave way to killing intent. You know too much. She took out the 3-foot green peak, and her sword stirred as waves struck the sky. The strike was a killing move, a sword stabbing at Qin Xian's chest. Dang! With 2 fingers, Qin Xian clamped the tip of the sword and pulled it towards his body. And when Mu Qingxue came in front of him, he fiercely blasted out a punch towards the evil on Mu Qingshue's chest that he had long wanted to get his hands on. Dang! With a muffled sound, Mu Qingxue suffered a heavy blow to her chest and sped out. Qin Xian shook his palms, nodding and commenting with a tawdry look in his eyes. Your figure, which is really exaggerated, is capable of carrying its own armor, a real breastplate, except for sharp weapons, and other blunt blows. Shameless. Qin Xian had a stern face. Watch your attitude. The handle that is enough to get you killed is now in my hands. The tip of Mu Qingshue's sword pointed diagonally towards the ground, her face filled with rage, her chest heaving as she angrily rebuked. Qin Xian, you were expelled from the Qin clan, and it was you who deserved it, bullying the maids, scolding the house slaves to maim them. You're full of evil. Today I'm going to die with you, and I won't let you get away with it. She hadn't expected that she was actually no match for Qin Xian at the second level of the Avatar realm. Being punched by it, he was nearly blown to the point of internal injuries. Even so, she, Mu Qingshuo, was staunchly unafraid and would definitely not be threatened by Qin Xian in any way. Even if she was not Qin Xian's opponent and would be killed by him, she would never be at the mercy of this despicable and shameless man. Chesty contraption. You think you can kill me by fighting for your life? Qin Xian rolled his eyes in disgust. As expected, these sons of Qi and daughters of Qi were all a hangdog, hot-headed, one-dimensional, and stupid. Never think in terms of the situation on the ground. It's all about the luck of the draw. However, it was this same hot-blooded brainlessness that gave him something to work with. Qin Xian pointed at Longli, hitting Mu Qingshue's Dao heart directly. You hit her here by all means. If you died, would she still be alive? You, Mu Qingxue, in the face of your own savior, are you unable to endure even the slightest bit of aggravation? Thinking about the issue from a different perspective. Even if you fight for your life and are killed by me afterward, do you think I'll lose my life because of it? I don't think so. After killing you, a traitor of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and me taking the remnants of this great devil's body as a gift, I think that both Thunder Prison Peak and 10,000 Swords Peak should give me a satisfactory return. It's not possible to say that after you die, death will not be able to prove anything, and I'll be able to take the opportunity to splash dirty water and push the fact that you colluded with the great demon onto the body of the Mu family. And it's quite possible that the Mu family will be exterminated as a result of this enmity with the Yaoqi Holy Land. Fine thoughts. The killing intent of Mu Qingxue, after associating her death with the fact that Langli would be sent to the Holy Land of Yaoqi as a surrender, and even her own family would perhaps be vilified by Qin Xian for colluding with the Devil's Path. It was like letting a pot of cold water pour from head to heel. An unspeakably cool air swept through her body, making her more and more terrified. She looked towards Qin Xian, her voice trembling loudly. Don't speak without words. Hiding Longli was done by me alone, and has absolutely nothing to do with the Mu family. Qin Xian shrugged his shoulders carelessly. You're dead. Dead without proof. Who can give proof to the Mu family? Mu Qingshue's shell teeth were clenched, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety. No matter how much she thought about it, she could not find any solution. She inexorably put away her 3-foot green blade, looked forlorn and lowered her delicate face, and said with unwilling indignation, what do you have to do before you're willing to let the Mu family go? Throughout, she was not thinking about her own gain or loss. As long as she could kill Qin Xian, she was willing to die, but she wasn't sure. If she couldn't kill Qin Xian, not only would she have to die, even Langli would be implicated. Even the Mu family, which gave birth to her, would be involved in a disaster because of her. She didn't dare gamble. The cost would be too great. Right, that's the attitude you should have. Seeing Mu Qingshuo concede, Qin Xian wore a smile like a spring breeze on his face. As he opened his mouth, in his mind, the system's reminder rang out. Congratulations to the host for triggering the option. Chapter 10, Multiple Choice Questions for Kids. And that's a good thing? Qin Xian was ecstatic. The battle between him and Mu Qingshuo had already been divided into winners and losers, and it was the moment for him to get the fruits of his victory. It actually triggered the system's options. Unexpected joy. What are all the options? Brother unity? Option 1, being in the same body with fiancé Mu Qingshuo. Choose to help Mu Qingshuo and conceal Longli's devilish identity with her. Reward draconian ancient prison scripture. Option 2, Jia, Fairy Mac. You don't want outsiders to know that you're hiding a demonic power, do you? Threatening a fairy to fall into the mortal world. rewarding you with the 9 revolutions of the sacred soul technique. Option 3, to revitalize your husband, her with your hands, reward the holy weapon, the ancient prison tower. Remarks, multiple choice. Hiss. Qinshan looked at the 3 options in front of him and sucked in a breath of cold air. The desolate ancient prison suppressing scripture. That was a legendary top-level technique. Not only was it horrifyingly powerful and killing, but it was also able to use it to completely control the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda, such a top-level holy weapon like an arm. The rewards of the 1 and 3 options complement each other. If he obtained both, holding the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, as long as he allowed his enemies to enter the tower, even if they were saint-level existences, he was also fully capable of relying on these 2 great rewards to effortlessly suppress them. The 9 turns sacred soul technique is a top-level soul cultivation technique. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as one cultivates this technique to a high level, even if one's physical body is blown up and one's soul only has fragments left, and only needs to exist a little bit of consciousness, one will be able to turn into a soul cultivator in this way. It's the same as living a new life and having an extra life. How can I choose more? It's all good. I want it all. Qinshan deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his heart having already made up its mind. He got up from the 10,000-year cold ice bed and walked to her in front of Mu Qingshue's terrified gaze. What do you want? I can agree to your request, but on the premise that it must not go against my principles of being a human being, much less touch the bottom line. Mu Qingxue looked at Lang Li's immobile body and thought of those relatives of the Mu family who were proud of her. She didn't dare to resist and was cornered by Qin Xian. Using the 3-foot green blade, he blocked in front of Qin Xian. At a time like this, don't disturb the mood by moving your sword. Qin Xian pinched the tip of his sword and pushed it aside. He came up to Mu Qingshue's ear and blew a hot breath into the white and crystal earlobe. Fairy Mu, you don't want outsiders to know that you're hiding the arch-rival great demon of the Yaohu sacred ground, do you? Mu Qingshue's delicate body lightly trembled. The nausea in her heart was like waves, constantly rolling over, gritting her teeth, dissatisfied. Naturally, she doesn't want to. Qin Xian stretched out his hand, gently caressing the delicate face of Mu Qingxue, able to feel the wariness of her delicate body, and softly said, "You and I are supposed to be the future husband and wife. I can conceal this matter for you, however, but what? Say what you want." Qin Xian laughed coldly. "But you're too well liked and have too many admirers in the Yaoqi Holy Land. I don't have a sense of security in my heart. I have to get you before I can be in the same boat with you." "No way." Mu Qingxue vetoed it with a mouthful of resistance. This was no longer going against her principles of being a human being, but had touched her bottom line. Something like that would never happen. Snap. Qin Xian raised his hand and slapped at Mu Qingshue's face, his expression suddenly turning cold. "Gave you face? You still have the right to refuse now? Either you cut yourself on the spot and I'll take Langley as a throwback and splash your Mu family with dirty water in the process, or you'll be good and obedient. It will be polite and nothing more than a greedy reward for the option. Children make choices. He, an adult, wants it all." Now that it came to the last option, Qin Xian no longer needed to apply tenderness to Mu Qingxue, and directly pushed across and finished. "Change it. I can grant you all the other requests. Only this one, absolutely not." Mu Qingshue's complex expression, anger, disgust, horror, many expressions, all of them were revealed on that palm-sized delicate little face. She nervously defended, "It's not that I'm unwilling, but I simply can't do it. My immaculate saint body rejects all defilements. Even if you can kill me, it's absolutely impossible for you to get my body. Try it to find out." Qin Xian wore an evil and awe-inspiring smile on his face, and step by step, he once again forced Mu Qingxue into a dead end. Wulua light smoke palm. Qin Xian slapped his palm at Mu Qingxue, and the bizarre palm force devastatingly swept around Mu Qingshue's body. Luo clothes, Luo shirt, Luo jacket, Luo skirt, Luo socks, 5 Luo in a moment, all turned into green smoke. "Qin Xian, you devil, evil to the core, how dare you humiliate me like this?" Mu Qingxue clasped her hands to her chest and looked incredulously at the evilly smiling Qin Xian in front of her. She had already guessed Qin Xian with as much evil as she could, but she had never thought that she had still underestimated Qin Xian's meanness and shamelessness. In front of Qin Xian, even what Lang Li had done was like a small fight. "The one in front of me is the real devil. I'm just a person with a serious curiosity. You said I can't touch you, so prove it to me. If you really can't touch you, it's just a matter of time. If you lie to me, then don't blame me for turning my face away. Call him evil? The really evil one has to be Mu Qingxue herself. That large expanse of whiteness, even her hands can't cover it. Ah, Evil to the point of exaggeration. Prove it, as you wish. Qin Xian stretched out his palm in front of Mu Qingxue, placed it on her chest, and pinched it a bit. 2 clicks. Third down. Not to mention the rejection of the unsullied saint body. Mu Qingxue herself felt that her own ice-cold body was gradually warming up due to Qin Xian's palm. How could this happen? Mu Qingxue was horrified and shaken. The immaculate sacred body was inspired by her initiative. As long as it was what she recognized as filth, she would be shaken out of the room, whether or not that was the reality. However, the breath of the immaculate sacred body disappeared without a trace the moment it touched Qin Xian. Not even a strand of his hair was blown. Ha! At this point, you're actually still sophomoric. Qin Xian turned back and slapped his palm, directly extinguishing the candle flame in the basement. With a wisp of smoke billowing up, there was an unbearable roar of agony that resounded through the basement of the Qin Xian. You shall not die. I'm going to kill you. I, Mu Qingxue, vow not to be human until I kill you. Ah! Suddenly, Mu Qingxue's agonizing voice raised a few tones, her head tilted back, lost in thought. Chapter 11, The Return of the Protective Demon God. The host captures the daughter of Qi. Mu Qingxue, rewarded with villain value plus 300,000. Consume all the villain value to exchange the background of the Holy King realm. Is it exchanged? What's there to think about? Redeem. That was the Saint King realm. Even Qin Jinbei, who was not a proper father, was nevertheless in this realm. This kind of strong person was unhindered within the entire Violet Sun Empire. It's the top of the heap. Even if he came to the Yaoqi Holy Land, he would still be an absolute guest minister, the kind that could rival the major peak masters. Boom! Suddenly, underneath Qin Xian, Yuan power was in full force. Mu Qingxue, who was naked, stood straight up, with 3,000 green silks like waterfalls. Her body was floating and convex, graceful and attractive to the eyes. Raising his hand, his shirt returned to its place, and the 3-foot blue blade, held in his palm. Her face was red like blood. She gritted her teeth in shame and embarrassment, and in her gaze toward Qin Xian, killing intent ran rampant as she stabbed out with a sword. Qin Xian, you die for me. Wulua light smoke palm. Qin Xian once again blasted out with a palm, and the 5 luo were all turned into green smoke, followed by lightly bullying his way up. How did you get so strong? Get off me, you devil! Stop touching me! Mu Qingxue's terrified cries were blocked by the immaculate saint body boundary she had arranged in advance. Unable to travel out in the slightest, Qin Xian turned a deaf ear and pressed with all his heart, wanting to try and see if he could squeeze any more villainous value out of Mu Qingxue's body. 100,000 mountains, the holy forbidden land. An axe light that rushed into the sky was so bright and dazzling that even the great sun was stabbed and dimmed. A stocky crane-haired old man split the forbidden system with an axe and walked out with a dragon's stride. He was bare-chested, with gnarled muscles and coiled dragons, and within his flesh and blood, there were countless holy-ranked spell formations branded on him. This was a saint who truly majored in the physical body and became a saint in the physical body. Within the sacred forbidden land, he managed to advance to the sacred king realm. A dream come true for the Qin royal family with 2 holy kings in one family. Still alive? Qin Wang turned back, looking at the dragon's tail in his hand whose breath was faintly turbulent, and with a big whip, he froze and dragged out a sacred realm auger dragon of 10,000 feet from within the forbidden land. Boom! 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 He yanked the auger and kept smashing into the rolling mountains around him. The dragon was devastated. Its scales exploded, and the blood of the holy realm constantly spilled. Nearly 100 or so huge peaks were all destroyed by this random act of Qinwen. Congeal. Qin Wang lifted his hand and clutched it, and the 10,000 feet of auger dragon was in his hand, constantly exploding in blood and flesh, condensing into a red auger dragon Dan with vast qi and blood. Looking at the incomparably abundant blood and qi Jiao Dragon Dan in his hand, Qin Wang's cloudy eyes burst with light. Holy great Jiao Dragon Dan, finally letting my old man practice. Little Shen Zi's promotion to saint is expected, and with the supreme bone in his body, there is a glimmer of hope for him to become an emperor in the future. He looked out in the direction of the Qin domain and took a step 10,000 feet away, shrinking the ground, returning to his home. He had not seen little Xuanzi for several months, and Qin Wang's heart was pining for him. Granted, it was his grandson, but in the past 10 years or so, little Xuanzi had been the one he had brought with him to save him from the scourge of the supreme bone revolt. When he took little Xuanzi away from the Qin Wangfu, he was just a tiny bit big and weak like an infant, letting him raise him to the point where he has grown into an adult nowadays. And in his heart, how fortunate he was. It was also the favoring of little Xuanzi that caused him to encounter the stranglehold of the sacred realm Jiaolong in the sacred forbidden land, and repeatedly, in desperate situations, he was unwilling to fall. The eagerness to see little Xuanzi ignited his endless vitality, and at the time of desperation, he managed to make a breakthrough in advance to Saint King. Following that, he beheaded the Holy Realm Jiao Dragon and smoothly condensed the majestic Jiao Dragon Dan. Little Xuanzi, Grandpa is back. Qin Wang turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Father and mother are not as dear as grandfather. After half a day, Qin Wang, who returned to the Qin Wangfu with joy, searched for Qin Xian all over the mansion to give his grandfather a loving bear hug, like when he was a child, and pinched Qin Xian's armpits with both hands, lifting him up high into the sky. Where does Qin Xian live? Qin Wen casually tugged at an unrecognizable household servant and inquired suspiciously. The family servant had been in the Qin Wang mansion for less than 10 years, so naturally he didn't recognize the great demon god in front of him who used to be the matriarch. Sneeringly laughing, Qin Xian? That guy bullied the maids, scolded the house slaves to the point of crippling, and was also jealous of the young prince for carrying the full version of the supreme bone, openly striking out at the young prince within the lobby. How can such a despicable and shameless person still live in the Qin king's mansion? He has already been expelled from the Qin family by His Highness the King of Qin. Shocker! Staggering! Suffocation! Qin Xian bullied the maid, scolded the house slave to the point of crippling, and was jealous of the supreme bone in Qin Hao's body? It was the complete version of the supreme bone that was inside his great-grandson. Where did Qin Hao get the complete version? Qin Wen, a veteran powerhouse who used to be so thunderous that he was called the great demon god by outsiders, had gone into hiding for the past 10 years or so due to heavenly pleasures. But now, the family slave denigrated his most favored great-grandson, causing his fiery temper to instantly explode. How dare you insult our eldest grandson? Click. Qin Wen raised his hand, grasping and cracking the cranium of the family servant. The soul-searching method was activated, and the memories concerning Qin Xian instantly entered into the middle of his mind. Learning that the family servant's words were true, Qin Wang became furious. Qin Zhenbei, Shangguanya, as parents, how dare you do this? 3 breaths later, inside the Qin king's residence, the soul burial bell sounded long. This was the alarm bell for the entire Qin domain, not only the Qin king's mansion, but even all the quasi-saints and above within the entire Qin clan boundary had to gather at the Qin king's mansion after the bell rang. The Qin domain was in chaos. All the closed-door quasi-saint realm and above, all broke out and ran at full speed to where the Qin Wangfu was located. The first to arrive were naturally the clan elders of the residence. What's going on? Who rang the funeral bell? Enemy attack. Or which clan elder has fallen? Dozens of clan elders gathered in the lobby of the Qin king's mansion, and outside of the mansion, there were constantly strong people from the Qin domain, rushing towards this place. Qin Zhenbei, Shangguanya, including Qin Hao, who had already successfully incorporated the supreme bone and promoted to the avatar realm, were also the first to rush to the lobby. Matriarch, father, grandpa, you're back. Do you know who rang the funeral bell? The 3 members of Qin Zhenbei's family, as well as a group of clan elders, bowed respectfully to Qin Wang and inquired out of bewilderment. Qin Wang lifted his cloudy eyes and swept his gaze downward. After not returning for more than 10 years, he realized that among the clan elders, there were actually a dozen more faceborn paragon saints. Good, good. With 13 more quasi-saint realms, the entire Qin family is flourishing. His cloudy gaze shifted to Qin Zhenbei, exclaiming, "You, King of Qin, should take the first credit." Qin Zhenbei bowed respectfully, blessed by the remaining shade of his ancestors. He whispered with some uncertainty, "Father, was it you who rang the funeral bell? We knocked it. What is the so-called matter? We died and called you back to offer our condolences." Qin Zhenbei and a group of clan elders had a shocked look in their eyes. "Aren't you sitting here in good health? Moreover, your aura, compared to earlier, is even stronger." "Yes, we didn't die. We're still alive." Qin Ning, the great demon god, once again raised his eyes, and in his cloudy gaze, he revealed a furious aura like that of a ferocious beast in the ancient times. "But you people, you all think we died in the Forbidden Land. Will our great-grandson, Ra plucked out the supreme bone, expelled from the Qin family." Chapter 12, The Great Demon God's Wrath and Justice. The roar of the great demon god echoed within the Qin clan's lobby, and everyone felt as if their throats were being pinched by a large invisible hand, making it difficult for them to catch their breath. Every time Qin Wang's scrutinizing gaze landed on a person, whether it was a paramount saint or a saint, all of them lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. Even Qin Zhenbei, the Lord Qin King who had stepped into the Saint King realm, bowed his head with a frown on his face. A clan elder took a step forward and respectfully said, "Patriarch, you don't know, Qin Xian, this son, just stepped into the Qin family. He relied on the status of the son of the Qin king to do wrong, not only bullying the maids of the clan, but also scolding the family slaves to the point of maiming. During the trial, he openly disobeyed the king of Qin, was cynical about the supreme bone within the young prince, and intentionally seriously injured him. He is full of evil. If not for the king of Qin's consideration of his father and son, his sins should be put to death. Qin Wang's expression was cold. Are you saying that we are of bad character, and that the grandchildren we brought up are all equally evil? Puff. That clan elder knelt in fear. Clan chief, I didn't mean that. Have you ever witnessed Qin Xian's evil deeds? Witnessed with my own eyes. No lies. Good. Then we'd like to see with our own eyes how our great-grandson is full of evil. The great demon Holy King's breath overflowed, and when he raised his hand, the clan elder who was no more than a paramount saint, his head flew into his palm and fell to his knees before him. The soul-searching technique. The brutal soul search caused the quasi-saint clan elder to have a pained expression. The memories that used to be in the clan elder's mind were vivid in front of Qin Wang. The gaze of the great demon god grew more and more chilling. Good guts. Actually dared to collaborate with the maids and house slaves to slander our great-grandson in a bid to subvert the foundation of my Qin family. Deserved to be killed. The great demon god slapped his palm at the clan elder's face. The magnificent and vast breath destroyed its head and shattered it into pieces. The headless body snapped and crashed down in the lobby. Only the light golden color of the blood of the paragon was still flowing in rivulets. Suffocation. Staggering. It's hard to breathe. Inside the large Qin family lobby, it was as quiet as a chill. Looking at the headless corpse, everyone had a nameless chill running up their backs. Qin Shinbei, indiscriminately striking out at your own son and nearly killing our eldest grandson. Do you deserve to be a father? In the turbid eyes of the great demon god, anger was revealed, and when he looked at Shangguanya again, his cynicism reached an extreme point. As a mother, Qin Hao was injured, and the pills you made were stuffed into his mouth like sugar peas. And our great-grandson, who longs to get a pill from you as a mother, can't even get it as he wishes? How can you be so biased? Shangguanya hung her head in shame, unable to get a word of rebuttal out of her mouth. Qin Hao said loudly and angrily, Grandpa, who are you to blame mother? Qin Xian, he is full of evil. Shouldn't he be punished? He broke my arm. Shouldn't he pay the price? The entire Qin family, all in favor of him. Even the clan elder who had been palmed to death by the great demon god had treated him like his own son. If this is the time, he does not stand up for everyone. You'd be a villain, wouldn't you? It wasn't true that the great demon god was terrifying, but he was also his grandfather. And even if he would be angry, he would never be able to move to kill him. He was trying to force Grandpa, too, to fall back on him. Qin Xian had lost his supreme bone and was already a waste. As for him, he was carrying 2 supreme bones and had successfully advanced to the Avatar realm. His future was bright and he was the only leader of the next generation of the Qin family. In public and in private, Grandpa should bow down to him. Snap! The great demon god raised his hand and slapped Qin Hao, saying angrily, no honor, calling your elder brother by his name, attempting to make a move on your elder brother, and already having murderous intentions. You deserve to be beaten. Father. Shangguanya was heartbroken as she hurriedly helped Qin Hao up, looked at Qin Wang, and chided, how are he's still a child? The father is not like the father. The mother is not like the mother. In the eyes of you parents, there is only one child. Qin Hao. Is it not possible that our great-grandson popped out from inside the crack of a stone? Qin Wen looked at this pair of son and daughter-in-law who were once incomparably smooth in the eyes. At this time, only felt indescribably disgusting. You come over. The great demon god pointed his finger at Qin Hao and spoke in an unquestionable cold voice. Shangguanya fearfully protected Qin Hao. Her beautiful eyes flicked to Qin Jinbei, angrily rebuking. Qin Jinbei, you can't protect Qin Xian. Could it be that even Hao? You can't protect him either. Qin Jinbei frowned tightly, looked straight upwards, arched his hand and humbly said, congratulations to father on his promotion to the Saint King realm. You're the head of the clan. I, the king of Qin, should listen to what you have to say. It's just that Hao carries the supreme bone, and has the stature of a great emperor, so no matter what, we can't let your old man make a move on Hao today. Then come and fight. The great demon god rushed up into the sky, and Qin Jinbei's face was tangled into a twist, so he had to follow. All the clan elders of the Qin clan and all of the quasi-saint realm and above within the Qin clan's boundaries, none of them dared to go and watch the battle. 3 hours later, the great demon god returned first, walking towards Qin Hao with a dragon's stride. Father, matriarch, everyone in the Qin family, blocking. Boom! The Saint King realm's aura shook, and everyone, including Shangguanya, flew out backwards. Qin Hao finally panicked at this moment, as if he was selling out in front of Shangguanya. Grandpa, I'm your grandson. Qin Wen's gaze was cold. You grew up with a golden spoon in your mouth. The Qin clan is proud of you. All of this is what you deserve. But our eldest grandson has done nothing wrong. His supreme bone, you can't take it. Our eldest grandson said that he has no father, no mother, no clan. But he didn't say that there is no grandfather like us. This grandfather of ours. If we don't seek justice for our eldest grandson, we might as well die under the claws of that scaly dragon. Puffing, the great demon god reached out, digging into Qin Hao's chest, clutching the supreme bone and ripping it out. At the same time, he stuffed a blood-quality auger dragon dan into Qin Hao's mouth. This auger dragon dan is enough to withstand 100 times of your supreme bone's backlash. With those words, he turned away without further ado. However, Shang Wanya stepped forward in panic and assisted Qin Hao. She looked at the returning Qin Jinbei and roared angrily. Qin Jinbei, are you a dead man? He took Haoer's supreme bone. Do you want Haoer, too, to suffer the death of a broken bone all over again? The backlash of the supreme bone in Qin Hao's body hadn't even started yet, and it was the blood qi that filled up within the Jiaolong Dan that was allowed to cancel it out. Even, he could feel that his physique, facilitated by the Jiaolong Dan, was getting stronger and stronger. Even the mutilated supreme bone was diffusing towards the full version. This Jiaolong Dan is a great tonic. It was so valuable that even a Sing King would be hard-pressed to get one. The flushed Qin Hao, unwilling to have the supreme bone in his hand taken away again, looked at Qin Jinbei and pleaded, Father, that's my supreme bone. Qin Jinbei's brows knitted tightly as he looked at the back of the great demon god and burst into a rage. He tried to kill me. In the battle just now, Qin Wen really wanted to kill him. If he hadn't stopped in time, it would have ended in a lose-lose situation. At that time, without a Saint King to hold down the fort, the entire Qin domain would be in turmoil. From now on, the clan head position is yours, Qin Jinbei. This burial bell is what we ring for ourselves. As he stepped out of the threshold of the Qin King's mansion, the great demon god's ghostly voice resounded beside everyone's ears. He had made up his mind when he rang the funeral bell. Either you get the supreme bone back for his son, or you'll be buried by the Qin family. Having survived, he wasn't half as glad for himself. In his mind was all the pathos of the great-grandson plucking out his bones alive in front of everyone in the Qin family. Those 3 loud knocks were dripping blood from his heart. The staggering back, and the sadness of the saying that where you die and where you are buried, the green hills of the world are all the same. Every now and then, he, the grandfather, suffered a heavy blow to his heart, like a chest being cut open, a heart being plucked out, a wound being cut in it, salt being sprinkled and then kneaded repeatedly in excruciating pain. Little Schwanzi, Grandpa was wrong. Grandpa shouldn't have let you go back to the Qin family. From now on, Grandpa won't let you suffer the slightest bit of aggravation. Grandpa guarantees it with this old life. The great demon god looked towards the Yaoqi Holy Land in the distance. His heart was bitter, and he could no longer hold back his steps out. The great son who had lost his supreme bone would not only suffer from the backlash, but also face the powerlessness of his realm falling. I don't know how much aggravation I'll have to suffer in that Yaoqi Holy Land where all the heavenly pride gathered. If that Mu Qingxue dares to hurt his grandson, he, Qin Wen, will make the Mu domain pay in blood. Chapter 13 Reward arrives. Bountiful harvest. Ho! Yaoqi Holy Land. Clear snow pavilion. Inside the basement, Qin Xian let out a tiger roar and winced as he rolled over and lay beside Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue was like being splashed with sewage. Her eyes showed extreme panic. Her voice changed its accent, and she roared hysterically. Purify! Purify! Immaculate sacred body! Purify me! No! It can't be! Why can't it be purified? How can this be? My immaculate saint body! Why can't I purify the defilement? Mak Qingxue went from roaring in anger to shutting up in despair. Her eyes were dull and mute. In any case, it had never occurred to him that his own immaculate saint body could not actually play a role in front of Qin Xian. One could only allow Qin Xian to do wrong. He could only allow him to use himself as a vessel to vent his heart's emotions. Feel the warmth of the river. Mu Qingxue's heart was like ashes, and she was ashamed. She Mu Qingxue, cleanliness, never with any opposite sex, had the slightest intimate moves. Even that father told to befriend Yifeng, the most she did was to invite him and drink a cup of tea. It was still in the pavilion outside the courtyard of the clear snow pavilion. She hadn't thought about men and women, nor had she ever considered that she would be married. Much less did she ever think that one day, she would marry a woman. But reality, it was like a big joke with her. She, who had always avoided suspicion with the opposite sex, would now be the one to lose her innocence in such a situation. She felt as if her former reserve and cleanliness had become a joke. At Qin Xian's mercy, letting him tease him. A thousand strange positions that until now, when I look back on them, I feel ashamed. The remorse and pain in his heart was unparalleled, like the tides of the ocean, waves following waves coming in and falling heavily, slapping her heart completely out of whack. Noticing the 3-foot blade lying on the ground, her gaze became determined. It has come to this. It would be better to die than to be saved from torture. Mu Qingshue's heart had a death wish. When she wanted to urge her long sword, Qin Xian lifted his foot and stepped on the chest of Langley, who he disliked as being in the way, and threw on the ground, and coldly spoke without looking askance. You can seek death. However, this big devil, too, must go with you. Want to die in front of him? It's not that easy. What's more, keeping Mu Qingxue would be of great use in the future. Mu Qingxue stared at Langley with a grief-stricken expression. If she died, Langley wouldn't be able to survive. Even the Mu family will be affected by her. Demon! You demon! Mu Qingshue's painfully angry voice was heard one after another. Qin Xian didn't change his face until Mu Qingxue regained her senses, and then he couldn't wait to communicate with the system in his mind. Tuzi, it's time to give out rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining perfection of the desolate ancient prison suppression scripture. Congratulations to the host for obtaining perfection of the 9 turns holy soul technique. 2 top-tier saint-grade techniques flowed through Qin Xian's mind in a watery manner, unimpeded by his melting away. The strength of the divine soul has directly skyrocketed by several notches. Even if my current physical body is blown up, I'm still completely capable of turning into a soul cultivator or taking over another body. But this chaotic Hongmeng body of mine, who can break it? With a smile on his lips, Qin Xian glanced at Mu Qingxue, who was still unable to cover a large portion of her whiteness with her hands clasped over her chest, and slowly retracted his gaze, questioning the system. Where is my desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda? This top-tier saint artifact, combined with his desolate ancient prison suppressing scripture, was a major killing weapon, not to mention being included in the tower. Saints he could also suppress. Even if he took the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower and smashed people, he would still be able to cross great realms to kill his enemies. This 2-in-1 treasure, less which one, the killing power will be greatly reduced. He will not give the system the opportunity to pretend to be confused, forced to ask, Unity-son, just tell me if I did it or not. Congratulations, the host has obtained the holy weapon, the ancient prison tower. Qin Xian raised his hand, and within his palm, there was a small 2-story tower, emitting a halo of light as it rotated smoothly on its own. This desolate ancient prison suppressor tower is a defective product. The top is all cracked open. There should have been more than 2 layers of the tower originally. Qin Xian pointed at the crack at the top of the small tower as he was confronting the system. It feels like I paid a lot of money for a defective product. It's a big loss of money. The desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda's complete product rank is above that of an emperor's weapon, and the remnants are only second to an emperor's weapon, so it is issued as a top-tier saint's weapon, a complete grade transcendent emperor artifact. So powerful? That's it. Scraps are scraps. I'll take it begrudgingly. Qin Xian looked like he had suffered a great loss, holding the small tower in a careful scrutiny. In truth, he was happy in his heart. It was like 2 guards, one at the peak of the Saint King realm and the other from the great emperor fall to the peak of the Saint King realm. Either way, he naturally chose the latter. A great emperor of the falling realm, no matter if it was his undercard or his vision, it was by no means comparable to the peak of the Saint King realm. What's more, the full version of a top-tier sacred artifact that doesn't have a path to promotion? The crippled version of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower might be upgraded someday. When he found the parts, Qin Xian's gaze darted around the basement. Staring at the burial sacred nail in front of Langley's chest, he leaped forward, curious in his heart. Who was hard between this thing and the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower? Don't mess around. What you're holding is a top-tier saint artifact. Once it collides with the Thunder Prison Peak's burial saint nail, it'll destroy the unsullied sacred body's boundary in no time. And at that time, everything will be exposed. The exhausted Mu Qingxue saw through Qin Xian's small mind and with great difficulty raised her hand, busily dissuading him. Qin Xian twisted his head and laughed evilly. You really are a roundworm in my stomach. Well, since you said so, I won't force myself. There was no rush to test the power of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower. Eating his words, he stared at Mu Qingxue, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, and said, but I'll fulfill one of your demands, and you'll have to fulfill one of mine. Mu Qingxue scowled and moved her petite body, clasping her hands to her chest and uttered in helpless distress, what do you want to do again? Qin Xian pointed his finger at Mu Qingxue. You, outside the clear snow pavilion, a blue-skirted young girl, with angry eyes, walked with the wind. Behind him followed several Yang mirror deacons from Thunder Prison Peak, and wherever they passed, the disciples of the Holy Land made way. Beside the young girl, following, was none other than Yifeng, who had previously been beaten by Qin Xian. The disciples of the Holy Land who had gathered here were talking a lot when they saw such a sight. Qingning from Thunder Prison Peak, the daughter of Elder Qing from the Hall of Rewarding Good and Punishing Evil. She's obviously coming over this time to stand up for Yifeng. TSK, a Wind Thunder Saint body. Obviously has a great prospect, but misses someone else's Qin Xian's fiancé. Was beaten up by Qin Xian. The heart can't get angry, but also find a woman to come over to take the lead. Disgraceful disgrace to the family. Qingning has always been arrogant and domineering in Thunder Prison Peak, and is the only daughter of Elder Qing, and in all matters, there are sage elders behind the scenes, which has nurtured her spiteful and barbaric character. On this trip, he also purposely brought 2 Yang mirror deacons with him, clearly intending to strongly suppress Qin Xian of the Divine Profound Realm. Qin Xian is going to be out of luck, in public and in private. He's not a disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land and shouldn't have taken a shot at Yifeng. Qingning turned a deaf ear as she walked to the front of the crowd, staring at the Qingshui Pavilion's plaque. The corners of her mouth flicked in disdain. Then she shouted in a chilling voice, "Qin Xian, injuring my Thunder Prison Peak disciples, get the hell out of here." Chapter 14, One Finger Suppression. Inside the clear snow pavilion, Qin Xian, who had changed into a set of robes, walked out unhurriedly. He straightened his belt, slowly looked up, glanced at Qingning, and said irritably, "Which one of you is it?" Qingning proudly raised her snow-white neck, clasped her hands to her chest, and coldly snorted, "I am Thunder Prison Peak's true disciple Qingning. You bullied my Thunder Prison Peak's disciple, Yifeng, and seriously injured him. According to the iron law of Yaoqi Holy Land, you deserve to be apprehended." Qingning, the daughter of luck, detected. The reminder voice in his mind caused Qin Xian to light up. The whirlwind dawned on him. No wonder a fault finder popped up out of nowhere. So it's the daughter of Qi, and by the looks of it, it seems to be a hot-tempered one. The son of luck, adhering to the great luck of heaven and earth, has a few good-looking, is also a very reasonable thing. Obviously this Thunder Prison Peak's true disciple, Qingning, was the one who had come over to stand up for Yifeng. Do you know why I struck out at Yifeng in public? Qin Xian pointed remotely at the onlookers on the side. Among these people, if you casually find one to ask, you will also know that I had a reason for what happened. He was now getting a taste of sweetness from Mu Qingshue's body. After capturing Mu Qingshue, he was rewarded with a huge one-time villain value of $300,000. Each proffer afterward was able to be rewarded with 1,000 points. Daughters of Qi, that's more than enough. There are benefits, and he enjoys them. Didn't intend to tear his face off with Qingning, thinking of solving the problem properly, and maybe, soon, another large amount of villainous value would arrive. Qingning turned a deaf ear. I don't care what excuses you have. In the boundaries of my Yaoqi Holy Land, one should abide by the Holy Land's iron laws. You injure my Thunder Prison Peak disciples, one should be suppressed for 30 years. She didn't have the idea of having to listen to Qin Xian's defense and sentenced him on the spot. Is the Yaoqi Holy Land run by your family? 30 years of suppression if you say so? Qin Xian's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Qingning, who had superior posture and a decent figure in front of him, with more than a few points of dissatisfaction, and asked rhetorically, "Do you know who I am?" Qingning laughed coldly and said with disdain, "Naturally, I know, the Grand Prince of the Qin Wangfu of the Xiang Empire. If it was a few days ago, I might not have dared to do anything to you, but now it's well known throughout the Qin clan boundary that you, Qin Xian, bullied the maids in the Qin clan, scolded the house slaves to the point of crippling, and was even more jealous of the supreme bone in your younger brother Qin Hao's body, and struck out to severely injure him. You wanted to snatch the supreme bone from your brother Qin Hao's body, and you were stopped on the spot by the king of Qin, who not only deprived you of that supreme bone from your body, but also expelled you from the Qin family. You are now but an outcast of the Qin family, and you want to press me with your identity?" After a few words, the Holy Land disciples around them were all stunned. Qingning is this strong, so it turns out he came prepared. This guy Qin Xian is really inappropriate. He even bullied the maids and scolded the house slaves. He's a second-generation son who bullies people. He deserved to be expelled from the Qin family. Even the supreme bone has been stripped away. What right does he have to flaunt his power in my Yaoan Holy Land? Listening to the others' comments, Qingning's heart was filled with high-mindedness. She dared to be this forceful. Naturally she had investigated Qin Xian's life. Otherwise, if you offend the Qin family, won't you cause trouble for your father again? This time would be different. Qin Xian had already been expelled by the king of Qin, and by capturing him in the process, she would not only be able to harvest the goodwill of senior brother Yi Feng, but also be able to make the king of Qin look at her one more time. Maybe, even her father would give her a thumbs up. Qin Xian, violating the iron laws of my Yaohe Holy Land. Follow me back to Thunder Prison Peak to be punished. Qingning walked with the wind, carrying Thunder Jail Peak's special demon chain in his hand, dragging it on the ground with a clatter. Qin Xian looked at Qingning, who came to his heels, raised his hand and slapped out an ear. His face cold. Gave you face? You dare to hit me? Qingning covered her red, swollen cheeks and yelled lowly in disbelief. She'd never been hit in her entire life. Even her father couldn't spare a hand to beat her. Splat! Qin Xian backhanded another slap out. Looking at the Thunder Prison Peak deacons who were displaying angry faces and constantly approaching, he decisively choked Qingning's neck, forcefully shutting her up, and threatened in a chilling voice, "If any of you dare to take a step forward, I'll pinch her to death." It wasn't true that this Qi Lux's daughter in his hand was good looking, and her figure wasn't bad either, or she was someone with a background, but she didn't have the eyes to see that Qin Xian's thoughts had changed again. There are plenty of women with good fortune, so why stare at the one in front of you and not miss it? The next one is better behaved. Qin Xian, let go of me. Let go of senior sister Qingning. If you dare to hurt her in the slightest, I'll take your life. Yi Feng, who was at the back, saw that senior sister Qingning had been captured and hurriedly rushed forward, like a rabid dog, barking furiously towards Qin Xian. Don't look at his angry face, but he was actually happy in his heart. Qin Xian was looking for death. Without the Qin family's shelter, he still dared to repeatedly lay down a vicious hand in the Yaohe Holy Land. This time it was more of a kick in the teeth. Senior sister Qingning was the only daughter of Elder Qing of Thunder Prison Peak, and was spoiled beyond measure. If Elder Qing knew what had happened here, Qin Xian would die 10 deaths. Standing out at this time? Qin Xian held a smile at the corner of his mouth and spoke out playfully. You, the inner disciple of Thunder Prison Peak, really do know how to judge the situation. Letting Qingning stand up for you while you yourself are hiding in the back as a spectator. What's the matter? You're using your own senior sister Qingning as a standout, aren't you? Are you now particularly hoping that I'll crush her to death, so that the person behind her can directly kill me? As Qin Xian's words fell, thinking carefully, all the people around him locked their eyes on Yi Feng with inexplicable meanings. Even the two Thunder Prison Peak deacons were no exception. They also felt that they, too, had become knives in Yi Feng's hands. Yi Feng was shocked and roared out, "Don't talk nonsense!" He dodged and cupped up a regrettable mountain fist seal, slamming it into Qin Xian's face. Among the same realm of Thunder Prison Peak, he could be called unrivaled. Bearing the wind and thunder saint body, he was able to easily cross the ranks and kill his enemies. Unfortunately, he had encountered Qin Xian, a villain who possessed a 10,000 body invulnerable physique. Wulua light smoke palm. Qin Xian slapped out his palm, and the bizarre palm force destroyed and shattered Yi Feng's immortal white robe. Let him lie down in broad daylight, naked, in front of everyone. Dry fingers. Without giving Yi Feng any time to react, Qin Xian pointed to the sky with one finger. Thunder clouds rolled in, and from amongst the thunder clouds, a thick finger fell with a thunderous force, puffing, chicken and egg. The Qinkuan finger that broke through the thunderclouds actually pressed Yi Feng's fatal weak point into the dirt and precisely shattered 2 eggs. Chapter 15, Yin and Yang of the Desolate Ancient Town. Qin Xian, I am at war with you. I want you dead. Yi Feng lowered his head and looked at the destroyed root, as if he was struck by lightning. In his eye sockets, blood instantly wrapped around his eyeballs. Furious, he slapped the ground with one hand. His Yuan power shook, and straightened up, his legs glaring into the void. His 2 hands like the claws of a life-supporting dragon, grasping at Qin Xian's neck. It's already in a fighting stance. Slow, still slow, too slow. Qin Xian tackled Qingning with one hand, while the other kept pawing away Yi Feng's dragon-clawed hand. His gaze indifferent, idly walking, not putting it in his eyes at all. Chaotic Hongmeng body heavenly kills all bodies. Yi Feng's ability to reverse the deity realm didn't work at all with him. Wasn't it rumored that Qin Xian's supreme bone had already been stripped by King Qin? Why is this guy still so strong, so ridiculously strong? Even Yi Feng, who is equipped with the Wind Thunder Saint body, is being teased like a child in his hands? The disciples of the Holy Land who had gathered around were all filled with suspicion, looking at Qin Xian's blandly playing with Yi Feng's expression. It was like a master teaching his disciple. It's not even a level of sparring. Sky Dragon split heart claw. Yi Feng, who had never been able to get close, blocked Qin Xian's left hand at the cost of breaking an arm, and then pulled out a claw, pouncing directly on Qin Xian's chest. This claw was enough to penetrate the chest cavity and crush the heart if it hit. Qin Xian put down Xingning and blasted out with a fist. Boom! An ordinary punch hit the heavenly dragon split heart claw. Away from the drumming, Yi Feng's body exploded with trembling. His 5 fingers spread out and his bones trembled. Is that all you've got? And you dare to fight against me? Qin Xian took a step earlier, choked Yi Feng's neck, lifted him up in mid-air, and backhanded him with a slap. Aren't you good at screaming? Keep screaming. Why can't you scream? Under the huge force, Yi Feng's neck was pinched to the point that his tendons were visible. On his forehead, the veins were bulging. The corners of his mouth continued to overflow with blood. Yi Feng swallowed and laughed sardonically. Qin Xian, you've been tricked. Senior sister Chang Ning is out of the trap. The onlookers of the Holy Land disciples sniffed and turned their heads to see Chang Ning hiding behind the 2 deacons, and all of them had a glint in their eyes as they came to a sudden realization. It turns out that from the very beginning, Yi Feng never wanted to beat Qin Xian. He's trying to force Qin Xian to let go of Qingning. He did it. Now that there are no worries, the Deacon of Thunder Prison Peak is able to strike. Yin Yang Realm, a full span of a great realm. Qin Xian is finished. Chang Ning, who had returned to the crowd, stroked her white neck and spoke angrily towards the 2 deacons. What are you guys still standing there for? Quickly take action. Kill Qin Xian. Kill him. If senior brother Yi Feng makes the slightest mistake, I won't let you guys off the hook. The 2 deacons glanced at each other and slowly took a step forward, their expressions cold and unquestionable. Qin Xian, stop. Let go of Yi Feng and follow us back to Thunder Prison Peak to be punished. Otherwise today, you will die. Qin Xian weighed Yi Feng in his hand. You don't care about his death? The 2 deacons' expressions grew colder and colder. If he dies, you will die. What's the matter? You guys think you're winning? Qin Xian threw Yi Feng dozens of feet away like a dead dog, hooking a finger towards the 2 deacons. If you want to catch me, let's see if you have that ability. Nocturnal, a small avatar realm. How dare you take liberties in front of us deacons? A deacon's arm shook and a demon locking chain was held in his palm as he walked out in a dragon's stride. Ignoring any of Qin Xian's killing moves, he flung with force. The chains crackled, and the yin and yang qi stained the demon chain's circumference, transforming into a cage that covered the 4 directions and shrouded densely towards Qin Xian. This is the Thunder Prison Peak's demon suppressing cage, created by the Peak Master, which is not strong in killing and injuring, but has the great power of imprisonment. Once trapped, celestial realm powerhouses, for a short period of time, were helpless. Below the celestial realm, it was even more so that one could only wait for death. Qin Xian pointed toward the middle of the sky. Look at the top of your head? The Yin-Yang Realm Deacon did not look askance. Sculpture and small skills. How dare you show off your skills? Boom! As soon as the words fell, from high in the sky, a lofty, ancient and magnificent peak fell down with a loud bang. Without any hindrance, the Yin-Yang Realm Deacon smashed into the ground. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them, and only after fixing their eyes on it did they realize that what was suppressing the Yin-Yang Realm Deacon was not some giant peak at all, but a 2-story ancient tower. Ancient, majestic, grand, vast. Just the overflow of breath alone caused these Holy Land disciples who were close by to feel like they were carrying heavy weights, with dense beads of sweat overflowing from their foreheads. The other Yin-Yang Mirror Deacon who was closest to him was even more terrified. This is a saint artifact, or a top-tier saint artifact. Good eyesight. Qin Xian gave a thumbs up in praise and rewarded. For the sake of your knowledge of the goods, I'll reward you with a day trip to the desolate ancient prison town tower. Go. Qin Xian's fingers moved slightly, and the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower rose up into the air like a giant peak, locking onto its target and suppressing it towards the deacon. With the consummate desolate ancient prison suppressing scripture by his side, Qin Xian was like an arm's length to this top-tier holy weapon, smashing wherever he pointed. No! The Yin-Yang Realm Deacon was so alarmed that he couldn't even take care of Chang Ning, and fled in a panic as he hurriedly fled wildly through the air. A good show of taking lives and running for your life. The Deacon of the Yin-Yang Realm escaped, and the ancient prison tower of the desert town pursued him. He's on the ropes. Boom! 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 High in the sky, the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower kept falling. The might of the holy weapon was unrivaled, and the Deacon of the Yin-Yang Mirror was suddenly smashed to the ground, and then suddenly rose up in the air, reciprocating a dozen times. He froze and didn't fly 3 miles. Being teased and fluffed up is so bad. This desolate ancient prison suppressing tower is good, worthy of being a top-level holy weapon. Even the Yin-Yang Mirror is able to suppress it, 1 level higher. I'm afraid that if I want to forcefully suppress the celestial realm, I'm afraid that it'll be a bit difficult, but as long as I can swindle the enemy into the tower, The saints will have to bow down and admit their faults to me, the arch-villain, when they come. Almost testing out the limits of smashing people with a small tower, Qin Xian no longer paid attention to the deacon who had taken the road. With a smile like a spring breeze on his face, he walked over to the wretched Yi Feng and squatted down in front of him, stretching out his hand and smacking his face hard twice. It's this time of the day, and you actually took the time to put your clothes back on? Yi Feng gritted his teeth in hatred, his face suffocating into a saucy red color. If you have the ability, kill me, planning to die together, ha? Qin Xian shook his head disinterestedly. Why can't you stop for a while with that little mind of yours? It's hard to believe that you really think that you saved Qingning from me? I don't want her to go. She's going to have to behave and be choked in my hands. You're not taking this seriously, are you? Yi Feng was so infuriated that a mouthful of blood surged to his heart, clenching his fists tightly as he growled and hissed. What exactly do you want to do? What he thought was a successful plan was, unbeknownst to him, just a deliberate act by Qin Xian, in order to make him desperate. Kill and kill. Qin Xian spoke his heartfelt words in a rare manner. I'm just purposely going against you. The more upset you are, the happier I am. You. Yi Feng raised his hand and pointed at Qin Xian as a mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth, his breath becoming more and more withered. Anger, hatred, thirst for killing, hopelessness, complex and diverse emotions, converged on Yi Feng's face, making him look extraordinarily hysterical and desperate. Yes, that's the look. Qin Xian clapped his hands. I like this look of yours when you look at me and can't do anything about it. Chapter 16, The Sage's Intent to Kill. Pust. Yi Feng opened his mouth and wow, another large mouthful of heart blood spewed out. He was so grief-stricken and furious that he could hardly bear this strange shame, and he almost fainted. Qing Ning, who was on the side, clenched her small fists with iron tightness and growled angrily. Qin Xian, you've had enough. You devil, expelled from the Qin family, you have fallen into madness. Now you are even bullying my Yaoan Holy Land disciples. You shall not die. Even if you were to go mad and bewildered, the Qin family would no longer recognize you as an outcast. Qin Xian slowly averted his gaze from Yi Feng's face and stared slyly at the screaming Qing Ning. He got up and approached step by step. Forgot this about you and started fooling around? Qing Ning trembled lightly, looking at the Yin-Yang realm deacon not far away who was still being chased by the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. She braced herself and blurted out, this is in the holy land of Yao Qi. How dare you do anything to me? Qin Xian wore a smile like a spring breeze. Smoking you is still daring. At this time, within the Qingxue pavilion, Mu Qingxue, who had already bathed several times and still found her body filthy and unbearable, finally appeared. She was extraordinarily embarrassed and tried to touch her cheeks to see if there was something dirty that she hadn't washed off under the gaze of the crowd. Exhaling a breath, Mu Qingxue suppressed her inner disgust as much as possible, and angrily rebuked towards Qin Xian. Qin Xian, what else do you want to do? Do you want to turn my Qingxue pavilion upside down before you're happy? Pretty much. Qin Xian glanced at Mu Qingxue, whose body was floating and convex. Not to mention, the flavor is even better in a bodice. It felt like the arc of consummation behind Mu Qingxue was getting more and more erect. I don't know if it's due to the first-time woman's rhyme or if it's just swollen from the bump. Stop. I won't allow you to continue to do wrong in front of the clear snow pavilion. You are not a disciple of the Holy Land. If you are bent on having your way again, even I will have to act impartially and will never tolerate you to continue to cause chaos. Mu Qingxue couldn't wait to suppress this demon who had destroyed her innocence on the spot, but she didn't dare, and she didn't have that power. Qingxue, there's no need to talk too much. This son has a ruthless mind. The fact that you can recognize his true nature already relieves me. When Yi Feng saw Mu Qingxue speaking freely for him, his heart was as sweet as eating honey. Even the egg pain in his crotch was much sharper. He said worriedly, Qingxue, don't invite trouble for no reason. Hate. Yi Feng hated that he was so weak that he couldn't even defeat Qin Xian, much less protect the woman he loved. Get stronger. He must get stronger. He wanted to ruthlessly trample Qin Xian under his feet so that he could no longer be arrogant. An extreme desire to become stronger, like a blazing fire, burned within Yi Feng's chest. His Yuan power began to bulge and boil more and more. Already seriously injured, he was actually about to break through to the Avatar realm in this state of despair with the addition of his transcendent willpower. Truly worthy of being a son of Qi, just by being given a dose of chicken blood by Mu Qingxue, he's actually going to break through. Qin Xian noticed Yi Feng's change and sked. He would not let go of this great wool-gathering opportunity and intended to harden Yi Feng's realm. As he walked towards Yi Feng, boom! A loud bang came. The desolate ancient prison-suppressing pagoda that had chased down the yin-yang mirror deacon not far away smashed in front of Qin Xian with a roar. shaking the ground like an earth dragon turning over. The crowd looked back, only to see miles of clear sky. All of a sudden the thunderclouds rolled. Under the thick and dense thunderclouds, a body around the radiant and dazzling, like a great sun-like vast figure. Su approaching. That's Elder Chang from Thunder Prison Peak. At this critical moment, Elder Ching has unexpectedly returned, and everyone knows that Elder Ching dotes on this only daughter, Ching Ning, while Qin Xian has humiliated Ching Ning on several occasions, and has also utilized a holy artifact to suppress the Thunder Prison Peak Deacon. It's heavenly hatred. Even if Qin Xian is holding a saint artifact, he's merely an avatar realm, and in front of a saint, he's like a mole cricket that can be destroyed with the flip of a palm. Thunder Prison Peak Elder Qing's gaze was like thunderbolt bursts as he stared at Qin Xian below, his voice exploding like thunder. Thief, injuring my father's beloved daughter and oppressing Thunder Prison Peak's deacons. When the crime of death, he had already moved to kill, and his saintly aura was on display, like the white moon. In a moment, it could wipe out Qin Xian's rice grain of splendor. Father, kill him, kill him, Cheng Ning called out intimately, gritting her teeth, itching to break Qin Xian into pieces. Rapture flowed from Yifeng's eyes. Elder Chang returned and Qin Xian was finished. If you don't die, you will be completely suppressed in the Thunder Prison Peak and will never be able to get out. At that time, without Qin Xian as a roadblock, between him and Mu Qingxue, wouldn't it be a two-way street? With this thought, Yifeng looked at Mu Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face and his gaze became more and more infatuated. Elder Chang chilled his voice and shouted angrily, "Why don't the thieves tie their hands?" Thunderclouds rolled in. Appalling. The pressure of a saint, just spilling out the slightest bit, made everyone present as if they were burdened with a huge mountain. Facing the strong pressure of the sage, Qin Xian snorted out a laugh instead of retreating. Want to capture me? We also have to see if you, a saint, have the ability to do so. Desolate Ancient Prison Suppressor Tower. Suppress me. Qin Xian raised his hand and used the Desolate Ancient Prison Suppressor scripture to catalyze the small tower, its power skyrocketing by more than 100 times. The small tower, the size of a mountain, rose up into the air, expanding 10,000 times in size. Once it fell, it was enough to destroy half of this living area. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the top-tier saint weapon, ferociously and unparalleled, rushed towards Elder Chang. Dang, 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 the two were high in the air, and every collision was earth-shattering. The thunderclouds that covered the clear sky all let that saintly aura wash away. It was also too far away from the ground. Otherwise, just the breath vibration dispersal was enough to shock the strongest group of spectators on the ground who were not at the celestial realm, to the point where they bled from their 7 orifices. The great Buddha hand. Elder Ching was smashed by the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda and came to have a true temper. With a slap of his palm, the saint's seal slammed into the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. This small tower was ultimately catalyzed by Qin Xian, unable to exert its true strength. Being struck, it shriveled up sharply and spun backwards to return to Qin Xian's face. Thief, you rely on this demonic artifact and have done many evil things. This father will act on behalf of heaven today and take away this demonic artifact of yours. Elder Chang stared at the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda with indescribable shock. A small avatar realm, urging a holy weapon, could actually make him go all out. What horror! Even the top-tier saint weapons were nothing more than that at most. Red-eyed is red-eyed, and you're still acting on behalf of the heavens. You don't even want your old face anymore, do you? Qin Xian snorted, not putting Elder Qing's bull *** in his eyes at all. He looked at the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower held in his palm, unable to speak of his satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Being hit by a saint's killing move, the user actually didn't even have a backlash of it, just undefeatable without the slightest breakage, worthy of being the existence of a complete product beyond an emperor's artifact. Bold, the holy is not to be dishonored. Elder Chang was furious, flipping his hand a large palm with bright golden light, shattering the void and grabbing towards Qin Xian. Qin Xian walked unhurriedly to Mu Qingxue's side and transmitted his voice with an evil smile. Fairy Qingxue, you don't want your hiding of the devil to be known by the holy land of Yaoqi, do you? Chapter 17. Mu Qingxue forced to reveal her cards. Qin Xian's voice was like a magic sound to the ears. Let Mu Qingxue can't help but recall the heartbreaking aggravation of screaming in the basement just now. Like the despair of letting endless darkness envelop him, he could only endure Qin Xian's endless destruction and torture. At this moment, as long as she stood out and revealed Qin Xian's true colors, he shall die. But Mu Qingxue dare not. She can disregard their own lives, but do not want to let the rescuer Langley, followed by the death. Even more so, he didn't dare to gamble with the future of the Mu family. You can't bet on it, much less afford it. Treacherous, wicked, and rebellious thief. I can't wait to skin you, eat your flesh, and drink your blood. Mu Qingxue hissed lowly. She clenched her small fists, her chest rising and falling dramatically, her back teeth nearly crumbling with hatred, but had to stand up and speak against his will. Elder Chang. No. Mu Qingxue tilted her face, her white and crystal skin, in the sunlight, was as clear as jade. Her appearance was already absolutely beautiful, her posture was exquisite, her curves were exquisite, and in the holy land of Yaoqi, her beauty was known far and wide. Not only did Yifeng regard Mu Qingxue as a scale, but there were also many heavenly prides that only dared to climb a sentence with him in their dreams. Elder Chang frowned and spoke out in dissatisfaction. Mu Qingxue, you're going to block my father? He withdrew his holy power in time, unwilling to harm Mu Qingxue. Mu Qingxue shook her head. It's not a block. Qin Xian he shot out to injure Yifeng and humiliate senior sister Qingning. This matter is indeed not false. Violating the iron laws of the Holy Land deserves severe punishment. But he had a reason for what happened. All of this, all because of Yifeng. He blocked Qin Xian from entering the Qingxue pavilion for no reason, and proclaimed that I was going to withdraw my marriage to Qin Xian, fabricated the facts, and purposely disturbed Qin Xian's state of mind, and my fiancé's heart was furious, and he was forced to take action, and rightfully so. Mu Qingxue's heart trembled as she said those words. She's talking out of her ass, no matter how reluctant. I dare not reveal the slightest hint of my true thoughts. This matter had already become a big deal. If Qin Xian wasn't taken off cleanly, even she couldn't protect Qin Xian. When did this happen? Elder Chang looked indifferent and didn't want to blame Yifeng, but continued to stare at Mu Qingxue. Then why did he bully Qing Ning and suppress the Thunder Prison Peak Deacon? Mu Qingxue gritted her teeth and said stiffly, Senior Sister Qingning has come here and directly struck out to suppress Qin Xian for 30 years without asking any questions. Anyone else would have struck out in anger. The two deacons are even more devoid of any idea of investigation, and are suspected of bullying others. Qin Xian he did strike out, but he stood to reason from the beginning to the end. Just because this is the holy land of Yaoqi, we can't disregard the thoughts of outsiders and use the laws to force others. If word spreads outside the holy land, how will the onlookers view my holy land of Yaoqi? Could it be that you want to think that my Yaoan holy land is setting up its own laws and going against the Xiang Empire? Mu Qingxue snapped a big hat onto the saint's head, causing Elder Qing's complexion to grow more and more morose. Father, this Mu Qingxue is defending her fiancé. They're a pair of dogs working together. Qin Xian hit me so hard that my face is still raw from the beating. Father, you can't let him go. It must be severely punished without mercy. Qing Ning was furious and pressurized towards Elder Chang, spilling his guts and disregarding the slightest bit of etiquette. Enough! Elder Chang spoke angrily, stopping Qing Ning's rant. He was helpless in his heart. This daughter of his, compared to Mu Qingxue, was simply not up to par. But he only had one daughter. How could he let her suffer half a bit? Let's leave this matter aside for now. This thief has dared to strike out at this honored one, and is already guilty of a capital crime. Elder Chang pronounced the sentence without any doubt. Today, even you cannot stop this father from suppressing this thief. For the sake of his daughter, Elder Ching completely tore his face off, sparing this old man's face. He also wanted to kill Qin Xian on the spot. Mu Qingxue twisted her head in distress and glared hatefully at Qin Xian. Hate him for causing trouble. Hate him for his evil deeds. Hated him even more for wasting his precious means of preserving his life. Since that's the case, then Qingxue is not at liberty to say more. From within her storage ring, Mu Qingxue took out a summoning talisman. Her beautiful eyes filled with flesh pain as she crushed it on the spot. The summoning talisman transformed into a stream of light, and at an extreme speed unattainable by saints, it disappeared into the 10,000 swords peak of the Yaoqi Holy Land in the distance. Within a breath, everyone who had no way of noticing it still caught with their eyes that above Mu Qingxue's head, stepping into the air stood a magnificent figure, his entire body, like a sharp sword. The sword intent spread across the sky, seemingly wanting to stir up this piece of sky above his head. Greetings, Peak Master. Greetings, Peak Master. Seeing the visitor, everyone present, including Elder Chang, bent down in unison to bow. This one's position was enough to make a saint bow down. He was the current Peak Master of 10,000 Swords Peak, a top powerhouse of the Saint King realm. Up, the 10,000 Swords Peak Master indifferently whispered softly, and the holy power held up the crowd who were about to kneel, their backs straightening once again. He calmly looked at Mu Qingxue and faintly said, "This seat owes your father a favor. Are you sure you want to use it at this time?" Mu Qingxue's expression was firm. Qin Xian he hasn't made any mistakes. He shouldn't be punished. I hope that the Peak Master will do justice. Good. This Qin Xian. This seat is guaranteed. The 10,000 Swords Peak Master spoke softly, with a golden tongue. Elder Cheng said stiffly, Lord Peak Master. Swish. The 10,000 Swords Peak Master raised his hand, and several streams of light disappeared into the hands of Qingning, Yi Feng, the two Yin-Yang realm deacons, and Elder Cheng. These pills, which are given to you as compensation, have the effect of breaking through your divine aptitude, reshaping your foundation, healing your injuries, and advancing to the middle stage of sainthood. What Cheng Ning had gotten was a divine power pill, which was enough to allow her to advance to the divine power realm. Yi Feng's, on the other hand, was the holy Dan of flesh and white bone, which was able to remake his broken egg. What the two deacons got was just a simple healing elixir. The one in Elder Qing's hand, on the other hand, was a true chance, a true 9-turn sacred elixir, enough to allow him, with only half a step to go, to step into the middle stage of the sage realm. Even for this saint, his breathing became rapid when he received such an expensive elixir. By the law of the Peak Master, Elder Chang was the first to concede, and the four of them, Yi Feng, didn't dare to have half a word of complaint. The Master of 10,000 Swords peeked through the summoning talisman to Mu Qingxue again. This matter is not enough for this seat to return the favor. In the future, if you have any worries about your life, crush this talisman and it will save your life. This 10,000 Swords Peak Master came and went quickly. One word and no one dares to follow it. The matter has been finalized. Hiss. Some onlookers of the Holy Land disciples drew a breath of cold air, and could not hide their shock. Fairy Qingxue's father, actually with the 10,000 Swords Peak Master, has this kind of friendship, which has never been heard of before. It is really unimaginable. The most unbelievable thing is that Fairy Qingxue actually used the favor of the same king realm for Qin Xian, who rumored that Fairy Qingxue was going to withdraw from the marriage. If I knew who was spreading rumors, I wouldn't hammer his dog's head off. Such actions clearly confirm Fairy Qingxue's acknowledgement of the existence of the marriage contract. Already sees Qin Xian as his future husband. Some people glanced at Ji Feng and snorted, and trying to dig up someone's corner, not realizing that you've dug up iron. Earlier, when Fairy Qingxue came out to rebuke Qin Xian, I thought she was defending Yi Feng. Only now did I see clearly that everything was Fairy Qingxue's efforts to protect Qin Xian. She didn't want her future husband to make a big deal out of it, fearing that it would get out of hand and worrying about Qin Xian getting hurt. That's why she was thinking of putting things to rest. Wishful thinking and self-importance. And the Wind Thunder Saint body? Simply lowly. Chapter 18 Yi Feng's Heartbreak. The sound of obscenities, constantly falling into the ears. In Yi Feng's chest, there was anger attacking his heart, and his face was suffocating into a reddish-purple color. Pus, a mouthful of blackened and tainted blood spewed out, and at the same time, lingering around Yi Feng's body, the unrivaled and absolutely powerful Qi Flame fell apart and gradually withered. The opportunity to touch the barrier and be on the verge of advancing to the Avatar realm disappeared with it. Why? Why yes, you clearly told me in the first place that you were going to back out of the marriage. Why did you have to die to protect Qin Xian again today? Unwilling. I'm unwilling. Yi Feng looked at Mu Qingxue's slinky back. His eyes glazed over and lines of blood wrapped around his eyeballs without realizing it. He had a pair of iron fists, clenched so tightly that he didn't even realize that his nails were embedded in his flesh. The veins on his forehead were rippling, as if he was possessed. Senior brother Yi Feng. Qing Ning came to Yi Feng's side and hung her head in self-condemnation. It's because I'm useless. Yi Feng turned a deaf ear and stared straight at Qin Xian. I want him to die. Qing Ning had the same deep hatred. The 10,000 Swords Peak Master is protecting Mu Qingxue. I just can't believe that he won't leave the Qingxue Pavilion in this lifetime. I'll never let him go. Being watched by Yi Feng and Cheng Ning, Qin Xian, without any pressure of smooth hands, wrapped his arms around the slender waist of Mu Qingxue's surplice, beside its ear, smiled and said, I'm very happy that you're relieving me of my worries, but the tone of the accusation that you came out to accuse me of earlier, I'm very uncomfortable. The promotion opportunity of Yi Feng, the son of Qi, disappears, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 10,000. The son of Qi, Yi Feng, is estranged from Mu Qingxue, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 18,000. The rewards arrived, and Qin Xian received them with peace of mind. He came up to the ear of Mu Qingxue, who was resisting the intimate contact, and blew a mouthful of hot air on the crystalline earlobe. You're resisting so much. Is it hard to believe that you want outsiders to know that there are unspeakable secrets between you and me? Mu Qingxue was like being struck by lightning, like a puppet on a string. Let Qin Xian ring around her. Her teeth clenched tightly, angrily voiced, If I don't show up to accuse, you are afraid that you are going to set the entire Qingshui pavilion off. If not for the master of 10,000 swords peak stepping in, being locked by the saint's murderous intent, today, even if you're holding the holy weapon, you're also bound to die. That's true, but I survived, didn't I? You Yaohe Holy Land, shouldn't they all be holy mothers? That 10,000 swords peak master has shown up, actually giving back the goodies. A direct slap wouldn't be the end of the matter? 10,000 swords peak master, Saint King realm cultivation. It's amazing that you have to compensate for good things when you step in to bail someone out. Cultivating to such a profound realm is for you to reason? A big fist. That's what it's all about. In his place, who dares to disobey? A slap to death on the end of the matter. Gabbing so much for what? Mu Qingxue rolled her eyes in disgust. Elder Qing has a high position in Thunder Prison Peak and represents the face of Thunder Prison Peak. It's hard to believe that you're trying to make the master of 10,000 swords peak go to war with Thunder Prison Peak internally for the sake of you. An outsider? So, the Thunder Prison Peak master is fierce? Anyway, hot-tempered. Why do you care so much? You're not a disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Qin Xian playfully reached out and pinched on Mu Qingshue's rounded buttocks. You and I are husband and wife in the same body. You're a true disciple of the Yaohe Holy Land, so I'm naturally an insider as well. Mu Qingxue twisted her head, ashamed and embarrassed. Who's in the same body as your husband and wife? Qin Xian, if you continue to act so wrongfully, don't blame me for breaking the net with you. Ha! Back to the house. No return. Cold. Mu Qingxue bit her brightly colored red lips. If her gaze could kill, Qin Xian would already be full of holes at this point. Closing the two doors of her boudoir, Mu Qingxue put her back against the door bolt and said in annoyance, Qin Xian, you've gotten out what you should have gotten out, and you've gotten the person you should have gotten. The Yaohe Holy Land is not a place for you to stay for long. What are you doing here if you don't leave and still rely on it? Moving to threaten her with Lang Li, she was now taking one wrong step at a time. Her fatal weakness was being pinpointed, and she was like a plaything, unable to escape Qin Xian's control. As a courtesy, I'll give you a reward for helping me out of my predicament. Mu Qingxue hated her teeth. Before you made a scene, you clearly had already thought of using my connections to set things right. Anyway, if you help, I have to reward you. Qin Xian said that he would not listen to it, and the Wangba recited the sutra and slapped his palm. Wulua light smoke palm. Qin Xian, you bastard. Inappropriate person. I can't wait to cut you alive. Eat your flesh and drink your blood. Mu Qingxue stormed out, her delicate body trembling. Qin Xian was like drinking fake wine. As far as the eye could see, it was as if Mu Qingxue had given birth to 3 heads, all of which were trembling about. Swallowing hard, he bullied his way in. As you wish. Reward the host with a villain value of plus 1,000. 1 hour plus 1 incense burner passed. Outside the house, Xiaolan softly said from the doorway, Miss, it's time to eat. Come in. Qin Xian waved his hand and the door opened automatically. The maid, Xiaolan, carried 3 jade dishes of delicacies on a jade tray and fearfully entered the boudoir. Upon seeing the delicate silhouette wrapped in the futon beside Qin Xian, her mouth opened wide enough to stuff a ham in fear. To bring you food. Qin Xian gave a precise slap to Mu Qingxue's ass in the futon. Mu Qingxue's angry voice. Get out. Xiaolan quickly nodded. Miss, I'll go out now. Come back. Qin Xian faintly whispered. Xiaolan could neither go nor stay, and could only turn back, saying with a bitter smile, Auntie, please don't make things difficult for Xiaolan. She didn't know what the hell was going on. Earlier, the young lady was still disgusted with Qin Xian, but now, looking at the two sleeping together, she was certain in her heart that Qin Xian was the right future auntie. She had served the young lady since she was a child, and no man had ever entered her young lady's boudoir. At most, it was Yi Feng, with the young lady in the pavilion, drinking a cup of tea and gossiping. Qin Xian and her family's young lady already had a marriage contract, and now there is a husband and wife, sitting on the identity of the aunt. Get out! Mu Qingxue angrily rebuked. Ran's name-calling stepped on her tail. Ran left in a panic. Qin Xian disgruntledly gave Mu Qingxue's ass a triple whammy. I think this maid has quite the eye. What are you being so mean for? Mu Qingxue stretched out her white and slender arms, covering the quilt with death, only poking out a head on the outside. Her absolutely beautiful face, ashamed and embarrassed. You deliberately exposed it, right? It's because you want Xiaolan to know, so that I can be ashamed of myself. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you leave the Yaoqi Holy Land and you and I will never meet again, or you kill me. I'm better off living than being dead. Seeing that Mu Qingxue was on the verge of collapse, Qin Xian didn't rush to continue applying pressure. Instead, de-escalation was used. Give a sweet date with a stick. Both soft and hard will make people happy. He sighed unconcernedly and looked at the curtain listlessly. Originally, I was planning to really give you a reward. Seeing as how you have made such a sophisticated arrangement to try to preserve Langley's life, I thought that you wanted her to live, and I was planning to make a move to save her. But this attitude of yours right now, it's just that I'll go, won't I? Qin Xian got up and dressed, rather like a gesture of eating up and not recognizing. Mu Qingxue came to the bedside in a panic, stretching out her white arm and grabbing Qin Xian, her eyes showing her astonishment. You can save her? Chapter 19, The Blood Shura Clan. Realizing her own disorder, Mu Qingxue retracted her arm, covering the bedding, covering the first exposure of the scenery. Her gaze gravely said, she is like a mountain of grace to me. If you can save her, counting on you to save my life, and from now on you and I do not owe each other, and the grace is severed. Qin Xian snickered. Then count that you owe me a favor. How can you say that you don't owe me anything? You said the reward yourself. To go back on your word again. Is there not a word of truth in your mouth? The reward is honored. Eat my flesh, drink my blood, and yes, there is also a husband and wife in the same body. Mu Qingxue hated it so much that her small fists clenched tightly. Her shyness was unbearable, and she angrily rebuked. Shameless. Qin Xian showed a mouthful of porcelain white teeth and got high. Yes, okay. No more fighting with you. Qin Xian leaned down, and on Mu Qingxue's forehead, gently flicked. Put on your clothes, and come with me. After Mu Qingxue had done some washing, another hour had passed. It was getting dark and the two of them took advantage of the night to once again return to the basement that had a woozy odor that endured. Just by smelling that unpleasant odor, Mu Qingxue's face, then reddened again, as if she was drunk. With a little more charm, Langley-related information detected. Consume all villain values to obtain it. Gat. Qin Xian thought about it and still nodded his head. After all, it was a Saint Realm fighter, and it was good to have a little more information to control it. As the villain value cleared to 0, the relevant information about Langley was incorporated into Qin Xian's mind in a watery manner. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he walked over to Langley's front and took out the holy elixir that Mu Qingxue had given her, feeding her to take it. Mu Qingxue said in disbelief, "What are you doing? Wasting a single elixir? If you think that a single holy elixir can save Langley's life, then why do I need you to make a move?" Qin Xian stepped back and waved his hand toward Langley's torso. You come? Mu Qingxue rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. Qin Xian smoothly kicked Langley out of the cold ice bed and sat himself on it, beckoning towards Mu Qingxue. Come sit and wait for a while. Mu Qingxue looked at the collapsed Langley. At this moment there was no pincer of conjugal union. She hurriedly stepped forward, helped her up, and said angrily towards Qin Xian, "What are you doing?" She was caught by 71 burial sacred nails, and let the master of the 10,000 sword peak pierce through her heart with a single sword. Her torso is full of holes. Where can she stand up to such devastation from you? Qin Xian laughed and asked rhetorically. You also know that her torso is riddled with holes. Do you think that a torso that has been ravaged in such a manner can still be used? Is there any hope of a successful restoration? Mu Qingxue was very smart and touched on the same thing. What you mean is that the body has been shattered. Save the divine soul instead. No, it should be the holy soul. And that holy Dan you're giving her right now is also to repair her broken holy soul? Qin Xian snapped his fingers and praised without mincing words. Clever, a little goes a long way. Mu Qingxue frowned, but the burial sacred nail and the sacred artifact great sword suppressed her sacred soul so that it couldn't leave her body, and would only decay more and more until it perished. And with the power of you and I, we can't even get Langley's sacred soul out of the two sacred artifacts suppression. If you can't, don't take me with you. Qin Xian saw that the fluctuations on Langley's body surface were becoming more and more intense. It was thought to be the suppressed holy soul that was beginning to revive, decisively opening the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. Langley and Mu Qingxue, together with the tower, the sacred burial nail and the 10,000 swords peak master's saber were indeed strong and unrivaled. It was a great killing weapon capable of suppressing the Saint King realm. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that when faced with this scene, they could only do nothing. But Qin Xian was different. He had the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. That was an existence where the full version ranked above the imperial artifacts. Even if it was only a remnant, it was still a top-tier holy weapon, not something that could be compared to a burial nail or a broken sword. The inner space of the ancient desert prison tower. Mu Qingxue's jaw dropped as she looked at the vastness of the wilderness. With the eyesight of her Mu clan's daughter, she had naturally seen saint weapons, and quite a few of them. It was also known that some holy weapons, of high grade, had storage properties and came with their own internal space, but as the ancient prison tower, such as the storage of the vastness of the wilderness, she is still the first encounter to see, never heard of it before. In here, it's like a small world. Even her divine soul could not touch the edges when she tried her best to spread out. The vastness is unbelievable. Suppress. Not far from Mu Qingxue, Qin Xian mobilized the greatness of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower and descended directly onto Lang Li's body. He's a doer and does what he says he's going to do. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 71 burial saint nails buzzed as they passively began to resist. Even that one broken holy sword, cracked, had light appearing at first. The two great saint artifacts, seemingly sensing each other, unexpectedly began to unite and resist the intimidation of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower together. Clang! A crisp rumbling sound rang out within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. The burial sacred nail and sacred sword that were nailed to Lang Li's body suddenly subsided and returned to calm. If one were to look closely, one would even be able to discover that these two great sacred artifacts had a slight trembling, seemingly fearful. Qin Xian could sense the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower's emotions of inviting credit and gave a verbal commendation. Good tower. Well done. He stared at Lang Li's delicate ketone body under her black robe and spoke indifferently. The suppression of the holy weapon has disappeared, and you're still prepared to pretend to be asleep? Buzz around Lang Li. Yuan power rippled, and the holy soul came out of his body, like a substance, standing above his physical body. She stepped into the air with her bare feet and her posture was exquisite. A head of snow-white long hair, scattered with the wind, such as ruby-like pupils, bright and glossy. Lang Li's holy soul, and the body, the appearance of 90% of the similarity, are the stunning beauty of the country. Only, in the state of the holy soul, the bloodline of Lang Li's blood cultivator clan was no longer suppressed, and his white hair and red pupils were on display. Being beaten to this state, he actually still has the pressure of a quasi-saint. He really deserves to be a saint king. Qin Xian sighed heartily. If it was an ordinary saint, he would have died long ago after being pierced through the heart by the burial nail and the holy sword. Where else could he have lived until now? With his holy soul still maintaining the strength of a quasi-saint? Lang Li stared at Qin Xian with a chilling gaze as she took a step out at arm's length. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Qin Xian, and with one hand, she probed out, grabbed Qin Xian's neck, and slowly lifted it up. In the ruby-like pupils, the killing intent became more and more dense. Just you, the one who bullied Qing Shui? Just you, thinking that my father lying on a bed of 10,000 years of cold ice is in the way, kicking my father out of the way and continuing to bully Qing Shui? Just you, disregarding the majesty of this honored one, wiping your filth with this honored one's robes? Has this honored one allowed you to come to the rescue? Lang Li's holy soul had been in a state of awakening. She just can't talk, can't move. Doesn't mean she doesn't know what's going on in the outside world. The scene of Qin Xian bullying and humiliating Mu Qingxue was vivid in his mind, especially this asshole, who actually used her robe, wiping the filth, and got it on her body. Filthy to the core, punishable by death. Ka Chao. Lang Li's palm exerted force, crushing Qin Xian's throat bone, followed by the holy soul shock. Even Qin Xian's head was shattered to pieces. All that was left was a headless body, planted on the ground. A large amount of blood ran down the neck and stained the ground. Mu Qingxue stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of her. Qin Xian, dead? He finally died, in front of her. But, why? Was she not happy at all? Even in the heart, there was some empty, indescribable blockage. Qingxue, she insulted you. I killed him. Why are you unhappy instead? Lang Li twisted her head and looked at Mu Qingxue, who had been saving her from the beginning to the end, and asked back suspiciously. I don't know. Mu Qingxue looked at Qin Xian's corpse. Her heart was like a huge boulder pressing down on her, and she just shook her head in disbelief. Even the sound of breathing became more and more rapid. She wanted Qin Xian to die and hated to break him into pieces. But why? On the contrary, Qin Xian died in front of her? Is it because she didn't kill Qin Xian herself? Or perhaps, deep down, she simply didn't want Qin Xian to die? It must be the love of husband and wife that hurts in the husband's body and hurts in the wife's heart. Mu Qingxue covered her ears in a trance. She felt like she was going crazy. It was actually a nightmare to hear Qin Xian's voice. Sound. Mak Qingxue realized something and quickly turned her head. Upon seeing Qin Xian, who had clearly been killed by Lang Li's own hands, but had playfully appeared behind her. In unison with Lang Li, he said incredulously, You didn't die. Chapter 20. Mu Qingxue begs for mercy. Qin Xian wore a spring-like smile on his face as he asked rhetorically, Why? Do you all think that you'll be able to kill me? The controller. Inside my desolate ancient prison suppressor tower? He spent so much villain value to learn about Lang Li's character. Didn't know she kills at the drop of a hat? How could he, a great villain, be reduced to gambling with his own life? After Lang Li entered the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, he had been occupying the undefeated position, let alone the fact that Lang Li was now, but only in the state of a saint's soul of the quasi-saint realm. Even if she was at her peak and ranked in the Saint King realm, inside this desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, he would still be able to utilize this top-tier saint artifact to suppress her. You're not dead. When Mu Qingxue saw Qin Xian resurrected from the dead, her beautiful eyes rounded. Raising his hand, a 3-foot green blade was held in his palm, and he stabbed at Qin Xian's chest in anger. Clang! Qin Xian clamped the tip of his sword with one hand, looked at Mu Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face, and questioned playfully, "Why? Do you think it's a waste of emotion to grieve for my death? To be furious, like a cat that stepped on its tail and blew up its hair?" Mu Qingxue let go of her treasured longsword, pinched up a palm seal, and slapped Qin Xian's chest once again, hissing with a hardened mouth, "Who's grieving for you? I only hate that I can't kill you with my own hands." She couldn't wait to break Qin Xian into pieces and thwart his bones. "How can you possibly grieve for his death? Qin Xian is talking nonsense." Nonsense. She, Mu Qingxue, has no such intention whatsoever. Qin Xian opened his arms and maneuvered the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, forcing Mu Qingxue to transform from the action of throwing out her palm to throwing her arms around her. The floating and convex delicate figure, like a swallow entering a bosom, fell into Qin Xian's arms. "If you really wanted to kill me, you should have stabbed me a couple times in that corpse of mine. Why are you sitting around in the dark?" Qin Xian picked at Mu Qingxue's delicate chin and looked into those fire-breathing eyes, murderously pursuing the question. With a wave of his hand, the corpse that was in front of Lang Li turned into flying dust. This small attempt not only suppressed Lang Li's self-righteous and arrogant character, but also, to a certain extent, shook to Mu Qingxue's heart. Two birds with one stone. It's a great deal of money. Mu Qingxue suffered from confinement all over her body and couldn't move, so she could only let Qin Xian do whatever he wanted and hold her in his arms. She struggled indignantly and chortled loudly, "Let go of me, you bastard! Don't touch me! I forbid you to touch me again!" Qin Xian wrapped his arms around Mu Qingxue's slender waist, felt the warmth of that delicate body, and smiled warmly. "You have me in your heart, don't you? Strike while the iron is hot." His attitude shifted, intending to take advantage of this opportunity to accelerate the progress of recognition within Mu Qingxue. No matter how haughty and cool the daughter of Qiluk was, she was still a woman, and the only path to its inner depths was one that Qin Xian had already traveled long ago. Words of questioning, not words of complete capture. Making Mu Qingxue's resistance lower was still very effective. However, before Mu Qingxue could be forced into the predicament of self-evidence, at this time has been staring at the side of the Lang Li, white hair flying, a pair of red pupil, killing intent a few times want to turn into substance. Little thief, in front of this respectable, still dare to boast. This sacred weapon can protect you once, but also can protect you 10 times? In her eyes, Qin Xian was only in the divine profound realm, a mole-like existence, even if it was only in the state of a holy soul, could be destroyed with a palm. Die! Lang Li waved his hand. The astral wind was like a sword. Billions of blade-ons, even the space, were cut and broken. It transformed into a shower of meteors that covered the sky, pointing straight at Qin Xian's neck. Not seeing the situation clearly until now, no wonder he was beaten to the point where his body was shattered and could not be repaired. Qin Xian was enraged, annoyed that Lang Li was interrupting and getting in the way. Just one look, and heaven and earth changed color. The powerful hundreds of millions of wind blades, all turned in the same direction and shot towards the white-haired, red-pupiled Lang Li. Put! The astral wind was like rain, pervasive, in all directions, covering the sky, making Lang Li unable to escape. In an instant, Lang Li's intact holy soul was shot with 1,000 holes by the astral wind explosion. The breath shriveled up in a flash. Her face was stunned as she looked incredulously at the mole-like Qin Xian in front of her. How is this possible? She's the Holy King. It was a top Saint King who was able to kill several saints in a row under the siege of several Saint Kings from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Even if it was the Holy Lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land, without any sidekicks to help her in the battle, she was confident that she would be able to suppress a head. However, according to her eyesight, she was also incredulous at the scene in front of her. A mere avatar realm was able to mobilize the might of a holy weapon to suppress a paragon? Not to mention how powerful this holy weapon is. It was an impossible thing for the avatar realm alone to control a saint weapon. Like an ordinary boy, he was able to lift a 10,000-foot peak with one hand. "Ray, come on!" Qin Xian's words followed his words within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, rolling heavenly thunder, manic and unparalleled, just like a world-destroying god's thunder, swept over heaven and earth, thick and sturdy as a dragon-like thunderbolt, densely chopped towards Langley below. Thousands of thunder snakes, compiling a giant lightning cage. It was like a thunder domain, constantly scorching the Langley's sacred soul inside. This is a top-tier saint artifact. Why is it being controlled by him at will? Langley ran away at breakneck speed, touching the edge of the lightning cage, and was electrocuted to the point that his body exploded with trembling, and his holy soul was shaken apart. The power of this cage, not to mention that she was only a saint, even if she was at her peak, she would still have to avoid it. Fire come, the flames are monstrous, bears are burning, the boundless flames, transforming into a sea of fire, continuously scorched Langley's holy soul. The wind comes, the wind rises to fire, and lightning strikes. The three great world-destroying disasters came together on Langley's body. It made her unable to withstand it even if she was a paragon. The absolutely beautiful face no longer had any semblance of cold color, only endless pain and suffering. What a tough mouth. The soul is about to break apart. And you didn't even say a word. Qin Xian idly nodded his head as he made his comment. The mouth of a holy king is just hard. Unlike Mu Qingxue, the moment she saw a speck of blood, she yelled and screamed to break him into pieces. He was not in a hurry, staring at Langley's battered holy soul without looking at him. Langley wasn't afraid of death, but someone was afraid of her death. Qin Xian, stop. If this continues, her soul will completely dissipate. You promised me to save her. Mu Qingxue grabbed Qin Xian's arm, biting her shell teeth and persuading unwillingly. The space within this small tower turned her perception upside down. Qin Xian was like a divine aid within this tower, capable of suppressing even quasi-saints. If she didn't speak up, she was going to watch her savior die right in front of her eyes. Qin Xian turned back, slack-jawed. I was planning to make a move to save her for you, but as you can see, this woman wants to kill me, so if I save her, wouldn't that be adding a saintly death feud to me? I will try my best to persuade her to change her mind. You think you have that much weight? Mu Qingxue stopped talking and shut her mouth. Indeed, as Qin Xian had said, her persuasion could not possibly be effective at all. Langley's style has always been like this. Those who want to kill, not subject to anyone's dissuasion. Even she is no exception. For the sake of you being in the same body as my husband and wife, I will spare her life for now. Qin Xian's words changed. Thunder and lightning, the sea of fire, and the astral wind, all disappeared. Langley, who had been tortured and bruised all over, fell from high in the air, and on the surface of his holy soul, there were still thunderbolts running around. Her physique, as if it were a mist, had a faint silky golden glow that constantly began to collapse from the surface of the holy soul's body. Chapter 21, Subduing the Saint King. Qin Xian stared at Langley with a chilling gaze and warned in an undeniable manner. For the sake of Qingxue's face, I'll leave you alone for the time being. However, you'll have to stay within this desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda in the future, and are not allowed to leave by half a step. He had no intention of fighting or killing Langley, and from the first moment he saw Langley, he was preparing to take in this Saint King realm. Whether it was the intentional humiliation while Langley was unable to move, or Langley's earlier move to kill him, everything, it's all part of the plan. What he did was to frustrate Langley. No matter what, Langley was once a Saint King realm powerhouse. He was also certain that he would be able to bring Langley back to the top. More of such top-notch escorts are better. By the way, by selling another favor to Mu Qingxue, in the future, he would also be able to develop more positions that would delight him. Mu Qingxue nodded. I should. The current Langley, who was only in the state of a holy soul, was relying on the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda to suppress the two holy artifacts. Otherwise, Langley's holy soul would still be suppressed within the broken body. Langley wouldn't be able to live without staying in the desolate ancient prison town tower. Ha! Langley coalesced his body with great difficulty, raised his palms, looked at the state of the soul that was already nearly transparent, and laughed at himself. This honored one can't even maintain the existence of the holy soul for a long time, so why do I have to rely on your nostrils? Her saint soul, at all times, suffered from the joint strangulation of the two great saint artifacts, and was constantly collapsing. Another thunderous blow like that from the party. It was already on the verge of collapse. In less than a month's time, the soul will definitely be scattered and the body will die. A situation of certain death. She, a Saint King realm, could still let Qin Xian, an Avatar realm, threaten her? Can't even you save yourself? There was trepidation in Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes. She risked a great deal by hiding Langley in the boundary of the unsullied sacred body. the idea is to return the favor, even if it costs you your life. As it turned out, it couldn't be what she wanted. Mu Qingxue bit her hard to local clenched small fists. In the end, I do all this, are all useless? Lang Li was calm and collected, frankly going to his death. Not really, the holy soul is out of my body, at least I can pass on my mantle. Mu Qingxue turned around, grabbed Qin Xian's palm, and pleaded, you have a way, right? You said that you could save her. Qin Xian shut his mouth and frowned. Saving is definitely possible. He's just waiting for the price right now. Having a handle in his hand, he didn't take the opportunity to suppress Mu Qingxue and Lang Li's high spirits, so he doesn't lose out? In Qin Xian's eyes, having benefits and not raking them in would be tantamount to a blood loss. He doesn't do business at a loss. Mu Qingxue bitterly begged, Qin Xian, I beg you, as long as you can save Lang Li, I promise that from now on, I will never think of killing you again. If I hurt you for a single point, I will surely call for the heavens to strike me with lightning and my soul to be destroyed. Qin Xian looked like he was caught in the middle of an endless tangle, and only after a long time did he slowly speak. If earlier, without the scene where she killed me, there would have been a few certainties, but now, her soul has dissipated too much, and it's as difficult as heaven to repair the damaged holy soul, and it's quite difficult even for me. Lang Li lightly snorted, this father needs you to come to the rescue? I only hate that this father has fallen into the way, otherwise, you have already. At this time, crack! Qin Xian raised his hand toward the sky, holding a lightning divine whip in his hand as he violently lashed out at Lang Li's side. The lightning exploded, and a deep, bottomless gully appeared on Lang Li's right side, stretching for 10,000 feet. Inside the gully, the extinguishing divine thunder, unabated in its power, crackled. If this whip falls on Lang Li's body, he will have to shed his skin even if he doesn't die. Gollum! Lang Li's heart trembled as he swallowed and stopped speaking. It was a result of her character that she was able to survive the thunder and lightning, the flames, and the twisting winds without opening her mouth to beg for mercy. A stiff upper lip is a stiff upper lip, but the destruction and torture of the holy soul is a million times more tragic than death. That pain, she also feared. Not so stupid as to say a few more words and saturate myself with more devastation. Mu Qingxue bit her brightly colored lips. In her beautiful eyes, the watery mist became more and more hazy. Is there really no way at all? Qin Xian see Mu Qingxue teardrops sliding down the absolutely beautiful face, pause for a long time, think it's almost time, and then is to change the mouth of nonsense. I save her is. I have a cultivation of the soul of the top of the gong method. Is a mysterious person passed on? He bluntly said that the outward bound to kill me. Mu Qingxue was shocked. If the gong method is spread out, what will you do if that person kills you? Qin Xian rolled his eyes. What can I do? Lang Li is bound to be exposed if she goes out. And if that person wants to kill me, who can stop her? The big deal is that from now on, I won't allow Lang Li to leave from this desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. His expression was serious, but in his heart he was happy. What a mysterious person. The 9 turns holy soul technique is a reward from the system. He can pass it on to whomever he wants without any limitations. But since we're going to give good things, it's natural that we have to take the value of the good things and put them up a bit. Proof that he gave it out and it was meaty. Letting Mu Qingxue feel guilty about this, she found it difficult to repay. Against a super high level of self-morality like Mu Qingxue, just stand directly on the level of morality and let her suffer and be done with it. No, Mu Qingxue, who originally had her heart set on killing him, was now starting to worry for him. Qin Xian beckoned towards Lang Li. Come over here. Lang Li blankly stared. This honored one has acted all his life. Why would he need to be instructed by others? Crackle! The thunderbolt divine whip exploded once again. With a flash, Lang Li came to Mu Qingxue's side and dried her tears. Not even looking at Qin Xian. Wholehearted perception technique. Qin Xian didn't talk any nonsense and stretched out his finger, pointing it at Lang Li's polished forehead. There was a vague excitement in his heart, laying the groundwork for so long, just for this moment, after he had deduced that the 9 revolutions sacred soul technique, which would be under his control as long as he cultivated it, turned into cool information that flowed into Lang Li's mind. The vast and obscure gongfu slowly flowed. Lang Li's expression, as he understood more and more, went from disdainful to shocked and inexplicable. She never thought that Qin Xian could save her. With today's injuries, even if several great Saint Kings, together, were to heal her injuries, they would still be unable to return to heaven. However, when she learned about the nature of this technique, it gave her hope to live. This is a top-level technique for cultivating the divine soul, and throughout the Hongmeng continent, The soul system techniques that can be cultivated to allow the practitioner to advance to the quasi-saint realm are already rare. And this 9-turn sacred soul technique is actually capable of cultivating the soul to the Saint King realm, or even higher. Langley looked at Qin Xian in disbelief. That mysterious person, is it the Violet Sun Emperor? Or the fraudulently dead lord of the Undermoon dynasty? Qin Xian, none of your business? Langley didn't pursue the matter and urged impatiently. Quickly pass me the full version of the technique. She knew that Qin Xian had stayed his hand, and that the true mysteries contained within the Gong method had not been imparted, merely allowing her to stabilize the strength of her saint soul. If she was able to obtain this complete version of the 9-turn sacred soul technique, not only would her sacred soul be indestructible, relying on this top-notch 9-turn sacred soul technique, she would be able to stand out amongst the soul cultivators. In the coming days, he would advance to the Saint King realm soul cultivator, and then repair his body and soul double Saint King. Returning once again, the Yaoqi Holy Land would have to let her step on it. Qin Xian held a smile at the corner of his mouth as he said with an evil aura, "You seem to have, as yet, not figured out your status position? You are now trapped inside this desolate ancient prison town tower, without my permission. Don't want to take half a step out. If I want to, naturally I can let you turn into a soul cultivator, which is equivalent to living a new life. But if I don't want to, the best result for you is just to stay inside the tower as my ornamental object." Lang Li's heart tightened. What do you want? What I want is naturally you, a Saint King realm. Qin Xian had a smile at the corner of his mouth and a tart in his eyes. I'll give you top-tier techniques. You naturally have to give something. Before you get out of the trap, you must serve as my escort. You can't go west when I tell you to go east, and you have to kill whoever I tell you to kill. Langley didn't even think about it and nodded. Yes. Chapter 22, Saint King realm as a servant. Murder? She is light on her feet in this area and is not burdened by any of it. To be able to live a life against all odds with a bang, to kill all those enemies who longed for her death by hand, then to die quietly, was too painful. Most of all, she was ready to die. Suddenly, it gave her hope to live. If she was unable to turn into a soul cultivator and live a life against her will, it was tantamount to giving her hope and snuffing it out again. This kind of despair was something that even she, in the Saint King realm, could not withstand. Qin Xian slowly nodded his head. From now on, I will be the master and you will be the servant. Any objections? Lang Li's gaze moved. Taking a deep breath, the killing intent in her beautiful eyes gradually receded, and she spoke brokenly. Master. Good boy. Satisfied. Qin Xian raised his hand and patted Lang Li's head twice as if he was petting a pet's head. After carefully probing a bit to make sure that the control means he had laid down had taken effect, the more subtle essence of the 9-turn sacred soul technique was transformed into a gurgling spring and injected into Lang Li's body. Lang Li's face showed ecstasy. A smear of killing intent under her eyes fleetingly faded away, and she looked at Qin Xian and said, I'm going to be in closed-door cultivation, and I'll need some great medicines for repairing the sacred soul, so that within a month, I'll be able to rejoin the saintly realm. Not far from here, there is the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The great medicines you need are able to be procured in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and it just so happens that there is nothing to do, so I will take you on a journey. Since he had taken in Langley and helped him raise his cultivation, Qin Xian was naturally obligated to do so. The stronger Langley was, the stronger his bottom card, the stronger it was. As for Lang Li's little mind, he took it all in. How could it be so simple to make a Saint King realm bow its head and recognize its master? Nothing more than a cold glaze, intent on holding back before exploding. A little bit of brains, but not much. Langley would never have dreamed that he, an avatar realm, would be able to possess the comprehension of the holy merit law, 9-turn sacred soul technique, at the consummate level. Even, it was able to tamper with some of the keys of the 9-turn sacred soul technique at will. Those who allowed the subsequent cultivation of this technique had their souls under his control. This was a young plot, and no matter what, Langley could not escape. If Langley didn't give in, and didn't cultivate the 9-turn sacred soul technique, within a month or so, she would surely die. If he was soft, after cultivation, he would again be controlled by the clamping means in the gongfu, just as if it was in his palm. No more escaping. In front of absolute control, Langley, a Saint King realm, could only be slaughtered by him and could not turn over a single wave. He, the arch-villain, wasn't so bad as to take his own life to bow a Saint King realm guard. As Qin Xian raised his hand, the wasteland in front of Mu Qingshue's eyes disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the basement that smelled of decadence. Join me and make a trip to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? Qin Xian twisted his head to inquire. Mu Qingxue shook her head. You go by yourself. I want to clear my head for a while. She was now, her mind in turmoil. To this day, he couldn't accept why he was grieving for Qin Xian's death. Could it be that she really had some feelings for Qin Xian in her heart? No, it can't be. She had no intention of doing so. But just now, in order for Qin Xian to make a move to save Langley, she bluntly said that she would not harm Qin Xian in the slightest in the future. Moreover, if Qin Xian really hit her hard in front of her, would she be able to lay her hands on him? A mind full of chaos caused Mu Qingxue to suffer inwardly. Mute as a puppet on strings, she left the basement with a heavy gait. Alone and disoriented, Qin Xian watched as Mu Qingxue's silhouette went far away and didn't open his mouth to stay. The current Mu Qingxue, as if standing at the crossroads, inner feelings go from need to be measured by herself in the direction he needed to go. He would not bother, and if it was going in the wrong direction, he would step in and set it right in time. He sat waiting for the moment to pick the fruits of victory. Yaoshan County, which was only 1,000 miles away from the Yaoshan Holy Land, had disciples from the Holy Land, who frequently came and went. Yi Feng and Sheng Ning, at this moment, were passing through the guards entering the city, paying the yuan stones required to enter the city. He brought Sheng Ning with him, all the way to the most grandiose tall building in Yaoshan County, with the plaque inscribed with the 3 golden words Wanbao Pavilion. Handing over a token to the steward, he waited inside the pavilion of 10,000 treasures. It wasn't until half an hour later that the stewards went and returned, leading the two up to the top floor. Before entering the building, both Yi Feng and Sheng Ning felt that this entire floor was enveloped within several high-level spell formations. Even their yuan power was allowed to be suppressed by more than 30%. The whole floor, as if let the formation to the dumpling, inside 3 circles, outside 3 circles, even a fly cannot fly in. Come in. From the room came a cool voice. Yi Feng pushed the door and led Qingning in with him. Across the screen, Qingning's first glance met the ambling, delicate silhouette on the opposite side of the room. Her eyes were round and her little mouth was wide open. Seeing this woman, it was as if she had lost her 3 souls and 7 spirits, and she was terrified. It was as if a large, invisible hand had pinched her throat and she couldn't even speak. Shocker. Suffocation. Unbelievable. That was the fatal star that the entire Yaoqi Holy Land was as afraid of as a tiger. Even the saints, they avoided it. Originally, she had thought that within this 10,000 treasures pavilion, the formations were heavily stacked and a bit too big for their own good. But seeing this woman, she realized that there were too few formations. The lesser ones were panicking in her heart. Her back had been drenched in cold sweat. She hadn't thought that senior brother Yi Feng actually knew this fiend, causing her to be horrified. Senior sister Qingning, why don't you pay your respects to senior sister? Yi Feng gave a deliberate reminder and took the lead by arching his hand and bowing. Greetings to senior sister Zi Kite. Qingning swallowed his saliva and hurriedly followed. Pay respects to senior sister Violet Iris. She felt beads of sweat spilling from her forehead, but didn't dare lift her hand to wipe it away. Zi Kite behind the screen slowly raised her starry eyes and faintly spoke. Today, is it a good idea to ask my sacred doctor lineage to honor the promise thing? Yi Feng nodded. I would like to ask senior sister to kill one person for me. His father, who had befriended the chief sacred doctor of the Xiang Empire, had a good relationship. After the Yi family was destroyed, the lineage of sacred doctors, who had come to his rescue and promised to avenge him, were rejected by him. It was a favor that he had not originally intended to use, but Qin Xian's hatred for him had made it unbearable. As soon as he thought of Qin Xian's face, the killing intent within his heart could not be controlled, as if it was a wild sea of fury, and he wanted to become a demon. He couldn't wait for himself to become stronger before executing Qin Xian. If Qin Xian didn't die, he would be planted with a demonic seed within his heart, and his cultivation would not be able to refine by half a step. He wanted Qin Xian to die, right now immediately, preferably this night. He could see Qin Xian's miserable death. Violet Kite calmly asked, who is it? The Grand Duke of the Qin Wangfu, Qin Xian, who carries the supreme bone. Zi Kite lifted her starry eyes, ripples spreading within them. Father had owed Qin Xian a share of karma, and the one who killed him shouldn't have been from my sacred healer lineage. The palm of Yi Feng's hand hanging down at his waist clenched violently. Not again. Mu Qingxue had threatened to withdraw from the marriage, but she had spoken for Qin Xian at the critical moment. She even invited the master of 10,000 Swords Peak to take shelter. Right now, even the only daughter of the Xiang Empire's chief sacred doctor was unwilling to fight on his behalf to kill Qin Xian. Yi Feng's gaze flushed red as he raised his eyes to shoot straight at Zi Kite behind the screen. Could it be that the promise of the Ziyang Empire's chief sacred doctor is so cheap that he can't even kill a tiny avatar realm? He gritted his teeth and pressed. What if I insist on moving on this promise? The more reluctant Z-Kite was to make a move, the more he wanted to kill Qin Xian. His killing intent towards Qin Xian had become demonic. Against all odds, Qin Xian must be killed, by any means necessary. I also want Qin Xian to die without a burial place. Violet Kite took the token and said indifferently, do your best. Chapter 23, The Poisonous Body of Doom. Yi Feng turned around and walked away. I hope that the lineage of sacred doctors is true to their words. Walking out of the Wanbao pavilion, behind Xingning's back, her dress was soaked with cold sweat, and her breathing became more and more rapid. In front of Z-Kite of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, she was not daring to breathe. Looking at Yi Feng, her heart palpitating, Senior brother Yi Feng, how did you know senior sister Z-Kite? That's the doom poison body. It's an existence that can't be messed with. When a sage from Danding Peak wanted to accept it as a true disciple, within a month, that sage was poisoned to the point where he nearly died. In our Yaoqi Holy Land, even saints like my father don't dare to approach within 100 feet of senior sister Violet Iris, and we were only a few feet away just now, so it's not possible that after we return to the Yaoqi Holy Land, we'll be poisoned by senior sister Violet Iris's doom poisoned body to the point that we die violently, right? The more Qingning thought about it, the more it was like that. The entire Yaoqi Holy Land, see Purple Kite's senior sister, as if to see the devil, to avoid. If she had known that it was senior sister Z-Kite that senior brother Yi Feng had come to look for, she wouldn't have entered the door of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion even if she had been beaten to death. Yi Feng shook his head unconcernedly. No matter, those are all old stories. Nowadays, senior sister Z-Kite has the many isolation formations of 10,000 Formation Peak by her side, and also has the holy clothes made by Hongafeng Peak to protect her body. As long as she doesn't have contact with it for a long time, she won't be affected by the poisonous body of doom. Qingning's heart palpitated. Self-compassionate. It's good that it's okay, but Qin Xian is carrying that small tower with him. Dad said it's a top-level holy weapon. Even saints have difficulty killing it for a moment. A celestial realm. I'm afraid it's not enough. If you want to suppress Qin Xian, you need at least 2 celestial realms. One to clamp down on the small tower, and one to suppress Qin Xian. And I'll have the Thunder Prison Peak Celestial Realm Deacon cooperate with senior sister Z-Kite, and together, we'll completely obliterate him. She wanted to take revenge and felt that the 3 great celestial realms had a better chance of winning by joining forces. There must not be any accidents in this kind of killing game. She wanted Qin Xian to die for sure, to be broken into pieces. Thunder Prison Peak should not make a move to avoid getting into trouble. Yi Feng laughed fiercely. Outsiders don't know where senior sister Z-Kite came from. My Yi family had been in one of her veins and had some connections, so how can I not know? She is now the chief disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land's 10,000 Formation Peak, and her master is the 10,000 Formation Peak master. Chengning nodded and said indignantly, but Qin Xian also has the 10,000 Swords Peak master as a backer. The 10,000 Formation Peak is just a backstage for senior sister Z-Kite. Her true identity is the only first daughter of the chief sacred doctor of the Ziyang Empire. The smile at the corner of Yi Feng's mouth became more and more rampant. And, her mother is none other than the Danding Peak master who has been in seclusion all year round. Refining Great Dan. Qingning's beautiful eyes trembled wildly. Senior sister Violet Iris actually has such an appalling background? Yi Feng was dissatisfied with Z-Kite's attitude and mocked. So what if she has an appalling background, carrying a doom poison body? Even saints can be poisoned to the point that they nearly fall. Not to mention the ordinary disciples of the Holy Land, even her own parents. It is difficult for her to be intimate with them. He mentally sneered. Spelling background. Z-Kite is not inferior to Qin Xian, and even a bit stronger. Compared to the realm, Violet Kite was also far superior to Qin Xian. Even if it was a holy weapon, he didn't believe that if Qin Xian had it, Z-Kite would not have it. If 2 tigers fight, one will be injured. It didn't matter if Z-Kite killed Qin Xian or if Qin Xian escaped successfully. There was only one thing that could happen to all of them, and that was to be endlessly hunted down by Z-Kite. If my guess comes true and the change in attitude of Mu Qingxue is somewhat related to that person, once that person strikes, the entire Yaoqi Holy Land will go all out to hang Qin Xian. Yi Feng recalled how Mu Qingxue had once commented on the great demon Langley, and then combined it with the bizarre fact that the great demon was now suppressing saints one after another in the Holy Land of Yaoan, and was seriously injured, yet disappeared right under his nose. His smile grew more and more morose. If Qin Xian and Mu Qingxue were involved with Langley, that's better. It's a dead end. From the moment Z-Kite promised to kill Qin Xian, Qin Xian was destined to die without a chance of survival. The chain of killings has been laid. Qing Ning looked towards Yifeng, clenched her small fists, and said hatefully, "Senior brother Yifeng, this time, we will finally be able to take revenge. I have to poke a dozen transparent holes in Qin Xian's corpse to vent my hatred. The son of Qi, Yifeng, is in the process of blackening. His Qi value has dropped by 18,000 points, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 18,000. Daughter of Qi Luck Cheng Ning's Qi Luck value drops by 50 points, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 5,000. Having just entered the Wanba Pavilion, the beeps in his head caused Qin Xian to mutter, "This son of Qi and daughter of Qi, it doesn't work either. Just a few slaps on the wrist and it all starts to go black. Give him villain value for nothing." This big fat sheep, with so much Qi recession, reckoned that it was time for the slaughter. Retracting his mind, Qin Xian looked at the Wanbao Pavilion steward who came before him and casually gave a list. The steward smiled and said, "Guest, these heavenly materials and treasures you want, added together, total 13 million top-grade yuan stones." Qin Xian nodded his head and immediately said to Langley inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, "To buy these great medicines, 18 million top-grade yuan stones are required." The great medicines that Langley needed to practice the 9-turn sacred soul technique were all required by the sacred realm and were already precious. Coupled with the fact that it was another rare soul cultivator in the Hongmeng continent, things were as rare as they were expensive. It makes sense that this is an expensive price. Langley gritted her teeth. "You asked me to be a guard. Don't give me offerings even if it's not enough. Now that you're procuring great medicines, you're still asking me for an extra 5 million top-grade yuan stones. Do I look like an ingrate to you?" Qin Xian raised his eyes to the steward and helplessly shook his head. "It's too expensive. I don't have enough yuan stones on me." He got up and was about to leave. Langley was so infuriated that he almost wanted to vomit blood. Don't go. I'll give. Can't I?" From within the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda, she threw out a storage bracelet. "There are 15 million top-grade yuan stones in here. These are all I have." She had traveled across the Hongmeng continent and had never wanted to be held back. There was also no habit of saving, spending yuan sure in a big way, regularly dumping money. Just this 15 million top-grade yuan stones, or she destroyed a saint seized, did not have time to spend, was surrounded by a group of saints in the Yaoqi Holy Land nailed to death left. Qin Xian took the storage bracelet and without stopping, continued to walk outside the 10,000 treasures pavilion. The steward hurriedly caught up, holding Qin Xian's arm, smilingly speaking, 12 million top-grade yuan stones. A big customer like you should enjoy the highest level of VIP treatment from my Wanbao Pavilion. Qin Xian stared back. No less? The steward shook his head. This is really already the lowest price. Any less and you'll have to stick yuanshi inside. Qin Xian shook the hand of the Wanbao Pavilion steward and exchanged some more pleasantries with him. And after making sure that he couldn't go any less, he helplessly said, "Then it's a deal." When the great medicine arrived, Qin Xian ate from both ends, arriving at a total of 3 million top-grade yuan stones, throwing the great medicines Langley needed into the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda, allowing her to cultivate. Qin Xian was carrying the huge sum of money that he had not yet warmed up, while he was on his own, idly wandering around in the 10,000 treasures pavilion. Not much later, Longley, who was in cultivation, awoke and reminded, "Master, you've been targeted. This place has many formations and is crowded with people, so it's not easy for my identity to be exposed. You lure it to a deserted place outside the city, and I can secretly obliterate it." Chapter 24, Purple Kite Assassination. "Someone is staring at me? It's Yifeng, right?" Qin Xian muttered. "Not long ago, just received the villain value given by Yifeng and Cheng Ning black and white." That's when Langley reminded that someone was onto him. It was obvious that it was the son of Qi who couldn't be half aggravated that brought about the killing chant. Qin Xian rightfully murmured, "This place happens to be some distance away from the holy land of Yaoqi. Since he dares to hit on me, let's find a place where no one is around and bury him. When it's time to slaughter, it's time to slaughter." First there was Qin Hao, and now there was Yifeng. There was a crop of sons of Qi following one another, and after slaughtering one, there was still a worry that there wouldn't be the next one. Qin Xian left the 10,000 treasures pavilion in a dignified manner and deliberately headed out of Yashan County, intending to strike decisively in a place where there was no one else around to kill him with a single blow. Having just left the 10,000 treasures pavilion not some distance away, inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langley's voice once again rang out. "The one who has her eyes on you is a woman. Celestial realm, something isn't quite right. She's wearing a holy weapon that isolates her aura. There should be something unique about her." "A woman? Celestial realm? Qin Xian's heart flooded with mutterings. He hadn't offended a female powerhouse of the celestial realm either. Could it be Yi Feng's old flame? Or the heavenly human realm helpers found on Qingning's side of Thunder Prison Peak? Detected Zi Kite, daughter of Fortune, peak of the celestial realm, consuming the remaining villain value. Know the information of Purple Kite? Does the host know it? Acknowledged. Qin Xian nodded decisively. The daughter of Qi Luck, or the celestial realm. That's a villainous amount of value that's definitely not a bad spend. Moreover, he was curious as to why this daughter of Qi named Violet Kite had set her sights on him. Previously, never heard of, much less any grudges and feuds. It is impossible to have a heart without a reason. With the deduction of the villainous value, the relevant information about Zikite slowly flowed through Qin Xian's mind. After coming back to his senses, Qin Xian's eyes were filled with shock. This Yi Feng, he really is a good sinister calculator. Zikite, the daughter of the Xiang Empire's chief sacred doctor. Her mother was the current peak master of Danding Peak, and her teacher was the chief disciple of 10,000 Formation Peak. Not to mention other backgrounds, just these three people at the moment were already three great Sane Kings. Truly a monstrous background. Violet Kite herself was still in the celestial realm. Yi Feng used a favor and invited Zi Kite to kill him. Not to mention that he was not a match for Purple Kite right now. Even if he sacrificed the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, what could he do? Zi Kite had two major Sane King realm backstage on the Yaoqi Holy Land side. If he hurt Zi Kite, the Danding Peak and 10,000 Formation Peak masters could tear him apart alive. A chilling sneer flowed from Qin Xian's deep eyes. However, it's not that there's no way to break the situation. Yi Feng and Shang Ning, framed with a dog, the sky is the limit. Since these two wanted to use a trick to kill him, then don't blame him for using a poisonous trick as well. Simply town killing the two was too cheap. He would let this pair of dogs bite the dog. That's what you call a murderer's death. However, before that could happen, there was still the killing of Zikite to be squared away. He reversed his direction and headed towards the downtown area in Yaoshan County. Langley reminded, in the middle of this downtown, once I make a move, I will be exposed, and neither you nor I will be alive at that time. This matter, for the time being, has nothing to do with you, little trash of the quasi-saint realm. Rest assured that you are within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, and raise your cultivation level. With a thought, Qin Xian isolated Langley's Saint Soul Probe and confined it within the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda, and in his mind, he communicated with the system. Where is the Saint King realm background that I had previously spent a huge 300,000 villainous values to redeem? On the way. It's good to be here. Qin Xian came to the downtown of Yaoshan County, wandering aimlessly, and in his heart, vaguely, there was a strong expectation. This time, not only did he want to break the chain of killings set up by Yi Feng, but he also wanted to make this son of fortune lose his wife and his army. Qingning he couldn't look down on, but Zi Kite, who had a monstrous background and was still a stunning beauty, he didn't mind spending more time on the raid. The marketplace in Yaoshan County, with vendors setting up stalls, was lined up in a long, winding line. Traffic is traveling through it. Buns oh, thin-skinned, stuffed buns oh, hot, freshly baked buns oh, ice candy gourds, 3-1 for a bunch, 10-1 for 3 bunches. The yells of the traders, the rolling white mist of the steamer, and the chattering of the guests sitting on small benches by the roadside spread out a picture scroll full of smoky life. The maid, who was a long way away from Zi Kite, said in a voice transmission, "Miss, could this Qin Xian have discovered us? He was obviously planning to leave the city just now. How come at this moment he came to the bazaar of the common people again?" Inside the court of 10,000 treasures, she dared to approach Miss, but now, this was outside. Without the isolation of the many legal formations within the Wanbao Pavilion, she was as afraid of the Purple Kite as a tiger, not daring to come within 100 feet. Over the years, the maids who served her family's young lady had changed one after another, and they were either poisoned by the Doom Poison Body or died violently for no apparent reason. The danger of the Doom Poison Body was too great, so great that she didn't dare to approach Violet Kite easily. The slightest carelessness may put your life in danger, the maid said bitterly. Here, it's not convenient for us to make a move. It's easy to cause trouble, and we still don't know how long we have to wait for Qin Xian before he leaves Yaoshan County. The ancient well in Violet Kite's beautiful eyes was wave-free, and she faintly commanded, "You go back for now. She's used to it. Get used to this being feared." Knowing that the maid, who was with her, did not wish to stay long by her side, she had no intention of forcing her. After all, even her parents had suffered from the poisonous body of doom. The parents of a Saint King realm were still afraid of her, let alone an outsider. Miss, take care of everything. The maid disappeared in a puff of smoke as if she had been pardoned. From the beginning to the end, Violet Kite did not have the slightest fluctuation in her expression, just silently gazing at Qin Xian, who was sitting in the Baozi store. She was curious as to what kind of person this born Supreme Bone, who had once been mistakenly diagnosed with an evil disease by her father, was. She still remembered when her father had asserted that Qin Xian would not survive 10 deaths. Later, it was proven that Qin Xian had not only survived, but also lived well, and the Supreme Bone in his body had been warmed up and had been refined to a great extent. Not long ago, she had just heard that Qin Xian had been expelled from the Qin clan and stripped of his Supreme Bone. By all rights, Qin Xian should have suffered a backlash and died tragically. However, Qin Xian, who was gorging on a meat bun in front of him, clearly did not show any hint of being revolted. Even the Yuan power was flourishing and had stepped into the Avatar realm. Violet Kite, who was wrapped under the robes of the sacred artifact, slowly fell from the air, stepped on the green stone tiles, and walked towards the Baozi store step by step. Boo! Z-Kite just walked into the bazaar, in front of the Baozi store, that below the burning fire stove. Bang bang cracked, coal fire flying, so that the nearby pedestrians' customers was scalded and cried out, "Shopkeeper, your stove has blown up." Black-hearted goods. The stove has been used for so many years. Don't know to replace it with a new one. I bought this dress new. 10 taels of grain silver. You have to compensate. As soon as the words fell, not far away, a galloping voice came, "Dodge, hurry to dodge." The horse is frightened. A horse-drawn carriage, dragged by 2 frenzied steeds, crashed headlong into a store selling vegetarian food. The carriage rolled up the charcoal on the ground and threw it into the garment store not far away, instantly setting those fine silks on fire. The fire sprang up. Goddamned bun store. Lousy, these silk is from 10,000 miles away from the city of Jin. Are the top-grade silk. Lousy's all family belongings are in these silk. You ruined the old man's heart and soul. Lousy with you fight. The monkey has become a spirit. Run quickly. This monkey has attracted chi into its body and has become a climate, turning into a spirit. Not far away, a monkey player was scratched to a bloody pulp. In front of him was a black monkey, jumping up and down, scratching and biting everyone. Most of the street, all of which had suffered mold, was a chaotic mess, like a pot of stewed hodgepodge. God damn it, how is it that this day's unlucky events have all collided into one? It's so evil. It's a sweeper passing through the street, isn't it? Chapter 25, the only man who can get close to Z-Kite. It's not a sweeper. I've heard that there's a chief disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land who has this ability to wreak havoc on the world. Don't be, it's not that sweeper from the Yaoqi Holy Land who came. Hush, be silent. There were unprovoked spills that were being discussed, and when the talk came to the identity of the chief disciple, everyone was as if awed and didn't dare to continue down the line. Only, all eyes, on this street, searched, in verifying the conjecture in the mind. Not long after, wearing a holy weapon robe that wrapped the entire person tightly, even the hair strands did not reveal the slightest bit of purple iris, became the center of attention in everyone's eyes. This isolation sacred robe, the power has declined too much, or maybe it's my recent cultivation, which has grown a bit, and the sacred robe can't suppress the doom poison body anymore. Z-Kite, the titular celestial realm powerhouse, when met with the convergence of everyone's eyes, it was like a frightened bunny with its heart pounding. Even the purpose of coming to the bazaar was forgotten, and he twisted his head to leave. Those scrutinizing and fearful glances brought back nightmares from her early childhood. She couldn't bear the loathing of all the attention and had a palpitation that chilled her all over. You've been looking in my direction since just now, and now, why are you leaving again? A curious male voice sounded behind Violet Kite. She subconsciously turned back and looked at Qin Xian who had come to her front, her unexpected eyes trembling lightly. She immediately shook her head and denied, "I wasn't looking at you. It was out of place to strike at this time, so we had to find another time." Qin Xian carries the packed meat buns and holds them up in front of Z-Kite. "You want to buy meat buns, right? Unfortunately, the store's stove blew up, but I have 2 packed meat buns here for you." Z-Kite slowly raised her hand and took the oil paper padded meat bun from Qin Xian's hand, lightly sniffing it. "It smells so good." Having never eaten these mundane foods before, she was quite impressed. Under Qin Xian's eye indication, she picked up a meat bun and put it into her tightly wrapped robe. Her sandalwood mouth slightly opened and took a small bite. The meat juice exploded. Her lips and teeth left a fragrance. "Yummy," Qin Xian playfully snickered. "Look at your unseen appearance. 2 meat buns only, 10 cents. He reached out, and when he saw that Violet Kite didn't move, he was surprised. "No way. You're not planning to eat without paying, are you?" Z-Kite shook her head. I naturally know that I have to pay for food, but I don't have 10 pennies, only this. She poked out her palm, sheathed in a pure black one-armed sleeve, and in her palm rested a crystal-clear, extremely high-grade yuan stone. Qin Xian took the yuan stones and pulled out 9 top-grade yuan stones, 9 middle-grade yuan stones, 9 lower-grade yuan stones, and 9 taels of silver and 990 pieces of money from his storage bracelet, handing them to Z-Kite. Find your money. Z-Kite politely refused. No need. It's a way of repaying your goodwill, and the extreme yuan stone will be of use to you. It was the first time in her life that she had ever eaten a meat bun with another flavor. It's just 1 extreme yuan stone. It's not expensive. She was not willing to stay long, not wanting to stay in this bazaar that loathed her, and even more so, she resented the look of dismay and fear that would surely flow from Qin Xian later. In the past, when she bared her face, people would often come up to her, without exception. In less than 10 breaths, they would all be affected by the poisonous body of doom, and then fear her like a tiger, and some of them would also call out to her with various insulting titles behind her back. Qin Xian raises his hand, pulling Z-Kite's arm. That won't do. 2 meat buns for 10 cents. You don't want the money I found. Then I'll take you around this bazaar, and then take you to eat some delicious food, just as making a friend. Violet Kite shook her head in rejection and transmitted her voice. You are not from the Yaoqi Holy Land. You don't know my identity, much less the consequences of getting close to me. As you can see, as long as I'm near this bazaar, doom will come, and if I weren't quite cultivated, the sound of shouting and fighting would have been deafening. Qin Xian rolled his eyes widely. Your bull asterisk 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 ting. It wasn't that he didn't believe Z-Kite's words, but the doom poison body. It didn't affect him at all. The doom poison body that all Saint King realms feared was harmless in front of his chaotic Hongmeng body. It could be said without exaggeration that he was the only man in the entire continent who could approach Violet Iris without fear. A purple kite who had never been with a man or a woman, and who rarely even spent time with people, was still trying to escape from his villain, who was well versed in the affairs of men and women. Dream on. Violet Kite was surprised. You don't believe me? I don't believe. It's just a coincidence. Why is it that you're a little funny, involving yourself in these unrealistic and weird stories? Qin Xian wondered. Then if according to you, you'll attract bad luck just by walking in this bazaar, then is it true that if I get close, I'll also be affected? Or if I hold your hand, I'll be directly struck to death by the thunderbolt? Violet Kite thought about it and didn't deny it. There hasn't been an individual case like this before, but if you put it like that, it's quite possible. She still remembered when the elder of the Danding Peak, who had taken her as a disciple, had only taught her some knowledge about alchemy. For the rest of that month, the elder of the Dante's Peak suffered a constant stream of misfortunes, and later on, he even blew up the furnace without any warning when he was refining a sacred elixir. Even that formation all over the cave, are directly blown down, itself as blown suffered serious injuries, if not for the Holy Lord shot, 9 deaths. Since then, the elders of the peaks of the Yaoqi Holy Land avoided her like a snake. The current master, the peak master of the 10,000 formations, also only passed on his voice to teach her some knowledge about formations, never spending time alone with her, much less face to face. Let me try. Qin Xian stretched out his hand, signaling Z-Kite to hand it over to him. Violet Kite hesitated. I don't want to hurt you. Jin Killing returned to Jin Killing. She could do anything to fulfill the promise her father had once made to Yi Feng, but she would never allow herself to utilize the Doom Poison body. It was a power she had never wanted to utilize in her life. It was suffocating her physique, and she'd rather never have an attack. Qin Xian impatiently urged. You really take yourself so seriously. If you can poison me to death, count your strength. If you don't want to harm me, the big deal is to see that the situation is not right, and then walk farther away. Z-Kite stared at Qin Xian. Seeing that he did not appear to be lying, he hesitated for a long time before slowly bending his finger and pointing it towards his palm. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. The sky is clear and cloudless. It wasn't just that the Doom Poison body hadn't flared up, but Z-Kite was surprised to find that some of the chaotic conditions within this bazaar had also begun to get better. Where's the thunder tribulation? Qin Xian twisted his head, staring at Violet Kite in questioning. Violet Kite shook her head skeptically, equally puzzled. Or not enough time? You enjoy it so much that you think of me as a little eunuch assisting the queen. Qin Xian looked at this daughter of Qi who did not move her palm and slightly bent her 4 fingers to touch his palm. He backhanded and violently clutched Z-Kite's smooth and tender palm that was tightly wrapped by the sacred artifact sleeve protector, tugging her, walking in the middle of the downtown area, casually saying, there is not enough time, then hold it for a while longer, and while this time is available, I'll be the host. treating you to a delicious meal. There is a saying that if you read all the world, take her on a carousel. For a person of Z-Kite's origin experience, a date in this small bazaar would definitely be unexpected. Now Z-Kite is not even willing to give him a hand to hold, and after a while, Z-Kite's delicate ketone body, all over, there is nothing he can't touch. Chapter 26 Rating the Purple Kite. He's not afraid of me. Why? The doom poison body can't affect him? Violet Iris looked at the thin back in front of her and stared down at the large hand that was holding her. Unlike the coldness that she could only feel when she clenched her 10 fingers, Qin Xian's palm, which was very warm, and through the sleeve guard, the warmth of her body temperature, could make her suppressed mood, and with it, much better. It was the first time she had, ever, been in such close contact with someone. It was also the first time, from someone else's mouth, that I heard an invitation to make friends. There was a time when she had fantasized about being able to get along and intermingle with others, just like regular people. That proved to be an impossible thing, even if her father was the chief sacred doctor of the Xiang Empire, with a high position and countless people who wanted to climb up the ladder. But whenever they met her, their peers, and even those elders, avoided her, lest they be jeopardized by the poisonous body of doom. Qin Xian became special in her eyes. Qin Xian turned back at the sound of his voice and inquired, "Besides the meat buns, is there anything else you want to eat?" "No." Z-Kite lightly shook her forehead, then nodded her head, pointing her finger not far away, at the vendors selling ice candy gourds. "I want to eat that." When she was a child, she used to see little girls her age holding, in their hands, strings of icy candy canes. Bad childhood experiences have made her uncomfortable with talking, much less initiating requests. Once, she had a bold idea to sneak out of the mansion and try to buy a bunch of ice candy gourds at the market. On that day, within the imperial capital, a strong man went off the deep end and fell into a state of regicide, and by the time she arrived at the bazaar, that strong man had already slaughtered nearly 10,000 people to death. When her father found her, he broke down and yelled at her. Since then, she would never follow her heart again. After all these years, I never thought about icing again either. Z-Kite knew in her heart that the doom poison body made her different from ordinary girls, and very different from normal people. Today, perhaps it was Qin Xian's initiative to not be affected by the doom poison body that made her hold the attitude of trying and want to give it a try. Qin Xian agreed in one gulp. "Ice candy gourd, right? Good. What else do you want to eat? Just say so. My treat." He led Z-Kite and walked towards the vendor selling icy candy canes. When the peddler saw the two men come to the front, he fell to his knees with a thud, and kowtowed a dozen times. Even his forehead broke the skin, and he cried with a trembling voice, saying, "Immortal, spare my life. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. My whole family relies on me to sell sugar skewers for a living. It's not that I'm offending the immortals. It's really that the remaining power of the immortals is too much for us mortals to withstand. Please, change the sugar skewers to another one." Z-Kite tugged at Qin Xian's palm and twisted her head to look away, but see a whole long street, 3 or 4 vendors selling ice candy gourds, all holding a big stick. "Spread legs and run away. Forget it, I don't want it again." Violet Kite shook her head in defeat. She was used to it, used to being feared and disliked. These hawkers are just trying to survive. What's wrong with them? Qin Xian. In the moment when Z-Kite's heart went cold, he clenched her palms hard and said unhappily to the peddler, "No, I say you people, is there something wrong with your brain? What others say, you believe in. If this person is really like what you say, why up to now, there is no doom that has befallen you?" The kneeling vendor, his voice trembling, said, "Maybe it wasn't long enough?" Qin Xian rolled his eyes straight. "Then you directly take a bunch of ice candy gourds out. I'll just pay and leave." The peddler shivered and did as he was told, taking the 3 pennies from Qin Xian's hand, kowtowing and thanking him, and sending the 2 away. "Taste." Qin Xian handed the ice candy gourd to Z-Kite. Z-Kite stared at Qin Xian for a while before she took the ice candy gourd from his hand, put it inside her robe and took a small bite of a candy gourd. "So sweet, sour. It's sour and sweet and tastes so strange." Qin Xian returned. "It's hawthorn wrapped in a layer of sugar coating on the outside. Children love to eat this bite. You wouldn't, from childhood to adulthood, have never eaten a sugar gourd, right?" Violet Kite was silent for a long time and hummed, "Where's the roadside chow? I've eaten, I think, stew." Violet Kite fancied a positive color. Stewed 7-star blood orchid. Stewed 8-jeweled auger. Stewed 10,000-year snow ginseng. Her daily meals consisted of these clear stews of great herbs. It was also known that these great medicines were expensive and did not come off. "Hawthorn is appetizing, and I'm also a little underfed." Xian pulls Z-Kite and walks towards the small fry stall out of the stall. I'll take you to fry a few specialties to try. Xian, who was in front of the stall, stumbled. He turned back, his eyes looking around, saw that no one was looking, and went back to his original position and crouched down, picking up a tattooed silver that was mostly buried in the dirt and stuffing it into his pocket. Guest, please eat inside. When the fried food vendor saw Xian, he wore a polite smile and welcomed him inside. He had just seen it all. Xian had picked up a silver ingot. The hand was still holding the tightly wrapped violet kite. That purple iris surely couldn't be that sweeper from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Otherwise, where could Xian pick up silver? Stepping on dog is more like it. Two honored guests, the vendor shouted, and the woman with the burnt black complexion came with a pot of tea and placed it on the table. Guest, all of our dishes here are fresh. You can go to the front and watch for yourself. Xian let go of Z-Kite's palm and got up. I'll go take a look. He hadn't taken half a step when he felt another small, cold hand shoved into his empty palm. Looking back, Violet Iris followed suit and rose, saying, I want to go with you to check it out. She had just seen it all. That silver was buried by Xian using a small technique, for the sake of glimpsing others so that they could set aside her connection to the poisonous body of doom. Perhaps, Xian had also noticed her perversity and was considering her feelings as much as possible. She enjoyed this feeling of not being watched, and was even more glad that a small ploy by Xian had filled the shopkeeper's eyes with smiles, without the slightest hint of dislike or fear. This atmosphere of integration into the lives of ordinary people was the first time she had ever experienced it in her entire life. Even if it was just a dream, she didn't want to wake up so early. Xian brought Z-Kite along, ordered a few stir-fried dishes, and sat back down again. Not long after, several plates of stir-fried vegetables were served, steaming hot. Xian took the initiative to clip vegetables into Z-Kite's bowl, looking at Z-Kite who was still eating ice candy gourd in small bites, scolded with a smile. Eat later, and won't be less of you. Eat more, sweetness, eat the other should be tasteless. Aha! Z-Kite put the ice candy gourd aside. There were still 2 hawthorns left. She couldn't throw them away. She tasted Xian's stir-fried vegetables in small bites, and the moment the ingredients touched her taste buds, all kinds of strange and weird flavors exploded in her mouth, making her eyes light up. What kind of dish is this? Buttermilk liver tips. Buttermilk liver tips? It's just marinated pork liver, with some ingredients, with a special seasoning, popped up. Z-Kite tasted it one bite at a time and said seriously, inside the internal organs of livestock, there are mostly useless impurities. For cultivators, it will only increase the dirt in the body, and over time, it will affect the purity of the physique. Xian snatched a piece of liver tip from Z-Kite's chopsticks. You want to keep your body pure? Then give it to me to eat. I don't care. Taking advantage of Xian's clip of food, Z-Kite was not shy to grab a piece and retorted, eat some occasionally, it doesn't affect it. What's more, the stir-fry does taste peculiar, although it was not like her meals, which had the medicinal effect of increasing blood qi and yuan power. It was able to truly satisfy the appetite. The two of them fought over a few plates of fried vegetables, which were eaten cleanly. Full, Xian's body leaned back, one hand touching his inflamed stomach and one hand twisting a toothpick as he flossed his teeth. Violet Kite was sitting beside him, sugar plum in her hand, still savoring it, relishing it. The other hand, however, took the initiative to grab Xian's clothes. Eat up and go home. Xian's gaze flicked to Z-Kite. Hearing this, as if the ice candy gourds in her hand were not sweet anymore, Z-Kite asked with a lost heart, it's only noon, where are you going back to? Go back to your nap. You gave me some extra money, I'll buy you a meal. Too clear. The originally reluctant Z-Kite, upon hearing Xian's words, immediately took out an extreme grade yuan stone from her storage ring and handed it over to Xian. Here you go. Xian sighed in his heart. Sure enough, it had a strange effect, and smiled and scolded. Good, so in your eyes, I'm this kind of person who covets yuan stones. Ha! Z-Kite took out another 10 extreme yuan stones. These are for you. Chapter 27. Z-Kite was fooled and crippled. These extremely high-quality yuan stones, which are beneficial to your cultivation, need to be more pure. When I hire you, and then stroll around with me in the afternoon, okay? Violet Kite realized that the same bazaar was a completely different experience when viewed from high in the air than when she was immersed in it. She enjoys this common way of life. No one scorned her poisonous body of doom, much less called her a spoilsport. You should know that my time is very precious. I'm afraid it's a bit hard to get me to stay with you for an entire afternoon. Xian grunted with a bad smile. Unless, Violet Kite wondered. Unless what? Unless you add money. Thus, Zikite spent 1,000 extreme yuan stones to bag Qin Xian's entire afternoon. The two held hands and were not separated for a moment, wandering from east to west within the vast Yashan County. It wasn't until the night grew deeper that Qin Xian was able to take some time off. Lifelessly, he sat paralyzed inside a small pavilion, frantic inside. In the past, on Earth, he felt tired of shopping with women. At this moment, after arriving at the Hongmeng continent and accompanying the daughter of Qi Luck, Zikite, to stroll around Yaoshan County, he was even more distraught. Violet Kite was too curious. She buys dresses and skirts and can visit hundreds of ready-to-wear stores in a row without stopping. When he saw the cruise ship swept past him, he pulled him again, and rode in the painted boat, rowing from the east of Yaoshan County, all the way to the west of Yaoshan County. Before it was dark, he was dragged to listen to the commentary again. The Ziyang Emperor's present chronicle was listened to twice for a full 2 hours. In the evening night market, Qin Xian was dragged along and bought almost all the goods from all the stalls and vendors, back to back, pressurized with no breaks. If it wasn't for Qin Xian shouting that he was tired, it was estimated that at this moment, Zikite wouldn't have stopped. These are for you. From within her storage ring, Violet Kite took out the only remaining hundreds of extreme yuan stones. Qin Xian rolled his eyes and said, I sell my art, not my body, and these yuan stones, they're not enough. Violet Kite couldn't help herself. After spending a day together, she had already gotten used to Qin Xian's lack of tone. The seeming lack of nobility made it all the more easy to get along with, which was a big plus in her eyes. You bought me so many things. I can't let you spend money for nothing. I have to pay. Zikite tried. Is this enough? If it's not enough, I'll go back and get it for you. She was not in the habit of carrying yuan sure. In the past, they had stayed inside the spell formation, with a constant supply of heaven and earth yuan qi. These inside her storage ring were all extraordinarily fine yuan stones that she had picked out when she was bored. It was her precious collection, not a resource for cultivation. Qin Xian accepted it better than nothing. A loss is a loss. Who made us friends? And we don't need to trouble you to go back for another trip. Violet Kite paused for a long time before slowly passing through her robes and staring into Qin Xian's deep eyes, her voice becoming serious. You should know my identity, right, and also know that I am burdened with the doom-poisoned body? Qin Xian returned carelessly. I know, the chief disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land well, I heard those vendors say it. Violet Iris asked in disbelief, knowing that you still dare to approach me on purpose. Aren't you afraid of the doom-poisoned body, poisoning you to the point of violent death? Even the saints of the Yaoqi Holy Land are as afraid of me as a tiger. Getting to the point, Qin Xian had already been brewing for a long time and blurted out casually. I'm a person who just doesn't believe in evil and has a hard life. Gouging out the supreme bone can't even make me fall. I'd like to see how powerful this doom-poisoned body of yours is. The results are obvious now. Your doom-poisoned body is not as terrifying as rumored, at least not to me. Moreover, I'm also very curious about how you, who wrapped the whole thing up like a dumpling, actually look like. I heard people say that you're a beautiful woman, and I want to personally verify whether this rumor is true or not. He deliberately approached Violet Kite, the little cutie. Both were able to realize, not to mention a character like Zikite, who had no contact with the outside world and was overly self-conscious. Trying to cover it up will only make it worse. How about just creating a persona that covets her beauty? Profitable is the norm. Unwarranted displays of goodwill would only make Violet Kite overly defensive. Violet Kite said disgruntledly, You're so horny. Qin Xian cried out in injustice. No, I, Qin Xian, am a gentleman, a fair lady, a gentleman. Violet Kite demolished it without mercy. You walk around with your eyes on those perky asses and those little girls' tits, but you've never seen me, so you're telling a lie, and you have no intention of wanting to see my face. Qin Xian was enraged, feeling that he had been falsely accused. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Zikite's figure. Look for yourself. Inside your buttocks, the armor that is padded is an inch thick, and in front of your chest, which is even more slabby than those burly men. I don't know how many layers of armor have been padded. I admit, I am that much of a lover of beauty, but in your body, I am not seeing the slightest bit of femininity, and I let those little girls go and stare at you. A full metal armored warrior with golden eyes? Ask yourself, wouldn't you be horrified to see a man like that? Puffing, Violet Kite was amused. Her laugh, clear and melodious, came to an abrupt end, like it was uncomfortable, expressing his emotions so bluntly. At least, for now, Qin Xian was the first person to hear her laugh, and even in front of her parents, she had never been this relaxed. Zikite pointed remotely at the delicate young girl passing by the pavilion and looked at Qin Xian, inquiring, Does she look good? Qin Xian kept watching that slightly quivering little ass walk away before slowly nodding his head. Good looking. Love it. Violet Kite whispered. I'm better looking than her. Qin Xian's face questioned. I don't believe it. Violet Kite lightly hummed. If you don't believe me, then don't believe me. I'm just expounding a fact to you, not trying to prove it to you. She got up, tugged on Qin Xian's arm, and took the initiative. I'll take you to a place. Half a quarter of an hour later, Z-Kite brought Qin Xian to the Yao Mountain auction house. Here, the disciples of the Yao Qi Holy Land, and even deacons and elders of one level, would consign some good things to be auctioned here. There were often good things auctioned off, and over time, the reputation of the Yaoshan auction house grew higher and higher, and within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, the reputation was high. Whenever the auction house was open for business, there were strong people from all over the Xiang Empire who came here specifically to participate in the auction, wanting to purchase the desired treasure weapon or great medicine. Qin Xian took his seat in the elegant room on the second floor of the auction and glanced curiously at Z-Kite. You're going to sell me? No one will bid on you as a lot. Z-Kite teased and said seriously. In tonight's auction, there are many treasured weapons. You still don't have a blade to take advantage of. Take advantage of this opportunity to purchase one here, and you will also be able to enhance your battle power a bit and protect yourself. The auction host below, after the maid served the lot, introduced aloud. This lot, named Earth-Splitting Gun, Heavenly Grade Treasure Artifact, with appalling power. The starting bidding price is 1 million top-grade yuan stones, $1.5 million. Inside the elegant room on the second floor of the auction, a familiar voice came out, tossing its voice as if it was determined to win this earth-splitting gun. You who? Yi Feng, right? Hearing this voice, Qin Xian knew that he had run into another piece with Yi Feng. By the looks of it, Yi Feng was still determined to get this earth-splitting gun, and that's gonna get him what he wants? Regardless of whether or not there are yuan stones. Let's call the price first. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. Qin Xian started bidding maliciously without any bottom line. Chapter 28, The Little Rich Girl's Gift. 4 million top-grade yuan stones at a time. 4 million top-grade yuan stones twice. The host held up a small hammer and said softly, if no one raises the price again, the slave will drop the hammer. 4,100,000. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and shouted out the price in a meaty manner. Qin Xian heard his voice and was deliberately raising the price. He had also heard Qin Xian's voice, so why wouldn't he know that he had spent millions of extra yuan stones for nothing? But this cracking gun, he was bound to get it. The earth-splitting gun was his father's relic from back then, and it had a different meaning to him. If one obtains this heavenly treasure weapon, in conjunction with the family heirloom, the earth-splitting spear technique, his battle power will be greatly increased. The peak of the returning to the first realm was enough to reverse the fourth and even the fifth levels of the divine profound realm. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million. Qin Xian called out the price carelessly. The main one is more money than real. There must be something unique about a treasure weapon that the son of Qi could look at. According to common sense, Yi Feng had made a big profit by auctioning this big gun at a price of millions, and then later discovered the hidden secrets in it, which doubled its value dozens of times. And what he was going to do was to deliberately go against the son of Qi, so that the profit available to Yi Feng would be greatly reduced. He was not interested in the gun at all. It's just being deliberately diabolical. Qin Xian, you've gone too far. You already have a top-tier saint artifact in your possession. Why are you still competing with me for this earth-splitting gun and jacking up the price for no reason at all? Yi Feng burst into a rage, heading towards the box where Qin Xian was, questioning angrily. Qin Xian laughed coldly. In an auction, the highest bidder wins. Don't bid if you don't have that family background. Stick your face in, right? If you have the ability, you come to me to post. See if I whip your big mouth and be done with it. Yi Feng hated his eyes so much that his bloodlines wrapped around his eyeballs without realizing it. He looked to Qing Ning, who was on the side, and pleaded, Senior sister, this earth-splitting gun is of great use to me. I don't have enough yuan stones on me. Can you lend me some? Shang Ning nodded. I have 8 million top-grade yuan stones on me. You can mobilize them as you please. As long as I can win against Qin Xian, I'll give them all to you. Yi Feng raised his sign, $7.5 million. And, I demand that the auction house verify Qin Xian's capital, so he can't be allowed to raise the price maliciously. The auction host sniffed, and with a wink, a Yin-Yang realm guard walked towards the box where Qin Xian was. Whoosh! Without waiting for the guards to board the door, a pitch-black token flew from the box to the host. Violet Kite, who was wrapped within the holy weapon armor, faintly whispered, 10 million. The host looked at the token in her hand, her beautiful eyes rounded, looked up at Yi Feng's place, raised the token, and opened her mouth. This is my Yaoshan auction house sage's order. There is no need to check the capital. Yi Feng's eyes showed cynicism. $11 million. Violet Kite spoke again. $20 million. Good. Qin Xian, you're really good at this. Even saints can pair up with you. Good for you. Yi Feng's voice was filled with anger. He also had no intention of continuing the bidding. His entire fortune, plus senior sister Qingning, couldn't match a single hair on a saint's leg. However, he didn't have much loss in his heart. All he had was endless madness. He was certain that the one following Qin Xian to his left and right was bound to be the devil who had caused havoc in the Yao Qi Holy Land. It coincided with Qin Xian's peace with that devil, and at this time, if Zikite made a move against Qin Xian, it would definitely cause a shocking battle. As long as Lang Li's identity was exposed, Qin Xian would die 10 deaths. Dare to grab the rift gun from him? He wanted Qin Xian to pay with his life. Let's go! Yi Feng got up and walked towards the outside of the box. The earth-splitting gun was already out of contention, and he was uninterested in the other lots. Qingning followed behind, anxiously saying, "Where is senior brother going? Seek purple iris? Kill Qin Xian. I want him dead." Yi Feng transmitted his voice and was furious. Qingning looked in Qin Xian's direction, her eyes showing cynicism. "Senior brother Yi Feng, I won't accompany you to the 10,000 treasures pavilion. I have to make a trip back to the Yaohu sacred ground first." She was going to strike out on her own. If Zikite really wanted to kill Qin Xian, this guy was in Yaoshan County, so why hadn't he taken action yet? Instead of counting on others, she should do it herself. 2 celestial realms were enough to shatter Qin Xian into pieces. Whatever. Yi Feng spoke coldly, not caring. At the same time as Yi Feng, Qingning and the two of them left the auction house one after another, the earth-splitting gun was also sent to the box where Qin Xian was. Qin Xian weighed the heavenly treasure weapon in his hand and said in disgust, 20 million top-grade yuan stones for a broken gun? Crazy. He was moving saint-grade feats, and the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower was even a top-tier saint artifact. In the future, if you go out with this broken gun, others will see that it's a heavenly treasure weapon. Wouldn't he lose face as the archvillain? Violet Kite lost it. You don't like the gift? Qin Xian shook his head. The grade is too low, and the value for money is too much of a premium. I'm just purposely working against Yi Feng. I don't want you to lay waste. No harm done. Violet Kite's loss subsided a lot, and she laughed softly. Moreover, 20 million top-grade yuan stones isn't too much for me. Landlord old money. Qin Xian lamented heartily. Violet Kite sold the idea. I thought that you bid on the earth-splitting gun because you saw through the origin of this heavenly grade treasure weapon. Qin Xian was surprised. What's the origin? It's hard to believe that he was right. The things that the sons of Qi value are all hidden? Zikite also did not intentionally whet her appetite and said bluntly, this earth-splitting lance is only a part of the remnants of the body. Its true complete form is a halberd, a heavenly wasteland halberd in the hands of the former undermoon halberd sage, a true top-grade saintly artifact. Qin Xian rolled his eyes. The desolate ancient prison suppressing tower in my hand is a remnant, and now this earth-splitting gun is also a remnant. In short, the contraptions in my hand would all have to be broken, requiring me to seek out one part at a time before I can put together the full version chant? To be honest, he really wasn't interested in the heavenly desolate halberd. With that kind of time to put together a top-grade saint artifact, it would be better to go hunting for parts for the small tower. The full version of that thing was in existence that surpassed an imperial artifact, and the compulsion was directly pulled full. There's no need for you to search for them one by one. Coincidentally, the rest of the parts of this heavenly desolate halberd are all within my 10,000 treasures pavilion. Wait for me for a moment. Violet Kite let go of Qin Xian's palm and disappeared. When she came back again, she flipped her hand, and a halberd that was black and gold in color was held in her palm. There were complicated and obscure patterns that were branded on top of the halberd. The flow of light and the holy aura are manifested. It was a holy weapon, a true top-grade holy weapon. Even Qingning's saintly father was unable to possess such a saintly artifact. Zikite gifted the heavenly desolate halberd to Qin Xian, while taking out a gong method with the title Heavenly Desolate True Solution. Smiling lightly, she said, the Hades Moon halberd saint's technique, after a few passages, has also fallen into the hands of my 10,000 treasures pavilion. The heavenly wasteland halberd with the heavenly wasteland true explanation. Cultivate it properly. It can drastically increase your battle power. In this way, you have another means of preserving your life. Chapter 29. A young girl's heart thumps. Good halberd. Qin Xian held the heavenly desolate halberd and casually threw it into the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. A halberd of a top-grade saint artifact, plus the heavenly desolate true solution that matched it. For saints, they are all considered great opportunities. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Long Li, who was able to probe the outside world, abruptly felt the sacred artifact and the true solution of heavenly desolation thrown in from the outside, and uttered out in astonishment, "Heavenly desolate halberd, Qin Xian, what have you done? How is it that this moment's effort has crippled someone?" She gaped. When she had just sensed Violet Kite, she was able to perceive the killing intent that Violet Kite carried. It was clearly running to decapitate Qin Xian. Now, how is it that in just one day's work, this female assassin got so close to Qin Xian, holding hands, and gifting an expensive top-grade holy weapon, and the Undermoon Halberd Sage's true explanation of heavenly desolation? This one holy weapon, one technique, no matter which one is thrown outside, it will set off a bloody storm among the saints to fight for it. Qin Xian had a smile at the corner of his mouth and a tart look in his eyes. It's not always the case that solving a crisis requires the use of force, and when the force is inferior to the other party, one can appropriately use one's brain. Lang Li snorted. That's because you're not as skilled as others. In the outside world, your strength is only in the Avatar realm. Out of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, the celestial realm can suppress you without any mercy. In exchange for this seat, even if there's only the holy soul left, with a flip of the hand, you'll also be able to suppress this curmudgeon in front of you. I don't believe you. Do you know who she is? Who cares who she is? My father can suppress her with just one hand. Qin Xian laughed coldly. I don't think that you, a mere saint soul of the quasi-saint realm, would be able to single-handedly suppress a celestial realm wrapped in a saint artifact. Not to mention, as long as you don't kill her within 3 breaths, the 10,000 Formation Peak Master and the Dan Ding Peak Master of the Yaoli Holy Land, as well as the Chief Sacred Doctor of the faraway Xiang Empire, will all rush here without a second thought to take their lives. At that time, facing at least 3 Sane Kings, will you still be as arrogant as you are now? If you were at your peak, you would have to avoid them, right? Lang Li's face showed fear. Looking at Z Kite's gaze, there was movement. You mean this guy in front of you, is that old undead daughter of the Xiang Empire? She is the Doom Poison Body. That all-holy weapon armor is to avoid the Doom Poison Body breath overflow. Are you crazy? Dare to provoke her? Hurry up and let go, or else my father and you, I can't say that on the way back, will be smashed into flying ashes by a meteorite from the sky. The matter of Z Kite carrying the Doom Poison Body spread far and wide. Back then, the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty wanted to make an issue out of the matter of the Doom Poison Body, wanting to secretly poach the Chief Sacred Doctor. This old thing. And the result? That secretly contact. Want to propose marriage to the Heiyu Imperial Dynasty royal relatives. Back to the Heiyu Imperial Dynasty. Even a cup of tea did not drink to. Let a piece of meteorite outside the sky. The entire residence smashed sink. Within the entire royal residence, other than that peak of the Sage Realm, no one survived. The horror of the Doom Poison Body is that the longer the contact, the closer the relationship, the more unbearable the effects will be. Even Z Kite's parents had deliberately put him out to pasture for fear of affecting themselves. Not to mention that Qin Xian was a mere avatar realm? Little thief, the Doom Poison Body must not be approached. If not, the harm will be difficult to bear. Lang Li panicked. It was not easy for her to see the hope of living a life against the odds. Seeing those old pig dogs from the Yaoqi Holy Land, she was able to get her to step on the soles of her feet. At this moment, Qin Xian's proximity to the Doom Poison Body caused her to die midway. The injustice of that is comparable to the snow that flies in June. Qin Xian sneered. I thought you, Long Li, were really not afraid of the sky and the earth, but after all this, even a celestial realm's Doom Poison Body is as fearful as a tiger. Count me as high on you. He didn't bother to say much. Stay away from the purple kite? That's not possible. Behind Z Kite, there were at least 3 Saint King realms. Being close to her was tantamount to befriending the forces behind her, and it was inevitable that there would be times in the future when Z Kite's background would be used. Doom Poison Body is just. Saints fear like a tiger, but he is not in the least put in the eyes. The chaotic Hongmeng Body, the ancestor of all bodies, is invulnerable to all bodies. In his presence, the Doom Poison Body, too, must obediently hibernate. Qin Xian, today is the happiest day I've had since I grew up. Thank you for your company. Z Kite held Qin Xian's palm and gazed earnestly into those deep eyes, asking with both anticipation and worry, in the future, we'll still be friends, right? Of course. Qin Xian nodded decisively. It's not a gift to come and not to go. You gave me a gift. I can't leave you out in the cold. He took out the exquisite ring that he took the opportunity to make when he was communicating with Lang Li, and handed it to Lang Li's face, slowly raised her palm, and put that one diamond ring on her ring finger. This is a specialty of my hometown, called the diamond ring. Diamonds are everlasting, and one is forever, so may the feelings between us, like this diamond, never change. Violet Kite gazed at the shiny diamond ring worn on her finger and curiously said, "This ring, does it have any special meaning?" With a warm smile on his face, Qin Xian explained, "Generally speaking, this ring is gifted by a man to his future wife. This diamond is not only crystal clear and extremely beautiful, but it is also constant, and exists for a much longer period of time than those extremely high-quality yuan stones, representing the exclusivity of the relationship for eternity. But we're kind of in a special situation here, so if you don't look good, this ring, it's a gift to a dear friend." Violet Kite stroked the diamond ring and muttered, "Exclusive, eternal." She raised her eyes and solemnly said, "Thank you. I love this gift and will cherish it twice as much in the future." Qin Xian's eyes were tumultuous as he tried, "Now, can you give me a glimpse of the real thing?" Violet Kite coughed lightly and hastily retracted her palms. "It's getting late. I have to go back to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion." She wore the saint artifact robe that insulated her doom-poisoned body, and with her hands behind her back, she walked out of the auction house with brisk footsteps. The lights are on. Inside that bulky, bloated robe hides that tiny, freedom-hungry soul that, like a seed falling into fertile soil, has sprouted and is waiting to bloom magnificently. What diamond ring, also made up the diamond everlasting, a forever, in fact, is a discarded yuan stone that has been drawn dry yuan power. Worthless, Langley snorted. This Z-Kite, she really doesn't have enough brains. A top-grade holy weapon and a holy-grade technique, so expensive in value that even saints shy away from them, letting you a broken stone fool you as if she's the one who's made a fortune. Qin Xian scolded. "What do you know? The resonance of the soul is priceless. Sacred weapon feats." Z-Kite was not lacking in any of them. What she lacks is empathy, and the ability to enjoy her joys and sorrows as a normal person would. Such an untouched little girl is the least resistant to such a small object that focuses on romance. With gifts, it is always the thought that counts. What Qin Xian paid the most attention to was also the heart. After giving away the diamond ring, he could only tearfully accept a top-grade holy weapon and a holy gong method, and was reduced to a mundane. Although Langley's mouth said dissatisfaction, but the heart is marveling at Qin Xian's swindling women's means of high, secretly said, "Fortunately, Qin Shui's seen the world. Unlike this Z-Kite, dull head, you're this little trick." Cheat Z-Kite also, even if want to cheat Qin Shui, at least have to wait another 10,000 years. Glancing lightly, Qin Xian looked at the thick black clouds outside Yashan County. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Z-Kite here comes to an end. Yi Feng and Shang Ning, this pair of dogs, it's time to be the protagonists. He took a step toward the outside of Yashan County, and said with hidden anticipation, "Good show, open." Chapter 30, The Purple Kite in Distress. Inside the pavilion of 10,000 treasures, the lights were on. Z-Kite sat in front of the dresser, cherishing the ring on her hand and handing it over to the maid, instructing, "Give this ring to the Rainmaster and have her refine it into a storage ring. I want to carry it with me." The maid muttered up in a low voice, "Miss, this is a yuan stone whose yuan power has been drawn clean. Even if it is a Rainmaster, he can't refine it to have much storage space. It's not even a millionth as big as the one in your hand." Z-Kite returned without any concern. "For the valuable items, I will store them in this diamond ring, and for the rest, just put them in the storage jewelry." She was at the peak of the celestial realm, so how could she not see through that this diamond ring was just a discarded yuan stone compressed? As Qin Xian had said, the yuan stone would be reduced to a waste stone as time passed and the yuan power flowed out cleanly. But this diamond ring is different. It's hard and eternal. It represented her friendship with Qin Xian, which would always be exclusive and would not deteriorate. This was the most heartfelt gift she had ever received since she had grown up, so naturally she had to treasure it twice as much and carry it with her. The maid didn't dare to say more and slipped away, leaving the boudoir, not daring to stay long, lest they be jeopardized by the poisonous body of doom. What I thought was integrating into the lives of ordinary people, from the beginning to the end, was just wishful thinking on my part, and the people on the sidelines are still as afraid of me as if I were a tiger, fearful of the doom-poisoned body and afraid of being affected by the repercussions. Z-Kite looked at the maid's disappearing back, and in her beautiful eyes, she was flooded with bitterness. Thinking of today's intimacy with Qin Xian, she again exuded a rare warm smile from her heart. He is the only one who treats me as an ordinary person, and he is the only one who does not fear me, is willing to get close to me, and even sends me gifts. A woman is a woman. Z-Kite to the dressing mirror, sometimes lifting the curved eyelashes, sometimes touching the quite arched Yao nose. sometimes rattling the bright and colorful containing dance small mouth. Scolded, lustful man. Still think that I'm ugly? I'm not ugly. Then you have seen those stunning, not the slightest difference. In the mirror, Z-Kite had starry eyes and white teeth, a hanging gall and a bulging nose, and a face like a peach blossom. Exquisite features, like gathering the aura of heaven and earth, complemented each other on the palm-sized small face, beautiful beyond compare. She got up and examined her physique in the dresser mirror, determining her own breasts, not a flat piece, the arc of the bulge is not low, she has seen, and the only one who can suppress her is Mu Qingxue of 10,000 Swords Peak. In his heart, he secretly thought boldly, I would like to see what kind of expression you will have when you see my real appearance the next time we meet, and whether you will still deliberately emphasize that the diamond ring is given to me to represent friendship. Z-Kite was aware of her beauty, and in the past, when she appeared in strange places, the Pandurers were as numerous as the rivers, just in the way of the harm of the poisonous body of doom, those who are greedy for money and good sex, fearing that they will be affected, and is deterred. There were also many noble gentry who wanted to climb up the lineage of the sacred doctor, braving the surface poison trying to curry favor with her, and following up, one by one, they were jeopardized by the poisonous body of doom and were never seen again, but behind their backs, they began to make up vicious words about her. She loathed the sons of the world who were not what they appeared to be, who were not what they were known to be, and who were vicious in their hearts. How do you look like Qin Xian? The purpose of approaching her, dare I say it out loud, was to get a glimpse of her beauty. Lustful is a little bit of lust, but he dares to think and do, when it is the behavior of a great man. But, as Qin Xian himself said, different people have different eyes. Could it be that Qin Xian doesn't like my type? Could it be that in his eyes I'm really no better than that little girl passing by? Violet Kite sat paralyzed in front of the dresser mirror in loss, caressing her delicate cheeks. She had never had such concerns before, but after spending time with Qin Xian, he especially knew that Qin Xian was a womanizer who coveted beauty. She became more and more anxious about her appearance, worrying that you don't look good enough, and she was afraid that Qin Xian had a different vision and didn't like her type. She looked forward to her next meeting with Qin Xian and was afraid of exposing her appearance in front of him. She was terrified that Qin Xian would show his disappointment after seeing her appearance. More than anything, she was afraid that Qin Xian would not be as close to her as he was today. If only I were better looking. Violet Kite held her fragrant cheeks and looked at herself in the mirror, inexplicably suffering from a very low mood. Outside the house, the maid went and returned, reporting, Miss, outside Yifeng seeks an audience. Yifeng? When Violet Kite heard this name, her brows abruptly tightened and she indifferently said, not to be seen. She guessed Yifeng's intention, which was nothing more than encountering Qin Xian at the Yao Mountain auction house and wanting to ask her to make a move to kill him. A day ago, she reluctantly agreed to step in, taking into account her father's promise. Now, she had established her friendship with Qin Xian. To kill your current, and odds are, only best friend in your life for a promise? That's not possible. The maid nodded her head obediently. I'll go and drive him away. Wait, Z-Kite called back the maid, her brows slightly furrowed as she commanded with a grave expression. You command down on my behalf. From now on, in the lineage of sacred doctors, including the 10,000 formation peaks and danding peaks of the Yaohu Holy Land, I forbid anyone to make things difficult for Qin Xian, and if anyone dares to injure him, I, Z-Kite, will thwart his bones and raise his ashes at all costs. The goodwill of the daughter of Qi Luck, Z-Kite, soars, rewarding the host with the perfection-level comprehension of the true solution of heaven's desolation. The daughter of Qi Luck, Z-Kite, is in the throes of spring, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 20,000. The daughter of Qi Luck, Z-Kite, and the son of Qi Luck have turned against each other, rewarding the host with the avatar elixir plus 3. Qin Xian, who was rushing along, was abruptly stopped in his tracks by the sound of the system's reward arriving. The sacred grade technique Heavenly Desolate True Solution was perfected, allowing his mind to be filled with one more magnificent image after another of a grandeur that was as powerful as a rainbow. One man with the heavenly wasteland halberd had the 5 great sacred kings all to himself. Blood rained down on the sky, and waves of high fighting spirit struck the sky. There is also a blurred figure, holding a halberd. In front of him, none of the enemy, his eyes, only the vastness of the sky, seems to be fighting with the sky. The one fighting the same king should be the Undermoon halberd saint of the Undermoon dynasty. So who is the figure behind him? It looks like the compulsion is a bit higher. Qin Xian perfectly comprehended the true explanation of the celestial desolation, and at this moment, the additional segment of battle memories that appeared in his mind made him feel as if he had been enlightened. For the Heavenly Wasteland Halberd, there was a perfect knowledge. The halberd technique has even improved by leaps and bounds. A great battle is imminent. No matter that much. Breakthrough first. The unexpected harvest of 3 divine power pills allowed Qin Xian to swallow them one after another. The elixir entered the stomach, and the medicinal power melted away in no time. The yuan power around him began to bulge. The Hongmeng bone that was manifested by the chaotic Hongmeng body in his chest was glowing. Boom! 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 With a great tremor of yuan power, Qin Xian's realm directly came in a wave of 3 consecutive ascensions. Since the first level of the Avatar realm, he had broken through to the 4th level of the Avatar realm. Broke the triple in a row. Where did you get so many good things? 3 divine passage pills, an unhindered breakthrough to the 4th level of the divine passage realm, with no semblance of weakness in the foundation. Even Saint King realm alchemists can't concoct pills of this caliber. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langley was already somewhat numb. First, there was the top-tier Saint Artifact desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, then the 9-turn sacred soul skill that even she marveled at, and now there were breakthrough pills that had no side effects. Qin Xian's underpinnings were beyond even her reach. Qin Xian rolled his eyes and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." He now realized that going against the Son of Qi, the unified Sun had rewards that were truly given. Moving is another Qin Kuan's treasure weapon. Moving can invite the daughter of Qi fortune with a monstrous background. If it wasn't for Yi Feng being the glue in the middle, if he had searched all over the continent with a lantern, it would be impossible for him to meet so many daughters of Qi in such a short period of time, much less obtain such a generous reward as he did now. TSK, a single purple kite could bring such a generous reward. Wouldn't you be rich if you killed off Yi Feng? The anticipation in Qin Xian's heart grew, and he ordered Langley inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. Create a mask of Yi Feng for me? Later on, you cooperate with me a little bit. I want to put on a good show in front of this Changning. After hearing Qin Xian's plan, Langley's heart rejoiced and she took the initiative to propose. You will take out the burial sacred nail and the sacred sword from my torso, and I will show up as my true self, which will be more convincing to Qingning. Qin Xian's face did not change, but in his heart, he laughed coldly. What's the rush to manipulate a body that's already nearly ruined? Isn't it obvious that there's something in your heart? He didn't reveal it either. Nodding his head with a smile, as long as you cooperate, anything is fine. Chapter 31, The Great Killing, Dog Eat Dog begins. On the way back to the Yaoqi Holy Land, Qin Xian slowed down his pace, stopping at a dense forest that covered dozens of miles. He looked around and spoke indifferently. Having come, there's no need to continue sneaking around. Slap. Within the dense forest, there was clapping. A Thunder Prison Peak true disciple with a waist of gold and a coat of purple, clustered around Changning and appeared without any haste, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of being a scourge capable of possessing a top-tier saint artifact. Just this eye power alone is already transcendent." A Thunder Prison Peak true disciple at the 7th level of the Avatar realm said with hostility, "The one who is competing with you for your fiancé is Yi Feng. So why did you choose to rough up senior sister Qingning? Do you really think that just because you possess a top-tier saint artifact, you're able to run roughshod over my Yaoqi Holy Land and oppress the people of my Thunder Prison Peak?" Another 8th level of the Avatar realm sneered. "Even senior sister Qingning dares to bully and insult her. You really don't know how to write the word death. On your knees, apologize to senior sister Qingning, and we might even be able to leave you a whole body today." Qin Xian rolled his eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He casually shook his hand, and the Heavenly Desolate halberd was held in his palm. The Heavenly Desolate True Solution's consummate level comprehension allowed the Heavenly Desolate halberd to be used like an arm in his hands. With a flash of his body, the tip of his halberd cut a groove in the ground. The halberd's light was eerie, and accompanied by a sound of entering flesh. The chest cavity of the Avatar realm 8th level who had spoken out wildly was accurately penetrated by the Heavenly Desolate halberd. Puffing, Heavenly Wasteland halberd in Qin Xian's hands a turn a shake. Thunder Prison Peak true disciple's body. Woodies exploded into a blood mist, so that the surrounding atmosphere has become frozen. Qin Xian, you dare to kill. The 3 Thunder Prison Peak true disciples were shocked. How could he not expect that Qin Xian would directly kill someone at the drop of a hat? This is in the boundaries of the Yaoqi Holy Land. He has eaten the bear heart and leopard gall nut. How dare just you guys can kill me and I can't kill you? Qin Xian wore a cold smile on his face. The body was like a phantom, disappearing like a ghost. With the chaotic Hongmeng body next to him, he was not just invulnerable to all bodies, even more so, it possesses extraordinary battle power. Together with the Great Sacred Artifact Heavenly Desolate halberd and the consummation of the Great Sacred Feat technique, Heavenly Desolate True Explanation. Within the Avatar territory, Qin Xian could be called unrivaled. A mere few true disciples of the Avatar realm were not even in his eyes. Every time the heavenly desolate halberd was stabbed out, it was bound to be accompanied by the fall of a true disciple. Within 3 breaths, the several Thunder Prison Peak Saint disciples who had followed Qingning were all ambushed. Not even a whole body, not even left. Boom boom boom. In the middle of the dense forest, there was a great tremor of yuan power. Pieces of ancient trees collapsed, and the 2 celestial realms hidden in the shadows became furious. Thief, you deserve to die. These 2 were the true bottom cards that Qingning had invited. The desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda that had been hidden in the shadows, ready to clamp down on Qin Xian. Therefore, those 4 true disciples dared to provoke like this with such arrogance. Even if they scratched their heads, they didn't dare to think that, without waiting for them to make a move. Several true disciples had already died under Qin Xian's heavenly desolate halberd, slaughtering the true disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land. I, Thunder Prison Peak, will enforce the law on behalf of the Holy Land. On the spot, the 2 celestial realm powerhouses were filled with rage. Under their noses, Qin Xian slaughtered 4 true disciples. If this matter were to spread, if they weren't expelled from the Holy Land, they would have to be punished to face the wall at the Black Wind Cliff. This strange shame had to be washed away with Qin Xian's life. Qingning froze on the spot, looking at the long-lasting blood mist in front of her, completely dumbfounded. Shocker, suffocation, unbelievable. She thought that inviting 2 celestial realm powerhouses was foolproof. When she met the 4 senior brothers who stood up for her, she naturally wouldn't thank them for their kindness. But how could she not expect that Qin Xian would be so strong, without utilizing the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower? With the 4th level of the Avatar realm, he killed all 4 of her senior brothers in the higher level Avatar realm. Qin Xian, don't die and come. A celestial realm, lifting his hand, a huge palm that covered hundreds of feet, cut through the sky and pressed down towards Qin Xian at the dense forest. Yuan power surged like a giant wave. The waves struck the sky, just the pressure descended, and the ancient trees in a radius of tens of miles collapsed inch by inch, turning into pieces. There was a large area of mud stripped from the ground, and layer after layer collapsed where Qin Xian was. Qin Xian, who had originally been walking on a flat surface, was now pressed into the middle of a huge crater. Celestial realm? Trying to kill me is too weak. As Qin Xian opened his mouth, a grain of azure-colored ice crystals slowly surfaced above his head. The ice crystals were as clear as jade, and the grains were distinct. Swish swish swish, a grain of ice crystal, under the holy power, burst out. It wasn't like the celestial realm's strikes that shocked the heavens. This dot of ice crystals, which appeared to be plain and uninteresting, was actually hidden and pervasive, scaring the 2 celestial realms into avoiding them. Holy power, you actually have helpers from the Saint realm. The 2 celestial realms were greatly shocked. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langley's voice pronounced in a chilling manner, 2 celestial realm ants are worthy of jumping in front of this father? Click, click, click. The 2 celestial realms whose skin had been cut by the ice crystals stepped into the air, and from the wounds, a cold aura filled the air, and in an instant, it swept the 2 of them in the midst of the extreme cold. The 2 celestial realms, their gazes filled with dismay, turned into 2 ice sculptures in the midst of extreme panic. Losing control of his yuan power, he fell straight to the ground. With 2 clicks, the ice sculpture hit the ground and shattered into pieces, disappearing without a trace in the breeze. Dead. A celestial realm powerhouse, also dead? Qingning swallowed in horror. What was happening in front of her eyes was beyond her knowledge. Looking at Qin Xian, who was approaching step by step, she was furious, roaring, and hysterical. Qin Xian, you're dead. You dared to kill a true disciple, and you also dared to invite saints to execute a powerful person of the celestial realm of the Holy Land. This is a deadly feud that will not end in death. Hate, I love that look on your face right now. Qin Xian paused in front of Qingning as the heavenly desolate halberd stabbed out violently, penetrating Qingning's chest. However, you still have to die. Since Qingning wanted to kill him, he had to die. Moreover, he would make Qingning's death worthwhile. It became a deadly trump card for him to take out Yi Feng. Ahem! Qingning spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked down, looking at the chest cavity that had been penetrated. There was crimson, constantly overflowing. Her face, a deathly gray. The heart is forlorn. Dying? She was unself-conscious enough to avenge senior brother Yifeng's death, and as a result, she died at the hands of Qin Xian. I also wondered if senior brother Yifeng would grieve for her when he learned of her death. I'm sure that after senior brother Yifeng knew what she had done, he would no longer have his heart set on Mu Qingshui, that fairy Qingshui, protecting her fiancé, Qin Xian, and the one who always stood beside senior brother Yifeng was always her awe. Even for that, she lost her life. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langli's figure wrapped in a black robe appeared beside Qin Xian, staring at Qing Ning, whose vitality had begun to dissipate, and snickeringly looked at Qin Xian, playing along. What? Your senior sister, can't be bothered to kill? Puffing, Qin Xian drew out his heavenly desolate halberd and let Qing Ning plant herself in a pool of blood without taking a second glance. In his eyes, there was nothing but extreme madness and killing intent. I want her vitality to dissipate, inch by inch, and it's best if she happens to die when Qin Xian arrives. That way, everything will be shifted onto Qin Xian, and the Yaoan Holy Land will kill him by 1,000 cuts. You are not Qin Xian. Before Chang Ning died, her eyes moved as she questioned, "Who the hell are you?" Qin Xian changed into a human skin mask customized by Langli, wearing Yifeng's face, and looked at Qin Ning in the pool of blood with a cruel sardonic smile on his face. "For the sake of you and I being in the same sect, I'll let you die a clear death. Senior sister Chang Ning, in order to kill Qin Xian, I had to utilize your identity, and I will always keep everything you've done in mind." Qing Ning was horrified. Chills swept through her body, and she spoke out in unbelievable grief. Yi Feng, puffing. Qing Ning's dying call was interrupted by the heavenly desolate halberd. Without mercy, the top-grade saint weapon penetrated again, and Qing Ning's only remaining shred of life was severed. Chapter 32 Longli counterattacks, killing two birds with one stone. After obliterating Qing Ning's vitality, Qin Xian quickly left the scene. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langli spoke up in dissatisfaction and reminded, "You're deliberately targeting the planting of evidence like this. Your purpose is too obvious. Even if you leave her divine soul with a thread of life, do you think that Qing Ning will believe it? You know too little about the human heart." Qin Xian was unimpressed. "It's you who doesn't understand." Langli didn't understand the daughter of Qi at all. As the heroine who upholds the great fortune of heaven and earth, daughters of Qi, especially as in the case of Qing Ning's character, she was tricky and bent on having her own way. Believe only what you see with your own eyes, especially in the face of such betrayal. She simply couldn't reason with common sense. Only think of yourself as seeing everything. In Lung Li's eyes, killing intent fleetingly passed. "Too lazy to argue with you," Qin Xian said with a blank stare. "Then shut up." Lang Li's attitude changed, so that Qin Xian more and more certain of his own guesses. He and Lang Li's soul left behind the means, but also to the time to play a role. He glanced at the sky and once again rushed towards where Qing Ning had fallen. Upon arriving at this dense forest that no longer existed, he looked at the fog of blood that hung thickly in the air. Qin Xian pretended to be confused, his eyes filled with dismay. A great battle took place here, and even the daughter of a saint was beheaded? He walked over to Qing Ning's side and kicked the delicate body. "Dead? Buzz off!" At Qing Ning's chest, there was a piece of jade that blossomed with radiant light. Since that jade, Qing Ning's weak divine soul had gradually coalesced into substance and the means of shelter left behind by the sage. Qing Ning looked at Qin Xian, who was rushing in front of her, and eagerly urged, "You hurry and get out of here. Don't look back. Don't fall for it. Yi Feng, he has become a demon. In order to plant you, he went so far as to collude with the Devil's Way and decapitate the Thunder Prison Peak disciples like us, just to put you to death. Run! Get out of there! You run!" Qing Ning's eyes misted with water. Her torso had been cut off from life, and she had died at the hands of Yi Feng. The divine soul was barely maintaining substance with the means of preservation left by his father. The pain she felt before she died was far worse than the torment she felt inside. She went out of her way to take the blame for senior brother Yi Feng, taking the blame for him in vain for the laws of the Holy Land. Even after being miserably slapped in the face, she didn't bother to blame senior brother Yi Feng, willingly giving him millions of yuan stones to purchase the earth-splitting gun. But in the end, she became a discard in Yi Feng's hands, just for the sake of falsely accusing Qin Xian and getting the Yaoqi Holy Land to step in. Yi Feng had gone so far as to collude with the Devil's Path to put her to death. What did she do wrong for Yi Feng to treat her like this? Qing Ning's chest rose and fell violently. Suffocating pain, like waves, rolled over her, making her unable to bear it, covering her face and losing her voice in agony. Qin Xian also did not pity. Qing Ning wanted to kill him, naturally deserved to die, did not have the good sense to say, "Don't cry." Qing Ning angrily urged, "What are you still standing there for? Run! If people see you here, even if you jump into the moat, you won't be able to wash away the grievances on your body." She had no feelings for Qin Xian, and was even more disgusted by his rudeness in the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Swelled her face. She hated to break Qin Xian into pieces, but a grudge is a grudge. One size fits all. She treated Yi Feng like this, but she encountered backstabbing. She would never allow Yifeng to succeed in his treacherous plan. She was miserably betrayed. Even if she died, she wouldn't want to be used by Yifeng. She wanted Qin Xian to live. Wanted Qin Xian to expose Yifeng's ugly face. She wanted Yifeng to pay the price. To make him live and die. Qin Xian snorted out a laugh. He can make false accusations if he wants to? Your divine soul is here. And with your divine soul as a witness, who would be able to pour dirty water on me? Xing Ning said eagerly, my divine soul can only last for a while, and after being injured by the holy weapon earlier, it will dissipate after at most one incense burner. It doesn't matter. Qin Xian casually said carelessly, I have the means to shelter my divine soul. Xing Ning's face revealed ecstasy. You can save me. Qin Xian nodded heavily. I can save you to the point of proving my innocence for me, and afterward, even if your soul dissipates and your body dies, it's none of my business. Xing Ning's back teeth nearly crumbled with hatred. I would rather die than convey the news to you so that you can escape this place, and as a result, you treat me like this? That's what you deserve. You chose it yourself. Qin Xian sneered. He had to maintain the persona now to get Xing Ning's trust. If not, the desire to cover it up is somewhat suspect. In Xing Ning's eyes, the cynicism grew even more, and then it turned into a hatred of Yifeng, and she mocked herself with endless grief. Yes, I chose it myself, and I really shouldn't have had the luxury of you stepping in to save me. Between the two of them talking, there were snickers. I didn't expect that you came in such a timely manner, and even more so, it didn't occur to me that a mere return to the first realm actually has a treasure that shelters the divine soul. However, your petty thoughts are not worth mentioning in front of true strength. There is no need for the Yaoi sacred land to make a move. This father alone can suppress you. Langley appeared from the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, and this time, she was no longer in the state of a holy soul, but instead, she was manipulating the already broken body, for the sake of realism, so that Xing Ning would believe it. Qin Xian, run, hurry and get out of here. She's a devil who disturbs the Yaoqi Holy Land. I don't know why Yifeng would know this devil, but if she wants to kill you, you'll die 10 deaths without a chance of survival. Seeing Langley, Cheng Ning was shocked and eagerly voiced her urgency. Langley stared at Qin Xian slyly. You can run away. Ha, here, there are 10,000 ways for this honored one to kill you. Your desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda is merely clamping down on saint souls at the level of quasi-saints, whereas my father, nowadays, has already managed to advance to a saint soul. Langley stared at Qin Xian with a chilling gaze, killing intent revealed. It appeared as if she was working for Qin Xian, but in reality, it was just a trick. As long as she left the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, why would she need to fear Qin Xian's control anymore? Utilizing the 9 revolutions sacred soul technique, she had condensed her sacred soul to the saint realm under the blessing of the great medicine. She had been holding back until Qin Xian took the initiative to release her body. There was no need to be afraid of the clamp of the desolate ancient prison town tower. Qin Xian kicked her off the 10,000-year cold ice bed. Take her robe and wipe the filth. Within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, great power was utilized to suppress her holy soul, and swindling her out of those 15 million top-grade yuan stones. All kinds of hatred. Today, all together to liquidate. Langley's great revenge was rewarded with a sardonic smile, and he opened the champagne halfway, saying, Qin Xian, you should not have done it 1,000 times. You should not have done it. The words were not yet finished. Qin Xian's mind moved, and Langley was struck by lightning. From the depths of his holy soul, billions of divine soul chains blocked the core of his holy soul in a pervasive manner. Let her all strength. Frozen could not play the slightest. Qin Xian raised his hand again. The desolate ancient prison suppressor tower transformed into a huge peak and smashed towards Langley with a loud bang. Boom! The sound shook the sky, and Langley's already broken body completely burst into blood mist under the barbaric crushing of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower. Qin Xian rolled his eyes and said in a bored manner, What are you pretending to be in front of me? He is waiting right here. Long leaves those little thoughts. His heart is clearer than anyone else, and there is a hidden means of checks and balances within the kung fu. A steady victory. Out of the blue is a killing move. Qin Xian didn't even think to stay his hand. If he let Langley talk any longer, he was afraid that he was going to let Qing Ning learn about all of his schemes. That devil. Dead? Qing Ning sucked in a breath of cold air in dismay, unable to believe the truth of what he was seeing. Qin Xian shook his head. It's just a remnant of an externally strong soul that happened to run into a holy artifact capable of clamping down on holy souls and was miserably suppressed. Qing Ning looked at the already transparent palm miserably in her heart. A saint's soul is still unable to be self-sufficient, let alone a small return to one realm for me? I should also dissipate. It's just a pity that my bitter father, I don't know how to suffer from that Yifeng's swindle. Qin Xian sensed Yifeng's aura approaching and put Qing Ning's divine soul into the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda and left the scene. Someone's coming. I'll take you out of here first. I promise I won't let you die in vain. He sneered in his heart. In order to give Yifeng the most painful blow, Qing Ning was an essential and important key. Where would he let Qing Ning simply dissipate? Dog eat dog. It hasn't even started yet. Chapter 33, Whip the Holy King. Tame him completely. Shortly after Qin Xian left, Yifeng, who had sensed the aura of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, ran towards this place. At breakneck speed, senior sister Qingning, Yifeng rushed to Qingning's body in a panic. Looking at the body that had been cut off from life, his eyes showed shock. Sister Qingning is dead. The head and chest cavity, as much as possible, were penetrated. Even the souls of the gods have been dissipated, completely dead. Ever since he had entered the Yaoqi Holy Land, senior sister Cheng Ning had always treated him with courtesy. Not only did he repeatedly stand up for him at Lei Prison Peak and punch Lei Dalong in the face, he even targeted Qin Xian for him when he was in trouble. Qingning had lifted him up and was of a similar age to him, so the feelings between the two were subtle. Such a red-faced confidant, dying tragically in front of himself. Yifeng's chest cavity, there was brutal anger, which had not yet erupted, turned to surprise after sensing the desolate ancient prison town pagoda. Ninger! A sharp cry came from the distance. Like a meteor, Elder Cheng fell from a distance, smashing the ground into a bottomless gully. Hot tears rolled from his cloudy eyes. Looking at the tragic death of his only daughter, his breath spilled out in a frenzy. Even Yifeng, who was a few feet away, was shocked into staggering backwards and spewing large amounts of blood from his mouth. Yifeng, this father is in seclusion. Ninger has been accompanying you, and now that Ninger has died tragically, what should be your crime? Elder Qing was enraged, looking at Yifeng, who had always been close to his only daughter, standing so intact in front of him. He could not wait to thwart it. Yifeng decisively fell to his knees and kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic. Elder Cheng, Yifeng is incompetent and unable to shelter senior sister Changning. Please Elder Qing take action and allow my disciple to enter the Yellow Springs and meet with my senior sister again. He maintained his kowtowing posture, not daring to meet the furious Elder Qing's eyes. A hint of shade flashed in his eyes as he said, a disciple can die, but only senior sister Qingning must not die so hastily, and must not be wronged. The true culprit must be severely punished. Elder Cheng forlornly collected Qingning's corpse. The eyes were filled with despair. This was his only daughter, the only daughter he had ever spoiled against all odds. Now the tragic death has cut off his hopes completely. He's capable of doing anything for revenge. He stroked his beloved daughter's hair heartily, and his sacred heart was dusty. Who is the murderer? Yifeng gritted his teeth. Disciple also arrived just now and did not see the real culprit. It's just that the holy weapon's aura in this place hasn't completely dissipated yet. Elder, you should be able to sense that it's that small tower. Elder Chang spoke angrily. Don't talk nonsense. That Qin Xian is still in the Qingshui Pavilion and has the 10,000 Swords Peak Master vouching for him. It's impossible for him to have done something like massacring the disciples of the Holy Land. Yifeng lowered his head. That Qin Xian acted arrogant and domineering. Qingning's senior sister, she is not willing to submit to the character. Previously humiliated by it, will certainly try to find a way to get back face. The two people clashed. Killing things may not do not come out. Moreover, disciple previously encountered Qin Xian in Yashan County and feuded with him at the auction. I'm afraid, Elder Qing murmured. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid it's because senior sister Cheng Ning wanted to take out the bad anger for me, and that's why she exchanged words with Qin Xian, allowing things to develop to the present unresolvable point. Yifeng kowtowed more than once in grief, wailing, Elder, 1,000 wrongs are all disciple's fault. Disciple shouldn't have offended Qin Xian. If it wasn't for disciple, Qing Ning's senior sister, she wouldn't have been tragically poisoned. Yifeng was still kowtowing, and the ground was already letting the blood from his forehead soak into bright red. He's betting, fighting for his life. Sister Qingning is dead, and there's no way back. Instead of complaining, we should take advantage of this opportunity to wreak havoc. Regardless of whether or not this matter was related to Qin Xian, there would be no mistaking the small tower's aura. Add to that the fact that there is no proof of death. How can Qin Xian prove himself in front of Elder Qing, who had lost his beloved daughter and was completely out of control? There was again the Thunder Prison Peak Master presiding over justice. Even the 10,000 Swords Peak Master would not endorse Qin Xian. Elder Chang wanted to kill Qin Xian, and there was only one way for the latter to do so, and that was to have the great devil behind him step in. By then, no one will care what the truth is, because Qin Xian was already in a situation of certain death. Qin Xian, your life is really big. Mu Qingxue is willing to use her undercard to shelter you, and even the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's Z Kite senior sister doesn't want to kill you so early. It's just a shame that letting me catch a glimpse of what might have been won't make it any easier for you. Offend the furious and out-of-control Elder Chang. Either you die or I die. Yi Feng withdrew the cold smile in his heart and looked towards Elder Qing, speaking out in grief. Disciple deserved to die. I beg Elder Qing to take action and let Disciple go to accompany senior sister Cheng Ning. He raised his eyes, deliberately, and lifted his palm unmercifully towards his face. Elder Chang let out a cold snort, shocking Yi Feng as he staggered to the ground, his face chilling. You do deserve to die. However, before you die, there is still a use for you. If Ninger's death is related to Qin Xian, even the 10,000 Swords Peak Master wouldn't be able to protect him. I'll make him die without a burial place even if I exhaust the Bijou Yellow Springs. Elder Chang had fallen into madness, and in his eyes, they were a bloody color. The saint's breath overflowed, and within a radius of hundreds of miles, the boundless grass and trees, inch by inch, exploded, and the ground cracked, as if it was extinction. Yi Feng's eyes were wooden, but inwardly he was ecstatic. The bet was won. This time, Qin Xian would surely die, using one life of senior sister Qingning in exchange for Qin Xian's life. He's making a fortune. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Qin Xian wore a smile like a spring breeze. In front of him, the white hair and red pupils of Langley, 3,000 white silk, in the back of the head have been raised. Above her head, the entire azure sky was filled with ice crystals. It's like a storm cloud that's coming. Her red pupils twined with blood filaments as she gritted her teeth. Qin Xian, you destroyed my flesh. Heavy damage to my holy soul again. My hatred for you is immortal. Uncommon. The sky was filled with ice crystals, wanting to completely freeze this wilderness. Langley was fighting against the control of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. The moment the saint's breath came off, endless ice crystals, wrapped in an overwhelming killing intent, moved towards Qin Xian, strangling without mercy. The ice crystals, when they came to less than an inch in front of Qin Xian, all came to a standstill, suspended in mid-air. As Qin Xian waved his hand, the ice crystals in the sky disappeared. He reached out and with a wave of his hand, a god-striking whip, which was mixed with the power of thunder, was held in the palm of his hand, inside the ancient prison town tower. Not to mention a god-beating whip, even if it was a holy whip or a ghost-beating whip, it was all at Qin Xian's whim. It's clearing up. The rain has stopped, and you think you can do it again, don't you? Crack! Hit God whip out. Whip in the cold glass of the holy soul above. In an instant, the thunder snake scurrying, might burst, cold glass holy soul skin open flesh, even the substance, are unable to cohesion. Crack! Do you think you can really conceal the probing of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower from my eyes when you break through to sainthood? Slap! What do you think it is that you want to make the play more real? To manipulate the broken body, that I didn't expect? Snap! What you think is just what you think after all. Not to mention you're a mere saint. Even if you were at your peak, within this desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, you'd only be under my control. You can only be truly free if I give you freedom, and you can't rob me if I don't. The god-striking whip continued to whip out, prodding Langley's already tattered saint soul. Under dozens of lashes, Langley's holy soul, inch by inch, exploded, and even the clothes could not be maintained. The delicate body, seductive, but no one to appreciate. The god-beating whip lashed nearly 100 times, and Langley was in excruciating pain. It was difficult to even condense substance again. The holy soul realm, to the tipping point of an imminent fall. Langley, who had already given in to weakness once, in front of Qin Xian, was ultimately unable to be as solitary as she had been in the past. She gritted her teeth and conceded. I know it's wrong. I will never do it again in the future, and I will willingly escort for you. Qin Xian irritatedly lashed out 3 more times, cursing, what should you call me? Master. Chapter 34, Saint King's Fear. This time, destroying your physical body is only a small punishment for you. If there is a next time, even your soul will be turned into flying ashes. Qin Xian didn't continue to lay down his deadly hands anymore. This was a future Saint King realm escort. It would be a shame to kill it just like that. It is only when the tension and relaxation are in place that the king is able to control his subordinates. With a movement of his mind, Qingning, who was far away, was instantly moved in front of him. Qingning swallowed her saliva and pointed at Langley's soul, saying in horror, you insulted her like that. Aren't you afraid that she'll turn against you in the future? Such a big devil. Kill him earlier and save yourself the trouble. She was so far away that she couldn't hear the conversation between Qin Xian and Langley, but the battle scene is clear to see. Qin Xian held a thunder whip and repeatedly whipped Langley's holy soul, having pumped and blown up her soul countless times. Even condensing it into substance became a problem. The endless torment directed at the soul was so horrifying to her just witnessing it. Anyone else who was subjected to such humiliation would harbor a grudge, only waiting for the day when they could take revenge. She felt that Qin Xian was playing with fire and was prone to playing with fire. Qin Xian was unimpressed. Not everyone is able to possess a top-tier holy weapon like mine that suppresses the soul. Having a bodyguard of the sage realm escorting the left and right, it's a crushing bureau for the onlookers. So why is Yi Feng able to collaborate with the devil? But I can't? Qing Ning saw that Qin Xian did not seem to be telling lies, so she did not try to persuade him more. She didn't have such a deep friendship with Qin Xian. Just staring at Langley in mute disbelief, he said, "Why would he kill me? Yi Feng? Was it you who egged him on from this? Things go awry." She was beginning to think there was something fishy going on and didn't want to believe what she was seeing. However, the immortality of Qin Xian and Langley did not allow her to think much. It only felt that Langley had compelled Yi Feng. Langley snorted morosely. "Stupid." Sold and counted. A single look from Qin Xian caused Langley to be struck by lightning and reluctantly snorted coldly. "Other than killing you, does Yi Feng have any other way to put Qin Xian to death?" Qingning wrinkled his brows and fell into the midst of endless contemplation. Qin Xian's wisdom is in his hands. He is not afraid of Qingning's overthinking. Waving his hand, he rolls Qingning to a distant place. Looking at Langley, dissatisfied. "You'd better, don't move any more crooked thoughts." Langley stared slyly at the teenager in front of him. At the bottom of his heart, there was a cool air. Running up, she suppressed her inner fear and said, "From the very beginning, you knew that I had broken through to the Saint Realm. And after I took the initiative to ask to bring out my physical body to make the play a bit more realistic, you expected that I would counterattack. Not only did you take the opportunity to suppress my physical body, but you also took the opportunity to convince Qingning inwardly that between you and I, there is no end to death." Qin Xian had a smile on his lips. "Or else." Langley took a deep breath. "The fact that you would waste so much time and draw close to the Z-Kite of the Wanbao Pavilion is also something else. I'm afraid that Z-Kite is the one that Yi Feng invited to kill you. You turned Z-Kite in order to make Qing Ning realize later that Yi Feng couldn't kill you through the path of Z-Kite and had to find another way. Sitting on the fact that Yi Feng went out of his way to kill you, it also proves in disguise that Qing Ning was killed by Yi Feng." Langley felt his scalp tingle. From the body of Qin Xian, a youngster, she felt a deeper heart than those old monsters of 10,000 years. The mind is like a mind, a step-by-step ambush, a snake in the grass. Everything is under his control. All of them, pawns in his hands, including her, a former Saint King. She also became one of the links in the layout, being used and not being able to know it. This was the most difficult thing for Langley to accept. You knew, from the very beginning, that Qingning would strike at you, and that this was the target you had originally chosen? Qin Xian rolled his eyes. Is it hard to guess? Wouldn't a good girl with a tricky, spoiled personality, who has been wronged, try to find a way to get her face back? Langley sighed helplessly. I thought, you are since Yaoshan County, only thought of the layout. Now it seems, perhaps in the beginning of the Qingning offended you. All this, there are already traces. From now on, I won't try to kill you. Just wait until I return to my peak and you allow me some time to kill some people. Langley bowed his head in a rare manner. In front of Qin Xian, she realized that she was, really, a stick in the mud. If she continued to fight against Qin Xian, she was certain that she wouldn't live long enough to return to the top. Instead of doing that, we should just admit it. She couldn't count on Qin Xian, and the hatred she had accumulated on Qin Xian. In the future, she would vent it on those enemies to her heart's content. You don't need to be so lost. Having your flesh shattered is also an opportunity for you, Qin Xian said indifferently. A part of your saint soul was sealed amongst the flesh and blood by the burial Saint Nail and Saint Sword. Now that I have destroyed the flesh and blood and collected those remnant souls into the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda, utilizing these shattered souls, you will be able to take a step forward in the Saint Realm in a short period of time, playing a stick to give a sweet date, but also let my realm break through, so that their own cards, and 2 points thick, the mind is hemp, layout grass snake gray line. You already have the style of the superior. Langley sensed the shattered soul belonging to himself within the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower inside. I'm not as good as you, but I would like to see just how far a scourge like you can go. Take your time. Qin Xian left the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower and stopped talking nonsense with Langley. Within the vast wasteland, only Langley was left alone. She sighed quietly,
helpless in her mind. She was mourning for Mu Qingxue. The original her felt that Mu Qingxue might be able to be free from Qin Xian's manipulation. But now, it seemed that Qin Xian's terror far exceeded her imagination. Even she had become a dispensable pawn in Qin Xian's hands. Not to mention Mu Qingxue? I'm afraid I'm going to be played by it. Qin Xian, who had left the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, appeared in the Qingxue pavilion. Within Mu Qingxue's boudoir, Mu Qingxue, who was sticking flowers to the mirror, looked inside the bronze mirror at the extra figure of Qin Xian, turned back in alarm, her irritated willow leaf brows knitted tightly, and scolded, "How come you're back again?" Qin Xian rightfully said, "You're my fiancé. If I don't go back here, where do I go back?" Mu Qingxue rose in exasperation, her chest trembling slightly. "Who is your fiancé? What does the Qingxue pavilion have to do with you? I told you I don't want to see you again. Get out. Get the hell out of here. And don't let me see you again." Mu Qingxue pointed outside the house with righteous indignation. She was unwilling to come into contact with Qin Xian again. The heart was already in turmoil, and it was impossible to sleep all night. If she continued to entangle herself with Qin Xian, she was afraid that the subtle sentiment in her heart would continue to take root. That was something she couldn't tolerate. She, Mak Qingxue, would actually develop feelings for her abuser. If word gets out, how will I see people in the future? Qin Xian looked at the body in front of him with a floating and convex figure and a stunningly beautiful face. Mu Qingxue, with a smile in his eyes, said, "What? Is this eating dry and intending to disown the account? Want to get rid of me can. However, you have to pay something." Mu Qingxue took half a step back, panicked, her hands clasped round her bosom, and she uttered in shame and anger, "What do you want to do again? Asterisk 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 Q. Wulua light smoke palm. Boo." Qin Xian slapped out his palm, and the 5 luo were all turned into green smoke. Like a hungry wolf, he pounced on Mu Qingxue, who was like a small rabbit, and beside his ear, he blew a mouthful of hot air. There's something to talk about later. Chapter 35, Thunder Prison peaks power to kill Qin Xian. The hibiscus tent is warm. The makeup that Mu Qingxue had carefully dressed up, under Qin Xian's repeated rudeness, all let the sweat, to wet, into useless. With a plain face, Mu Qingxue was also a stunning beauty. She had silently recited the clear mind mantra countless times in her heart, but in the end, she couldn't stop the uncontrollable emotions within her. It was actually feeling some uncontrollable pleasure. She was able to sense that this time around, Qin Xian was even more brutal and rude than before. It made her seem like a flatboat in a huge wave. In the rolling waves, the constant ebb and flow, the fall, the whole person, uncontrollably, was at the mercy of the giant wave. Time passed by, and Qin Xian was still continuing to infuse Mu Qingxue with villainous energy. Reward the host with a villain value of plus 1000. Reward the host with a villain value of plus 1000 asterisk 2. Reward the host with villain value plus 1000 asterisk 7. The clouds have broken and the rain has stayed. Mak Qingxue used the bedding to cover her delicate, floating, soul-stirring keto body. Slating her reddened face, she said in shame, "Qin Xian, you've had enough. My makeup, it's all ruined. I'll let you spoil my cultivation task today as well." Repeatedly trying to be mean. "Now that you're satisfied, get out." Qin Xian leaned on the bed, caressing Mu Qingxue's soft hair. So anxious why? The last time in this life to linger. A good coexistence, but also not be able to? The thunder he had buried for Yifeng was about to explode. Being able to, incidentally, deepen the progress of raiding Mu Qingxue. Qin Xian naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. His attitude was no longer that savage, and he also began to be gentle with Mu Qingxue. The gentleness now was nothing more than an active dedication for the sake of the growing recognition within Mu Qingxue's heart in the future, for a more violent and furious storm. It's not true that he's a great villain, but repeated bullying is never fresh. Letting Mu Qingxue, a fairy, willingly introduce herself, that's his ultimate goal. Mu Qingxue laughed coldly. "Do you think I will believe you?" She Mu Qingxue, even if she is an ordinary woman, knows that in the mouth of a man, there is not a word of credibility. However, it was Qin Xian who now felt that his physique was deficient and spoke stiffly. When he gets horny, he'll forget today's words again. Believe it or not, there was no one, from the beginning, who ever trusted me. Qin Xian looked at the roof with a deep gaze and froze, pretending to be deep. As she looked at Qin Xian's forlorn expression, she subconsciously wanted to open her mouth to comfort him, but then she reacted. Why should she comfort Qin Xian? It was she, Mu Qingxue, who had been bullied and humiliated, and Qin Xian was the villain who had committed the violence. When is it the victim's turn to comfort the murderer? A person like you, even wanting to obtain your own brother's supreme bone, going so far as to turn against your family for that reason. Your heart is ruthless. It makes one tremble. If anyone dares to trust you, they are bound to be doomed in the future. After feeling aggrieved, Mu Qingxue retaliated unwillingly. Qin Xian twisted his head and gazed at Mu Qingshue's mesmerizing watery eyes. Reluctantly, he squeezed out a bitter smile. Perhaps, you're right. While Mu Qingxue was fuming, feeling that Qin Xian was extraordinarily abnormal, outside the Qingxue pavilion, there was an angry roar that shook the sky. Qin Xian, kill my Thunder Prison Peak disciple. You deserve to die. Get your ass out here and die. Outside the clear snow pavilion, several saint elders of Thunder Prison Peak appeared in unison, their faces filled with anger. The true disciple was killed, and the two major celestial realm deacons of Thunder Prison Peak were dead. This was a strange shame for the entire Thunder Prison Peak. Several saints appeared together with a clear attitude, clearly coming to seek Qin Xian's life. The news of this place quickly spread throughout the entire Yaoqi Holy Land. More and more disciples of the Holy Land converged towards this place, exchanging words. What happened? How is it that even a few sage elders from Thunder Prison Peak have shown up? I don't know anymore. I heard that it was a few true disciples from Thunder Prison Peak that were killed by Fairy Qingshue's fiancé. Among them, Thunder Prison Peak Elder Qing's most favorite only daughter, Qing Ning, also died tragically at the hands of Fairy Qingshue's fiancé. ****** hit so hard? He is dead. Even senior sister Qing Ning dared to kill her. Elder Chang won't let go of the murderer of his beloved daughter even if he offends the statutes. Under the eyes of everyone, inside the Qingxue pavilion, the expressionless Qin Xian, along with the stunned Mu Qingxue, walked out together. The moment Qin Xian appeared, the four saints, their breath burst forth. The saintly pressure, all crushed towards Qin Xian in unison, wanting to press him to the point of falling to his knees. Qin Xian took out the desolate ancient prison-suppressing pagoda and sheltered himself, looking straight at the several saints that looked like a great sun without being humble, saying with dissatisfaction, "Indiscriminately, you use your power to oppress others. This is the behavior of your saints. This is the attitude of how you deal with things in the Yaohe sacred ground?" He looked to the side at Mu Qingxue and said with concern, "Are you alright?" Mu Qingxue shook her head in disbelief. With the desolate ancient prison-suppressing pagoda sheltering her, the saint's pressure didn't have any effect on her. In reality, even if Qin Xian did not utilize the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Mu Qingxue would not have any effect. After all, Elder Chang and the other saints knew that there was a saint master behind Mu Qingxue, as well as the 10,000 Swords Peak master, and no one would go looking for trouble on their own, and saints were no exception. "Qingxue, hurry up and leave Qin Xian. This guy is a murderer." Even senior sister Qingning was put to death. In his eyes, there's nothing he can't do. Yi Feng held back the ecstasy in his heart and spoke kindly to Mu Qingxue, "Hurry up and leave Qin Xian. Don't make any mistakes." Mu Qingxue wrinkled her eyebrows and retorted, "Yi Feng, don't talk nonsense." Qin Xian, he did have some issues with senior sister Qingning, but it wasn't to the point of murder. Yi Feng pretended to have a furious face and was agitatedly loud with the same enemy. "Qingxue, don't deceive yourself and others." Senior sister Changning had previously crossed paths with Qin Xian and was upset, and together with several Thunder Prison Peak true disciples, wanted to teach Qin Xian a lesson. As a result, just last night, senior sister Qingning died tragically in the dense forest outside of Yaoshan County, her bones not yet cold, as well as several true masters, even their corpses were nowhere to be found. This son, Qin Xian, disobeyed the Yaoan Holy Land. His sins should be put to death. At those words, the crowd of disciples were horrified. No wonder Thunder Prison Peak is pointing straight at Qin Xian. Senior sister Qingning and the others are seeking Qin Xian. Can they still be looking for the wrong person? It's just that Qin Xian has a top-notch sacred artifact in his hands, and they're not looking for death if they're picking a fight for no reason. Hush, be silent. Disciples of the Holy Land should share the same enemy. Murder pays. Killing a disciple of my Holy Land deserves to be punished on the spot. Now, not only the Thunder Prison Peak disciples, but even the rest of the great mountains that had gathered to watch, and even 10,000 Swords Peak, verbally attacked Qin Xian. "Qin Xian, a sacred artifact won't be able to save your life." Elder Qing's face was filled with anger and his killing intent was revealed. Taking out a holy seal, it transformed into a 10,000-foot giant peak and blasted towards Qin Xian. Knock! The holy seal collided with the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, and the ground shook as if an earth dragon had turned over. If it wasn't for the many formations sheltering this place, the sky would have already turned upside down. The remaining 3 saints, too, did not hold back, one after another. They took out their holy weapons and attacked the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. Under the rounds of strikes, cracks arose in the barrier formed by the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda under Qin Xian's deliberate efforts. Qin Xian's face revealed a look of fear, but inwardly, he had no waves, and faintly used his afterglow, glancing at Mu Qingxue. For 4 saints to break through the defense of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower was still too heavenly. However, he didn't aspire to that, didn't think about defense all the time. The idea is to make a big deal out of it. The bigger the fuss, the better for him. The only one who could push the envelope was Mu Qingxue, who had been sheltered by the 10,000 Swords Peak Master. Enough! You, Thunder Prison Peak, can't kill indiscriminately either. Mu Qingxue couldn't bear it any longer and took out 2 communication talismans, crushing them together. 2 streams of light, running at breakneck speed towards where 10,000 Swords Peak was. In the next second, the Peak Master of the 10,000 Swords Peak, as well as Mu Qingxue's Peak Saint Master, appeared together. The pressure that had caused the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower to endure, in an instant, disappeared. Sure enough, out of the blue, Qin Xian was satisfied in his heart. It was said that a husband and wife should be together for 100 days. What's more, he had more than a one-day relationship with Mu Qingxue. Chapter 36 Zikite Lies, favors Qin Xian. Cheng Xin, you guys have crossed the line. It's not your Thunder Prison Peak's turn to bully the people of my 10,000 Swords Peak. Mu Qingxue's master, the Thunder Sword Saint, was a Peak Saint realm powerhouse. She had been following the development of things here, seeing Cheng Xin and the others, who had gone mad, and even her disciple, Mu Qingxue, was involved in the calamity. She became furious. The 10,000 Swords Peak Master's expression was cold. Without substantial evidence in front of us, how can we prove that the true disciple of Thunder Prison Peak was killed by Qin Xian? The 4 saints, Elder Cheng, frowned. The 4 of them together were no match for the Thunder Sword Saint, not to mention the fact that the Peak Master of the 10,000 Swords was an existence they could not hope for. The attitude of the 10,000 Sword Peak Master and the Thunder Sword Sage was clearly favoring Mu Qingxue's fiancé and favoring Qin Xian. In the midst of Cheng Xian's 4 people's difficulties, Yi Feng took a step forward in full view of everyone. In front of the 10,000 Swords Peak Master, he remained stalwartly unafraid and said bluntly, "Peak Master, Thunder Sword Sage Senior, if we at Thunder Prison Peak do not have conclusive evidence, then it is indeed our Thunder Prison Peak that has overstepped its bounds. It's just that, unbeknownst to you, when Senior Sister Chang Ning was preparing to encircle Qin Xian, she was well aware of the formidable power of that small tower, and purposely invited 2 Celestial Realm Deacons from Thunder Prison Peak to use to hold the small tower in check. Now, not only did Senior Sister Qing Ning and the others die tragically, but even the 2 Celestial Realms, their life tags are shattered. At the place where Senior Sister Qing Ning fell, we detected the aura of the small tower held by Qin Xian, as well as that great devil Lanli who had once decimated several saints of my holy land in the Yaoqi Holy Land. The Thunder Sword Saint crossed his eyebrows, his sword intent boiling around him, and he spoke out in a violent rage. Yi Feng, you have great guts. Are you insinuating that my 10,000 Swords Peak disciple is not fornicating with the devil Lanli? Her heart shook in disbelief. Not even if Yi Feng mentioned this matter. Once Qin Xian sat down and had a relationship with the demon Lanli, her disciple, as Qin Xian's fiancé, naturally couldn't escape the blame. At that time, don't say that she couldn't protect Mu Qingxue. Even the Peak Master would never allow her disciples to collude with the devil's way. Thunder Sword Saint, sword intent like waves striking the sky. Only the slightest spillage also made Yi Feng as if he was burdened. He was hunched over, cold sweat rustling down his forehead, gritting his teeth, unwilling to give in. He said, "Disciple dares to vouch for his life. If Lanli has no relationship with Qin Xian, he is willing to kill himself on the spot. How dare you talk tough?" The Thunder Sword Saint snorted angrily, and in Yi Feng's mouth, there was blood spewing out, suffering a heavy blow. As the Thunder Sword Saint still wanted to continue applying pressure, the crushing sword intent around Yi Feng instantly collapsed. A middle-aged man with a dragon's stride stepped into the air above Yi Feng's head. His eyes were icy cold, not angry, and he opened his mouth like thunder exploding. "Thunder Sword, in front of everyone, you're applying this kind of pressure. Are you intending to forcefully pressurize me? Thunder Prison Peak?" The onlookers, seeing the middle-aged man who appeared, were terrified and it's the Thunder Prison Peak Master. Even the Thunder Prison Peak Master, who has always been deep and shallow, has stepped forward. "This matter, it's impossible for it to end well. He's sticking up for Yifeng. I'm afraid it's the case that Qin Xian's guilt has already been confirmed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to openly oppose 10,000 Sword Peak. Thunder Sword Sage knew that he was not the opponent of the Thunder Prison Peak Master, and said in an urn, "Saints all know that Langley has let us join hands to inflict heavy injuries, and if she doesn't die, she will have to recuperate for thousands of years. Not to mention, there is also the burial sacred nail and the Peak Master's sacred artifact suppressing her. So how can she make trouble again?" Yi Feng's expression was cold, but he was ecstatic inside. It's waiting right here. He naturally caught substantial evidence. Otherwise, how dare you mention Langley's name here? What the Thunder Sword Saint said is very true. It's just that what Langley was suppressed was her physical body. Her holy soul still exists. Perhaps she was heavily injured. But if there is a secret method to repair the holy soul, and someone deliberately purchased a great medicine for her to repair her holy soul, what should be done? Yifeng sounded aloud, impassioned, throwing his voice. The closest Wanbao pavilion to this place is in Yaoshan County, where there are a large number of great medicines for repairing the holy soul. Qin Xian, an avatar realm. If he buys the great medicines needed to nourish the holy soul, can its collusion with Langley be situated in truth? Yifeng stared at Qin Xian with murderous intent in his eyes. The owner of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion is my 10,000 Formation Peak Zekite's senior sister. Whether there is any such matter or not, let Zekite's senior sister investigate and we'll know. The Thunder Prison Peak Master murmured, "Declare Purple Iris to come." Swish swish swish, several streams of light scurried towards where the 10,000 Formation Peak was. The 10,000 Swords Peak Master looked at the Thunder Sword Sage and transmitted, "Zekite and Langley, our old acquaintances?" The Thunder Sword Sage was like an on. "I don't know." The 10,000 Swords Peak Master's eyes slightly closed as he indifferently said, "If this is indeed the case, both Qin Xian and Zekite will have to die to thank for their sins. Langley is a life and death enemy of the Yaoqi Holy Land and cannot be tolerated. The interests of the Holy Land are greater than the individual. If Qin Xian did save Zekite and was involved with Mu Qingxue, even if he owed the Mu family a favor, he wouldn't get off lightly. Qin Xian, is it true that you killed Qing Ning and had Langley step in to suppress the Thunder Prison Peak Celestial Realm Deacon?" Mu Qingxue's heart transmitted in fear. She felt that what Yifeng said was the truth. After all, earlier, Qin Xian had left the Clear Snow Pavilion in order to purchase the great medicine that Langley needed to repair her holy soul. Once the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion's purple kite rushes to this place and confirms the matter, when Langley is involved, not only will Qin Xian and her have to die, but even Langley will have to lose his soul. Mu Qingxue's heart panicked like a mess, scolding her in 100 ways. "You really are a madman. Why did you have to kill Qingning? Her father was overindulged and was capable of doing anything for revenge. It's just that you don't know how to die, but you actually let Langley make a move. Are you trying to cause us to give you a burial together?" Qin Xian twisted his head and looked deeply into the rippling watery eyes of Mu Qingxue. The corners of his mouth flicked out, revealing a bitter smile. "As helpless as a victim, from the beginning to the end, no one has ever believed in me either. And you're not an exception, are you?" Everything he expected. He just wanted to make Mu Qingxue furious. He just wanted Mu Qingxue's accusations. It was only when the truth was revealed that Xin could make Mu Qingxue feel guilty. Within 10 breaths, the Celestial Realm Deacon who had traveled to 10,000 Formation Peak not only summoned the chief disciple, Zekite, but also attracted a large number of powerful people who were watching. Gollum, everyone. At the moment the violet kite appeared, they all swallowed a mouthful of saliva backwards and unconsciously retreated 100 feet. The chief disciple of the 10,000 Formation Peak, who was encased within the armor of many holy weapons, was feared like a tiger. Even the saints, no exceptions. The Thunder Prison Peak Master spoke. "Zekite, as the Yaoshan County Sub-Gallery Master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, has Qin Xian purchased any of the great medicines required for sacred soul repair at your 10,000 Treasures Pavilion?" Yifeng held his laughter in his heart. He had investigated it all, and Qin Xian had spent more than 10 million top-grade yuan stones to purchase the great medicine. Zekite only needed to report truthfully to confirm the fact that Qin Xian had colluded with Langley. At that time, if Langley was involved, Qin Xian would be dead regardless of whether he killed Qingning or not. A certain death. No. Violet Kite's voice, clear and cold through her robes, was extraordinarily firm. "There has never been this matter." The Thunder Prison Peak Master wrinkled his brows as his gaze shifted to Yifeng below. Yifeng was struck by lightning, his eyes bloodshot. "Impossible. I've inquired about the manager of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and just yesterday,
Qin Xian purchased the grade medicine needed to repair the sacred soul at a cost of 11,800,000 top-grade yuan stones.
You're lying, in favor of Qin Xian, he exclaimed.
How could it not have occurred to him that not only was Zikite unwilling to fight for him to kill Qin Xian,
he was still lying here, and was deliberately sheltering Qin Xian. This was tantamount to,
was confirming that he had slandered Qin Xian.
In such a situation, Wang Jianfeng would not let him leave alive. Zikite did not look askance,
and said in a cold voice,
"If I say no, I mean no. Are you the Wanbao Pavilion sub-pavilion master, or am I? Which one of you can confirm that you told him to come here and confront me?" Chapter 37 Deadly Road. Qin Wanfu's killing arrival. Violet Kite looked silent.
There was not the slightest hint of feeling any sense of apologizing to the Holy Land or to others for siding with Qin Xian, much less afraid of anyone daring to confront her.
Before she came,
she had already informed the interior of the 10,000 treasures pavilion that this matter could not be spread out. Whoever dares to come here to confront him, it's impossible to say whether the Yaoqi Holy Land will kill him or not.
But in her case, it's certain death. As the Wanbao Pavilion's sub-pavilion master, she didn't dare to be sure if her subordinates were loyal or not, but she was certain that they were absolutely afraid of death. Qin Xian into the 10,000 treasures pavilion
is nothing more than to buy some cultivation must heavenly materials and treasures. He can break through to the 4th level of the Avatar realm, also thanks to the 10,000 treasures pavilion's heavenly materials and treasures. Whoever wants to buy in the Avatar realm breakthroughs required heavenly materials and treasures. 10,000 treasures pavilion opened the door to welcome.
Zikai hit a hard broad without leaving any traces,
and then said in a cold voice,
"But if someone dares to use the name of my Wanbao Pavilion to defame others, I will absolutely not allow it." So what if Yi Feng knew that she was favoring Qin Xian? If you have a complaint, you can only swallow it in your stomach. Wanbao Pavilion would never betray any information about Qin Xian, just like she, Violet Iris,
would never betray her friends.
It's only right to stick your neck out for your friends. Not to mention,
Qin Xian was her only best friend, giving her the diamond ring that represented the eternal exclusivity of friendship.
Senior sister Violet Iris, Langley is my Yaoqi Holy Land's mortal enemy,
and Qin Xian is working against my Yaoqi Holy Land by colluding with him.
By favoring Qin Xian, you are favoring my Yaoqi Holy Land's mortal enemy.
Yi Feng gritted his teeth in hatred. Only he who had known the truth realized how much he had been wronged. Violet Kite is talking out of her ass in public. Not only did she fail to fulfill her promise to behead Qin Xian for him,
and also, at this critical time, to fall back on it.
Yi Feng hated it in his heart, wondering if Qin Xian had filled Zikite with some kind of mesmerizing soup, and was actually able to make Zikite take sides like this in 100 different ways. Violet Kite lightly stomped her lotus steps,
and under her feet, a heavy one-thought fabricated spell formation was concluded layer by layer. A giant circle of light, streaming with color, was adding to her aura, leaping upward. She was already at the peak of the celestial realm, and at this moment, under the heavy increase of the spell formation, her aura was straight up to that of a quasi-saint. Her pretty face was covered with anger.
Yi Feng, according to your meaning, is to brand me as Langley's accomplice, saying that I'm in cahoots with Qin Xian? Yi Feng's words that were on his lips were swallowed back after seeing Zikite's such a determined attitude. He felt that if he continued to threaten, Zikite really wanted to beat him to death in public. The only daughter of the chief sacred doctor, the daughter of the Danding Peak Master, and the chief disciple of the 10,000 Formation Peak Master. With these identities added on, even if Zikite killed him, he wouldn't receive any substantial punishment. He buried the hatred in his heart, secretly, no longer to look at Zikite, but stared at Qin Xian, angrily said, "Devil Longley, long ago has been the holy land of the strong heavily wounded, should be dying, now is appearing outside the Yaoshan County. I suspect that at the beginning, is the light under the black, there is the holy land of the internal people with its collusion. Hidden devil, gave her time to recuperate. Of course, I think that the disciples of the Holy Land are all in the same boat. It is impossible to do such despicable and shameless things. It is highly likely that you are the one who utilized your identity to secretly conceal it. As long as we check inside the Qingshui Pavilion for the presence of Langley's breath, we can confirm the truth of what I said in my mouth." Boom! As the Thunder Prison Peak Master's palm fell, countless spell formations within the clear snow pavilion, including the special boundary of the unsullied sacred body, were reduced to nothingness. Since the basement of the backyard, there were wisps of azure-colored cold ice breath, drifting away. If it wasn't Long Li's special scent, who was it? The disciples of the Holy Land, who were watching, were all moved. It's the cold ice breath. It's really that big devil's breath. It turns out that she was really concealed within the Yaoqi Holy Land. No wonder the 100 searches were fruitless in the first place.
But it's a black light. If it wasn't for Qin Xian's private stash, that Longli and Mu Qingxue, they wouldn't be able to draw a line. Not just these other disciples from the other major peaks, even the Thunder Sword Sage and the 10,000 Swords Peak Master had their brows knitted tightly at this moment. The gaze that looked at Mu Qingxue was filled with disappointment. Staring at Qin Xian, in his eyes, he was even more murderous. Colluding with Longli, Qin Xian already has a way to get killed. Qin Xian, do you have anything to argue about it this time? Yi Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His heart was greatly determined. If you didn't collude with Longli, how could there be a devil's breath here? If it's not you secretly fornicating with the devil, is it hard to believe that it would be the 10,000 Sword Peaks fairy Qingxue who was secretly colluding? He would not have been willing to utilize such a means. It will spread to Mac Qingxue, but the situation at hand, if he didn't reveal it, he would be slandering 10,000 Sword Peak and would be in trouble. It was all he could do to save his life. If you want to blame, you can only blame Mu Qingxue for meeting a bad person, who made her favor Qin Xian and die unrepentant. Yi Feng, stop talking nonsense. Mu Qingxue pointed at Yi Feng from afar, the full curvature of her chest, being furious and trembling violently. How could she not expect that Yi Feng, whom she had promoted, would actually backtrack when he arrived at the Yaoqi Holy Land? The Yi Feng that her Mu family had favored and invested in 100 ways had turned out to be a white-eyed wolf in such a life and death situation, reaching out to her with deadly claws. What's the point of being so angry? Qin Xian forcibly pressed down Mu Qingxue's green onion jade finger. Not caring. This matter, it has nothing to do with you. He slowly took a step forward, angling up his resolute face. His gaze was bland, as if this matter was simply not on his mind, or, perhaps, mentally prepared to face all the consequences. It was that cold, with fearlessness, under the eyes of all. Qin Xian carelessly nodded his head and admitted, "That's right, Langley was saved by me. Only that the great medicine she needed to repair her sacred soul wasn't purchased in the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, but rather, I obtained it from somewhere else. The Celestial Realm Deacons of Thunder Prison Peak. I also killed them, who made them bully others and seek their own death." He looked at Elder Chang again. "Your daughters, including the several true disciples of Thunder Prison Peak, all died at my hands. They secretly struck out against me and deserved to die. The disciples of the Holy Land, with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. Thief, kill my Holy Land's true disciple, colluding with the devil Longli, beating and killing my Holy Land's Celestial Realm Deacon. You deserve to die. Death by 1,000 cuts can't vent the anger of my Holy Land. You deserve to die, and your divine soul should be suppressed in the land of the underworld, so that in this life and the next, you will sink in pain." Elder Chang was furious. "Thief, killing my beloved daughter. Today, I will break you into pieces." He was furious, his hair dancing wildly, as if he were a demon god. In the air, it was like stepping on an invisible ladder, approaching towards Qin Xian step by step. He wouldn't resort to thunder and lightning. That would be giving Qin Xian a pain in the ass, and it would be too cheap for him. He wanted to kill his enemy with his bare hands and make Qin Xian beg for his life in extreme pain. "Master, Lord Peak Master." Mu Qingxue raised her eyes and pleaded towards her master and the 10,000 Swords Peak Master. She didn't know why. At this time, Qin Xian would take the initiative to bear all the blame. Only she understood in her heart that the matter of hiding Langley had nothing to do with Qin Xian. All of this, she did. Qin Xian was wrongly accused. Silence, hiding a devil. This matter can't be pleaded for. You were hoodwinked. You are also at fault. After today, go to the Sword Cliff to face the wall for 3 years. The Thunder Sword Sage's angry voice was chiding Mu Qingxue, and even more so, he was drawing a line between her and Qin Xian. "Elder Qingxin, your daughter was not necessarily killed by Qin Xian, and Longli she is even less." Mu Qingxue twisted her head and looked at Elder Qingxin, who was pressing forward at every step. She couldn't tolerate the fact that she had accused Qin Xian like that earlier, and Qin Xian had even taken the blame for her. It's a smear, a grievance out of nothing. Qin Xian twisted his head, glaring angrily at Mu Qingxue. "Shut up." Drinking back Mu Qingxue, he stared at the approaching saint with complete fearlessness. He was gambling that Qingning would not be able to resist standing up for him to prove his innocence. Of course, even if Qingning hadn't thought it through for a while, he also had no fear of the saint's might. The desolate ancient prison suppressing tower could not kill a saint in his hands for the time being, but it was not so bad that the saint would blast through his defenses. Time, exactly enough. "Qin Xian, I'm going to use your head to propitiate Ninger's spirit in heaven." Elder Qing's eyes were crimson, his body exploding and trembling, his forehead veins rippling by the inch.
The rage was so great that even heaven and earth were changed. The saint's aura was locked,
and around Qin Xian, space was imprisoned,
leaving him nowhere to escape. As Elder Qing's murderous intent was chilling,
and Z Kite was about to make a move to save him,
a clear and cold voice sounded beside everyone's ears.
"Stop!"
The clear and cold burst of his voice shattered Elder Qing's saintly aura,
collapsing it on the spot.
Everyone looked toward where the voice came from and raised their eyes.
However,
he saw a saint-king realm that was like the sun,
followed by dozens of saints quasi-saints, killing in unison. It wasn't the others, it was the crowd of the Qin Wangfu, the highly accomplished master of the Xiang Empire, who was known as the double saint king of one sect. Chapter 38 The Great Demon God Arrives. Qin Wangfu came, Qin Xian is saved. Mu Qingxue saw Qin Jinbei leading the people to arrive in a windy manner. In his heart, he said, "It's really the bloodline that is the closest." Even if he had threatened to have driven Qin Xian out of his home, in reality, if Qin Xian was in danger, the king of Qin still wouldn't sit idly by. With the Qin Wangfu stepping in, Qin Xian's life should be able to be saved. If not,
she really didn't know how to face herself. It was clearly her fault, but Qin Xian was willing to take the blame for her. The guy who seems out of touch on a regular basis is willing to go out of his way and die for her when it comes to the crunch. She absolutely would not allow that she owed Qin Xian anymore. That way, she would no longer be able to hate Qin Xian and could no longer live with herself as a victim. The Thunder Prison Peak Master blocked in front of the crowd of the Qin King's mansion, and with a cold face, he bluntly said,
"Qin King, didn't you declare to the public earlier that you severed your father-son relationship with Qin Xian? Now,
Qin Xian colluded with the Devil's Path and killed my Yaohe Holy Land's true disciple,
so he deserves to be executed. Could it be that you are planning to rob someone?"
The 10,000 Swords Peak Master put aside his personal grudges and blocked the front of the Qin Wangfu crowd with the Thunder Prison Peak Master one after the other.
The Qin King's cultivation was profound,
and he had achieved great feats, and it was by no means possible for a sacred king to stop him.
Not to mention,
there was also a holy daughter of the heaven-mending Holy Land,
as well as a host of saints quasi-saints watching intently. This was no weaker than the intimidation brought about by Li.
There was no way to allow the Yaoqi Holy Land to be underestimated.
Whoosh, 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 Yaoqi Holy Land, 7 peak masters to its 6, a group of saints,
but also several times the Qin Wangfu.
High in the sky,
the holy light shone brightly,
far away from each other.
The atmosphere was tense and seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. The king of Qin's tiger eyes were indifferent as he said in a deep voice,
"This king is not here to save Qin Xian. There are just some things that he needs to return."
The Thunder Prison Peak Master stepped aside to make a path.
"As long as you don't save anyone, anything is fine."
They had no intention of going against the king of Qin. As an imperial side-by-side king sitting on a region of land, Qin Jinbei was extremely large in both strength and connections. It was by no means as simple as what it looked like in front of them.
Just dozens of saints quasi-saints.
It was just a matter of taking away some of Qin Xian's things, which they were unwilling to and would not stop.
The crowd of the Qin Wangfu, in a dignified manner, crossed over the encirclement of the Yaohu sacred ground and condescendingly looked down on Qin Xian,
who had become the target of all. The Qin king said angrily, "Adverse son, hand over the supreme bone."
Qin Xian was first stunned.
Then he cursed,
"Qin Jinbei, you're old and confused.
The supreme bone has long been plucked out and given to you guys as a way to return the favor of your upbringing.
And this is the time to ask me for the bone? Were you kicked in the head by a donkey when you went out?"
When the disciples of the Holy Land heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cool air.
This Qin Xian,
he's really broken, knowing he's going to die and rolling all over the place. Even his own father dares to scold him like that. He's really fierce.
But wasn't the supreme bone already stripped by the Qin king? How is it that at this moment, the king of Qin has come to demand it from Qin Xian again? The Qin king's face was as gloomy as water. This son, Qin Xian, is a great rebel,
refuting him in public as his father's face was, at the end of the day,
asking for death.
He was furious. "Rebellious son, you coveted your blood brother's supreme bone,
and after I recognized it,
I stripped the supreme bone from your body. But then behind the scenes, you encouraged your grandfather to come to the Qin king's mansion to make a scene and take your sibling's bone. Today, if you are unwilling to hand over the supreme bone, there is no need for the Yaohe sacred land to take action. My Qin Wangfu will clean up the door with my own hands."
That bone was his Howr's hope of becoming an emperor. They came all the way after the great demon god, in order to retrieve the supreme bone.
In his eyes, there was no longer Qin Xian as his son,
only the complete version of the supreme bone. As long as one could transplant the supreme bone into Qin Hao's body again,
he spared no expense,
even if it meant killing Qin Xian on the spot.
Qin Xian contemptuously rolled his eyes and sneered out.
Kill me if you want to kill me. What's all this talk about cleaning up the house? Me, Qin Xian. What's it got to do with your Qin Wanfu? Shang Guanya angrily scolded. Qin Xian, stop resisting unnecessarily. You've become a demon. Even the Yaoqi Holy Land that took you in dares to wreak havoc. You're seeking death. Hand over the supreme bone, and I can pay back the losses of the Yaoqi Holy Land for you and try my best to keep you alive.
Qin Xian cocked his head and said rhetorically,
Are you doing me a favor as a mother? Shang Guanya hated the anger. I am your mother. Naturally, it's for your own good.
You've made a huge mistake and coveted your brother's supreme bone.
If you don't return the bone again, I won't be able to shelter you. Puffing, Qin Xian was amused. If you are my mother, the bone should have been mine. What's the point of returning it? Now,
the supreme bone that you consider yourself to be growing inside me does not belong to me,
but to your Hauer, and on what grounds? As a parent, do you press me?
The appearance of the Qin Wanfu crowd was unexpected by Qin Xian, but based on what they said, it wasn't hard to guess what had happened to the Qin Wanfu after he left. It was nothing more than his Saint King realm background.
That is, his grandfather,
stepping in for him and going to the Qin Wanfu to seek justice. What Qin Xian hadn't expected was that his grandfather had actually taken out all the supreme bones in Qin Hao's body for his sake.
Qin Xian, you were in the Qin King's residence. You bullied the maids and beat the house servant to death. You're full of evil. The Qin King is mindful of his family's feelings and has left you alive. If you try to argue again, you're just asking for your own death.
The young lord lost his supreme bone and suffered a severe injury.
You, as the older brother, deserve to hand over the supreme bone. Qin Xian, you've bullied men and women in the past and done nothing wrong. Now don't make the mistake of going down one road.
The clan elders of the Qin Wanfu were all verbally abusive towards Qin Xian.
Whatever dirty water and sewage is thrown at him, in order to make the Qin Wanfu's move bright and open.
When the Holy Land disciples heard this, they were all cynical in their hearts, and their gazes towards Qin Xian were filled with chilling killing intent. To even covet your brother's supreme bone is simply scum. Relying on the status of the Qin King's Grand Duke,
bullying the weak is an even more inhuman act.
And now they're even colluding with the Devil's Path to brutally kill my Yaoqi Holy Land's true disciples.
Killing him on the spot is considered cheap.
This scourge should be nailed to the pillar of shame for future generations of disciples to spit on for 10,000 years.
When Mu Qingxue saw this,
she was incomparably heartbroken. She thought that the Qin Wanfu was here to save Qin Xian.
But who knows? Even Qin Xian's bloodline relatives were all spurned.
How much heavenly fury had Qin Xian done to be able to make the entire clan of the Qin Wanfu turn against him? Master Teacher and 10,000 Swords Peak Master were unwilling to stand up for Qin Xian, and even Qin Xian's family was forcing him to die.
What could she do for Qin Xian? Now, if you want to blame it, you can only blame it on Qin Xian's evil deeds in the past, and she can't do anything about it?
But today's matter really has nothing to do with Qin Xian.
Mu Qingxue's tangled emotions, nowhere to vent, a pretty face, are followed by taut. Qin Xian. A clear cry made everyone notice the teenage heroic Qin Hao.
This proud son of heaven, who was about to become the holy son of the heaven-mending Holy Land,
slowly walked towards the front, stared at Qin Xian, and angrily said,
You think you've severed your ties with the Qin family,
but in reality, you've been relying on the Qin family for your survival. Your blood, your flesh, including your surname, all of it was given to you by the Qin family. You deserve to die if you really break off your relationship. Laughter arrives out of nowhere in the clear blue sky. Ha ha ha. Well, the last name is all given by the Qin family. Our great-grandson is with our last name Qin. We would like to ask, you're king of Qin, and you, the sinner, whose last name is it with? The great demon god, who had gone into hiding after leaving the Qin Wanfu, finally rushed to Qin Xian's side at this moment. Chapter 39. The truth is made public. A strange injustice.
When Qin Jinbei saw the great demon god with a head full of white spots,
his eyes, hateful and abhorrent, unwillingly addressed, Father, the great demon god waved his hand repeatedly. Don't call me father. I don't have a son like you who is weak on affection. If I had known that I would give birth to a sinner like you, I should have dumped you in the bamboo forest of your grandfather's house in the first place. The crowd from the Yaoqi sacred land were all stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. They thought that Qin Xian deserved to die for his evil deeds. But right now, this clan head of the Qin Wanfu seemed to be extraordinarily biased in favor of Qin Xian. For this reason, they had even turned against the Qin family. There's something else going on here? Qin Jinbei suppressed his inner rage and said in a low voice, Father, if there's anything, let's go back to the Qin Wanfu and discuss it again. The great demon god laughed coldly. We have already drawn a clear line with the Qin family. with the Qin Wangfu, what does it have to do with you, and what is there to talk about? He looked down at the all-powerful Dason, and his heart ached as if his chest had been cut open and he'd had a knife cut into his heart, with a packet of coarse salt sprinkled in the process. This was his oldest grandson that he had raised from the size of a baby. It was the eldest grandson who had once been inseparable from him, weak but exceptionally well-behaved and obedient. The entire Qin family was slandered, and Dason could only endure in silence. He was a grandfather, but he was not willing to let his eldest grandson suffer such an indignity. He had been waiting, just for today, to clear Dason's name. The great demon god Tiger Eyes round, in front of everyone, angrily questioned, Qin Shenbei, today we ask you, in the Qin Wangfu, Qin Xian, whether to humiliate the maid, scolding the house slaves to disability? The sound exploded like thunder, and Qin Shenbei's eardrums buzzed, his eyes lowered and he made no sound, not daring to admit it personally. That means no. The great demon god held the holy weapon great axe in his hand, and chopped out with an axe in public. Heaven and earth changed color, a majestic aura that swept over millions of miles, the might of an axe, wanting to open up the heavens and the earth. The clan elder who had poured dirty water towards Qin Xian's body let this axe, unanticipated, split his body and shattered his holy soul, killing in public. The great demon god's gaze was icy cold. Deceiving my great-grandson is a crime that deserves death. Chopping a saint first, the great demon god's breath became more and more manic, and looked at the Qin Wangfu crowd. Let me ask you again. Does our great son really covet the supreme bone in Qin Hao's body? Who among you dares to come out and confront us? The people of the Qin Wangfu were silenced, not saying a word, and even the gaze of the great demon god didn't dare to meet its gaze. The great demon god laughed coldly. Outsiders don't know our great-grandson's body. The supreme bone is a complete version. Even the eyesight of the Ziyang Empire's chief holy doctor can hide it. Unlike that Qin Hao, who is just a crippled version, with more than half of its power. Our great-grandson has a complete version of the supreme bone. Will he covet the crippled version, picking up the sesame seeds and throwing away the watermelon? You guys are claiming that our great-grandson covets the supreme bone. Are you treating everyone in the world as fools? Upon hearing this, the saints of the Yaoqi Holy Land were all astonished. They also hadn't thought that there was a difference between a complete version and a mutilated version of the supreme bone. According to what the great demon god had said, Qin Xian had the complete version of the supreme bone. So why would he need to covet the mutilated version of the supreme bone? On the other hand, the people of the Qin Wangfu house had bitten off more than they could chew, so they couldn't think much about it. After all, what parent would plant evidence against their own son? Qin Xian looked at his grandpa, who was in a state of rage and was happy in his heart. I didn't expect this sudden change of heart. It was also able to take advantage of the opportunity and give him a few more leverage. He deliberately arched his fire and said, Grandfather, there is no need to say more. From the beginning to the end, no one has ever believed in me. I've already gotten used to this kind of ending. And now, knowing that you've been siding with me, Grandfather, even if it's to die, I'm willing to do it. Little henchman, the great demon god's furious gaze, when it gazed at Qin Xian, turned into endless heartache and doting. It's Grandpa who was wrong. Grandpa shouldn't have trusted this group of thinly veiled affectionate people. Grandpa did something wrong. He has to make it up to you. With Grandpa, no one can bully you. And even more so, no one can plant a slur on you. Looking at the well-behaved and understanding great-grandson, he said in a loud voice, we know that outsiders must be curious as to why the Qin royal family would frame our great-grandson in this way. And to be honest, we originally felt that there was something fishy about it as well. But it allowed us to catch the clues and know how dirty and filthy the Qin royal family is. And also know that our great-grandson is how pitiful. From within his storage space, he pinched out a crystal core. Throw yourself towards the sacred place of the Yaoqi. The crystal core exploded, and there was a curtain of light that followed. This was the brain memory of a paramount saint. On the screen, this Qin clan elder was in Qin Jinbei's study, having a secret talk with him. Father, Qin Jinbei was shocked, and when he saw the picture, which began to be reproduced in color, he finally pressed on. He has a ghost in his heart and will never allow the truth to be revealed. It was like a great sun, wrapped in overwhelming fire, transforming into a scorchingly hot huge fireball, shattering heavy space, and exploding toward that image. How dare you, Your Highness! The Qin king rests his anger. Don't start a war in the holy land of Yaoqi. The great demon god, the beautiful woman from Danding Peak, and the peak master of 10,000 Formation Peak, 3 Saint King realms, join forces to block Qin Jinbei's front, preventing him from getting close to the light curtain. Father, I would like to admit my mistake and compensate Qin Xian. Please stop, Father. Qin Jinbei was too late to repent. How could he not have thought that his father would actually go to this extent for Qin Xian? Just to return Qin Xian's innocence, he went out of his way to make him, his own son, this king of Qin, lose face. Too late. The great demon god snorted coldly. We came a few days late in order to find someone to break the restriction you put in your memory, but fortunately we had some favors and didn't waste our efforts. As the words fell, the curtain of light had come to the deepest part of the memory. The Qin clan elder looked towards Qin Jinbei and respectfully said, "Your Highness, the Grand Duke has allowed the blood-moving realm clan to give him a beating." King Qin was cold and disgusted to the core. "Waste, Your Highness, although the Grand Duke scrupulously abides by his duty and diligently cultivates, but the supreme bone in his body is late in one step, so that the Grand Duke is now sitting on the full version of the supreme bone, but only moving the blood realm cultivation, and is reduced to a joke of the supreme bone. The supreme bone of the Grand Duke is equivalent to being in the possession of a supreme treasure that cannot be utilized. He doesn't deserve to have the supreme bone. Transplanting it into Howard's body will enable him to make a 100-foot step forward and wrestle for that slim chance." The clan elder was moved. "That's the Grand Duke. If anything goes wrong, I'm afraid it will attract the scorn of the world." The king of Qin was unimpressed. Putting some false charges on him is just that. Abolishing the firstborn son is not unheard of throughout history. The clan elder returned with a trembling heart. That supreme bone is rooted in the Grand Duke's body, and once it is stripped away, the Grand Duke's weak cultivation is afraid that it will be difficult for him to withstand the backlash that will come with it. No need to say more. You go and make the arrangements. The Qin king waved his hand. At that time, listen to the fate of the heavens. He is the Qin family bloodline. He should contribute to the Qin family. Chapter 40, Mu Qingshua's Tears of Remorse. Qin Jinbei's cold words sent chills throughout the body. Everyone who witnessed the scene that had once taken place within the Qin Wangfu study only felt their hearts and livers tremble. Where is this father and son? Even an enemy with some grudges would not be able to achieve such contempt for life and death. It was as if Qin Xian's life was not worth mentioning in Qin Jinbei's eyes. It's not as bad as butchering a fowl. It's a sin. It's a sin. Originally, I thought that Qin Xian had done nothing wrong and was full of evil, only to realize in the end that all of this, was a setup by the Qin Wangfu, in order to make Qin Xian be beaten by everyone, so that the Qin Wangfu could logically divest itself of the supreme bone. Being framed and vilified by an enemy is just a matter of course, but like Qin Xian, letting his own father frame him, is simply a heavenly injustice. It was unheard of before, let alone seen. Qin Xian is not a prince of the royal family who is full of evil. He is clearly an unlucky man with an ill-fated and tragic destiny. Being born in the Qin Wangfu is also Qin Xian's bad luck. If it were anyone else who encountered such a situation, they wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if they died. It's so sad. It's tragic. The disciples of the Yaohe Holy Land, witnessing this scene, were all seized up inside when they looked at Qin Xian again. Being vilified by the family and having your biological father count, even the supreme bone was forced to peel off. How desperate was he inside the moment he was expelled from the Qin Wangfu, become a target and carry a false charge. In his heart, how much more aggrieved is he? No wonder the previous Yaohe Holy Land saints killed. To kill him, the soul of the eternal town of the underworld, he was unafraid. Compared to Qin Xian's grievance, death, on the contrary, was like relief. In Qin Xian's eyes, perhaps he had long ago stopped harboring any hope for this world. The moment he was expelled from the Qin royal family, he might have been prepared to die. It was no wonder that he would collude with the Devil's Way and kill Qingning and other true disciples. Even the family had slandered him, and what difference did the righteous path and the devil's path make in his eyes? How could he be bullied again after suffering such a heavenly grievance? The big deal is death. If they wanted to blame it, they could only blame Qingning and the other true disciples for being too unlucky in messing with Qin Xian, who no longer wanted to live. Qin Xian. Mu Qingxue looked at the slender back standing in front of her, not knowing how. Inside his heart, it was like a throbbing pain like pins and needles. She understood, finally understanding why Qin Xian, earlier, had been emphasizing that she didn't trust him. The aggression and entrapment suffered in the family had made Qin Xian almost desperate for the entire world. Deep down, he actually kept a trace of longing, still hoping to be trusted, fancy finding a glimmer of hope to live. From her, however, she didn't choose to believe it, but rather listened to the Qin Wangfu's side of the story, and from the beginning to the end, she bit out that he was the one who was jealous of the supreme bone in Qin Hao's body, and that it was his wickedness that had caused the current situation. Water mist filled the beautiful eyes of Mu Qingxue. She was remorseful and hated her past accusations. Her certainty, her distrust, did not know how much damage it would cause to Qin Xian's heart. how much damage it would cause. After repeated injuries, in the end, Qin Xian was willing to stand up for her and die, regardless of former suspicions. Qin Xian, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have not trusted you. Mu Qingxue covered her face with her hands and wept. Intense self-reproach made her emotionally overwhelmed. The curvature of the fullness of the chest, a rise and fall, between the fingers, there are crystal and teardrops, constantly overflowing, sliding down. It's too late to repent. Right now, she didn't even have the courage to face Qin Xian. There was even no qualification whatsoever to comfort Qin Xian at this time. When Qin Xian needed comfort the most, she, the fiancé, added insult to injury. The harm she had brought to Qin Xian was in no way less than the harm Qin Xian had suffered in the Qin Wangfu. The daughter of Qi Luck, Mu Qingxue, feels extremely guilty towards the host, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 15,000. The daughter of Qi Luck, Purple Iris, has increased her favor value towards the host, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 20,000. The system reward beep in his head caused Qin Xian to notice the hyung-tinged Mu Qingxue. He didn't stop it, happy to see such a scene, crying. The more sadly he cried, it meant that the more aggrieved she was inside of Mu Qingxue, the more guilty she felt towards him. As such a chirographic daughter with a very high moral level, only guilt can make her forget the unpleasantness of the past. Following the self-strategy, it also saved him from wasting his breath with Mu Qingxue. Later on, I just don't know what Zikite's favor is rising at this moment because of. It can't be a perverted possessiveness that thinks I belong to her alone. Qin Xian was curious in his heart and did not look at Zikite. Instead, he maintains a cold expression, eyes unblinking, in creating a persona of misanthropic despair for himself. Mother, I want to save Qin Xian. Will you help me? Violet Kite was transmitting to the Danding Peak Master. She wanted to save Qin Xian and would definitely not allow anyone to harm him. She had, originally, suspected Qin Xian's motives for approaching her. Now it seemed to be nothing more than Qin Xian, who had become so disgusted with this world to the point of despair that he did not fear death in the slightest. That's what made her different from the others. Not being afraid of her doom-poisoned body, trying to take life hard and fight against her doom-poisoned body. Perhaps it is really the same fate. A doomed poisonous body, spurned by everyone, a body with the supreme bone, but by the family calculations framed. Her doom-poisoned body was actually truly unable to cause harm to Qin Xian. Let her and Qin Xian become close friends. It also gave her the only friend she had in this life. The Danding Peak Master transmitted his voice in a deep voice. Z-Kite, it's not good for mother to intervene. Her heart was a mixture of sadness and joy. The joy was that after all these years, her daughter finally asked her for one thing, treating her like a mother and being able to make demands without fear. Sadly, the situation at hand was that it was not she, a Danding Peak Master, who was able to sway Qin Xian's life and death. This matter was too involved, making her, a Saint King, unable to protect Qin Xian. If you don't save it, I'll save it myself. Violet Kite wasn't aggressive. She only spilled her tender gaze at Qin Xian, looking at Qin Xian's resolute side face. In her mind, she recalled Qin Xian's cunningness when he came up to her. Mentally, he said with certainty, no matter what, I won't let you die here. We are friends, eternal friends. She looked down at the diamond ring she wore on her fingertips that had been refined into a storage ring, and smiled knowingly. And, you haven't even seen my face yet. Enough. Everyone was shaken by a furious cry. Qin Jinbei's face was gloomy to the point of dripping. In his eyes, killing intent shone brightly. He wants to slaughter everyone here. Do not allow what is going on here to spread out in the slightest. But here, it is the holy land of Yao Qi. Even if he exerted all the strength of his entire clan, he would not be able to slaughter it cleanly. Qin Jinbei could only silently swallow this bad breath as he stared at Qin Xian and angrily said, "The Supreme Bone returns." Chapter 41, 3 punches crush Qin Hao's invincible heart. Things have come to this point. The Qin King is completely tearing his face off and is no longer in disguise. The purpose is to snatch the Supreme Bone within Qin Xian's body. Today, if Qin Xian doesn't hand over the Supreme Bone, there's no need for me, Yao Qi's sacred land, to take action. The Qin Wangfu alone will thwart Qin Xian's bones. The people of the Yao Qi Holy Land could see that King Qin was determined to win the Supreme Bone, and could not allow Qin Xian to refuse. The great demon god spoke angrily. Adverse son, with us here today, you won't be able to bully our great-grandson again. With a flash of his figure, he blocked in front of Qin Jinbei, glaring angrily at him. When he raised his hand, the Supreme Bone, which was shining with precious light, transformed into a stream of light and drifted down towards Qin Xian. This Supreme Bone, flowing with color,
was branded with obscure patterns, the complexity of which was so great that even the Saint King realm would have trouble figuring it out. The moment the treasure bone appeared, everyone's breathing became rapid. Staring at the precious bone, it was hard to contain the color of greed. Xin Hao, Yi Foam, and even the Saint King realm have the urge to desire it. This piece of supreme bone, if transplanted into an ordinary person's body, would be enough to create a heavenly pride comparable to possessing a holy body, a demon. If a strong person gets it, it will be like a tiger adding wings to its wings, and its battle power will skyrocket and its ceiling will rise. Qin Shenbei murmured, Qin Xian, this is your own choice in the first place. Don't go back on your word. He stared at the supreme bone with deadly eyes. Qin Xian raised his hand, clutching the treasure light bright supreme bone, raised his eyes, disdainfully said, at first, I plucked out the bone to cut off the pro. Already with your Qin family, cut off all relations. This supreme bone according to reason, already with me no longer have anything to do. Qin Shenbei eagerly urged, then return the supreme bone to my Qin family. On what grounds? Who are you? Qin Xian held the supreme bone and glanced at his grandfather's direction. This supreme bone, my grandfather snatched it for me. What my grandfather gave me, that's what I have. Here, it's no longer the Qin Wangfu. The current him was also not the Qin Xian who had no cards at all. Facing Qin Shenbei, he didn't need to be careful anymore, not to mention the need to delegate. Ha ha ha, well said, our great son is just bold. What grandpa gave you is naturally yours. No one can take it away. The great demon god laughed as loudly as thunder exploded. He used to think that Xiao Xuanzi had a slightly timid character. Now it seems that after the Qin Wangfu incident, it is like nirvana, with a few moments of his younger self. He likes it a lot. Qin Xian exerted himself, clutching the supreme bone in his hand, tilting his head, muttering, as if talking to himself, this supreme bone caused me to suffer false accusations, causing my grandfather to nearly fold within the bull Qin King's mansion. He raised his eyes, stared at Qin Shenbei, and snorted, the supreme bone that your Qin Wangfu dreams of obtaining is not worth mentioning in my case. This kind of scourge that nearly harmed grandpa, don't keep it. Without this bone, I, Qin Xian, will still be able to be invincible in the world. In front of everyone, Qin Xian exerted force with his palm. Ka Chao, Ka Ching Ching, the supreme bone, whose precious light shone brightly, actually cracked in Qin Xian's palm. Dense, spider web-like cracks were presented on top of the treasure bone. As Qin Xian's force intensified, the Hongmeng bone that was manifested by the chaotic Hongmeng body faintly glowed. The supreme bone could no longer withstand this pressure, and as if it had encountered a natural enemy, it cracked inch by inch and was crushed into pieces in Qin Xian's hand. All of them, eyeball to eyeball. It's shattered. The supreme bone has been crushed. That's a supreme bone, transplanted into anyone's body. It's capable of creating a heavenly pride demon. Qin Xian, he actually crushed it. What a waste. This goddamned bastard is simply wasting the precious bones. Not just outsiders, even the great demon god was dismayed when he saw the supreme bone being crushed. However, he did not accuse Qin Xian. That was his great-grandson, and the supreme bone that he had seized originally belonged to his great-grandson. He agreed from the bottom of his heart with whatever Qin Xian wanted to do with it. Well said, we don't need this bone. We, his son, can still be invincible in the world. The great demon god's impassioned voice of rage. Supreme bone, my supreme bone, Qin Xian, you bastard, you actually dared to destroy my supreme bone. I am at loggerheads with you. Qin Hao looked at the shattered supreme bone, his eyes glazed over. The bone was in his body and had been successfully integrated. It made him feel stronger than ever. Getting the full version of the supreme bone gave him wings. It was enough to stand out amongst the phoenix-like holy sons of the heaven-mending Holy Land. However, now this piece of bone, in Qin Xian's hands, was crushed. Qin Hao took a step, and his breath skyrocketed as he stepped out. 2 levels of the Avatar Realm. Avatar Realm Triple. The 7th level of the Avatar Realm. In the midst of the rage, the Jiaolong Dan in Qin Hao's body was rapidly refining, letting his realm, within a breath, break through 6 levels in a row, until the 7th level of the Avatar Realm, showing off his demonic appearance to the fullest. Qin Xian, you and I will fight to divide both life and death, as well as high and low. Qin Hao was furious, his eyes showing a scarlet color. Right now, he only wanted to kill Qin Xian to vent the monstrous anger in his chest that he could not bear. The eyes of the major peak masters of the Yaoqi Holy Land were in awe, and they were secretly talking about it. This young prince of Qin Wangfu, the end is outstandingly gifted, worthy of being born to the Qin King and the Holy Maiden of the heaven-mending Holy Land. In the past, It was only rumored that the Qin Wangfu had the stature of a double saint king in one family, and now that the great demon god Qin Wen'er and Qin Jinbei are already in the saint king realm, coupled with this demonic Qin Hao, if not for the matter of Qin Xian, the Qin Wangfu's 3 saint kings in one family would be within reach in a day's time. This kid is in the year of the extreme crown. With this demonic stance, one step out, breaking 6 in a row in the Avatar realm. Even if it's the holy son of my holy land, it's hard to have someone comparable to him. This time, the heaven-mending Holy Land has, at the end of the day, found a true demon, and it would be a beautiful thing if he could be recruited into my Yao Qi Holy Land. Qin Hao's demonic display caused everyone to be amazed by it. Even Yi Feng, the son of Qi, was jealous. Qin Xian, take my sword. Qin Hao took out the Haotian sword, and the sword intent was born on its own. The heart of the invincible is as hot as the great sun. 6 long dragons of sword qi, lifelike, hovered above its head. This is the 60% sword intent. Even the peak of Yin Yang mirror of 10,000 sword peak sword cultivator. It is difficult to have this kind of sword Dao comprehension. The sun and the moon were eclipsed by a single sword strike. There was only a huge sword that stretched for thousands of feet, wrapped in boundless killing intent, like a small star, toward Qin Xian's head, crushing. Mu Qingshue's eyes showed shock. Violet Kite was worried. When the 2 women wanted to come to their rescue, the voices of the Thunder Sword Sage and the Danding Peak Master fell into the ears of the 2 women respectively. There's no need to worry too much. Qin Xian has a top-tier sacred artifact in his possession. Phew! Mu Qingxue and Z-Kite were relieved at the same time. While everyone thought that Qin Xian would take out the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda to block this fatal blow, he surprised everyone by advancing with his bare hands instead of retreating. Meeting the sword intent of the Haotian sword, he cupped up a fist seal and slammed out. Knock! Fist prints and sword intent collided, and the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, like a hurricane, rolled up and accumulated crazily. The ground was stripped of dirt, inch by inch. In Qin Hao's terrified gaze, the sword that condensed all of his Yuan power and the might of the supreme bone, allowed Qin Xian to punch and shatter into pieces. No, it can't be. You're only at the 4th level of the Avatar realm. You don't have a supreme bone next to you. Why? Why are you so strong? Qin Hao's eyes showed disbelief. This bland punch reminded him of the image of being crushed by Qin Xian with the supreme bone in the Qin Wangfu that day. Let him feel the fear of being dominated. Qin Xian stomped his feet on the ground and rose up in the air, toward Qin Hao's Haotian sword, and once again threw a punch. Thud! Fist prints and holy weapons vibrate. Qin Hao's tiger's mouth trembled violently, and blood exploded and scattered. Under the uncontrollable tremor, the holy weapon in Qin Hao's hand, unsurprisingly, fell down, coming to less than a foot away from Qin Hao. Qin Xian snorted with contempt on his face. It's still the same sentence. There's no sky-covering tree in the desolate ancient. There's only one thing that falls to the ground, and you'll always be just a younger brother in my eyes. Boo! Qin Xian's third fist smashed out. Qin Hao, who had already created fear within his heart, was unable to match the blast and shot out explosively, like a kite with a broken string. His eyes rolled over and he fainted in the arms of Shangguanya who came to meet him. Chapter 42, The Great Demon God. One man subdues 7 kings. Looking down at the fainting Qin Hao in her arms, Shangguanya's heart dripped with pain. She raised her eyes, stared at Qin Xian, and angrily rebuked. Qin Xian, you've gone too far. You really don't have any regard for brotherly love when you hit him so hard. Qin Xian sniffed, diaphragmatically rolling his eyes. Look at what you're saying. Is it still human language? When Qin Hao tried to kill me, you didn't say a word. And now that he's not as skilled as he is and has been knocked out, and as a result, you want to get up and count my faults? Where were you when Qin Jinbei framed me? What were you doing when I was forced to pluck out my bones and cut off my relatives? When the truth came out, how did you weigh it in your heart? In your eyes, I am not as good as Qin Hao, and my pain is far less than the half-damage Qin Jinbei and Qin Hao have suffered. Since you did not think of me as a son, where is the face now? Here, as a mother, to accuse me? He had earlier noticed the look of dismay that passed through Shangguanya when the truth came out. Obviously, she was kept in the dark. However, even after knowing the truth, she did not choose to turn against Qin Jinbei in public. After much weighing, Shangguanya finally and unsurprisingly chose Qin Hao and Qin Jinbei. If she is not a mother herself, who is she to tell him what to do? If you don't have that strength, don't let your sons come out and disgrace yourselves. What future holy sons of the heaven-mending Holy Land? What bull asterisk 7th level of the Avatar realm? Not even forcing out my bottom card. He was blasted with 3 punches and rolled his eyes. Trash. Qin Hao, who had been publicly humiliated, had just opened his eyes with difficulty, and when he heard this,
he was so angry that his eyes went black again, and he fainted on the spot. The son of Qi, Qin Hao, has a drop of 50,000 Qi value, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 50,000. As expected to receive a generous reward, Qin Xian turned his head away with secret joy in his heart. Nor did he ever think of taking Qin Hao's life in front of the Qin Wangfu. It's a big fat goat. We have to keep it and pull the wool over it slowly. Right. Qin Xian paused in his footsteps, turned back, and threw the bone powder in his hand towards Qin Jinbei. The bones you wanted. Now I'm returning them to you. He had originally planned to return the supreme bone to Qin Hao. After all, with the background of the Qin Wangfu, Qin Hao's future achievements were unlimited, far more than Yi Feng. It is a really big fat sheep that has to be fattened up before slaughtering, with the chaotic Hongmeng body beside him, not to mention 2 supreme bones. Even if it was 10, Qin Hao would always be a younger brother in front of him, but he just couldn't hold back and pulled the wool over his eyes first. Returning the bone powder at this moment, he was looking forward to the fact that Qin Hao would be able to utilize it to perfect that crippled version of the supreme bone. The stronger Qin Hao was, the more abundant his harvest would be, in the future. In his eyes, this son of Qi was never a rival, just his captive prey. Qin Jinbei received the supreme bone powder with a gloomy expression. He didn't go on with his rant. There was no intention of tearing his face off with Qin Wen in front of the Yao Qi Holy Land in a father-son bloodbath. That would only make the Qin Wangfu's reputation stink. He opened his mouth indifferently. In today's matter, my Qin family has already obtained what it wants. If the Yao Qi Holy Land has no intention of disposing of Qin Xian, this king would like to invite Qin Xian to return to the king's mansion for a gathering, to make up for the backlash that he suffered from the supreme bone. The corners of their mouths twitched madly as the major peak masters of the Yao Qi Holy Land heard this. Faceless, Qin Jinbei was trying to make up for the wrongs Qin Xian had suffered? Dogs don't believe it. It was clearly a reminder to the Yao Qi Holy Land that Qin Xian had killed your Thunder Prison Peak's true disciple and colluded with the devil Lunli. If you guys don't make a move, I'll take Qin Xian away. He was forcing the Yaoan Holy Land to lay a deadly hand on Qin Xian. It was after seeing Qin Xian's horrifyingly demonic natural talent that he was worried about causing endless trouble and wanted to borrow the sword of their Yao Qi Holy Land to kill people. Yi Feng took the opportunity to stand out and shouted, regardless of Qin Xian's past, this is not an excuse for him to kill my Thunder Prison Peak true disciple, colluding with the devil Lang to assassinate my Holy Land's true disciples. Either way, it's an unforgivable offense. Today, he will die. Elder Chang. Things have changed due to the arrival of the Qin family. The good thing about the real situation is that there is no reversal. Yi Feng didn't care if Qin Xian had been aggrieved in the past or if he had suffered from slander. Since he dared to admit to colluding with the demon Lunli and admitting to killing people, he had to die. He could only blame Qin Xian for not knowing what was good for him, repeatedly going against him and competing for Mu Qingxue. He deserved to die. Elder Chang stared at Qin Xian's place, his killing intent intensifying. No matter how much you were wronged in the past, you can't kill Ninger. No matter how aggrieved you are, you can't spread your anger to my daughter's body. If others are unwilling to kill you, I will, and for that, I'm willing to suffer boundless karma. The hatred of killing a daughter is not shared. As long as he could avenge his daughter's death, Elder Qing had no fear that he would be subdued by the great demon god in the future. How dare you? The great demon god was shocked and furious. He held a huge axe and his battle intent was monstrous. Qin Jinbei stepped in to stop him. Father, do not meddle in the internal affairs of the Yao Qi Holy Land. Elder Qin Wen, this is the iron law of my Yaoan Holy Land. No one can disobey it. Your heart to shelter your grandson, we can understand, but the prince commits the same crime as the people. Today Qin Xian must pay the price for his faults. Please calm down, Senior Qin Wens. The major peak masters of the Yao Qi Holy Land blocked the front of the great demon god. In their hearts, they cursed Qin Jinbei's ancestors, but they had to accept this Yang plot. At the risk of offending a sacred king realm, they would also have to use the code of the sacred land of proof to pay for the lives of those who killed. The great demon god was extremely sublimated in the holy king's boundary, radiantly releasing light. He was burning his essence blood at all costs, trying desperately to break through the encirclement of the 7 Saint Kings. However, he had just entered the Saint King realm after all, and even if he burned his essence blood, he would not be able to break through the blockade of the 7 Saint Kings in a short period of time. Little Hensi, run, run! Anyone who dares to hurt my grandson will be burned with jade. Holy Lord Yao Qi, do you think I really can't subvert your holy land? Dog, get the hell out of here. If you dare to kill my grandson, I want all of your Yao Qi Holy Land disciples, all of your bloodline relatives, all of them will have to be buried with you. The archdemon is mad, hissing and roaring. Inside the boundary, the holy blood was waved. Qin Xian's heart trembled dramatically as he watched. There was a warm current in his heart that flowed in rivulets. It's not true that he's a big villain, but it's true that he's met such a defiant one. The grandfather who looked out for him in everything, stood by him at all times, and was willing to die for him. He simply could not afford to sit back and watch, fearful that grandpa will suffer irreparable harm because of the pre-dawn darkness. Go on, help my grandfather. Qin Xian raised his hand and pointed, and the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda transformed into a stream of light that broke through the boundary of the 7 Sing Kings without any hindrance. The great demon god who had obtained the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower was like a god's help. The aura skyrocketed, pushing towards the peak of the Sing King realm. Suppress me, with Qin Xian's acquiescence. The desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda was in the hands of the great demon god like an arm and a leg. There was a world of difference between a Saint King realm using a top-tier saint artifact and an avatar realm using it. Buzz off! The two-tiered desolate ancient prison suppressor tower was constantly vibrating with a halo of light. The boundary blocked by the 7 Saint Kings' joint efforts shattered with a loud rumble as the second layer of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower rotated satisfactorily for a large circumference. Qin Jinbei spewed holy blood from his mouth, his face showing fear. How could this happen? What kind of holy weapon is this? The 10,000 Swords Peak Master, the Thunder Prison Peak Master, including the rest of the several Peak Masters, each suffered a different kind of backlash. The same heart was tremendously shocked. This little tower, how could it be so appallingly terrifying? It can make the early stage of the Saint King realm, straight to peak battle power. The great demon god's eyes were glazed over, as if he had fallen into a mania. Dare to touch our great-grandson, all give us death, all of you must die. Chapter 43, The King of Qin's Pursuit of Regret. The desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda was astonishingly powerful, and in the hands of the great demon god, it completely revealed the hegemony that a top-tier holy weapon should have. The 2 layers of the tower body, dense flow, as if a giant millstone, the 7 great Saint Kings, repeatedly crushed. This was a double oppression that belonged to both the physical body and the holy soul. The pain is too much to bear. No, how could this happen? Qin Jinbei coughed out holy blood from his mouth, his eyes red. In any case, he hadn't expected things to come to such a pass. The great demon god was holding the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower and was actually able to suppress the 7 Saint Kings. Even under the compulsion of Qin Xian's imminent death, the great demon god had already lost his mind. Regardless of whether it was the peak master of the Yao Qi Holy Land or him, his only first son, the great demon god did not want to let go, was really trying to kill them all. Ka Chao. Qin Jinbei's body began to shatter under the crushing force of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower. Before it could be healed with holy power, the shattered wound was once again crushed into pieces. Even his saint soul was unable to withstand the buzzing vibrations of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, and cracks were actually created. Qin Jinbei had roamed the Xiang Empire for countless years, and it was the first time he felt the crisis of death, and likewise, it was also the first time he felt remorse. He broke down and regretted what he had done. Perhaps he had, indeed, done wrong. If only he hadn't given up on Qin Xian in the first place and hadn't coveted the supreme bone within him, the present-day Qin Xian would not leave the Qin family, much less become a target. Qin Xian, who didn't have a complete supreme bone, was even more demonic than Qin Hao. Being able to defeat Qin Hao, who was assisted by the Jiaolong Dan, with 3 punches, if he had the supreme bone by his side, Qin Xian, what kind of terrifying monster would he be? Not only was his talent appalling and his battle prowess monstrous, but even his chances. Qin Xian had made him, a Saint King, fearful. This small tower, which was enough to suppress the Saint King realm, made even his heart greedy. If Qin Xian was still in the Qin family, he, his father, would naturally be able to mobilize this small tower without fear. With this little pagoda, what was he afraid of in the Saint King realm? Even the one within the Violet Sun imperial capital had to fear him 3 times more. It's just that none of this can be undone. Qin Jinbei's heart turned mournfully, filled with wretchedness. Gentlemen, don't hold back any longer. If we continue like this, we'll all have to be seriously injured. He let out a furious cry, his body bathed in blood. The Haotian sword was held in his palm. His sword chi stretched for 90,000 miles. Looking out of the corner of his eye, the 6 peak masters of the Yao Qi Holy Land looked at each other and all sighed helplessly as they took out their intrinsic sacred weapons. Break free from the suppression of the desolate ancient prison town tower. This is a big battle that can't be avoided. Without defeating the great demon god, no one would dare to suppress Qin Xian. Otherwise, one was about to face the assassination of a peak Saint King realm. That was a horrendous consequence that no major power was willing to face. Qin Wen, you've crossed the line.
A clear and cold whirring sound rang out from the depths of the Holy Land of Yaoqi.
Immediately, within the Holy Land of Yaoqi, 10 million large formations, radiant with light, one after another, began to manifest from their dormant state.
The entire Yaoqi Holy Land was suddenly flooded with light,
as if it was enveloped in countless transparent giant glazed porcelain bowls. These saint-level formations were the lifeblood of the Yaoan Holy Land.
It is also the foundation of the Holy Land.
Heavily weighted formations,
echoing each other and layered on top of each other.
Within this grand formation,
the 6 peak masters of the peaks of the Yaohu sacred ground 6 peaks.
Their breaths simultaneously skyrocketed, and they went 100 feet further, deep within the Yaoqi Holy Land.
There was a magnificent figure, and when she raised her hand,
millions of saint-level spell formations echoed along with her.
The vastness of the greatness was like the Milky Way flowing backwards and the waterfall hanging straight up. It was cathartic and rolled down to wash towards the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower held by the great demon god.
Buzz off, buzz, buzz.
The buzzing sound of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower grew fainter and fainter as the rolling torrent of spells washed over it.
By this holy lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land,
the power of the set of spell formations was temporarily suppressed,
unable to reveal its power anymore.
All disciples of my Holy Land are sheltered by the Holy Land,
and those who kill my disciples will be executed even though they are far away.
The silhouette opened its mouth in a clear and cold manner,
not to be doubted,
and threw its voice on the ground,
like it was pronouncing Qin Xian's extinction. Qin Xian,
the party concerned, as if it was none of his business, tried his best to look into the distance, but still could not see the appearance of the Holy Lord, as if the whole person was shrouded in a layer of mist.
He withdrew his gaze and looked at the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower that was no longer humming,
and did not lose heart,
muttering, no matter what, it's a crippled item, capable of allowing Grandpa to suppress the 7 Saint Kings,
capable of allowing the Lord of the Holy Land to contain it by relying on the power of the thousands of legal formations.
This sense of oppression,
it can afford to be a top-tier saint artifact of the rank that it is now in. For the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower to have such a battle result was already beyond Qin Xian's expectations. He had saved his grandfather's life for the time being, and his purpose, too, had been achieved. Seeing that the great demon god was contained, Yi Feng urged towards the enraged Elder Qing.
Elder Chang,
the great demon god has been subdued. If we don't kill Qin Xian at this time,
what's the better time to wait? Ha ha ha.
Elder Qing's eyes were bloodshot as he threw his head back and laughed.
Today, what I did, all of what I did, I, Cheng Xin, will bear it alone, and I have nothing to do with the Yaohu sacred ground.
The one who killed Qin Xian was me,
Cheng Xin, and I am duty-bound to avenge my daughter. From today onwards, I, Cheng Xin, will detach myself from the Yaoqi Holy Land and never return. He was bound to kill Qin Xian,
yet he was also unwilling to involve the Yaoqi Holy Land, in order to avenge the murder of his daughter.
Even a saint can fall, without any further nonsense.
Cheng Xian transformed into a stream of light and shot explosively towards Qin Xian.
Outside the Qingxue Pavilion, Mu Qingxue, including Zikite who was stepping into the air, had the Thunder Sword Sage and the Danding Peak Master confined their forms, transmitting their voices in admonishment. The Holy Oracle is at the head of this day. Today, Qin Xian will surely die, and you must not intervene.
No, don't!
Mu Qingxue was overwhelmed with grief,
and she realized that even her voice was imprisoned,
and she couldn't even make a sound.
One could only witness that sage's figure as it arrived in front of Qin Xian.
Qin Xian,
Violet Kite cried out in her heart, and in her beautiful eyes, there were bloodshot ripples. At the peak of the celestial realm, she fought so hard that her yuan power poured out and blood spilled from her mouth, but she was still unable to break through her mother's bonds.
Die for me!
Elder Qing's palm, like a sharp blade, plunged straight into Qin Xian at his chest. As that palm pierced through his clothes and was about to penetrate Qin Xian's skin,
a barrier blocked Elder Qing's palm.
Elder Qing raised his eyes and looked at the creator of the barrier. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the Saint Lord's silhouette, who was fighting for justice after appearing, and he was grief-stricken.
Saint Lord, what do you mean by this?
Straight up saying that Qin Xian will surely die, and now he's blocking me from killing him.
Could it be that, fearing the might of Qin Wen, even the Holy Lord of my Yaohe Holy Land is going back on his word?
Today, Qin Xian will surely die,
and I, Cheng Xin, am willing to take a life for a life.
The Holy Lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land spoke out in a clear and cold voice.
Things have changed. Elder Qing turned a deaf ear. Qin Xian killed my beloved daughter.
It's already a conclusive fact. He admitted it himself. Today, I will kill him. Even if it's a matter of shattering my bones,
I will avenge my Ning's death, and there will be further changes. My Ning's son, will he still be able to come to life? He raised his palm and cupped a fist seal, slamming it out towards Qin Xian's head. Daddy! Suddenly, a soft call from behind him caused Elder Qing's blasted-out fist prince to come to a screeching halt. Qin Xian's hair flew backward under the effect of the fist wind. He ran his gaze calmly through his disorganized tresses. Reaching out his hand, he pressed it onto Elder Qing's mute old face, turning his face to the side. As Elder Qing looked at the Qingning that had drifted and hung down from the Sing King's engagement, the endless killing intent in his gaze transformed into dismay and finally, ecstasy. His Ninger, not dead, alive again? Chapter 44, Qing Ning appears, returns Qin Xian's innocence. No, this is the divine soul. It's Ninger's divine soul, her body. It's already cut off from life. Only the divine soul. There's still residue. Elder Qing Xian was in the sage realm, and his eyesight was extraordinary and outstanding. Looking at Qin Ning's weak divine soul, in his eyes, hot tears rolled down his face, and he called out with a sour heart, Ninger, my Ninger, Daddy, father and daughter, in front of everyone, through life and death, reunited again. Tears are shed by those who hear it and sadness by those who see it. The out-of-control insane great demonic god looked at Qingning, who had walked out of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, and the blood mist in his cloudy eyes gradually faded away. A pair of eyes that stared like bronze bells, amazed at the scene. The people of the Yaohe Holy Land, too, had not expected that Qingning's divine soul would not dissipate, allowing Qin Xian to converge within the small tower. Now that Qingning was not considered to have completely fallen, Elder Qingxin should not continue to be hysterical? This woman's divine soul is here, sitting on the murderer's charge. Are the rest of the true disciples of the Yaohe Holy Land going to die with injustice? Qin Jinbei's angry voice was warning the crowd. Qin Xian had not only killed Qingning, but had also decapitated several Thunder Prison Peak true disciples, as well as teamed up with the devil Langley to suppress the Celestial Realm Deacon. It deserves to be suppressed on the spot. He could not allow Qin Xian to continue to get away with it. This rebellious son was too demonic, so demonic that he, in the Saint King realm, found it unthinkable. Giving Qin Xian a certain amount of time to grow would develop into something uncontrollable. At that time, if Qin Xian came back to the Qin Wangfu to seek revenge, whether it was a loss of face or horrible consequences, it was not something that Qin Wangfu could afford. At those words, Yi Feng's mourning heart followed with a joy. After the appearance of senior sister Qing Ning's divine soul, he hated in his heart that Elder Qing Xian wouldn't continue to be hysterical and behead Qin Xian without any regard. Qin Jinbei's words awakened him. Qin Xian had not only killed Qing Ning alone, but also the other true disciples and Celestial Realm Deacons of Thunder Prison Peak, and the Thunder Prison Peak Master, who had always been cynical as well as vengeful, was unlikely to sit idly by and do nothing. Qin Xian still has to die. Hearing this, Qingning pulled herself out of her father's arms. She raised her snow-white neck and looked straight at the northern part of Qingjin, loudly proclaiming to the crowd, I, Yaoqi Holy Land, have no quarrel with Qin Xian, and my body, as well as several true masters and Celestial Realm Deacons, were not killed by Qin Xian. Everything that happened here, she could see clearly from within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. In her heart, she was originally caught in hesitation, always thinking, could it be that she misunderstood Yi Feng and didn't dare to come forward to testify? The way the situation was unfolding made her see the truth more and more clearly. Yi Feng was already blinded by his hatred for Qin Xian. Even senior sister Zikite of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was unwilling to stand up for him and behead Qin Xian. Therefore, Yi Feng fell into madness and colluded with the devil Langley to lay his hands on her and put the blame on Qin Xian's head. All the clues allowed Qingning to sort things out in an organized manner. Yi Feng's 100% eagerness to encourage her father to behead Qin Xian also proved the conjecture in her mind. Of course, the main thing was that Qin Ning felt that she had given Qin Xian too many undeserved misunderstandings. Qin Xian was not the kind of despicable and shameless person she had in mind. The grudges with the Qin family were all the fault of the Qin Wangfu, and those sins were all framed on Qin Xian by the Qin Wangfu in order to seize the supreme bone. The Qin Xian she thought of was empty-eyed, relying on his family lineage to do wrong. In reality, Qin Xian had not received any of the treatment he deserved in the Qin family at all, and had instead become the target of the entire clan's design to frame him. Planted and framed by his kinsman, he carries the weight of a great injustice. If she misunderstands Qin Xian again and doesn't come forward to testify on Qin Xian's behalf, won't she be reduced to the general, thin-skinned, pig-dog inferiority of all the people in the Qin Wangfu? The silhouette in the depths of the Holy Land had a divine light that hung down above Qingning's divine soul, and spoke indifferently.
The divine soul has not suffered any bondage, so how about the truth? Just tell it like it is. Qingning twisted her head and glared at Yifeng in disgust. Then she said in a furious voice, "The person who killed me was never Qin Xian. All of this is Yifeng's interference. He impersonated Qin Xian, colluded with the devil Longli, and killed my Thunder Prison Peak true disciple, and allowed the devil to step in to obliterate the celestial realm deacon. If father hadn't left me the means to protect my divine soul, and if Qin Xian hadn't disregarded his former enmity and stepped in to save me, the current me would have long ago had my divine soul dissipated and returned to nothingness." Boom! Qingning's words caused the entire Yaoqi Holy Land to have a massive earthquake. Everyone was incredulous when they heard this. In the end, it wasn't Qin Xian who killed people? Rather, Yifeng deliberately planted the evidence. Wouldn't this be the same as everything that happened in the Qinwang mansion in the first place? And we have become the Qinwang mansion congregation in disguise, slandering Qin Xian and pouring dirty water on his body. Yifeng's eyes showed horror as he argued loudly. "No, it's not like that. Senior sister Cheng Ning, how can you argue for Qin Xian? How can you falsely accuse me? How could I bear to kill you?" The disgust in Qing Ning's beautiful eyes almost turned into substance. "You can't bear to kill me? Ever since I met you, you've been using me to allow you unhindered access to Thunder Prison Peak, using me to target Qin Xian. You were cynical about Qin Xian being the fiancé of Mu Qingxue, and you were no match for all the obstacles, and you couldn't even invite senior sister Zi Kite to kill Qin Xian, so you let your hatred blind you, and struck out at me in a vain attempt to utilize my father to obliterate Qin Xian. Yifeng, I can see your wolfish ambition clearly now, so there's no room for sophistry. The daughter of Qi Fortune, Qing Ning, and the son of Qi Fortune, Yifeng, have completely broken up, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 50,000. Hearing the sound of rewards arriving, Qin Xian, in his heart, silently gave Qingning a thumbs up. A daughter of Qi Fortune is a daughter of Qi Fortune, and this ability to self-strategize is just superhuman. Even the truth that Yifeng had utilized her in the past, in this moment, she saw it clearly, and incidentally gave Yifeng a fatal blow. Yifeng shook his head in fear, his eyes showed shock, and he defended himself hastily. "No, Qingning senior sister, you can't do this to me. I have absolutely no intention of harming you. Qin Xian has already admitted to colluding with Langley. If there was no such thing, how could he have accepted my slander so peacefully?" All the disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land reacted and nodded their heads one after another. "Yeah, Qin Xian, he's already admitted it. In his own words, it was he who colluded with Langley to behead senior sister Qingning. If there was no such thing, how could he be willing to be punished? It's always impossible, he sought his own death." Qingning's white eyes rolled wildly when she heard the discussion of the Holy Land disciples not far away. "I say to you all, can you not listen to the murderer's side of the story? A little brain think, also know what Yifeng said is flawed. Qin Xian he began to admit that he colluded with the devil Longli. He also had a debate for himself at the beginning. Is Yifeng he disregarded propriety and righteousness, presumptuous attempts to implicate the charge to the body of Mu Qingxue. Qin Xian he sheltered Mu Qingxue, only had to admit this false charge. All that happened was that Qin Xian had to choose to die openly in order to protect Mu Qingxue. Can you guys bring some brains? This is something that you need me, the victim of murder, to tell you too." To be fair, Qingning didn't want to talk about this topic. She had befriended Yifeng and considered Yifeng in every way, but in the end, Yifeng had used her death to frame Qin Xian. And what about Qin Xian, who made her hostile and hateful? This guy usually seems to be mixed up and out of tune, but when it comes to the real crunch, he is willing to die for the sake of Mu Qingxue. In comparison, Qingning felt more and more that Yifeng was despicable and shameless. It made her feel like she had, before, really been blind. Chapter 45, The Holy Land Bows Down. Within the Holy Land of Yaoqi, the direction of the wind began to undergo a major reversal with the appearance of Qingning's divine soul. Those sacred ground disciples who had earlier verbally threatened to suppress Qin Xian on the spot all lowered their heads in shame, slapping themselves unmercifully in the face. I'll be damned. Qin Xian really, I'm crying my eyes out. I originally thought that Qin Xian, having been wronged by this heavenly injustice in the Qin King's mansion, was so misanthropic and cynical that he was unwilling to suffer any further indignities, and would directly fight and kill the enemies who tried to bully him. Who could have thought that Qin Xian, who was burdened with this great injustice, would not only not kill senior sister Qingning, but would also disregard his former suspicions and step in to save her by collecting her soul into the sacred artifact. It's even if he doesn't take advantage of the fire, Qin Xian is actually kind-hearted enough to the point that he's willing to help his enemies who are secretly ambushing him. How can he conduct himself like this? Then wasn't my earlier put-downs a way of measuring the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart? Those Holy Land disciples who had misunderstood Qin Xian, remembering their earlier shouting and fighting, were so remorseful that they couldn't even rise the courage to raise their heads to look directly at Qin Xian's gaze. Shame on them for not being able to face such a sinister and venomous version of themselves. They felt that they were in the same position as that improper person's Qin Wanfu, and that what they were doing was not personnel. Of course, the one who had to suffer the most was none other than Mu Qingxue. Listening to Qing Ning's words, her entire being, as it were, was thrown into a sea of bitterness and sank, like a drowning man who can't even grab a straw on the shore. How could this be? Why, up to now, I'm still suspecting Qin Xian. How deeply have I, in fact, hurt him? Mak Qingxue's chest was seized with a sharp pain. She thought that she, only in the matter of the supreme bone, had misunderstood Qin Xian and had been led astray by the Qin Wanfu. Who could have thought that even senior sister Qing Ning was not killed by Qin Xian? He has never done this kind of evil from the beginning to the end, willingly admitting that he would rather go to his death in public. Everything, it was to set aside her relationship with Lang Li for her. However, she, who had always been protected by Qin Xian, was still certain that Qin Xian was a murderer until the Qingning divine soul appeared. Calling her ennui is kind of excusing her. The Qin Wangfu slandered Qin Xian and injured his flesh and blood. She, his fiancée, hurt him even more. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you, I really don't know myself, why would I speculate about you with so much malice? I was wrong, I was really wrong. Mu Qingxue's heart was so sour that tears fell like rain. She was aggrieved for Qin Xian, and was calling for Qin Xian's favor. It was her ignorance and her self-righteousness that gave Qin Xian the most unbearable blow. The daughter of Qiluk, Mak Qingxue, fluctuates violently in her mood, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 15,000. Qin Xian glanced at Mu Qingxue indifferently and did not utter a word of comfort. Regret, then let her continue to regret. Guilt would only serve as a catalyst for Mu Qingxue's self-defeating strategy. He didn't have to, and at this point in the game, another dose of the same would often backfire. In his heart, he gave a nod of approval to the assists of the Qin Wangfu crowd. It made his current image more and more glorious and great. If it wasn't for the improper people of the Qin Wanfu, how could the situation become better than he expected? Qin Xian didn't choose to sound off on himself at this time either. It's not beautiful to talk about yourself. His gaze was indifferent as he looked towards the place of Qing Xian's father and daughter, inquiring in a cold voice, Elder Qing, now, do you still want to kill me? Elder Qing looked at the divine soul of his beloved daughter in front of him, opened his mouth, and the words that came to his lips could only be swallowed back. To say 1,000 words is to say that he, a saint, is not. He shouted and fought, wanting to crush Qin Xian into pieces, but as a result, it was Qin Xian, whom he had threatened to suppress, who had protected his daughter's divine soul. One can't, or at least shouldn't. Qing Xian was unwilling to look directly at Qin Xian's gaze, her heart was guilty, she lowered her head, and spoke with embarrassment, Qin Xian, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, if it wasn't for you, Ninger, she'd have already been spiritually dispersed by now. If you have hatred in your heart, I would cut myself on the spot. Qingning said eagerly, Father, I have not fallen, there is no need for a saint to pay for my life. Looking at this scene of father-daughter love, Qin Xian did not say anything more, and tilted his head, looking towards the major peak masters of the Yaoqi Holy Land high in the sky, not being humble, coldly questioning, among you, can someone want to suppress me? The 10,000 swords peak master averted his gaze. The Danding peak master looked at Z Kite. The rest of the major peak masters, looking left and right, just didn't look at Qin Xian and didn't reply. They don't have the face to respond. After all the fuss, they are the one who was the big bad. He said that he was going to testify for the Holy Land of Yaoqi in order to prove the code, but in the end, all of them were falsely accusing good people. When this matter was spread out, their Yaoqi Holy Land would definitely lose face. Where is the face to point at Qin Xian again? The great demon god held the ancient prison pagoda and angrily rebuked, Are you deaf? Our great-grandson asked you to speak, each and every one of you, are mute. Do not speak, what do you mean? You are not going to kill our great-grandson. Are not you going to leave us here? Why don't you do it? The great demon god was not forgiving. Feeling the power of the formation of the Holy Land of Yaoqi disappeared, restoring his freedom of movement, he looked at the magnificent figure in the Holy Land of Yaoqi. How did you release us, just now? Weren't you very courageous? Didn't you say that we had crossed the border? Who actually crossed the border between the two of us? The Holy Lord of Yaoqi Holy Land was shrouded in mist, no one could see through her expression, and she only sighed quietly, this matter is my Yaoqi Holy Land's fault, if Holy King Qin has any requests, my Holy Land will certainly oblige. The great demon god was enraged. What if I said I would smash the Yaoqi Holy Land? The Holy Lord made no sound. Obviously, this was a request that she would not agree to. Grandpa. Qin Xian looked at the great demon god and said in a loud voice in a desire to escape, our grandparents and grandchildren aren't the opponents of the entire Holy Land of others, so there's no need to make a fool out of ourselves here. The world is so big, where is not a home? As long as our grandparents and grandchildren are together, wherever we go, everywhere is our home. The anger in the great demon god's heart disappeared when he heard these words. In his heart, he was heartbroken and happy. Heartbroken that his eldest grandson, who had suffered so much, was still looking out for him. Happy that in his great-grandson's heart, he still recognized him as his grandfather and still considered him family. Let's go, get out of here. Qin Xian had no lingering feelings, as he had left the Qin King's mansion in the first place, and took a step towards the outside. The great demon god glared abhorrently at Qin Jinbei and let out a cold snort as he followed Qin Xian along without a word.
Qin Xian.
Mu Qingxue looked at Qin Xian's back and spoke in panic. Calling out, she closed her mouth again. She wanted to stay, but she realized that she, herself, was the one who had hurt Qin Xian the most.
What qualifications did she have, now, to retain Qin Xian again? What qualification is there to make Qin Xian stay again? Chapter 46, Qin Xian wants to leave? The Holy Land frantically retains.
Qingxue, you're Qin Xian's fiancé, open your mouth to retain him and make him stay in the Yaoan Holy Land. The Thunder Sword Sage transmitted his voice to urge. Seeing that Qin Xian and the great demon god were about to leave, she became anxious. In front of everyone's eyes, Qin Xian defeated Qin Hao, who was carrying the Supreme Bone, with 3 punches. With the 4th level of the Avatar Realm, he countered the 7th level of the Avatar Realm. Moreover, it was still a crushing gesture to crush Qin Hao, the proud son of heaven. There was no need to elaborate on how demonic Qin Xian's talent was, if he stayed in the Yaohe Holy Land and stayed in their 10,000 Swords Peak. In the future, their 10,000 Swords Peak would stand out among the 7 peaks in the entire Holy Land. This was an opportunity that the Thunder Sword Sage was unwilling to miss, wanting to utilize Mu Qingxue's special relationship to retain it. Mu Qingxue became more and more heartbroken and shed tears.
Who was she to retain Qin Xian? And in what capacity can it be retained?
She hurt Qin Xian to the bone, where there is still face, and then speak, let Qin Xian stay in this sad place? Hey! The Thunder Sword Saint sighed quietly, looking at the disciple with red eyes, heartbroken and unwilling to push any further. She turned towards Qin Xian's back and opened her mouth to softly say, Qin Xian, this time it's the fault of my Yaohe Holy Land, I, 10,000 Sword Peak, am willing to give you compensation, the gongfu, the treasure weapon, and the identity of a true disciple. If you want, you can satisfy all of them.
Qin Xian turned a deaf ear.
Not to mention the reparations, which he would have despised. Even if he had this aspect in mind, with the Thunder Sword Sage's words, he was not able to pick up on them. The 10,000 Swords Peak Master said bluntly, if you are willing to stay in the Yaohe Holy Land, you can worship under me, and all the resources of the 10,000 Swords Peak will be open to you.
10,000 Formation Peak Master laughed coldly. It's you 10,000 Sword Peak that's the most shameless. When Qin Xian had an accident, you guys didn't choose to believe in him, and now that he's about to leave, you guys opened your mouths to retain him. What, when Qin Xian is a cat or a dog, and you guys 10,000 Sword Peak call in when you want to come and go when you want to go? Qin Xian, as long as you're willing to stay in the Yaohe sacred ground, the courtesies that 10,000 Sword Peak can give, we at 10,000 Formation Peak can give, and what 10,000 Sword Peak can't give, I at 10,000 Formation Peak can still give. Hongyathing Peak, the place where physical cultivators of the Yaoqi Holy Land aspired to be, the Peak Master was a Saint King realm with a great physical cultivation. Its fleshly body physique was enough to shatter even a holy weapon.
Unwilling to show weakness, he stood out, his voice like thunder. It doesn't matter if 10,000 Sword Peak is shameless, why don't you 10,000 Array Peak weigh your own situation? Qin Xian can enter any of the great peaks, but only your 10,000 Array Peak. A little carelessness, even saints may fall. Let a heavenly pride run to suffer the baptism of thunderbolt? The Hongyathing Peak Master's brain grew all sinewy inside, and he didn't know anything about the human condition at all. He pointed every sentence directly at the chief disciple of the 10,000 Formation Peak, Zikite. Everyone knew that Zikite's doom-poisoned body was feared like a tiger even by the holy doctor of the Xiang Empire and the Peak Master of the Danding Peak.
Not to mention, an Avatar realm? A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, deserve a beating. The Danding Peak Master's gaze was cold, bullying her daughter in front of her, treating her as if she was made of clay?
She took out a small tripod, which was used for alchemy, 3-legged tripod, painted with strange and exotic beasts, and it was glowing. The moment it was offered, heaven and earth changed, and even the thousands of formations in the Holy Land of Yaoqi resonated with it, flowing with color and vastness.
Shun.
The Danding Peak Master was like an arm, offering a small tripod that transformed into a 10,000 feet huge mountain, like a star, wrapped in endless fire, resonating with the great Tao, and slamming into the body of the Hongya Peak Master. Thud. There was a muffled sound, and the avenue trembled. The 10,000 formations of the Yaoqi Holy Land bloomed with light together, in eliminating the aftershocks of the Saint King realm's engagement. If not, with this strike alone, under the celestial realm, 9 lives would be lost. Hiss. The Hungcliff Peak Master hissed and grinned in pain, and at his shoulder, a crimson blood mark was smashed out. He could feel inside his body, his bones were bursting with trembling, and he was close to falling apart.
I roared, old woman, you're crazy, you really want to do it, don't you? Do you think I don't dare to touch you?
Even if your husband comes, I dare to whip you in front of him, believe it or not. Yes? Suddenly, a playful voice rang out. However, he saw a middle-aged man wearing bright yellow Daoist robes, a crown, and a dignified appearance, appearing not far away from the Hongyathing Peak Master with an imposing presence.
Gollum! The Hungcliff Peak Master swallowed his saliva and spoke of the devil. He's brave, not brainless.
People's husband and wife were of one mind. Even if his physique was able to harden a holy weapon, he didn't dare to talk more nonsense. Peak Master Hong, you're just a lot of thunder but little rain. The seductive woman in a long purple dress, stepping into the air with her bare feet, waved her hand, and the figure of the chief sacred doctor dispersed as a bubble. The Hung Cliff Peak Master looked at him angrily. Cloud Illusion Peak also wants to intervene? In front of him was the Cloud Illusion Peak Master, a Saint King Realm illusion that even he had difficulty in surveying. The figure of the chief sacred doctor of the Xiang Empire just now was an illusion created by him, which was so lifelike that it fooled everyone. The purple-skirted woman sneered, the Qin Wangfu doesn't cherish a demon. What's wrong with my Cloud Illusion Peak cherishing it? Besides, my Cloud Illusion Peak Xin Qi is too heavy. All of them are young girls with delicate physiques. Having Qin Xian, a handsome and peerless teenager, to join in and balance out the yin and yang Qi is also extremely wonderful. 6 of the 7 peaks of the Yao Qi Holy Land, 6 Saint King realms, all threw out olive branches to Qin Xian. This was the first time in the history of the Yao Qi Holy Land that a strange talk had appeared, making the other disciples envious to the point of being red in the eyes. Even if Qin Xian is indeed a demon, it wouldn't be so bad as to make the 6 peak master lords of my Yaohe Holy Land jointly invite each other. Heaven's pride demon, a phoenix, it's not worth making such a big fuss over. Even the Saint King realm is having a big fight. The holy sons of other holy lands don't have this kind of treatment either. What do you know? You've seen how powerful Qin Xian is and you still can't understand. He's at the 4th level of the Divine Aptitude realm, and he defeated the 7th level of the Divine Aptitude realm with 3 punches. The 3rd level of the reverse degree. It would be fine if it was an ordinary 7th level of the Divine Aptitude realm, but the one who was defeated was Qin Hao, a Saint Sun level demon, comprehending 60% of the sword intent, and carrying the Supreme Bone. Moreover, the most unbelievable thing is that Qin Xian he clutched the Supreme Bone alive. That Supreme Bone is even in the Saint King realm. I'm afraid that it's difficult to crush it. This guy's body, there are definitely secrets. The Supreme Bone that the entire Qin Wangfu was willing to let Qin Xian go to his death at all costs to seize in his hands. In Qin Xian's eyes, it's just a scourge that's not worth mentioning, and discarded as if it's not worth mentioning, and this invincible heart alone is a rarity in the ages. Such a heavenly pride demon, for which Holy Land is a precious pimple. If Yaoqi Holy Land doesn't recruit him now, in the future, when Qin Xian enters other Holy Lands, he will be waiting for the younger generation to accept his domination, and will always have to live under the shadow of his looming presence. Everyone's gazes were directed towards Qin Xian, who had already stepped out 100 feet away. Thinking that he would linger and be bowled over by this courtesy that made countless people envious, he stayed within the Holy Land of Yaoqi. However, unexpectedly, the coaxing of the 6 peak masters, from the beginning to the end, did not make his footsteps pause in the slightest. As if, it just wasn't on the mind, it wasn't half moving. Danding Peak Master, Qin Xian, stay in the Yaohe Holy Land, there are unexpected rewards for you. Cloud Illusion Peak Master, my Cloud Illusion Peak can shelter you. Hong Yathing is united, no one can oppress you anymore. 10,000 Formation Peak will never let you suffer half a bit of wrongdoing again. Qin Xian, don't leave. 10,000 Swords Peak is willing to compensate you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. As long as you enter the Yaohe Holy Land, all the requirements, you can ask for as much as you want. The Sacred King Realm Peak Master looked at Qin Xian's back, his eyes hot to the point of redness. For this kind of demon, breaking through to the Saint King Realm was only a matter of the length of time. Whoever was able to successfully recruit it was equivalent to giving their own great peak an extra card. Watching such a heavenly pride leaving their sight, it was as if there was a masterless top-level holy weapon, floating away from their eyes, visible and ungraspable. The heart was scratching like a cat's claw, itching like a strange itch. Chapter 47, The King of Qin repents, repenting until he breaks his heart. The Thunder Prison Peak Master, who had been silent, saw that Qin Xian had no intention of turning back. After all, he couldn't hold back and spoke sincerely behind him. Qin Xian, this matter all started because of my Thunder Prison Peak, and all the responsibility should rightfully be taken by my Thunder Prison Peak. This seat knows that you have grievances in your heart, and there is no phase, accepting you into the Thunder Prison Peak. You and temporarily stay in the Yaoqi Holy Land. The trauma your grandfather suffered in the Yaoqi Holy Land, as well as the dark disease accumulated in the past within his body as he promoted to the Saint King Realm, Thunder Prison Peak, will heal it at all costs. The departing Qin Xian's footsteps finally came to a halt when he heard these words. He was ecstatic that someone smart had finally spoken up. It's waiting right here. Finally a step to get down. He had no intention of leaving the Yaoqi Holy Land, and now that he was torn apart from the Qin Wanfu and needed a backstage to fight against. Obviously, the Yaoqi Holy Land was a good choice. There were steps, he naturally wouldn't miss them, swiftly turning his head, looking straight at the Thunder Prison Peak Master high in the air, feigning a look of surprise, and asking, is what the Peak Master said true? The Thunder Prison Peak Master nodded, in full view of everyone, there is absolutely no falsehood. Qin Xian wrinkled his brows and finally made a decision, his gaze fixed as he said, as long as Thunder Prison Peak is able to cure the dark disease in my grandfather's body, I'm willing to stay in the Yaohe Holy Land, I'm willing to join Thunder Prison Peak. The great demon god's tiger's eyes were filled with tears, and his voice warbled, little Xuanzi, they bullied you and oppressed you. There's no harm in it. Qin Xian shook his head and comforted, Grandpa, I didn't suffer any damage, and since you're in the same king realm, I can't even cure the dark disease in your body right now. The Danding Peak Master's gaze softened as he murmured, this child is truly a filial heart. The 10,000 Swords Peak Master sighed, it is indeed our Yaoqi Holy Land that was wrong. The Cloud Illusion Peak Master sighed helplessly, Thunder Prison Peak is willing to cure the dark disease for the same king realm. The cost incurred is amazing. It is an expensive expenditure of more than a single sacred artifact. Thunder Prison Peak has always acted in an open and honest manner, and it dares to admit its mistake and make compensation in public. This broad-mindedness is worthy of being the law enforcer of my Yaowu sacred ground. The Hung Cliff Peak Master looked over to where the Qin Wang mansion was, pointing at Qin Xian. You guys say that he's jealous of his compatriot brother, and you guys say that he's bullying men and women? It's really you Qin Wanfu who are blind and have the nerve to falsely accuse such a good boy. He's got a hot temper, a little bit of it. Doesn't care what human feelings, pointing at Qin Jinbei's nose and cursing, you this Qin Wang, really let the lard blinded by the heart, the brain let the donkey kicked over, 2 sons, one is the future saint son of the mending heaven holy ground, the other is even the supreme bone is able to abandon the supreme heavenly pride. Outsiders have rumored that the Qin Wang house has a family of double saint king's posture. If it wasn't for you, this king of Qin was secretly messing around. Not to mention the double saint kings of one clan, even if it was 3 saint kings or 4 saint kings, in my opinion, it would be the nail in the coffin. As a result, you are good, expelling the most demonic one, from the Qin Wanfu, and making a life and death feud. But it's thanks to you, otherwise, even if we at Yaowi Holy Land were to beat our lanterns, we wouldn't be able to find a heavenly pride disciple like Qin Xian. Ah, Qin Wanfu, a bunch of. The Peak Master of the Hongyao Peak has a mouthful of face, holding down the face of the Qin King and rubbing it repeatedly on the ground. He wasn't afraid of any king of Qin or no king of Qin. This was the territory of his Yaoqi Holy Land, and if King Qin had anger in his heart, he had to hold it in his stomach. Your Highness. There were the Qin family elders, furious and infuriated. They were angry, manic, but he didn't dare to continue to flaunt his power here. This was in the territory of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and there was no room for them to be reckless. Most of all, after careful deliberation, they felt that the Hongyafeng Peak Master was right. They are remorseful in their hearts. If they had treated Qin Xian properly in the beginning, where would the current scandal that disgraced the entire Qin Wanfu have occurred? They didn't cherish it, thinking that it was the Grand Duke of the Supreme Bone joke, and on the side of the Yaoqi Holy Land, there were 6 Saint Kings competing for it. Its demonic level was so great that it knocked out the young male holding a holy weapon with 3 punches. The Qin Hao they held in the palm of their hands was simply not enough in front of Qin Xian. If not for what they did, inverted the Big Dipper and broke Qin Xian's heart, today, Yaoqi Holy Land only envied his Qin Wanfu's share of. Qin Jinbei. The Thunder Prison Peak Master murmured, his heart being exceptionally satisfied with Qin Xian's choice. Hating the house, he looked angrily at the Qin Wanfu crowd. If you don't leave at this time, could it be that you still intend to continue oppressing my Thunder Prison Peak disciples in my Yaoqi Holy Land? Qin Jinbei glanced deeply in the direction of the great demon god in Qin Xian as he calmed himself as much as possible. But the surge inside his chest was so strong that he couldn't help himself. The remorse is more and more agitated. Remorse. Repent until you break your heart. All the consequences of this are all his Qin Jinbei's fault. If it wasn't for his choice, nowadays, their Qin Wanfu would have already had 2 Saint Kings in one door, as well as the 2 heavenly pride brothers Qin Xian and Qin Hao. The future of the 4 holy kings of the One Gate is within reach. The glorious future of the Qin Wanfu was right in front of his eyes, but because of his choice, he gave it a complete burial. Not only did they lose a Saint King realm and a demon, it also brought 2 major scourges to his Qin Wanfu. Moreover, what happened in the Yaoqi Holy Land today would soon spread throughout the entire Violet Sun Empire. He, who has always been good at saving face, will be the object of scorn by all. Father killing and attempted son killing. His reputation as the king of Qin will be in tatters. Let's go. Qin Shinbei gritted his teeth and spoke angrily. How could he not have imagined that things would come to such a pass? The more he thought about it, the harder it was for him to bear the tragic consequences. If he continued to stay for a longer period of time, the gazes of the people of the Yaoqi Holy Land were about to cut him to death. He could only leave with the Qin Wanfu crowd in a grayish manner. The Hung Cliff Peak Master chased after him and taunted, King of Qin, my Yaowi Holy Land disciple, Qin Xian, has severed his relationship with your Qin Wanfu, and in the future, if your Qin Wanfu uses this underhanded tactic to deal with Qin Xian again, don't blame me for being unkind to the Yaowi Holy Land. The Thunder Prison Peak Master was also backing up Qin Xian. Anyone who dares to injure Qin Xian, Thunder Prison Peak will lift up the entire peak's strength to execute him. With his tail between his legs, Qin Jinbei accelerated his breaking speed. There was no longer any face to confront the Yaoqi Holy Land. After a long time, the Qin Wanfu crowd left the boundaries of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Qin Jinbei looked at his wife who had stopped at the back, and said in a heartfelt and puzzled voice, Ma'am? Shang Wanya raised her eyes and angrily rebuked out, Don't call me ma'am, I'm not your ma'am. Qin Jinbei was struck by lightning, his mind snowballing, What are you doing? Shang Wanya's face was cold, her petite body was trembling as she angrily rebuked, and,
fake, it's all fake. What you said to me is not true. Qin Xian he didn't bully men and women at all, much less envy Howard. He is your first son, how can you be so cruel and heartless to him? Chapter 48 Infighting in the Qin Wangfu Rivalry. She knew nothing about Qin Jinbei's secret talks with the clan elders.
The memory flashback that she witnessed within the Yaoqi Holy Land was even more unbelievable. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Qin Jinbei would actually do the evil deed of framing his own son in order to obtain the supreme bone.
Simply appalling.
She didn't have an attack in the Holy Land of Yaoqi because she wasn't willing to put Qin Jinbei on the fire.
But it doesn't mean she doesn't have anger and resentment in her heart.
At this time, just after leaving the Yaoqi Holy Land, Shang Wanya could no longer control her inner anger and vented it towards Qin Jinbei. You are the king of Qin, how can you be so thin-skinned? Qin Xian and Howard, they are both our children. When we chose to give up on Qin Xian, we already owed him everything, father healed him, how can you covet the supreme bone in his body, and want to treat him with such sinister means?
Shang Wanya was in tears.
Thinking about the bits and pieces of her listening to Qin Jinbei's one-sided words and falsely accusing Qin Xian.
It was tantamount to sending her, as a mother, into a boundless hell, suffering endless pain and suffering, self-blame and remorse, so that Shang Wanya, in this abyss of pain and despair, cannot pull themselves out. Qin Jinbei gritted his teeth, other people don't understand, other people don't know, do you and I, husband and wife, have to be suspicious and turn against each other? The one from the Violet Sun Imperial capital, in order to prevent an opportunity to become an emperor from arising in my Qin family, went so far as to have the sacred doctor cut off Qin Xian's future. What he's doing is nothing more than wanting to keep our Qin Wangfu firmly under control and at his mercy. He can make my Qin Wangfu topple at any time as long as he's not happy. I did all of this, but it was all for the Qin Wangfu, for our Qin family. For the sake of that glimmer of opportunity. The Qin family elders followed and persuaded, His Highness, he has good intentions, Your Highness, you can't break His Highness's heart like this. Shang Wanya twisted her head and glared angrily, shut up, all of you.
She used her hand, pointing at these accomplices who framed her son. If it wasn't for you guys, Qin Xian he wouldn't have been expelled from the Qin family, but if you guys had the slightest regard for bloodline kinship and gave a little admonishment, you wouldn't have let things develop to such an irreversible point. With a sneer on her face, she stared at Qin Jinbei and said in a heartbreaking manner, everything you've said is on behalf of the Qin Wangfu, on behalf of the Qin family? Then, I ask you. Just now, Qin Xian has already crushed the supreme bone, why are you still being aggressive? Why are you forcing the Yaogu's sacred ground to make a move against him, fearing that he'll live well? He's our child, not an enemy, why, can't you, for one moment, expect him to be half as good? Qin Jinbei lowered his head, anger erupting in his eyes, and when he raised his eyes, he roared, that's because he deserved to die. As a member of the Qin family lineage, disobeying and offending, disregarding my father's face, and repeatedly insulting me as a father in front of that large crowd, his heart is execrable. If he doesn't die, there will be no peace for my Qin Wangfu in the future. Qin Jinbei's heart was remorseful to the point of breaking.
But it's happened, and it can't be undone. He could only make a mistake.
As the abuser, he knew better than anyone in his heart how aggrieved Qin Xian was. That injustice is to be washed away with blood. If he didn't kill Qin Xian, his Qin Wangfu would inevitably attract insane retaliation in the future. Shang Guanya shook her head forlornly, until now, you still can't recognize your own mistakes, and will continue to be wrong.
That's just it, this biased mother of mine, the harm I've done to Qin Xian is no less than you, and I'm not qualified to continue accusing you. But, Shang Guanya looked straight into Qin Jinbei's eyes, her fists clenched tightly, and she said in hatred, I'll tell you Qin Jinbei, in the future, if you let me know that you dare to make a move on Qin Xian again, if you hurt a hair on his head, I, Shang Guanya, will kill one person from your Qin family, and if you move a single finger on him, I will want you, Qin Jinbei, to die. She looked at Qin Hao, who had already awakened, and said with disappointment but reluctance, Howard, leave with me, mother will take you to the heaven-mending Holy Land. Qin Hao bowed his head and pondered for a long time before he replied, Mother, I'm going back to the Qin family, and I'll look for you when the Holy Sun trial of the heaven-mending Holy Land opens. He couldn't identify with what his mother was thinking now. His resentment towards Qin Xian was even deeper. It was Qin Xian who had made him lose face. It was Qin Xian who had caused him to lose his complete supreme bone. More so, Qin Xian, who took away his mother who originally loved him with all her heart. He absolutely would not allow himself to lose to Qin Xian again. He could feel that the supreme bone powder, which had been obtained by his father, resonated minutely with the mutilated version of the supreme bone in his body. If those bone powders were incorporated into his body, it might not be impossible to cast a complete version of the supreme bone that truly belonged to him. Howard, you have to know that Qin Xian, he is your brother, your elder brother, your bloodline's closest relative with the same father and mother. Shang Guanya could see the hatred in Qin Hao's eyes clearly. She could turn her back on Qin Jinbei, but only, there was no way, to blame Qin Hao, to chastise him. Qin Hao bowed his head and didn't say a word.
Shangguanya raised her head in disappointment, letting the tears flow backward, and when she looked at Qin Jinbei again, she was indifferent. Qin Jinbei, you and I were once husband and wife, and now the scene of brothers fighting each other is all your and my fault. You shouldn't, and even more so, you can't, let Hauer be blinded by hatred, or else one day, the present of Yifeng of the Yaoqi Holy Land will be Hauer's future.
Shangguanya's heart was aching, unable to imagine the desperate scene of brothers fighting each other.
She couldn't forgive these Qin Wangfu clan elders who were intent on framing her child. Even more so, he could not forgive himself for having once acted as an accomplice and treated Qin Xian coldly. Perhaps those three ringing heads were Qin Xian's last hold on her as a mother. She, on the other hand, didn't take that chance. When he was a child, Qin Xian had been coldly abandoned by the Qin Wangfu because the Supreme Bone had been mistakenly diagnosed with a malady. When he grew up, he returned to the Qin Wangfu. Not only did he not get the care he deserved, but he was also planted by his biological father, and was treated by her, his mother, with favoritism. She owed Qin Xian too much. So much so that she now realizes her mistake and doesn't know how to fix it. She, a mother, didn't even have the courage to see Qin Xian again. She doesn't have the credentials. Not to mention not doing half of what a mother should do to care for her children. She now only heard the words Yifeng's present is his future, his fists clenched iron tight, even his nails were embedded in the flesh and blood. He was oblivious to it. He twisted his head, looked at Qin Jinbei, said, Father, I don't want to lose, I can't lose to Qin Xian anymore. I will let mother know that you made the right choice in the first place. Father, Qin Xian, he is inferior to me. Sooner or later, one day, he will be left far behind by me. Qin Jinbei's heart was moved, and under Qin Hao's resolute gaze, it once again became hard, and he took out the supreme bone powder, handing it over to Qin Hao, saying, these bone powders still have the divine charm of the supreme bone. If you absorb them into your body in time, you might be able to make up for the innate deficiency of that supreme bone in your body. He regretted it, posthumously. But he couldn't admit he was wrong, and he mustn't give in. He would do everything in the Qin Wanfu's power to let Shangguanya know, as well as his father. He made the right choice in the first place. He was doing it for the Qin Wangfu, for the greater good. Sooner or later, one day, his Hauer would trample Qin Xian under his feet. A blood brother breaks bones and connects tendons. Why is that so? Disappointed to the extreme, Shangguanya, no longer able to open his mouth to dissuade, can only despondently leave, and the Qin Wangfu crowd parted ways. She gazed in the direction of the Yaoqi Holy Land, her beautiful eyes moved. In her eyes, water mist filled her eyes, and her choked voice was trembling. Shinner, mother was wrong. Chapter 49, Heavy Pupil Woman, Threshold of Emperor Realm. Which of the Qin Wangfu is talking bad about me behind my back again? Qin Xian sneezed and rubbed the tip of his sore nose as he looked at the great demon god to the side and said, Grandpa, until the dark disease in your body is cured, why don't you just stay in the Yawu sacred ground for the time being? The great demon god nodded his head with sour eyes. Grandpa isn't going anywhere. Wherever you are, Grandpa will be there, and he will never let you be wronged again. Senior Qin wins. Wait a moment and join me at Thunder Prison Peak. The Thunder Prison Peak master extended a sincere invitation towards the great demon god. Curing a dark disease for a Saint King realm consumes a huge amount of money. Since he dared to say this, he had already prepared his heart. Spend more than you have to, and you won't go back on your word. Thunder Prison Peak master twisted his head, his cold gaze swept over Yifeng's body, without the slightest emotion. Yifeng, you secretly plotted against your fellow disciples, and attempted to plant evidence to frame Qin Xian. The evidence for this matter is conclusive. Do you still have a defense? Yifeng gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Xian with a gaze filled with cynicism and unwillingness. If the gaze could kill, Qin Xian would have been full of holes by now. He bit out, since it is said that I colluded with Langley, if I was able to drive Langley, why would I need to utilize the Holy Land and plant evidence to frame Qin Xian? Wouldn't it be easier to just let Langley kill him? Without the need for Qin Xian to open his mouth, Cheng Ning indignantly broke into a curse. Yifeng, you despicable villain, I'm afraid you don't know where Langley is right now, do you? You are not afraid of Qin Xian's hands of the desolate ancient prison towers, to do two-handed preparations, but would not have dreamed that the desolate ancient prison towers have a suppression of the soul of the strange effect. Langley her soul, long ago already let the desolate ancient prison towers to the complete suppression of the death of the soul. Qingning did not expose the fact that Langley's sacred soul still existed. She used to listen to Yifeng's slanderous words and did many wrong things to Qin Xian. Since Qin Xian wanted an additional card, she would conceal it for him, sort of repaying part of Qin Xian's favor for saving her. In the Yaoqi Holy Land, amongst the major peak masters, they were all secretly discussing. Qingning's words are quite believable. The desolate ancient prison suppressor tower does indeed have a miraculous effect on the soul, in terms of control. Langley was heavily injured by the burial sacred nail and the sacred sword, and his soul fell down the realm, so it makes perfect sense to have the top-level sacred artifact suppress it. This Sun Yifeng has some chances, it's just a pity that he took the wrong path. The Thunder Prison Peak master murmured, Yifeng, you know the law and break the law, and you've plagued the Holy Land, so your crime has increased. As his thoughts rose, the ground shook in front of the clear snow pavilion. There were thick, iron cages branded with array patterns that pierced through the soil and concluded a pitch-black death prison cage on all sides of Yifeng.
Even saints could be imprisoned, not something Yifeng could break through. The Thunder Prison Peak Master looked deeply at Yifeng. He had paid attention to this inner disciple in the past, thinking that he was a good seedling, being a Wind Thunder Saint body. Love it and hate it. Murderers pay for their lives, and I, a disciple of Thunder Prison Peak, should more than ever set an example to prove the code. The holy power transformed into swords, spears, clubs, axes, hooks and forks, turning into a stream of light and slashing at Yifeng inside the cage. The Thunder Prison Peak Master's move was to execute him in public as a warning to others. Listening to Qin Xian's slanderous words, each and every one of them wants to kill me? Yifeng, who was inside the cage, knew deep down that he was now, mud off his crotch was not but also. He immediately removed, from his arms, an ancient eyeball. Crush it in public. Boom, a vast aura, like the Milky Way hanging upside down. Terrifying holy power exploded from the crushed eyeball. The gas rushes to the clouds and breaks 10,000 feet. In an instant, the cage concluded by the Thunder Prison Peak Master was rushed to pieces. In the midst of the boundless mist, a proud figure shrouded in black mist appeared in front of everyone in the Yaoqi Holy Land. I couldn't see this person's true face, but I was able to see through the black mist, that pair of ancient heavy pupils that even saints were afraid of. The life-preserving card of the Son of Qi is it? Qin Xian's eyes held surprise when he saw this, but it was expected. It was reasonable that a son of Qi like Yifeng, who adhered to the great Qi of heaven and earth, would have a life-preserving card. It was this strong incarnation that came out of the ancient eyeball that was a bit unbelievably strong. Below the saints, all close their eyes and meditate. This is the ancient heavy pupil, taking in people's souls, not to be looked at directly. The Cloud Illusion Peak Master used an illusionary technique to isolate the deterrence of the heavy pupil, so that those disciples who were on the sidelines were not allowed to look directly at the ancient heavy pupil. The Peak Master of the 10,000 formation peak even waved his hand to lay down more than 100 spell formations, in isolating the heavy pupil's pressure. The magnificent figure of the Yaoqi Holy Land was also slightly surprised, not expecting Yifeng to actually have a connection with the ancient heavy pupil. She said in a deep voice, "Heavy pupil woman, this is the boundary of the Xiang Empire. What are you doing here in my Yaoqi Holy Land if you don't stay in the Undermoon Dynasty?" The heavy pupil woman glanced at Yifeng, realizing his heart for help, and when she raised her eyes again, she faced the Yaoqi Holy Land and opened her mouth in an unquestionable manner. "This son has some karma with this seat, and this seat guarantees that whoever dares to injure him will be an enemy of this seat." Heavy pupil female, one of the people who carried the throne of the Undermoon Dynasty. It was a top-tier powerhouse ranked in the top 3 of the Undermoon Dynasty. There were rumors that the heavy pupil woman had already touched the threshold of the Emperor realm, and was not a match for an ordinary Saint King. Even a Saint King like the great demon god, holding the desolate ancient prison-suppressing pagoda, would have a hard time fighting against it. Yifeng slowly vacated the air and stepped into the air. The morose and cold gaze swept over the faces of the Yaoqi Holy Land's powerhouses, one by one, as if he wanted to brand the faces of these enemies, all of them, deep inside his heart. He could never forget the shame of today. Thunder Prison Peak Master, and you blind Saint Kings, even if I killed Qingning, so what? Who are you, qualified to inflict capital punishment on me? Today's insult, in the coming day, I, Yifeng, will return it 100-fold. 10 years from now, I, Yifeng, will definitely visit the Yaoqi Holy Land again and kill you blind Saint Kings, one by one. Yifeng was hissing and roaring. Both fists were clenched to the bone. The eyes showed a scarlet color, as if they were possessed. Wulua light smoke palm. A furious cry rang out as Qin Xian killed from afar. With a palm slap, Yifeng's clothes, as much as possible, blew up in public. Qin Xian looked at him coldly and said in a chilling voice, "Yifeng, you have a lot of guts, violating the code of my holy land, and you still dare to speak out here. Others can tolerate you, I, Qin Xian, can never tolerate, today, will suppress you to suppress the code." He instantly arrived in front of Yifeng and struck Yifeng's shoulder with a leg whip, sweeping his foot away 100 feet away. The earth-splitting gun was held in his palm, like a meteor, swiftly rushing towards Yifeng's chest. It looked like he was furious, but in fact his heart was as clear as a mirror. Yifeng was at least a son of Qi, how could he not have some means to save his life? Heavy pupil female powerful is not false, if it is elsewhere, he will not be able to come out to venture out at this time. But now, this was the holy land of Yaoqi, the holy lord of Yaoqi's territory. He had just been promoted by the Thunder Prison Peak Master to be a true disciple, and in the boundaries of the Yaoqi Holy Land, with so many disciples' eyes burning, how could he still be killed by the heavy pupil woman? Wouldn't that make the Yaoqi Holy Land a joke? If he didn't make a move, the Yaoqi Holy Land might be afraid of the might of the ancient heavy pupil and would really default to Yifeng leaving. It was so hard to push Yifeng to the brink, and he was looking at the rich harvest of beheading the son of Qi, which would come to him. At this time, the ancient heavy pupil came to intervene? Not to mention that the heavy pupil woman hadn't broken through to the emperor realm yet. Even if a great emperor came, he couldn't snatch away the harvest that came to him. Break! Qin Xian's murderous intent was revealed. The earth-splitting gun went straight to Yifeng's heart. Thud! The heavy pupil woman gave a look, and Qin Xian,
who was holding the earth-splitting gun and was as powerful as a bamboo, looked like he had encountered the chiseling of a star. The whole person slammed towards the ground rapidly, knocking out a deep and long crack in the ground. She coldly, unquestionably said, "This seat said, I'll protect you, Feng." Qin Xian's gaze was cold as he climbed up from the ground, transmitting his voice to stop his grandfather who was about to make a move, facing the black mist, staring at the soul-consuming ancient heavy pupils, and said in a deep voice, "You say you'll protect it? When this is your Under-Moon dynasty? Qin Xian, when I am a Thunder Prison Peak disciple for one day, I will never allow the iron laws of Thunder Prison Peak to be subjected to anyone's provocation. Neither can the ancient heavy pupil. Those who obstruct my Thunder Prison Peak execution will be killed without pardon. Desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, suppress me." Qin Xian raised his hand and offered the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda, transforming it into a 10,000-foot peak. It directly suppressed towards the heavy pupil woman of the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty. Since the Yaoqi Holy Land was unwilling to make a move, he would force the Yaoqi Holy Land to make an enemy of the heavy pupil woman. He was trying to fight with the heavy pupil woman, striking a stone with an egg, so that the heavy pupil woman would move to kill him. Forcing the Holy Land of Yaoqi, it was no longer able to stand on the sidelines until it stepped in to suppress the heavy pupil woman. Chapter 50, Killing the Wind Lightning Saint Body. Clang! There was a crisp sound as the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower crashed into that thick black fog. At the mist, there were just a few ripples, and then nothing else. It wasn't true that the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda was a top-tier saint artifact, but Qin Xian wasn't a great demon god or a saint king realm. Even if it was activated like an arm, it could not utilize 1/10,000th of the power of a top-tier holy weapon. The heavy pupil woman was even less of a clear heart elder who would be forced to go all out by a mere top-tier holy weapon. In the eyes of the Saint King realm, Qin Xian's move was like a child holding a sharp sword and stabbing an armor clad in heavy armor. The rapier was unable to pierce the defense of the heavy armor, and without the intimidation of the rapier, Qin Xian was equivalent to seeking death. Gollum! The Huncliffe Peak Master swallowed his saliva, greatly surprised. This kid, so fierce, even more raw than Lao Zi, he is an avatar realm. He dared to go to suppress the ancient heavy pupil, grew up from snacking on beast bile, right? Didn't you see that after the ancient heavy pupil showed up, none of them Saint Kings spoke up? Even the Holy Lord, after asking a question, shut his mouth. Why? It's giving face to the ancient heavy pupil. There was absolutely no need to tear the face of the heavy pupil woman of the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty for Yi Feng. This heavy pupil woman's status in the Undermoon Dynasty was much higher than Qin Jinbei's status in the Xiang Empire. If you're not good at it, if you offend the heavy pupil woman, there's a real possibility that you'll attract a large army of the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty to overwhelm you. Suppress me. Qin Xian didn't care. He just took the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda to suppress the heavy pupil woman. He didn't even think about being able to successfully suppress the heavy pupil woman by himself. He's just being provocative. In deliberately provoking the heavy pupil woman and forcing her opponent to make a move. The mist kept stirring, only the heavy pupil woman who came in disguise, within her eyes, 4 pupils, slightly tightened, muffled, Griffin, damn it. The heavy pupil aurora, piercing through the clouds and fog, was like thunder as it shot explosively towards where Qin Xian was. Even the great sun was pierced and dimmed. Boom! A loud boom, like an earth dragon turning over, and dust lifted up 100 feet. When the dust cleared, Qin Xian stood unharmed on the ground, and in front of him was the Thunder Prison Peak Master who had raised 1,000 barriers in a single thought. In his tiger eyes, there was anger. Qin Xian is my Thunder Prison Peak disciple. You want to shelter Yi Feng. You have already touched my Thunder Prison Peak bottom line, and now you want to kill my Thunder Prison Peak disciple in front of me? Don't say that you're just an avatar. Even if your main body comes, I'll still fight you. Qin Xian, a disciple who had just joined Thunder Prison Peak, had dared to shake the ancient heavy pupil's fears for the sake of the majesty of Thunder Prison Peak. How could he, the Thunder Prison Peak Master, sit back and do nothing? Yi Feng had to be killed, and Qin Xian had to be protected even more. The heavy pupil woman sneered, a mere mid-Saint King realm, and you're worthy to speak out in front of this seat? With just an avatar, within 10 moves, I can also subdue you. Rumble. In the sky above the holy land of Yaoqi, in an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the clouds poured in. A heavy pupil that brought some light in the endless darkness was as large as a star. Those 2 pupils that were compatible with each other lost color in heaven and earth the moment they touched. A light of heavy pupils that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth, like a beam of light that extinguished the world, exploded towards the Thunder Prison Peak Master. This was the treasure art inherent in ancient heavy pupils, a means of fighting for one's life that was imprinted in the bloodline. Its might was earth-shattering, enough to destroy the entire Yaoqi Holy Land. Heavy pupil girl, get back to your Undermoon dynasty. It's not your turn to be reckless in my Yaoqi Holy Land. The Holy Lord exhaled a breath of clarity. 10 million saint-level spell formations, at this moment, once again blossomed with light and displayed their might. Only this time, it was even more stunning and stirring than when he had previously suppressed the great demon god. The Holy Lord mobilized the power of the Holy Land's foundation at this moment, wanting to obliterate this incarnation of the heavy pupil woman. From the core of the spell formation, a stream of colorful seven-colored light burst out, and the light of the heavy pupil, colliding in the 9 heavens. In an instant, the sky fell apart. It spared 10,000 miles of space and shattered into an endless abyss. From the middle of that abyss, there was an endless astral wind that swept out. 2 beams of light, just a moment of stalemate. The light of the spell formation will break the light of the heavy pupil, will be hidden in the black fog of the heavy pupil female incarnation, rushed to pieces. Yao Qi Holy Land. The heavy pupil woman's incarnation collapsed, and in that double pupil, a look of shock and anger flowed out. Before her heavy pupils disappeared, she stared at Qin Xian and said in a chilling voice, "Griffin, this seat remembers you." The Holy Lord struck again, a crystal-clear jade palm, shattering space, clutching the double pupil, fiercely gripping it, and the heavy pupil turned into a mist and dispersed. Puff! Yifeng fell down from high in the air after witnessing the heavy pupil woman's incarnation collapsing, dislocated, eyes full of disbelief. His last means of saving his life was also forced to be ineffective by Qin Xian. Resentment, remorse? Complex emotions raged in Yifeng's chest. He knew Qin Xian's viciousness better than anyone else, step by step, calculating him to death and nailing him to the pillar of shame forever. It made him powerless to resist even if he wanted to. I lost. Death by your hand, no complaints. Yifeng closed his eyes and had given up struggling. He could die, but he was unwilling to show half a bit of panic and remorse in front of Qin Xian, much less to beg for mercy. To die, he must die with dignity. Qin Xian stepped forward and snatched away Yifeng's storage ring, and in front of him, he took out the heavenly desolate halberd and marveled. Good stuff, I didn't expect, you still have such a holy weapon, consider it as compensation for you falsely accusing me. When Cheng Ning saw the heavenly wasteland halberd, resentment surged to his heart. It's this holy weapon that Yifeng, he's the one who used it to penetrate my skull. Yifeng's gaze wavered. It's not his holy weapon. Injustice, aggression. He was able to be certain that the person who killed Cheng Ning was the Qin Xian in front of him. But now, no one in the entire Yao Qi Holy Land would trust him. Qin Xian's move was forcing him to lose control, trying to make him fall into madness. He gritted his teeth and hardened his teeth, holding back his monstrous rage and not resisting, not wanting to let Qin Xian have his way. Since you recognize reality, then go to hell. Qin Xian logically possessed the right to use the heavenly desolate halberd. The halberd pointed diagonally at the ground and stabbed out violently. When it was about to penetrate Yifeng's chest, the purple kite hung down from afar, wrapped up in the middle of the sacred artifact robe, and said in a clear voice, Qin Xian, I ask you to spare his life. Qin Xian twisted his head in feigned surprise. You want to save him? Zikite shook her head. It's not to save him, it's just that my lineage of sacred healers owes him a promise. Once he promised to let me kill you, and I didn't do it. Today, I want to honor this promise. Please spare his life. You can suppress him forever among the Thunder Prison Peak's black prison, and he'll never see the light of day. Qin Xian's brows furrowed and his back teeth clenched as he stared resentfully at Yifeng, which eventually turned into a helpless sigh. That's just it. Since senior sister Zikite of the 10,000 Formation Peak has made a plea, it's not a good idea for me to continue to lay down my deadly hands. He stared at Yifeng and said with hatred, in public and in private, I should kill you to prove the code and to vent my anger. But only, senior sister Zikite appeared. I can't not give her this face. I'll let you off this time. The next time we meet, I will definitely break you into pieces. Yifeng was dumbfounded. One word from Zikite saved his life. Survived? He's not afraid of being suppressed. As long as you're still alive, there's a chance you can flip it. Sooner or later, one day, he would break through the Thunder Prison Peak Black Prison and make Qin Xian return today's disgrace 100-fold. He looked at Qin Xian's back and glanced at the violet kite, and before he could thank him, he saw the departing Qin Xian, turning around once again. The heavenly wasteland halberd turned and shook, and it went straight through his chest, and even his heart was stirred up in an instant. Yifeng spat blood from his mouth, staring incredulously at Qin Xian who had laid down the killer, greatly breaking defense. You. Words are not trustworthy, evil thief, rebellious thief, traitorous thief. Your words are not trustworthy, With a smile on his lips and a tart look in his eyes, Qin Xian turned a deaf ear and said, We meet again. Chapter 51, Huge Harvest, Wealthy. Qin Xian, you deserve to die. I can't wait to bone you, eat your flesh and drink your blood. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Yifeng was out of control and hysterical, roaring and snarling. He had controlled himself as much as he could, not allowing Qin Xian to enjoy abusing him. But this guy, he was just playing with his mind. Make him ready to die and give him hope to live. Finally, just as he saw a glimmer of hope, another halberd stabbed him to death. Kill and kill. Sinister to the core. Pust. The heavenly wasteland halberd turned and shook, and Yifeng's torso was churned and exploded into blood mist. As soon as the weak divine soul surfaced, the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda slammed down with a humming sound. Boom, like a bubble exploding, Yifeng's blood mist, along with his divine soul, annihilated into nothingness. Want to be a ghost? Qin Xian had no intention of giving Yifeng this chance. No matter what, Yifeng was a son of Qi, so if he was given a ray of hope, he might, perhaps, be able to turn the tide against the wind. Since he had already moved to kill, he naturally had to do so by destroying the body. Not the slightest bit of life left. What kind of villain is it if you don't kill and destroy? The host kills the son of Qi, Yifeng, rewarding the villain value plus 500,000. Son of Qi Yifeng's Qi value is zeroed out, rewarding the host with Yin Yang Nirvana Dan plus 1. The son of Qi is dead in the water, rewarding the host with Holy Soul Condensation Pill plus 1. Asterisk 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 asterisk. $500,000 worth of Heavenly Destiny villains? Even Qin Xian was shocked when he heard this huge figure. Not only was this huge amount of villainous value, after beheading Yifeng, he also received a Yin Yang Nirvana Dan. It was enough to allow him to take it and have his realm cross directly over the Avatar realm and break through to the Yin Yang realm in a short period of time. There was also that Saint-grade soul condensation pill, which was even more surprising to Qin Xian. It was a top-notch elixir that helped the soul of a saint to advance to the Saint King realm. Obviously, it was for Langley inside his desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. In the past, Langley, with his heart in the right place, was trying to cut him down and get rid of his bondage. After many times of hammering, as long as Langley wasn't stupid, she knew that resisting him was useless. It will only be a wasted life. Having this sacred soul condensation pill allowed Langley to be promoted to Saint King. He carried Saint King realm guards with him, and when he saw who was displeased, he would directly release the Saint King to suppress them. It was a blast. Host triggers 100 times lucky draw, consumes 300,000 villain values, draws once and doubles the quality of the reward 100 times. Pump! This opportunity is certainly not to be missed. Qin Xian waved his hand and threw down 300,000 villainous values. In front of him, a virtual roulette wheel appears, visible only to him. After a dizzying spin, the pointer landed on a golden holy elixir. The host receives the Holy Taoist Pill plus 1. Rewarded with a 100-fold blast, the host receives the 9 revolutions of the Sacred Tao Pill plus 1. Phew! Qin Xian's breathing became ragged. This Holy Tao Pill was originally a holy pill that could allow a peak associate saint to be promoted to a saint. The 9-turn Sacred Tao Pill obtained after a 100-fold storm was even more capable of having a strange effect on the Saint King realm. To be able to make the Saint King realm, in a very short period of time, unbelievably break through one after another. If Qin Xian kept it for himself, when he was at the peak of his quasi-sainthood, he would be able to directly skyrocket his realm to the peak of the Sage realm by taking this elixir. What's the concept? Those heavenly pride demons, hundreds, even thousands of years of light, would be hard-pressed to make this huge leap. And Qin Xian was able to do so with a single elixir without much effort. This 9-revolution Sacred Tao Pill isn't temporarily usable for the current me, so it's better to put it away and give it to Grandpa. Qin Xian pondered in his mind and made a decision. Grandpa treated him with the utmost pampering. Get a statement for him, even with his head in his pants. Making Grandpa stronger would do him more good than harm. Of course, the more important thing was that he couldn't use this 9-turn Sacred Tao Pill for the time being, so dry putting it away was also putting it away. Since he had slaughtered a Yifeng, there was this reward that was so rich that it made people smack their lips. Are you still afraid that there won't be any other rewards for taking out the son of Qi in the future? If not, isn't there a Qin Hao? Qin Hao counts as a guarantor. No worries about not having the rewards of breaking the boundary in the future. In front of the Qingshui pavilion, the cool wind brushed by, and Yifeng disappeared as if he had never existed. Gollum! There was the sound of backward swallowing of saliva, one after another. The disciples of the Yaohe Holy Land were palpitating as they witnessed the scene of Qin Xian decapitating Yifeng. This Qin Xian, he really is a ruthless person, not even thinking about giving face to senior sister Zekite. First giving Yifeng hope and then stomping out that hope, killing people to kill their hearts. Qin Xian bears such a big injustice, in exchange for who? It is not possible to deal with things with a normal heart again, do not strike then already, a shot is to run to the soul to go, such a ruthless person, in the future we less to provoke point. The Thunder Prison Peak Master glanced at Zekite and said in a deep voice, Yifeng has plagued the Holy Land, 10,000 deaths are not enough. He was warning Zekite not to put his mind on Qin Xian's head. Without a word, Violet Kite twisted her head and disappeared from sight. The Thunder Prison Peak Master once again proclaimed, effective immediately, Qin Xian shall be my Thunder Prison Peak's true disciple, and shall be worshipped under this seat, and when he advances to the celestial realm, he shall be my Thunder Prison Peak's chief. Qin Xian bowed respectfully, greetings, Master. Recognizing a cheap master is not in the way. In the future, if something happens, you can also shake a Saint King Realm Master out as a fighter. The Thunder Prison Peak Master snapped his fingers, and a cluster of light drifted into Qin Xian's palm, and the moment it touched his skin, it transformed into a holy whip intertwined with the power of thunder. This is the striking holy whip, a quasi-saintly weapon. Holding this whip, you can enforce the law on behalf of your master, and saints can also be struck. A quasi-saint weapon, huh? Qin Xian's heart flooded with mutterings. He had either a top-grade saint weapon on him or a top-grade saint weapon like the Heavenly Desolate Halberd. Suddenly arriving at a quasi-sacred weapon was a bit uncomfortable. Pulls down the grade of his gear. However, seeing as Thunder Prison Peak's main purpose was to cure his grandfather's dark disease, which had consumed a great deal of time, he didn't want to say anything more. What's more, the awesome thing about this saint-beating whip wasn't the grade, but the meaning behind it. On behalf of the Thunder Prison Peak Master to enforce the law, saints can also fight. With this whip, everything he does is endorsed by the Thunder Prison Peak Master. It's still pretty useful. Qin Xian bent down and bowed again. Thank you, Master. Thunder Prison Peak nodded with a gentle smile and looked towards Qin Wang. Senior Great Demon God, follow me on a trip to the depths of the Holy Land. I'll heal your wounds for you, and for the rest, there are Thunder Prison Peak elders who will make arrangements for Qin Xian. With a kind smile on his face, the Great Demon God stroked Qin Xian's head and cheerfully complimented, Little Xuanzi, Grandpa is enjoying his blessings. Thanks to your blessings, Grandpa, at this moment, is able to cure all the dark diseases in his body. He looked at his eldest grandson, and the more he looked at him, the more he favored him. In a happy mood, he beautifully followed the Thunder Prison Peak Master, and together they traveled to the depths of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Like never before, he longed to cure his dark disease and wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to better protect his son, and would he be able to make a top-tier powerhouse like the heavy pupil woman, wary of him. The storm has died down. The crowd of people watching the Holy Land dispersed one after another. Mu Qingxue, who had been feeling guilty in her heart, wanted to take this opportunity to apologize to Qin Xian. She wanted to tell Qin Xian that she would, in the future, never misunderstand him again. No longer would he, with malice, speculate on his intentions. As she stepped away, she saw Elder Qing Xian leading Qin Xian away. She stopped her steps woodenly, looking at Qin Xian's thin back that didn't even look back. Her heart clenched violently. An unspeakable bitterness came over me. It felt like inside, it was empty, as if something important had left her forever. Chapter 52, The Well-Behaved Longli, Willing to be Enslaved. Thunder Prison Peak, as one of the 7 peaks of the Yaoqi Holy Land, radiated widely. At its base, it was the size of a town. As high as tens of thousands of feet, the higher you climb, the more scarce the land becomes, and the more precious the places where houses can be built. Above the mountainside, outside a luxurious mansion, Elder Qingxian brought Qin Xian down and pointed to the mansion in front of him, saying, Qin Xian, here is your future residence in the Thunder Prison Peak. This place was built when the Holy Lord was in the Thunder Prison Peak, has not yet resided, is promoted to the Holy Maiden, to go to the main peak. This place in the Thunder Prison Peak has a different meaning. There has been no one to reside in. The Peak Master deliberately arranged for you to be here. The trust is very far. I'll trouble the Elder to lead the way, so I won't keep any guests. Qin Xian arched his hand. There is no need to color with Elder Qing Xian. In the eyes of outsiders, Elder Qing Xian had tried to kill him earlier. Even if the truth came out, he didn't need to curry favor with this elder. Qingxian's gaze fell, wanting to say something, and did not stay long, drifting away. Qin Xian looked at the luxurious mansion in front of him and pushed the door open. An ethereal odor came to the surface. The mansion was huge, comparable to the previous life on Earth, those top mansions. The bedroom, cultivation room, bathroom, and refining room are all available. It's big enough to live alone and a little empty. Hey, the outer disciples of Thunder Prison Peak can only live in the big bunks at the bottom of the mountain. The inner disciples, at most, squeeze inside the multi-person dormitory at the foot of the mountain, and even the true disciples are rarely able to be assigned a cave of heavenly blessings at the mountainside. And what about me? I can only live inside this spacious mansion by myself, drawing on the massive amount of heaven and earth energy that even the elder-level cave does not possess by myself. It can't be sucked up. It simply can't be sucked up. At the time of Qin Xian Fan Ersatz, Langley, who was inside the draconic prison suppression tower, marveled, the heaven and earth yuan qi here is so dense that it's a bit unimaginable. Just a Thunder Prison Peak alone can hardly maintain this level of yuan qi. I'm afraid, this place has been transformed by that woman, pulling the underground yuan vein of the main peak. Qin Xian utilized the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower to lay down a boundary, allowing Langley to emerge peacefully. He instructed slowly, this room is too big for me to take care of on weekdays. When you are free, clean this place for me. I don't like the place I live in to collect dust. Langley said with blank eyes, I'm your guard, not a maid. To clean the room this matter, you casually find 2 maids to nod on the line? What kind of a maid can be in my eyes? Qin Xian was dissatisfied. If you want to be a maid for him, you have to be at the level of a daughter of Qiluk to start with, right? When you live here in the future, it is necessary to have a few maids. 2 cleaned, 2 served baths, and 3 served foot washing, 1 for each foot. And 2 more, for bed warming. As it stood, the manpower was far from enough. He glanced at Langley and threatened, do you do it, or don't you? Not knowing what was going on, Langley inexplicably felt that Qin Xian was able to see through her with a single glance. Especially with today's events, everything was moving in a direction that was friendly to Qin Xian. Behind her back, unbeknownst to her, Qin Xian might have already set it up. 1 ring connects to the other, and the layout of the haystack of all of it was methodically carried out under the manipulation of Qin Xian's big hand in the dark. Even the sacred king realm had become a pawn in his hands. This was the first time that Langley had felt the thrill of being like a man in the back from a person. She couldn't, and didn't dare, refuse, and I'll just clean it. Qin Xian beckoned, come here. Only when Langley came to him did he reach out his hand and pat her on the head. be obedient and you'll have candy to eat. Langley was furious and yelled unhappily, "Can you stop touching my head? No matter what, I'm still in the Saint King realm. The heavy pupil woman who drove you to hopelessness had to be afraid of me when she saw me in the first place. You can't treat me like a pet even if you have my lifeblood in your hands." Qin Xian said unexpectedly, "Even the heavy pupil lady scorns you 3 times? Langley raised her snow-white neck, and in her red pupil, she was full of arrogance. "That's natural." Qin Xian took out the sacred soul condensation pill and sighed to himself, "Originally, I was planning to give you a sugar bean to get high on, but since you're so repulsed, forget it." Stare. Langley's red pupils instantly tightened as she gazed at the sacred soul condensation pill in Qin Xian's hand. She subconsciously swallowed backwards, dumbfounded. Is this the soul condensation pill, or is it of the holy grade? Seeing Qin Xian's desire to retrieve the soul-condensing dan without a word, she came forward, squatted in front of Qin Xian, grabbed his palm and placed it on her head, her beautiful eyes upturned, and said tentatively, "You touch it again?" It wasn't that she, Langley, didn't keep her word, but Qin Xian's reward was too tempting. Don't look at the fact that she was now a Sage Realm soul, and that she had once fallen down from the Sage King realm. Even if she still had Qin Xian's spiced-up 9-turn sacred soul technique in her possession. If one wanted to cultivate to the Saint King realm, it would take at least a few more years, if not decades of light. This speed, for those Saint Realm's heavenly pride demons, was indeed incredibly fast. However, if one could obtain this sacred soul condensation pill in Qin Xian's hand, it doesn't take decades or years. She dared to be certain that after taking the sacred soul condensation pill, she would definitely be able to return to the Saint King realm within half a month. Qin Xian stroked Langley's white hair with peace of mind, playing with the flavor. "You're going to kill me when you break through to Sage, and when you break through to the Saint King realm, aren't you going to break me into pieces?" Langley's heart was bitter. Having suffered 2 big losses, her brain was kicked by a donkey before she would make another move against Qin Xian. It would be a wasted death, and she never thought that way again. Worried that Qin Xian didn't trust her, she took the initiative to hand over the Soul Sentinel Seal. This is a Saint-grade technique that can plant a brand in the Divine Soul, and can be controlled even by the Saint King realm. You planted a mark in my Saint's soul, and a single thought can break my life and death. With that, she openly opened up the weakest core of her holy soul. Qin Xian pinched up a royal soul seal, unhindered at the core of Langley's sacred soul, planting a brand. He was surprised. "You're swinging for the fences?" Langley said bluntly, "In the future, I will unconditionally follow your orders." It wasn't that she gave up struggling, but she knew it in her heart. Without the need for this soul defense seal, Qin Xian would be able to make her soul fly away as long as he wanted to. Why don't you make a show of goodwill if you're already under control? Qin Xian was able to possess something as good as the sacred soul condensation pill now that he was at the 4th level of the divine profound realm. In the future, are you afraid there won't be any other goodies? It was impossible to say that by following Qin Xian, she would be able to return to the top in a short period of time. By gaining Qin Xian's trust, she was able to make Qin Xian unguarded for her to cultivate and break through. The stronger she was, the safer Qin Xian would be. It was a virtuous cycle of mutual fulfillment, and regenerating her descent would only bring her trouble, if not death. "You've gotten smarter." Qin Xian used his fingers, tweaking Langley's brightly colored red lips, ambiguously placing the soul-condensing pill into her sandalwood mouth, and said with a light smile, "Feel free to make a breakthrough. For the time being, there's no need for you to step in and kill someone." After putting Langley into the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda, Qin Xian walked into his bedroom and lay down on the large bed with his limbs spread out. A small break, closed eyes, open again. Begin to take a serious inventory of what you've gained and lost so far. His current harvest was enough for Langley to break through to Saint King, and after his grandfather returned from curing his dark disease, he would then take the 9 Revolution Saint Dao pill, and within a short period of time, he would be promoted to the late Saint King realm. He himself was able to break through the Yin-Yang realm very quickly by taking the Yin-Yang Nirvana pill. But too much speed is not a good thing. He needed to find an excuse to go out for a while and come back with a breakthrough in the Yin-Yang realm so that he wouldn't attract attention. As for the trouble, Qin Wangfu's side, there is no need to worry for the time being, when Langley rejoins the Holy King. With Langley and the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda by his side, he was completely unafraid of Qin Jinbei. Rather, it was the heavy pupil woman's side that was a bit tricky. This woman is an ancient heavy pupil and has a heavy killing heart. If the honored one rushes, but where he dares to leave the Yaoqi Holy Land, even Langley exposes his identity and Grandpa joins hands together, are not necessarily, is the opponent of the heavy pupil woman. Unity-san, give me information about the heavy pupil woman. In his mind, Qin Xian began to call out to the system. When in doubt, start a hang-up. Consume all the villain value, know the information of the heavy pupil woman. Does the host choose to consume it? Consumption. Qin Xian didn't care for a big wave of his hand. Compared to his life, the villain is worth nothing. As the villain value was deducted, the heavy pupil woman's basic information, as well as the unknown news, all flowed into Qin Xian's mind. The heavy pupil woman, she's actually of the Violet Sun Empire's bloodline. Moreover, she's not touching the threshold of the Emperor realm, but is a true quasi-emperor. Understanding the background and style of the heavy pupil woman, Qin Xian's back broke out in a cold sweat.
Nice guy. He's straight up a good guy. A quasi-imperialist. No wonder even a single incarnation was enough to make the Holy Lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land fearful. However, the heavy pupil woman is in the Stygian Moon Dynasty, but her family is within the Violet Sun Empire, a hidden secret that no one knows about. Utilizing this hidden secret that no one knows about, it might be possible to turn a crisis into an opportunity. Qin Xian had fervor in his eyes. Yifeng had lost his wife and soldiers by encouraging Zikite to kill him. Now having the heavy pupil woman give birth to a killing chance against him might not be an opportunity. The heavy pupil woman's family was now suffering from bullying, and she was running out of excuses to come to the Violet Sun Empire to avenge her family's death. At this moment, he was rushing up to give the heavy pupil woman an excuse to strike. Taking the opportunity to exterminate the enemy who had bullied the family, she was also able to preserve the family's relationship with her from being discovered by the Violet Sun Emperor. Qin Xian was sure that if he didn't do something, the heavy pupil woman was bound to kill him. Use him as an excuse to take advantage of the opportunity to avenge her family's death. Heavy pupil female, meditative pupil, it seems that this time, when we go out, we have to make a trip to the Shangguan family that was born with meditative pupils. Qin Xian had a smile on the corner of his mouth, and there was eagerness in his eyes. The pair of superb sisters of the Shangguan family is not to be missed. The beauty of sitting and enjoying the happiness of all people. The great villain, it's about time that I, too, should experience the experience. Chapter 53, Sage as a Slave, Qingning Moves in Love. This Shangguan family was one of the more powerful families within the Xiang imperial capital. Nearly 30% of their children were born with underworld pupils. Those who were born with underworld pupils were able to utilize these underworld pupils to see through dangers. In other words, the underworld pupil, when entering some secret realms and caverns, was able to predict the risks in advance. If the risk is too great, the opportunity will not be pursued further. It was precisely for this reason that the Shangguan clan's family descendants who had lost their lives in these places of opportunity were close to zero. Originally in the Xiang Empire, the special ability of the Shangguan family was highly sought after by all the great clans, and their status rose. It was only a pity that many years ago, a direct descendant of the Shangguan family had offended a big shot within the imperial capital. After that first family was killed, even the Shangguan family was dealt a terrible blow, with numerous deaths and injuries. The Shangguan family also doesn't have every direct lineage that is born with a Mediterranean pupil. Anticipating risks doesn't mean you can escape them unscathed either. After this incident, the Shangguan family was now in ruins, and their status in the Xiang Empire was in tatters. If it wasn't for the fact that its family head was a Saint King realm, he was afraid that all of the natural-born underworld pupils would have already become the hounds of other great powers seeking treasure and predicting risk. Who could have thought that the heavy pupil woman of the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty was the ancestor of the Shangguan clan who was once sealed in a secret realm? Who could have guessed that the ancient heavy pupil is a mutation produced by the innate underworld pupil? Qin Xian muttered, cupping his chin and pondering for a moment. Finally make a decision. This Shangguan family is a must-go. Befriend the Shangguan family and smooth out some trouble for them. At least it was able to get rid of the heavy pupil woman's killing intent. It wasn't possible to say that by establishing an alliance with the Shangguan family, he would still be able to gain the goodwill of the heavy pupil woman. That was a quasi-emperor. The entire continent was a pivotal presence. If not for the fact that the Shangguan family's family head was a deadhead who was loyal to the Purple Sun Emperor, the heavy pupil woman would have long ago relocated the entire Shangguan family to the Undermoon Dynasty. It was this dead brain of the Shangguan family lord that gave Qin Xian the backbone to face the heavy pupil woman. It's a crisis and a great opportunity. Not to be missed. Before heading to the imperial capital, we still have to raise our strength first. Qin Xian took out the Yin Yang Nirvana Dan and placed it in his palm, carefully examining it. As the name suggests, this elixir has the effect of nirvana. After taking it, the realm will fall. Not in a bad way, but in a way that is compressing the yuan power in the body. Let the foundation, more and more solid, nirvana after, is reborn. He could make sudden progress in the avatar realm, and within half a month, he was able to advance to the Yin Yang realm one after another, comprehending the two chi of Yin and Yang. Knock knock. As Qin Xian was planning to take the Yin Yang Nirvana Dan outside the mansion, there was a knock on the door. Qin Xian puts the pills away for the time being, walks out of the inner bedroom and opens the door, only to see Elder Qing Xian standing outside the house with a difficult look on his face. Qin Xian said suspiciously, "Elder, what is the urgency of this big night?" Elder Qing Xian raised his eyes and looked inside the room. Qin Xian took the initiative to make way for a seat as Qing Xian walked into the inner hall. He took out a soul-restoring artifact and released the Qingning inside. Looking at his only daughter's increasingly dim soul, he looked at Qin Xian with a pained face. "Qin Xian, earlier it was my fault, listening to Yifeng's slanderous words, indiscriminately have to kill you. 1,000 wrongs are my fault as a father." Ninger, she is still small, compelled by the Qifeng. Qin Xian lifted his hand to stop. "Say what you have to say, don't get so bent out of shape. I can guess that it is just Qingning's divine soul, which cannot be repaired and is about to die out.
Xingxing clenched her fists and said with remorse in her heart, Ninger, her divine soul is only in fragments, and she can't even repair it with the sacred lord.
Qin Xian, your desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda was able to shelter Ninger earlier, can it heal Ninger's divine soul again?
The means he had left behind earlier could only preserve some remnants of Qingning's soul. This soul cultivation method is already rare.
Feats that target residual souls are even more rare.
If his daughter was in her current situation, even the Saint King realm was powerless to return her life. Even though he was able to get the Holy Lord to remake his daughter's body, without the infusion of the divine soul, it was only a shell after all. He was really desperate, otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to come and seek Qin Xian. What they, father and daughter, were most sorry for was Qin Xian.
How can you calm your mind when you've been shouting and fighting as soon as you meet, and now, you're begging for help?
Qin Xian glanced at Qingning's remnant soul and said playfully, you would have been decapitated by Yifeng earlier, and it seems that you were caught in a trap because you wanted to kill me?
Logically speaking, there was no reason for me to save you, right? Qingning scowled.
As Qin Xian had said, there was no reason for him to step in and save her. One must know that before this, she had listened to Yifeng's slanderous words and tried to find ways to get Qin Xian killed. To be sheltered until now, it was already considered that she owed Qin Xian a big favor. Father, let's just go back. There's no need to force Qin Xian's hand. I don't have that qualification to make him fight. Qingning tugged on Qing Xian's arm and bitterly shook her head.
Elder Qingxin clenched his teeth, and with a fluttering sound, he fell to his knees in front of Qin Xian. I, Qingxin, am willing to bear all the faults. I only ask Qin Xian that you take action to protect Ninger's residual soul, and in the future, I'm willing to listen to all of your commands.
For Cheng Ning, Qing Xian was spoiled beyond measure.
The entire Yaoji Holy Land is well known.
He only has this one daughter, when the Daomate, and because of him died.
If you can't even harbor this bloodline, what good is the face of a saint? Daddy!
Qing Xian's beautiful eyes contained tears. She wanted to live, but she didn't want her father to grovel for her like this. After the incident with Yifeng, she deeply knew that she was not worthy of being a human daughter. Seeing father for her so disrespectful, the heart is even more tormented. It's not impossible to make a move to repair the remnant soul. Qin Xian waved his hand, and put Qing Ning into the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower.
In the gaze that looked at Elder Qingxin again, there were a few more chills. However, I don't believe what you say, Elder Qingxin, unless you are willing to accept that I am at the core of your sacred soul, planting a brand.
Qing Xian's gaze wavered for a moment, but in the end, he did not resist doting on Cheng Ning. He closed his eyes and opened them to the golden, radiant core of his holy soul.
Qin Xian pinched up an imperial soul seal and took the opportunity to strike in. Qing Xian opened her eyes, her gaze warring, this is the imperial soul seal?
This technique, which planted a brand at the core of the divine soul, could enslave even the Saint King realm. As long as Qin Xian had a single thought, he, a saint, would also die violently in an instant.
There's no way to get out of it. Qin Xian smiled and said, regret?
I'm also able to remove the imperial soul seal, so we can all achieve mutual fulfillment, or we can part on bad terms. Both, father and daughter, had murderous intentions towards him and acted upon them.
To be merciful to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Besides, he's a big villain with a saintly heart. Enslaving Seishan was not mentally taxing in the slightest.
If he hadn't been in the holy land of Yaoqi, Qing Xian would have let him die as soon as he shook his head. If you don't use it for him, you die. Qing Xian struggled for a moment, her head shaking lightly. No matter, as long as you can repair Ninger's residual soul, I'm willing to die for you.
Congratulations on making the right choice. Qin Xian gave Qing Xian an approving look before disappearing as well.
When he reappeared, he was already within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, in front of Qingning's residual soul.
Where is my father?
Qingning eagerly pursued, her beautiful eyes red. Qin Xian wore a cold face. Outside, when I repair your remnant soul later, you may leave with him.
Qingning said anxiously, did Dad give you the holy seal?
That is my mother's relics. I can go to my death. Please return that holy seal to father. That is the belief in his heart. If there is an afterlife, I will work for you as an ox again.
Qin Xian shook his head. That's not true.
A mere inferior saint artifact was not enough for him to make a move to save Qingning.
What he wanted was the life and body of Elder Qing Xian, a saint.
Of course, it was more important that Qingning was a daughter of Qi and had changed her ways.
Son, there's a villain value to it.
Besides, he did lack a bed-warming maid in this mansion, so why not accept a cheap Chiluk's daughter as a maid? Don't think that just because your father knelt down and kowtowed to me a few times, that's enough for me to come to my rescue. Qin Xian held a smile at the corner of his mouth as he said, I was merely mindful of the fact that you had, before, acted righteously and put in a few more good words on my behalf when revealing the truth, as well as concealing Ling Li's existence, and only then did I reluctantly agree to make a move. Qing Ning shook her head in self-hatred. It is incumbent upon me to expose Yifeng's ugly face. You said that you want Long Li to serve as a guard. I am even less qualified. Exposing it, you don't owe me, only I owe you. Qin Xian sneered, shut up. I'll come to your rescue when I say I'll save you. So much talk, you're bent on death?
Qingning jarred an oh-so-quiet sound and shook his little head again to show that he didn't want to die. Qin Xian told Qingning to sit cross-legged, and the latter obediently did so. Taking advantage of the moment when Qingning was regulating his breathing, he swallowed the yin-yang nirvana dan and waited until he felt that medicinal effect in his body begin to dissolve, and his realm began to suppress, about to fall in the realm. Only when everything was ready did he pretend to repair Qingning's remnant soul in a dignified manner. Staring at the delicate curve of Qingning's divine soul, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew more and more sinister. The daughter of Qi who let him set his sights on her would never escape. It's just a matter of how long it takes to get taken down. Chapter 54 Qingning's Hidden Attribute, Love Brain. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, the power of the divine soul that was like a tassel hung down from the tops of Qin Xian's and Qingning's heads. It was like a big light golden net that enveloped the two of them. Qin Xian clearly could have easily repaired Qingning's crippled divine soul within a quarter of an hour, but he preferred not to. It's just being passive-aggressive, restoration efficiency, down to less than 1 or 2%. It was still the same thing. The easier it was for him to repair his residual soul, the more Qingning and elder Qing Xin, the more they would feel oppressed by him. It's taking advantage of the opportunity to ask for favors. Even if this is indeed the case, it is difficult to pretend that the ground is difficult. Act like you're at a disadvantage. Otherwise, how could Qingning feel indebted? Come on, he was on Qingning's must-kill list before, a life and death enemy. At this moment, he, a dead enemy, risked his life to save Qingning. The contrast between the situation and the practice was what allowed Qingning, the daughter of Qi, to accelerate the progress of her inner self strategizing more and more. Anymore, Qingning was a daughter of Qi. He's not going to let up at all when he can squeeze out villainous value. As time passed, Qingning felt her divine soul gradually stabilize, and the tingling sensation caused her to open her eyes uncontrollably. Seeing Qin Xian in front of her, Qingning hurriedly closed her eyes again. It was not until he confirmed that Qin Xian had no intention of waking up that he gathered his courage and carefully surveyed the situation. Previously, she had no intention of paying attention, and at this moment, she no longer had any hatred towards Qin Xian, no longer had any intention of killing him, as long as she had endless guilt and self-blame. Examining Qin Xian's appearance in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's still a beautiful man, with sword brows and starry eyes, a straight nose, and lips like a knife, much more handsome than that unscrupulous bastard Yifeng. In the past, I was really blind to think that Yifeng was a good person. Compared to Qin Xian who was willing to die for Mu Qingxue, Yifeng is scum. In Qingning's heart, a sadness rose up. She had repeatedly stood up for Yifeng, disregarding the Thunder Prison Peak laws, to avenge Yifeng's death. As a result, in the end, it also became a knife in Yifeng's hand to kill people with a borrowed knife. She was thinking of others, but they were counting on her. When would it be good for her to be like Mu Qingxue? If someone is willing to die for her, she, Qingning, is willing to pull out her entire heart and give it away. Forget it, what's so good about a smelly man? If I can live another life, I, Qingning, swear to heaven that I will not move my children again. In this life and in the next, with one heart and one mind, only to become a saint. Even if I die, I, Qingning, will never think for men again. Qingning made a cruel wish in his heart and issued a great grand wish. Wow! In front of her, Qin Xian, who had been sitting upright, suddenly had a flushed face, followed by a mouthful of black blood spewing out. His breath began to wither rapidly. From the 4th level of the Avatar realm, he fell all the way down to the 1st level of the Avatar realm. The realm barriers, shaking, seemed to be unable to maintain even the divine profound realm. Qin Xian. Qingning stepped forward in a panic and assisted Qin Xian, who was paralyzed backwards, and said with fear in her eyes, "What's wrong with you? How did you fall down?" Qin Xian pillowed Qingning's soft chest behind his head, and knew in his heart that this was the effect of the yin-yang nirvana dan. In the strong pressure of the realm, there was a slight backlash. Instead, his eyes were filled with pain as he coughed up blood and said, "A little bit of backlash is just a little bit, it's not worth mentioning." Qingning loudly chortled, "Your realm has fallen to the 1st level of the Avatar realm, 3 times in a row. You're about to fall through the Avatar realm, and you're still talking about a little bit of backlash?" In her head, a flash of light. I remembered that outside Yashan County, Qin Xian had said that he could only guarantee the survival of her divine soul until he testified against Yifeng. He was indeed not lying, for it would take an unspeakable cost to repair her divine soul. It was enough to make the Avatar realm fall. She knew that the remnant soul that even a Saint Lord couldn't repair. How could Qin Xian, an Avatar realm, heal it so simply? Which, inevitably, is costly. It's irreversible. Was it worth it to save me? Qingning looked at Qin Xian's shriveled and pale complexion, and said with painful guilt and self-reproach, "Before this, I was trying to kill you in every way possible, going so far as to invite the celestial realm and ambush you in secret to obliterate you. Why, in order to save me, your enemy, did you pay such a great price?" Bean-sized teardrops, constantly slipping down Qingning's cheeks, snapped and hit Qin Xian's face. Qin Xian looked at Qingning, whose pain was difficult to contain, and was somewhat dazed. "No. Is that necessary? He was going to kill him earlier, but now that he's saved him, it's just a matter of feeling guilty. Why this moment, crying like a mother? As if Seishan had been beaten to a pulp? It's not supposed to be a love brain." Qin Xian felt Qingning's violently trembling body,
as well as the hot teardrops slapping against his face.
The more I think about it, the more it looks that way.
The desire to reject the idea moved.
The two left the desolate ancient prison town tower and returned to the house once again.
Qin Xian braced himself and pushed Cheng Ning out, saying to Qing Xian, who had been waiting for a long time, "The remnant soul has been repaired, so take her away." Elder Qingxian looked at his daughter, whose divine soul had coalesced into substance, and his eyes showed ecstasy as he hurriedly took out the body that the Holy Lord had refined for him. With the previous Qing Ning, a 10% resemblance, his voice trembled as he said, "Ninger, quickly fuse with the body." Qing Ning's beautiful eyes were filled with tears as she reluctantly looked back at Qin Xian before walking into the physical body.
Within 10 breaths, Qing Ning's divine soul and body perfectly merged into one.
Qing Ning, who was wearing a green-colored lotus leaf dress, slowly opened her eyes and looked at her father in front of her, reaching out her hand, pulling up his palm, and softly calling out, "Father."
The Qingxian elder tiger's eyes were filled with tears.
Fine, Ninger, I'll take you to pay my respects to the Holy Lord. If it weren't for the Holy Lord, this body, which perfectly fits the divine soul, would not have been refined by Father.
I'm not going.
Qing Ning broke away from Qing Ning's palm and stubbornly shook her head. "I'm staying right here. I'm not going anywhere."
Qiushan wrinkled his nose.
Qing Ning's skirt fluttered seductively as she walked to the side of Qin Xian, whose face was pale and whose breath was wilting, and supported him, saying, "Qin Xian, he suffered a violent backlash in order to save me, and being alone, unattended in this huge mansion, I don't feel at ease. Before Qin Xian heals, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here to take care of him."
"He's unharmed," Cheng Xian murmured.
Even he, a sage, had become Qin Xian's future slave.
What's wrong with paying a little?
He did not want his daughter to be swindled by a man again.
Cheng Xian was so anxious that she stomped her feet.
"Father, how can you do this? We were going to kill Qin Xian earlier, and now he has disregarded his past grudges and stepped in to repair my residual soul, and now that he has suffered a backlash, are we going to leave him in the lurch? I can't do ungrateful things." Qin Xian waved his hand, wanting to escape. "I'm not so wretched that I can't take care of myself, so go away." Qing Ning pushed her father towards the house. "Father, go away, Qin Xian has started to expel the guests." Elder Qingxian opened his mouth and said in his heart, "Qin Xian said this, it seems like he's driving you away." Looking at her daughter who was uncharacteristically uncharacteristic, Qing Xian's heart thumped. Could it be that his daughter, like his wife, is a sinew who is willing to die for the love of her life? "That's right, Father, that pishy mandala flower you begged for me earlier has a miraculous effect on repairing the divine soul, so it's just right for Qin Xian to take." Before rushing her father to leave, Qing Ning did not forget to ask for the great pill for repairing the divine soul for Qin Xian. Qing Xian became more and more certain of the speculation in his heart, and with a bitter face, he said, "That's a great medicine that was begged from the Peak Master, and it's worth a lot of money." Qing Ning said in a good-natured manner, "The more expensive it is, the more miraculous it is for repairing the divine soul." Getting the other side of the mandala flower in her hands, Qing Ning drove her father away with a wave of her brain. Qin Xian looked at Qing Ning, who had closed the door tightly, and pretended to repel. "I'll let you go." Qing Ning turned a deaf ear as she went forward without avoiding suspicion, assisted Qin Xian, and walked into the inner room to sit down. Walking out of the inner room on his own, he turned back to Qin Xian and said, "I'm going to stew medicine for you, don't move around, hurry up and regulate." With that, she twisted her slender waist, her arse plump and swaying, and walked towards the kitchen. Qin Xian slapped his forehead and said with certainty, "Thunder Prison Peaks love brain, there's no more controversy."
Chapter 55, Temptation, Playing with the Heart.
After a tea break, Qing Ning came back twisting her slender waist, leaving a fragrant breeze wherever she passed. She was holding the medicinal power-dense pishy mandala flower, stirring it with a spoon, and when she saw Qin Xian getting up, she hastily made a move to stop it, chiding, "You don't need to get up, I'll feed you."
Ahem.
Qin Xian covered his chest, a burst of violent coughing, pretending to really backfire as if it was not light, slowed down for a few moments, before lightly sniffing a mouthful, staring at the porcelain bowl. "The taste is strange?" Qing Ning eyes have a surprise, inviting credit back. "The taste of the pishy mandala flower is very unpleasant, stewed out of the medicinal soup. It is even more difficult to swallow. I added lime flowers in it, perilla stalks, to reconcile the taste at the same time, but also does not affect the medicinal power.
It's not hot anymore."
Qing Ning scooped up a spoonful and handed it to Qin Xian's mouth, feeding it to him bite by bite. Staring at Qing Ning's petite body that came to the front and wiped his mouth for him, Qin Xian leaned back slightly, a smile at the corner of his mouth, and spoke out approvingly, "Originally, I thought that you were as vicious as an enemy, and had a big grin on your face, but I didn't expect that you actually had such a meticulous side." Qing Ning took half a step back, her peach cheeks flushed red, and she said angrily, "Which is it?" In the past, those fellow disciples, when they saw her, they were all afraid of their father's majesty, and either avoided her or rambled on about their bragging. It was the first time that someone had complimented her on her attentiveness. She put down the porcelain bowl and tucked in the corner of the quilt for Qin Xian, so she sat on the edge of the bed, grasping his large hand, her eyes staring earnestly. "After you drink the medicine, you sleep for a while, I'll just watch from the side." Her cheeks grew scarlet as she stared at the palm of her hand holding Qin Xian's, explaining, "This way, I am more able to feel the changes in the yuan power in your body, and if there is something slightly wrong, I will be able to run for you in time." Between the opening and closing of Qin Xian's eyes, he pursued with some curiosity in his heart, "In the past, you also treated Yi Feng like this?" He thinks, right, that villainous values are villainous values. But if Qingning's body wasn't clean enough, there was no need to engage in these ambiguities. He's a clean freak in that regard. Qingning nervously shook her head. "How can that be? I and that traitor, previously just the same door, his father he said that Yi Feng future promising, let me more contact with him, to make a good karma. Whoever thought that he would be so despicable and shameless, presumptuous attempt to kill me, so that the Yaoqi Holy Land on you to death? Not even holding hands?" Facing Qin Xian's question, Qingning cocked her head and curiously said, "Why hold hands when you're making good karma?" The speculations in his heart faded away, and Qin Xian muttered to himself, "In the place where I used to live, if you hold hands, there is an old saying that says, hold your hand and grow old with your son." A lone man and woman sharing a room would only become a matter of course after becoming married. A slight tremor appeared in Qingning's palm as she held Qin Xian's hand. Her cicatriarchus head slightly drooped, not daring to look directly at Qin Xian's gaze. Much less, what would be a good thing to say at this point in time? Qin Xian stared dead on at Qingning, whose scarlet redness spread down her fair neck into her earlobes, and said with ambiguity in his words, "Are you sure you won't go and leave me?" Qingning subconsciously shook her head. "I'm not leaving." When she raised her eyes and gazed into Qin Xian's fiery eyes, she immediately retracted her gaze, followed by a thump in her heart. She seems to have said the wrong thing. Qin Xian not only asked her if she wanted to go, but also asked her if she wanted to leave him. Combined with what Qin Xian had said earlier, Qingning felt that Qin Xian had a deep meaning in asking this, seemingly wanting to make sure that she would always hold his hand in the future. To hold hands and grow old with your son? This seemed to be Qin Xian courting her. In Qingning's head, many disorganized thoughts suddenly popped up. She felt that she might have overthought things. Qin Xian had a fiancé, and she also had a previous life and death feud with Qin Xian. How could it take so little time to woo her? However, on second thought, Qin Xian has suffered so many grievances, and even the Qin Wangfu side, all presumed to take his supreme bone and planted slander against him. Perhaps Qin Xian looked strong, but in reality, he was weak and fragile inside. He's probably never been treated this kindly by anyone before. He needs the approval of others. He also needs someone to trust, and even more so, he needs a cozy little nest where he can remove all his defenses and speak freely, venting his inner emotions to his heart's content. Qingning's heart tightened, feeling her heart sour for Qin Xian's experience, and in her beautiful eyes, she became more and more tender. She had treated Qin Xian like that in the past, and as a result, Qin Xian had even disregarded her former enmity and repaired her tattered divine soul. Today, Qin Xian has opened his mouth like this. Why can't she be the one, so that Qin Xian can remove his defenses as the master of the nest? She had hurt Qin Xian and already had guilt in her heart. In the future, it will surely be wholeheartedly, to heal the wounds within him. It would never be any worse than what Mak Qingxue was. Qingning raised her eyes, wanting to tell Qin Xian that as long as he was willing, she would never let go and would definitely not leave. But before the words were uttered, looking at Qin Xian, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, she pouted her small mouth in a grudging manner and muttered in a lost voice, "How can you fall asleep when you say you're asleep?" On the following day, Qin Xian stretched his back amidst yawns, his eyes gleaming and his spirit refreshed. The yin-yang nirvana pill, which only compressed yuan power, did not have any adverse effects on the body. After a night of adjustments, coupled with the flow of the medicinal power of the other side of the mandala flower, at his realm, he had returned to the fourth level of the avatar realm again. Compared to yesterday, yuan power was enriched by almost 10%. Don't look at just 10% to know, he is chaotic Hongmeng body, the same realm. This is the existence of invincible, the degree of energy abundance, is unheard of. Just this 10% increase was thanks to the stacking of 3 minor realms. The greater utility of the yin-yang nirvana pill to Qin Xian was to rapidly advance to the yin-yang realm. According to the current trend, in less than 7 days, will certainly break the yin and yang mirror. You're awake, I made you a medicinal porridge. Qingning carried a porcelain bowl and took lotus steps, walking to Qin Xian's heel. Under her eyelids, there was a slight darkness. Obviously was up all night last night and, in the midst of mental self-destruction. After feeding Qin Xian the medicinal kanji, Qingning braced herself and wanted to ask Qin Xian the meaning of those words. Struggled with it all night. She realized that if she didn't ask a question, she's going to be tortured by herself. She wanted to know if Qin Xian meant her or not. More than anything, she wanted to know how Qin Xian looked at her inwardly. Without waiting for Qingning to speak, a knock sounded outside the house. Qin Xian hastily drew away. Those words of his last night were a deliberate attempt to arouse Qingning's curiosity. The very beginning of a woman's attraction to a man is curiosity. As for wooing, he, a great villain, wasn't reduced to showing love to the daughter of Qiluk. Of course, if Qingning took the initiative, he was not able to accept it. Qin Xian, who was dressed, opened the door of his room, and outside the room, a pair of magnificent breasts that were crying out to be seen were reflected in his eyes.
It was even Qin Xian who was stunned when he saw breasts of this size. Chapter 56, Mu Qingshua's BFF, Assist. Senior brother Qin Xian, outside of Qingshui Pavilion, a woman was bullied by disciples of the Holy Land. Please do justice to senior brother Qin Xian. Luo Xini lowered her head. She was able to feel Qin Xian's hot gaze falling on her chest, and let out a cold laugh, secretly saying in her heart, indeed, it's another lustful man. She once again petitioned, please, senior brother Qin Xian, go to the Qingshui Pavilion and witness the code of laws on behalf of my Yaoan sacred ground. Xing Ning walked out of the house, looking at Luo Xini who was so evil on her chest, and said angrily, Luo Xini, you are a true disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land. When you encountered this, isn't it clear that you have to go to the hall of rewarding good and punishing evil? Qin Xian, he's not feeling well and won't step in for you. Luo Xini raised her eyes and looked at Xingning who walked out from the house. Her heart was even more indignant. Well, you Qin Xian, you already have Mu Qingshui as your fiancé. She also made Qingshui angry in the Qingshui Pavilion, and closed the door to her closest friend. As a result, at this moment, you are in the same room with Qingning at Thunder Prison Peak, no shame? In her chest, more and more annoyed, anger boiling, chest as violent undulation, that close-fitting damask, suddenly bulging, suddenly fit the delicate body, eye-catching. Luo Xini suppressed her anger and continued to goad. That visitor, by name, asked senior brother Qin Xian to appear. Looking for me? Qin Xian pointed to his nose, curious, does she know me? Or is it someone secretly instructing her? The daughter of Qi Fortune, Luo Xini, has emotional ups and downs, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 3,000. Seeing Luo Xini keep her mouth shut, Qin Xian waved his hand and said, there's no harm in it, I'll just go and meet it. At this moment, it was not appropriate to stay in Thunder Prison Peak. It was easy for Qingning to block and ask him if he loved him. What's more, a daughter of Qi Lux suddenly appeared. And it was also a beauty with a broader chest than Mu Qingshui. He was curious, this hoe. Breast Luo Xini, what kind of tricks is she playing? Half a quarter of an hour later, Qin Xian's trio arrived at the Qingshui Pavilion. Don't come without a visit. What kind of living quarters is this? It's almost like it's more lively than those large farmers' markets on Earth. The disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land clustered here in groups to watch the fun. Even Qin Xian saw many of the various peak eaters who had appeared during his confrontation with Yi Feng yesterday. Qin Xian is here. Having just entered Thunder Prison Peak, and having received the striking sacred whip bestowed by the Thunder Prison Peak Master, I don't know how he will deal with this matter. The roots are unsettled, so it's mostly just a matter of standing by. The disciples of the Holy Land were exchanging words in a heated discussion. At the convergence of the crowd's line of sight, there were women with disheveled hair, but it was hard to hide their delicate appearance, and when they saw someone pointing out Qin Xian, they immediately fell to their knees where he was, kowtowing as if they were pounding on their heads. Mr. Qin, I'm the daughter of the Blazing Sun Sect's patriarch, who suffered from a traitor, and now both of my parents have died at the hands of that traitor, and the whole sect has been massacred, so please do justice for me, Mr. Qin. The daughter of the Blazing Sun Sect's patriarch kowtowed to Qin Xian continuously, begging him for justice. Qin Xian glanced at Luo Xini curiously. You invited them? The acting skills are quite good. Luo Xini rolled her eyes. What does it have to do with me? I also just found out this morning, okay? So it's true then? Qin Xian looked at Xing Ning and asked, what kind of sect is the Blazing Sun Sect? Xing Ning frowned and thought for a while. It seems to be a small sect under the side of the heaven-mending Holy Land, with the strongest person being no more than the peak of the Yin-Yang realm. Qin Xian nodded his head before looking at the daughter of that Blazing Sun Sect's patriarch. If you have grievances, go find the officials. What are you doing here looking for me? It's not like I'm a magistrate, much less a messenger of justice. Su Jiao's heart soured, and she gritted her teeth. That traitorous official can't control it, and the heaven-mending Holy Land is even less willing to stand up for me as a bereaved dog. That traitor is Chen Yuan, a true disciple of the 10,000 Formation Peak. Your Yaoqi Holy Land's lax discipline caused my Liang sect's entire family to be wiped out. If I don't seek you out, who can I seek out? As soon as Chen Yuan's great name came out, those Holy Land disciples who had just arrived and did not know the inside story were all tightened in their hearts and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even Mu Qingshui, who was inside the Qingshui Pavilion, couldn't sit still and showed up. She summoned Luo Xini and said angrily, what are you doing? Why are you shouting at Qin Xian to wade through the muddy water? Luo Xini grunted in displeasure. Sisters, for a time, whoever bullies you, Mu Qingshui is bullying me. Luo Xini, Luo Xini, have never been bullied since I grew up. Losing Qin Xian's face is just a matter of losing face. It's not like we're asking for his life. What are you in such a hurry for? What's more, the Qin Xian not only bullied you and didn't take responsibility for it, but he also had no shame with that Qing Ning inside the Thunder Prison Peak. As a sister, I can't swallow this bad anger. Mu Qingshui raised her eyes and saw Qing Ning following beside Qin Xian, and the bitterness in her heart increased. In Qin Xian's heart, is he so disgusted with her? Rather be with Qing Ning, an enemy, than come to her clear snow pavilion? The bitterness in her heart intensified, but Mu Qingshui didn't lose her mind. She angrily looked at Luo Xini and spoke out to urge, I don't care how you do it, this time, you have to eliminate the influence for Qin Xian. That Chen Yuan is not only a true disciple of 10,000 Formation Peak,
he is also the son of the Chen family of the imperial capital, he has a huge background, and he's by no means something Qin Xian can dispose of.
Luo Xin's small hand gently pressed downwards through the air. Relax, don't be nervous, little cutie.
We all know that Chen Yuan's origins are not bad. I'm just letting Qin Xian lose face. He won't be stupid enough to stand up for an avatar realm. There's no benefit at all. Qin Xian learned of Chen Yuan's origins from Cheng Ning, his eyebrows raised slightly, and when he looked at Su Jiao again, he gained a few more points of interest and asked after him, you said that Chen Yuan annihilated your entire family, do you have any evidence? Su Jiao shook her head, those who knew about it, have all died horribly, leaving only me alive, but I was able to prove that Chen Yuan he dominated me, because I'm pregnant with his child. She got up and touched her belly, inside my belly, there is his flesh and blood. All of this was done by him to fulfill his animalistic desires. The disciples of the Holy Land heard the words of the senior brother Chen's reputation is indeed very bad, and more than one Blazing Sun sect has accused it. It's just a pity that senior brother Chen is too big, these small sects can't possibly pose any threat to him. It is also this point that makes senior brother Chen dare to be so bold. Qin Xian now looks like he's going to stand up for it, but in reality, at the end of the day, it's still muddy water and nothing will come of it. It used to be like this, even saints, let alone a true disciple. Cheng Ning reminded beside Qin Xian's ear, Chen Yuan is not only a true disciple, he is also the son of the Chen family, his background is not bad, you must not offend him rashly. Don't worry, I won't offend him. Qin Xian placed 2 gentle pats on Cheng Ning's shoulder. The corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile. This Chen family was precisely one of the mortal enemies of the born underworld pupil family. Sooner or later, you have to do it. By drying up Chen Yuan first, it was a good way for him to make a name for himself. Of course he wouldn't offend Chen Yuan, but rather, he was going to screw him to death. Facing towards the Yaoqi Holy Land, Qin Xian angrily shouted, Thunder Prison Peak has an order, Chen Yuan, the true disciple of 10,000 Formation Peak, quickly roll over here. Chapter 57 Even the King of Heaven will be smacked. As the sound waves drifted away, there were good disciples at the Holy Land of Yaoqi who rushed to stop and watch. Only the originator, Chen Yuan, showed no signs of appearing. Cheng Ning uttered in dismay, Qin Xian, quickly stop shouting, in case Chen Yuan really comes, we won't be able to get off the stage. Chen Yuan's background was extraordinary, and even saints chose to ignore those pasts of his. Luo Xini had let Qin Xian take the lead, so she was deliberately losing him face, or perhaps harboring evil intentions. Disposing of Chen Yuan will lead to retaliation. Not disposing of Chen Yuan and making a big deal out of it would again degrade his reputation. Lord Qin Xian struck one to listen to advice, okay, then I won't shout. He patted Qing Ning's shoulder and said, you shout for me. Me? Qing Ning pointed to her agaric nose, her expression like that of a penumbra who had been arranged to get rid of the Tang monk's master and disciples, shocked plus incredulous, with a little bit of confusion. Qin Xian nodded his head and gave an encouraging look, we are all family members, it is only right that you summon Chen Yuan for me. Qing Ning, who had originally been muttering in her heart, heard these words and her beautiful eyes choked. From the family, rightfully so? Qin Xian treated her as his own family, how could she, Qing Ning, refuse a small request? Qing Ning pinched her slender waist with one hand and angrily rebuked towards the Yaoqi holy ground, Chen Yuan, get the hell out of here. You unscrupulous, bullying the daughter of a small sect head outside, dare to bully people dare not admit it? Simply degrading the reputation of my Yaoqi sacred ground. When I first enrolled you in the Yaoqi sacred ground, it was truly my Yaoqi sacred ground that was blind. You're capable of murder, you're capable of admitting it. The sound of a petulant rebuke, a wonderful word. Even Chen Yuan, who was in seclusion at the 10,000 Formation Peak, couldn't help but name-calling and insulting him like this. He appeared in a white robe with poise. White robe and white fan, quite a stranger like Jade, the gentleman world without peer. His eyes gazed at Qing Ning as he angrily said, Senior Sister Cheng Ning, I remembered that you are the daughter of Elder Qing Xian, and purposely came late in order for you to think hard about it, so that you don't become a sword in the hands of others. As a result, you are stubborn and insist on going against me? As long as one has a brain, they all know that Su Jiao is powerless now that her clan has been destroyed. Don't say that no one except Su Jiao knew about the massacre of the Blazing Sun sect. Even if everyone knows about it, so what? Who would be willing to stand up for a Su Jiao and offend him, the son of the Chun family? Cheng Ning swallowed backward, indecisive, and twisted his head to look at Qin Xian. Swish! A long whip that stretched out 100 feet. Intermingled with the power of thunder and lightning, it fiercely jerked towards Chun Yuanji. A whip hit, the white robe exploded, there was white skin was beaten by the holy whip of the skin and flesh, the wound, thunder and lightning scurrying, scorched black. Chen Yuan glared angrily, his eyes scarlet as he glared at Qin Xian, roaring, Qin Xian, you dare to hit me? As a fellow true disciple, what reason do you have to strike at me? He was a true disciple and the son of the Chen family, and he was also thinking of using his power to suppress others when he showed up at the Yaoqi Holy Land. And Qin Xian? Out of the blue, he just whips him, it's just arrogant. Qin Xian held the saint beating whip, his face did not change,
This saint beating whip in my hand was given by the peak master. It can enforce the law on behalf of the peak master, and saints can also beat it. Not to mention that you're just a regional true disciple. Even if you're a saint, if you don't return when you hear Thunder Prison Peak's summons, you can still be convicted of disobeying orders. Other things aside, disobedience to orders, 10 lashes for you first. In Qin Xian's hands, the striking sacred whip was like an arm, striking wherever it was pointed. 3 whips down, Chen Yuan's white robe is shattered, covered in blood and flesh, no longer half of the elegant phase. When the crowd of onlookers saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Chen Yuan is a true disciple of the 10,000 formation peak and is under the shelter of the chief disciple, senior sister Zekite. Not only does he have a saintly master, but he also has the background of the Violet Sun imperial capital. Qin Xian truly has no scruples. Guilty he is really daring to cure. There's the beating of the holy whip he really dares to whip. In full view of everyone, Chen Yuan was in a sorry state, and he burst into a rage, his body shaking. The aura of the peak of the yin-yang mirror went straight to the clouds. A heavenly grade treasure weapon fire cloud fan, in its palm, transformed into a huge banana leaf. Swing hard, the wind and clouds change. The fire was blazing and the wind was howling. The wind rises to the fire. The firelight filled the sky, the pressure rose in all directions, sweeping towards Qin Xian, also mixed with Chen Yuan's hissing. Qin Xian, you disregarded the friendship between fellow disciples. Today I want you to know the consequences of offending my 10,000 formation peak. A heavenly treasure weapon? Qin Xian fixed his eyes and saw the treasure weapon in Chen Yuan's hand, then shook his head. It's too much. When he was at the Yao Mountain auction, there was a heavenly grade treasure weapon earth-splitting gun in front of his eyes, and he didn't cherish it, because it doesn't look good. Suppress me. Qin Xian held up the small tower with one hand and casually threw it out. The desolate ancient prison suppressing tower transformed into a 10,000-foot giant mountain, and the great power of wind and fire, when it collided with this top-tier saint artifact, turned into green smoke in an instant. Thud! The desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda fell without any hindrance, smashing the ground out of a deep pit and returning to Qin Xian's palm, and in the deep pit, only Chen Yuan, who had collapsed like a dead dog, remained. What are you pretending in front of me? Qin Xian swept a disgusted glance at Chen Yuan and whipped out his striking sacred whip, continuously lashing out. Snap! Chen Yuan, who had already fainted, let the beating of the holy whip from the nerve reflex, heart awakened. Chen Yuan's heart trembled in fear as he stared at Qin Xian, gritting his teeth, itching to set his bones on fire. But now, he couldn't do it and could only hold his tongue. Qin Xian, you've been cured for disobeying orders. What else do you want? With a wave of one hand, Qin Xian's Yuan power lifted Su Jiao and arrived in front of Chen Yuan as he spoke without a hitch. Now, the main man makes his appearance. When Su Jiao saw Chen Yuan, she looked at him with bloodshot eyes and lost control. Traitor, you have taken over my body, and slaughtered my Liang sect's entire clan. You're not human, you deserve death by 1,000 cuts and to be sent to infernal hell. Chen Yuan kept his mouth shut. If he had known this, he should have chopped up Su Jiao as well. It's too late to repent. He looked at Qin Xian and deadpanned, this is slander. I've never been to the Blazing Sun sect, much less recognize this crazy. The Yaoqi Holy Land disciples were silently giving Qin Xian a thumbs up. Dare to think and dare to do, truly worthy of being a ruthless person who dares to break with the Qin Wanfu. Surprisingly, even Chen Yuan dares to be executed in public, but that's as far as it goes. Offending a Qin Wanfu is already frightening enough, but another Qin family, Qin Xian will have to worry about being unintentionally trampled to death by saints when his left foot leaves the Yaoqi Holy Land in the future. Both defending Lei Jiefeng's honor and proving for himself that to continue pressing on would be to make a deadly feud with the Chen family. A little bit of brains should pretend to be confused. The disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land felt that Qin Xian was not stupid. I've already taken the heat for Su Jiao and done my duty. Any further recourse will lead to a lot of trouble. They don't have the guts anyway. Even the saints of Thunder Prison Peak would choose to ignore this matter when they encountered it. They are not yet as good as saints, so how can they be truly unafraid of power? Qin Xian took the murmurs into his ears. The corner of his mouth lifted up a playful smile as he looked at Chen Yuan and said, you said you didn't do it. Glancing at Su Jiao again, you said he did it and made a baby. That's better, just check the bloodline, and you can tell at a glance which is true and which is not. If the daughter of the fiery sun sect's patriarch slanders the true disciple of my Yaoqi Holy Land, as a true disciple, I will uphold the majesty of the Holy Land and kill it in public. But if the disciple of my Holy Land does wrong and bullies a man and a woman, according to the iron law of the Holy Land, he will be dismissed from the status of the disciple, and all the feats learned in the Holy Land will be abolished. Chen Yuan was startled, and seeing Qin Xian's serious face, he angrily said, I won't test it. Qin Xian's cold, unquestionable cold voice, now I'm the one who wants to test it. I didn't ask if you agree or not. Chapter 58 makes a grand wish to abolish the true tradition. Chen Yuan had already been deprived of his lifelong right to be a disciple of the Yaohu sacred ground in Qin Xian's eyes. It didn't even occur to him to consider Chen Yuan's feelings. He was trying to get rid of the hatred of the heavy pupil woman, and he could not say that he would be able to harvest the shelter of a paragon emperor. The Xiang imperial capital was a must.
To stand up for the Shangguan family who was born with meditative pupils, the Chen family was also inside the list of those who had to be offended. It's a deadly feud anyway. Why not make an example of him in advance and take out a Chen Yuan to accumulate a wave of good reputation for himself? False villains, the crowd is on the same page, shouting for a fight. The real villain, which is Qin Xian, is a refined profit seeker. Self-interest is the core idea. What's not to like about being able to reap a wave of good reputation for defying the odds? Qin Xian snapped his fingers, and 2 drops of blood emerged together from the bellies of Chen Yuan and Su Jiao. In front of everyone's eyes, they intermingled with each other and fused into one, and there was light overflowing. The marriage test worked. What's in Su Jiao's womb is indeed Chen Yuan's child. Now he can't refute it. Qin Xian is taking one road to the dark, offending the Chen family to death. Qin Xian stared at Chen Yuan and asked rhetorically, the facts are right in front of you, what else do you have to argue about? Did Su Jiao drug you and make you delirious, or did you drop your pants yourself? Chen Yuan didn't continue to weasel his way out, he could sort of see it. Qin Xian today was really planning to take him on. He shook the ashes of the robe on his body and changed into a set of clothes, and laughed out coldly, I can kind of see, I didn't expect that you, the newly promoted true disciple of Thunder Prison Peak, is still a lover of personal wives. Even saints are unwilling to stand up for Su Jiao, and you, an avatar realm, actually dared to step in to suppress me. To say that you don't have a relationship with Su Jiao, I don't believe it from the bottom of my heart. Punching for the redheads? You, the succeeding Comer, and I are both of the same path, so why do you want to fight each other with your blades? Su Jiao was terrified, traitor, shut up. Mr. Qin is such a great man, how can I, as a broken flower and willow, dishonor his reputation? She was terrified and didn't dare to go and look directly at Qin Xian's gaze. Qin Xian defied authority and stood up for her in public. If she humiliated Qin Xian's honor again, she would be unable to absolve herself of the blame in 10,000 deaths. Qin Xian raised his hand to stop Su Jiao's self-hatred and glanced at Chen Yuan disinterestedly, nothing else to say? Seeing that the agitation failed, Chen Yuan angrily said, what are you, Qin Xian, pretending to do? It's nothing more than relying on the fact that your grandfather is in the Saint King realm, but don't think that a Saint King realm will be able to run rampant in the Ziyang Empire. Since you were so unafraid of power and stand up for Su Jiao, then my Yaoqi Holy Land suffered a great grievance. The Thunder Prison Peak's once chief disciple let the Ning King's son kill him. As a Thunder Prison Peak true successor, how could you not dare to stand up for your own main peak, and not dare to avenge the deaths of your once chief senior brother Tijin Codes? When the name of King Ning came out, the entire room was silenced. It's like a taboo name that no one dares to mention. It was even more of a disgrace that the Yaoqi Holy Land had once been. Seeing that something wasn't quite right with the situation, Qin Xian turned his head to look at Qing Ning and said, the chief disciple of Thunder Prison Peak was killed? Qing Ning nodded his head and transmitted his voice, this is indeed true, but this matter has not even been responded to by the Peak Master. Qin Xian marveled, even that upright Peak Master silently swallowed this bad anger? Qing Ning said helplessly, Chief's senior brother is the eldest son of the Shangguan family of the Violet Sun Imperial Capital, he was born with Mediterranean pupils, and whenever a crisis comes, he will be able to turn it into a blessing. During that period of time, senior brother Shangguan he had been in seclusion, we all found it strange, 2.5 years later, senior brother Shangguan suddenly came out of seclusion, and hasn't come back since then. Rumor has it that the son of the Ning King used senior brother Shangguan's sibling to force him to come out of the gate, and he chose to face it even though he knew that his life was in danger, and ultimately fell. Thunder Prison Peak has thought about avenging Chief Senior Brother, but the Shangguan family was born with the underworld pupil, which is coveted by countless people, and King Ning, an imperial relative, is already in existence that the Yawu sacred ground needs to be wary of, not to mention that, in the wake of the king, there are still the figures of many of the empire's great clans. Even if we were to exhaust the power of the Yaoan Holy Land, we wouldn't be able to fight against these great clans together. If I go out on a limb, not to mention the Yaoqi Holy Land, I, Thunder Prison Peak, am bound to die. Kaianan knows what he's talking about. She was deliberately emphasizing senior brother Shangguan's regret. Even the Peak Master, and even the Holy Lord, chose to endure this humiliation in silence. Even if Qin Xian ignored what Chen Yuan had said, no one would dare to have the slightest bit of blame, much less any gossip. How dare you? Qin Xian shouted angrily, his eyes stomping round the light of day, a clear sky, where the holy radiance of my Yaoan Holy Land shines. Even the chief disciple has suffered this kind of injustice. I don't care what people on the sidelines think or what the truth really is. Today, I, Qin Xian, hereby swear by the sacred whip that I will go to the Violet Sun Imperial Capital, investigate this matter clearly, and return justice to senior brother Shangguan. Qin Xian raised the sacred beating whip in public and swore by this meaningful quasi-sacred artifact. The words are impassioned and loud. Cool. When he originally went to the Violet Sun Imperial Capital, he was alone, and at most, he had only his grandfather and his own undercurrents that could be useful. With the matter of the Thunder Prison Peak's chief disciple being killed, it didn't matter if the Yawu sacred ground agreed or not. Straight away, he had tied himself to the big ship that was the Yaoqi Holy Land, getting the favor, and even the boost, of a holy place for no reason. This proposal from Chun Yuan simply gave him a chance to gang up and increase his accomplices. Shucks, wrong, it's helpers. In the matter of senior brother Shangguan, I will go to the Violet Sun imperial capital to seek justice for him. Qin Xian held the sacred whip, his face full of majesty as he looked towards the far side of Chen. Now, on behalf of the Thunder Prison Peak law enforcement, I will dismiss your status as a disciple of the Holy Land, and at the same time, abolish all the feats that you have learned in the Holy Land. Crack! The striking saint whip was swiftly drawn out, interspersed with the power of thunder. Constantly whipping on Chen Yuan's torso, his clothes exploded once again, a bloody mess. His realm began to loosen from the peak of the yin-yang mirror. Qin Xian, you are arrogant and shall not die. I am a true disciple of the 10,000 formation peak. If I do something wrong, there is senior sister Z-Kite to dispose of it. It's not your turn for Qin Xian to overstep his bounds. Senior sister Violet Kite save me. 10,000 formation peak save me. Chen Yuan was blistering. In the 10,000 formation peak, the formation rippled. The purple kite, who was wrapped up in the robes of the sacred artifact, finally appeared. Chen Yuan's face showed joy. Senior sister Z-Kite was the daughter of the chief sacred doctor, so she naturally knew of the monstrous power of King Ning, as well as the background of his Chen family. It will surely have regard for face and will not deal with him in this way. Qin Xian retrieved the saint beating whip. This quasi-saint artifact, in his hands, was indeed able to suppress the peak of the yin-yang mirror, but it was ultimately of too low a grade to be enjoyable to fight. Desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda, give me the ability to abolish the techniques he learned in the Holy Land. Qin Xian once again sacrificed the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. This top-tier saint artifact began to blossom with light. The tower above, woody, began to rotate. The number of the 36 Big Dipper was suddenly pressed down towards Chen Yuan. Ka-chow. As the two heavy towers reunited once again, Chen Yuan was shaken. The peak of the yin-yang mirror realm fell swiftly. The blood in his mouth was spewing out crazily like it was worthless. His breath suddenly withered, his face instantly aged, and his handsome face was already full of wrinkles. The realm is even more crazy fall. No more than 10 breaths, even return to the first realm, will be difficult to stabilize. All the feats of the Holy Land in the body were all pinned down and could no longer be utilized. Chapter 59 Purple Kite is jealous. Hiss. Everyone who witnessed the scene in which Qin Xian had wasted Chen Yuan drew in a breath of cold air. Shocker. Staggering. Suffocation. This fellow, Qin Xian, actually completely wasted the true disciple in front of senior sister Z-Kite of the 10,000 formation peak. Neither inquired half as much. It was as if he didn't put senior sister Violet Iris in his eyes. Execution in person. This is slapping senior sister Violet Iris in the face. Earlier that time with Yifeng, he didn't listen to senior sister Z-Kite's request and insisted on putting Yifeng to death, and this time, he even scrapped her Qin Yuan of 10,000 formation peak in front of her. This grudge is a big one. I've heard that senior sister Z-Kite's doom poison body is capable of poisoning even saints, so I'm afraid Qin Xian won't be any better off if he lets senior sister Z-Kite set her sights on him. Still using the doom poison body to wield power? Senior sister Violet Kite is at the peak of the celestial realm and can suppress it right now. Chen Yuan, whose breath was shriveled, had dry and chapped skin. This made him, who had always valued his looks, unable to accept it, and became hysterical towards Z-Kite. Senior sister Z-Kite, Qin Xian abused the lynchings. You have to do it for me, you have to do it for me, the true disciple of 10,000 formation peak. Not far away, Elder Qingxin and the Thunder Sword Saint, together, shattered the air and came. It was Qingning and Mu Qingxue who were worried in their hearts and secretly summoned and shouted. Elder Qingxin, who was far away and had a slight fear of the doom poison body, looked at Z-Kite and said, Z-Kite, Qin Xian has the sacred whip of strike in his hand, so he can enforce the law on behalf of the Peak Master without having to ask about the peaks. Thunder Sword Sage glanced at Mu Qingxue, sighed helplessly in his heart, then raised his eyes and said, Qin Xian's action, there is indeed a suspicion of overstepping one's bounds, but Qin Xian is the Thunder Prison Peak Master's true legacy. What is the excessive action? It is right to hand over to Thunder Prison Peak Master to dispose of, and it's not your turn to come out of the 10,000 formation peak. Through her robes, Violet Kite saw Qingning, who was standing behind Qin Xian, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. He also saw Mu Qingxue, who was gazing at Qin Xian from across the air with ripples in her eyes. A wave of resentment rose in her heart for no apparent reason. Without the slightest fear of the saint's might, he said in a cold voice, Two saints, are you trying to stop me from making a move? The Thunder Sword Sage shook his head, you shouldn't interfere in this matter. Violet Kite's voice grew colder. What if I choose to interfere? As the words fell, at the 10,000 formation peak, a holy light sped over. When Chen Yuan saw the arrival, he cried out in shock, Master, save me. This sage was no other than Chen Yuan's master, the Guru Yuan sage of the 10,000 formation peak. Therefore, the face of Abyss's precious and solemn appearance appeared to tremble a little after seeing the true disciple in such a lousy posture. He stared at Lei Jian and Qing Xian with gazing eyes, the two of you, when my 10,000 formation peak has no one, you didn't bully my disciples, and now, even my 10,000 formation peak's chief, you dare to oppress them? Qing Xian and Thunder Sword glanced at each other and looked at the Guru Yuan sage and said, just come and fight.
The three of them shattered space together and traveled to battle in the boundless void. Within the holy land of Yaoqi, it was possible to see the vast, clear sky suddenly radiant with light that stretched for 10,000 miles, like watching fireworks through a layer. Chen Yuan's heart raced as he pointed at Qin Xian and roared in anger, "Senior Sister Zekite, this is the time, take this sun down and raise the majesty of my 10,000 formation peak." Qing Ning anxiously chided out, "Chen Yuan, don't be too arrogant, don't forget that Qin Xian's grandfather is also a same king, and he's in the Yawu sacred ground at this very moment. Qin Xian's master is even the peak master of my Thunder Prison Peak." In Chen Yuan's eyes, endless hatred was monstrous, so what? Offending Senior Sister Zekite doesn't matter even if you're a same king. Senior Sister Zekite's father is the Empire's chief sacred doctor, her mother is the peak master of Danding Peak, and her master is the peak master of 10,000 Formation Peak. Even if the Qin Wangfu stands behind Qin Xian, what can he do? In front of Senior Sister Violet Kite, as usual, he can only bow his head. Qing Ning's eyes were frightened and she didn't speak. She had heard about the identity and background of Senior Sister Z-Kite from the treacherous thief Yi Feng. Let alone the fact that the Qin Wangfu has now turned against Qin Xian. Even if it didn't, the Qin Wangfu as the backstage wouldn't be able to make waves in front of Senior Sister Violet Kite. Senior Sister Violet Kite actually has such a monstrous background. 3 great Saint Kings. Even Qin Xian has to bow his head. Not to mention the Chief Sacred Doctor, with his many connections, offending anyone is no way to offend the Chief Sacred Doctor's daughter. The disciples of the Holy Land were talking. Chen Yuan looked at Qin Xian, whose face did not change, and his killing intent was revealed. "Qin Xian, why don't you kneel down and kowtow to Senior Sister Z-Kite to thank her for her sins?" Swish! The sword light flashed. From Z-Kite's hand, a sacred artifact sword was sheathed, and with it, one of Chen Yuan's arms flew up into the air, splattering blood and mist. Chen Yuan covered his broken arm and stared at the purple kite in disbelief. Z-Kite's remaining light glanced at Qin Xian and saw that he was not angry, which put his heart at ease. When he looked at Chen Yuan, his cynicism increased. "Chen Yuan, you bully men and women, you're full of evil. Today, without Qin Xian's hand, I'll waste your cultivation first." She slapped her palm out. The terrifying palm force of the celestial realm destroyed all the tendons and veins in Chen Yuan's body. "Let him be reduced to a cripple within a breath." Z-Kite said angrily, "People like you don't deserve to stay at 10,000 Formation Peak, much less at Yaoqi Holy Land. Effective immediately, dismiss the status of true disciple of 10,000 Formation Peak. If your Qin family has any grievances, all of them can come to me for a statement. If you let me know that you dared to secretly strike against Qin Xian, I will behead you after exhausting the Bijie Yellow Springs." Chen Yuan was dumbfounded, as if he was in a state of shock, not daring to half question what Violet Kite said. The disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land who had gathered to watch were all staring blankly as well. They felt that as soon as Violet Kite stepped forward, she confronted the 2 saints of the Clear Heart Thunder Sword. It was clearly for the purpose of targeting Qin Xian. Who would have thought that in the end, Z-Kite would actually strike out at Chen Yuan, and take the initiative to carry Chen Yuan's hatred for Qin Xian? No, there's some kind of big disease inside this Violet Kite's brain, isn't there? Luo Cini was so angry that her evil chest, followed by another 3 points, rose in exasperation. The saints are fighting, and it turns out that she's on Qin Xian's side? Nothing to do? Nope. I feel something is wrong. According to normal thinking, Z-Kite should have a grudge against Qin Xian, even if it's not targeted. It's impossible to be this biased. There's definitely something wrong here, we just don't know it for now. Mu Qingshue's clenched heart finally loosened up. She didn't care what was right or wrong. "All I know is that Qin Xian won't be in danger." "That's good." The 3 saints who were fighting chaotically in the void, sensing the changes in this place, all took off in time. Forbidden Abyss frowned tightly, staring at Violet Iris, angrily saying, "Violet Iris, what do you intend to do?" Violet Kite raised her snow-white neck in dissatisfaction, and said indifferently, cleaning up the door, "You, a master teacher, are not disciplining well. And you want to stand up for Chen Yuan, the crime will be added to the crime, and you will be thanked in front of the wall for 100 years. When was it her turn to be questioned by Guru Yuan about what she was going to do? From the beginning to the end, she had never thought of going against Qin Xian. It was nothing more than seeing Qingning and Mu Qingxue having an ambiguous relationship with Qin Xian. She was dissatisfied in her heart and wanted to knock the 2 girls. Had it ever occurred to him that he would be unfavorable to Qin Xian? Chen Yuan's hatred, she, Z-Kite, had borne it, and the therefore abyssal sage could not be spared likewise. If not, there was a possibility of secretly laying hands on Qin Xian. Any danger that would harm Qin Xian, she had to snuff it out in the cradle in time. Forbidden Abyss was furious. "Z-Kite, you are too arrogant, this father is a saint. How can you punish him just because you say so?" Z-Kite didn't look at him either and turned to look at the Danding Peak, calling out softly, "Mother." Before the master of the Danding Peak arrived, the tripod arrived first. A holy weapon cauldron, like an inverted jade bowl, in a single glance, it buckled the Forbidden Abyss in it. The alchemy tripod rotated back to the depths of Danding Peak, and the concerned voice of the Danding Peak master came out, "Iris, is 100 years enough?" Chapter 60, The Beloved Villain.
Suppressing a saint, the Danding Peak Master's heart was filled with joy. It was the first time in all these years that her daughter had pampered her. Not to mention a mere Greyfound sage, even if the Peak Master of the 10,000 formation peak came, she would have to force him into the cauldron. 100 years is a town, and 200 years is a town. As long as my daughter is happy, what's the harm in staying in town for a few hundred more years? 100 years, is that enough? Zikai looked at Qin Xian's place in public and softly inquired. Qin Xian nodded with a light smile. Enough. He could see that Zikai was trying to snuff out the danger that was the Greyfound sage for him. Wanted to imprison Guru Yuan for 100 years and not be allowed to strike at him. According to his current breakthrough speed, if he was 100 years old, he would still be afraid of a forbidden abyss. Then it would be better to tie the sacred whip into a noose, hang it from a crooked neck tree, and strangle yourself to death. If he doesn't become a saint for 100 years, what's he going to be a great villain for? At the 10,000 formation peak, a questioning voice came out. The fault was committed by Qin Yuan. The culpability should be borne by Qin Yuan. Isn't it too much to imprison Gu Yuan for 100 years? Thunder Prison Peak Master from the depths of the Yaoqi Holy Land, his own body rushed in, facing the 10,000 formation peak, conversing with its peak master across the sky, deludedly attempting to show favoritism, subverting the iron laws of the Holy Land, suppressing for 100 years, already thinking of his old feelings. He looked at Chen Yuan, a gaze that sent chills throughout his body, effective immediately. If Su Jiao suffers any more half-assedness, you, Chen Yuan, will be the definite murderer. You will not be spared. He looked at Qin Xian again, satisfaction in his gaze. Qin Xian, what you have done is all endorsed by your master. Anyone who is dissatisfied can come and confront me, the Thunder Prison Peak Master. The Yaoqi Holy Land is a vast area with many things that trigger the law. You can familiarize yourself with the Holy Land by resolving cases in recent days, killing two birds with one stone. He was in the depths of the Holy Land, keeping an eye on this place. Qin Xian's words and behavior were all beyond what he had expected in his mind. His Holiness made a special appearance to endorse him. What's more, it tells everyone that if they want to take action against Qin Xian, they have to weigh the weight of Thunder Prison Peak behind Qin Xian. Thank you, Master, for sheltering me. Qin Xian arched his hand towards the Thunder Prison Peak Master, then raised his eyes and said, however, in recent days, disciple will be traveling far away, so the matter of presiding over justice will be left to the other senior brothers. Qingning looked at Qin Xian's side face in surprise. Her heart tightened as she said, where are you going? Qin Xian's gaze was calm. Go to the imperial capital, seek out King Ning, and on behalf of senior brother Shangguan, seek justice. Boom! A few words, like divine thunder exploding in the 9 heavens. Everyone was in a cold sweat. The sound of cold air being sucked in rose and fell. Xing Ning, Mu Qingxue, including Zikite, were all carried up by Qin Xian's words, giving them a heart. Even the Thunder Prison Peak Master was no exception. His eyes showed shock as he lowered his voice and said, this matter will be discussed again. You can't go to the imperial capital. Even he chose to hold back on the matter of Thunder Prison Peak's chief disciple. The real culprit behind this is the son of King Ning. Dealing with this matter is tantamount to fighting with King Ning. That was the royal relative of the Xiang Empire, the current Xiang Emperor's own uncle. Within an empire like the Xiang Empire where imperial power overrides everything, challenging imperial power is tantamount to sending death. What's more, there were other big families behind this matter. Those who were born with Mediterranean pupils were too eye-catching. Who wouldn't want to be able to predict good and bad fortune when searching for treasures? There are more than a handful of people who take advantage of the fire. Behind this matter, the network of relationships was intertwined, and leaving it to Qin Xian to dispose of it was tantamount to sending him to his death. He would not allow Qin Xian to seek his own death. Qin Xian, you can't go. King Ning is at the peak of the sacred king realm. He's even a royal relative. His background is far beyond the Qin Wanfu. You'll die. Qing Ning clutched Qin Xian's arm and urged anxiously. She won't allow it. Qin Xian would definitely not be allowed to send himself to his death. Qin Xian hadn't made his feelings clear to her yet. The deal was to be together all the time. She would stay with Qin Xian until forever, and would not let go or leave. How could one sit back and watch Qin Xian go seeking death? Mu Qingxue eagerly said, Shangguan's senior brother matter, there are many details have not been investigated clearly, perhaps the murderer, not the son of the Ning king. Qin Xian, you cannot rush impulsively. Zikite reminded, the king of Ning represents the imperial power, and those royal relatives, disjointed and in collusion, pulling one hair and affecting the whole body, must not be offended. None of that needs to be said, my mind is made up. Qin Xian raised his hand, stopping all dissuasion. If he doesn't go, then for the rest of his life, he'll stay in the Yaoji Holy Land. As soon as he left the Yaoqi Holy Land, he was bound to have the heavy pupil woman staring at him. At that time, when the quasi-emperor struck, he would definitely die. And if he went to the Violet Sun imperial capital, it would be but 9 deaths. It was not permitted to say, but it could also win the favor of the Yaoji Holy Land and the heavy pupil lady, even to the point of helping out. One hardly has to weigh the options to know which way to go. Anymore, even if they were blown away in the Violet Sun imperial capital. The big deal was to let Langley put his broken soul fragments into the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, and with the 9 revolutions sacred soul technique by his side, he would still be able to live a life against the odds. As an exquisitely self-interested villain, Qin Xian decisively chose to bundle onto the big ship of the Yaohe Holy Land. The true thoughts that were on his mind, he naturally couldn't say to anyone. He also had to give himself a justified, reasonable, and able to make Yaohe Holy Land trust and recognize him. Master. Qin Xian looked towards the Thunder Prison Peak Master and spoke with a straight face. I know that you are looking out for my disciple and are unwilling to let my disciple commit danger alone, but you don't know what my disciple thinks in his heart. His gaze became deep as he looked around the Yaohe Holy Land all over the place, the corner of his mouth lifting up a warm shallow smile. It is well known that I, Qin Xian, was born with supreme bones, yet I allowed the Qin Wangfu to be planted and divested of them in life. But you don't know how much, inwardly, I longed for the warmth of a family reunion when Grandpa took me out to look for a cure. How much I longed for it in the first place, and how cruel the reality has been, leaving me bruised and battered. It's the Yaohe Holy Land. Qin Xian's voice suddenly became impassioned. It was the Yaohe Holy Land that claimed a justice from the Qin Wangfu for me, and even more so, it was the Yaohe Holy Land that gave me a fundamental to settle down. He gazed chiseledly at the Thunder Prison Peak Master. It was you, Master, who gave me the identity of a true disciple of Thunder Prison Peak, and it was you, Master, who, at great cost, cured my only relative, my grandfather, of the dark disease. The Yaohe sacred ground has given me a place to settle down, and you, Master, have even treated me like family. Give and take, it's mutual. Thunder Prison Peak treats me and protects me like a family member. In my eyes, all Thunder Prison Peak disciples are my Qin Xian's family. Now that my elder brother has met an untimely end and has been victimized by a traitor, how can you make me indifferent? To avoid the self-hatred in the hearts of others, Qin Xian angrily said, I am different from all of you. I don't have the bondage of loved ones, not to mention the bondage of a family, and my only grandfather, the same king realm is enough to defend himself. I, Qin Xian, this life is no one's concern, as light as a feather, but as long as I, Qin Xian, still have a breath in me, I will definitely go to the Violet Sun Imperial Capital for my chief senior brother, to get a statement back. Qin Xian's voice, like a great bell, boomed out within the Holy Land of Yaohe. He, Qin Xian, considered the Yaohe Holy Land as his home. Treat your fellow disciples as if they were your own brothers. His brother had been murdered, and he would fight for his life to get a statement. Qingning's beautiful eyes were misty with water, and her heart was bitter. Qin Xian, he, for the sake of his chief senior brother, was willing to risk his life and put it at risk. And in the past, she had actually listened to the slanderous words of Yifeng's villain and had gone against Qin Xian in a vain attempt to kill him. Wrong was wrong, and Qingning had no face to argue for herself. She only wanted to spend the rest of her life, as much as possible, to make amends, to heal Qin Xian's heart that was full of holes. Outside the Qingshui pavilion, Mu Qingshui glared at Luo Xinning and said angrily, all of this is caused by you. If Qin Xian goes to the imperial capital and something goes wrong, you and I will break our sisterhood. Luo Xinning's heart tightened as she deflated her small mouth and complained, Qingshui, I didn't know that things would develop to such a point. She just wanted to lose face with Qin Xian, expecting that he wouldn't dare to dispose of Chen Yuan, who had thought that not only did he waste Chen Yuan, but he also directly made a great grand wish to go to the Violet Sun Imperial Capital to seek justice for the Thunder Prison Peak Chief Senior Brother? Seeing Mu Qingshui with tears in her eyes, Luo Xinning knew that things had gotten out of hand and eagerly said, don't be anxious, I'll definitely make amends and will never let Qin Xian go to his death. Phew! Violet Kite exhaled a breath of clear air, moving her gaze and gradually calming down. She no longer thought about stopping Qin Xian. Since Qin Xian was able to disregard life and death and stand up for Thunder Prison Peak's chief senior brother, why couldn't she, Violet Kite, contribute her share as well on behalf of her only dear friend? Qin Xian was going to the Violet Sun Imperial Capital, and she, Z-Kite, was willing to go there as well. It's enough to have a confidant in life, to live and die together. Chapter 61, Qin Xian Aflate, Qingning crosses the big one. There was a bright light in the tiger eyes of the Thunder Prison Peak Master, flickering. Looking at Qin Xian in front of him, who was willing to die for the sake of righteousness, his gaze was grave as he said, on this trip, Master will go with you. Even the disciple he had just taken in was willing to stand up and take risks. How could he, the Peak Master of Thunder Prison Peak and Master of the Chief Disciple, continue to hold back? Big deal. Even if he died, he would be able to drag a Saint King along to martyr his bitter disciple. Qin Xian hurriedly raised his hand to stop. Master, don't be in a hurry, this trip can only be done by my disciple alone, this matter involves a great deal, if it involves Thunder Prison Peak, my disciple will not rest in peace even if I die in 1,000 deaths. Don't bull me. Going to the Violet Sun Imperial Capital, he would be fine alone. Bringing a Thunder Prison Peak Master with him would be a real burden. If it spread out, those enemies who wanted to put him to death would have to be sent from the Saint King realm at first. Straight away the difficulty of his trip was full. And he was alone, an Avatar realm, the opposite side to give face again, sent out no more than the Celestial realm, Saints a level. With Langley and the desolate ancient prison suppressing Pagoda in attendance, he was completely able to kill him by surprise. The main idea is a surprise. It's not like we're going to the Xiang Imperial Capital to start a big battle.
so why are we making such a big deal out of it? What's more, a Thunder Prison Peak Master wouldn't be able to play the role of suppressing the entire field, doing more harm than good. Qin Xian arched his hand and made a bow. My disciple's mind is made up, so don't get involved, Master. The Thunder Prison Peak Master's gaze moved, and after a long time of contemplation, he finally did not utter a word. And those Thunder Prison Peak disciples who witnessed this scene, all of them boiled over, frenzied inwardly, treating Qin Xian as if he were the bright light of Thunder Prison Peak. Senior brother Qin Xian, he is actually taking on these burdens for the sake of Thunder Prison Peak. He is going to face the King of Ning alone. He's going to avenge my Thunder Prison Peak's hatred and challenge the imperial power of the Xiang Empire. We greedy and fearful people, no matter what, we will never allow senior brother Qin Xian's honor to be tarnished. Chen Yuan thief slandered senior brother Qin Xian's good wife, abolish him. Those Thunder Prison Peak disciples, sharing the same hatred, swarmed towards Chen Yuan, who had lost his cultivation. Some people are concerned about the background of the Chen family, but when they think about it, what is the Chen family compared to the King of Ning? Under the atmosphere, nearly over 100 Thunder Prison Peak disciples surrounded Chen Yuan. The fists and feet were venting their inner indignation, their resentment. They can't break free of their chains, they can't disregard their families and loved ones. One could only go through such a way to express one's admiration and worship and support for Qin Xian. The head holding Chen Yuan was wailing, "Stop, you guys stop fighting. Qin Xian, tell them to stop. You unknowing vermin, do you really think that when you go to the Violet Sun Imperial capital, you'll still be able to be as you are now? In the eyes of those big shots, you're just a mole cricket, and if you want to crush you, you don't even need to do it yourself." A Thunder Prison Peak disciple held a meteorite iron hammer and chiseled at the back of Chen Yuan's head, gritting his teeth. "You still dare to threaten senior brother Qin Xian?" Boo! A hammer fell, Chen Yuan's head cracked, both eyes rolled over, and he fainted on the spot. The beating Thunder Prison Peak disciples retreated, and those who witnessed it, averted their gazes in a flurry, stating that they hadn't seen anything. "Master, I'll go back and pack my bag, ready to go." Qin Xian arched his hand and disappeared into thin air. Qing Ning, who was following him, just returned to the mansion and anxiously stepped out to clutch Qin Xian's arm from behind, shaking her head. "You can't go to the Violet Sun Imperial capital. That's the King of Ning, and countless other great families. Those people are thinking of the benefits of the born underworld pupil's prediction of good and bad fortune. I don't know how many people are secretly imprisoning the born underworld pupil, not to mention that the King of Ning is no longer able to fight against it. It's just that those great families of the lineage are joining forces, and the pinnacle of the sacred king realm will have no way of returning when they go there. Qin Xian, you're sending yourself to death by going to the Violet Sun Imperial capital. I can't just watch you go to your death." Qin Xian turned back, and before his eyes, Qing Ning's eyes were red with tears. Her body was still trembling like sifting chaff. He backhanded Qing Ning's white palm, deliberately pointing to wake up. "I know you're thinking of me, but one can't forget one's roots, and one can't be ungrateful for one's kindness. Thunder Prison Peak has known me well. This favor is hard to repay with 10,000 deaths. What's more, I have my own ideas. Going to the Violet Sun Imperial capital may not be a dead end." Ungrateful? Qin Xian had disregarded her former suspicions and repeatedly saved her from danger, and she couldn't witness Qin Xian going to his death no matter what. She would be called ungrateful if she sat back and watched Qin Xian travel to the Violet Sun Imperial capital. Qin Xian stretched out his right hand and appropriately embraced Qingning in his arms. Determining that Qingning did not have any rejection during the process, he then used his arms and forcefully wrapped them in his embrace, softly saying, "I know that you're worried about me, and I'm also clear that if I go forward, you're bound to rely on each other, but this trip is dangerous, and I'm not willing to let you take the risk with your own body, and obediently stay at the peak of the Thunder Prison, waiting for me to come back. The man is the master of the house, the woman is the master of the house, and you should keep the house in order while I am away." Qing Ning, who had originally felt that she couldn't persuade Qin Xian and was planning to go to the imperial capital to die together, heard these words. The cerebellum, which was already inadequate, was completely paralyzed. Men are the masters, women are the masters. Home. Qin Xian was treating her like family. Like a husband on a long journey and trusting his wife, he was bidding her on. Qingning was finally able to determine in her heart at this time that Qin Xian had that heart for her. He had her in his heart. "If you do not abandon me, I will live and die with you." It was just that this chaotic world made it impossible for Qin Xian to reveal his feelings to her at this moment. A wife should listen to her husband and assist with all her heart. It should not be refuted. "Okay, I'll listen to you." The teary-eyed Cheng Ning, in Qin Xian's arms, slowly raised her crying red eyes. "I will wait for you at home, all the way until the moment you return." She squeezed herself into Qin Xian's arms as hard as she could, feeling that warm chest as much as she could. "When you return, we will never part again." Moving on. In Qin Xian's heart, he sighed at the ease with which the love brain was held and enjoyed the beautiful jade in his arms. On the mountainside of Thunder Prison Peak came an uninvited guest with an evil to the core chest. Luo Sini strangled her mouth and nose with a strip of black cloth and tiptoed towards Qin Xian's place, her crafty eyes darting around 3 times within their sockets. "Qin Xian, don't blame me. If you want to blame it on Qing Xue, she can't bear to see you go to your death. and I don't want to lose such a good sister even more, so I'll just have to let you obediently lie down for 10 days and half a month." She raised her hand and a pitch-black thunderbolt appeared in her palm. Within this thunderbolt thunder, wrapped within was her latest refinement of 10 fragrant soft tendon powder, a product of the great learning she had stolen from Danding Peak. The peak of the celestial realm came, hit by her secret 10-spice soft tendon dispersion, but also have to obediently lie down for 10 days and half a month, not to mention the district of a Qin Xian. Luo Sini, who came to Qin Xian's residence quietly, tiptoed behind Qin Xian's bedroom, dipped her hand in the saliva, and found that the window paper was specially made, and the poking finger nearly folded, and couldn't poke through it. She took out a dagger and poked at the window pane and froze. "What trashy treasure weapon?" Luo Sini threw the dagger behind her in disgust. The dagger that sharpened the iron like mud was just a cold glint that swept by. In the diagonal upper corner of Luo Sini, a boulder was chipped and broken. Rumble. The sound of boulders rolling, along with the breaking sound of imperial flight, rang out. Luo Sini raised her head in surprise, but she saw the purple kite, which was wrapped in the middle of the holy weapon, resting straight above her head. Not waiting for her to speak. Thud. The boulder fell, and Luo Sini was smashed into the mound in a split second. Before she fell unconscious, Luo Sini had only one thought in her mind: the doom-poisoned body is terrifying. Chapter 62, compelling the fans to get a big boost. The moment he sensed Violet Kite's presence, Qin Xian took half a step back, pressed Qingning's shoulders with both hands, and instructed, "When I'm not at home, you can arbitrarily mobilize all the formations here, and cultivate wholeheartedly at home to strive for a breakthrough to the Avatar realm as early as possible." Qingning bit her lip and nodded heavily. "I will." She wants to be strong. I also want to be as powerful as senior sister Violet Kite. That way, even if she followed Qin Xian around, she wouldn't be a liability, but a helping hand. Qin Xian drew away. Qingning leaned in front of the door, watching like a watchful stone, until Qin Xian's figure disappeared. The beautiful eyes were infatuated. Yaoshan County, the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. Zikite, who was wrapped in the robes of the sacred artifact, for the first time, unloaded all her defenses in front of Qin Xian. She walked out of the bedroom, tall, wearing a purple neon dress, her chest was high, and then looking down, the curve was tight, and at the waist, she was slim as a willow, and she was full. The firm buttocks set off the neon skirt in a perfect curve. The curves are buoyant and shapely. A figure like that is good enough for a 95. The key was that Zikite's face, which was even more exquisite, made people ignore the curves of her body. Palm-sized goose-egg face, character cold bias and natural charm of peach blossom eyes, Yan Oschingli, Ju lips with Dan. Exquisite features that gathered the aura of heaven and earth, as if this heaven and earth were deliberately compensating for her repulsive doom-poisoned body. The small, crystal-clear collarbone, under that white, clear skin, was like jade, skillfully crafted. Violet Kite's gaze slightly dodged as she said in a clear voice, "You have to know that leaving the 10,000 treasures pavilion without the shelter of the many formations, perhaps you will be jeopardized by the doom-poisoned body." It was clear that she had taken the initiative to seek out Qin Xian just so that he could see her true face. Wanted him to answer who was more beautiful than the woman who passed by earlier? But really when unloading the saint weapon robe, frankly need each other, that to the mouth of the question, she could not speak. One could only warn Qin Xian of the dangers of the doom-poisoned body. Qin Xian stepped forward and clutched Zikite's small white hand, full of concern and tightly gripped. "What doom-poisonous body? My life is super hard. If I can't restrain it, when I go to the Purple Sun Imperial Capital, I will also be packaged to die." He held Zikite's hand and left the Wanbao Pavilion in a dignified manner. Returning to the same place, he went to an acquaintance vendor and bought a string of sugar plums for Violet Iris. The candy vendor smiled and said, "Immortal, your partner is much prettier than the one a few days ago," as if she were a fairy daughter coming out of a painting. Zikite lightly bit a mouthful of sugar gourd and returned with a light smile, "I am the man in black from a few days ago." The peddler muttered, "Fairy is worried about going out and attracting those men's thoughts, so she purposely covered up her stunning face." Violet Kite smiled but didn't answer, only skimming his head to look at Qin Xian. She was surprised that the doom-poisoned body was unable to affect Qin Xian even without the shelter of the sacred artifact robe. Even more shocking, with Qin Xian around, it was as if her doom-poisoned body was suppressed. The vendor's words made her laugh a little. She was at the peak of the celestial realm, and she was still worried about those wild bees and butterflies? It was just that he did not want the doom-poisoned body to be loathed by the crowd. Luckily, by following Qin Xian around, she was able to enjoy being alive like an ordinary person. "Qin Xian, I want to eat that buttery liver tip." Zikite pointed to the small fry stall whose business was a bit cold, and there was always a special affection for the dishes she had eaten for the first time in her life. "For the sake of you suppressing the greyhound sage for me, this meal today, it's on me." Qin Xian pulled Zikite and fried a 3D-ish soup. After eating, he took Zikite to a silk street, accompanied Zikite to pick out clothes, and was also responsible for being a tastemaker, constantly giving opinions. After checking out, Qin Xian carried a large bag and walked behind Zikite. Continuing to be a big deal, the next excursions were organized, with boat cruises and a visit to the bustling night market. It wasn't until the night grew dark that he accompanied Zikite to leave Yaoshan County.
The two sat on a crag by a peaked cliff, staring at the full moon in silence. Z-Kite couldn't help but break the silence, turning her head, looking at the deep-eyed Qin Xian. She spoke, "I feel that you're a little bit different today. Earlier you accompanied me and were a little bit impatient, but today you're taking the initiative to bring me around to play." Qin Xian turned his face sideways, gazing at Z-Kite stunningly beautiful, as if she had stepped out of a painting, and said, "People all become, and get used to a changed life." Whoosh! 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 Just then, in the distant sky, a stream of meteorites, like a rain of fire, sped past. Meteor shower. Where I used to live, wishing on a meteor shower is a wish that comes true. Qin Xian clenched his hands with 10 fingers and closed his eyes. Violet Kite also did as she was told and closed her eyes, following suit and making a wish. Not far from here, on another hill, Luo Cini, who was fainted by the boulder, woke up extremely quickly with her tenacious willpower. Again, he sought out where Qin Xian was. She weighed the thunderbolt thunder in her hand and looked at the duo of Qin Xian and Z-Kite, who were snuggling on the crags of a distant hill, and said with hatred in her heart, "A pair of adulterous couple. If it weren't for Qingshue's face, I would have to make you all suffer today." However, today's main task still has to be to make Qin Xian incapacitated for half a month and unable to travel to the imperial capital. This thunderbolt thunder of mine weighs 8 taels and 2 coins. In my hands, it can be thrown 10,000 feet away. At that time, it will explode in the air, and the 10 fragrant soft tendons will be scattered in the air. Even if you, Z-Kite, are at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, you will have to fall off the cliff together with Qin Xian. If I can't smash you adulterous couple to death, I'll also seek justice for Qingxue. She kept swinging her right arm, whirling the wind and using all her yuan power to throw the thunderbolt thunder. Boo! With a crunching sound, thunderbolt thunder was smashed by a piece of flint and exploded on the spot less than 3 feet away from Luo Cini. The 10-spice soft tendon powder exploded in an instant, the medicinal power stretching for hundreds of feet. Luo Cini, who was in the middle of it, fell to her knees as her little legs went limp. She slumped down smoothly, her beautiful eyes gazing at the swiftly arriving meteor shower above her, her pupils gradually tightening. Boom! 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 Thousands and thousands of meteors, towards this mountain, kept falling. Luo Cini, who had been hit by the 10 incense soft tendon dispersion, was unable to move the slightest bit. The meteor, which had a precision of 1 out of 100, was chiseled into a 100-foot deep pit that had just been formed. In the last moment before fainting, within the deep pit, Luo Cini's convulsive wail was heard, "Doom poison body, it's too terrifying." After Qin Xian finished his wish, he opened his eyes and looked at Z-Kite beside him. "Did you hear anything?" Z-Kite looked at Qin Xian, who had come up to her and was close at hand. Her heartbeat accelerated, and she hurriedly shook her head, her mouth not matching her heart. No. Then maybe I misheard." Qin Xian doesn't pursue the question, but stares curiously into Z-Kite's peach blossom eyes under her curved eyelashes. "What did you wish for?" Violet Kite asked rhetorically. "What did you wish for?" She hoped that Qin Xian would be able to return safely from this trip. In front of Qin Xian, this wish could not be uttered. "Me." Qin Xian smiled. "I hope you'll get married earlier and get married." Violet Kite frowned. "Why would I get married? Married to whom? It's been that way since the beginning of time, or why do you think those women, why did they get married?" Violet Kite returned without interest. It was nothing more than being forced by her parents. Qin Xian shook his head. "No." Violet Kite added, "Two loves?" Qin Xian still shook his head. "It's still not right." Violet Kite's curiosity sprang up. Could it be that women need to look up to the strong and not be bullied by others? Qin Xian continued to shake his head. "Neither." Violet Kite stared straight at Qin Xian. "And why is that?" Qin Xian calmly said, "There's a bird's use." The atmosphere froze in a flash. Z-Kite's fair and crystalline cheeks, all of a sudden, fluttered up 2 red clouds, lightly quenched a mouthful and snapped, "Denizen." Qin Xian, however, wasn't afraid, and just smiled and continued, "If I could, I would have wished that the person was me. In that case, I could take you with me, as an ordinary person, and walk around without worrying about anyone's opinion or suffering from anyone's scruples. This continent is huge, and I want to take you, with me." But, Qin Xian's words came to an abrupt end. Violet Kite came a little closer, her heart poofing. "But what?" Qin Xian did not reply, only silently gazing at the brilliant meteor shower that was still streaking across the sky. He turned his head, and a shower of meteors reflected behind him, in all its splendor and variety. Only silently gazing at Z-Kite's eyes that were so cold with a strong curiosity in them. 4 eyes met and stared for a long time. It was only when Z-Kite backed down that Qin Xian gave a frank smile. For the first time since we met, he looked up at Z-Kite's appearance squarely and softly said, "You're so beautiful." Chapter 63, Traveling to the Imperial Capital, Dangerous Situation. A gorgeous meteor shower spread a beautiful and romantic scroll behind Qin Xian and Z-Kite. That heartfelt compliment lingered in Violet Iris's ears for a long time. Let the purple kite rippling state of mind, as if towards the clear lake cast a stone, there are ripples, began to ripple. Phew! By the time Z-Kite calmed her mind, Qin Xian's figure had long since disappeared. A veritable tease and run. "You want me to get married because you're afraid that you won't be able to return from this trip to the imperial capital? If you can put yourself in my shoes, why can't I keep you safe?" Zekite stared at the direction Qin Xian left, a shallow warm smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, I won't let anyone harm you. Qin Xian, who had left, did not hear Zekite's self-talk at this moment. He gave Zekite a dose of his own medicine before rushing to the imperial capital. In order to walk sideways in the imperial capital, the background of the chief sacred doctor was indispensable. If you want to hold a big leg, you can only start with Purple Kite. He had to become unique in Zekite's heart, only then would he be able to make the chief sacred doctor step in and shelter him. Used some small means is true, but he did not swindle Zekite, said the words, every word is true. Utilizing the chief holy doctor, however, is also real. There was no guilt in his heart in this regard. Back then, if it wasn't for the chief sacred doctor's secret talks with the Violet Sun Emperor, who had intentionally misplaced his innate supreme bone, it wouldn't have caused him to have such an encounter as he did now. He was, however, asking the chief sacred doctor for some interest back for the time being. As for the principal, the chief saintly doctor, the daughter of this regarded as a treasure, he was already abducting. Go back to the Holy Land first and say goodbye to Grandpa. Before traveling to the imperial capital, Qin Xian still had something to give to his grandfather. On the way back to the Yaoqi Holy Land, he met the great demon god who was squatting by the side of the road wiping his great axe. Grandpa? Qin Xian landed on the ground and looked at his grandfather, who was wiping his axe with a lowered head, and curiously said, why are you here? The great demon god raised his eyes and said in a lost voice, disliked by our great son, he is ready to clean his axe and wipe his neck. Qin Xian cried and laughed, stop it, who dislikes you? Why do we still need to be so gloomy? I'm going to the Violet Sun Imperial capital this time, and I'm sure I'll be able to return safely, so I don't need you to follow me into the muddy waters. It's easy to get into trouble. With the next person, Qin Xian has been making every effort to lay out the grass and snakes. The only time he didn't need to put up a defense was in front of his grandfather. Even if the whole world was against him, Grandpa would stand alone with his axe raised against the world. Qin Xian took out the 100-fold increased holy elixir and handed it to the great demon god. Grandpa, this elixir will be able to break through the realm when you take it after the dark disease in your body is healed. The great demon god clutched this same great pill, and in his cloudy eyes, a brilliant light blossomed, 9 golden stripes. This is a 9 revolution saint grade pill? Shocker! Staggering! Suffocation! An elixir of this grade, even if his daughter-in-law and the Danding Peak master teamed up, it would be difficult to refine one. He hadn't even dreamed that the sun's outburst would be a 9 revolution sacred pill. This is the 9-turn sacred Tao pill, capable of making a breakthrough in the Saint King realm. If the dark disease is cured, Grandpa, there is a high probability that you will be able to advance to the late Saint King realm. Worried that his grandfather would not accept it, Qin Xian took the initiative and said, such a pill is not useful to me right now. When I need it, I will naturally be able to get a second one. The great demon god clutched the 9-turn sacred Tao pill and took a deep breath, looking at Qin Xian with a gaze full of love. Grandpa is indeed old, but our great-grandson is spirited. You have your own ideas, Grandpa will not interfere. He knew in his heart that Dason was having his own chance. It should not be bound by his eyes. The sky is the limit. He fixed his eyes, gazing into Qin Xian's eyes, and said in a deep voice, however, you have to remember that Grandpa will never allow something to happen that sends a black hair to a black hair. I'll be safe. Qin Xian waved his hand away with warmth in his heart. Directly urging the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, he shattered the void and rushed in the direction of the Violet Sun Imperial capital. 7 days passed in a flash. When Qin Xian left the desolate ancient prison town tower and appeared in front of the magnificent imperial city, Langley couldn't help but grumble out, according to the speed of the desolate ancient prison town tower, you could have arrived here in 2 days, and you've wasted 5 days just to force me to pass on those Jedi? Qin Xian didn't deny it, it's just one aspect. Langley was at least in the Saint King realm, and had once been able to compete with the heavy pupil woman. It's a lot easier to learn something from her than it is to draw from those quaint books. He purposely stalled, more than anything else, waiting for his padding to fester. Gotta give your own people a little time to function. Otherwise, he rushed into the imperial city like a rash. A cultivator who had just broken through the 8th level of the Avatar realm, and had just joined forces with the royal relatives and the great families? Is the imperial capital so prosperous? There are saints coming and going. I'm only at the 8th level of the Avatar realm, and I haven't even broken through the yin-yang mirror yet, and there are as many saints as dogs? Under the medicinal effects of the yin-yang nirvana dan, 7 days had allowed Qin Xian's realm to break through all the way to the 8th level of the Avatar realm. He looked at the immortal boat sacred weapon that pierced through the clouds and fog. There was the aura of a saint unfolding from time to time on that flying apparatus. It made Qin Xian feel that he, himself, had greatly underestimated the depths of the Violet Sun Imperial capital. This place is where the lifeblood of the Ziyang Empire is located, and the strongest people naturally far exceed those elsewhere. Langley swept a glance, unimpressed. However, even so, the saints are not gathered like this. It should be that the opening of the Ziyang Empire's Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm is imminent, and all these clans from all over the world have brought their proud sons and are heading to the imperial capital in search of a chance. Dragon Blood Mystery Realm? the exclusive secret realm of the royal family of the Xiang imperial capital. In the past, only those of royal blood were able to enter, and nowadays it is externally proclaimed that the Xiang emperor is blessing the world, and that all the heavenly pride can enter, but in reality, it is that the dragon's blood is being drawn out by the royal children, and that they are taking advantage of this opportunity to increase the revenue of the national treasury.
Cutting leaks well. Qin Xian smiled and nodded. I understand. It's the same everywhere. He followed behind the cultivators in line to pay the yuan stones required to enter the city. As soon as he entered the imperial city of the imperial capital, his eyes opened up, as he looked to his right and left, taking in the sights and sounds of the imperial capital. Before he could walk out 100 feet, there was a silhouette that came out across the sky and pulled him to a corner. This woman's appearance was clear and beautiful, dressed in a blue bustier dress, with delicate curves and exquisite features. Shang Guanxi stared at Qin Xian in front of him, urging, "You now, leave the imperial city immediately. The situation here is complicated. The matter of you injuring Chen Yuan, the son of the Chen family, including coming to investigate the death of his elder brother, has already spread, and many people are already staring at you." Beside Shang Guanxi, there was also a black-shirted young man, his hands embracing a long sword, his gaze cold and lonely. Noticing that Qin Xian was walking a bit close to Shang Guanxi, he pressed his knife sheath against Qin Xian's chest, trying to poke him back a few steps. Realizing that the poke was not moving, Long Chen once again embraced the long sword, glanced lightly at Shang Guanxi, and said in a deep voice, "Just a nocturnal fanatic who doesn't know the heights of the heavens, Xiaoxi, you shouldn't have interfered." Shang Guanxi turned back in righteous indignation and said angrily, "He came for my Shangguan family, for my elder brother, how can I be indifferent?"
Qin Xian patted the indentation in his chest shirt, looked at Shang Guanxi, and then sized up Long Chen.
A down-and-out thousandaire with a sword and a guard. It's not purely a bodyguard streaming chakra child?
No wonder, right off the bat, the hostility was so great. With a smile on his lips, Qin Xian came forward abruptly, grabbing Shang Guanxi's slender little hand and clasping it with both hands. Your senior brother Shangguan's younger sister."
"No wonder, from your eyes, I see the elegance of senior brother Shangguan."
He opened his arms and warmly embraced Shang Guanxi into his arms, casually patting away the scabbard that Long Chen poked over. Tightly embracing the delicate body of Shang Guanxi in his arms, he positively assured, "Don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for senior brother Shangguan on this trip.
I will never let senior Shangguan's family be bullied again." Shang Guanxi struggled to escape from Qin Xian's embrace and said in a weak voice with some blushing, "I and my elder brother look nothing alike. It's the grace. It's the spunk."
Qin Xian's expression was subdued, and he had prepared his speech earlier.
What Shangguan's senior brother looked like, he didn't even know, didn't think to pay attention. Anyway, it's absolutely right to pull towards style and refinement. Cluck.
Long Chen, who had witnessed Qin Xian embrace Shang Guanxi into his arms from the side, clenched his back teeth tightly, and the inside of his mouth cackled as if it was haunted by a rat's nest. This son, Qin Xian, is arrogant and lustful. To go so far as to treat his internalized Taoist couple with such lightness in front of him.
There is already a way to take death.
Long Chen's gaze condensed slightly, and killing intent rose in his heart.
Chapter 64, There's something human about it. Detected a new son of Qi, Long Chen, 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm.
Bearing the body of the sword heart, the true legacy of the master of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion, dearly loved by Shang Guanxi, and extremely capable of stoicism. The son of Qi, Long Chen, has murderous intent towards the host, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 30,000.
Qin Xian, who had peacefully harvested a wave of villainous value, pointed at Long Chen and said, feigning confusion, "And this is?"
Shang Guanxi twisted his head, looking at Long Chen with dissatisfaction. "This is the true disciple of the Heaven's End Sword Pavilion's master, Long Chen, the guard that my father hired for me."
The Shangguan family's status is in tatters now that the walls have fallen. Clansmen born with Stygian pupils often go missing from the clan. In recent days, even her own sister had been taken captive by who knows who. Her father really had no choice but to spend a lot of money to hire Long Chen as her escort. It was affirming Long Chen's strength, and even more so, it wanted to draw on the sword pavilion behind Long Chen. Wanted to make those who presumed to strike at her weigh the weight of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion. Long Chen's brows tightened as he stared at Qin Xian and said in a cold voice, "You stay away from Xiaoxi and don't have any ungrateful thoughts, or else, don't blame me for being merciless with the violet sky in my hands." Qin Xian looked at Shang Guanxi with a bitter smile and said helplessly, "It feels like I'm a thief persecuting the Shangguan family instead." Snap!
Shang Guanxi raised her hand and directly slapped Long Chen, angrily saying, "You are not allowed to be rude to Prince Qin."
Qin Xian was here for her Shangguan family. Where would she allow Long Chen to be bullied like this?
Long Chen covered his cheeks, and his killing intent was revealed in his afterglow as he looked at Qin Xian. The son of Qi. Long Chen's emotions rise and fall violently, and his killing intent climbs, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 20,000. Qin Xian's eyes glowed, and in his heart he said, "So it's this kind of stoicism. No wonder character stoicism is emphasized."
There's also an extremely adjective.
Being slapped in public by Shang Guanxi and still being able to transfer his anger to him.
Lick the dog solid. Thud.
When the atmosphere was stagnant, a muffled sound rang out, but a teenager, like a sandbag, was kicked and hung on the wall, sticking for several seconds before slowly descending.
Shang Wanxi's beautiful eyes panicked when she saw the injured teenager's face. Yuan Di. That was her cousin Shangguan Yuan, who was beaten to death.
She panicked and went forward. Longchen crossed out his sword sheath and blocked Shang Wanxi's path, saying in a deep voice, "Don't act rashly, be careful of deception."
Snap! Qin Xian jumped up and gave Longchen a big mouth, slapping Longchen's brain buzzing, and pointing at his nose. "Didn't you see that the Shangguan clan's clansmen were all about to be killed? You, a guard, still want to stand by and watch?"
As Longchen was bursting with rage, around the corner, several flamboyant young men with gold waist and purple clothes walked out. Among them, Chen Yuan, who had his arm broken in the Yaoqi Holy Land, was listed. Nowadays, under the Chen family's medical treatment, his broken arm was reborn, and his realm had risen to the Avatar realm. Only, compared to earlier, he was nothing more than a medicine altar at this time. His realm had fallen wildly, and his strength was even less than 1,000 compared to earlier.
He stared at Qin Xian with a spiteful gaze, showing his teeth at the originator. 6 days, I've waited for you for 6 whole days. Qin Xian, you finally come to the imperial capital. I've waited so hard for you. He stomped on Shangguan Yuan's nasally face with his foot, and laughed fiercely. Didn't you threaten to avenge the hatred of senior brother Shangguan? Didn't you threaten to avenge the shame of the Shangguan family? Now, the clansmen of the Shangguan family are right under my feet. Do you dare to come and save them? Yuan Di.
Shang Wanxi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but Longchen was still blocking in front of her, not allowing her to advance the slightest bit.
Cousin, leave me alone.
Shangguan Yuan coughed blood from his mouth as he complained to himself, I blame myself for falling into their trap. Longchen was delighted in his heart, and looked at Shang Wanxi with an open-mindedness that was true, and said bluntly, Xiaoxi, I'm right, there's a deception here, and once we make a move, get involved, and fall deeper into the quagmire, it'll be difficult to pull ourselves out. Seeing that his plan had been dismantled, Chen Yuan no longer continued to pretend, and he used his foot to press down on Shangguan Yuan's face, rubbing it hard against the ground in an extremely abusive manner. Raising his eyes to look at Qin Xian's place, he cruelly laughed, this kid, too useless, being teased by me with a flower girl, to directly undress and force himself on him, is kind of behavior, he's raping. If I beat him up now, or even kill him, I'm enforcing the law on behalf of the Blazing Sun Guards. Qin Xian, are you disgruntled and angry? It can't be helped, you can't control it. This is just the beginning. There will be more Shangguan family clansmen behind you who will be humiliated because of your arrival and will be ruthlessly stepped on by me. Haha, I really like it when you're lifeless and disgusted and spat upon. Your helpless look makes me look forward to it. Longchen twisted his head, glaring at Qin Xian. If it weren't for you, things wouldn't have developed to such a point as they are now. Snap. Qin Xian backhanded a big mouth and glared back. A true guard should have drawn their swords at this point, rather than start infighting with me at this time. He turned around and stared at Chen Yuan, like a downhill tiger as he took a step out. 10 feet away is like a stone's throw. Regretful mountain fist. Qin Xian blasted out with a fist, and the wind howled. This boxing method, Langley was forced to teach, is said to be a certain boxing road ancestor created, extremely difficult to practice, by his several hours of enlightenment to the great success. The power of a single punch was enough to shatter 1,000 peaks. Thud! A fist hit the chest squarely, and under the piles of pills, Chen Yuan, who was no more than an avatar realm, rapidly collapsed at his chest cavity, and all of his ribs crumbled. Like a sandbag, it was blasted 100 feet away, collapsing several houses one after another. Qin Xian, how dare you? How dare you commit murder in the imperial capital? You're provoking imperial might. You're looking for death. The sons of the worldly families who had followed Chen Yuan here were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. One wouldn't even dare to dream that someone would dare to strike in the imperial capital, in a dignified manner. The Liang guards who had already ambushed the surrounding area saw this scene. Their eyes rounded and their armor clanked. Dozens of Avatar Realm Blazing Sun Guards in their morose armor swiftly approached towards this place. The standardized treasure weapon lances in their hands were aimed at Qin Xian in unison. Their chilling light was cold and stern, and they roared in unison. Qin Xian, you're under arrest for injuring someone in public. Don't resist, or you'll only have a way to die. Longchen held the violet heavenly sword and walked out of the corner with Shang Wanxi. Gazing around the circle, he laughed coldly. It's all been said. Those who are arrogant in the night have courage but no strategy. This is a trap, waiting for Qin Xian to fall into it. Knowing that this guy is stupid, I didn't expect that he would be so stupid as to take the initiative to drill inside the trap himself. Shang Wanxi's heart raced as she stared back at Long Chen, who was still making sarcastic remarks, and angrily and impatiently said, that's still better than you. It's 1,000,000 times better than watching Yuan Di being humiliated and not being willing to do anything about it. At least I know that Qin Xian. He's a righteous man, and has come to avenge the shame of my Shangguan family. On the Vermilion Bird Imperial Street, the gathering of pedestrians, more and more, pointed. This young man, it's going to be over.
to strike out in public and beat that man to serious injury. I'm afraid that such an offense will be punishable by capital punishment. It still coincides with the opening of the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm, when the Imperial Capital's laws are the most stringent, and it has the effect of killing chickens to warn monkeys. He shall die. Outside clans, stopping to watch and talk, Qin Xian's gaze peered out, his heart ancient. Looking around at the approaching blazing sun guards to his left and right, he pondered for a moment, having a guess. A couple of days was perfectly enough time to get his padding operation off the ground. By now, no one had stepped forward, so there was only one possibility. This is something that hasn't made enough of a fuss. Then make a bigger fuss and sacrifice a worldly son to heaven first. Buzz off. Qin Xian raised his hand and offered up the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. This top-tier saint artifact, transformed into a heavy chunk of meteoric iron, rotated and smashed towards Chen Yuan. No, don't! Chen Yuan covered his face with his hands and blurted out in fear. Boo! The desolate ancient prison suppressor tower fell without any hindrance. Chen Yuan, who had originally looked circumspect, was still somewhat human today. A little here, a little there. Let the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower be smashed into mush in public. Chapter 65. Mu Qingshue's heartbroken. This young man, so arrogant. How dare you kill in public within the imperial capital? The blazing sun guards are here, with ironclad evidence. He'll die for sure. The thick smell of blood, which permeated the vermilion bird Imperial Street, caused all those passers-by who stopped to watch to have their jaws dropped in shock. How dare someone dare to commit murder in the imperial capital, or such a bloody town killing in public? It's over. Chen Yuan is dead, and the blazing sun guards won't stop. Shang Wansi closed his eyes in horror, and his grief was no greater than his heart. Long Chen laughed coldly in his heart and sneered. He doesn't know the heights of heaven. He's seeking death, seeking more enemies for the Shangwan family. Snap! Shang Wansi raised his hand and slapped it, angrily reprimanding. That's still better than you being indifferent. I won't allow you to say anything bad about Mr. Qin again. Long Chen covered his red and swollen cheeks and stared at Qin Xian with even more resentment. If not for the blazing sun guards being here, he would have killed Qin Xian with his hands and cut him into 1,000 pieces. The son of Qi fluctuates violently in mood, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 18,000. Qin Xian glanced faintly in Long Chen's direction, not giving it much thought. The focus right now was not the son of Qi, but the violet iris. In what way would make an appearance? He withdrew his gaze and proceeded to stare at the blazing sun guards who were pressing forward with fierce eyes. The desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda in the center of his palm was spinning smoothly. He was waiting for one of his own to show up. If he couldn't make it in time, he could only make a move to kill this group of blazing sun guards. Thief, this is an important place in the imperial capital. How can you be allowed to act recklessly here? Suppressing and killing Prince Chen. Your sins are punishable. Form a formation and kill. Dozens of blazing sun guards emerged with the cold light of their lances, neatly forming a battle formation. The battle formation diffused, and dozens of people were like an iron barrel, all in one. The breath began to climb crazily, pushing towards the 5th level of the yin-yang mirror. When the great battle was about to start, in the streets in the distance, there was a young girl with a pretty appearance, leading a team of yin-yang guards dressed in fiery red armor, rushing in a flurry of wind and fire. Luo Sini held the token and angrily rebuked. The Chief Division Master's token is here. I'll see who among you dares to move. Lai Yangwei, Yen Yangwei, totaled 10 guards, and called Yang Division. The Yang Division Master was a paragon, and on equal footing with him, there were also the 9 Division Masters. Above these 10 divisions, there was also a Chief Division Master, who was none other than Luo Sini's father, the Luo family head. The people of the Blazing Sun Guards murmured, Miss Luo, he beat and killed Mr. Chen in public. Luo Sini held the Luo word token and angrily rebuked towards dozens of people from the Liang Guard. Qin Xian was ordered by the chief secretary to kill the rebel Chen Yuan. No faults but merits. Who are you guys? Dare to capture. She rushed back to Kyoto as soon as she was dug out from within the deep pit of the meteor shower. When he learns that Chen Yuan intends to target Qin Xian, he is forced by Mu Qingshue's coercion to start gathering information on Chen Yuan's past misdeeds. All the crimes, which are too numerous to mention, are now on the General Secretary's docket. Even if Qin Xian had killed Chen Yuan, he would still have been meritorious. No one can discipline, the head guard of the Liang Wei argued. He, Qin Xian, is a disciple of the Yaohe sacred ground, so what does that have to do with me? The 10 divisions of the Purple Sun? It did not matter before. Luo Sini clasped her heavy breasts with both hands, walked up to Qin Xian, and into his arms, stuffed a demon removal division chief of guards token, and sneered. However, it matters now. He is the chief of guards of the demon removal division, and this matter is directly responsible to the chief division master. And it's not your turn to ask questions about it. The people of the Blazing Sun Guard bowed their heads and shut their mouths. The current Qin Xian, whose status was higher than all of them, was still so caught? Disobedience. Those sons of the worldly families who were friends with Chen Yuan saw this and spoke out angrily. Luo Sini, don't go too far. Chen Yuan, he's already dead, and you're still planning to stiffly protect Qin Xian? In this matter, the Chen family will not settle for nothing. Luo Sini proudly tilted her snow-white neck and looked around the circle disdainfully. My father, he has already gone to the Chen family to ask for punishment. If you guys want to fight for Chen Yuan, later on, I can also start investigating to look into the wickedness you guys used to do. Gollum. Those sons of the worldly families all swallowed back a mouthful of saliva in horror. It was obvious that Luo Sini was playing for real. If they continued to threaten, this little witch from Kyoto was really daring to investigate them. Looking at the group of family kids who left in disgrace, Luo Sini scoffed. A bunch of stinky fish and shrimp, posing with your grandma in Kyoto? A pig's nose stuck in an onion. What are you pretending to be? She twisted her head and looked all over Qin Xian's body, humming delicately, just as I thought. You're a smart man. Don't look at Qin Xian's frenzy from the beginning to the end. But the one he was targeting was Chen Yuan from the beginning to the end. It's a subject with a clear case and the ability to take advantage of the situation to shoot to death. However, after hugging Auntie's thigh, not to mention a Chen Yuan, even if you had just slapped all of that group of lineage kids to death, I would still be able to protect you. Luo Sini obediently lifted herself up, taking the opportunity to shock Qin Xian, so that he will, in the future, treat her with some respect. Qin Xian wanted to laugh. Guaranteeing me a good meal before I die is more like it. It wasn't true that the Luo family had some power in the imperial capital, but to kill several sons of the world's families in a row and still want to stand up for the greater good and preserve him is pure bragging. More ants could bite an elephant to death, let alone these lineages, which were not ants, but also had saints sitting on them. Luo Sini huffed and puffed up her cheeks. Annoyed, I hate smart people like you. In front of so many people, I don't want to lose face. She reached out, clutched Qin Xian's arm, and pulled him towards the inside of the neighboring restaurant. Passing by those hilarious out-of-town clans, these worldly powerhouses all followed inside. I thought it was a rash, but I didn't realize it was a fishing expedition. Bull ***** fishing for law enforcement. It's clearly a ready-made fry. Even that token is ready-made stuffed. Climbing up to the god's capital Luo family. No wonder he dares to walk horizontally in the imperial capital. That little tower. It's also appalling. It's clearly a holy artifact. 8th level of the Avatar realm. Sitting on a holy weapon. I'm afraid that my own origin is also quite extraordinary. Luo Sini turned a deaf ear and pulled Qin Xian to the restaurant, letting the yin-yang guards keep watch outside. And while going up the stairs, she reminded, don't be paranoid. I stepped in to save you. It's all entrusted to me by someone else. If you want to be thankful, just be thankful to her. Coming to the second floor of the restaurant, she pointed at Mu Qingxue, who was lowering her head and carefully arranging her dress. It's you? Qin Xian pretended to be confused when he was trying to understand. Luo Sini's appearance was a surprise to him. However, it was also clear that the only person who could make Luo Sini make a move was Mu Qingxue. Women for the pleasure of their own appearance. Mu Qingxue finishing the hem of the skirt, the temples of the green silk, stroked to the ear, to determine that the face is flawless, only then slowly raised his head, eyes with worry, said, Qin Xian, you should not come to the imperial capital. Here mixed, the Shangguan family matter, but also involved in far-reaching. Those words of yours at the Yaoqi Holy Land have already spread, and many of the great clans of the world have become hostile to you. Chen Yuan is just the beginning. The trouble behind is endless. Qin Xian nodded his head, his gaze calm. I know all of this, and I'm grateful that you were able to step in to help. However, these consequences you're about to say have long since been weighed in my mind, so I won't bother you with worrying about them. Mu Qingxue pointed at the token in Qin Xian's arms and said helplessly, I know I can't dissuade you. You've always been like this. This token, is Sini from his father's request? With this token, you are the head of the guard of the Jin Demon Division. Even those great families will not dare to take action against you without reason. She didn't want Qin Xian to die in Kyoto, even not wanting him to get hurt. That's why he would disregard his face and beg for a life-preserving token from Luo Sini. Qin Xian weighed the token in his hand and casually tossed it to Mu Qingxue, not caring as he spoke. I helped you in the Yaoqi Holy Land. You helped me in the imperial capital. We're too clear. I don't owe the favor of this token. The merciless words were like an iron hand, rubbing the heart inside Mu Qingshue's chest cavity. Each petal, dripping blood. Mu Qingxue grasped the cold token. Her heart was as painful as a knife, and water mist filled her eyes. Are you that disgusted with me? You don't want to have any involvement with me? Qin Xian twisted his head and walked away without looking back. You're the one who told me to leave the clear snow pavilion, and you're also the one who wanted to withdraw from the marriage. You want to make a clear distinction. Then from now on, you and I will be cut off cleanly. No more involvement. Chapter 66, Abusive Husband. For a moment, chasing husband to the crematorium. Qin Xian, stop right there. Luo Xini pointed at Qin Xian's back, so furious that her breasts, which were swaying along with her, were rising and falling violently. Clearly, it was Mu Qingxue who came to his rescue, so how could he talk about it? But it was like Mu Qingxue owed him? Also, the Demon Defender's token that she had begged for with great difficulty by hugging her old man's thigh. The next person is begging for it, but when it comes to Qin Xian, he can throw it away if he wants to, and discard it as if it were his own. She doesn't want to lose face, does she? Doesn't she, the Luo family, want to lose face? Mu Qingshue's eyes were red as she grabbed Luo Xini, her heart broken and helpless. Xini, I beg you, don't make things difficult for him. He's not at fault. All of this, I did this to myself. I'm to blame. Luo Xini was so angry that she nearly fainted. Reaching out and touching Mu Qingshue's forehead, she said in annoyance, Qingxue, are you burnt out? What does this have to do with you? Qin Xian, he's your fiancé. He's already taken over your body, yet he's still flirting with Qingning. He's right. I also saw the other day, he and 10,000 Formation Peak Z-Kite, outside of Yaoshan County, in front of the flowers and under the moon, enjoying the meteor shower together. This guy is clearly a scumbag, doing things that a dog would have to piss on before seeing, and as a result, you say he's right, and you're blaming it on yourself? You did something wrong. Mu Qingxue was lost in thought with a dull gaze. Qin Xian, he and senior sister Z-Kite, are also involved? Luo Xini hated her teeth. Of course, if it wasn't for the doom poison body, Qin Xian, he couldn't even walk out of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and he still wants to come to this Violet Sun Imperial capital? If it wasn't for the doom poison body, she wouldn't have been knocked out by the boulder. If it wasn't for the poisonous body of doom, it was even more unlikely that she would have been hit with 10 incense soft tendon powder and bombarded by the meteor shower, smashing her now. As soon as she saw a stream of light in the sky with an immortal boat flying by, she wanted to dodge and avoid it, all of which had left a psychological shadow. Qingning seems to be brutal. In fact, the inner softness, just let Elder Qingxin spoiled, and there is Yifeng's secretly flirtation, only with Qin Xian as an enemy. After learning the truth, Qingning is bound to be remorseful in his heart. I don't understand senior sister Violet Iris, but the doom poison body is feared by others as if it were a tiger. Qin Xian is willing to come close, and senior sister Violet Iris naturally won't stay away. After all, Qin Xian's heart is millions of times cleaner than that kind of scum like Yifeng. Say hate? There is definitely a bit of that. More aptly, one should say jealousy. But Mu Qingxue, she didn't have any qualifications to blame Qin Xian, much less any reason to blame him. The words to let Qin Xian leave were uttered by her own mouth, and the words to denigrate Qin Xian were also word for word from her. Until the truth came out, she was desperately trying to push Qin Xian outward. He hated to break his body into pieces and avenge his death. But in reality, Qin Xian came to the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Did he have intimate contact with any other women? Apart from her, Qin Xian had no more interactions with the others. In his eyes, it's all about her, trying to find ways and means to share his bed with her. When disaster strikes, he takes on the crime of colluding with Langley with his own strength, trying to clear her name with her own death. It was herself, working against herself, constantly hurting Qin Xian, rubbing salt into his wounds, ruthlessly. Qin Xianim was planted by the Qin Wangfu framed, by the closest relatives to find ways to put to death. In his heart, there was nothing he craved more than trust and affection. At the softest moment of his heart, Qingning and Z-Kite took the opportunity to enter his heart. Is that too much? That makes sense. Qin Xian he just couldn't get half of the care and trust from her, and after he died, he let Qingning and Z-Kite take advantage of the opportunity. Luo Xini held her forehead and said bitterly, no matter what, Qin Xian, he has no idea about you now, so let's, in the future, not think about him. No. Mu Qingxue shook her head decisively, her heart tightened as she worried. I'm not Qingning, much less Z-Kite. I don't know what's in their hearts. If they, in the future, hurt Qin Xian as well, what should I do? I know what Qin Xian detests the most, and I also know what he desires the most. I'm the one who did something wrong. I'll find a way to make up for it. I will be there when he needs me most. Moreover, I don't think that Qin Xian is really so heartless. It's likely that he's aware that this trip is full of crises and is unwilling to put me in the middle of it, which is why he's keeping me away. The more she thought about it, the more likely it was. The more joyful her heart became. Even her tears became crystallized. No more. When Qin Xian first came to Qingshui Pavilion, he was able to stalk her, to guard her by her side in 100 different ways, to think about her safety and security, and to stand up and die for her. Why couldn't she go and stay now? She, Mu Qingshui, was nobler than Qin Xian? If Qin Xian could do it, why couldn't she? Trying everything she could, she would also make up for her earlier transgressions. She would try and make Qin Xian come around, back to her Mak Qing Shui. She would make Qin Xian realize that he hadn't looked at the wrong person before. Luo Sini slapped her head and rolled her eyes helplessly. It's hopeless. Daughter of Qi Luck Mak Qing Shui's favor value rises, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 8,000. Not bad, not bad. A chirography daughter with a high moral level just has ideas and knows how to CPU herself. Walking out of the restaurant and listening to the rewards arrive, Qin Xian was in a great mood. His decisiveness is nothing more than petty tactics. The main fight was a retreat for advancement, and what was wanted was to make Mu Qingshui's heart feel resentful. The whole experience once again what is called abusive husband momentary pleasure. Chase husband crematorium. Inside the desolate ancient prison town tower, Langley curiously pursued, with the character of Mu Qingshui, naturally, will not be at such a time, to draw a line with you. Instead, we'll also try to find ways to look out for your sake. The more you stop, the more she will feel that you are protecting her. But I don't understand. Why? You want to throw away that token? With the demon removal guard's token in hand, at least those with evil intentions wouldn't dare to go against Qin Xian openly. It will save a lot of trouble. The 10 divisions of the Purple Sun, in the imperial capital, still had a bit of prestige. Qin Xian returned casually and uninterestedly. It's just a bargaining chip to deepen Mu Qingshui's guilt. That token is dispensable, and in the eyes of the onlookers, I'm the chief of guards of the demon removal division. He had received the token in public, and the news had long since traveled back to the ears of those with a heart of gold. Those who scorned this identity would naturally not strike again, but the ones that don't care, even if he takes the real token out, they won't kill him for it? Bull ******** it isn't. Langley was uncertain, and said with vigilance in her heart, you are not allowed to suffer at all. Qin Xian noticed that within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langley was scribbling on a pamphlet, and curiously voiced out, what are you writing? Record your words and actions, so that you don't, in the future, get swindled. Langley was considered to have seen Qin Xian's tactics. Not only were his poisonous plans numerous, even the means of cajoling the women are layered on top of each other, and the layers are overwhelming. She was worried that in the future, she would also be counted by Qin Xian. The first to strike is the strongest, and after she fully understands Qin Xian, she will not be fooled again. Then take your time to memorize it. Qin Xian couldn't help himself. Langley was in the middle of the situation but didn't know it. While she was distracted by these trivialities, she was already trapped and curious about him. Retracting his mind, Qin Xian returned to the alleyway he was in earlier. Longchen swiftly turned back, staring at Qin Xian with a murderous aura in his eyes. He had thought that it would be difficult for Qin Xian to escape death, but he didn't want to think that this guy actually had the Luo family's background. Not only did he turn the situation into a disaster, but he also got a token from the demon defenders. However, he wasn't lost. The people that the Blazing Sun Guards couldn't kill, he, Long Chen, could kill. Shangguan Yuan, assisted by Shangguan Si, got up with difficulty, arched his hand towards Qin Xian, bowed his head in guilt and said, thank you, Mr. Qin, for saving my life. It was because of my lust for sex. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been exploited by Qin Yuan and become a sharp knife stabbing at you and the Shangguan family. Qin Xian waved his hand carelessly. Young and vigorous. Understandable. Shangguan Si entrusted his cousin to Longchen for assistance, and took the initiative to invite towards Qin Xian. Mr. Qin, originally, I was squatting here in order to persuade you to leave the imperial capital, but now it seems that it is me who is shallow in my sights. Your Excellency, you have come for the Shangguan family, for my elder brother. The family has already prepared a cup of thin wine. Father, he has been waiting for a long time. Please don't disdain, Your Excellency. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langley reminded, someone was secretly checking earlier. It should be the Shangguan family's family head. if Luo Sini hadn't intervened in the party, this Shangwan family head should have come to the rescue as well. However, after seeing some of your tactics, perhaps changed his mind and wanted to talk to you. Qin Xian came to be interested. He was curious as to how this Sacred King Realm Shangwan family head could be willing to be loyal to the Violet Sun Emperor and stay in this Violet Sun Imperial capital after suffering so much aggression. In here, there must be a hidden secret that is not known. I would like to go with MS. Shangwan. In front of Long Chen, Qin Xian held Shangwan's white and smooth little hand. Chapter 67. At night, the Shangwan household was brightly lit. A steady stream of maids, carrying delicious food, traveled through the alley. The Shangwan family's family head, a Saint King Realm powerhouse with Chinese hair on his temples, was outside the mansion, looking forward to it. Seeing Qin Xian holding his daughter's hand and walking with a smile like a spring breeze on his face, nor did he care about Long Chen's gloomy expression as if he had lost his life. He rushed forward and took Qin Xian's palm from Shangwan's hand, hands clasped tightly, so excited that tears filled his eyes. Mr. Qin, our Shangwan family, the entire clan, eagerly awaiting, and finally waited for you. I had heard from my dog son that Mr. Qin's celestial appearance, and now that I have the opportunity to see it, it's true that fame is not as good as face. Qin Xian warmly returned. Uncle Shangwan, don't be so rusty. Senior brother Shangwan, he is the chief disciple of the Thunder Prison Peak. Is the goal I've been chasing all my life? Senior brother's voice and smile are still fresh in my memory today. I've come here to seek justice for my senior brother, who doesn't know how to say polite things. When the chief disciple died, he hadn't even entered the Yaoqi Holy Land, so how could Shangwan Zhong have heard about him from his son's mouth? Of course, Qin Xian didn't care about these false scenes. After all, he didn't even know what the chief disciple looked like right now. Xian nephew, Shangwan Zhong clutched Qin Xian's palm, his body trembling. Uncle! Qin Xian's gaze flowed with a look of agitation. Shangwan Zhong hurriedly greeted Qin Xian as he entered the inner hall, enthusiastically saying, Xian nephew, quickly take a seat. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Shangwan Zhong drank several cups as if he had met an old friend. It was only until the atmosphere gradually eased that he looked expectantly at Qin Xian and asked, Xian nephew, did you come here at the behest of Holy Lord Yaoqi? Bing bing. Qin Xian, who was giving Shangwan his food, sidestepped his face and slowly shook his head. Shangwan Zhong's heart tightened. Without the authorization of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, if it was just a mere Thunder Prison Peak master, it would be as hard as heaven to save his Shangwan family from getting out of this furious wave. He added, could it be that the Thunder Prison Peak Master has joined forces with the rest of the Peak Masters to secretly protect you? Qin Xian chewed a piece of off-fire savage beef and swallowed it down, before he unhurriedly returned. Not really, this matter is far-reaching. Without anyone to vouch for me, even my grandfather, I also let him stay in seclusion at the Yaoqi Holy Land, not allowing him to come. The wine glass that Shangwan Zhong was holding in his hand had wine spilling out of his trembling palm. He calmed his inner excitement and downed the glass of wine. Looking at Qin Xian, who had come alone, he said unwillingly, the Luo family head, the chief division master of the 10 divisions of the Violet Sun, has an affinity with you, Xian nephew? Qin Xian nodded his head, then shook his head. It's just that Luo Sini owed me a favor earlier. Solve a trouble for me, repay it, and never owe me again. Long Chen slammed the table in anger and growled, Qin Xian, you're too arrogant and cocky. Long Chen, who had been listening, had long since looked at Qin Xian with displeasure. This guy, holding Xi's palm in front of him, at banquets, it was a repeated offering. Sima Zhao's heart is known to all. These intimate gestures, even he, had never tried. How not to be angry? Now that you've got a chance, how can you pass it up? He vibrated out, without any preparation. You came to the Xiang imperial capital to stir up trouble. It doesn't matter if you seek death yourself, but if you do so, it's the same as frying the entire Shangwan family in hot oil. All those great families that were already dissatisfied with the Shangwan family will be on the same side of the iron barrel because of your arrival. The Shangwan family is in a precarious position as it has been plunged into the frenzied sea of fury due to your involvement. Shangwan Zhong bowed his head helplessly. What Long Chen said was exactly what he wanted. He knew that Qin Xian had good intentions, but if it was just his strength alone, it was as hard as heaven to shake his Shangwan family, let alone those great families and the high-powered King Ning. This bright arrival of Qin Xian, coupled with his grand welcome, sat to confirm that the dissatisfaction within his Shangwan family had accumulated to a limit. Either you take this opportunity to roll over or you'll be so crushed you can't even lift your head. No other help. He Shangwan family this time, is planted. With a smile at the corner of his mouth and a tawdry look in his eyes, Qin Xian asked rhetorically. Why is it that in your Long Chen's eyes, I just came unprepared and came to die? Not to mention whether or not I have any cards. As of now, the Shangguan family has suffered from oppression. Is that not enough? It's just warm water boiling a frog. And with hindsight, by the time the Shangguan family wants to resist, it will be too late. I, an outsider, knew to step in to help when Chen Yuan bullied Shangguan Yuan, but instead you, the guard, turned a blind eye. Are you planning to wait until the butcher's knife falls on your own body before you are ready to resist? By that time, how much remaining strength does the Shangguan family have to resist again? Shangguan Si listened to the scene, her small fists clenched iron tight. She got up, indignant anger. Father, we've held back enough, but those guys, there's no intention of letting us go. Continuing to hold back will only fuel their arrogance. At first it was only the outer line of the clan that disappeared, then it was the first line, and now even Ying Shi has been taken captive. Father, if we continue like this, sooner or later, our Shangguan family will fall apart, and we will become a hound in the hands of those guys, a tool in their treasure hunt. She had, as best she could, paralyzed herself, but when the butcher's knife fell on her own sister's head, it was no longer possible to remain indifferent. That's the sister she grew up watching. It's the closest thing she has to blood. Some time ago, he also suddenly disappeared and is still nowhere to be found. How could she continue to choose to endure it when her heart was racing? Shangguan Si plucked out Long Chen with dissatisfaction, and when she looked at her father again, her eyes were already covered in watery mist. Father, I know what you're thinking. I also know why you arranged for Long Chen to serve as my guard. It's nothing more than your intention to try to get me into the Sky's Inn Sword Pavilion to preserve yourself after the Shangguan family has completely decimated. Father, have you ever wondered if your daughter would like to live alone? And have you ever thought that your daughter would like to marry this coward who only knows how to hold back? Qin Xian raised an eyebrow. You want to marry Long Chen? Shangguan Si wore a bitter smile on his face as he fiercely glared at Long Chen. It's just a deal. Those great families want to obtain the born underworld pupil, and the Sky's Inn Sword Pavilion is no exception. When Long Chen first came to the Shangguan family, he was twice as eager to her, mouthing off, calling her his fiancée. It wasn't until she slapped her a dozen times that the name calling did change. In some cases, it was shameless, calling her Si intimately. No matter how you fight, you don't change your mind. It kept her feeling diabolical inside. Qin Xian was delighted in his heart, and hurriedly spoke directly toward Shangguan Zhong. Uncle, the matter of marriage is absolutely not possible. Shangguan Zhong, as the head of the family, was under tremendous pressure, lifting his eyes and saying feebly, why? Qin Xian ignored Long Chen's gaze that could kill, word for word. In addition to the Shangguan family, born with the Mediterranean pupil, is just a legend. Those married out of the Shangguan family women, there has not been a person, gave birth to the heir of the born with the Mediterranean pupil. The outside world is rumored to be that the bloodline is not pure enough. The same is true of those great families who strike out, from the collateral line to the first line again. They also don't want to frequently imprison the Shangguan clan members, but instead think of breeding their own heirs born with underworld pupils, and as far as I know, no one has been able to do so yet. If the Shangguan family is destroyed and only Miss Shangguan is left, may I ask, when those born underworld pupilers fall, how will those families try to find ways to obtain born underworld pupilers? At that time, Miss Shangguan's bloodline will be the purest, and will be the object of everyone's fervent desire to take possession of her. Although the Sky's Inn Sword Pavilion is strong, it will be difficult to withstand the wolfish ambitions of these people, and when that time comes, Miss Shangguan will become a vessel for cultivating natural-born underworld pupils. Chapter 68 Shangguan Si protects her. Qin Xian's words could be considered murderous. When Shangguan Si heard this, he felt even more as if he was on his back. As Qin Xian said, apart from her Shangguan family, she really has never heard of any more collateral lineages that have given birth to heirs born with Mediterranean pupils. If the Shangguan family perished, she would travel alone to the Skyward Sword Pavilion. At that time, she, the first daughter of the Shangguan family with the purest bloodline, would become the only hope in the eyes of the others that a natural-born underworld pupil might be born. Who else could she rely on then? Relying on his character to only know how to be stoic. Long Chen, who was able to turn a blind eye to even her cousin's humiliation. Such cowards can't be counted on. I'm afraid that the one who will hurt her the most when she has no one to turn to will be the Skyward Sword Pavilion. Possibly, she would be reduced to a woman who was worse than even a whore of the Imperial Church Department. A human being. It would be shared by the Skyward Sword Pavilion as a tool for breeding born meddling pupils. Father, Qin Xian's words are not alarmist talk, they will actually happen. My daughter will never be willing to live alone and would rather die than give in, Shang Guanxi heartily exclaimed. Shang Guanzhong lowered his head and lowered his eyes. In deep thought, his brows furrowed. At the banquet, the atmosphere was depressing to an extreme. If the gaze could kill, Qin Xian would, at this point, have already been riddled with holes. Long Chen's chest rose and fell violently, and his mouth made a rat's nest of cackles. His right hand, hanging down between his legs, was clenched so tightly with iron that it could have crushed even the King Kong. Buzz! The purple sky was sheathed in a cold light. The cold sword blade pointed straight at Qin Xian's throat. Long Chen couldn't bear it anymore, and his killing heart was revealed. In his eye sockets, lines of blood instantly wrapped around his eyeballs as he stared at Shang Guanxi, who was blocking in front of Qin Xian, and angrily said, Shao Si, get out of the way. I'm never going to allow him to continue with his nonsense. Qin Xian will die. Daring to dishonor his true heart for Shao Si, this thief must die. Shang Guanxi tilted her white neck. Looking at the angry Long Chen in front of her, she was even more disappointed. Long Chen, you've had enough. When someone in the clan disappeared, you turned a blind eye to it, and when Yuan Di was insulted, you treated it as if you didn't see it. Now that Qin Xian has come for my Shangguan family to clear up a grievance and avenge a shame, you're fighting with swords and knives. You really do have a great temper, and such ruthlessness, Long Chen said in a heartfelt sense of injustice. That was his side of the story. I, Long Chen, am by no means the despicable and shameless person he spoke of. If someone dares to strike out at you, Shao Si, I will kill him even if I exhaust the Bijie Yellow Springs. I am the true legacy of the Pavilion Master, the next Heavens End Pavilion Master internally. At that time, if anyone dares to disrespect you, Shao Si, kill them. You don't need to worry about it at all. Qin Xian was worried that Long Chen didn't hate him enough, and the rewarded villain value wasn't enough, so he took the opportunity to arch his fire and said, It's said that you love the house, but you're the opposite. What? Are you planning to wait until the Shangguan family is withering away? And Miss Shangguan is the only one left to facilitate your capture of the heart? That's right. After all, being alone in the Skyward Sword Pavilion, I can only open my heart with you. Long Chen's sword heart was clear, and his sharp gaze was like a sharp sword, cutting even Qin Xian's clothes in silky strands. He held the violet sky, his human sword in one piece, and roared through gritted teeth. Qin Xian, shut up. Shang Guanxi quickly stepped forward and raised his hand to slap Long Chen's cheek, saying angrily, You're the one who should shut up. I think you've let Qin Xian speak your mind, and you're jumping over the wall. Long Chen covered his red and swollen cheeks and looked at Shang Guanxi with eyes full of pain. The murderous intent boiled over and eventually faded under that exquisite face. He squinted at Qin Xian, the corners of his mouth twitching violently. Killing intent that was almost dense into substance stirred in his heart. Son of Qi Long Chen's killing intent materializes, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 30,000. The son of Luck's luck value drops by 60,000 points, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 60,000. Qin Xian was satisfied, feeling that it was not in vain that he had gone through a lot of trouble to poke Long Chen straight in the heart. In his heart, he said, These sons of Qi are all a dangling temper like a powder keg. A little goes a long way. Killing is killing, it's a slap or a ding. Why do you have to front shake? Just to stand up for the greater good? Just to pretend? There's funny enough. Shang Guanzhong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stepped in to calm his anger. Long Chen, Xian nephew Qin Xian is a guest. Don't be angry. Regardless of Long Chen, Shang Guanzhong made a warm invitation to Qin Xian. In any case, virtuous nephew has a good heart, so stay here tonight. Qin Xian sternly refused. I've already searched for a place to stay. Shang Guanxi, who was ready to personally go and clean up Qin Xian's room for him, sniffed and said nervously, Qin Xian, the fact that you killed someone in Vermilion Bird Royal Street has already spread, and there are 10 divisions of the Violet Sun vouching for you, so those children of the world's families won't be able to strike out in the open again, and it's hard to guard against the dark arrows, so it would be good for you to stay in my home and have something to look out for. Qin Xian shook his head and laughed sagely. What I want is for those hiding in the shadows to show up. Isn't Miss Shangguan's sister also missing? Taking this opportunity, perhaps, I'll be able to find out Shangguan Ying's whereabouts. It's too dangerous. Shang Guanxi's heart tightened and his eyes were full of worry. That's the same as being in the midst of jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards, and I don't know what kind of strong people will show up. Shang Guanzhong was greatly shocked as he murmured, I will shelter Xian nephew in the dark. Shang Guanxi and Shang Guaning, both his favorite daughters. How could he not be anxious when his beloved daughter was missing? It's been clueless before it got sick.
now that he saw a chance to recover his beloved daughter.
He naturally would not stand idly by. Qin Xian smiled and politely refused.
I appreciate uncle's good intentions, but having a Saint King realm in attendance will make the people behind it scornful, and once the matter becomes a big deal, it will instead also cause those people to tie their hands.
With that said, he clasped his fists in determination. Farewell.
Seeing Qin Xian's back disappearing in front of the Shangwan family residence,
Shang Wansi turned back angrily and chirped out towards Long Chen.
Where did you get the face to try to kill Prince Qin? He's so dedicated to my Shangwan family that he's willing to take desperate risks, to the point of disregarding his own life. You, on the other hand, will only reveal your killing intent on absolutely safe occasions. Comparing you to Duke Qin is simply an insult to Duke Qin. Shang Wanzhong sighed quietly and muttered, it's because I underestimated this true disciple of the Yaohe Holy Land.
A heart of pure sincerity is awe-inspiring.
With his hands behind his back and what looked like a hunched waist,
he walked silently towards the inner hall. As he passed by Long Chen, his afterglow glanced at him, and there were only endless sighs.
Qin Xian, you deserve to die, destroying my reputation and causing Shaoxi to harbor hatred towards me. I can't even vent the hatred in my heart by breaking you into pieces. Long Chen clutched the violet sky sword sheath, his palm rubbing against the sheath with a humming sound.
Killing intent, still boiling. An irreparable rift has appeared in the relationship between Shang Wansi, the daughter of Qi, and Long Chen, the son of Qi,
rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 50,000.
Qin Xian, who was lying on the soft big bed of the hotel, stretched lazily and yawned.
It's time to go to sleep, and you can still receive a large amount of villainous value.
This Long Chen is really a big fat sheep, an unexpected pleasure to come to the imperial capital. Between Qin Xian's secret admiration, he instructed Langley, now that I'm a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh in the imperial capital, there are countless people who want to kill me, so keep an eye on me, and promptly alert me if there are any killers on the way.
Langley Jared.
No.
Time passes and the night deepens. When the streets were deserted again, a dark shadow silently approached the hotel where Qin Xian was. She dodged in a flash, her delicate body, in the air, traced out floating and convex lines, lightly pushed the window. Facing the moonlight, he saw the silhouette of the humanoid, and the knife in his hand, stabbed out violently. Chapter 69, An Unexpected Joy. Poof, poof, poof. Several stabs in quick succession were fatal. Scarlet Thorn lifted the thin quilt and looked at the bloodied humanoid puppet, his face showing horror, deceit. The one she stabbed was not Qin Xian, but the puppet. Realizing that this was a trap, Scarlet Thorn twisted his head and was about to leave.
Underneath the golem, a small tower with a dense flow hummed.
The boundary was instantly formed, imprisoning the space of this place. Since the small tower, Qin Xian's figure gradually emerged. He stood beside the bed and waved his hand to remove the humanoid puppet.
Cupping his chin,
he stared with interest at the female assassin in front of him wearing a nightclothes with floating curves and curiously said,
these days, when you're an assassin, your body has to be so hot?
Regardless of looks, just this figure alone was not bad compared to Shang Wansi.
Shapely and buoyant,
the manliness was accentuated by the tight nightshirt. Traitor, suffer death. When Scarlet Thorn saw Qin Xian, her beautiful eyes stared as her killing intent was revealed. The precious weapon in his hand,
in the rush of breaking through the air, slashed straight towards his neck. Dang!
Qin Xian probed out 2 fingers,
clamped the dagger, and with a single arm, snatched the dagger off and casually tossed it aside.
Raising her hand, she easily cupped Scarlet Thorn's delicate jaw and lifted her face up with force.
Laughing in a chilling voice, who sent you? Scarlet Thorn's face showed pain. How could she not have thought that her dignified yin-yang mirror cultivation would actually be this unbearable in front of Qin Xian? Already captured,
she did not have the idea of continuing to struggle, closed her beautiful eyes and angrily said, traitor, to kill or die,
as you wish, do as you wish, do not want to get any information from my mouth.
You who? A bit of a temper. It's rare to see such a dedicated killer. Qin Xian came to his senses and used his hands to undo Scarlet Thorn's nightclothes.
The black tights slipped off and the white cotton lining, exposed to the air, had an aroma that spilled out. You can see the white and deep grooves. Quite a backbone. I just don't know. How hard can you talk?
Qin Xian's palm slowly wandered away from the Scarlet Thorn's delicate body as he unhurriedly said,
tell me the whereabouts of Shang Guaning, and I can let you leave peacefully. A female assassin from the district's yin-yang mirror.
He didn't put it in his eyes at all. What's more, even if he kills the killer in front of him after finding out what happened to Shang Guaning, who will accuse him of going back on his word? He's a villain, and he can be kidnapped by morality? As long as there is no morality, no one can kidnap him.
Scarlet Thorn's body was taut, feeling Qin Xian's palm, wreaking havoc, her delicate body trembling like sifting chaff. She bit her bright red lips, her voice trembling. I don't know Shang Guanying's whereabouts, and I'm not one of those assassins arranged by those worldly families, so if you have the ability, you can kill me. Scarlet Thorn, the daughter of chance, is bursting with shame, rewarding the host with a villain value of +8,000. Question mark 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 question mark. Hearing the rewards arrive, Qin Xian's gaze was a bit dull. This female assassin in front of me was actually the daughter of Qi Luck? It shouldn't. This kind of Qi Luck's daughter would not, by definition, be in the same boat as those worldly families. How come they came to assassinate him? Qin Xian's palm exerted force, pinching the Scarlet Thorn's chin red as he said in a cold voice, "Why did you kill me?" Scarlet Thorn also did not hide her true purpose. In her beautiful eyes, her hatred was thick, and she snorted out, "You took advantage of a person's danger and killed the severely injured Langley Saint King. Everyone deserves to be executed." Qin Xian's mind probed back to the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower and stared at Langley. "Your people?" Langley's red pupils were blank. "I don't know how." She was inside the desolate ancient prison town tower watching the fun, and ended up eating melons on himself. She searched her mind and froze, not remembering the female assassin in front of her. Qin Xian held a skeptical attitude, following which he instructed the system, "Investigate the information of this female assassin for me." Scarlet Thorn, daughter of the chance, detected. Consume remaining villain value. Know the information of Scarlet Thorn. Do you know it? Qin Xian's gaze sized up the daughter of Qi Luck in front of him. Weighing the situation for a moment, he finally made a decision. Sydney. As the villain value was deducted, a cool message flowed through the mind. When Qin Xian opened his eyes again, there were a few more surprises in his gaze towards Langley. "I didn't expect that you have quite a few believers." Langley didn't lie. She indeed didn't recognize the Scarlet Thorn in front of her. In Langley's past experience, one word, kill, ran through his life. The ones who wanted to kill her, Langley killed with her hands. The one who spoke ill of her in secret, Langley killed with his hands. It was just a photo, creating a subtle friction, and Langley also made a move to kill. There were too many people who had died at the hands of Langley, and strong people abounded among them. These strong people that Langley had killed scorned life and had enemies all over the place. After being killed, the mortal enemies of these powerhouses were naturally grateful to Langley. Subliminally, they come together to form a group of assassins who kill by stealth. Scarlet Thorn, right in the middle of it. The Scarlet Thorn indirectly suffered a great favor from Langley, and after learning that Langley had been killed by him, he knew that he had come to the Xiang imperial capital, and traveled day and night, rushing to kill him. Langley hurriedly brushed aside the relationship and said, "This matter can have nothing to do with me. I don't know this killer, and I didn't move to make an enemy of you again. I have no intention of getting into it with you." Qin Xian withdraws his mind, a smile on the corner of his mouth, a tawdry look in his eyes, playfully looking up and down the Scarlet Thorn's floating figure, asking, "Langley did not intend to help you. She killed that saint. There was just a beef. Is it necessary for you to avenge her?" Scarlet Thorn's eyes were shocked. Not knowing where Qin Xian had learned of her details, he said indignantly, "If it weren't for the Langley Sage King, I wouldn't have been able to avenge my father's murder in this lifetime. You took advantage of someone's danger and caused the Langley Sage King to die. You deserve to die." Gotta attendant. Qin Xian didn't bother with any more nonsense. He had, originally, intended to kill Scarlet Thorn, but at that moment just now, it cost a huge wave of villain value to investigate the news of the Scarlet Thorn. There's a place for grievances, and there's a place for debts. This was a debt that was always going to be on Scarlet Thorn's head. It's a long night, and it's just as well to have someone to talk to about each other. Qin Xian used the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda to seal the flow of Yuan power within Scarlet Thorn. With a gentle push, the poised Scarlet Thorns fell woefully onto the bed. Qin Xian leaned down and removed the veil of the Scarlet Thorn, looking at the face in front of him that was both innocent and revealed extreme hatred. The desire for conquest, at this moment, surged to an extreme. "Stay back, don't touch me." Scarlet Thorn looked at Qin Xian, who was close at hand, and stared into his frenzied eyes, inwardly raging in fear. Qin Xian approached step by step, his smile becoming more and more evil and honorable, his palms, lightly undoing a lacing. "Stop, traitor, don't you dare touch me. If you touch me, Hidden Kill will not let you go. After exhausting the Bijie Yellow Springs, Hidden Killing are bound to break you into pieces. Get off me. I'll kill you." Scarlet Thorn roared hysterically and struggled frantically.
Her petite body trembled and her anger surged.
Dash. When the struggle was at its most violent, suddenly an unprecedented stabbing pain spread all over his body. The Scarlet Thorns, who were raging, tensed up, their eyes choked, and their heads subconsciously tilted back. The entire person nearly fainted in pain. Chapter 70, The Beauty of the Scarlet Thorn. Scarlet Thorn had never experienced anything like it. Just feel like riding a flatboat, in the midst of the wild sea waves, with the huge waves bumps, violent up and down, the slightest carelessness, at any time may be dumped in it. I don't know how long had passed, but Scarlet Thorn gradually came back to his senses from that kind of confusion and fear. At this point, she had gone from slumping on the bed in a sorry state to slumping passively in front of the brass mirror of her dresser. She looked up and could see the red cloud of shame that was present. Can't see straight. She turned back in shame, her shell teeth nearly crunching in hatred. Tried to struggle, but with both arms in handles, there was nothing to be done. Get off me, Qin Xian. You deserve to die. Isn't it enough that you've bullied me until now? Scarlet Thorn just wanted to end this humiliating experience sooner rather than later. I would rather die than, again, endure this endless bullying.
Qin Xian snorted in exuberant spirit. You're all set to kill me, so how can it be enough to teach you a lesson that's rightfully yours? Do you think that you are still qualified to negotiate in front of me? Scarlet Thorn was remorseful in his heart. Had she known this, she would not have come alone. Not only did she not avenge Langley, but she also hitched herself. It made her so miserable that she wanted to die. Seeing Scarlet Thorn's pained expression, Qin Xian kindly retrieved the goal of staying alive for her and said, for the sake of your cleanliness, I'll give you a chance. I'll count from 1 to 5 and let you go. How about it? The Scarlet Thorns hated Qin Xian so much that they couldn't wait to break him into pieces. So where would they be willing to make a deal with him? But in the current situation, she had lost all the yuan power in her body, as if she was a lamb to be slaughtered. Couldn't do anything to resist at all. One could only suppress the anger inside, clench his teeth, and from his nose, let out a word. Qin Xian coughed, playful. 1 2 3 4. Scarlet Thorn couldn't stand the anger. You're playing me. Fine. I'll recount it then, okay? Qin Xian didn't get angry and continued counting. 1 to 2, 3 to 4. Scarlet Thorn's body was taut, and her delicate face, suffocated red. If you are unwilling to let me go, then let's call it quits. Why are you playing with me for no reason? Her sandalwood mouth opened slightly and she exhaled, her voice trembling. Can't you count faster? Qin Xian nodded his head and shouted the slogan regularly. 1234, 2234, 3234, 4234. Good job. One more time. Qin Xian, you traitor. You shall not die. I'll fight you. Scarlet Thorn was in so much pain that he almost wanted to vomit blood. The little bit of hope that she had managed to find was, in the end, Qin Xian's teasing. This torture is tantamount to a heart attack. Her body exploded with trembling, and her emotions stirred to an extreme as she cried out in sorrow, the gaze filled with intense hatred. At this moment, abruptly became dull. Even the movement stopped. It's like losing control of your body and soul. Taking down Scarlet Thorn, the daughter of chance, rewards the host with a villain value of plus 400,000. Qin Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as if relieved, feeling the unprecedented abundance of yuan power in his body. The moment the rewards arrived, his realm broke through from the 8th level of the Avatar realm, all the way to the Yin-Yang mirror. The medicinal effects of the Yin-Yang Nirvana Dan were all absorbed, breaking through to the Yin-Yang mirror, and also accidentally obtaining a huge amount of 400,000 villainous value. This Scarlet Thorn, it's really an unexpected blessing. Not only did it make up for the loss, but it also gave a large amount of interest. Qin Xian muttered, it's not a bad wave. Steady money. He twisted his head, slapped Scarlet Thorn on her rounded arse, and impatiently prodded, how much longer are you going to sleep? Ready to spend the night here? The exhausted Scarlet Thorn, at this moment, even raising his hand, became a problem. She wanted to kill Qin Xian, but she couldn't even clutch a treasure weapon. If you don't kill me, you'll regret it sooner or later. Scarlet Thorn gritted his teeth, already seeking death. Qin Xian absently pinched Scarlet Thorn's chest and sneered, you think I'll regret it? Believe it or not, after you go out this door, you'll come back begging for me to pamper you? Scarlet Thorn bit her red lips dripping blood. I'd rather die than let you touch a finger of mine again. So confident? Qin Xian was unimpressed, pointing to the door. Then let's ride a donkey and see. Just wait and see. Scarlet Thorn grunted coldly, bracing himself for exhaustion and changing his clothes. Striding towards the door,
but the distance of 2 feet made her feel as if she was carrying a heavy mountain, hard to reach. She could feel her calves trembling. The pain that tore at her heart intensified as she stepped away. Not knowing how long the delay would be, she turned around and turned back when she had crossed the threshold. With a spiteful gaze, gazing at Qin Xian's playful smile, he clenched his teeth, as if making a grand wish and said, "Qin Xian, you'll regret it. Sooner or later, you'll die in my hands." Qin Xian waved his hand in disgust. "Got it." When the Scarlet Thorns left, Langley of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower unexpectedly said, "This is not your character. Actually really letting her go?" In her opinion, Qin Xian's killing heart was no weaker than hers. Once there is hostility, it is never possible to keep your hands off. This Scarlet Thorn clearly had the death wish of burning with a stone. But Qin Xian actually let her go? "You're not going to take pity on me, are you?" Langley pursued with some surprise. Qin Xian rolled his eyes carelessly. "You're overthinking it. This Scarlet Thorn, indeed, looked like a flower, with a delicate and icy body. It's the polar opposite of those big stars and beautiful women on Earth." Even so what? As far as Qin Xian knew now, there were no less than a handful of daughters of Qi that could compete with the Scarlet Thorn. The next one is better behaved. Langley was puzzled. "Then why did you let her go?" Qin Xian stretched out his palm, and in the center of his palm, there was a token engraved with the word "hidden killing." Langley's mind moved, and he immediately spoke out. "Are you planning to plant what you're about to do on her, so that she'll be wanted, and then come back to beg for your help?" Qin Xian shook his head. Scarlet Thorn was the daughter of Qiluk, and he probably had some grasp of her temperament. Even if he was at the end of his rope, he would never come begging for himself. Moreover, Scarlet Thorn's Qi was thick, so even if he was wanted, it would be difficult to be captured. The one he was going to target was not Scarlet Thorn since the beginning. Rather, it was those other people from the Hidden Kills who had already infiltrated the Xiang imperial capital. The Scarlet Thorns can disregard their own lives, but they will not take the lives of their companions in vain. Qin Xian looked at the darkening sky outside the window. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Being in the midst of the crisis-ridden Xiang imperial capital, the spirit is always tense, and a seasoning is also needed to neutralize and relax. Besides, while we have this opportunity, we can also go and contact the 2 girls, Mu Qingxue. What he was going to do was to coupling up with Mu Qingxue, keep that subtle vibe and pull of being disconnected. After the tavern's decisive break, it was only right to pull back some more. Of course, the top priority at the moment is still the Shangwan family. Qin Xian looked out of the window, his mind growing more and more cheerful. The moon is dark, the wind is high, and it's a murderous night. Chapter 71, Childish Lolita Shangwaning, Xiang Imperial Capital, Outer City. Inside an extravagant mansion, Shangwaning, wearing a light pink jacket, her powdered doll face was filled with panic. Scowling and scooting her little butt, she sat down in the corner, clasped her hands around her grosgrain-wrapped legs, buried her head in her knees, and sobbed helplessly. "Please, don't come over here, don't touch me." Tears wet the jacket. That delicate and lovely appearance fell in the eyes of the Sun family's great young man, and his heart became more and more enraged. It's said that the 2 Shangwan family sisters, with their stunningly beautiful looks, are indistinguishable from each other. The Sun family's eldest young man cupped his chin, greedily sizing up Shangwaning instead. "But in my eyes, this younger sister of yours is far more beautiful than that older sister of yours." The vast majority of the beautiful women he had seen before were quite mature, to be more dignified and graceful. Like Shangwaning, at a young age, her body is extraordinarily delicate. The key, with a childish baby face, a different kind of beauty that he couldn't stop wanting to possess. When Shangwaning heard these words, the trembling of her petite body intensified, and she lost her voice and choked. Her frightened throat seemed to be pinched by a big invisible hand, and she couldn't even speak. The Sun family's eldest young man sighed in disappointment. "It's just a pity that the innate underworld pupil. It's said that you have to keep your physique pure in order to be able to evolve and predict the probability of good and bad fortune the stronger it is." This young man entered the Dragon's Blood mystic realm this time. His strength can only be considered medium. Encountering some deadly situations, it's hard to have a chance of survival. "My life, but it's still in the hands of you, the natural-born underworld pupil. If not, tonight I have to taste your childish tits." He's horny, yes, but he won't gamble with his life. The stronger Shangwan Ying's ability to predict good and bad fortune, the greater the probability that he would receive a chance within the Dragon's Blood mysteries. It's not too late to eat Shangwaning later. Fearful Shangwaning raised her eyes, and in her big clear eyes, the watery piece, her eyes have been red and swollen from crying.
she braced herself and spoke out. I'll try my best to find a chance for you, and when we leave the Dragon's Blood mystic realm, can you let me go? I promise I won't tell anyone that you kidnapped me. The Sun family's eldest son snorted. Even if I don't release you, what can the Shangguan family do to me? He stared at Shangguan Ying's powdered dull face. His greed intensified. Your pitiful look of watering tears is too much for people to control. The dog's leg on the side reminded in a low voice. Young son, it's said that those born with underworld pupils must keep their bodies pure, but even if you slightly utilize her to let off some fire, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? As long as you don't break her body, it's not a done deal. The Sun family's great young man's eyes lit up and he slapped the dog's leg on the face. You guy, you deserve a reward. He made a look. Inside the mansion, those guards who were on the alert were all dispersing as much as they could with understanding in their hearts. In the entire inner hall, only the Sun family's eldest son and Shangguan Ying remained. Staring at the Shangguan Ying in front of him, the Sun family's great young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly approached, saying with a fierce smile, "Little beauty, don't worry, I won't treat you badly. As long as you obey me, I will also help you break through the realm with the opportunities you get in the future. Not only will I not hurt you, but I might even release you, and even go to the Shangguan family to propose marriage, and marry you explicitly, so that you can be my rightful wife." Shangguan Ying shook her head in fear, very resistant. "No, I don't want to marry you. Don't come over here, don't touch me." She had tried hard to convince herself not to anger the Sun Hongba in front of her, but as long as she raised her eyes and saw Sun Hongba's unimpressive face, in her heart, she couldn't help but feel nauseous, scared and disgusted. The corner of Sun Hongba's mouth twitched, unhappy with Shangguan Ying's disgusted gaze. "Since you don't know how to be nice, don't blame me for being unforgiving." He went up and grabbed Shangguan Ying's full breasts. Shangguan Ying ducked and grabbed it. Imprisonment. Sun Hongba raised his hand and imprisoned this mansion with yuan power. Shangguan Ying, who was in the middle of it, could not move as if she had been cast in a fixation spell. She wanted to cry. I thought that I would be able to get away with it, as long as she was within the Dragon's Blood mystery and contacted her sister, or the rest of the Shangguan family. There was no way she could still have a chance of escaping. But now, under the urging of that Sun family's guards, Sun Hongba had an evil heart and wanted to forcefully possess her, even if, without breaking her innocence. It is different from defilement. What is the difference? Even if, afterward, she could escape the hands of the Sun family, she would not be clean. In the future, it was even more shameful to her future husband. Dad, sister, where are you guys? I'm so scared. Come and help me. Shangguan Ying lost her voice in sorrow. Sun Hongba became more and more agitated, staring at Shangguan Ying's trembling chest peaks, exuberantly saying, "Scream, scream as hard as you can. This is the outer city. Even if you scream your throat out, no one can save you. The more you scream in pain, the more excited I get." Saying that, he stretched out his big hand and grabbed Shangguan Ying's breast peak straightly. Just when Shangguan Ying was so grief-stricken that she wanted to kill herself on the spot, a wind blade came swiftly. Pust. The wind blade was like a knife, easily entering the flesh. Half of Sun Hongba's right arm snapped and crashed to the ground. Blood gushed wildly and pain ensued as Sun Hongba roared in horror. "Guards, where have all the guards died?" Boom! The gate of the mansion was slammed open from the outside. The corpses of the dozens of Sun family guards, all smashed to the ground, lifeless, too dead to die. Qin Xian walked in grandly, wearing a smile like a spring breeze. "Sun Hongba, you really have a lot of guts. A clear sky, an important part of the imperial capital. How dare you kidnap the daughter of the Shangguan family?" Sun Hongba's eyes showed shock. "It's you!" He knew Qin Xian, and he also knew about the death of Chen Yuan by his hand in Vermilion Bird Royal Street today, but he would never have dreamed that in just one night, Qin Xian would be able to find this place. You have to know that the kidnapping plan against Shangguan Ying was closely calculated. The traces are cleaned up. Even the Shangguan family head was kept in the dark until now. I don't know where Shangguan Ying is. Where did Qin Xian learn the news? He calmed himself down as much as he could, stopping the blood gushing wildly from his broken arm. Staring at Qin Xian, his voice gradually slowing down as he said, "Those who want to target the Shangguan family are not the only ones from my Sun family. You will not be able to gain any benefits by standing up for the Shangguan family. You will only be killed. As long as you stop in time, I promise to take over for you with the other clans and turn it into something else. Even this superb little beauty in front of me, I am willing to share with you." With that said, he pointed at Shangguan Ying, an extremely talented young girl, with the intention of swaying Qin Xian's heart with the beauty trick. Qin Xian glanced at Shangguan Ying faintly, slightly surprised. The vast majority of those women of Qi he had seen
were all cool imperial sisters, with their own distinctive looks. This Shang Guaning was different, with a delicate, powdered face, and a lovely doll's face, as if water could emerge from a pinch. Under this childish face, Shang Guaning has a proud chest that is slightly inferior to even Mu Qingxue. Among the beauties that Qin Xian currently knew, only Luo Xini was able to compete with him. Lori, childish Lori, absolutely superb, indeed a beauty. Qin Xian nodded his head nonchalantly as an assessment. His gaze shifted to Sun Hongba, a smile on the corner of his mouth as he said, "Even if I kill you, isn't this little beauty, as usual, mine? Why should I share it with you? I don't have that special fetish of yours." Stalling for time succeeded. Sun Hongba sneered out, "You fell for it." The words had just fallen, and within the mansion, a magnificent vastness of greatness shook out. A Saint Realm powerhouse stepped out from the shattered void. Shang Guaning is Shang Guanzhong's favorite daughter. Since the Sun family dares to tie her up, how can they not have a backhand? This saint had been hiding in the shadows, only waiting for the situation to become critical. He would bring Shang Guaning to escape from the void passageway he had chiseled in advance. At this time, this saint had no intention of leaving. A yin-yang mirror, even if he was holding a holy weapon, would never be his match. With a saint to back him up, Sun Hongba changed his soft demeanor and spoke out in shock and anger. "Qin Xian, you're too arrogant to come to the imperial capital's heavy ground alone. You, yin-yang mirror, even if you hold a holy weapon, you're still an ant in the eyes of a saint. Today, I will behead you and imprison your divine soul. I will let you witness that even if I throw your head into the Shangwan family, no one will stand up for you. You're just selling yourself short." Sun Hongba twisted his head to look at the Sun clan's confessor and urged, "Senior, make your move." The saintly offerings of the Sun family raised their hands like gigantic palms in the sky, grasping at Qin Xian's fleshly body from all directions. In that pitch-black giant palm, when it was about to close, a cold chiding voice sounded from within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. "A mere late-stage saint, also dare to show off in front of this seat. It's you? You're not dead." The Sun clan's confessor was struck by lightning and spoke out in horror. This voice, he was too familiar with, so familiar that for countless days and nights, it was difficult to sleep. "I let you escape in the first place, but today, don't even think about running again." Long Li's voice was cold. From the top of Qin Xian's head, grains of ice crystals surfaced, the blue-colored ice crystals. The moment they appeared, even the space seemed to freeze. The space became transparent and fragile, as if it would shatter at the touch. Whoosh, 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 a path of ice crystals, like swift meteors, headed toward the saint of the Sun family. Swiftly, easily, it passed through the body that even a holy weapon could hardly shake. The Sun clan sage, looking down in horror at his body with thousands of holes, muttered incredulously, "Impossible, how could you be so strong?" Ka-ching ching, the last words drifted away with the wind, and the torso of this late saint provider, who had been honored by the Sun family as a guest, was like ice, splitting apart and smashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. As the breeze brushed by, these ice crystals turned into green smoke and disappeared. Not even the dregs are left. Gollum! Sun Hongba swallowed a mouthful of saliva backward in shock, and with a thud, he fell on his knees, kowtowing as if pounding garlic towards Qin Xian's place. "Mr. Qin, I know I'm wrong, you're a generous man. Spare my little life. I'm willing to be an ox for you. You're so weak, you don't even deserve to work for me." Qin Xian stepped forward and picked up Sun Hongba as easily as he would a child. Sun Hongba's face was suffocatingly red as he said in shock, "I know the whereabouts of the other Shangguan clan members. I'm willing to defect to you. I'll tell you everything I know, kill you, and the memories inside your head are still known to me." Qin Xian's Yuan power probed into Sun Hongba's mind, directly unfolding the iron-blooded and ruthless soul-searching technique. After 10 breaths, his palm slightly exerted force and directly broke Sun Hongba's neck, tossing it aside in disgust, and commanded to Langley, "Erase all traces of this place." Ice crystals slowly emerged, covering all the corpses on the ground with a layer of crystals. With a slight tremor, all the corpses, including Sun Hongba, along with their souls, were cleaned up together. Chapter 72, Love at First Sight. Langley was originally elated that under the medicinal effect of the condensing saint pill, her soul had broken through the Saint King realm, and she was able to instantly kill even late-stage saints. But Qin Xian's cold command pulled her back to reality. She was different from before. After all, now, it was already a parasite, and had to follow Qin Xian's instructions. She didn't regenerate her rebellious heart, but instead invited credit. "I killed a late saint for you this time, so in the future, if you have any pills for soul condensation, you have to give them to me." Qin Xian hummed. Remember to erase the traces of our strikes. I don't want any traces to be found out. Only after he said that did he withdraw his mind and surveyed the imprisoned Shang Guaning. Without waiting for him to say anything, this little lowly, who had been imprisoned for a long time, swooped towards him like a swallow in her arms. Without a care in the world, she slammed right into his arms, wrapping her arms hard around his tiger's waist, squeezing herself, as best she could, into his arms. Qin Xian looked down rather unexpectedly, looking at Shang Guaning who was hugging herself hard, gazing at that shape-shifting chest peak for a few more seconds, and curiously said, "What are you doing? Aren't you afraid that I will act like Sun Hongba and take action against you?" Shang Guaning raised her eyes. Her eyes were still red. She shook her head vigorously, bit her lip, and said, "Not afraid. I know that Mr. Qin is not that kind of person. I heard them earlier, saying that you, Mr. Qin, have come to avenge my brother's death. You are a great hero, a great man of the world. You could never be like Sun Hongba." In her big watery eyes, Qin Xian's handsome face seemed as if it had been inculcated with holy power. It was so holy, magnificent and unadulterated. With Sun Hongba's stream, the difference between clouds and mud. What young girl isn't pregnant? Although Shang Guaning was young, she had fantasized about her future husband countless times. It was a vague outline, indefinable, indescribable, impossible to depict. But the moment Qin Xian showed up, the husband Shang Guaning had fantasized about in her mind became a reality. Mr. Qin, her future husband. It's her future husband. Not to mention that Qin Xian wouldn't take advantage of the opportunity to defile her. Even if Qin Xian did do so, she wouldn't resist. From the moment Qin Xian saved her from the tiger's mouth, she Shang Guaning identified Qin Xian. She could only be Qin Xian's woman for the rest of her life. Qin Gongzi. Shang Guaning wanted to speak but stopped, watery big eyes, eyeballs staring at Qin Xian. After a long time, only to boldly inquired, "Are you married?" Qin Xian shook his head as he felt something was not quite right. "Not yet." Shang Guanying's eyes were happy, and she eagerly said, "Then how about I marry you in the future? I'll be your maiden. I'll give you children. I'll do your laundry. You're so good looking, and when we have children, they'll be good looking too." Qin Xian slapped his forehead and said in his heart, "This little lowly is really not right." When he first started, he felt that Shang Guaning was looking at him a bit strangely. With a little conversation, it's almost certain, this Shang Guaning was a heavy face controller, plus a middle-aged bipolar patient. On other occasions when a hero saves a woman's life, the most that can be said is, the little woman has nothing to offer but to give her body in return. When it comes to Shang Guaning here, even what the child looks like, have thought about it in advance. Looking at the child-faced lowly in front of him, Qin Xian felt that this dull face, put aside in his previous life, at most, but the level of junior high school. Of course, Shang Guanying's age was not underage. She was a real legal lowly. She just looked extraordinarily juvenile. Plus, when Shang Guaning was young, the Shangguan family had already suffered a tragic blow and lost power in the imperial capital. Shang Guanzhong was extraordinarily doting on this daughter, worrying that she would be bullied and extremely well protected. As a result, she had very little contact with the outside world and could only hide in her boudoir, reading those little books and talking books. It's what allows it to develop this somewhat sick personality. Qin Xian clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly, not feeling that this morbid personality was a bad thing. Instead, it was a great thing for him. He lowered his head, his face wearing a smile like a spring breeze as he stared at Shang Guaning. "You haven't gotten out of the tiger's mouth yet, so you're not afraid?" Shang Guaning held Qin Xian's palm tightly and shook her head as if she was shaking a rattle. "Fear not. With Mr. Qin, I'm not afraid to go anywhere." Staying with Qin Xian made her feel extraordinarily secure. Even when you are in danger, you can still be happy. If you can't live in the same hole, you should die in the same bed. The corner of Qin Xian's mouth lifted slightly, and he purposely reminded without slowing down, "You don't have any accompanying guards around you? How could you let Sun Hongba kidnap you?" Shang Guaning deflated her small mouth in aggravation. "I fell into a trap and got lost with the guards who were secretly accompanying me, and that's why I let the Sun family's people take me captive." Qin Xian emphasized, "I'm talking about personal guards, the Heaven's End Sword Pavilion true tradition kind." Shang Guaning raised her powdered dull face, her big eyes full of confusion. "What is the Sky's End Sword Pavilion?" Qin Xian waved his hand. "It's nothing. There are some things that can be said just by pointing them out, and saying more than that makes them seem like they're trying to make a point." He held Shang Guanying's smooth and tender little hand and headed out of the mansion, turning his head and inquiring, "Let me send you back to the Shangguan family first. I still have things to do later."
Shang Waning subconsciously clutched Qin Xian's palm and said unwillingly,
Mr. Qin, where are you going? From Sun Hongba,
I learned the whereabouts of some other Shangguan family clansmen, so I'll take advantage of the night to rescue them together, so as not to frighten the snakes.
Shang Wanying's small hand was still clenched tightly,
but her voice was much weaker. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Qin Xian, and said in a jarred voice,
Mr. Qin, can I go with you?
She also knew that her cultivation level was low and she couldn't help and would only be a drag, but the thought of leaving Qin Xian scared her to death in her heart. It was as if Sun Hongba's face, again, was approaching her, so that she did not dare to think about it. The only way to give her some sense of security was to stay by Qin Xian's side. Qin Xian hesitated for a long time, and in Shang Wanying's unwilling gaze, he gritted his teeth and said, Then I'll take you with me.
What's the harm? Shang Wanying's lost teardrops
were about to slide down. Suddenly heard Qin Xian's affirmative words. In her big eyes, the loss turned to surprise, and she cried with joy. She stood on her tiptoes and, like a dragonfly pointing at the water,
kissed Qin Xian on the cheek, then lowered her head.
Her face reddened to the root of her ears, and muttered in a glutinous manner,
Mr. Qin, you treat me so well.
The daughter of Qi Fortune,
Shang Wanying's favor has risen,
rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 10,000. The favorability of Shang Waning, the daughter of Qi Luck, continues to rise, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 20,000. The daughter of Qi Fortune,
Shang Waning,
is flooded with love, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 50,000.
Hearing the sound of rewards arriving,
Qin Xian's heart burst with ecstasy. Learning about Shang Wanying's whereabouts from the system cost 100,000 points of villain value.
In this moment alone, Shang Waning had already retrieved
80,000 points for him.
This is just the beginning. The real big reward is yet to come. Let's not talk about getting your money back. This time, the hero saved the day, and it's just a great deal of money.
Explosive earnings are not lost. Before leaving, Qin Xian casually threw the hidden killings token into the mansion, and then softly said to Shang Waning, Hold me tight. Obviously he could place Shang Waning inside the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower. He preferred not to, and had to stop and princess hug. Soft jade in his arms, the cool night breeze swept by. The silky scent of a young girl's body was so refreshing and fluffy. Shang Waning suddenly felt her waist. There was an object cackling with panic. She raised her eyes, stared at Qin Xian in confusion, and curiously said, Mr. Qin, have you hidden any hidden weapons in your waist? Chapter 73, A serious case in the imperial capital. The Shangguan family at risk. Qin Xian raised his speed, pretended to be confused, lowered his head, and said with a smile like a spring breeze on his face, What did you say? Shang Waning shrank her small head and snuggled into his arms, her head shaking like a rattle as she stammered. No, it's nothing. As long as I can stay in Mr. Qin's arms, there's no harm in clucking a little. Qin Xian stopped speaking and took Shang Waning with him as they ran together to the place of imprisonment set up by the children of the worldly families in the outer city. The dark of the moon, the night of the murder. Qin Xian unleashed a bloody slaughter. All the sons of the lineage who were involved in the imprisonment of the Shangguan clan, without exception, were all hanged. Even if these families had some backhanders, they couldn't make any waves in front of Langley. The entire imperial capital, on this night, had become unusually lively. The 10 divisions of the Purple Sun, functioning like mad, only saw a team of guards in morose armor, their fury rushing to the heavens as they traversed all corners of the outer city. Let the civilians who are awakened, sleepless and shivering at night. Next day, Shangwan's house, inner sanctum. Longchen pointed at the door and said angrily, Shao Si, you've seen it, that Qin Xian is a madman. Where is he rescuing the imprisoned clansmen of the Shangguan clan? It's clearly to fulfill his own murderous desires. In one night, more than a handful of lineages, including Sun, Han, and Wang, were all tragically killed. This matter has become so thoroughly heated that even the 10 divisions of the Purple Sun have been mobilized, and it's even rumored that there are powerful people from the lineage of the Sacred Healer, who are supervising the case. Now that Qin Xian's Hidden Killers organization, more than dozens of people have been arrested. Do you think these people can keep their mouths shut all the time? It won't take long for Qin Xian to be confessed, and then even the Shangguan family will suffer. After last night, there was nothing more lively today in the Xiang imperial capital than the massacre of Sun Hongba and the other children of the world's families. It's a big deal for the whole imperial capital. It was rumored that the incident was the work of an assassin organization known as Hidden Kill, but Long Chen knew, and the Shangguan family also knew in their hearts, that the hidden killings were bound to be related to Qin Xian.
How in heaven's name can there be such a coincidence?
Qin Xian had just said perkily that he would rescue Shang Guaning,
and that night, the Hidden Killers organization started slaughtering the children of the world's families?
It is clear that Qin Xian did not find Shang Guanying's location,
killing and forcing confessions. Shang Guanxi clenched her small fists, her pretty face filled with anger as she glared at Long Chen. Annoyed, what do you mean?
To make my Shangguan family go and provide clues to Qin Xian at this time for self-preservation,
Long Chen said in a deep voice.
This is the best way to clear the air.
If not, wait until the matter is investigated. Not only will the Shangguan family suffer,
but even those sons of the lineage who kidnapped Shang Guaning will become more and more rampant and run amok without the restraints of the Shangguan family. Long Chen laughed coldly in his heart. He had originally thought that Qin Xian was capable of anything. Today it seems to be nothing more than a hot-headed,
arrogant man. Slaughtering the children of the world's families in the imperial capital is simply a waste of the imperial capital's majesty.
Now that the 10 divisions of the Purple Sun had a powerful person from the lineage of sacred healers overseeing the case,
Luo Cini couldn't take refuge even if she wanted to.
It wouldn't take long for Qin Xian to be arrested by the 10 divisions of the Purple Sun.
In his heart now,
his anger towards Qin Xian subsided a lot,
and instead,
a little bit of gratitude also rose up. It was Qin Xian's arrogance that sat in the correctness of his earlier stoicism.
In this way, it was able to make Shang Guanxi think according to his ideas, speed up the process of him marrying Shang Guanxi. Long Chen reminded in a cold voice, once the Shangguan family completely collapses, not only those natural-born meditation pupils in the clan, even Shang Guanxi will be pulled out into the open and become the hounds of those lineage children in search of treasure. Shang Guanxi became furious.
The pressure on her corset within her jacket suddenly increased as she rebuked Long Chen.
You've had enough. No matter what Qin Xian is for my Shangguan family, he is an enemy of those families. Our Shangguan family can't be enmity no matter what. Shangguan Zhong, who had been brooding, sighed quietly at this moment.
He raised his cloudy eyes, and several more Chinese hairs appeared on his temples,
looked at Shang Guanxi, and softly said, Shao Si,
you don't need to worry about the affairs of the imperial capital. Later you will join Long Chen and head to the Sky's Edge Sword Pavilion to take shelter from the wind.
Shang Guanxi spoke out anxiously.
Father, we can't listen to Long Chen's one-sided words and do something that would be avenge a favor.
Shang Guanzhong raised his hand to stop it. These old bones of mine, even if I fall, I won't be able to fight back. There is no need to endure anymore. If the Shangguan family was unable to return to heaven,
and he spelled out this old life, he would also make those great families
pay the price. Long Chen frowned and kindly reminded. In fact,
things haven't reached the point of breaking the boat at all.
From the beginning to the end,
it's all wishful thinking on Qin Xian's part, and by simply handing him over to the 10 divisions of the Violet Sun,
the Shangguan family will be able to pass through this calamity unharmed. As soon as the words fell, outside the Shangguan family's inner sanctum, a childish, angry voice rang out. Traitor, evil thief, rebel, Shang Guanzhong. Shang Guanxi turned back in horror at the sound, only to see Shang Guaning,
who had disappeared for several days, stepping away from the threshold with anger on her dull face.
Pointing his finger at Long Chen, he shouted angrily, Where did you come from?
By what right do you stay in my Shangguan family?
Mr. Qin,
he nearly lost his life in the tiger's mouth to save us,
and then you're actually in my house, encouraging my father and sister to turn Mr. Qin in?
The wolves are evil for the sake of evil. Never before have I seen such a brazen person like you. Shang Guanxi's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She scrambled forward, holding her sister's white delicate body, all over, carefully surveyed, to make sure that there was no damage, which was lost in thought.
Ying, how did you come back? Shang Guaning glared viciously at Long Chen for several times. As soon as she got home,
she heard a stranger
saying bad things about Mr. Qin. How could she not be angry when she was going to denounce her future husband?
Retracting her gaze,
Shang Guaning looked at her father and sister, who were filled with anxiety,
and grunted in exasperation.
Naturally,
it was eunuch Qin who risked his life to save me from the Sun family's son Hanba.
Shang Guanxi said in horror. Where is Mr. Qin?
Could it be that he was arrested by the 10 divisions of the Purple Sun?
That's not true. Shang Guaning shook her head,
proudly puffing out her chest peak, saying, Duke Qin, he's a great hero, a great man of the world. How could he possibly be captured by those imperial courthawks and dogs?
Following Shang Guanying's gaze, Shang Guanzhong and Shang Guanxi,
with astonished faces, witnessed Qin Xian leading a group of clansmen of the Shangguan clan, who had been missing for days,
towards the inner hall. Shocker, staggering, suffocation. Even Shang Guanzhong, a saint king, was shocked by the scene before him. His hallowed Saint King realm couldn't even find a trace to identify the clan, and Qin Xian, a faraway outsider, had actually recovered more than a handful of clansmen for the Shangguan family in one night. This ability was far beyond his imagination. Not only did he fulfill his promise to find his daughter for him, but he also found most of the other clansmen. When Shangguan Ying saw Qin Xian, she flung herself into his arms as if she were a swallow, pointing her finger in Long Chen's direction, and said in a sticky voice, "Mr. Qin, that person is a bad guy. He is not a member of our Shangguan family. Our Shangguan family. There is absolutely no way that we will be gracious enough to betray you." Qin Xian smilingly rubbed Shangguan Ying's little head, greeting Long Chen's resentful gaze. With a smile like a spring breeze on his face, he flirted, "I heard that you, a true disciple of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion, are going to go to the 10 divisions of the Violet Sun and denounce me?" Chapter 74, Game of Thrones. Even Qin Xian hadn't expected that Long Chen, the son of Qi, would be so impatient in nature. Listening to the wind is rain. Start popping champagne at halftime before you get any semblance of reliable information. Not only did he accuse him of massacring indiscriminately, but he also went to the officials to denounce him. Isn't that pure and simple, putting your face up for him to hit? Qin Xian frankly said bluntly, "The person is indeed saved by me. The son of the world family is also killed by me. If you want to go to denounce, go yourself. Is no need to encourage the Shangguan family." The corner of Long Chen's mouth twitched slightly as his gaze swept over Shangguan Ying and the group of returning Shangguan clan members. His hands, which were behind his back, were squeezed to the point where his bones rattled under the tremendous force. He held back his anger and said in a deep voice, "Even if you are doing this to save people, there is no need to be so hasty and make a big deal out of it. Not only did you kill Sun Hongba, but you didn't even spare any of the other sons of the lineage. This has touched the bottom line of those great families, and this matter will definitely not end well." Shangguan Ying clenched her small fists in exasperation and spoke out in annoyance. "What do you know? Indiscriminately, you're here to say that Duke Qin is wrong. If it wasn't for Mr. Qin's timely arrival, I would have let that ugly Sun Hongba bully me, and these clansmen, miserably bullied, every day in tears. According to you, we have to continue to be kidnapped for a few more days, is it? We have to wait until you are well prepared, then do the rescue?" Shangguan Si looked at Long Chen with disgust in any way. In front of her, this guy dared to say that Duke Qin was wrong. It's simply standing around. If you're capable, you'll save our Shangguan clan members. You don't have that ability. Now that Prince Qin has saved us peacefully, you'll just watch quietly from the sidelines. But you don't do anything, and you're still here accusing up Prince Qin's faults. Where did you get the face? Shangguan Ying spoke with a somewhat dry mouth, and hatefully plucked out Long Chen several times. Shangguan Zhong's eyes were almost ready to spit fire as he looked at his pampered little daughter and said, "Sun Hongba, he bullied you?" Her first wife passed away shortly after the birth of her youngest daughter. Before his hairy wife passed away, she told him not to let his little girl be bullied. Now that she has heard what happened to her daughter in the Sun family, suffering from bullying, how can she not be angry? Shangguan Ying grunted in exasperation. "After they arrested me, they were worried that you, father, would find traces, and never notified Sun Hongba. And just last night, Sun Hongba couldn't help but come to seek me out, to defile me, and to confine the mansion. And if Duke Qin came one step too late, I wouldn't have been clean." Shangguan Ying was purposely loud and was provoking Shangguan Zhong. It was favoring Qin Xian, letting her father know that if it wasn't for Qin Xian's timely rescue, she wouldn't have been able to save her life. Worried about Qin Xian's misunderstanding, she stood on her tiptoes again, beside Qin Xian's ear, and muttered in a low voice, "Mr. Qin, don't misunderstand me. I didn't let Sun Hongba get his hands on me. It's still clean." Qin Xian smilingly rubbed Shangguan Ying's head, gazing into those big, watery eyes, nodding his head. "I know." He looked at Shangguan Zhong again and politely said, "Uncle, you don't need to be angry. Sun Hongba is dead, not even the dregs are left, and it's a bit of bad luck for you." Shangguan Zhong murmured, "He deserves to die. Otherwise, if he falls into my hands, he will certainly die by 1,000 cuts. Since that's the case, then this matter is indeed me misunderstanding Qin Xian." Long Chen held his tongue and arched his hand towards Qin Xian in a gesture of bowing. "I am here to apologize to you." Without waiting for others to speak, Long Chen continued, "Nowadays, Shangguan Ying has indeed been rescued, but Sun Hongba and the other sons of the lineage have also died horribly. The 10 divisions of the Purple Sun, under the supervision of the sacred healer's lineage, are handling the case impartially, and it won't be long before things come to a head. I am here to ask Mr. Qin, how this matter should be resolved? Apologize? But it's just a better way to force the issue.
Long Chen was resentful in his heart, and it was not true that Qin Xian had saved Shangguanxi, but he wantonly slaughtered the children of the world's families, still in the imperial capital's important area.
This is a case that can't be taken lightly. Once the water falls out, the backlash from the great families of the world,
as well as the wrath of the 10 divisions of the Purple Sun and the lineage of sacred healers.
By no means could a Shangguan family be able to withstand it.
Long Chen swept his gaze over Shangguanzhong and Shangguanxi, and said aggressively, the current Shangguaning, including the group of clansmen who have returned from their disappearance,
are equivalent to rats in a dark ditch, which cannot see the light of day, and cannot be exposed to the public. Once it's exposed, it's a confirmation of the Shangguan family's relationship with Qin Xian,
and when the time comes to settle the score,
the building will fall. Hearing this, Shangguaning clutched Qin Xian's palm more and more tightly,
and scolded towards Long Chen in a petulant voice.
You're the rat inside the dark ditch. Your whole family is the rat in the dark ditch. Why are we unseen? On the way back, there was a guard chief of the Ziyang 10th Division asking me where I'd been all these hours. They all still say hello when they see me, so why can't we see people? Shangguanxi and Shangguanzhong exchanged glances,
their eyes filled with shock as they looked toward the other rescued clansmen. A dozen or so Shangguan clan members nodded their heads in agreement.
Ying is right.
The people from the 10 divisions of the Violet Sun did not make things difficult for us.
Sister Ying is right in scolding us. We are not rats in a dark ditch. We came back bright and early,
and on the way we saw many search parties from the 10 divisions of the Purple Sun.
Long Chen's eyes were stunned and his heart was incredulous. How is that possible? Qin Xian was actually bringing these Shangguan family clansmen back in an honorable manner? Those people from the 10 divisions of the Purple Sun, are they all blind or not? That's not even catching. Shangguanzhong was surprised. Xian nephew, what's going on?
Qin Xian returned with disdain.
There is no great family of the world that would claim to the public that the natural Mediterranean pupil was captured by them. What they have done, after all, is a clandestine job, and it is not possible to publicize it to the public. What's more, now that the traces are pointing straight to the organization Hidden Killing, what does it have to do with me, Qin Xian, and with the Shangguan family? The Hidden Kill token he threw wasn't just planting the Hidden Kill as an organization, it was also an attempt to clear his name of any involvement in the case.
The 10 divisions of the Purple Sun were fully responsible for this serious case, but don't forget that there was also a strong member of the lineage of the Sacred Healer,
who was supervising the case from the sidelines.
There was such a conspicuous front as the token. If the strongest of the Sacred Doctor lineage didn't take the opportunity to muddy the water and point the spear at Hidden Kill,
wouldn't that be not giving face to Zikite, the only first daughter of the chief Sacred Doctor? To the general public, the 10 divisions of the Ziyang might be the quintessential example of impartiality, but once the rise to the flood of the world's great families, the justice of the case is not fair, it already seems unimportant. In the end, it's all a power struggle. As long as the chief Sacred Doctor didn't fall, it was impossible for him, the real culprit behind the scenes, to be made public. Why is that? How did things get to this point? Long Chen's eyes were filled with incredulity.
Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Qin Xian would not only save Shangguaning and a host of other Shangguan clan members,
but would also not need to be punished in any way. Could it be that the strongest members of the 10 divisions of the Purple Sun and the Sacred Healer lineage were all stupid? Are they all blind?
Is he going to stand by and watch Qin Xian's status in the Shangguan family soar as a result of rescuing Shangguaning,
putting him at a steady disadvantage? No, absolutely not.
Long Chen's heart cried out madly. No matter what, he could not accept this cruel fact. Even if he dies, he is not willing to let Qin Xian succeed in his treacherous plan.
Not to mention, as soon as this guy saw Shangguanxi, his eyes showed greed.
If he didn't change the status quo at the moment, his Shaoxi would inevitably be snatched away by Qin Xian, not waiting for the manic Long Chen to come up with reasons to target him again.
Exasperated, Shangguaning pointed at Long Chen and said angrily, "Father, sister, who is this man? Why is he in the Shangguan family? What gives him the right to say bad things about Mr. Qin? And up to now, you guys aren't even kicking him out." Chapter 75, Lori is angry.
Only Qin Xian can coax her well. In Shangguanzhong's cloudy eyes, there was helplessness, riding the tiger. At first, he had felt that the Shangguan family was unable to shelter Shaoxi well, which was why he had gone to hire Long Chen to act as his daughter's guard, in order to use the name of the end of the World Sword Pavilion, to deter those who are not in the right mind. What he hadn't thought of was that this fellow, Long Chen, had a character that was too stoic, and in the matter of sheltering the Shangguan family, he hadn't played any role at all.
Instead, he was still antagonizing Qin Xian, who had come all the way here. At every turn, it's too late to repent. Even if he was inclined towards Qin Xian right now, it was not good for him to refute the face of the Skyward Sword Pavilion. One could only sit back and watch Longchen, in the Shangguan family, continue to speak with his mouth full. Shangguan Zhong explained, Ying, this is the pavilion master of the Heaven's End Sword Pavilion. True, your sister's personal guard. Don't get angry. If you can't borrow the power of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion, you can't offend it and turn a friend into an enemy. It would add to the situation the Shangguan family is in today. Shangguan didn't think about it as much. Hearing her father's explanation, her big watery eyes were filled with disbelief. She pointed at Long Chen and stomped her foot in exasperation. Why is it that sister has a personal guard, or a true master of the Heaven's End Sword Pavilion, and I don't have one by my side? If I also had an escort like Mr. Xin, how could I be kidnapped by that bad guy Sun Hongba? When all is said and done, it's all because you favored your sister. Father, daddy's a big bad boy, and sister's bad too. Heart-aggrieved Shangguan, eyes dense with hazy water mist, bean-sized teardrops, from the cheeks of the crystal slipped down. She twisted her head, stomped on her delicate boots, and ran headlong to the boudoir, slamming the door heavily behind her with a bang. Heartbroken Shangguan Zhong eagerly came to the front of the boudoir, knocked on the door, and explained, Ying, it's not what you think. After you disappeared, father, I was so anxious. I really couldn't accept that your sister also disappeared for no reason. That's why I would have invited the true tradition of the end of the Sky Sword Pavilion. Shangguan deflated her mouth in aggravation. There have been clansmen missing in the clan for a long time. Why is it that only my sister will have a personal guard with her? But I don't. That's just father being biased. I don't want to talk to daddy anymore. Or to my sister. You're all bad people. None of you care about me or feel sorry for me. Shangguan Zhong continued to knock on the door, becoming more and more urgent. Shangguan in the room, but no longer echoed, as if he did not hear. Snap! Shangguan turned around, raised his hand and gave Long Chen a slap on the face, and said angrily, in the end, it's all because of you, a true disciple of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion, that my sister has turned her back on her father and daughter with me, and if Ying does anything stupid, I'll be with you forever and ever. Long Chen covered his red, swollen cheeks and stared at the closed door of the room. The resentment in his eyes flickered. He glared viciously at Qin Xian. Annoyed, it must be you who said something beside Shangguan Ying's ear. If not, why would you go against me? Me? Qin Xian pointed to his nose and was amused. You moved to make these kidnapped Shangguan family clansmen stay in captivity for a while longer. Do you know how tortured they have been during this period of time? And how tormented they have been in their hearts? Instead of explaining with them, you're blaming the fault on me. Qin Xian shrugged his shoulders carelessly. Fine. Since you think it's my fault, is it still okay for me to leave? He twisted his head and was about to leave the Shangguan family. Shangguan hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Qin Xian's arm, pleading, Sir Qin, you can't leave. Ying's temperament, I as an elder sister understand. Stubborn as hell. Right now, she can't listen to me and father's words. Only you can persuade her. Shangguan Zhong nodded his head and pleaded. Xian nephew, Ying she has been emaciated these past few days. If she suffers any more grievances bottled up in her heart, I'm worried that something will happen to her. Qin Xian didn't speak either. Only his gaze fell faintly on Long Chen's body. Shangguan understood and turned her head to point at the door, angrily scolding. Long Chen, get out of here. Get out of the Shangguan family. If Ying gets angry and breaks her body, you won't be allowed to set foot in the Shangguan family for the rest of your life. Long Chen opened his mouth and tried to explain. Get out. Shangguan face was filled with anger and he sternly rebuked. Long Chen narrowed his eyes as his resentful gaze fell on Qin Xian's body. He blamed Qin Xian for everything. If it weren't for Qin Xian, he wouldn't have lost his power in the Shangguan family. If not for Qin Xian, he would not have turned against Shangguan Si. This son is devious and cunning, a wolf with a heart of gold. Even if he left, he would not let go of this grudge. The Qin Xian that the Violet Sun 10 divisions couldn't kill, he, Long Chen, could kill. An irreparable rift has appeared in the relationship between Shangguan Si, the daughter of Qi, and Long Chen, the son of Qi, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 50,000. Son of Qi Long Chen's killing intent boils over, rewarding the host for gaining villain value plus 30,000. Long Chen held the violet sky sword and stepped over the threshold of the Shangguan family with difficulty. The entire person, like a giant sword in the sky, rushed with sword intent, waves striking the sky. It really is worthy of being the body of the sword heart. The human sword is as one as a sword man.
Qin Shen looked at Long Chen's back and did not mince words of praise, harvesting 80,000 points of villain value. He was in a good mood and gave the Shangwan family's father and daughter an early warning. I'll do my best. There's no guarantee that Ying will listen to me. Shangwan Si nodded. Your Excellency is willing to step in. Our father and daughter are already grateful. Qin Xian arrived at the door before he could knock. The door of the room suddenly opened a crack from the inside, and Shangwan Ying stretched out her small white hand and dragged Qin Xian into the room. With red eyes, she glared at Shangwan Zhong and Shangwan Si in a sly manner. You all don't feel sorry for me or care about me. Don't stay here. Go far away. The farther away the better. With that, he closed the door of the room heavily again. Back to their own small room. Shangwan Ying's sour heart will be the whole person. Are put into Qin Xian's arms. A grieved, deflated small mouth. Bean-sized teardrops, rustling and fall. She clutched Qin Xian's tiger waist with both hands, biting her brightly colored lips, and said in an aggravated manner, Mr. Qin, take me away from the Shangwan family. Take me away from the imperial capital. Will you? Father and sister have changed. Neither of them are heartbroken or care about me. I don't want to stay here. I don't want to see them. And I don't want to see that true scholar of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion. She snuggled into Qin Xian's arms, constantly twisting her delicate body, searching for a position that would make her comfortable, almost greedily sniffing the warm scent of Qin Xian's body. As long as she stayed in Qin Xian's arms, she would feel extraordinarily secure. There was no need to think about whether her father was biased or whether her sister cared about her. As long as she could stay with Qin Xian, she was willing to abandon everything and go far away with him. Soft jade in his arms, Qin Xian sniffed the natural young girl's body fragrance, and could feel the fullness of warmth in front of his chest, transforming. There was a slight movement beside his ear, and he heard footsteps approaching from outside the house. Qin Xian instantly strangled his heart, boarded his face, sat squarely with his head bowed, gazed at Shangwan Ying's powdered dull face, and feigned anger. Do you know how hurtful these words of yours are? Your father, and your sister, treated you with all their hearts, and you denied them all their love because of this one incident. You're taking a knife to their father and daughter's hearts with this break. Chapter 76, Oi making a movie eating from both ends. Shangwan Ying heartily deflated her small mouth. But father is indeed biased. Why is it that only sister has a true guard from the Sky's End Sword Pavilion? But I don't. If I also had you as an escort, Prince Qin, I wouldn't have let Sun Hongba take me captive, much less be scared in that mansion. If it wasn't for you, Mr. Qin, rescuing me, I definitely wouldn't have survived. Even if I die, I'm not willing to be with Sun Hongba. The days of her captivity were like years, and the fear in her heart was unbearable. If not for the fact that Sun Hongba was worried that things would be exposed, he held back for several days and came to find her last night. If it wasn't for those Sun family guards who were worried that Sun Hongba had killed them and didn't secretly strike at her, she lost her innocence long ago. That impure she then meets her dream lover Qin Xian. She'd rather die. Qin Xian said in a deep voice, do you know the inside story? And you're just here to get angry and lash out? Do you think that a true disciple of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion can be invited just because he wants to? That Heaven's End Sword Pavilion's pavilion master is a Saint King realm, stronger than your father, not weaker. How could he let his true disciple come to the imperial capital to wade through the muddy waters for no reason? Shangwan Ying raised her red eyes, confused. What's the inside story here? Uncle, he has secretly betrothed your sister to that Long Chen in order to save Shangwan Si's life. Your sister went so far as to use her lifelong happiness as a bargaining chip in order to invite the Sky's End Sword Pavilion to step in order to try to unite with the Sky's End Sword Pavilion and rescue you. The favorable value of Shangwan Si, the daughter of Qi Luck, rises, rewarding the host with a villainous value of +8,000. Listening to the sound of the system's rewards arriving, Qin Xian's heart rejoiced, and his voice, speaking, raised a few accents, intensifying, your sister, for your sake, at all costs, willing to take her own lifelong happiness as a bet, but also want to save you from being trapped. You're good, you're indiscriminate, you're just going to break with her. She treats you with all her heart, and you turn against her and drive a knife straight into her heart. Boom! Shangwan Ying was like being struck by lightning, her little brain buzzing inside. Tears were pouring out like a bursting dam. Crystalline teardrops continued to slide down her cheeks. She clutched Qin Xian's arm with her hand and shook her head. Mr. Qin, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know about these insider secrets, not to mention the fact that my sister, she actually wanted to marry that bad guy Longchen for my sake. Oh, I'm sorry sister, and I'm sorry daddy, I shouldn't have gotten mad at them. Shangwan Ying was just a little girl who grew up within this mansion since childhood. There were few opportunities to go out,
and the bond with his father and sister was unusually deep. Would be uncharacteristically angry, can only be said to be Sun Honba's kidnapping, brought too much shadow to her heart. It wouldn't be long before Shang Guanying saw her father and sister grieving and would also take the initiative to forgive them. Qin Xian was only slightly using some small means to speed up the process of Shang Guanying's forgiveness. Shang Guanying clenched her small fists and deflated her small mouth with a sour heart as she got up and said, "I'll apologize to my sister." She was angry because she felt that her father was biased and that her sister didn't care about her. When she learned from Qin Xian that her father and sister had done so much for her, any more grievances have disappeared. She needs to apologize and admit she did something wrong. More than that, she wanted to prove to Qin Xian that she was not unreasonable. If she allowed Qin Xian to misunderstand her, she really couldn't even wash away the grievances on her if she jumped into the moat. Feeling the two breaths outside the house, traveling farther and farther away, Qin Xian lowered his head, dotingly rubbed Shang Guanying's head, and gently pinched twice on her doll face with a little baby fat. "Now you know it's wrong?" Shang Guanying nodded heavily. "I know it's wrong." A warm smile flowed from Qin Xian in relief. "That's good. You brew up a speech here. I'll go and explain things for you." Shang Guanying's heart was warm as she stood on her tiptoes and gave Qin Xian a slapdash peck on his face. Blushing as she said in a sticky voice, "Mr. Qin, you treat me so well." Qin Xian got up and left Shang Guanying's boudoir, walking towards Shang Guanzhong and Shang Guanxi, who were sitting opposite each other at the inner hall. "Your nephew is really a good tactician." Wonderful words. Shang Guanzhong gratefully cast an approving gaze towards Qin Xian in his heart. Shang Guanxi had eagerness in her eyes and said, "Ying Ying's character is stubborn. If it were us, I don't know how many days we would have to make her angry." But as soon as Prince Qin stepped in, he immediately made her angry. Qin Xian had a stern face and asked rhetorically, "You guys don't really think that you haven't done anything wrong, do you?" Shang Guanzhong and Shang Guanxi were both confused when they heard this. Qin Xian laughed chillingly. "Ying Ying, she has been in Sun Hongba's place for this period of time. In fear, her heart is already fragile. After she came back, you guys don't consider her heart's feelings, but instead, you also repeatedly condone Long Chen to go against her. Is this the kind of behavior you should have when you are the fathers and the sisters? Also, this huge Shangguan family, missing clansmen, one after another. You know that those worldly families have bad intentions, but you still let Ying Ying be taken captive. Is this not a dereliction of duty on the part of the two of you? It's a good thing that Sun Hongba didn't do any substantial harm this time. Otherwise, even if Ying Ying is rescued by me, the inner gloom will be with her for life." Shang Guanzhong's heart palpitated and thought carefully. A pair of iron fists are followed by clenching. To the Sun family, the killing intent is more and more intense. Shang Guanxi was similarly terrified in his heart, hating Long Chen more and more. If it wasn't for Long Chen, the scene that should have been a happy one wouldn't have ended up in this situation. The favorable value of Shang Guanying, the daughter of Qi Fortune, soars, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 10,000. Qin Xian gave himself a thumbs up in his heart for this kind of detail-pulling operation. This time, not only from the Shang Guanxi and Shang Guanying sisters here. At the same time, the good feeling rises. Get the villain value. It's comparable to a celestial master making a movie eating from both ends. It even made Long Chen's impression in the hearts of the Shangguan family's father and daughter more and more unbearable. 3 birds with 1 stone. The heart is so upset. He turned around and stared at the door of the room where Shang Guanying was hiding in the back, a smile on his lips. "Come out." Squeak. The door to the room opened. Wearing a playful and cute Shang Guanying, stepping on long boots, footsteps flying, chest slightly trembling, a brain pounced on Shang Guanxi's arms, constantly guilty out. "Sister, sorry. I shouldn't have gotten angry with you. It's all my fault. I was the one who got angry indiscriminately, and I promise that in the future, I will never be so unreasonable again." From Shang Guanxi's arms, she twisted her head to look at her father's place, and spoke out heartily, "Father, I'm sorry, don't be angry with Ying Ying." Shang Guanzhong waved his hand straight in old age, his eyes a little moist. "Silly child, how could father be angry with you?" Shang Guanxi rubbed her sister's long soft hair and blamed herself. "Sister is also at fault. If sister had been with you at the time, she wouldn't have let you be taken captive." She raised her eyes, looking toward Qin Xian, and said with sincere gratitude from the bottom of her heart, "In the end, it's all thanks to Mr. Qin. If it weren't for you, we still don't know if we'd be able to see Ying Ying again." Qin Xian returned carelessly. "Hasn't this already been retrieved? I'm an outsider, so I won't bother your family reunion here." Shang Guanying's heart tightened, and not giving up to the point of panic, she hurriedly said, "Mr. Qin, where are you going?"
Chapter 77, The Overbearing Ning Royal Family. She panicked and got out of her sister's arms, and like a swallow in her arms, she flung herself into Qin Xian's arms, her hands tightly wrapped around the tiger's waist, tilted her head, and begged, "Mr. Qin, don't leave, okay? I'm scared, don't leave me, okay?" This kidnapping experience left an indelible deep impression in Shang Guanying's mind. As soon as she closed her eyes, she could see Sun Hongbao's unimpressive face, closing in on her, terrified, frightened, helpless. Only staying by Qin Xian's side could give her some sense of security. This was something that neither Shang Guanzhong nor Shang Guanxi could satisfy. Qin Xian dotingly rubbed the little lowly's head and smiled bitterly. "I still have some things that I need to take care of." On the hidden kill side, more and more members are being arrested. Scarlet Thorn was bound to be bedraggled. If he had stayed in the Shangguan family, with Scarlet Thorn's young mirror cultivation, he would not have been able to sneak in silently. The most crucial thing was that the way Shang Guanzhong and Shang Guanxi were looking at him now had a little more deep meaning. It was not convenient for him to stay long. Qin Xian was like a strange uncle coaxing a little lowly, touching Shang Guanying's little head and softly saying, "Ying is good. An obedient little girl is the one that people will like." Shang Guanying pouted her small mouth, and her big watery eyes were full of anticipation as she asked, "Then if I obey, will Prince Qin like me?" Qin Xian nodded smilingly. "It will. Then I'll be at home, waiting for Mr. Qin to return." Shang Guanying's beautiful eyes flowed and she made a decision. Enduring her reluctance, she loosened her white arms around Qin Xian and sat obediently on one side of Shang Guanxi, not saying a word. Seeing this scene, Shang Guanzhong's complexion suddenly changed for a moment, and in a secret voice transmission with Shang Guanxi, he said, "Ying's reliance on Xian nephew is a bit too much. This kind of dependence is something that even he, as a father, has never enjoyed." Shang Guanxi did not reply. The gravity of his expression was a manifestation of his inner approval. In her eyes, her sister had always gone deeper, and her demeanor had never been this intimate, or treating a heterosexual man. It would be impossible to say that her sister didn't have thoughts about Qin Xian. However, as a sister, after understanding Qin Xian's style of behavior, she could not just watch her sister jump into the fire pit. It wasn't that Qin Xian was bad, but this person was by no means a good match. Other people, in the eyes of a natural-born meddling pupil, were only occasionally dangerous, and in the eyes of Shang Guanzhong and Shang Guanxi, the warning red light above Qin Xian's head that signaled imminent danger had never been eliminated since he entered the imperial capital. Phew! Shang Guanxi exhaled a mouthful of clear air, glancing at his sister if he had any deeper meaning, and made an internal decision. No matter what, she couldn't let her sister become a future widow. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Xian left the Shangguan family. There were sounds of fighting coming from a neighboring tavern on the way back to the inn. Dang! Dang! The shopkeeper and the junior, like shooting meteors, pierced through the wall of the tavern, smashing straight to the ground, vomiting 3 liters of blood, fainting and dying. In the next moment, the abundant yuan power lifted the entire roof of the tavern directly off the ground. In the aftermath of that yuan power explosion, Scarlet Thorn flew out backwards with a haloed face and crashed into a stone pillar of an opposite store before it managed to stop. Wow! A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Scarlet Thorn's aura became more and more withered. In front of her, 2 middle-aged men dressed in the same black power suit, with the Ning character of King Ning embroidered on their cuffs, approached step by step with cold gazes. Those passing powerhouses, who had raised their hands to block the juniors who wanted to fight and actually save the heroes, angrily said, "Don't make a move. These 2 are guards from the Ning King's residence. It's the imperial relatives of the imperial capital. None of us can afford to mess with them." The passing people of the imperial capital, with their heads lowered and their feet hurried, as if they had not seen anything, feared as if they were tigers. The guards of the Ning King's mansion, with their eyes wide open, condescendingly came in front of Scarlet Thorn, and said in a chilling voice, "The young prince said that as long as you don't enter the Ning King's mansion, there will be no place for you in this imperial capital. Whoever dares to take you in will die." The imperial capital was an important place, and these 2 Ning Wangfu guards didn't care about the repercussions in the slightest, not even the act of threatening a passerby. It only stared straight at the Scarlet Thorns, as if reading an imperial decree that could not be resisted. "Before I die, I'll let you guys take the back." In Scarlet Thorn's beautiful eyes, a vicious color flowed out, and the treasure weapon clutched in his hand was blood-soaked and glittering. She made a sudden advance with a great explosion of yuan power, her body constantly scuttling forward, breaking through the air several times, her speed skyrocketing one after another. Proficient in assassination, she was already weak when it came to facing the enemy head-on.
what he is best at, is haste, killing in the dark. However, in front of the two peak Inyang Mirror Ning Wangfu guards, the speed of the Scarlet Thorns was only comparable to theirs, not irresistible. A guard took out a copper mirror, mirroring a giant lake if it was rippling. Meet the stabbing treasure weapon head on. Boom! The two great treasures collided, and the lake within the copper mirror rippled with huge, cascading waves. Scarlet Thorn's killing move was deflated by the bronze mirror. The other guard, however, had already pinched up his fist seal and blasted out while Scarlet Thorn was off guard. The greatness of the peak of the Yin Yang mirror. Even the space appeared distorted. With this punch, if it hit, Scarlet Thorn would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. Darn it, I can't save you guys anymore. Scarlet Thorn knew that she was unbeatable and closed her beautiful eyes in despair. Right at this moment, a large halberd stabbed out straight. Pust! The halberd accurately penetrated the guard's small arm, and with a twist and a shake, blood spray erupted, and a great arm, directly churned into mincemeat, crashed to the ground. The two guards, swiftly retreating, looked at the visitor with horror in their eyes, recognized the real body, and angrily said, "Qin Xian, how dare you? The Ning King's residence is handling a case, and you dare to obstruct it." Qin Xian pointed the heavenly desolate halberd in his hand diagonally at the ground, and with a slight shake, there was a splash of blood. Protecting the severely injured Scarlet Thorn with one hand, he raised his eyes to stare at the two guards with interest, and sneered, "Striking out in the inner city of the imperial capital, smashing stores, and bullying men and women. What kind of a case is it that you, the Prince of Ning's mansion, are running?" The two guards glanced at each other, the ruthlessness in their eyes flickering as they angrily rebuked, "A mere true disciple of the sacred ground, and you dare to show disrespect to the Ning King's mansion. You're asking for death." One of the guards, once again, brought out the brass mirror. From that mirror, there were huge lakes with rippling turquoise waves, seared with water that poured right out. The moment this lake water landed on the ground, even the lapis lazuli tiles on the ground of the imperial capital were corroded in an instant. The lake water within the copper mirror was not only able to unload the power of the treasure weapon, it was also able to corrode everything. It was a true heavenly treasure weapon. The other guard swallowed an elixir and his broken arm was reborn. Both fists were like a dragon coming out of the sea, from top to bottom, wanting to blast Qin Xian into the lake that engulfed everything. Chapter 78, Protecting the Husband, the magnificent violet kite, truly worthy of being a seven-piece official at the Chancellor's door. The ancients truly do not deceive me. Qin Xian looked at the two guards who were moving to kill at every turn. With surprise, the district Yin Yang mirror, holding a heavenly treasure weapon, which was a killing weapon that could only be possessed by the celestial realm. Another person was even carrying an elixir to revive a broken arm. Such a family background was difficult to possess even for some heavenly prides who had yet to make a fortune. No wonder the Yaoqi Holy Land turned a blind eye to the death of the Thunder Prison Peak's chief disciple. King Ning's position in the Violet Sun imperial capital was far beyond his imagination. Even the two small guards dared to ignore the law. But, Qin Xian laughed coldly in his heart. Trying to play hard to get in his face? It's still a little too young. Qin Xian raised his hand and directly offered the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, savagely and unreasonably smashing it towards the copper mirror. Click, 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 just a touch. The copper mirror of the heavenly treasure artifact, in front of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, without any trace of resistance, cracked into pieces on the spot. Phew! A shocking suction force erupted from the bottom of the two-story small tower. The other guard, who had fallen from high in the air, was uncontrollably absorbed to the bottom of the tower, along with the one holding the bronze mirror. Thud! The small tower fell, and the lake water was absorbed into the tower as much as possible. The two Yin Yang mirror guards were not sure if they had let the lake water corrode away, or if they had been smashed into flesh by the small tower. By the time the small tower left, there was only a deep pit in the same spot, and the Yin Yang mirror guards were no longer visible. Qin Xian retrieved the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, his eyes filled with disinterest. A few coins a month, what a life to sell. He twisted his head, looking at the scarlet thorn that was hovering near his residence and was being targeted by the Ning Wang palace guards, and said as if in a spring breeze, "Are you waiting for me?" Scarlet thorn covered the wound area, biting his lip, reluctantly urging in a furious voice, "None of this matters. You hurry up and leave this place. Beat and kill the Ning Wangfu's guards. If you don't leave, it'll be too late." She had come here, naturally seeking Qin Xian for something. Overnight, nearly half of the members of the Hidden Kills were allowed to be arrested by the 10 divisions of the Purple Sun. She was here, unfamiliar with the area, and it was difficult as hell to save someone. Thinking of what Qin Xian had said last night, He thought that he knew something inside and had the means to find it. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that she would actually be looked upon by the son of the Ning King who was born with different pupils. What's more, it would never have occurred to her that Qin Xian would actually kill 2 Ning Wangfu guards in order to save her. Qin Xian took out an elixir and stuffed it into Scarlet Thorn's sandalwood mouth, saying unconcernedly, "This is an important part of the imperial capital. I really don't believe that the Ning Wangfu can do anything to me. Can't it be that there's no king's law?" Boom! From the distance, thick thunderclouds rolled in. In the midst of that thundercloud, a sage spoke out in great anger. "In this inner city, King Ning is the king's law, beating and killing the Ning King's guards. You deserve to die." The holy power was great, like a giant wave declaring down. Those strong members of the foreign clans that were entrenched in this place had stepped forward to shelter their own clansmen who were participating in the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm, crossing their heads and murmuring in secret, "This Qin Xian, he's too big for his britches." He threatened to seek justice for the Shangguan family and went against the Ning Wangfu, but in reality, the Ning Wangfu only regarded him as a jumping grasshopper and didn't put it in their eyes at all. Now, he dares to beat and kill even the guards of the Ning King's house for the sake of heroically rescuing a beauty. This time, even if the 10 divisions of the Violet Sun come, they won't be able to stop the saint of the Ning King's house. The Xiang 10 divisions are in a position of power, but they don't have the guts to take on the royal relatives, nor do they have that right. Qin Xian this time, dead, rolling heavenly thunder, like the descent of a god, the vastness of the breath stretched for miles. Under the pressure, Scarlet Thorn was even more injured, and blood continued to spill out of his sandalwood mouth. "Run! Catalyze that little pagoda and flee this place regardless." The blood-colored thorns pushed against Qin Xian. She and Qin Xian had an unresolvable hatred, but one size fits all. She was unwilling to watch Qin Xian die to save her. "Why aren't you leaving?" Scarlet Thorn raised her eyes as she thought Qin Xian had been stunned, but when she witnessed Qin Xian's eyes, the uncontrollable excitement, her whole person, were confused. This guy is a madman, not being targeted by a saint. His reaction was actually not fear, but excitement. Good timing. So what if it's a saint? Let this fire burn a little bigger. Qin Xian sacrificed the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower and smashed it head-on into the rolling heavenly thunder. A roaring sound, like a loud bell, continuously shook out. The space was like a spider's web, densely packed with cracks that spread out in all directions. Some of the cultivators with weaker realms, one by one, had reddened faces and bleeding from their mouths and noses. If it wasn't for the shelter of a strong person, he could be shaken to death by the aftermath. After colliding head-on dozens of times, Qin Xian suddenly let out his strength and withdrew the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower. He covered his chest and struggled to squeeze out a mouthful of blood to spit out. It wasn't true that he couldn't kill a saint, but it was also a pipe dream for a saint to break through the defense of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower to suppress him, pressing out a mouthful of blood for the sake of making someone panic. What a terrifying little tower. Better known than seen. This little tower. Take it as compensation for you beating and killing the Ning King's guards. That saint stared at the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower with greed in his eyes. A heavenly hand grabbed towards Qin Xian. "Buzz off!" Just as the saint of the Ning royal house was about to get his hands on it, a small, rapidly rotating tripod came speeding in from the distance. When it crashed into that great hand in the middle of the sky, it actually exploded the saint's means on the spot. The Ning Wangfu saint revealed his true appearance from the rolling heavenly thunder. A short, withered saint with skin as old as tree bark. It staring at the powerful person who had broken through the air from afar, and angrily said, "Your sacred doctor lineage, you also want to intervene in this matter." Those powerful members of the foreign families and clans, when they saw the visitor, their eyes showed horror. "That's the first daughter of the chief holy doctor. She's already in the realm of a quasi-saint. Is that doom poison body? The calamity that even the chief sacred doctor was afraid of like a tiger and had to send to the Yaoqi Holy Land." Zikite was dressed in a purple neon dress, with exquisite features, as if she had stepped out of a scroll. At this moment, her willow brows were furrowed in anger. Like an arm, that alchemy tripod once again shot explosively towards the Deadwood Sage. As she approached the Deadwood Sage, Violet Kite's mouth chilled. Explode! A valuable holy weapon that blew itself up on the spot. Dazzling beams of light, so blinding that even the great sun was dimmed. Immediately afterward, the light of destruction, like a giant tidal wave, annihilated everything, and declared out in all directions. Almost all of the powerful people who had stopped at this place had made their moves to fend off the shockwaves from the self-destruction of the holy weapons. The giant barrier, by the shockwave of the holy weapon's self-detonation, set off undulating waves. If it weren't for the many saintly powerhouses here, just this one saint artifact alone would have self-detonated, enough to destroy this place, to destroy it all, by the time the aftermath dissipated. In the barrier, the imposing deadwood sage was now ashen. As strong as a saint, one could not harden against the self-detonation of a holy weapon. What's more, those foreign family powerhouses below had coalesced a cage within the range of the holy weapon's self-detonation, leaving it with nowhere to escape. Even more so, the damage from the holy weapon's self-destruction was added to it as much as possible. It looked towards the stunningly beautiful figure of Violet Kite and was terrified. I am the withered wood sage of the Ning King's residence's offerings. Z Kite, do you really want to be an enemy of the Ning royal family? Z Kite turned a deaf ear, and in her beautiful eyes, there was only the tragic sight of blood spilling from the corner of Qin Xian's mouth. Her petite body trembled chaotically, unable to contain her anger. She offered up another holy weapon and looked angrily at the deadwood saint, uttering a chilling voice, her voice trembling, "How dare you hurt him?" Chapter 79, Beheading a Saint. As Violet Kite witnessed Qin Xian's miserable appearance of being seriously injured, her heart subconsciously flared with rage. Sanity is gone. Just one thought, the deadwood sage must be killed. The holy weapon in his hand, which rotated and flew out with a humming sound, was a three-legged alchemy furnace. Seeing this, the withered wood sage hurriedly shot out to block. There were dense forests that covered heaven and earth, and at this moment, stretched out from its circumference, it was like a lush forest that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years and loomed large. One of them is a huge tree that stretches for more than 10,000 feet. It was the original incarnation of the withered wood sage that had manifested, and at the same time, it was also the most powerful means of the withered wood sage against the enemy. As that one giant tree in the sky continued to climb upwards, a mouthful of pale golden blood spewed out of the deadwood saint's mouth. His eyes were dismayed, staring incredulously hard at the Violet Kite, the doom-poisoned body. It's even as terrifying as this. Thousands of years of cultivation experience, it had always been steady, never rushing to make hasty advances. However, today, when it mobilized its holy power, there was actually an obstacle. The tendons and veins in its body became unsmooth, and the saint's body was as if it had been eroded by toxins. Only a moment's pause was enough to be fatal in a sage-level engagement. That one three-legged alchemy furnace had flown above the deadwood sage's head. Cracks formed, dazzling light bursting out from the cracks. Rumble, a huge sound that destroyed the sky and the earth erupted once again, shaking the mountains and boiling the sea. With a shocking power, the protective barrier concluded by the many saints swelled more than 10 times in size by the impact. Wait until the smoke clears from the inside. The holy weapon was wiped out, and the body of the deadwood saint, likewise, became shattered. The giant tree that showed its vitality was riddled with holes and shaking. Z Kite, going against my Ning Wangfu, or the lineage of sacred doctors, is just asking for death. Before the deadwood sage fell, he was still letting out harsh words. It lowered its head and looked at Qin Xian's place, the smile at the corner of its mouth, becoming more and more hideous. Retracting his gaze, he stared dead at Violet Iris, and said with hatred, "You calamity, how dare you move against men?" Originally, this brat had the Ning royal family on his tail, and he was already dead 9 times over. Now that you have the endorsement of this doom-poisoned body, he is even more in trouble. On this trip, he will fall in the imperial capital. Ha ha ha, boo. The crazy laughter came to an abrupt end, and the body of the deadwood sage, like a flower in a mirror, exploded like a soap bubble, and when the wind blew, this sage realm powerhouse vanished into thin air. Gollum, everyone present drew in a breath of cold air. A saint realm powerhouse was actually blown away alive in front of them. This appalling scene made their hearts tremble for it. The doom-poisoned body is too perverse. Even saints are able to influence it. If it weren't for the blockage of holy power when the withered wood sage struck, it would not have been enough for the holy artifact to completely dissipate even if it had exploded itself. To be able to burst open even a saint weapon at will, or to burst open 2 saint weapons one after another, besides the first daughter of the chief sacred doctor, who else possesses such a family fortune that can be squandered? But for Qin Xian to actually be able to gain the appreciation of the doom-poisoned body, I'm afraid that he has this blessing but doesn't have the life to enjoy it. The doom-poisoned body, after all, is a thorny and delicate flower that can only be viewed from afar. Violet Kite ignored the murmurs and floated down. Wherever they passed, people as strong as saints also avoided them, like snakes and scorpions. She came in front of Qin Xian and took out a celestial elixir, placing it intimately into Qin Xian's mouth and urging, "This is the celestial healing elixir that my mother refined, so take it quickly." Qin Xian swallowed it in one gulp, looked at the scarlet thorns, and turned his head to Z-Kite and asked, "Is there any more?" Violet Kite nodded. Naturally, she took out an elixir and tossed it to Scarlet Thorn. From start to finish, it never met Scarlet Thorn's eyes, unwilling to communicate with them. If it wasn't for this woman, Qin Xian wouldn't have been in a head-on conflict with the Ning royal family.
Qin Xian changed his injured and disheveled demeanor,
holding Z-Kite's white palms, and asked with concern, "If you suppress and kill the Ning King's house provider, on the side of the Ning King, will it be unfavorable to you?" Z-Kite shook her head. "No harm done. Father only has me as a daughter. They wouldn't dare to take action against me.
This is no place to talk." She gazed around and held Qin Xian's hand as she walked towards the hotel.
"Ms. Violet Iris,
a small business can't accommodate a great god like you."
When the shopkeeper saw Z-Kite's arrival, he caught out and begged Z-Kite on his knees to leave. Z-Kite didn't have any surprises.
With her doom-poisoned body, Qin Xian was the only one who turned a blind eye and was willing to befriend her.
"This hotel, from now on, is mine."
Z-Kite took out tens of thousands of top-grade yuan stones and bought the inn on the spot from the shopkeeper's hands with great wealth. When she arrived at Qin Xian's residence, she placed multiple boundaries to ensure that the sound of the conversations here would not fall into the ears of bystanders before glancing at the Scarlet Thorns following Qin Xian's side.
Qin Xian spoke in relief. "No harm done. She's one of our own."
Scarlet Thorn wanted to retort. She wanted to tell Z-Kite that she was not her own person since she was immortal with Qin Xian, but when she saw Z-Kite's stance, she suspected that the inner workings of Hidden Kill's arrest had something to do with what she was about to say, so she could only keep her mouth shut.
Phew! Z-Kite exhaled a mouthful of clear air. Her gaze became grave, tightly clutching Qin Xian's palm, her face full of worry.
"Qin Xian, you shouldn't have come to the Violet Sun Imperial capital this time.
The matter of the born underworld pupil is far more deeply involved than we imagined. Not only does King Ning's son, Ning Wuya, possess the background of the Ning royal house,
he also has a close relationship with the third prince of the Xiang Empire.
Behind this matter, there may be a secret command from the prince. According to my father,
the third prince is probably utilizing Ning Wuya to verify whether or not the born underworld pupil can be successfully transplanted. And this is the third prince amassing his own undercard to seize power. The struggle for imperial power has been involved,
and those of us who are, at any moment, in the presence of imperial power, will be reduced to outcasts." Qin Xian's gaze, gradually becoming deeper, opened his mouth and inquired, "Then what are the results of the verification?" Z-Kite pondered for a moment and continued, "It should have failed, but there seems to be an inside story that even my father doesn't know about, and from some days ago,
Ning Wuya went against the norm and began to scour all over the imperial capital,
searching for all kinds of beautiful women for him to enjoy. As long as one enters the Ning King's mansion, none of those women, none of them will be able to come out alive.
And this one beside you should also be the one who has made Ning Wuya's sights set on her. He should be using purine blood to suppress some unnameable backlash."
Qin Xian loosened Z-Kite's palm,
and said with a desire to escape,
"You leave this place.
I've now got the Ning royal family on my tail. You shouldn't get too close to me. With the chief sacred doctor sheltering you,
they should, and won't, hold you accountable." He appreciated Z-Kite's piece of goodwill,
but even though Violet Kite had moved from the peak of the celestial realm
into the quasi-saint realm,
being able to utilize a self-destructing holy weapon to reverse fall a saint, nor does it play a vital role in the maelstrom of this power struggle. Only the chief sacred doctor behind it was considered a truly pivotal big shot.
He was making Z-Kite let go,
forcing Z-Kite to go back and argue with the chief holy doctor.
Enforcing Purple Iris? Forcing the chief sacred doctor to step in.
Chapter 80, the beginning of the Scarlet Thorn's descent into the abyss.
How great is the chief saint doctor? 20 years ago,
he was able to be in collusion with the Violet Sun Emperor and deliberately misplaced his supreme bone
to cut him off in the cradle.
This pride of heaven who was born with supreme bones and possessed a glimmer of life to become an emperor. This is a cause that the chief holy doctor himself has planted.
Now,
he had a close relationship with Z-Kite, and he was able to force Z-Kite to go back and force the chief sacred doctor to step in and go against the imperial power. It is also the fruit that he gets.
Z-Kite nervously clenched her small fists. Qin Xian, do you still want to continue to be an enemy of the Ning royal family? Right now, you're isolated, and even over at the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Thunder Prison Peak Master is grounded. In this matter, the Yaoqi Holy Land will not step in to take your side.
The Holy Lord's golden words will never change.
And that Shangwan family, if they were able to make an enemy of the Ning royal family, they wouldn't have been reduced to such a despondent situation as they are now.
Qin Xian shrugged his shoulders,
unimpressed. Since I can't fight against the Ning King's house in a head-on confrontation,
I'll enter the Dragonblood mysterious realm and settle the score with the son of the Ning King, even if I will be liquidated afterward. There's no harm in exchanging my small life, which no one cares about, for the precious life of the son of the King of Ning. It's a great profit." Violet Kite said no more. She was able to see the determination of this trip in Qin Xian's eyes, not something she could persuade to change. Perhaps before he came, Qin Xian held the intention of certain death. "I'm not sure if the next person cares about your life, but I will never let you die." Zikite's gaze sizzled as she looked straight into Qin Xian's deep eyes and twisted her head to leave. Only a warm voice was left behind, echoing in the room. "I'll go back, and I'll persuade father to step in and protect you." Scarlet Thorn looked at Zikite's disappearing silhouette, stared at Qin Xian, and muttered out, "With the endorsement of the chief sacred doctor's daughter, you should not lose your life this time, right?" Qin Xian rolled his eyes and said in a bored manner, "Do you believe that Zikite will be grounded as soon as she returns to the sacred doctor's residence? Then you still let her go back? A quasi-saint, or the daughter of the chief sacred doctor accompanying her? It's the Ning Wang Palace that has to weigh the cost of making a move. What do you care?" Qin Xian returned to the edge of the bed and sat down, crossing his legs and twisting his somewhat stiff neck as he stared at the Scarlet Thorns and said playfully, "What do you want from me?" Scarlet Thorn retrieved her mind. Her eyes showed monstrous hatred. Clenching her small fists, she opened her mouth and said, "What you said last night, is it true, and can you solve the trouble in front of me?" Qin Xian smiled and asked, "You're talking about the arrest of the Hidden Kills members?" Scarlet Thorn nodded, and in her beautiful eyes, there was anger erupting. "I suspect that this is Ning Wuya's tactic, just to force me to give in by using a hidden killer." The members of Stealth Kills had just been arrested last night, and the next day, she met Ning Wuya, who was born with different pupils. By name, he wanted her to travel to the Ning Wang mansion. To say that the two things were not related would kill her. What's more, Qin Xian had come here for Ning Wuya, so he was bound to know something about his recent situation. It made sense that one would know Ning Wuya's next move against Hidden Kill. Question mark 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 question mark. Upon hearing this, even Qin Xian was somewhat dumbfounded. The token of that hidden kill, he had dropped it at the scene. The arrest of the members of Hidden Kills was also secretly facilitated by him. How come all of a sudden, it's related to Ning Wuya? Critically now, Scarlet Thorn was flatly certain that the arrest of the Hidden Kill members was the work of Ning Wuya. No rebuttals will be accepted from anyone. It made him, the mastermind behind it, a bit skeptical. Could it be that Ning Wuya was really operating in it? Of course, Qin Xian knew it in his heart, but he wouldn't deliberately tear it apart. Since Scarlet Thorn's thoughts were, well, favorable to him, let's continue to let her reverie go on. Qin Xian's fingertips, regularly tapping on the bedpan, staring with interest at Scarlet Thorn's floating and delicate figure, his mouth holding a smile. "It's fine to let me take a shot. You should know the price of doing so." Scarlet Thorn glared viciously at Qin Xian. "You do whatever you want like this. Aren't you afraid of dying on a woman's belly?" Qin Xian laughed coldly. "That's not something you should be in charge of. Anyway, after finishing off Ning Wuya, I'm also going to die 9 deaths, so if I can have a good time, it's a good time." Scarlet Thorn closed her beautiful eyes and opened them again, making a difficult decision, and spoke in a deep voice. "As long as you are willing to make a move to save them, I will agree to your demands after the matter is accomplished." She was close friends with the members of the Hidden Kills who had come here to take their lives. Now that they were in danger, if she didn't come to their rescue, they would certainly die 10 deaths. Of course, more importantly, her innocence had been destroyed by Qin Xian. Get hogtied one more time and consider it a dog bite. It would only increase her conviction that she must kill Qin Xian in the future. Qin Xian shook his head. "Not after it's done." But now, Scarlet Thorn was in a hurry, her towering chest peaks, slightly trembling, and she rebuked with righteous indignation. "Qin Xian, don't go too far." The members of the Hidden Kills were arrested by the 10 divisions of the Purple Sun, and with the Ning royal house behind them, it's as hard as heaven to rescue them. "And with one word you want me to give in?" Qin Xian waved his hand in a slightly uninterested manner. "You can choose not to believe it. There's no point in talking more. Just go." Now it was Scarlet Thorn who had a request. He could still be swayed by Scarlet Thorn? "If you want to negotiate, you have to have the appropriate leverage." Obviously, Scarlet Thorn does not own it, nor does he have the backbone to discuss fairness with him. Phew! Scarlet Thorn's breathing became more and more rapid as she glared at Qin Xian with a face full of anger, hating to poke a dozen transparent holes in his body, one after another. But she didn't have that ability, and she didn't dare. Qin Xian was her only acquaintance in the Violet Sun Imperial capital.
and if she talked with Qin Xian,
all those close friends of hers would be transformed into orphaned and lonely souls in the prison of the imperial capital.
Scumbag!
Scarlet Thorn could do nothing about it. His heart was angry and furious, but he didn't dare to turn his face. All she could do was flop helplessly in front of the dresser mirror, close her beautiful eyes and pucker her plump ass.
Qin Xian was amused. What are you doing?
Scarlet Thorn blushed in shame.
Knowingly, Qin Xian amusedly urged. I'm exhausted after walking all day. Fetch me a basin of hot water and soak my feet for me first. Perhaps, in the eyes of the unseasoned Scarlet Thorn, double-crossing, there were just so many established patterns that she had experienced last night. But Qin Xian was different, far more spendthrift than what Scarlet Thorn had thought. Not long after, Scarlet Thorn returned with a basin of hot water, and like an attentive little maid, under Qin Xian's guidance, she suffocated and squatted in front of him. Remove his stockings, soak his feet in warm water and massage his insteps.
Scarlet Thorn clenched her shell teeth. The suffocation within her heart was like a huge wave, a wave higher than a wave. Having a request, she had no choice but to be at Qin Xian's mercy. She still had some bitter joy in her heart. Perhaps today, she was able to escape and not have to be bullied by Qin Xian anymore.
Keep your head up. Hearing Qin Xian's call,
Scarlet Thorn subconsciously raised his eyes.
Abruptly, the sight in front of her caused her, a yin-yang realm powerhouse, to stifle her gaze. This one, wash it for me too.
Qin Xian gently patted Scarlet Thorn's head, signaling her to lower her head.
Chapter 81 Scarlet Thorn's Hidden Attribute. A long time. Vom.
Scarlet Thorn stroked the ground with a face full of pain,
coughing violently, choking back tears, floating convex and delicate body, in the violent trembling, so that a dress, more and more fit the body, shapely and curvy in a seductive, delicate manner.
She twisted her head, raised her red eyes, contained the fiery pain in Dan's small mouth, stared at Qin Xian with eyes full of anger,
and angrily rebuked, despicable villain, how dare you insult me like this?
She had never expected Qin Xian's methods to be so despicable and shameless no matter what. She was forced to serve her,
as a slave. That humiliating scene,
once she recalled it, caused her body to tremble and her cheeks to blush,
especially just now.
Qin Xian's deliberate confinement of her yuan power made it impossible for her to use her yuan power to force the foreign substance out of her throat,
so she could only swallow it. At the moment, it just felt like my stomach was turning. I can't tell you how much I want to gag.
Qin Xian raised his hand,
pinched the blood-colored thorns containing Dan's small mouth,
and said with anger in his gaze,
sharp-tongued, I don't dislike you, but you are accusing me of not being a good person? He was understanding,
considering Scarlet Thorn's inexperience, and it didn't bother to take into account the fault of her lack of skill.
But this woman, how can she tolerate it? Come on, it's the Scarlet Thorn that's begging for it now. He could still be taught a lesson by Scarlet Thorn.
Scarlet Thorn wiped the corners of her mouth, her well-behaved face,
a stark contrast to her murderous personality. People have to bow down under the roof.
Biting her brightly colored lips, she clenched her small fists and said in an annoyed voice,
I've done what you asked, so shouldn't you go run around for me now and fulfill your promise?
The members of the Hidden Kills had the 10 divisions of the Purple Sun on the lookout for them, and were persecuted at all times.
The longer the delay,
the more she feared that those members of Hidden Kill
would be killed or injured.
Qin Xian let go of his hand and stretched his back carelessly.
Yawning somewhat lazily, there's no rush. He rolled over and flopped onto his back, tapping 2 unguarded blows toward his shoulder and commanding, give me another shoulder squeeze.
In front of the Scarlet Thorn,
Qin Xian didn't need to put up any defense at all. At this moment, even if his hands were powerless, the Scarlet Thorns would not dare to hurt him in the slightest. If a powerful person from the Ning royal house came to attack,
Scarlet Thorn would still have to stand in front of him and fight for his life to protect him. Scarlet Thorn was furious. Her petite body trembled chaotically as she gritted her teeth and said,
if I can't save them, I will kill you.
Qin Xian snorted coldly.
You can kill me right now. It's up to you if you dare to do it.
Scarlet Thorn choked,
dumbfounded, like a well-behaved little daughter-in-law.
She sat on her knees beside Qin Xian, using her hands that were stained with the blood of the wicked. She gently massaged Qin Xian's back. She gazed at Qin Xian's back that was slim but possessed obvious muscle lines outlining it, her gaze hotly fixed on that fatal weak point.
Unable to resist, he wanted to take a dagger and stab Qin Xian 18 transparent holes from behind, but she didn't dare. She could only do as she was told, squeezing her little hands a little sore. Abruptly, a gust of palm wind came, Wulua light smoke palm.
The 5 ropes were all turned into green smoke.
By the time Scarlet Thorn reacted, he was already being held down.
Scarlet Thorn let out a cry of pain.
his head tilting back as his gaze went from dismayed to bewildered. Scarlet Thorn, the daughter of Chance's favor value rises, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 3,000. An hour later, Qin Xian, who was wearing clothes, listened to the sound of rewards arriving. Somewhat surprised, he turned back and looked at Scarlet Thorn, whose eyes were dull and lifelessly limp on the bed. Mentally, I wondered, good feelings rising? That beep, something's not right. What the hell does what he's doing have anything to do with boosting Scarlet Thorn's favorability? It couldn't be that his repeated bullying had inspired a hidden attribute deep within Scarlet Thorn, could it? He is a good-looking man with a murderous, cold-blooded personality, but deep down, he has a masochistic streak. I don't think it's possible that she got addicted to it a few times. A couple of tweaks and she's hooked, right? With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Qin Xian didn't think any more about it and twisted his head to leave the inn and head to the Luo mansion. In the inner city of the imperial capital, the residence of the chief secretary of the Xiang 10 divisions, in front of the opulent Luo mansion, two thunder beasts, which represented the Iron Face, sat majestically, their gazes gleaming, capable of sending chills down the spines of those passing by with ill intentions. Under the guard's notification, Luo Cini, dressed in a long fiery red dress with high breasts, arrogantly walked out with her hands clasped over her chest and a frosty face. She swept a glance at Qin Xian and said without a trace of humor, "What are you looking for me for?" She stood behind the high threshold, with no intention of moving any closer, as if she was trying to distance herself from Qin Xian. Qin Xian did not get angry and opened the door. "I would like to ask Ms. Luo to do a favor by releasing the members of the Hidden Kills, and after investigating, the 10 divisions of the Purple Sun should also know that the Hidden Kills are not the murderers who slaughtered the children of the lineage." The corner of Luo Cini's mouth lifted slightly, and she asked back with interest, "Is releasing them going to lead you to arrest? You didn't want to be given the head guard of the Demon Removal Division, and now you're coming over here begging me. You think you'll ask and I'll say yes? I don't want to lose face." Qin Xian extended a finger. "Count me as owing you a favor." Luo Cini rolled her eyes charmingly. "Is your favor worth a lot of money? Originally, I was planning to imprison those members of Hidden Kills for a period of time, but now that you've opened your mouth to beg, tomorrow afternoon, I'll behead them all." Cini, inside the Luo mansion, there was a scolding rant. Mu Qingxue, who was hiding behind the door, worried about Qin Xian's anger, pressed out. She gouged out Luo Cini and exasperatedly said, "The suspicion of hidden murder has been cleared. The murderer will be convicted according to what the sacred doctor's lineage has said. Why do you need to imprison them again?" Luo Cini saw her sisters come out to speak for Qin Xian, and even informed her of some insider information. She felt like she had been subjected to a backstabbing. An exasperated chest heaved, hatefully annoyed. "Qingxue, you betrayed me?" Mu Qingxue turned a deaf ear. Always cold gaze, at this moment moved ripples like, watching Qin Xian, softly said, "The case has made new progress. The murderer's side, there is someone else. Hidden Kill members will soon be released. You do not need to worry." Qin Xian wanted to laugh in his heart. His scapegoats, one after another. The investigation of the case is progressing further and further away from the truth. Without thinking about it, one would know that it was the lineage of holy doctors represented by Z Kite that was deliberately tugging towards the wrong path. He didn't bother to mind his own business, and just arched his hand towards Mu Qingxue, saying in a raw manner, "Thanks." Mu Qingxue's heart thumped, and aggression subconsciously arose. The heartache is unbearable. In the eyes, there was a mist of water. She stared at Qin Xian's unfamiliar and emotionless face, and uttered dully, "Between you and me, why is there a need to say thank you? Qin Xian is her fiancé. Once upon a time, it was even more like treating her as the only harbor in the depths of her heart, able to unload all the defenses. If it wasn't for her repeated cold words, if she hadn't listened to the Qin Wanfu's slanderous words, poking Qin Xian's heart with every word, if she hadn't still speculated about Qin Xian with malicious intent before revealing the truth, how could her relationship with Qin Xian be so cold? Mu Qingxue took a deep breath. She knew in her heart that she was not qualified to accuse Qin Xian of changing, only wanting to make up for the harm she had done to Qin Xian through her actions. Let the relationship between the two go back to the way it was before. Heartbroken, she squeezed out a very forced smile and softly opened her mouth to inquire, "You should be attending the Dragon Blood Mystery Realm, right? The Ning royal family has already had a killing intent towards you this time, and will definitely strike out at you on this trip. Cini and I both have some backhanders, so would it be good to travel with you?" Chapter 82 Mu Qingxue's Infatuation. The conflict between Qin Xian and the Ning royal family had already spread throughout the imperial capital.
Even the matter of Violet Kite striking out to subdue the saint was spreading more and more. Ning Wuya was a popular participant in this Dragon's Blood mystery realm, and if Qin Xian wanted to make a move against him, he would inevitably enter the mystery realm as well. Unlike the outside world, that Dragon's Blood mysterious realm restricted the cultivation level of the celestial realm. No outside celestial realm is allowed to enter. Zi Kite had already been promoted to Paragon, and even if she wanted to help Qin Xian, there was nothing she could do. Unlike Mu Qingxue, who originally had no idea of entering the Dragon Blood mysterious realm, now considering Qin Xian, she had taken the initiative to volunteer. For this reason, the energy of the pastoral domain was also utilized, summoning a few strong men to act as undercards and accompany them as escorts. Qin Xian waved his hand. Since he knows the dangers abound, there is even less need to get involved with you. No point in talking too much. Farewell. He turned and walked away without a care in the world. Luo Cini on the sidelines hated her teeth. Her small fists clenched iron tight, itching to smash Qin Xian's head, smashing out dozens of big bags. She indignantly glared at Mu Qingxue and said in annoyance, "Qingxue, you didn't used to be like this, saying that you are bent on becoming a saint and don't listen to what's going on outside the window with both ears? This bastard, he didn't even mean to pick you up. Why do you have to stick your hot face on his cold ass?" Mu Qingxue turned a deaf ear, and in her beautiful eyes, there was a bright crystalline light that was circulating. Luo Cini hated the iron and said, "If you think it's cold to be alone under the quilt, call out to me when you go to sleep in the future, and I'll accompany you to warm the quilt together." Mu Qingxue's pretty face reddened and quenched a few mouthfuls without any good reason. "What nonsense! What does this have to do with what you said?" She stared at Qin Xian's back, her heart warming as she said, "You don't understand. You don't understand the love of a man and a woman at all." "What Qin Xian?" he said. His words were so strong that it seemed like he was unwilling to get involved with me. But in reality, I can be sure that he didn't want me to be in danger. And he didn't want me to take the risk of making an enemy out of the Ning royal family. It's me who can't understand human language anymore. Luo Cini reached out and touched Mu Qingxue's head. "Or is your brain fried?" Mu Qingxue slapped away Luo Cini's palm and exasperatedly said, "Don't talk so much nonsense. I am able to be sure that Qin Xian is not as desperate as I think. After all, between me and him." When Mu Qingxue thought of those shameful past events in the past, her cheeks heaped red, unwilling to show it in front of Luo Cini. His gaze gradually became heavy as he opened his mouth and urged, "On this trip, my shepherd domain is able to provide 12 loyal Yin-Yang realm peak guards, who will be able to break through to the celestial realm just by entering the Dragon's Blood mysterious realm. The more guards your Luo mansion can provide, the better, and the more powerful they are, the more they will be able to guarantee Qin Xian's safety." Indeed, there was a limit to entering the Dragon Blood mystery realm. Celestial realm, no entry allowed. It didn't mean that the trialists who entered it wouldn't be able to break through to the celestial realm within the Dragon's Blood mysteries. This was an unspoken rule agreed upon by many great families, sending peak Yin-Yang realm guards to suppress their realm, only to wait to enter the Dragon's Blood mysterious realm and break through to the celestial realm, to be able to better shelter the children of each family. Even the royal family has defaulted to this unspoken rule. Luo Cini looked at the incorrigible Mu Qingxue and said, "I see you. You're really dim. For the sake of Qin Xian, you actually dared to make an enemy of the Ning royal family. Is it that you really don't want to live? You want to die? I haven't lived long enough." Mu Qingxue beautiful eyes, full of determination. "If you do not want to, let those guards with me to accompany. This time the Dragon Blood secret realm, you do not need to participate. Count me. Mu domain owes you a favor. I Mu family has a grace will be repaid. That is, if I die, the Mu family will not forget the favor. In the holy land of Yaoqi, Qin Xian could take the crime of sheltering Langley upon himself for her, protecting him with his life. This time in the Dragon Blood mystery realm, why couldn't she stand up for Qin Xian and die? If she could save Qin Xian, her relationship with him would definitely be able to change this current unfamiliar state. If she couldn't, being a pair of outlaw lovebirds would be much better than the remorse she felt as she tossed and turned night after night. Unable to sleep, Luo Cini sighed alas and said with her mouth full, "Being acquainted with you is truly the greatest blessing of my Luo Cini's life." She swung rotten, spread her hands and said, "As you wish." The more 100 guards in Luo's house, all mobilized by you. Into it? Mu Qingxue excitedly held Luo Cini's palm. The Luo mansion actually has this many guards. This time in the Dragon Blood mysteries, Qin Xian's safety is guaranteed. Time is like running water, and 3 days pass in a flash. Since the release of the Hidden Kill members, it was as if the Scarlet Thorns had disappeared and never appeared again. The Ning Wangfu also did not find fault,
as if it had forgotten about this matter. On the contrary, on the Shangguan family's side, the little lowly Shangguan Ing came uninvited, and the whole person looked like she was going to live in a hotel, and at all times, she was relying on Qin Xian's left and right. Repeatedly, he offered himself for a stay at the hotel. Time and time again, Shangguan Si was allowed to take it away. Lori grumbled, small-minded, and repeatedly failed to get her way. Until this day, the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm opened. The entire imperial capital, like the aftermath of a tidal wave, with all traces of man-made things on the shore, was erased. There was no place where people were more vocal than the scene of the Dragon Blood Mystery Realm. When Qin Xian stepped into the schoolyard where the boiling secret realm was located, his eyes opened up. If you step into a giant gladiatorial arena, highly fenced in on all sides and packed to the rafters with nearly 1 million people, in the center of that hollowed-out gladiatorial arena, a sword-wielding youth, like a giant sword in the sky, stood proudly on it. It wasn't someone else. It was none other than Long Chen. In front of Long Chen was a Peak Yin Yang Realm Clan Celestial Pride, respectfully arching his hand towards Long Chen in admiration. I'm not your opponent. Admit defeat. Can anyone, again, take the lesson? Long Chen faced everyone, and an invincible aura pounced towards the audience seats like a mountain. Between Qin Xian's curiosity, not far away, Mu Qingxue trotted over. Her beautiful eyes had a moving crystal of divine splendor. You're here? Qin Xian did not pretend to be indifferent again, grasping the relationship between men and women. When the slack is measured, if it's too intentional, it'll look like a cover-up. He pointed at the ring and curiously said, isn't this participating in the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm? What's he yelling about up there? Luo Cini approached nonchalantly and said with a sneer, what do you know? This is the necessary program before the opening of the Dragon Blood Mystery Realm. It's also the perfect occasion for those great families of the Ziyang Empire to take this opportunity to show off their greatness. Taking advantage of this opportunity, those trialists participating in the Dragon's Blood Mystic Realm will engage in a ring match on this ring, and the strongest ones will naturally be able to take advantage of the opportunity to proclaim their own forces, and use it to draw in more fresh blood. I have to say, this one called Long Chen is indeed strong. This is already his 49 consecutive victories, and if he continues to win the next one, it will be 50 consecutive victories. This is a feat that hasn't been done in nearly 500 years. Long Chen enjoyed the attention of all the people. Amidst the approving gazes of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion and other powerhouses, his voice exploded like thunder. Can anyone dare to fight with me? Qin Xian was unwilling to miss this excellent opportunity to suppress, looking at Long Chen's face that he couldn't wait to send over for him to step on. How could he endure it? He rose up in the air and flew towards the ring, unable to hold back his laughter as he said loudly, Yaoqi Holy Land, Thunder Prison Peak true disciple Qin Xian, would like to be taught the wonders of Heaven's End Sword Pavilion's Sword Dao. Chapter 83, Killing Long Chen in Seconds. It's you! The first time Long Chen saw Qin Xian, his Yuan power appeared to be in turmoil and began to become manic. Cultivation so far, if he were to ask who he hated the most, it was none other than Qin Xian. This guy caused him to lose his power in the Shangguan family, and even Shangguan Zhong looked at him unfavorably. What's more, Shangguan Si is disgusted in 100 ways when she sees him now. If it wasn't for the fact that this time, entering the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm required the necessary guards to accompany him. Fearfully, Shangguan Si was not willing to travel with him. All of this was thanks to Qin Xian. Under the eyes of the crowd, Long Chen did not flare up, but arched his hand in a harmonious voice. Long Chen of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion. This time I would like to learn how strong the true disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land is. The violet sky sword in his hand hummed as if it was sensing the power of his opponent and let out an explosive roar. Long Chen, as a whole, had sword intent raging around him. At the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he had now comprehended 70% of the sword intent. 7 long dragons of sword chi, hovering around its circumference. A vast and magnificent image that made everyone present tremble with fear. This son, Long Chen, is actually so demonic. But at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he actually comprehended 70% of sword intent. Even the successive generations of true successors of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion have never had such a starting point. This kid, there is something strange, actually is the body of the sword heart. No wonder a small age can comprehend 70% of the sword intent. That is, even the Qin Wanfu's heavenly pride of Qin Hao, but only just comprehends 60% of the sword intent. This time, the Sky's End Sword Pavilion has picked up a treasure. The crowd's bragging voices made the strongest members of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion very popular. Holding his white beard, he wore an amiable smile as he looked over to where Long Chen was and warned, Don't hurt anyone. Long Chen turned a deaf ear,
his eyes burning as he stared intently at Qin Xian.
Without any more pretense, he exploded with all his might, his yuan power boiling up into the sky.
There were 2 more long dragons of sword chi that rose out of thin air and wrapped around its circumference.
90% sword intent. Long Chen was not comprehending 70% sword intent, but 90% sword intent. Further, when he broke through the paragon, he would be able to assume the name of Sword Saint.
I have a sword that can move mountains,
overturn oceans, subdue demons, and subdue devils. Long Chen's gaze sizzled as he looked toward where the Shangwan family was in the distance.
He saw the fear in Shangwan Si's eyes,
as if he was worried for Qin Xian. Doesn't matter.
After this sword, there was no more Qin Xian in the world.
A sword breaks the river. Long Chen let out an explosive cry,
and his 90% sword intent was radiant.
Zi Shao slashed out with his sword,
and his sword intent transformed into a 1,000-foot sword dragon.
Wherever it passed, the ring collapsed and dirt and rocks flew,
whistling and swirling and accumulating gusts of wind. The sword dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed and bit toward Qin Xian.
Qin Xian raised his hand, and the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda spun out with a humming sound. It transformed into a 10,000
feet huge mountain,
smashing down towards Long Chen. Boom!
The so-called 1,000-foot sword dragon was like a small loach in front of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower,
unable to withstand a single blow,
and it was destroyed and crushed. The desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda smashed down heavily,
and the giant ring completely collapsed, leaving only a huge pit in its place. In the middle of the deep pit, Long Chen was paralyzed like a dead dog. Seconds, ********, how does this your mom play?
Out of the gate is a top-tier saint artifact.
90% of the sword intent isn't enough.
If you want to resist this top-tier saint weapon, you'd have to be at a high level of the celestial realm to start with,
in order to be able to barely resist it, right? This kid Qin Xian, he's so ed up. Where is he challenging the ring? He's clearly teasing Long Chen.
Those spectators in the audience,
seeing this scene, were feeling wronged for Long Chen.
When they encountered a top-tier holy weapon, the body of Sword Heart, they had to be beaten to death. The strong man from the Sky's End Sword Pavilion became furious and got up to angrily rebuke.
Qin Xian, you don't speak of martial virtues. This is a ring match. Why are you using a top-tier holy weapon? You rely on the power of this tower to win.
Qin Xian held the small tower at his end, his gaze glancing at the audience, staring at the strongest members of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion,
and asked back nonchalantly, in this ring match, which rule states that participants are not permitted to use top-tier saint weapons?
There has never been such a provision.
A top-notch holy artifact like the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda, not to mention a mere yin-yang mirror, would be difficult to possess even in the Saint King realm. Who would have thought that in a yin-yang realm ring match, someone would use a top-tier saint weapon against their enemy? Unheard of for ages.
Qin Xian was a strange man who had never been seen before or since.
Son of Qi. Long Chen's Qi value drops by 30,000 points,
rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 30,000.
In the midst of the deep pit, Long Chen got up in a sorry state,
his head puffed up and his face filled with rage as he angrily rebuked towards Qin Xian.
I'm not convinced.
You utilized a top-tier saint artifact to defeat me.
You won.
Qin Xian pulled out his ears and glanced at Long Chen with some disdain.
Then according to you, if I don't use the small tower, you'll be able to defeat me? The son of luck, the undefeatable little strong, is not to be defeated.
He took a small tower and smashed it,
moving
30,000 points of villain value to the account. Now that Long Chen was still trying to provide him with villainous values, he couldn't afford to refuse.
Could he?
Long Chen gritted his teeth and clutched the palm of the violet sky, with blood dripping down the sword, as he roared with rage.
Without using a saint weapon, you won't even be able to catch 3 moves from me. 90% sword intent, 6th level of yin-yang mirror.
He had absolute certainty that he could kill Qin Xian within 3 moves.
Qin Xian put away the small tower and nodded. That's fine, then I won't use the small tower to fight you. Arrogant. Within 3 moves, I will kill you.
In Long Chen's eye sockets, lines of blood instantly wrapped around his eyeballs. The violet sky sword rose up into the sky, transforming into thousands of long swords that hung upside down above Qin Xian's head.
10,000 swords to 1, as Long Chen let out a furious cry.
Thousands of long swords, like arms, buzzed and exploded towards where Qin Xian was.
10,000 swords flew in unison, and the sword might was immense. Even some of the celestial realm, witnessing this scene, felt as if they were on the back of their necks. If they were to face this killing move, they would surely die. Good timing. Qin Xian rose up into the air, going straight up 1,000 feet into the sky. the 10,000 swords from below reversed their direction as if positioning themselves for a cruise, and once again exploded towards Qin Xian's vitals. Long Chen urged his 10,000 swords and his gaze was fierce. You won't be able to escape. Qin Xian took out his halberd from the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. He held his halberd in one hand, his eyes staring. The halberd was in its palm, as if it was storing up power, and the yuan power progressed one after another. It made the body of the heavenly wasteland halberd show a different color. This strange color spread inches upward from the tip of the halberd, until it tinted the entire heavenly wasteland halberd with a different color. Qin Xian finished building up his strength before throwing the heavenly desolate halberd violently towards the bottom. The halberd subdues the 8 wastes. This was a killing move and the true solution of the heavenly desolation. The halberd was like a meteor, shooting down explosively and accumulating gusts of wind. The thousands of long swords, even the body of the heavenly desolate halberd had not touched, just swept by the astral wind. Then handle after handle broken. Revert to the purple heavenly sword body. Boom! The heavenly wasteland halberd plunged straight into the middle of the field below. The huge field that stretched for 10,000 feet was directly smashed by this halberd to turn the sky upside down. There were mountainous boulders, bulging up from the shattered places, giant gullies that stretched out instantly. Just the power of the heavenly desolate halberd vibrating apart also made Long Chen, who was 100 feet away, unable to withstand it. The entire person was shaken into the air, his back facing the ground, curling up like a prawn, blood spewing madly from his mouth. Chapter 84 Malice of the Ning King's House. Forbidden sacred weapon. Shocker. Staggering. Suffocation. Everyone in the audience, all of them drew in a breath of cool air, and there were even strong people who rose at once to witness the heavenly desolate halberd in Qin Xian's hands, their gazes burning. This son is actually using the Undermoon Halberd Saint's heavenly desolate halberd. The heavenly desolate halberd since that battle, completely shattered. The vast majority of the fragments have left the 10,000 treasures pavilion intercepted. It is rumored that even that Stygian moon halberd saints have not arrived at the heavenly desolate true solution, where 10,000 treasures pavilion got their hands on it. No wonder Z-Kite would make a move in the inner city to chop the Deadwood Sage for Qin Xian. So it turns out that this son is from the chief sacred doctor's lineage. At such a young age, to actually be able to comprehend the heavenly desolate true solution to such an extent is simply unimaginable. The strength of the Stygian moon halberd saint was well known. It was the Battle of the Fallen that caused more than a handful of Saint King realms to bleed. And today, Qin Xian made use of the heavenly desolate halberd, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth with the body of the Yin-Yang realm, enough to suppress the celestial realm. This kind of elegance, I'm afraid that even when the Undermoon halberd saint was young, it was difficult to possess. If this son grew up, he would definitely be another glorious existence comparable to the Undermoon halberd saint. The Qin Wanfu is truly blind. Even a demon like this is willing to be expelled from the family. Pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. A big loss of money. There were some powerful people who knew about Qin Xian's life, and at this moment, witnessing this scene, they dragged out another whipping of the Qin Wanfu's long ago wretched reputation. The white-bearded sword saint of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion, blowing his beard and eyes, his nostrils enlarged several times in anger. He angrily rebuked Qin Xian. The heavenly desolate halberd you used is a top-grade sacred artifact. Using a sacred artifact to suppress someone, you're not winning. Qin Xian turned around, a smile at the corner of his mouth as he threw his voice and asked rhetorically, is it possible that the ones in the hands of your Heaven's End Sword Pavilion's true disciples are not sacred artifacts? Not only was the purple heavenly sword a sacred artifact, it was also a crippled version of a top-grade sacred artifact. Even with the missing parts now, it was still comparable to a lower-grade saint artifact. He glanced at Long Chen, who had fallen to the ground and coughed up blood, and held the heavenly desolate halberd, pointing diagonally at the ground, seemingly disliking the white-bearded sword saint, but in reality, he was killing and executing him. You said I won with a small tower. Well, I don't use a small tower. Now that I used the heavenly desolate halberd and defeated Long Chen with a single halberd, you're saying that I used a top-grade holy weapon. Is it that as long as I win, your Sky's End Sword Pavilion is just unconvinced and won't admit defeat? If I win against Long Chen with my bare hands again, are you going to make me remove my arm and fight him again? Originally thought that the Sky's End Sword Pavilion was famous and should be broad-minded, but I didn't think that it was actually a nature that couldn't afford to lose. Qin Xian through his voice angrily questioned, from beginning to end, are you Tianya Sword Pavilion in the embrace? Can never hear me a Yin-Yang realm a heavy? What dissatisfaction Long Chen Yin-Yang realm 6, with his bare hands and empty fists, with a saint-grade technique, Qin Xian was equally capable of suppressing Long Chen, who was at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. But why would he do that?
It had been able to harvest Long Chen's anger and gain villainous value.
Why would he listen to the old man from the Skyward Sword Pavilion? Long Chen,
it's already an established fact that you've lost.
So what's the complaint? Victory and defeat have been decided. Qin Xian is just better than you.
Your 50 consecutive victories.
It's over. Shang Wanxi chortled from below.
Mu Qingxue was also cheering for Qin Xian.
The entire audience was congratulating Qin Xian. In the deep pit,
Long Chen got up in a sorry state with his eyes wide open. His bones clenched and creaked as he witnessed Qin Xian's upright back. The eyes were a blood-red color.
Rushing anger, sludging up in his chest.
Especially noticing that when Shang Wanxi looked at him, his gaze was filled with disgust, but when he looked at Qin Xian, his eyes were filled with admiration. It made him so jealous that he almost lost control of his demons. The son of Qi Long Chen's Qi value drops by 50,000 points, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 50,000. The reward arrived.
Qin Xian's smile,
more and more like a spring breeze, twisted his head to look at Long Chen's place,
and opened his mouth. The loser leaves the field. LOL.
Long Chen's mouth felt like it was haunted by a rat's nest, and his back teeth were nearly clenched. He wriggled out of the room without a word. In his heart, it was a killing intent. When he entered the Dragon's Blood mysterious realm, he did not need to confine his cultivation, just waiting for a breakthrough. The wind and clouds will turn into dragons. At that time, he would personally crush the shame of this moment, and would make Qin Xian's life worse than death. The moment Long Chen stepped off the field, a young man in brocade garb and gold and purple at the waist drifted from the special seats of the princes and nobles in the distance. His face was cold and stern, his body was slender, and his pair of soul-stirring ink-colored pupils were exceptionally eye-catching. This pair of ink-colored pupils was as if there were abysses intertwined, making people fall into them once they gazed at them. The son of the king of Ning. I can't believe he's going down. This is a case of not being able to resist, and wanting to kill Qin Xian before entering the Dragon's Blood mysterious realm. Everyone was shocked in their hearts when they saw the scene. In this kind of ring match, a royal relative like Ning Wuya wouldn't go down easily. They are the high and mighty royal family, the party that draws fresh blood. Why show people where the power lies? Qin Xian stared at the visitor and said in a deep voice, "You are Ning Wuya? These pupils, they should have been mutated from your transplantation of senior brother Shangguan's innate underworld pupil. In that case, senior brother Shangguan died by your hand. Why? Did you move to kill him?" Ning Wuya's ink-colored pupils were unusually cold, and he lightly caressed his brows with his hand, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Killing is killing. Does this need a reason? In his eyes, even the Shangguan family was an inferior family, and the chief disciple of Thunder Prison Peak was even more inferior. If you kill, you kill. Why hide it? Is there anyone who dares to point a finger at him? Thief! Shangguanxi's chest peaks rose and fell violently in excitement. Shangguanzhong hastily made a move to stop the sound from spreading. His eyes moved with hatred, but he didn't dare to have a fit. The Ning royal family was strong enough to destroy the Shangguan family in an instant. If he took revenge, even his two daughters would fall. As if sensing something, Ning Wuya shifted his gaze to where Shangguanxi was, staring emphatically at the two sisters for a moment before slowly withdrawing his gaze. Looking at Qin Xian in front of him, he chimed in a lofty voice, "You came here in search of revenge, and in my eyes, it's just a joke. You can kill Chen Yuan, and you can strike at other great families, but you can't stop me from taking a concubine. You made me lose a concubine. And after this Dragon's Blood mystery, the pair of sisters from the Shangguan family will be treated as additions to my Ningwang mansion." Qin Xian stared. In his heart, he said, "This Ning Wuya is so crazy." Still, it would save him from having to do another investigation and flinging evidence in his face. The guys admitted it. Just kill him and be done with it. I don't know if the heavy pupil woman has paid attention to this place, and it's about time for me to take a stand. Between the speculations of Qin Xian's mind, he spiraled into a face full of anger. He disregarded the prestige of the Ning King's mansion and looked angrily at Ning Wuya, pronouncing, "Ning Wuya, you killed my Thunder Prison Peak's chief senior brother, and even attempted to humiliate the senior brother's family. As a true disciple of Thunder Prison Peak, I hold the Sage Striking Whip, and can enforce the law on behalf of Thunder Prison Peak. Today, you will be put to death here to console the spirit of senior brother Shangguan in heaven. Buzz off." Qin Xian raised his hand and offered the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. Before he could fly out, a golden chain, from the location of the special seats, attacked the sky. Inside the small tower, Langley opened her mouth and reminded, "This is a confinement tactic of the peak of the Saint King realm. Let me make a move. If not, the small tower will be sealed." Qin Xian pondered for a long time,
there's no need to expose it for now. Long Li, nowadays,
had long been submissive to Qin Xian and did not resist, allowing the peak of the Saint King realm to seal the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. When Qin Xian was holding the heavenly desolate halberd,
the golden chains surfaced once again, sealed the heavenly wasteland halberd again. From that special seat, a magnificent voice rang out. In this battle,
both sides are not allowed to utilize the greatness of holy weapons. Ning Wuya's wisdom is in the right place. All of this was expected of him.
It was prepared to show up. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shaken the two great saint artifacts without full certainty. Gazing at Qin Xian,
the smile at the corner of Ning Wuya's mouth grew more and more rampant.
Rampant to the point of being somewhat insane. Qin Xian, compared to me, you are like a grain of rice before the radiance of the white moon. Without the small tower,
without the heavenly wasteland halberd,
in my eyes, you are just a mole cricket.
Wrong, I should say you're a bereft ant without a home.
Father doesn't love you, mother doesn't love you, brother doesn't honor you, and even the clan can't wait to see you die. You're a joke to live in the world. The muscles at the corners of Ning Wuya's mouth
twitched madly as his smile grew creepier and creepier.
His character, since the mutation of the transplanted innate medieval pupil, changed drastically.
He pointed to the ground in front of him and said in a cold voice, "Now come over here and kneel down for me,
as if you were a slave of my Ningguang palace,
and lick the mud from the soles of my shoes,
and I might give you a chance to live.
I'll make you my most loyal slave,
and I can't say for sure that, on a whim,
I'll avenge you and take your gorgeous saintly mother as a concubine as well."
Qin Xian took a deep breath,
the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he stared at Ning Wuya and said in a chilling voice,
"Damn you to hell." He tried hard to calm himself, thinking it wasn't worth getting angry over Shanganya.
But Ning Wuya's words still made him break his defenses. For the first time, killing intent stirred madly in his heart. The killing intent was an instinctive reaction beyond his plan.
Ning Wuya seemed to be enjoying the scene of bullying and humiliating people.
As he grew more and more maniacal,
his head lowered, his body trembling, and there was an oozing laughter coming out. Ha ha ha, like a hole in his throat and a leaky laugh. The laughter was deafening. He raised his ink-colored pupils,
the corners of his mouth grinning in an exaggerated arc as he sneered and asked back,
"Qin Xian,
you don't think that you'll still be able to leave the Violet Sun Imperial capital alive,
do you?
What is your bottom card?
The Holy Land of Yaoqi, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi? From the moment you came to the Imperial capital,
the Yaowu sacred ground has sealed the mountain,
not allowing the sacred king realm to leave,
and your master,
as well as your grandfather,
were unable to rush here to save you,
or, in your eyes, Zixus was able to save you? Ha ha ha,
your thoughts are really naive to the point of stupidity. Since you parted ways with Zikite 3 days ago, she has been confined to the sacred doctor's residence.
There's no turning back for you anymore.
I will crack your bones inch by inch, and I will decapitate your head and place it in my room. I'll let you witness the scene where I pamper the Shangwan sisters and spoil your holy mother."
Chapter 85, Invincible in the Same Realm. Tyrannical King Ning's son.
Qin Xian's forehead veins popped as his figure burst forward and disappeared in place.
When he reappeared,
he was already located less than a foot away from Ning Wuya.
The manic yuan power, whistling loudly, even the space, all produced a buzz. Angry, you're angry. I love that look on your face.
Ning Wuya laughed maniacally as his ink-colored pupils,
strangely, began to flow. In front of Qin Xian, a spinning black vortex appeared. Boo! Like a clay ox entering the sea.
Qin Xian appeared 1,000 feet away from Ning Wuya in the blink of an eye after entering the vortex.
You are like a mole cricket in front of me. You can't even get close to me. The corners of Ning Wuya's mouth grinned even more ferociously as he stared at Qin Xian, his gaze bloodthirsty.
"Why don't you obediently kneel down in front of me and allow me to remove the head?" The shift in the situation caused Mu Qingshue's heart to tighten as she clenched her small fists and said angrily, "This is not fair. By what right is Qin Xian's sacred artifact imprisoned? Ning Wuya is at the peak of the yin-yang mirror.
He's using his realm advantage to bully Qin Xian. This ring match. No more fighting."
Luo Sini was equally dissatisfied in her heart, but she could see the reality clearly and helplessly said,
"Even the entire Xiang Empire is owned by the royal family.
Not to mention this small ring match. The rules are set by the royal family.
We don't have the right to refute them." At the audience, Shangwan Ying's big watery eyes were filled with worry as she tugged on Shangwan Zhong's arm and cried, "Father, save Mr. Qin, save Mr. Qin." Shangwan Zhong's eyes were filled with anxiety, and he could only sigh helplessly without responding. Shangwan Si gritted his teeth and said,
"Without the suppression of the 2 saint artifacts,
Duke Qin's strength is greatly reduced.
Not to mention that at this time,
he's still facing Ning Wuya, and that mutated pupil technique is even more ferocious than when his elder brother was alive. In the audience, a strong person who couldn't stand watching spoke out. Qin Xian, admit defeat. As long as you admit defeat, no need to die here. They were also not used to seeing Ning Wuya's brutality, but since the other party was the son of King Ning, they could only persuade Qin Xian to give in and not fall down in the ring and be abused. Ning Wuya hunched over, shaking with laughter. He clasped his hands to his chest and lowered his head in a maniacal outburst. Did you hear that? They're all telling you to concede. They think that as long as you concede, you'll survive. Suddenly, Ning Wuya raised his head again, his pair of ink-colored pupils, which had been thoroughly dyed blood red, staring straight at Qin Xian, asking rhetorically, but do you think that it's possible? Qin Xian twisted his neck, his gaze a chilling one. You think you, for sure, are going to win? This Ning Wuya looked terrifying, but in reality, he was a madman dominated by his alien pupils. He was a great villain, and he could still let Ning Wuya, a madman, suppress him headlong? Without the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda and the heavenly desolate halberd, it could only mean that he could no longer rely on the might of a holy weapon to fight against saints. It didn't mean that a mere yin-yang realm could also act recklessly in front of him. Swish! Qin Xian's figure flashed as a large explosion of yuan power caused space to burst. He was like an ancient ferocious bird, constantly breaking through the sound barrier, his speed skyrocketing to a level that even the celestial realm found unbelievable. Stupid! Too stupid! Ning Wuya laughed sardonically. However, the more stupid you are, the more pleasurable it is to tease, both physically and mentally. His blood-colored alien pupils began to flow once again. In front of Qin Xian's unrelenting path, another black vortex appeared. Wulua light smoke palm. Qin Xian casually slapped his palm. The black vortex, like the cloak of a cloaked man, was erased in an instant. One had to know that the 5 Luo light smoke palm was a true Saint Grey technique. It is not only for the lucky girl to remove the skirt and stockings and other clothing, even the vortex of the space can be moved, as usual, can be erased. Mountain shaking fist. Qin Xian and arrived in front of Ning Wuya, both feet stepping on the ground, the yuan power around his body, gathering at his shoulder blades. The spine of the back is like a large dragon. Using his own flesh and bones, he drove his entire body's chi and blasted out with a single punch. Click, click, click. The space nearby, all began to shatter. Ning Wuya's epileptic palms rolled out, and in the center of his white palms, 2 blood-colored pupils actually appeared as well. It was like his eyeballs, attached to his palms. Phew! Manic suction power erupted from Ning Wuya's palm. A mountain-shaking fist that was enough to move mountains and overturn the sea was hardened by those palms, unloading 90% of its strength in an instant. Ning Wuya teased out, "Your fist print, how come it's so flimsy, compared to me who didn't take the aphrodisiac pills? It's all too weak." Qin Xian sneered wistfully, "Then let's show you a harder one. Buzz off." In its chest cavity, the chaotic Hongmeng body-derived Hongmeng bone appeared to burst. Obscure energies, treacherous, gathered above the fist seal. Qin Xian blasted out another regretful mountain fist. Ning Wuya once again launched out with both palms. The moment his fists and palms met, Ning Wuya's pupils violently tightened. The obscure energy, which even his alien pupils couldn't draw from, just the moment of contact caused his eyes to sting and overflow with blood. Hastily withdrawing his palms, boom! Qin Xian's punch landed solidly at Ning Wuya's chest. The ground shook and crumbled. The land that Qin Xian's feet were stepping on collapsed inch by inch, sinking downwards as cracks densely scattered in all directions. Boom! Ning Wuya's torso, like a scurrying monkey, rushed straight up into the clouds, reaching 10,000 feet into the sky, and at his chest cavity, his ribs were broken in countless ways. "Don't you like to play? I'll let you have your fun." Qin Xian stomped on the ground and leapt up. Like a ghost, he burst through the air, as light as a ghost. It was extremely fast, stepping through space multiple times. At the audience, a sharp-eyed person recognized this technique and said in horror, "This is the 8 steps of the underworld. It's a Saint Grade technique from the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty. Not only can it more than double the speed, it can also block space." First the fist ancestor's mountain-shaking fist, and then the 8 steps of the underworld. This fellow Qin Xian, just how many Saint Grade techniques has he delved into, and has he not comprehended each and every one of them to a great extent? These Saint Grade techniques, if a regular person wanted to obtain one, it would be as difficult as climbing up to heaven without this chance. Who had thought that in Qin Xian's hands, there was a wide range of items, from beginning to end, without any repetition. Moreover, he comprehended every Saint Grade technique so deeply that even some paragons, and even saints, were ashamed of themselves. Qin Xian, who had vacated the air at the same height as Ning Wuya, turned a deaf ear and only stared at him with evil intent. Morrow Broken River. It was another Saint-grade technique, created by a demonic scorpion Saint King. Of course, this technique was likewise squeezed by Qin Xian from Lungli. A leg whip swept out as if it were the scorpion tail of a demonic scorpion swinging in. It's shocking enough to break a river and split the sea. The struck Ning Wuya continuously shattered space and shot backwards. Qin Xian catalyzed the 8 steps of the underworld, chasing the stars to catch up with the moon, following and accelerating Ning Wuya every time his speed weakened. All the shots are holy, no repetitions, beating Ning Wuya inside the confined space. He was like a deflated ball of leather, bursting in all directions in a haphazard manner. Knock! That was until Qin Xian was so annoyed that he stomped heavily on Ning Wuya's abdomen and kicked him into the center of the ring. Ning Wuya was in a deep pit, getting up in a sorry state, his gaze crimson, no longer seeing his earlier madness. Qin Xian stepped on the ground with his feet and approached step by step, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly as he asked rhetorically, "Why aren't you laughing anymore?" Chapter 86 Shangguanya, who dares to touch my son? Ho ho ho. Ning Wuya's broken voice once again let out a leaky laugh. His bleeding pupils were much better by now. The bottom card that could not be utilized, at this moment, had finally been unsealed. He raised his eyes and stared at the approaching Qin Xian with a ghostly gaze, his foreign pupils flowing, like a flower in a mirror. It made the picture turn upside down for a while, putting Qin Xian in the middle of an inner illusion. This is his real killing move. Like an endless dream world, even a quasi-saint was able to imprison. He saw Qin Xian's tragic experience in the Qin Wangfu. Saw Qin Xian being slandered by the clan elders of Qin Wangfu and suppressed by his biological father, King Qin. The father does not love, the mother does not love, the brother does not respect, the clansmen despise, and the raw bones are gouged out in a tragic way. I want you to be trapped in my illusion forever, to sink forever, unable to extricate yourself. I want you to reincarnate for 10,000 lifetimes in this most miserable moment. Ha, ho ho ho. Ning Wuya was like a divine abode, looking down condescendingly at Qin Xian, who was trapped in the pupil illusion, his smile growing more and more maniacal. Boo! A crisp ringing sound came out, and in front of Ning Wuya, the illusion of the Qinwang mansion that was so vivid in his mind shattered like a mirror. Behind the mirror, Qin Xian walked with slow steps and a smile like a spring breeze on his face. Why? Why is that? How could you possibly get out of it? My pupil technique, why can't it work on you? When Ning Wuya saw Qin Xian, who had escaped unharmed from the illusion, his body exploded with trembling, and for the first time, his eyes revealed a look of horror. He drew on the blood of thousands of virgins to barely block the backlash of the alien pupil. Let him comprehend this stance that was enough to cross 2 great realms to kill his enemies. Why? Against a yin-yang realm. It couldn't work. I have a clear Taoist mind and have only come to avenge my senior brother Shangguan's death, so a mere illusion naturally can't trap me. Qin Xian blurted it out. With the Dao Xian Tongming half a penny relationship is not. All this pupil art is also considered to be an abnormal body role manifestation. He, the ancestor of all bodies chaotic Hongming body, was not affected at all. Why aren't you smiling again? Qin Xian walked up to Ning Wuya and chiseled a fist at his temple. The dumbfounded Ning Wuya, as if he were an inflatable puppet, his body bizarrely flipped over and over on the ground, smashing the ground and bashing it up into a boulder. Before he could stabilize his body, Qin Xian had already picked up the boulder and ruthlessly smashed it down towards the top of Ning Wuya's head. Boo! Ning Wuya's eyes were stagnant, frozen like a wooden chicken. His entire body was like a tree stump that had been slapped into the ground by Qin Xian with a boulder, leaving only a head exposed. Qin Xian stepped forward, his foot stepping on Ning Wuya's head, holding his face down in the dirt, rubbing it repeatedly. Gave you a chance, but you're not up to it. What an alien pupil. It's a crappy bootleg. You, the 9th level of the yin-yang mirror, can't even defeat me. Killing you would be considered saving resources for the Violet Sun Imperial family. As the words fell, in the distance, a palm wind came. Qin Xian sensed that something was wrong, and the 8 steps of the underworld were activated, appearing 10,000 feet away. At the place where he disappeared, an endless black hole appeared. Space shattered into pieces, and countless astral winds swept out. If Feng had hesitated for a breath, the celestial realm would have been slapped into pieces by this palm. A sacred king realm lifted Ning Wuya from the deep pit and looked at Qin Xian with a cold gaze. Kill him. I want him dead, not affected by my pupil technique. All must die. Kill him. You kill him for me. Ning Wuya's maniacal outbursts of rage were directed at the Saint King's realm, and as if he were possessed, he recklessly kicked towards the Saint King's realm's ass. A thought rose from the Saint King realm powerhouse, causing Ning Wuya to take a half step back and kick the air. He did not become angry, but stared at Qin Xian and spoke without question.
By order of the young prince, I take your life. As his thoughts rose, a black spear appeared less than 10 feet away from Qin Xian. In an instant, it was able to penetrate Qin Xian's head. When it was too late, a simple-looking woman in the audience was seen rising indignantly. A small purple tripod that covered the surrounding world smashed towards the ring. With the haste of breaking through the air, he directly suppressed that black spear. In the center of the ring, the woman rose up in the air and lifted the mask that covered her ears, revealing a graceful and exquisite face. It wasn't someone else. It was Shangguanya who had come here on purpose. In the midst of Shangguanya's rage, he didn't even look at the Saint King below, but looked straight at the Ning King's original body in the special seat, and angrily said, "The Ning royal house. It can really be quite big. It's not as skilled as the others, so it actually sent the Saint King realm to obliterate my son? Today, I, Shangguanya, am here, and if anyone dares to hurt Xian'er, I will take his life." King Ning glanced unexpectedly at Shangguanya and retracted his gaze. "This is just a misunderstanding. Come back." The Saint King realm offerings below didn't dare to disobey, and led Ning Wuya back towards the special seats. "Get off me. Qin Xian will die. I told you, it's useless even if the King of Heaven comes." King Ning raised his hand, silencing the epileptic Ning Wuya. He looked at Shangguanya smilingly and said, "Congratulations to the heaven-mending Sacred Earth's sacred maiden on her promotion to the Saint King realm." The words fell, leaving the scene in awe. So the Holy Maiden of the heaven-mending Holy Land has advanced to the Saint King realm. No wonder even King Ning would give 3 points. The Holy Daughter of the heaven-mending Holy Land. The entire Xiang Empire, the only 2 Holy King realm alchemists. If something were to happen to Shangguanya, it's absolutely impossible for the heaven-mending Holy Land to sit back and watch. Not to mention, I don't know how many powerful people are eager to obtain a holy elixir from Shangguanya's hands. Saint King realm alchemists, and Saint King realm, are not comparable. It didn't occur to me that Shangguanya would actually secretly harbor Qin Xian. Could it be that his conscience has appeared? Or perhaps, the Qin Wangfu dug up Qin Xian's supreme bone and is thinking of his 2 sacred artifacts. When Shangguanya heard this, she only felt that her heart was like a knife, unworthy of being a mother. She tried her best to keep her heartache from overflowing as she landed in front of Qin Xian and softly inquired, "Xian'er, are you alright?" Ever since the parting outside the Yaoqi Holy Land, the shackles she encountered in her cultivation were opened up and she broke through to the Saint King realm in one fell swoop. Upon hearing that Qin Xian was coming to the imperial capital, she concealed her identity and secretly rushed here. For the sake of sheltering her Xian'er, she wanted to repay the debt in her heart. Shangguanya stretched out her white palm, wanting to caress Qin Xian's face. Qin Xian dodged out of the way and said stiffly, "Just call me Qin Xian. We're not that familiar." Shangguanya only felt a pang of sourness and bitterness in her heart, but she was to blame for all this. Even outsiders felt that she was sheltered. For the sake of the holy weapon, how would the persecuted Qin Xian guess her? She had no right to explain, only to make amends with her behavior as best she could. "Shen, do not enter the dragon blood mysterious realm. There is no sacred weapon shelter. This trip is 9 deaths in 1 life. I will take you to the heaven-mending sacred ground, and break the prohibition on the sacred weapon for you," Shangguanya softly pleaded. Qin Xian shook his head and said, "There is no need. You and I have decided on mother and son kinship. There is no need to stay." Chapter 87. Qin Xian was submerged. His expression was cold, not giving Shangguanya any room for redemption. The entire Qin Wangfu, including Shangguanya, there would be no putting his life on the line. He could not wait to thwart him and use him as a fertilizer for Qin Hao to grow up. Now Shangguanya realized the mistake, regretted it, and stepped in to solve his troubles for once. And he will forgive this accomplice despite all the past grievances? Bitchy or not, Henley, Shangguanya's heart was like a knife. Looking at Qin Xian's departing back, the water mist in his eyes, dense flow. It was her son, a piece of flesh that fell from her body. If she hadn't hurt Qin Xian to the bone in the past, why would she be like this? Those bigwigs from all sides, when they saw this scene, they all laughed coldly in their hearts. The Qin Wangfu really does have despicable enough tactics. In the past they couldn't wait to pit Qin Xian to death, and now at this moment, realizing that they've looked away, they're letting the Holy Maiden of the Heaven-repairing Holy Land step in to undo it, presuming to use a mother's love to call back Qin Xian. I can't say that when I return to the Qin Wangfu, Qin Xian, the boy, will have to suffer persecution again. There are so many secrets in his body. First the top-tier saint artifact Little Tower, then the Undermoon Halberd Saint's Heavenly Desolate Halberd, and now without using these 2 saint artifacts and with his bare hands, he was actually able to defeat Ning Wuya. The techniques learned are all of holy quality. In exchange for those heavenly pride demons, Being able to comprehend one holy quality technique is already not bad, and those who comprehend 2 to 3 can be holy sons.
As a result, this brat is good.
Saint grade feats are as easy to come by as a broken copper or iron in a bazaar.
Defeating the 9th level of the Avatar realm with a Yin Yang realm 1st level who carries a different pupil.
This son can be called invincible in the same realm. Qin Xian was blessed with a profound source of fortune.
And what was even more amazing was his jaw-dropping cultivation talent.
Saint grade feats rained down,
and top-grade saint artifacts were in their possession.
All of them who were now renowned Saint King realms would have been hard-pressed to have Qin Xian's style today in the first place. There were many great powerhouses that were secretly admonishing their own heavenly pride. They were told to stay away from Qin Xian after entering the dragon's blood mysterious realm and not to provoke him. Befriending was impossible. This kind of precious lump was considered to be a treasure for the Yaowu sacred land to pick up,
and they couldn't take it away.
Plus, Ning Wuya was bound to kill Qin Xian this time.
So if he entered the dragon's blood mystic realm and befriended Qin Xian, he would only incur the trouble of killing him.
Rumble.
Within the ring, greatness rose up.
The crushed boulders,
in an instant, healed as before. From the bottom of that ground, a white bone-capped dragon's head, buzzing, broke through the ground. Just a dragon head,
the more 10,000 feet wide. It is hard to imagine this true dragon,
how huge it is.
Even if he had been dead for millions of years, the moment the dragon head appeared,
a majestic pressure descended.
If not for a strong person sheltering here,
below the yin-yang mirror,
all of them would have to explode and die.
Dragon blood mystery realm, open.
The powerful man from the royal family spoke in a deep voice.
Like rainwater,
the celestial pride of the various races swarmed in towards the dragon's head within its bloody mouth.
Qin Xian refused the Shangguan families and Mu Qingshua's invitations to accompany him, and alone, in Shangguanya's pleading voice, he resolutely walked into the dragon blood mystery realm.
Ning Wuya was followed by 5 guards,
their gazes resentful,
staring at Qin Xian to death,
following closely behind them as they stepped into the dragon's blood mystery realm. Having just entered the secret realm,
Qin Xian's eyes were open to a plain of green grass. Without waiting for him to call out the system, he heard a smug voice coming from the distance.
Qingxue, I told you so. As long as I want to,
it's impossible for Qin Xian to get rid of us.
How? Milk Luo Sini held the arm of Mu Qingxue,
followed by more than 100 guards,
strutting towards Qin Xian.
She tilted her snow-white neck and spoke proudly.
Qin Xian, I admit that you are indeed very strong.
Being able to use your bare hands and bare fists without the use of a holy weapon to reverse the yin-yang realm's 9th level with the 1st level of the yin-yang realm,
and being invincible in the same realm.
But this place is not like elsewhere. Within the dragon's blood mysteries,
there are unspoken rules. You're alone, rashly intruding.
If you don't have a strong person to shelter you,
you'll die 9 deaths.
Not to mention the fact that you're now having your holy weapon sealed by the royal family's powerhouses,
and you've got that madman, Ning Wuya, staring at you. So it's safe to say that you'll die 10 deaths on this trip. However,
for the sake of Qingxue, I'm willing to step in and shelter you. Mu Qingxue glared at Luo Sini without any good reason and blocked her mouth with her hand,
her gaze softly looking towards Qin Xian, saying, we're traveling together, so it's good to have a caretaker.
Qin Xian stretched out his hand and pointed behind the 2 women,
Mu Qingxue, and asked rhetorically, you guys attracted them? Over there, follow 6 people.
At the head of them was none other than Ning Wuya, who had a spiteful gaze.
Ha. Seconds, it's really too much seconds. As soon as we came in, let us meet, not to kill you or sorry for this destiny
Ning Wuya stared at Qin Xian with a resentful gaze,
followed by a reckless scan of Mu Qingxue and Luo Sini.
Within his pair of foreign pupils,
the aura of the 2 women, unlike ordinary women, was extraordinarily colorful.
His broken gong voice let out an oozing laugh as he looked at Qin Xian, cracking his mouth in a sardonic smile.
Qin Xian,
these 2 are also your confidants.
Ha, I wonder, how would you feel if I played with them in front of you? Mu Qingshua's willow leaf brows knitted tightly as her expression became tense.
Luo Sini reached out to protect Mu Qingxue behind her, patted Qin Xian's chest,
and arrogantly spoke. It's nothing to do with us, but you can completely put your heart in your stomach. With me, Luo Sini, he can't show off.
Under the arches of more than 100 guards,
Luo Sini took a few steps forward and stared at Ning Wuya, saying in a cold voice, Ning Wuya, the son of King Ning's name is indeed big enough, but this is the dragon blood mystic realm, and your background can't kill anyone here.
I have more than 100 celestial realm guards,
and with these 5 rotten onions beside you,
even if they were able to break through to the middle stage of the celestial realm in an instant,
it would be difficult for them to compete with me. You insulted Qin Xian.
Qin Xian swelled up your face.
So it's considered even. Ning Wuya, give me Luo Sini a face, and let's just forget about this matter, how about it? Sparing Ning Wuya's epileptic nature. His nostrils enlarged in anger at Luo Sini's words. Who's a good guy to talk a fight like that? Poking at the heart of the matter, Ning Wuya didn't look at Luo Sini. In his eyes, this was already a plaything that had been female head first and killed later. Only staring at Qin Xian with deadly intent. Laughing maniacally, he said, Qin Xian, I've thought of a good way to dispose of you. I'll remove your head and plant it within a vase to maintain your vitality. I'll set you up in my room and let you witness how I toyed with Luo Sini, Mu Qingxue, the Shangguan family sisters, and your saintly mother. Luo Sini was so furious that her chest peaks trembled violently, and her delicate voice angrily rebuked. Even if you want to play with Qingxue, you even want to play with me? Ning Wuya, you've crossed the line. She raised her hand and said in a deep voice, breakthrough. Beside him, the more 100 guards suppressed their realm, only waiting for this day. Drawing on the magnificent Yuan power within the dragon's blood mystery, there were swirls of Yuan power pouring into the bodies of one of the guards. Within 10 breaths, these guards who had suppressed their realms broke through to the celestial realm like bamboo shoots after rain. There were strong people who directly pulled up to the second level of the celestial realm, or even the third level. These people, who have accumulated decades, or even more than 100 years of heritage, are waiting for today to shine. Luo Sini pointed at the no one beside Ning Wuya and said angrily, finish off these 5 rotten onions first. She didn't dare to take a shot at Ning Wuya, but she still didn't dare to kill a few guards? Kill Ning Wuya's guards first, then do the coercion. Ning Wuya threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Funny, simply funny. Break through. All break through for me. Slaughter them all. The guards beside him took out a crimson-colored elixir and swallowed it in public. Chapter 88, taking advantage of the momentum and raiding the 2 great daughters of Qi at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. A vast pillar of Yuan power light shot straight up into the sky, breaking 10,000 feet. These 5 guards beside Ning Wuya stepped into the celestial realm in an instant. It didn't stagnate in the slightest and continued to climb wildly. The second level of the celestial realm. Celestial realm triple. 9th level of the celestial realm. Paramount Saints. In just a few breaths of time, the 5 guards who were only at the peak of the yin-yang realm originally transformed into quasi-saint realm powerhouses in the blink of an eye. It's worth 1,000 years of hard training for those heavenly prides. When Luo Sini saw this, she was shocked. Reverse River Dan. You actually have Reverse River Dan. Did the third prince give it to you? The Reverse River Dan was a special supply from the Ziyang imperial family, and every single one of them was incomparably golden. This elixir is not to be taken, but to be worn on the body to be able to draw on the Yuan power of cultivation. It leads to only an increase in the state of mind, not the realm. It was a must-have foundation-fixing elixir for the royal sons of the Ziyang royal family. Of course, this Reverse River Dan wasn't only able to suppress the realm and cultivate the state of mind. Once swallowed, the Yuan power within it would be absorbed by the body without any hindrance. The more majestic the Yuan power stored within the elixir, the swifter the realm breakthrough, and there will be no backlash. Luo Sini had never dreamed that these 5 guards of Ning Wuya's were actually equipped with the Reverse River Pill, which skyrocketed the realm after swallowing it without being subject to backlash. These 5 people, at least hundreds of years ago, had already begun to be used by the Ning Wang Palace as the secret realm's great killers. It hadn't occurred to him that he was actually following Ning Wuya into the dragon blood mystic realm today. Mu Qingshue's complexion suddenly changed as she nervously said, what now? Qin Xian tugged on Mu Qingxue with his left hand and led Luo Sini with his right hand, rolling his eyes straight up and saying, what else can we do? Run. Spare him. He was a bit surprised. I didn't expect Ning Wuya to actually be able to make the guards break through to the Paragon realm in an instant. 5 Paragon Saints. Even now, he was no match at all. Originally, he had planned to use the villainous value to lift the seal of the sacred weapon, and he was just able to use this to allow Langley, who was inside the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, to enter the secret realm unhindered. Unexpectedly, he would encounter the 2 women, Mu Qingxue, who had come looking, resulting in the fact that he was now, and inconveniently, unable to reveal the fact that he was able to lift the seal of the holy weapon. Escape! Qin Xian catalyzed the 8 steps of the underworld, his speed skyrocketing by more than double. Toward the distance, the imperial heir ran. Ning Wuya was behind him, laughing maniacally, still trying to escape, actually trying to escape. Will I let you get away with this? Kill him. Kill them, all of them. The 5 paramount saints struck out at the same time. A vast greatness, as if the end of the world had descended. This plain, in an instant, the clouds poured in and the mountains crumbled. With one palm strike, several celestial realm bodies exploded, one after another. More than 100 guards, a moment's effort, fell more than 70%. Luo Cini turned around to witness all this. Her heart was dripping blood in pain. It's over. It's all over. It's really quasi-saints, or a full 5 quasi-saints. With these 5 quasi-saints, Ning Wuya can kill indiscriminately in the dragon's blood mystic realm. We won't be able to escape. Mu Qingxue tried to break Qin Xian's palm. Her beautiful eyes filled with determination as she said, Qin Xian, go on your own, and with the help of the 8 steps of the underworld, you might be able to successfully escape without the 2 of us being a burden. Luo Cini hugged Qin Xian's thighs to death and wailed out, no, don't Qingxue, you can disregard your own life, but you can't disregard my little life Ning Wuya is a madman. If we are captured by him, we can't beg for our lives. She regretted it, remorseful to the point of spitting blood. If she had known this, she would have blinded Mu Qingxue with a dose of 10 incense soft tendon powder inside the Luo mansion. Attending a friggin' dragon blood mystery. Didn't even see where the chance was. People were going to lose it. Blame it on Purple Iris, that doom poison body. If it wasn't for the fact that the doom poison body was so terrifying that it caused her to be smashed by a meteor shower, Qin Xian wouldn't have been able to come and participate in this whatsoever dragon's blood mystery realm. Shut up, all of you. Qin Xian spoke coldly, tightly clutching the delicate little hands of the 2 women as he continued to flee the place. He gradually slowed down, a little worried that he was running too fast, and before the 5 quasi-saints were killed, he had already run out of sight. Until the 100 or so celestial realm guards withered by 90%, it was only 4 out of the 5 paragon saints that chased towards him. Qin Xian, don't resist. In this place, without a holy weapon, you will surely die. If you don't surrender, you may still be able to keep your body intact. The most powerful one stayed behind to shelter Ning Wuya's safety. The remaining 4 paragon saints had already chased after them tens of thousands of miles away. Mu Qingxue raised her eyes and urgently urged, Qin Xian, let go of me. Without the 2 of us, Seni and I, dragging you down, you won't necessarily die. If we continue to hold on, we'll all die. As long as you live, there is still hope. Qin Xian kept his mouth shut and in his mind, communicated with the system. Unity Sun, unseal the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower for me. Lifting the seal requires the consumption of 200,000 points of villain value. Does the host lift it? Disarm. During this trip to the imperial capital, Qin Xian had accumulated as much as 500,000 villainous values on him, and after deducting this 200,000, there was still 300,000 left, which was more than enough. As the villainous value was deducted and the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower was unsealed, Langley within the small tower once again gained the perspective of the outside world and looked at the 4 quasi-saints behind Qin Xian with surprise. Odd. Within this dragon's blood mystery, there are actually still quasi-saints who are able to enter? Even if it's suppressing the realm, it's not enough to suppress an entire great realm, unless these guys have the reverse river Dan in their possession. Qin Xian laughed and joked, that's quite a bit of insight, but later on, you'll only be able to make a move if I tell you to. Langley gave a good-natured He continued to take the road. It turned a deaf ear to Mu Qingxue's cries. Qin Xian, where to escape? A paragon chased him to within 100 miles and slapped his palm out. From the air, the huge palm, which was like a mountain, came down with a bang. Qin Xian protected Mu Qingxue and Luo Cini tightly under his body. Block this palm with your physical body. Pust. His back was traumatized, and Qin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Hot blood splashed down on the faces of Mu Qingxue and Luo Cini, not to mention the already infatuated Mu Qingxue, even Luo Cini at this time, our beautiful eyes, full of emotion. Get ready, I'll see you off later. Qin Xian coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth, and in his eye sockets, lines of blood were wrapped around his eyeballs due to the severe pain. He stumbled and continued to run towards the distance. It was dodging the joint pursuit of the 4 paragon saints. At a large river, Qin Xian raised his hand and slapped out a palm. A barrier like a curtain of water wrapped Mu Qingxue and Luo Cini in it, sending them into the big river together to escape through the turbulent water. No, don't! Qin Xian! Qin Xian! Mak Qingxue raised her hand in pain. However, he was unable to break through the water curtain barrier and could only allow Qin Xian's yuan power to catalyze him. Having disappeared into the middle of the turbulent river, he witnessed Qin Xian being caught up by those 4 paragon saints. Her chest, as if it had been cut open and someone had plucked her heart out, hurt too much to bear. Luo Cini's mind was in a daze as she disappeared into the great river. The shock was accompanied by questions. Qin Xian, why did you give up your life to save me? For Mak Qingsu? No, It can't be. She was able to clearly sense that Qin Xian had no more feelings for Mu Qingxue. It's impossible to come to the rescue. It's hard not to. Is it because of her? Chapter 89, The Chance of the Desolate Ancient Prison Town Tower. The Daughter of Qi Fortune. Mu Qingxue's favor value soars, rewarding the host with plus 15,000 villain value. The good sense value of Luo Cini, the Daughter of Qi Fortune, has risen, feeling the pleasure of backing virtue, rewarding the host with plus 18,000 villain value. As the reward arrived, Qin Xian wiped away the blood spilling from the corners of his mouth with a tawdry look in his eyes. Just by simply spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was able to capture the goodwill values of the two daughters of Qi Luck, Mu Qingxue and Luo Cini, one after the other. Two birds with one stone. It's a good profit. Okay. Even the blood he spat out was squeezed out of him. The quasi-saint strike, with Lang Li's secret shelter, hadn't injured him at all. Qin Xian, you were supposed to be the proud son of heaven of the Yaohe Holy Land. For quasi-saints, condescending and to the front of Qin Xian, eyes chilling cold voice. It's just a pity that you're too arrogant. The Ning King's house is not an existence you can mess with. Today, I'm going to make a good job of shelling you, a heavenly demon. On behalf of the young prince, these four people, not long ago, were still at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm. They had suppressed their realms for hundreds of years, and their minds had long since changed. There were some perverted tendencies. Seeing a famous heavenly pride demon like Qin Xian, it was indescribable that he wanted to concoct and enjoy the pleasure of that abuse. The corner of Qin Xian's mouth lifted slightly as he spoke out playfully. A few rotten onions. How dare you be so wild? Quasi-saints, so what? From beginning to end is nothing more than a few dogs raised by the Ning Wangfu. If the Ning Wangfu doesn't give the word, you guys don't even dare to bark. The four paragon saints were furious. Seek death. With the flip of a hand, there were cages that covered and pressed towards Qin Xian from all directions. The killing intent was unbelievable. In just a moment, the golden-lighted cage imprisoned Qin Xian in it. Unable to go up to the sky or down to the ground, the young lord only said he would bring you back. He didn't ask us to bring you back in one piece. I also wonder if the blood of a demon like you tastes even sweeter. One of the paragon saints, licking the corners of his mouth, stared at Qin Xian as if he had seen a delicious meal. Qin Xian yawned with disinterest, not wanting to talk nonsense with these chess pieces, and said, "Come out." Within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langley received the order and transformed into a bit of starlight, converging beside Qin Xian. As her thoughts rose, there were azure-colored ice crystals that froze the cage. With just a tremor of breath, the means that the four paramount saints had jointly arranged shattered and the cage dissipated into nothingness. Go! Langley flexed his fingers and four ice crystals exploded out. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated through the bodies of the four paragon saints. It wasn't until the carapace began to freeze and the vitality dissipated that the four people realized with a look of horror on their faces. Saint King Realm. How is this possible? How could there be an existence of the Saint King Realm within the dragon's blood mysteries? No! Amidst the fearful sounds of agony, the bodies of the four paramount saints, completely frozen by the ice crystals, crashed into the turbulent river, and were swept away by the river to the point that not even dregs remained. These four people, hundreds of thousands of years of patience, thought that once the power can wind clouds into a dragon. Who would have thought that without even showing the power of a paramount saint, he would die under the attack of the Saint King Realm? Langley gazed into the distance and said in surprise, the paramount saint that followed Ning Wuya was somewhat resourceful, sensing something was amiss and had already fled. She turned her head toward Qin Xian and said, I'll go tackle it for you? Qin Xian waved his hand. It's not necessary for the time being. Let them find some treasures for me first. Then it won't be too late to kill them all in one go. He used Ning Wuya's background to seal the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, allowing Langley to logically enter the middle of the dragon's blood mysterious realm. Why couldn't he, once again, have Ning Wuya act as his treasure hunting hound? It was too unproductive to kill the son of the Ning King, the instigator of the decline of the Shangguan family. Within the dragon's blood mysteries, to maximize the benefits, it was still necessary to harvest some of the dragon's blood mysteries, go out, and abuse them in plain sight. The heavy pupil woman is holding a murderous grudge against him? When she witnessed him slaughtering Ning Wuya, not only could the heavy pupil woman not kill him, she would have to protect him. Langley took out a large spear and 3 heavenly-grade treasure weapons and offered them to Qin Xian. These are the blades of those 4. Brought them by the way. Qin Xian held the black gun and waited twice. This gun, on the contrary, is able to temporarily replace the heavenly desolate halberd. As for the 3 heavenly treasures, he directly threw them into the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, not looking at them at all. Buzz off! Right at this moment, the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower produced a humming sound.
Qin Xian sensed the abnormality of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower and gazed towards the extreme east.
Shocked in his heart, the small tower is pulling me towards that place with great urgency. Could there be the rest of the small tower's body there?
This was the first time he had encountered such a situation after obtaining the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower. Langley thought carefully and fearfully said,
"Are you saying that this small tower is not complete, and that there are still the rest of the tower body?"
"The crippled version of the small tower is already a top-tier saint artifact.
If we find the rest of the tower body, wouldn't it be that it can still be advanced?" Qin Xian couldn't wait in his heart. That's natural. He knew that even Longchen, the son of Qi, wanted to enter the secret realm.
There must be a great opportunity hidden.
Unexpectedly, even the remnants of the small tower were here. As expected,
it was only after scouring the Dragon's Blood mystery realm and then tearing the skin off of the Ning royal family that one could truly maximize one's benefits.
He catalyzed the 8 steps of the underworld,
chasing the stars and rushing to the extreme east of the secret realm.
Can't wait to get the chance to make the little tower advance. Dragon's Blood mysterious realm. Extreme east.
In front of a dark and damp hole in the ground, Scarlet Thorn was drenched in blood. She held a dagger in both hands,
and she slit the neck of a Yin-Yang realm cultivator with a single slash.
The blood was like a pillar,
and she quickly retreated.
She spoke out hastily towards her best friend beside her.
"Escape. Hurry up and leave this place. Don't fight." Knock. It was accompanied by a loud sound boom.
100-foot giant pillars stood around the perimeter of the hidden killing members.
18 giant pillars, connected to each other,
blossomed with the power of thunder, and thick thunder snakes scurried and crackled.
Even if the celestial realm touched it,
it would be shattered into pieces by the power of the thunder.
In the middle of the boundary,
the young man with vertical pupils said with a fierce smile,
"I've heard of Hidden Killing's reputation before, but I didn't expect that I would meet it here today. It's a pity that Earth Dragon is pregnant. Only after devouring you all, with enough Yuan power and delivery imminent,
will we be able to barely fight against this quasi-saint realm Earth Dragon."
In the midst of the hidden kill,
a female cultivator of the celestial realm approached the snake pupil youth with ghostly speed. The dagger had just shown its cold aura when the youth raised his hand and grabbed it towards the back,
clutching the woman's neck with precision.
A slight forceful twist shattered the throat bone. He threw the female cultivator with a broken neck into the middle of the hole in the ground.
As the female cultivator's body crashed into the hole in the ground, he saw a head as big as 10 feet,
probe forward and devour the female cultivator into her stomach, and then immediately shrunk his head back into the hole in the ground.
"Sister Wu."
Scarlet Thorn was grief-stricken. The youth indifferently commanded towards the people beside him.
"The Earth Dragon's delivery is imminent. Let it devour enough cultivators as soon as possible." With a command, dozens of celestial realm, with chilling gazes, stepped towards Scarlet Thorn and the other dozens.
"How?" Scarlet Thorn clenched his hands so tightly that he didn't even realize that his nails were embedded in his flesh. They only wanted to use the abundant Yuan power within the Dragon's Blood mystery to break through to the celestial realm.
Didn't want to go over there and fight for any chances. Who would have thought that just after entering the secret realm,
they would be used by this youth in front of them as nourishment to feed the Earth Dragon?
Today,
more than half of the members are dead.
If it continues, none of them will survive.
Try to catch them alive and don't lose the slightest bit of Yuan power,
so that we don't have to go elsewhere to capture ingredients for the Earth Dragon."
Between his commands, the youth took the field himself, his gaze fixed on Scarlet Thorn's petite body, as they cornered the members of the hidden kills and called out their desperation.
In the extreme distance, a black spear, like a meteor, fell straight down. Thud! The black spear didn't enter the ground. The earth trembled violently, turning the sea and shaking the mountains. Huge gullies were formed in an instant from the middle part of the two teams. The youth and Scarlet Thorn, together, raised their eyes and looked into the distance, unexpectedly making a sound.
Halberdian bastard.
The true explanation of heavenly desolation. It's Qin Xian. Chapter 90, Kill Them All.
Rushing to the front of the hole in the ground, Qin Xian drifted and landed in front of the Scarlet Thorn. Looking at this daughter of Qiluk who had been missing for many days, he smiled and spoke.
"Long time no see." Scanning his eyes,
he saw that the members of the hidden kills were,
to a greater or lesser extent, carrying injuries on their bodies.
The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he said playfully,
"You seem to be, again, in trouble? Need my help?"
The moment Scarlet Thorn saw Qin Xian, an ineffable wave rose up from the depths of his heart.
She never imagined that she would one day, in her dreams, actually rendezvous with a man. Until I met Qin Xian, she couldn't tolerate her unashamed self and tried desperately to escape. Therefore, in the past few days, he had been far away from Qin Xian. Not meeting him again, Who would have thought that when she encountered Qin Xin today, her first reaction would not be anger or hatred, but rather, deep down in her heart, a wave of lost and found elation? It was as if she had returned to the time when she was bullied by Qin Xian in the hotel, making her feel her legs, a little weak and powerless. Subconsciously, wanted to clench her legs to hide the uncontrollable raw reaction. Scarlet Thorn glanced at the wounded hidden kill members and then at Qin Xian, holding back her blush. She transmitted, "I will be at your disposal, so please make sure that you take action to save them. It's all going to be snappy." Qin Xian was happy. He hadn't even started threatening yet, and Scarlet Thorn had already gone soft. The change in attitude was so rapid compared to earlier that it all made him a little less comfortable. It couldn't be. It really was what he suspected. This Scarlet Thorn really has a masochistic fetish, doesn't she? The snake pupil youth stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Qin Xian, I advise you not to make any mistakes. You've already offended Ning Wuya. It's a do-or-die situation, and setting up an extra group of enemies for the sake of a woman in the dragon's blood mystic realm isn't a good choice." Qin Xian twisted his head, cast a sidelong glance, and asked back playfully, "Are you threatening me?" The snake pupil youth slightly raised his hand, and 2 celestial realms disappeared from the very back. He said contemptuously, "Without a sacred artifact, in our eyes, you're only a yin-yang realm after all." Swish, swish, 2 ghostly figures appeared from behind Qin Xian, one on the left and one on the right, attacking the 2 members of Hidden Kill. The speed was astonishing, and wherever it passed, even space appeared forbidden. The 8 steps of the underworld? Qin Xian came to a few moments of interest. Lifting his hand, the black spear returned to his palm and threw it violently, nailing a celestial realm to the ground. He threw out a whip of thunder with his left hand, the very same strike's sacred whip, and like a swimming snake, he wrapped around another celestial realm and convoluted and threw it directly into the dark and damp hole in the ground. The earth dragon, which was born with different horns, poked out its head and devoured the celestial realm cultivator into its stomach, once again acting as a shrunken head turtle, instantly killing 2 celestial realms. This ruthlessness, even the snake pupil youth who had seen Qin Xian's might was shocked once again. Being able to use the first level of the yin-yang realm to reverse the heavily human realm, this qualification, already completely unable to speculate with heaven's pride, is simply a demon, is a monster. The snake pupil youth took a deep breath and said with a heavy gaze, "Qin Xian, do you know who we are?" Qin Xian sneered disinterestedly, "You guys come from a big place?" The snake pupil youth spoke angrily, "We are from the Stygian Moon Imperial Dynasty, and we have come here to find a treasure for Her Majesty the Queen. This time we have come, there is a strong person secretly sheltering us, not someone else. It's none other than Lord Heavy Pupil who wants to kill you. If you make an enemy of us, after you leave the Dragon Blood Mystic Realm, the Ning royal family won't be able to kill you, and Lord Heavy Pupil won't let you go." Qin Xian wrinkled his eyebrows. From the opposite side's moves, he probably guessed that these people were connected to the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty. "I didn't expect that to be true. And, there's a Heavy Pupil woman secretly harboring her? Doesn't that mean that what he did outside, the Heavy Pupil woman in the dark, all saw clearly?" The snake pupil youth approached once again, his gaze coldly threatening. "Aren't you afraid that Lord Heavy Pupil will take a shot at you?" Qin Xian had a smile on his lips with a tawdry look in his eyes. "How will she know if she kills all of you? With you, you want to kill all of us?" The snake pupil youth had not finished his words. Knock! The desolate ancient prison suppressor tower had already fallen, and a dozen or so celestial realms were smashed into mush on the spot. Shocker! Staggering! Suffocation! Everyone present, including Scarlet Thorn, was stunned by this scene. How could they not have thought that the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, which had already been sealed, would still be able to be used within this dragon blood mystery? This tower cannot be resisted by non-paramount saints. Possessing this tower, wouldn't it mean that Qin Xian would be able to slaughter indiscriminately within the dragon's blood mysteries this time around? "No, Heavy Hitoma-sama won't let you go." In the miserable wailing sound, the snake pupil youth and the remaining few people, without any surprise, let the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower smash into a blood mist and explode. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Qin Xian rolled his eyes and threw a pile of broken copper and iron from the people of the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty into the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, his gaze slowly gazing towards the gloomy and damp hole in the ground. There were parts there that the desolate ancient prison town tower wanted. The earth dragon is blocking the entrance, and he is a sure kill. Without waiting for him to make a move, there was a roar at the hole in the ground. The entrance hole in the ground was collapsed by a bloated dragon's belly, an earth dragon with a body length of more than 200 feet, drenched in blood, climbed out from the hole in the ground. Its lantern-sized pupils were filled with fear, and a little bit of pleading. Covered in scales, it had already exhausted its energy just by walking to Qin Xian's face. It crashed to the ground with a roar, like the earth's roar, making the mountains crumble. Phew! Rough breathing, which turned into white mist, bubbled outward from the nostrils of the earth dragon. Scarlet Thorn spoke unexpectedly. This earth dragon is wounded, or seriously wounded, and is about to die. No wonder it has been hiding in a hole in the ground, only accepting feedings and not coming out to attack us. Langley inside the small tower was very knowledgeable. Staring at the wound on the back of the earth dragon, she unexpectedly said, "It's the Underworld Moon Dynasty's Underworld Emperor Bell. This top-tier holy artifact actually appeared inside the dragon's blood mysteries. It means that someone from the 7 pearls of the Underworld Moon has come in." The 7 pigs of the Stygian Moon? It's the Pearl of Pearls. It's talking about the 7 pearls of the Undermoon Dynasty, of which the leader is clearly the current queen of the Undermoon Dynasty. Qin Xian looked at the dying earth dragon and said unexpectedly, "Being able to kill but not completely killing it, putting ready-made treasures aside and not taking them, it's not too much to say that it's a pig." The one who holds the Underworld Emperor's bell is the oldest 6 of the 7 pearls of the Underworld Moon, who is cautious and subtle and quite timid. It should be that there is some danger in the hole in the ground that has frightened her off. Between the two of them talking, the seriously injured earth dragon wailed out, like the mournful mooing of a cow, echoing for thousands of miles. Boo! Similar to pooping. A pink ball of flesh was pulled out from underneath the earth dragon. The Geoda curled his tail around the meatball and placed it at his mouth, licking it affectionately. That is, until the little pink, 2-tentacled, pinkish, chubby little Geoduck in the meatball opened its dragon eyes. Only then, with the tip of his nose, did he push the little pink dragon in front of Qin Xian. Langley reminded, "It is hoping that its child will follow you. Perhaps instinctively, it feels that its child can be safe with you. There is something odd about this little earth dragon. Its bloodline is nearly returning to its ancestor. Keep it around. It might be useful in the future." Qin Xian squatted down and looked at the small pinkish earth dragon in front of him, extending his hand and gently caressing its head. The little guy's big, dripping eyes stared stupidly at Qin Xian, enjoying himself with his little head, rubbing against his palms, and making moo cries from time to time. When the earth dragon saw the scene, its heavy eyelids finally closed, and its huge head smashed to the ground. The body transformed into bits of starlight, gradually converging to form a blood-colored earth dragon Dan, which didn't enter the little guy's body and was absorbed by it. "From now on your name will be Moo. Follow me." Qin Xian slapped the little guy's head twice, heavily. The little guy froze for a long while, then whirled around and bit Qin Xian's pants leg, dragging him continuously in the direction of the hole in the ground. Chapter 91, Breaking 4 Heavens in a Row. Yin Yang Mirror 5th Heaviness. This little pink dragon has drawn on its mother's demonic pills, and odds are that it has also inherited a portion of its memories. And if it is so eager to drag you inside the hole in the ground, it is bound to have something good in store for you. There was excitement and anticipation in Langley's voice. If we can really repair the desolate ancient prison town tower, that was an existence comparable to that of an imperial artifact. A treasure like that, even she had never had. She was now tied to Qin Xian as a grasshopper in a boat, and the stronger Qin Xian was, the more benefits she gained. How can you not be excited? They'll just heal their wounds here. Qin Xian glanced at the only remaining members of Hidden Kill, not interested, and gave Scarlet Thorn a look that said, "Follow me in." The two joined Moo Moo, the little pink dragon, and walked into the dark, damp hole in the ground with deep grooves and very muddy floors. It was the scales of the earth dragon, cutting the ground with oozing blood that caused it. In the depths of the hole in the ground, there was a depression, and the blood-red light reflected the entire hollowed-out space into a demonic color. When Scarlet Thorn witnessed the blood-colored pool of water in the middlemost part, her petite body lightly trembled, and she could hardly contain her excitement as she said, "That's dragon's blood. In here, there's actually dragon blood." That blood-red pool of water was precisely the dragon's blood that was supplied to the Ziyang royal family for their advancement and breakthrough. Enough for a pool. It was important to know that even those direct descendants of the royal family who entered the dragon's blood mystery realm rarely had the chance to be empowered by the dragon's blood. This is the purest dragon blood to enhance the energy of the physique. Within the Ziyang royal family, they were all priced to exist. Mu flopped into the middle of the pool and frolicked freely, sometimes diving to the bottom, sometimes popping her head up, her little mouth squirting water out. Gollum! Scarlet Thorn looked at Moo Moo, who absorbed the dragon's blood to her heart's content and swallowed a mouthful of liquid backwards with rough breathing. If she could also draw on the dragon's blood, her realm would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Strength became stronger. and she would no longer be bullied by onlookers, being used as sustenance to feed the geoducks. Scarlet Thorn looked sideways at Qin Xian, but unexpectedly found that Qin Xian wasn't looking at the dragon's blood at all, but was staring at a blood-colored bead illuminated within the underground cave. This blood-colored bead reflected the underground cave into a demonic scarlet-red color. The light was bright and uncertain, and it was particularly bizarre. That should be the shattered parts of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. This blood bead has the miraculous effect of suppressing space. It was the existence of this bead that saved this place from being swept away by the royal children. And it was also this blood bead that allowed that earth dragon to be created, advancing to the quasi-saint realm, and it even baptized its young to the point of returning to its ancestor. Langley stared at the blood bead with a scorching heat in his eyes. Go! Qin Xian no longer contained the restless desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. If it wasn't for the desolate ancient prison suppressing scripture, the moment he saw this prison suppressing bead, the small tower would have already gone out of control. As if sensing each other, the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower and the prison suppressor bead both ran towards each other. In mid-air, the prison suppressor bead landed on the tip of the small tower. Buzz off! A violent tremor arose, and the space was resonating, setting off a wave of ripple-like tremors. The interior of the small tower was even more radically changed. The sky and the earth were changing, thunder and lightning were flashing, and all kinds of extreme weather was breaking out. Yuan power boiled greatly, and a hurricane similar to a Yuan power vortex raged and swept everywhere. Long Li, who was in the middle of it, said in a pleasantly exuberant surprise, "This is the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower ascending. The entire space is starting to reverse, breaking through the barrier to advance, and me being in it. It seems that I am recognized by this small tower as the existence of an artifact spirit, and it is actually nourishing me." Qin Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. "It's also considered to be one of your chances. Feel free to make a breakthrough in seclusion." Old Six, who had just learned that there were the 7 pearls of the underworld moon, entered the dragon's blood mysterious realm with the top-tier saint artifact underworld emperor clock in hand. His desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda was then boosted to ascend by the prison suppressor bead. The desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda after ascension would definitely be stronger than the underworld emperor clock. Not to mention, he also had a guaranteed early Saint King realm artifact spirit. Within this dragon's blood mystery, he was always the strongest and most powerful party. Been sitting tight for a while now to do that. It's all about how to maximize the benefits. Qin Xian twisted his head, staring at Scarlet Thorn's floating and delicate body, a smile at the corner of his mouth and a flirtation in his eyes. Dragon blood baptism is the purest way to enhance the energy of the fleshly body. There's no one else. You don't want to miss it, do you? Scarlet Thorn bit her bright red lips. Her legs had subconsciously come together, and deep inside, there was a dry heat that was rising. It was as if one could not control their body's instinctive reaction when they saw this teasing expression of Qin Xian. "Come here," Qin Xian commanded in a cold voice, slapping twice on the head of the Scarlet Thorn that came to his heels, signaling, "I'm on fire right now." Inside the underground cave, 2 huge stalactites were hanging upside down above, and there was a mist of water attached to them, turning into water droplets that dripped down along the raised tips of the stalactites. It hit the pool with a constant popping sound. In the dragon's blood pool, the little pink dragon Moo had most of her body submerged in the pool water, leaving only half of her head exposed to the surface. It opened its big, dripping eyes blankly, full of curiosity about the world, the unknown. From time to time, she jumped in Qin Xian's arms and screamed in shock. The voice was at its most exuberant, drawing the little pink dragon, all mooing along at a high pitch. Frightened, Scarlet Thorn blushed and hooked one hand around Qin Xian's neck, covering her small mouth with her hand, unwilling to make any more noise, and was met with mocking grunts from the little pink dragon. For the next few days, there was only one man, one woman, and one earth dragon inside this underground cave. Mu was desperate to be close to Qin Xian. This was the first human it had seen since birth, and had a natural instinct for closeness. Whenever Qin Xian came to soak in the dragon blood pool, it would cruise into his arms and curl up in his embrace, enjoy unspeakable peace and intimacy. However, when Qin Xian opened his eyes, no matter how much it chased after him, it could not catch up with him and would be kicked away. One could only witness Qin Xian playing fighting games with Scarlet Thorn again. The poses are strange and complicated and hard to figure out. In Mu's mind, it was also the only repetitive action that was seared into the depths of her mind. Day after day, reward the host with a villain value of plus 1000. Reward the host with villain value plus 1000 *2. Reward the host with villain value plus 1000 *7. As the dragon blood within the dragon blood pool bottomed out, Qin Xian's body shook.
The vortex of yuan power that converged on top of his head was like a tidal wave that poured wildly within his limbs and bones. There was a crackling sound like a bamboo tube inside the body that kept erupting. Ah! As the energy in his body accumulated to an extreme level of expansion, Qin Xian let out a tiger roar and his body exploded with trembling. The realm began to skyrocket madly. Yin and Yang mirror 1. Yin and Yang mirror twofold. Yin and Yang mirror quadruple. Yin and Yang mirror fivefold. After drawing 90% of the dragon's blood, Qin Xian's realm broke 4 times in a row from the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, advancing to the peak of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It had already touched the threshold of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. In front of him, Scarlet Thorn's shapely and delicate body was still rippling and warring as if from inertia. Her beautiful eyes were dull, and saliva dripped from one corner of her mouth. It was as if the spirit had traveled out of the world, and he had completely lost control of this body, at the mercy of Qin Xian. During these few days, under the nourishment of the dragon's blood in Qin Xian, her realm was also surging, already touching the threshold of the celestial realm. Beauty is rolling her eyes. Qin Xian stared at the disoriented Scarlet Thorn, enjoying the unspeakable sense of accomplishment. Inside the small tower, Lang Li's voice, once again, rang out. I've broken through. Chapter 92 Quasi-Emperor Artifact. Dragon Hide opens. Upon hearing the sound of Lang Li awakening, Qin Xian's first moment was to probe his consciousness into the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda. At this time, the internal space of the small tower had undergone a radical change. From the original vast plains, there are green hills that are rolling and lush. In the extreme distance, oceans even appeared. Inside the ocean's waters nourished plankton that had a faint scent. Qin Xian unexpectedly marveled. The changes are too great. It feels like a small world, and there are already some faint signs of life. Lang Li said bluntly, can there be little change when one is promoted from a top-tier sacred artifact to a quasi-emperor artifact? Qin Xian was a bit disappointed. Only promoted to quasi-emperor artifact? Come on. Imperial artifacts aren't just broken copper and iron that can be found everywhere in the bazaar. How can they be obtained that easily? Even the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda, which was previously a top-tier saint artifact, the entire Violet Sun Imperial family doesn't have a few of them, not to mention the cultivators in the outside world. Lang Li comfortingly said, the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower that is as strong as a quasi-imperial artifact is more than twice as strong as before. Moreover, thanks to this enhancement, I know some of the hidden secrets of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, and this prison suppressing bead is only where the components of the small tower suppressing the tower body are located. It is not the true and complete version. The truly complete desolate ancient prison suppressing tower should have 7 layers of tower body, just 2 layers of tower body. It is already ranked among the ranks of quasi-imperial artifacts. If we are able to find all the remaining 5 layers of tower body, the grade of desolate ancient prison suppressing tower will be far more than an imperial artifact. It is an even more terrifying ancient artifact. Qin Xian was disinterested. He knew all of this information when he obtained the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, so he didn't need to be reminded by Lang Li. He was just a little bit curious. Which is stronger or weaker? The current little pagoda compared to the underworld moon's 7 pearls old 6 underworld emperor bell? Lang Li pondered for a long time and said bluntly, if you hold the small tower, you can defeat the underworld emperor clock within 10 moves. If I hold the small tower, within 1 move, I can smash the underworld emperor clock into pieces. After all, while the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda advanced, I was also nourished, and now I've regained the middle stage of the Saint King realm. I haven't fully digested the benefits yet, and after I've absorbed them thoroughly, I'm about to step into the late stage of the Saint King realm. Lang Li, an existence that could once compete with the heavy pupil woman, was also as if she was dreaming after experiencing some things together with Qin Xian. Within a month or so, she not only got rid of the fallen situation where her holy soul would be dispersed, even more so, with Qin Xian's assistance, the saint soul was about to revert to the late Saint King realm. Such a rapidity of breakthrough was not possessed by the Ziyang Emperor even if he gathered the power of his nation. While the two were talking, a magnificent sound erupted outside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. Qin Xian withdrew his mind, sensing the roaring sound in the extreme distance, and unexpectedly said, there is an aura very similar to the dragon blood pool, bursting forth. Could it be that the even larger dragon blood pool has opened? Rao Lang Li, whose complexion also appeared to be lost in thought for a moment, muttered, it's not a dragon blood pool, this is a dragon hide. Quickly go and search for the treasure. That's the dragon's treasure opening. This chance is something that none of the royal sons of the Violet Sun Imperial family have ever encountered. It's the greatest chance in this dragon's blood mystery realm. where the most precious treasures of the true dragons are hidden.
A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't miss it. Long Li was dumbfounded.
One wouldn't even dare to dream that Qin Xian's luck was so good that it was this heaven-defying. The Ziyang royal family had been sitting in the dragon's blood mystery realm for millions of years, but they had never encountered the opening of the dragon's treasure.
Even in the Ziyang royal family's view, this dragon blood secret territory will not be stored in the dragon hide, have begun to use the secret territory to increase the treasury income. As a result,
Qin Xian was allowed to come across the opening of this dragon hide that even Sing King realms,
and even great emperors, were eye-catching. The luck was so good that even Langley got a little misty-eyed. This dragon hide opening doesn't have much to do with me.
Qin Xian knew Lan Li's thoughts like the back of his hand. He was as clear as a mirror in his heart.
With Long Chen in this secret territory,
the son of Qi Luck, this one also has the surname of Dragon.
Wasn't the dragon's hide just for him? If Long Chen didn't come in,
it was impossible to say that this dragon hide wouldn't be opened for another million years. Qin Xian had a smile on his lips.
But now, well, it's all mine.
Before leaving, Qin Xian squatted in front of Scarlet Thorn and gently slapped a few slaps on her delicate,
as pink as the evening sun.
Wake up! The Scarlet Thorn, whose beautiful eyes were filled with bewilderment,
gradually regained her charisma. Seeing the approaching Qin Xian,
drink back the words she has said countless times. Already know that not useful.
Can only mournfully beg for mercy? I'm afraid I can't. I'm powerless, like a puddle of mud. Even if it is a breakthrough in the realm, can't withstand your lash, etc. Wait a little while more into it?
She felt that she hadn't died under the pursuit of the 10 divisions of the Violet Sun,
nor had she died under the prey of the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty, but rather, most likely,
she had died under Qin Xian's stick education.
What nonsense!
Qin Xian rolled his eyes straight away. The dragon hide is open and I'm about to leave as a reminder for you to get dressed and not let anyone take advantage of the situation. He took out an elixir that restored his yuan power and stuffed it into Scarlet Thorn's fiery sandalwood mouth. As the saying goes, one day as a couple is 100 days. How is he more than one day removed from the Scarlet Thorn? The key Scarlet Thorn was also the daughter of Qi. Not only was her body innocent, but she also had a character that would rather die than give in.
He also didn't have to.
Watching Scarlet Thorns go to his death,
saying, just recuperate and rest here,
and wait until the exit of the secret realm opens,
then just leave. Feeling the recovery of yuan power in his body,
Scarlet Thorn remembered his words of acquiescence just now. His cheeks reddened as if he had drunk too much agar jelly. His head lowered, and he mumbled in an urn,
"Thank you, I won't be going to get together with the dragon hidden."
Ha!
Qin Xian let out a light laugh. A woman's heart, it's just so strange. If you have been wishful thinking to her good, she is taken for granted, and then to get an inch, and wait for the day, your enthusiasm a little less, in turn, will attract unwarranted anger, was crown-licking dog, or the denizens of the name. But if you carry egoism through your life and just promote yourself, keeping a cold shoulder and giving a good face or releasing goodwill every now and then, you will invite some initiative and favor. It's all the same, no matter if it's a beautiful and ugly woman or a woman of luck. What is engraved in the bones will not change. It's like men, one bright color, one dark color. The difference between bright and dark, in the final analysis, not all good color? When the bloody thorns recovered, Qin Xian took Mumu and turned around in a series of axes, reversing direction once again and heading straight for the dragon hide where the true dragon's breath was still surging wildly. The secret realm of dragon's blood, which was supposed to be in the middle of the turquoise ocean where the dragon's heart existed. There was an ancient, magnificent, gigantic palace that lifted up monstrous waves and slowly rose from the bottom of the sea, presenting itself in front of everyone. This palace, comparable to a gigantic city, towered over the clouds and could not be seen as far as the eye could see. Countless sons and daughters of the great families of the world were urging their treasured weapons and were rushing towards this place regardless of the circumstances. Almost all of the trialists, the moment they sensed the opening of the dragon's hide, all flocked to the place. The silhouettes of people, like ants in front of the giant palace, were densely packed and crowed. Some powerful people saw this spectacle and their eyes turned scarlet. Dragon hide. It's actually the real dragon hide that's opened. Not even the imperial sons of the Ziyang royal family, or even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, or even the current Ziyang Emperor, have ever encountered a dragon hide opening. It hides the most precious treasure of the true dragon. Once you get your hands on it, you will be able to turn into a dragon with the wind and clouds, leaving even those heavenly pride demons of the great holy lands far behind until they are out of sight. Long Chen raised his head and looked at the magnificent giant palace in front of him, his eyes showing a scorching light. Not far away from the Shangguan Sea stared. The meditative pupil surveyed the danger. Inside this palace, there is a lot of danger. 9 deaths in 1 life. How can it not be dangerous when a dragon hide is located? Danger also comes with opportunity. The violet sky that Longchen was holding in his arms was as if it had felt his astounding battle intent and was humming. If he could obtain the dragon hide, it would be far beyond what it is now. Streams such as Qin Xian would only become stepping stones for him. He took a deep look at Shang Wanxi's bright face, and in his eyes, he became more and more certain. No one could snatch away his woman, and Qin Xian was no exception. He will get the dragon hide and defend his dignity as a man. Ha ha ha, Ryuzo, my Ryuzo. Ning Wuya's maniacal, oozing laughter rang out behind everyone. Chapter 93, Extremely Fierce Magma Purgatory. Battle favors bathhouse. Anyone who dares to compete with me is asking for death. Ning Wuya came along with the quasi-saint. The vastness of the aura, just dropping down, made everyone present tremble with fear. No one had expected that the guard beside Ning Wuya was actually at the quasi-saint realm. Such an appalling undercurrent was something that even the great powers of the various parties could not achieve even if they poured out all their family's money. Rumble, the golden-colored, lofty doors of the giant palace slowly opened, and a dark, fishy odor came from within. Roar, roar, roar. A monster with a dragon's head and body, wearing various colors of clothing and holding precious weapons, came out from within the palace like a wave of wild waves. That's a disciple of the heaven-mending Holy Land. There's also a strong person from the Yaohe Holy Land. These are the trialists who previously fell in the dragon's blood mystic realm, soaked in diluted dragon's blood and have turned into monsters. Ryuzo is just around the corner. Charge! Seeing the palace door open, these trialists present had scarlet eyes, like Wu Zetian's widowhood, completely losing their reason. Li Ji. He turned a deaf ear to Ning Wuya's threats. As long as you get the dragon hide, you will be able to wind up as a dragon. This was a chance that not even the Imperial Prince of the Violet Sun could obtain. If they were able to obtain the dragon hide, they would be able to rock up to 90,000 miles. Why do you need to be afraid of Ning Wuya anymore? Even the Ning Lang Palace, they could turn a blind eye to it. Hundreds of thousands of trialists, and monsters drenched in dragon's blood, savagely charged each other. For a while, blood rained down, and there was a constant stream of heavenly pride dribbling blood, having their heads chopped off and slapped into a bloody mist. In just a single glance, the fallen trialist celestials were counted in the tens of thousands, but such a ferocious image didn't scare one person away. All of them were holding precious weapons, and as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, they wailed and screamed, desperately rushing frantically towards the palace. Only the luxury of being the first winner of the great opportunity to enter the palace. The sword of the great river comes from the sky. Longchen was in the middle of the advancing army, standing out from the rest. Above his head, the purple sky transformed into thousands of great swords that buzzed and hovered, and whenever a monster approached, a great sword would swiftly emerge from the sword formation and proceed to penetrate and obliterate the monster. How dare you be so bold as to compete with me for the dragon hide? The corners of Ning Wuya's mouth trembled madly with rage, itching to abuse everyone present. The quasi-saint realm guard's shadowy gaze swept the circle, and coldly reminded, "Young prince, there are too many of these monsters. It's just the right time to utilize these people to solve them, and reduce unnecessary consumption. Inside the palace, there will inevitably be another great battle. Let them live for one more tea." Ning Wuya laughed out cruelly. "When I get the dragon hide, all the men will be killed, and all the pretty women will be escorted into the Ning King's mansion." Time passed by, and at the entrance of the palace, blood had dyed the land, bright red. There were too many dead and injured trialists, countless broken limbs and arms all over the ground. However, no matter how many monsters poured out of the palace, these trialists, in no way willing to step back, let alone let the danger give way to alarm, continuing to kill has killed. Inside his mind, there was just one thought, to get the dragon's hide and claim the title of king in ancestor. It wasn't until the remaining heavenly pride, less than 10,000 people, that the monsters surging out of the palace subsided, unable to care about healing their own injuries. All of them, were urging their haste in charging towards the palace. Unlike the expected lavish halls, the moment they entered the golden-colored lofty gate, there was a change in front of everyone's eyes. Arriving at a hot, rolling lava field, in front of everyone's eyes was a hot, dark yellow magma, bubbling away, and every now and then, there would be an evil dragon coalesced from the magma, scurrying up from the bottom of the magma, splashing up a hot, fiery light, and disappearing in a whirlwind. Shang Wanxi, under the shelter of his guards, also entered this zone. Her innate meditative pupils began to play a transcendent role. There is something odd about this magma,
and that giant wood growing in the center of that magma is the key point to break the situation. However, it is simply impossible to go over there as it is more and more 10,000 feet away from this place. She wiped the beads of sweat that had soaked out of her forehead under the high temperature, and gazed in amazement as she said, "That seems to be a Dao fruit." At a distance of 10,000 miles from the lava shore, there grew an ancient tree in the sky. There were about a dozen crystal-clear fruits hanging from the giant wood. It's the legendary Taoist fruit. When you get this Dao fruit to take, you can break through a realm directly without any backlash. 7 yin-yang mirror Dao fruits, 3 celestial realm Dao fruits, and 1 saint realm Dao fruit? If you can obtain that saint realm Dao fruit and take it at the peak of the associate saint, you can be directly promoted to a saint. There was a heavenly pride of a great family that was hot with red eyes. A mere magma. How can it resist this saint? The quasi-saint guards beside Ning Wuya stared at the saint realm Dao fruit with burning eyes. Rising up into the air, he headed towards that one giant tree, breaking through the air. If he was able to obtain this Dao fruit, he had absolute certainty of ascending to sainthood. Being able to break the shackles of one's own identity and become an offering to the Ning King's mansion, or taking the initiative to disengage. No longer do you have to be the outcast who will be discarded at any time. Ran. He had just flown out 1,000 miles away. From the bottom of the magma, there was an inflammatory dragon suddenly scurrying up. A swinging tail, 1,000 feet of dragon's tail wrapped in magma scorching hot. It actually slapped the quasi-saint realm guard directly back to the shore. Pust. The quasi-saint realm guard spat blood out of his mouth and his eyes were shocked beyond words. A peak quasi-saint Yanlong. The inferno dragon lurking at the bottom of that magma was clearly at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. If he hadn't realized in advance that something was wrong, he would have already let that inferno dragon decapitate him. There was no one in the highest realm present. How could the Yanlong, who had broken through the peak of the quasi-saint realm, go and seize the Dao fruit that was 10,000 miles away? Yo, your guards aren't good either. They can't even beat a monster inside the lava. Don't I remember you having 5 guards with you? How come now there's only this one left? A playful voice resounded through the magma region. The crowd looked back, but they saw Qin Xian walking with a smile like a spring breeze on his face. Mr. Qin. Shang Wanying's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw Qin Xian. Getting rid of the protective circle of the guards, Nipple Swallow fell into Qin Xian's arms, almost greedily sniffing the mesmerizing smell of his body. Little Lori's poise, with those dazzlingly proud breasts, always go wherever you go, as far as the eye can see. Now, seeing the little lowly Shang Waning backwards like squeezing in Qin Xian's arms, even that chest peak, are beginning to shape shift. It made a group of heart and soul adoring heavenly pride. All of them hated it. The corners of Ning Wuya's mouth cracked open crazily, and those alien pupils continued to tighten and dilate as his teeth chattered. Qin Xian, you are indeed still alive. It's good to be alive. To be alive. To be slowly tortured to death. He had heard from the guards earlier that the 4 Paragon Saints from earlier, who had encountered the monsters within the secret territory, had died. He thought that Qin Xian, too, had been devoured by the monster. I didn't expect to be alive. He was not surprised but pleased. In this way, he would be able to properly concoct Qin Xian. Of course, not now. What he wanted most urgently right now was still the dragon hide, and he wouldn't deplete his reserves for no reason. Look at you. You look like you escaped from a mental institution. You can only talk about it. You haven't been whipped hard enough, have you? Qin Xian rubbed Shang Wanying's little head and gave Ning Wuya a blank stare. Immediately, he greeted Long Chen again and said, I didn't expect, so soon, to meet again. Humph. Long Chen's eyes revealed a cold light, unwilling to look at Qin Xian again. Otherwise, he would have been driven mad by Qin Xian and Shang Wanxi's eyebrow-raising little gestures. Mr. Qin. Shang Waning was in Qin Xian's arms, blearily lifting her small head, her delicate chin, knocking on Qin Xian's chest, concerned. This magma zone can be dangerous. My sister said it's a situation of 10 deaths and no chance of survival. Not even quasi-saints can cross over. You mustn't take the risk of trying it. A trialist sneered. Riches and riches, if you are timid and afraid of death, how can you be worthy of obtaining the dragon hide? There were prides of various clans, who blithely disregarded the threat of the inferno dragon, rising up in the air, urging their haste, and penetrating towards the Dao fruit hanging from the giant tree. Boom! At the bottom of the magma, an inflammatory dragon swirled up, or the dragon's tail swept across, or opened its bloody mouth. The hundreds of trialists who wanted to rely on their numbers and take advantage of the opportunity to fish in the water were all, without exception, crashed into the magma and were burned to flying ash. Something's fishy. Not all of these inferno dragons are at the quasi-saint realm. They're just a few small realms above the number of people traveling through them. There is hope. The deaths of hundreds of people did not dampen the advancing hearts of these trialists, but instead made them more and more exuberant. Moth after moth after moth, thousands of celestial pride, one after another, without exception, they all became a thick smoke in the lava. After many verifications, it was indeed confirmed that the Yanlong was not all at the quasi-saint realm. For every trialist, there would be an inferno dragon that rivaled them in the way, about 5 to 7 minor realms above the trialists, taking to the air again, fighting in the lava fields. No one who could break through the heavy, all strung out. It's screening the trialists. The more gifted one is, the more hopeful he has of capturing the Dao fruit. Perhaps this fruit of the way is the introductory scroll to obtaining the dragon hide. Everyone could see it. This magma zone, no non-demon shall advance. It was as if it was a true dragon, sifting through the airs for the dragon collection. Such a situation, more and more people's hearts and minds wildly trembling, more and more exuberant, excited. Even Ning Wuya was no exception. Shift. Ning Wuya stared at the Dao fruit 10,000 miles away, and within his alien pupils, there were bizarre colors that flowed. An obscure pupil power erupted, presenting a black hole in front of a Dao fruit on a giant tree 10,000 miles away. Within that black hole, a shocking suction force erupted. He actually pulled a Dao fruit from the giant wood into the black hole. When the black hole disappeared, in front of Ning Wuya, there was a crystal clear yin-yang mirrored Dao fruit lying round in his palm. Hiss! The moment he obtained the Dao fruit, Ning Wuya closed his eyes with a face full of pain. Crimson blood overflowed from the tightly closed eyes. Obviously, suffered an immeasurable backlash. Moo! The little pink dragon used its claws to pick at Qin Xian's pants leg, staring blearily at the lava. The big eyes were full of eccentricity. It couldn't figure out why these people were so afraid of magma. What a cozy temperature. Soaking in it was just as comfortable as dipping in a pool of dragon's blood. It was inviting Qin Xian to join it in taking a bath inside the lava. Chapter 94, Underworld Emperor Clock. Qin Xian's troublesome operation. Stop it. Qin Xian kicks Mu in the ass. What's all the fuss about? The son of the heir hasn't even pretended yet. What's the point of sticking your nose in at this point? Give Longchen a chance to perform chant. The harder he tried, the harder it was to get the fruits of the way. And the more he was praised for his casual behavior after the fact. Wouldn't it be more of a blow to his morals? The treasure and the dragon hide were already in his palm. What he wants is to maximize the benefits. Awesome, truly worthy of being the son of the king of Ning, opening a shifting space and nearly blinding a pair of eyes. Qin Xian clapped his hands and applauded, flirting playfully, clutching this yin-yang realm Dao fruit in his hand. Ning Wuya opened his eyes with great difficulty and stared at Qin Xian, revealing a cruel, sardonic smile. If you can, you go and pick one to have a look as well. He thought he was able to utilize spatial shifting to surprise Yanlong. What was not expected was to be met with such a backlash. It made it impossible for him to utilize the shifting power of his alien pupil again for a period of time. Backlash to backlash. He didn't think that Qin Xian would be able to rely on himself and win against the Yanlong in the magma zone. I'll do it. Long Chen threw himself on the ground and took a step forward. Under the skeptical gazes of Shang Wanxi and the crowd, a sword slashed out. One sword breaks 10,000 mountains. Sword chi rushed across the room, breaking 10,000 feet. If a sword dragon, it pierced through the clouds and fog. Wherever it passed, an inflammatory dragon tumbled up from the bottom of the magma. Without exception, all of them were penetrated by this sword and turned into rock water, falling into the magma. This sword, chopping inferno dragon, breaks the number of one hand. By the time it reached the giant wood, it had already sharply reduced the sword chi, piercing through a Dao fruit. And Longchen quickly urged the violet sky to return. In full view of everyone, Longchen plucked the yin-yang realm Dao fruit from the violet sky sword and quickly swallowed it into his stomach. A massive amount of yuan power flowed through his limbs and bones. A Dao fruit that was enough to allow the peak of the yin-yang realm to break through to the celestial realm still wasn't enough to make up for the backlash of his sword. His face was as pale as gold leaf, and his breath became more and more atrophied. Hiss! The sound of cold air being sucked backward rose and fell. Those heavenly prides of the major lineage clans were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Longchen, he actually did it. After he entered the secret realm, he has only broken through to the celestial realm, and the power of this sword is enough to decapitate the peak of the celestial realm to break 10. Such a perverted reverse-felling battle record. It's the holy sons of those holy lands that are at most like this. No, even a saint's son shouldn't have such an appalling battle record. Shocked voices, no end of it, falling into Longchen's ears. It made his face more and more meticulous. He was inwardly ecstatic.
but he was unwilling to show the slightest bit of it. What about the Holy Sun? It was just that the Sky's End Sword Pavilion was not as powerful as a Holy Land, but it didn't mean that he, the only true disciple of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion, was inferior to those Holy Suns. The Holy Sun was no more than a stepping stone in his eyes. Sooner or later, he would step on them until they were out of reach. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Shangguanxi, who also exuded shock. The heart grew more and more proud. This was just the beginning. He would let Shangguanxi know within this dragon blood mystery, he was powerful, far more than she could have imagined. Qin Xian, with whom he could not be compared either. He would pull away from Qin Xian step by step, until he captured the dragon hide and completely threw Qin Xian off. As for Shangguanxi, he can already see the future in which she learns from her mistakes, returns to her senses, and turns from Qin Xian into his arms. The woman he identifies with is bound to be attracted to him and double up with him. Dang, dang, dang. Just then, in the magma zone, there was a humming flood of sound that exploded next to everyone's ears. A large bell that was pitch black and branded with countless obscure patterns roared from afar. The entire magma zone was boiling, sizzling, gurgling and bubbling like boiling water. A head of inflammatory dragon came out from the magma zone, up to hundreds of them, opening their bloody mouths and swallowing and biting at the underworld emperor clock. Before they could get close, they let the underworld emperor clock shatter into rock and water and fall. The realm of the Yanlong was plummeting. As strong as the quasi-saint realm, it was also unable to stop the unstoppable pace of the underworld emperor clock. It wasn't until the underworld emperor clock came to the giant wood and inhaled a celestial realm Dao fruit into the bottom of the clock. A sudden change occurred, and the magma began to make huge waves. There was an inferno dragon that was long enough to be 100,000 feet long, lifting up huge waves and sweeping out the dragon's tail, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. It slammed into the underworld clock. Thud! A loud buzzing sound made the magma zone, presenting a piece of space to explode. The unstoppable underworld emperor's bell was also swept by this dragon's tail, causing it to buzz loudly and shoot back toward the entrance in an inverted direction. Saint King Realm. There's actually an inferno dragon of the Saint King Realm within this magma. Big sister has misjudged me. There was a mournful wailing sound that rang in everyone's ears. Immediately, the woman even with the underworld emperor clock, together with the disappearance, and then no sign of appearing. Gollum. There were trialists from the great families of the world who saw the scene and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the underworld emperor's bell. The underworld moon dynasty's top-tier holy weapon. The holy weapon of the old six of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon. Even this demon has entered the dragon's blood mysterious realm. Could it be that the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty knew that this place would have a dragon hide? Those who can win the Dao fruit all have the stature of a saint's son. Whether it's Ning Wuya or Long Chen, they're not comparable to the heavenly pride. However, the strongest is none other than the old six of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon, who holds the top-tier saint artifact underworld emperor clock. And if it weren't for the presence of a Saint King Realm Inferno dragon within the magma, there's no way that just a celestial realm Dao fruit would have made her stop. Awesome still has to be a top-tier holy weapon. Qin Xian originally had a small tower of a top-tier saint artifact coming as well, but alas, it was sealed by a strong member of the imperial family. Otherwise, he would have been able to take advantage of this opportunity to manifest the might of a top-tier saint artifact. Everyone's gazes converged on Qin Xian at this moment, with regret. If not for the small tower and the heavenly desolate halberd being sealed, perhaps Qin Xian was able to pluck 2 Dao fruits. Qin Xian, it's your turn to make a move. Long Chen was also looking at Qin Xian, and spoke indifferently. The rest of you, all of you are unable to cross the magma zone, and if you want to cross this place and move on, you have to cooperate. Now Ning Wuya and I, as well as the people from the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty, are picking off 1 Dao fruit each. We've all suffered severe backlash. And you're the only one who remains unharmed. We'll only be trapped here if we don't remove all the Dao fruits. Stop hiding. Each of you will put forth your efforts and recuperate. And in just 4 rounds, you will be able to pick all the Dao fruits. He didn't feel that Qin Xian couldn't even pick the Dao fruit. Qin Xian, who was able to defeat him, must still have means. As it is, he still has his cards hidden. Of course, he wouldn't move. Who would want to expose their cards until they have to? He wasn't so bad as to snipe with Ning Wuya and the 7 pearls of the Undermoon and end up giving Qin Xian the benefit of the doubt. Ning Wuya laughed maniacally. You must never, ever die in the magma, or else, it would be too bad. His pair of foreign pupils suddenly transformed into vicious snake pupils, and suddenly transformed into flattened devil pupils. Every moment he stared at Qin Xian,
He was thinking about how to concoct a meal that would satisfy his sadistic pleasure.
Sir Qin, don't go.
The little lowly Shangguan hugged Qin Xian tightly, not letting him go into danger.
Shangguan was also secretly transmitting. Now that Ning Woya and Long Chen are trapped by the magma zone, they won't make a move against you.
And now that you don't have a holy weapon by your side,
your life won't be in danger. Not if we leave this place.
When the exit of the secret realm opens,
we will leave directly. The danger here is by no means a magma zone. The further we go, the more unimaginable the danger.
Qin Xian turned a deaf ear and patted Shangguan Ying's little head.
Listening or not?
Lori nodded her little head obediently.
Obey. Qin Xian smiled. If you are obedient, then obediently get out of the way.
Lori deflated her little mouth as she felt like she was being punked by herself.
But in front of Qin Xian,
she really couldn't do anything to resist his demands. One could only obediently retreat to the side. And as Qin Xian walked away, his slender jade fingers,
one by one,
detached themselves from Qin Xian's wrinkled robes that had been gripped.
Under the gaze of the crowd,
Qin Xian slowly walked to the shore.
He turned back again, reaching out towards Ning Woya. Give me the Dao fruit as a reward for letting me make a move. Otherwise, it would be very uneconomical for me to make a move for no reason.
With the idea of not doing business at a loss, he looked at Long Chen again and said, you must also give a treasure that is sufficient to make up for the Dao fruit. Ning Woya didn't have any hesitation and directly threw out the Dao fruit. He had already ascended to the celestial realm and could not use the Dao fruit of the yin-yang realm.
In his mind, there were just two thoughts. Seize the dragon hide and abuse Qin Xian.
The rest of the gains and losses were put behind us for the time being. Long Chen wanted to argue, but when he saw Ning Woya compromising, he could only helplessly take out a heavenly grade treasure weapon from within his storage ring and throw it out.
A heavenly grade sword? You think I'm a rag collector?
Qin Xian casually threw the heavenly peace sword,
disgustedly, into the magma. Mu shepherded forward, sword in hand, head tilted back,
and fell straight into the lava. Qin Xian stomped his feet on the ground and rose up into the air.
Along with Mu, he fell into the lava. Moths to the flame? He can't be planning to swim, not to mention the high temperature of the magma.
Not even the quasi-saint flesh can stand up to it. Even if he won't be scorched into flying dust,
how will the Inferno Dragon let him go? In the midst of everyone's fear and incredulity, Qin Xian, whose toes were about to disappear into the magma, suddenly levitated again under a supporting force. And, it's still on fire. At his feet was none other than Mu. At this point it was doggy paddling and paddling forward with vigor. Chapter 95, The Fruit of the Tao in the Pocket. It's just rags, so what's the point of treating it like a treasure? Money grubber?
Qin Xian took out the heavenly pen sword from Mumu's mouth and casually threw it into the space inside the tower.
Pointing toward the front, he commanded as if riding a wave. Charge! Mu!
The little pink dragon wailed and fluttered its four short legs quickly,
splashing a hot wave of rock behind it, carrying Qin Xian away from the shore, in towards the giant wood. It kept getting closer. Howl! At the bottom of the magma, an inferno dragon was rolling its huge body.
A large head emerges from the surface of the magma.
In everyone's eyes,
it was determined that Qin Xian and Mu were about to be devoured by the inferno dragon.
Instead of being cowed, Mu used her tail to sweep up a hot piece of magma, splashing down onto the faces of those peak celestial realm inferno dragons. Gollum!
A head of inferno dragons suffered provocation and stared hotly at Qin Xian on Mumu's body.
But in the end, taking into account Mumu's existence, they did nothing and dived back inside the magma.
Asterisk. What kind of breed of earth dragon is this? A mere divine profound realm.
And it's actually able to resist the scorching heat of the magma. Not only is its skin thick, even these inferno dragons are unwilling to be its enemy. There's something fishy about this earth dragon.
This fellow Qin Xian, where exactly did he take in this earth dragon from? The heavens' pride sons and daughters of the world's great clans saw this scene in front of them.
All of them are red-eyed with envy.
A lava field they could not cross even if they fought to the death.
In Qin Xian's eyes, it was like walking on water.
If Qin Xian was overly talented and relied on his true abilities to cross the magma zone,
no one would say anything.
But it was now that Qin Xian had done nothing,
all thanks to the little Geoduck's anticlimax. It's cheating. They are not convinced. This earth dragon, there's something odd about it. Perhaps it's experiencing the baptism of dragon blood and swindling those low-realm inferno dragons.
Long Chen's gaze was shadowy as he stared dead at Qin Xian.
However,
wanting to obtain the Dao fruit so peacefully can only be described as a fool's dream. One must know that at the bottom of this magma zone,
there was a Saint King Realm Inferno dragon present. Earlier, the 7 beads of the underworld moon had been verified. The little earth dragon was able to bluff the lower realm yin dragons, But in the end, it was unable to fool a Saint King realm existence. In the midst of the skepticism, Qin Xian had already arrived at the giant wood. He raised his hand and 5 yin-yang realm Dao fruits, 2 celestial realm Dao fruits, and 1 sacred realm Dao fruit were all plucked by him. From the beginning to the end, no Saint King realm Inferno dragon had ever appeared. I didn't expect such a simple thing to cause you to suffer backlash as well. Qin Xian picked all the Dao fruits and got a bargain. Looking towards Long Chen and Ning Wuya, he smiled murderously. Even if he didn't rely on Mu, he had more than one way to pluck the Dao fruit, whether it was by his own strength, the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, and Langley inside the tower, who had already regained the middle stage of the Saint King realm. He was able to do it. He favored not doing so. It's all about getting what you want. It was to infuriate Long Chen. Do you really think the dragon's hide was left for humans? It was a true dragon, a treasure reserved for its own bloodline. Other than him, who could know that the Mu bloodline return was far more advanced than the Inferno dragon in the magma zone? For these anthropomorphic dragon-like creatures, there would be no stopping them when they encountered a dragon like Mu, whose bloodline had returned. In the eyes of the Inferno dragon, it would seem that Mu was the son of a true dragon and had come here to capture the dragon hide. Qin Xian, let you get lucky and pick the fruit of the road. However, these are inconsequential appetizers. The real treasure is not the dragon's hide. This dragon's hide is bound to be mine. Long Chen. When Long Chen saw Qin Xian's smug appearance, he hated it so much that he clenched his back teeth, witnessing the ripples in Shang Wanxi's beautiful eyes not far away. It was even more so that he had a diaphragm like eating. The dragon hide in this place was not his, Long Chen's. No one can take it away. After obtaining the dragon hide, he would trample Qin Xian forever. The son of Qi, Long Chen, fluctuates violently in mood, and his murderous heart towards the host suddenly increases, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 20,000. When Qin Xian was satisfied with the system rewards, the magma zone, the endless magma, began to retract towards Qin Xian's location. The magma receded into hard ground. The giant would gradually withered after drawing on the endless magma, shattering into pieces and dispersing with the wind as the vibrations of the ground arose. There's no lava in the way. The dragon hide is just ahead. Mine. It's my dragon hide. No one can take it from me. I'm the true dragon heir. The moment the magma zone disappeared, all the trialists, their eyes turned crimson. Hot blood rushed to the sky, wailing and surging furiously toward the front. There was simply no one paying attention to Qin Xian anymore. There was even no one to snatch the Dao fruit that Qin Xian had obtained. In their eyes, all of them only had Long Zhang in their eyes. Even Long Chen and Ning Wuya only glared resentfully at Qin Xian, following which they rushed forward. No one went looking for trouble from Qin Xian at this point. Mr. Qin, you don't want to capture the dragon hide? Shang Wanxi took a lotus step and came to Qin Xian's side. It was strange to watch his calm demeanor that wasn't in the least bit overwhelmed by Ryuzo. They, the Shangwan family, were able to see through the menace of this place, and only then did they keep walking behind. It was really hard to figure out how Qin Xian could be so calm in the face of Longzhang. It must be known that even the son of the king of Ning has now gone from being a madman to a treasure hunter. How can a regular person resist this great temptation? What's mine is mine, and what's not mine can't be forced. Qin Xian shrugged his shoulders carelessly, seemingly spontaneous. In reality, he had already decided that the dragon hide was in his pocket. Only, from Longli, he learned that there were still fierce dangers ahead. Wanting to rely on these super soldiers of Longchen to clear up some trouble for him was just that. Shang Wanxi looked towards Mu, but saw that at this time Mu is using 4 small short legs to hug Qin Xian's calf, constantly making shrugs. Move the indecent behavior. Suddenly pretty face red, avert his gaze and said, Mr. Qin, this little earth dragon, what is the origin of? The earth dragon inside the secret realm, which was drenched in dragon's blood, was recognized as the successor by the inflammatory dragon inside the magma, and that's why it didn't block it. He shook with his legs, froze and didn't shake out the Mu that was hugging his calf, sparing him the embarrassment of seeing the scene before him. He blushed a little. He smiled bitterly towards Shang Wanxi and Shang Waning. Rutting should. Qin Xian grabbed both of Mu's dragon horns and lifted it aside. In my heart, I was madly spitting at myself. Fart heat Mu was born not even 10 days. Birth. Reproductive organs have not grown. Are a big problem. Guess it was inside the grotto. Having seen more than a few of the poses he'd cast on Scarlet Thorn, learned by following the cat's back. The point is, Mu is a female. Don't be a good boy. You little. A dragon. He patted Mu heavily on the head before the little pink dragon blew his nose twice in a jar. Like a puppy, and sat on his side, no longer squeaking. Go over and take a look. There were sounds of fighting ahead,
and Qin Xian invited the two Shangguan sisters to advance together without caring.
With one arm,
he had Shangguaning wrapped tightly in his arms, one leg for Mu's four little short legs to hold. After struggling forward for dozens of miles, there was a cruel and bloody scene in front of them. Everywhere were the corpses of the heavenly pride sons and daughters of the great families, which were accompanied by a monster with a dragon's head and body, the vast majority of which were at the celestial realm.
There are strong people who have been ranked as quasi-saints. However, at this point,
they had all been turned into wreckage and killed by Long Chen and the others.
Shangguan Seaside. These heaven's pride children, when placed outside, are the baby bumps of various great families, but within the secret territory of this dragon hide, they are also like ants.
Between the words, no one noticed a small snake with a golden body roaming among the corpses of those great families.
Suddenly, a violent outburst. The little snake, as if it was fitted with a spring, leapt up, showed its fangs, and pounced straight on Shangguanxi's white and pink neck. Look out!
Qin Xian raised his hand and clutched the small snake 7 inches. That little snake took the pain and twisted in a twist, its fangs piercing through Qin Xian's skin as the toxin madly infused.
Chapter 96 Extreme 1 for 1. Hiss!
Qin Xian suffered pain and frowned slightly. The moment his palm subconsciously loosened, the small snake transformed into a stream of light and swiftly disappeared.
Sir Qin!
Shangguaning nervously hugged Qin Xian's palm and looked at the wound pierced by the fangs of the tiger-mouthed little snake.
Panicking, you're injured. Qin Xian was blithely unconcerned. This wound, a few breaths will be enough to heal. Shangguanxi's beautiful eyes shook as she opened her mouth. I'm afraid it's not as simple as you think. Prince Qin, that little snake is golden all over. I'm afraid it's the legendary golden scaled snake. This snake is extremely fast, and even a saint would find it as difficult as heaven to catch it.
The more blood the golden scaled snake draws, the more golden the scales, the more dense the toxin in the body. Let the golden scaled snake bite.
Once the lust, poison attack, within a tea's time, without the help of a Taoist couple, will die a violent death.
Qin Xian waved his hand carelessly and laughed.
How can it be as exaggerated as you say? In the next breath,
his face changed wildly, his brow furrowed, his hands clasped his chest, and he fell uncontrollably toward the back.
Shangguanxi scrambled forward and assisted Qin Xian's body.
She said towards the heavenly human realm guards not far away, quickly go search for the golden scaled snake.
Its bile is the antidote.
More than 10 guards, quickly scattered as birds and beasts,
going to look for traces of the golden scaled snake.
Looking at the constantly convulsing Qin Xian in her arms,
Shangguanxi's beautiful eyes were filled with panic. She instructed Shangguaning, you stay here and look after Mr. Qin.
I'll go search for the golden scaled snake as well.
One more person looking, one more hope.
Handing Qin Xian over to his sister,
Shangguanxi also rushed towards the direction where the golden scaled snake had disappeared. Mr. Qin, don't scare me. You mustn't be alright.
Shangguaning tightly wrapped her arms around Qin Xian's body,
watering with tears. The hot teardrops,
snapping and falling onto Qin Xian's face, suddenly made a bared sound.
At this moment,
Qin Xian's face was as red as a steamed crab.
The moment the bean-sized teardrops flapped, it was the heat that vaporized them.
Feeling Qin Xian's body temperature rising sharply,
Shangguaning,
a young girl who had been trapped in a deep bosom for a long time, where had she encountered such a crisis?
Panicked like a frightened bunny, her delicate body trembled. Why isn't sister back yet? A tea's worth of work is about to pass. Shangguaning kept turning back,
longing to see her sister's figure, but she saw nothing.
In the empty area,
there was only her and Qin Xian's figures, as well as the corpses all over the ground.
Shangguaning wiped away her tears.
Her big watery eyes filled with certainty as she looked at Qin Xian's reddened face and gritted her teeth.
I won't let you die. I definitely won't. In her eyes,
she had already recognized Duke Qin as her future husband.
Say what you want, and it won't change. Recognize only one person in your life.
She had just heard her sister say that as long as she had the help of a Taoist couple,
she would be able to get rid of the snake venom. It also means dual practice. Phew! Shangguaning exhaled a mouthful of clear air. If it wasn't for eunuch Qin's rescue,
she would have lost her virginity long ago. Since Qin Xian was her future husband,
why now?
Couldn't she hand herself over to save his life?
The more enlightened Shangguaning was in her heart.
She leaned over and kissed Qin Xian's face heartily.
Suddenly the forehead, suddenly the tip of the nose, suddenly the lips, just a sloppy peck, one bite after another.
Qin Xian in her arms, his face became more and more red, and he didn't know whether it was the snake venom of the golden scaled snake that invaded his internal organs,
or whether he was infuriated by Shangguaning. Of course, One couldn't blame Shang Guaning for this. It wasn't that she didn't want to save each other, but she truly didn't understand. It must be known that Shang Guaning had, before, been pampered in the deep bosom of the Shangguan family, and had never had even an outside friend, communicate only with the people of the clan. Her knowledge of the outside world was based on the talking books and the little books. Moreover, these talking books and little people's books had been heavily selected by Shang Guanxi. Those with some inappropriate content were all screened out. The result is that Shang Guaning knows about dual cultivation and innocence, but doesn't understand how to break it. It was just a shallow kiss on Qin Xian, simple as a blank sheet of paper. What is this? Shang Guaning suddenly noticed the change in Qin Xian's body and curiously reached out, wanting to hold it. Just then, a hand slash came down behind him, not too light, not too heavy, just enough to knock Shang Guaning out. It's a good thing that we rushed back, and it's also a good thing that Yingxi doesn't know how to do dual cultivation. Otherwise, everything would be resting. The one who knocked out Shang Guaning was not a bystander. It was Shang Guanxi who went and returned. Her beautiful eyes stared tightly at Qin Xian, who was attacked by snake venom. There was a quiet sigh. Why didn't she realize that finding the golden-scaled snake was just a wonderful extravagance? But she wasn't willing to give up. It's like she doesn't want to be at the mercy of fate. The truth was ultimately cruel. She didn't even seek the shadow of the golden-scaled snake and could only return alone. If she were to be one step later, her sister would definitely sacrifice herself to save Qin Xian. The Shangguan family owes you. I also owe you. But Yingxi is too young. She still has a bright future. This favor should not be repaid by her. Shang Guanxi bitterly shook his head. It seemed to be lamenting its fate. Escape from the shadow of the skyward sword. And she couldn't escape this fate after all. She, Shang Guanxi, was controlled by fate from the beginning to the end. Unable to escape the fate of sacrificing her innocence. She could rebel against Long Chen, but she had gone to slap Long Chen countless times. But in the face of the poisoned Qin Xian, she couldn't do anything to turn a blind eye. Qin Xian had come for her Shangguan family, and it was also to save her that she had been bitten by the golden scale snake. She is ungrateful if she sees death. Qin Xian treated her Shangguan family with great kindness, so how could she forget that kindness? Why? On the contrary, are you also a man at the mercy of fate? Why? On the contrary, can you not live? Why? For the love of God, should I suffer the fate of a widow? Shang Guanxi mourned. In her eyes, Qin Xian was always haunted by a crisis. Once he left the Dragon's Blood mystic realm, he couldn't escape the suppression of the Ning King's mansion. It's a situation of certain death. That's just it. At least, it's enough to free Ying from the mercy of fate. Shang Guanxi couldn't get rid of his inner torment after all. Witnessing that Qin Xian was deeply tormented by the snake venom, Shang Guanxi slowly went up and made all the preparations to detoxify the poison and crouched down in front of him. Taking down Shang Guanxi, the daughter of Qi Luck, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 500,000. Shang Guanxi's absolutely beautiful face was filled with pain at this moment. Her heart and soul, they were trembling. Even if she endured the pain, she had to continue to detoxify the poison. Bitter and resentful in her heart, she began to hate the golden-scaled serpent. Why snake venom also has a paralyzing effect. Make Qin Xian fall to the ground and not be able to move? To let her face this tragic fate on her own, without being passive? Even the humiliation of suffering the fate of pretending to be dead was much better than the current refusal of being like this. Shang Guanxi covered her sandalwood mouth with her hand, not daring to make the slightest sound for fear of waking up her sister who had fainted on the side. Behind her marvelous ketone body, Mumu's limbs hugged Qin Xian's calves, also shrugging in a cat-like manner. Taking advantage of the gap between Shang Guanxi's painfully raised head, Qin Xian narrowed his eyes. His eyes were clear, his little legs slightly trembled, and he sent Mumu, the little colorful, in the way. Dragon shook and flew 100 feet away. Chapter 97, True Dragon Treasure Technique. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, the white-haired and red-pupil Longli, seeing this scene, heartily sighed out. With this tactic of yours, you're not letting yourself be under the wall of danger at all. That golden-scaled snake was clearly going to bite Shang Guanxi. You could have waited for her to be poisoned and then saved her to get out of the way. You just didn't. You had to poison yourself so that Shang Guanxi would drop all her defenses and go and take the initiative to cater to you. You were poisoned by the golden scale snake and were so paralyzed that you couldn't move. Even if you woke up afterwards, Shang Guanxi couldn't blame you for anything. Playing with people's hearts. If you say second, no one dares to call it first. Qin Xian turned a deaf ear as he was trying his best to control the chaotic Hongmeng body-derived Hongmeng bone. This thing, it's rather peculiar. Surprisingly, it was able to dissipate the snake venom of the golden-scaled snake. If left unchecked, In less than half a quarter of an hour, the golden scale snake venom would be eliminated naturally. By then,
he was rosy-cheeked and showed no signs of poisoning.
It was slightly awkward. Subconsciously, as if under the control of snake venom,
his hands were like iron pincers,
firmly pinching Shang Wanxi's slender willow waist. Shang Wanxi,
who had long ago let the aggression in her heart drown out,
at this moment, only felt this warm palm. It was a hand reaching out to her from the depths of despair, a lifeline. Without thinking, he clutched it. She leaned down,
embracing Qin Xian's head tightly into her arms, in her beautiful eyes,
a demented look,
murmuring beside Qin Xian's ear as if she were raving.
Please, come alive. Please, you must live. Don't ever die in the dragon's blood mystery realm, or in the hands of the Ning royal family. Please, don't put yourself in the middle of a desperate situation every now and then. My Shangwan family owes you too much to pay back already. Qin Xian, Qin Xian. Shang Wanxi's voice,
which was becoming more and more high-pitched,
was like an aureole shimmering.
The love is so deep that it can't be contained.
She tilted her white and pink neck,
her head tilted back, and in her beautiful eyes, she was infatuated. Her mouth opened slightly, and she uttered in a dazed voice,
ah, 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 ah. Deep inside the palace,
Long Chen roared madly, his hair flying behind him.
With one person and one sword, he kept killing back the trialists.
At his feet was a massive anthropomorphic dragon creature.
It was a true Saint Realm existence,
and at this moment, it had completely lost its life.
It was Ning Wuya, Long Chen, one of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon, who,
along with the many trialists, had gone to great lengths to behead them. The monsters inside the palace were strangled. Then the remaining trialists are each other's greatest enemies. Like a father's murder, they do not share the same fate,
and they fight savagely. Soul regeneration. Ning Wuya's alien pupils were radiant. In front of Long Chen,
there was twisted space created. There was a manic suction force that erupted from the distorted space, wanting to absorb Long Chen into it and twist him into pieces.
Long Chen's gaze was grave, and the Yuan power around him was still boiling. Until then,
he had not been able to use his bottom card.
At this moment,
the dragon hide was right in front of him, and there was no longer any need to hide. The massive amount of Yuan power stored in the violet heavenly sword crazily poured into his body,
causing his realm
to begin to rapidly climb.
The 2nd level of the celestial realm.
Celestial realm triple.
6th level of the celestial realm.
Until his realm was stabilized at the 6th level of the celestial realm, he was already very different and more than twice as powerful as before.
The aura was vast, pushing the paramount saints.
A sword breaks the sky. Long Chen drew out his violet sky as lightning flashed and thunderclouds rolled above his head.
At this moment,
the sword intent climbed crazily, from the 9-fold sword intent,
straight to the transcendent comprehension of the sword saint.
Just the sword chi overflowing from the violet sky was tearing apart the distorted space that was enough to stir up the peak of the celestial realm. Swish! The purple heavenly sword slashed out.
The sword intent transformed into a rainbow that pierced through the sun and went straight for Ning Wuya's alien pupil. Not good.
The quasi-saint realm guards were terrified and scrambled to block in front of Ning Wuya, instantly casting a barrier with their holy power.
However,
he had consumed too much from killing the saint realm monsters earlier, being seriously injured and having no cards.
How would it be a match for the erupting son of Qi?
Wow! The barrier was in pieces as the sword light cut through it. The quasi-saint realm standing in front of Ning Wuya murmured with shocked eyes,
how could this happen?
Amidst the sounds of unwilling despair, a bloodstain split from the top of his head and quickly spread to his lower body.
In everyone's unbelievable gazes,
this guard of the quasi-saint realm split into 2 and died beyond repair.
It became a stepping stone on Long Chen's way to fame.
This guy, what a pervert. It's come to this kind of occasion, and there's actually a bottom card. He actually stored Yuan power in the violet sky sword and broke through to the 6th level of the celestial realm in one fell swoop, without the slightest bit of realm flimsiness. His current battle power is capable of beheading a quasi-saint, and even those holy grounds holy sons would find it hard to compare with him. The power of this sword hardened and forced a group of the sons of the great families who had come forward to retreat. It's not true that they want to obtain the dragon hide, but not so much as to go hard on Long Chen at such a juncture.
Wouldn't that be asking for death? Ning Wuya, you're no match for me. Long Chen's eyes burned as he stared at Ning Wuya,
indifferently pronouncing his sentence.
After beheading the paragon, he no longer looked at Ning Wuya. There was no out-and-out decapitation, and it wouldn't consume Yuan power for no reason. Instead, he tilted his head and said angrily,
the underworld emperor Bell of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon.
I've long wanted to receive some instruction. Please enlighten me.
In his eyes, only the top-tier saint artifacts of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon would be considered a block on his way to capturing the dragon hide. He was clearing the way and proving himself just as much. It wasn't that the top-tier saint artifact was unbeatable, but that he had previously, outside of the dragon's blood mysteries, hidden his bottom card. In the face of true strength, the boost of a top-tier saint artifact didn't work either. He was going to crush the 7 pearls of the underworld moon and was also proving it to everyone. Qin Xian was here, and he was still able to defeat it. Buzz off! In the shadowy corners where everyone was not paying attention, the underworld emperor clock hummed and spun out. The pressure of a top-tier saint artifact made everyone, as if they were burdened with a huge mountain, marvel at it. Well, good timing. Longchen laughed out loud as the violet sky sword began to build up its strength. One sword opened Heaven's Gate. The violet sky sword slashed out diagonally upwards, and even the body of the sword seemed as if it could not withstand the overwhelming energy, and a clicking and cracking sound appeared. With this sword, there was only endless radiant sword intent. It was like a river of swords pouring in and a tidal wave of sword intent sweeping through. No one can be, even the space, was being penetrated by the sword intent. There seemed to be a portal reflecting an airy pavilion, allowing the sword split to reveal its true form in the void. The speed of the underworld emperor clock's rotation slowed down, and after seeing Long Chen's vast sword intent, it reversed and flew back. There was panic in the voice of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon. Monsters, all of them are monsters. This dragon hide, I'm not going to take it, is that okay? Old Six retrieved the underworld emperor clock, pierced through the clouds and broke through the fog, not knowing where he had gone. The flashy light of that sword was actually rushing forward towards that palace. Even a corner of this palace was given a blast through. There is a bright light that hangs down from the shattered place. The light spread out and shone on Long Chen's body, led its circumference, adding a holy atmosphere. He only straightened his back and stood in full view, enjoying the moment of victory. How about Ning Wuya? How about the 7 pearls of the dark moon? So what if it's a top-tier holy weapon? What man? Who can match him? Who are you people that still want to compete for the dragon hide? Long Chen's gaze swept over everyone below, and in his eyes, there was only endless coldness. He was satisfied with the current situation, shocking everyone back. Even Ning Wuya chose to shut up. The only pity was that Qin Xian was not here. If not, that sword would have been enough to strangle Qin Xian into pieces. If Shang Guanxi were here, he would have split Qin Xian with his sword, proving to Shang Guanxi who was the good match. None of that matters, though. When you get the dragon hide, you get the treasure that the true dragon left behind for the legacy. Qin Xian was no longer considered his opponent. Snap! There was crisp applause in the quiet space. Amidst everyone's gazes, Qin Xian brought the Shang Guanxi sisters, along with a small earth dragon, and walked without any haste. Shang Guanxi had been assisting Shang Guaning, seemingly protecting her, but in reality, he was using her to stabilize his body. If not, her calves, she wouldn't be able to stop shaking. Shang Guaning, on the other hand, scratched the back of her head and muttered suspiciously, "Sister, was I really passed out from anger? Why does the back of my neck have a little pain?" Shang Guanxi gave a look to keep her quiet. Only then did Qin Xian slowly raise his eyes to look at Long Chen and said, "I didn't expect that a true disciple of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion would have such a skill, that even a top-tier sacred artifact would be able to repel it. It boggles the mind." Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Qin Xian, noticing Shang Guanxi, who was but a stone's throw away from Qin Xian, his facial expression, moreover, could not maintain his high spirits and became hideous. He wanted to kill Qin Xian, but in his heart, he knew that this fellow was extremely difficult to deal with. If he were to kill it, he would have to use up most of his yuan power, unable to withstand the siege of the rest of the sons of the great families. While he was in a dilemma, within this space, there was a shaking, as if an earth dragon was turning over. In front of everyone's eyes, there was a lofty and ancient giant dragon statue that rose up 10,000 miles away. The giant dragon came to life, and in its mouth lay a golden treasure box. Ryuzo, the dragon hide is just around the corner. Starve the timid and sustain the bold. All of them, with crimson eyes, no longer cared about Long Chen's ferocity, and pounced straight at Long Zhang. Long Chen flew through the air, urging his haste. Along the way, he continuously swung his sword and chopped back the disciples of these great families. He was powerful, but he wasn't stupid. The ones he killed were the ones he could provoke. The sons and daughters of these great families as well as Ning Wuya, all of whom he had focused on deterring. Qin Xian watched as Long Chen flew in front of everyone, and commanded Langley within the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda. "It's time for you to make your move." Langley jumped into action, slow as a tortoise,
But I'm curious as to what's inside the dragon hide. Her holy soul transformed into a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, without anyone noticing, he came to the front of the giant dragon statue. As he took the golden treasure box, he followed Qin Xian's instructions and used his holy power to cast a fake one. The kind that was good enough to mess up the real thing. Lang Li went and returned, and Long Chen and the others, however, only scrambled to fly halfway to the road. She returned to the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda and stared at the treasure box in front of her. Leaping forward, Qin Xian, open it and take a look. If there's a treasure that can enhance the soul or condense the physical body, you have to take me for a share. The stronger I am, the higher you'll be able to rest on your laurels. Qin Xian waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't treat you poorly. He was now with Lang Li, and had already turned his sword into a sword. Being able to talk properly and with no rebellious intent from Lang Li. Most of all, he had the full means to clamp down on this Saint King in his hands, so he naturally wouldn't be stingy. With a movement of his mind, within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, the golden treasure box opened. After the colorful burst of colors, from it, a pair of giant golden eyes flew out. It is the eye of a true dragon. The moment these eyes appeared in the space of the small tower, they quickly took off into the air and shot out explosively. One of them disappeared. The other, but the small tower space, reflecting a bright piece. It's like there's an irradiation of the golden crow. Swish swish swish. Within the space of the small tower, night and day, constantly began to change instantaneously. Lang Li, who was in the middle of it, sighed out in amazement. This is the true dragon's eyes, actually complementing your desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda, diffusing it into the sun and moon that alternates between night and day. Adding oodles of life to the space here is progressing towards a true small world. Qin Xian was sitting on the desolate ancient prison suppressor scripture and knew the small tower like the back of his hand. After fusing the true dragon eyes, he could feel that the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower had enhanced a lot. It had already touched the threshold of an imperial artifact. Only a fraction of a millimeter is missing to be able to advance. Born with underworld pupils, it seems to be slightly related to the true dragon eyes. In some way, Qin Xian was able to clearly sense that the innate underworld pupils of the two Shangguan family sisters had strands of aura that were slightly similar to the dragon eyes. Odds are, the Shangguan family's innate meditative pupils are related to the dragon's eyes. Perhaps it was because the true dragon's eyes existed in the imperial capital that the Shangguan family had been willing to fight and stay in this land that made the Shangguan family sad. If not, he didn't think Shangguan Zhong was the kind of person who was die-hard loyalist. And the treasure, Lang Li exclaimed. The golden and brilliant treasure box turned into nothingness and disappeared. There was only a cloud of golden light, floating in front of her eyes. Lang Li came forward and couldn't see through it, saying suspiciously, "What is this? True dragon essence blood?" Within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, even she, a Saint King realm, could not exceed her authority. Qin Xian's mind probed a bit and looked at the words on that one ancient book, clearly unrecognizable, but was able to accurately read out, "True dragon treasure art." "What did you say?" Lang Li's voice became agitated. "Are you sure this is the true dragon treasure art?" Lang Li, who was always calm, had a voice full of consternation at this moment. "It's unbelievable, unbelievable." Qin Xian nodded with a smile. "It is indeed a true dragon treasure technique. Very impressive." Lang Li took a deep breath and sighed in amazement. A saint grade technique is considered strong, right? Even the top-level sacred grade technique is completely abused in front of the treasure art. As long as it is called a treasure art, it is enough to crush all sacred grade techniques, not to mention the true dragon treasure art. The root of the Xiang Empire's founding is that its ancestor possessed a Taotai treasure art. This is the true bottom card of the Xiang Empire that no one can shake. This book of true dragon treasures in your hands is enough to start a nation. Qin Xian laughed and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Who said that the one in my hand is a true dragon treasure art?" The dragon treasure, but it was obtained by Long Chen. He withdrew his mind and looked away. With his own eyes, Long Chen flew at the forefront of the crowd and clutched the treasure box with his hand. Without even looking at it, it was directly included in the storage ring. He stifled his laughter and sighed out. "Dragon hide for Dragon Chen again. This time it's really the wind and clouds turning into dragons." Even the status of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion is following the rise of the boat. Chapter 98, pulling Long Chen to take the blame. Ryuzo, my dragon hide. The moment he put the dragon hide that had arrived into his storage ring, Long Chen couldn't wait to probe into his divine sense. The moment his divine sense touched the dragon's hide, the golden and radiant treasure box transformed into dots of starlight and disappeared. Everyone witnessed the dragon hide being obtained by Long Chen. At this time, they just could not care about their scruples. and went forward with the same enemy. Treasure weapons have been sacrificed. Flowing light, reflecting the space here, a beautiful purple and red, and all said angrily, hand over the dragon hide.
Long Chen looked up woodenly.
Long Zong gone. The dragon hide within his storage ring disappeared without a trace. How can you not find it?
It was like turning into a wisp of green smoke that drifted away with the wind.
Long Chen,
even you can say such blind words.
Do you think all of us are blind?
Don't think that just because you're strong and capable of beheading quasi-saints, you'll be able to shut up a long list of people.
If you don't hand over the dragon hide, if you don't die within the secret territory, you'll die in the Violet Sun Imperial capital.
The eyes of the sons of the great families were filled with greed.
That's a dragon hide, the most precious treasure of the dragon's blood mystery realm. Even if the royal prince of the royal family was here, he would scramble for his head. As long as you get the dragon hide, it's enough to change your destiny against the heavens.
Kill. There was the pride of a great family of the world,
brazenly leading the charge.
Wow. A brilliant to the extreme sword aura flashed by.
Ahead of all of them, a bottomless gully fell in front of their toes. Long Chen spoke out angrily.
I said that the dragon hide is not in my hands.
He didn't know what was happening either.
It is suspected that there is no dragon hidden in this place.
Perhaps it was all a conspiracy of the Ziyang imperial family,
in order to make these great families fight each other, and use this to suppress the energy of the families.
Wu Kuai,
the eldest son of the imperial capital's Wu family, he held a heavenly grade greatsword and said in a deep voice,
do you think I was scared since I was a child? Either hand over the dragon hide or you die. There's no need to be afraid.
This son Long Chen doesn't dare to kill us. Even the Sky's End Sword Pavilion must be afraid of the energy of our great families joining forces.
Yelled at him like that.
Hundreds of disciples of the great families had burning eyes,
as if they had eaten a tranquilizer pill, and offered up all kinds of treasures, waving their teeth and claws, and attacked Long Chen directly.
I'll see which one of you dares.
Qin Xian flew to Long Chen's side without any panic, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Brother Long, this time, you and I will split the spoils of this opportunity. 1 for you and 9 for me. Wu Kuai spoke angrily.
Qin Xian, you yourself are in the middle of a desperate situation. Don't invite further trouble for yourself for no reason.
Don't worry about Qin Xian.
This guy doesn't have a top-tier saint armament.
He can't be considered a demon. He led the way,
holding a large sword, as ferocious as a flood beast,
pouncing straight at Qin Xian and Long Chen.
Qin Xian raised his hand and the black spear was located in his palm. He casually threw his hand, and the black spear burst out sharply, constantly shattering space.
There is the power of thunder attached to it.
Puffing, the black gun accurately penetrated through Wu Kuai's chest and nailed it to the ground with deadly accuracy.
The power of thunder crazily obliterated Wu Kuai's vitality, and within a breath, there was no more breath. Dead. Wu Kuai died tragically, died in the alliance between Qin Xian and Long Chen.
Some of the heavenly pride of the great families looked at Wu Kuai who died tragically in front of them,
their eyes showing shock.
Even Long Chen was suppressing and deterring mainly,
not daring to act rashly. Unlike Qin Xian, he struck out with a killing move, not the slightest bit of leeway.
Qin Xian,
Long Chen rebuked angrily. He didn't even get the dragon hide, so how can he split the spoils between 1 and 9?
These great families and clans were so intertwined in the Violet Sun Imperial capital that even his master had instructed him not to open the door to offense in a haphazard manner.
Qin Xian was good. He came up and beheaded Wu Kuai.
This group of idiots from the key worldly families were still saying that Qin Xian was his ally. The benefits have not been received, and the blame has already been taken.
How can this injustice be tolerated?
His eyes were enraged and he looked at Qin Xian angrily, pointing his finger at his nose.
You give me.
Before the words were finished,
Qin Xian nodded his head knowingly and followed Long Chen's finger to divide the area. This area, leave it to me to take care of it, and the rest, you deal with it. Without giving Long Chen any chance to retort,
Qin Xian raised his gun and charged.
The halberd subdues the 8 wastes.
The black gun was like a meteor that crashed into the middle of the crowd of worldly families.
On the spot,
a celestial realm was penetrated from the canopy of the sky, and the power of destruction swept and shook crazily since the location where the black spear was inserted into the ground. No one was able to stand still for more than 100 miles around.
Qin Xian, who was in the middle of it, burst out, drew his black gun, and began a bloody harvest. No matter if it was the yin-yang mirror or the celestial realm, there was no single enemy in front of him. Some of them, without even seeing his face, had already let the black gun stir up their lives. As Long Chen witnessed this, lines of blood instantly wrapped around his eyes. Dead. All dead.
In Qin Xian's hands, more than half of the Shihua Great Clan's celestial pride were killed or injured. He had clearly done nothing.
yet he had to bear half of the hatred for no reason at all. It's a plant. It's a smear. It's even more of a sitch of false information that he got the dragon hide. Long Chen, if you don't make a move, could it be that you're going to abandon your allies and disregard? Shang Wansi chortled delicately towards Long Chen. Beside her, there are many new faces.
It was the Shangwan clan member who had broken free from his bonds after Qin Xian had beheaded the heavenly pride of a great worldly clan.
She could see it,
and saw that Qin Xian was using the opportunity to help Long Chen suppress the great clans of the world to take advantage of the opportunity to liberate the imprisoned clansmen of the Shangwan clan.
If Qin Xian didn't make a move, Long Chen would also be surrounded. Qin Xian made his move,
and Long Chen in turn had nearly half of his enemies missing.
Why? Why is that? Why are they all forcing me?
Long Chen's hair danced wildly, and the violet heavenly sword in his hand continuously wailed sadly.
The pride of the remaining worldly families and clans surged towards him as much as they could.
Now he's mud down his pants.
Not. Kill.
Long Chen shouted explosively and killed with his sword. He was venting his anger to his heart's content.
In taking aim at these worldly families, he hated why the dragon hide that came to his hand became an empty one in the end. Even more, he hated this fellow Qin Xian. Why was he able to force him to such a desperate point? The violet sky sword wrapped in boundless sword intent, frantically forcing back the worldly family prides that blocked in front of him. He was unwilling to be this passive again. Even more so,
he was unwilling to take the blame for Qin Xian.
He wanted to kill Qin Xian. No one can stop it. His forced retreat, however,
did not carry with it the intention of certain death. Instead of causing these great families to back off, it stimulated the desire in their hearts to obtain the dragon hide.
It's swarming more and more,
letting the distance between Long Chen and Qin Xian grow farther and farther.
A quarter of an hour later, on Long Chen's side,
the fight was still continuing, and all of the great clan prides that stood in front of Qin Xian collapsed.
None survived. Only Ning Wuya was left,
staring at Qin Xian with maniacal eyes,
letting out an oozing, shrill laugh. Qin Xian, you really are too satisfying.
I didn't expect to be able to personally abuse you within this dragon's blood mystery.
Chapter 99 Abusing Ning Wuya. Dragon hide makes people as crazy as they are. So how is abusing you with your own hands not the ultimate enjoyment?
Ning Wuya shrugged his shoulders, his body trembling. It was as if an unstoppable wave of morbid pleasure had risen from the depths of his heart. Without that top-tier sacred artifact, how do you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Just based on your yin-yang mirror 5th level realm. Or is it the same grade technique you're so proud of? Spotty and unrefined, and you dare to show off in front of me? The smile on Ning Wuya's face grew more and more cruel. After he entered the dragon's blood mysterious realm and broke through the celestial realm,
the foreign pupil changed once again.
With this undercard, he had intended to ambush Long Chen and take the opportunity to plunder the dragon hidden land.
But now,
Qin Xian crossed over 1,000 obstacles and came to him.
Not killing, on the contrary,
made him unable to resist the urge to abuse and kill anymore.
Shang Wansi nervously warned aloud. Qin Xian, be careful.
The underworld pupil changes as you advance in the realm.
Ning Wuya might have a card. Being born with the native family of the meditative pupil, she had a clear understanding of the mutation of this underworld pupil. The higher the realm, the more powerful the underworld pupil was, and the more unpredictable it was, making it inscrutable. Ning Wuya sneered. A woman from the Shangwan family is just tasty enough. I like it. Kill you, and then in front of your face, properly let you see how I play with women. Little king.
Ning Wuya was wise to his words, and in his eyes,
his alien pupils shrunk violently. One glance for 10,000 years, the pupil passes as far as the eye can see. The flowers,
plants and trees on the ground began to wither as much as possible.
It was not suffering from the oppression of Yuan power,
but rather a baptism of the power of the ages.
Just like the past 1,000 years, 10,000 years, these grasses and trees, after all, cannot resist the passage of years.
The vitality gradually died out.
This pupil art, even when Ning Wuya comprehended it, he felt that it was unimaginable.
The power of the ages. That's the power of the ages. Even the sage realm could not resist the passage of years in front of him. He gathered his pupils and glared at Qin Xian,
to make him, in the blink of an eye,
turn into a rotten wood withered in qi and blood.
Thud. When Ning Wuya looked at Qin Xian,
a fist the size of a sandbag was already chiseling at his face.
With a loud bang,
Ning Wuya only felt his brain buzzing, and his left eye could no longer be opened. Ning Wuya's one eye was warring.
Why aren't you affected by the power of the ages? None of your business. Qin Xian kicked Ning Wuya to the ground.
This bastard also relied on his natural pupils to be fierce. The real strength was much weaker than the average heavenly pride.
This born underworld pupil was originally born out of the true dragon eyes. Now even the dragon eyes of the old ancestor generation were within his desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. How could Ning Woya's underworld pupil, which had been diluted for an unknown number of generations and had also been transplanted to produce mutations, work on him? Open your mouth and you want to play with women. You're good at that, aren't you? What's the point of knowing how to play? That's if you have a hang-up too. Qin Xian drew out his black spear and stabbed it towards the ground, accurately rooted on the vital point between Ning Woya's legs, with a twist and a shake. Chicken and egg. Ah! Ning Woya hissed in agony, and his bruised left eye, all of it, opened instantly. Enduring the severe pain, blood gushed wildly from his mouth, burning essence and blood to catalyze the foreign pupil. One glance for 10,000 years. One glance for 10,000 years. Qin Xian, I want you to die. I want you to die. The pupil power swept wildly. Behind Qin Xian, even space began to shatter, being affected by this weird pupil power. Even Long Chen and the others, who were still fighting chaotically in the extreme distance, felt their own qi and blood drain away. It was as if he had aged more than 10 years. They all looked toward this place. On the contrary, Qin Xian, who was only a stone's throw away from Ning Woya, was not affected in the slightest. He raised his sandbag-sized fist and spun it around in front of Ning Woya, then with a compulsion to do so, he gave his right eye another clunking hammer. Gollum! Everyone who witnessed this scene of heavenly pride swallowed a mouthful of saliva backwards. This pupil power of Ning Woya's, it's so bizarre that it's actually aging me by more than 10 years, as if I'm being washed away by the power of the ages. The weirdest thing is still Qin Xian. This guy is actually unaffected by pupil power. Break down Ning Woya's Dao heart. Qin Xian turned a deaf ear as he pressed Ning Woya's head, dead center, to the ground, squatted in front of him, and laughed playfully. The thing you're most proud of is this pair of mutated underworld pupils, isn't it? The son of King Ning actually has to rely on a pair of alien pupils to be able to give himself confidence. How inferior are you? Not even the background of the Ning royal family can hide the cowardice within you. Ha! His voice was like a magic sound to the ears. The Ning Woya who had been allowed to do so recalled the nightmares of his early childhood and fought to open his eyes, wanting to fight to the death. The moment his alien pupil opened, a dagger accurately penetrated his left eye. Stirring violently, the dagger drew out and stabbed into his right eye again. But in a breath, the alien pupil was completely destroyed. The faint, diluted pupil power that had been diluted countless times, flowed down Qin Xian's palm and slowly flowed into the dragon's eyes within the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower. My eyes, my eyes. Ning Wuya, who felt the pupil power frantically disappearing, no longer sought his previous arrogance and cockiness. Blind, he stretched out his hand and scratched haphazardly in midair, wanting to desperately embrace the unseen and untouchable pupil into his arms. He was in fear, he was terrified. Despair was sweeping over him. The self-confidence that was supported by the alien pupil completely fell apart. Qin Xian took advantage of this gap to search Ning Wuya's memories. After learning the details of some of the gloom that had been seared into the depths of Ning Wuya's mind, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. No wonder you're so eager to find a sense of being from a woman's body. So it turns out that you're just a bastard who's been abandoned by a woman. No, I'm not a bastard. I'm not a bastard. I am of the most honorable royal bloodline. I am. Ning Wuya retorted excitedly, hissing at the top of his lungs, but halfway through his words, they came to an abrupt end. It was a secret that he could not mention and dared not tell. If not, he'll die. Qin Xian kills the heart of the evil voice. Say ah, how do you dare not say? Your biological father should not be the crown prince? Shouldn't he be more powerful than the king of Ning? Why don't you dare to mention it? Is it because the crown prince of the Xiang Empire doesn't want you to live? Thinking that you'd lose his face if you lived? Ning Wuya covered his ears with both hands and blurted out in grief. No, don't say it again. Don't say it again. He crawled up in a sorry state and knelt down in front of Qin Xian, kneeling like garlic, wailing out, please, don't say any more. Please, please, spare me, spare my little life. I'll definitely reform myself in the future, and will never offend you again. This scene stunned everyone's jaws. Even Long Chen felt that he was dreaming. That epileptic lunatic like Ning Wuya was actually kowtowing to Qin Xian and admitting his mistake at this moment, was begging him to spare a little life. The groveling and pleading look was like that of a wretch. The huge difference between the before and after is mind-boggling. It's disgusting the way you wag your tail. Qin Xian smacked his lips, staring at Ning Wuya like he was a bereaved dog, holding him over with both hands and giving him a kick out. Earlier, he had felt that Ning Wuya was somewhat morbidly unusual. It may seem intimidating. The truth is to find the soft underbelly of this pathology. It's too easy to pick up. All of this could only be said to be Ning Wuya's own fault. Rumble. Just then, the secret realm changed, and there were passages that swept through everyone, enforcing them back. Chapter 100 Overthrow of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion. Qin Xian sensed the changes in the dragon blood mystic realm and threw Ning Wuya into the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, then instantly shot explosively towards the two Shangwan family sisters. As he touched Shangwan Si, a pillar of light shone on all the trialists. As the scene in front of them turned heaven and earth, the trialists who had entered the dragon's blood mystery realm were all teleported back to the previous schoolyard. My son, who killed you? Who is it that dares to kill my Wang family's pride? This enmity will not end in death. Those who were urgently teleported out were not only the trialists who were still alive. Along with those corpses that had already lost their vitality, they also smashed down on the large school grounds as much as they could. The strongest members of the world's great clans swarmed to the city, holding up the bones of their bloodline relatives and roaring in grief and anger. Some of the trialists who came out alive pointed at Qin Xian and revealed, all of these people, all of them were killed by Qin Xian. Gollum. Shangwan Si subconsciously swallowed his saliva and stood beside Qin Xian, not moving an inch, but in his heart, he was drumming. The little lowly had even never seen the big scene of being locked by the killing intent of a group of Saint Kings, grabbing the corner of Qin Xian's coat and hiding behind him in fear. Being in the eye of the storm, Qin Xian didn't even put those Saint King realm worldly clan powerhouses in his mind. Instead, he communicated with the system. How do I cultivate the true dragon treasure art? Consuming 1 million points of villainous value. You can cultivate the true dragon treasure technique to its great completion. The host's remaining villainous value is insufficient, and he still needs to acquire 120,000 points of villainous value. Consume 2 million points of villain value to cultivate the true dragon treasure technique to completion. Sheesh. Qin Xian smacked his lips as his flesh ached. Just cultivating the true dragon treasure technique to its great completion would cost a huge sum of 1 million villainous points. Even after taking down the daughter of Qi, Shangwan Si, which provided 500,000 points of villainy value, the balance was still insufficient today, still lacking 120,000 points. Not to mention the huge amount of 1,012,000 points missing from cultivating to perfection. Of course, Qin Xian was not surprised. After all, the true dragon treasure art was an existence that was comparable to, if not surpassing, the founding legacy of the Ziyang Empire, the Taotai treasure art. If it didn't consume much, it wouldn't be worthy of the grade of the treasure art. Currently, the missing villain value could only be extracted from the big fat sheep that was Long Chen. The thunder he had planted within the dragon's blood mystery was finally going to detonate. Qin Xian, you came to the imperial capital for a row, beheading the heavenly pride of many families within my imperial capital. This hatred will be repaid with your blood. The great families of the world, led by Wu Kuahai's father, blared angrily towards Qin Xian, their killing intent revealed. Qin Xian turned a deaf ear. It's not time for him to step in when he's not moving and yelling, okay? The dragon's blood mystery realm suddenly closed, clearing out all the trialists and not even sparing those who died. It was clearly a deliberate act by the Ziyang royal family. What else could be the reason other than the dragon hide that could make the royal family so worked up? As expected, not waiting for those great families to continue to lash out, there was a Saint King realm powerhouse from the royal family, who took to the air like a great sun, shining above everyone, and opened his mouth in an unquestionable manner. In whose hands is the dragon hidden? All the trialists who were alive looked at the place at the Sky's End Sword Pavilion in unison, pointing their fingers at Long Chen and saying, the dragon hide is in Long Chen's hands. It was witnessed by all of us. This is an indisputable fact, and for this reason, he even chopped back the underworld emperor clock held by the 7 pearls of the underworld moon with a single sword. Wow! As soon as the words fell, the entire scene set off an uproar. The heat wave was higher than the tide, and even such magnificent existences as King Ning, who was a royal relative, could not be bothered with etiquette, and rose to their feet, staring intently at Long Chen with burning gazes. That's a dragon hide. It was the most precious existence in the entire dragon's blood mystery realm, a treasure that the Ziyang royal family could only dream of obtaining. Once they obtained the true dragon hide, they, the great families, might be able to secretly accumulate energy. After 10,000 years, it is possible to raise your arm and start a nation with it. Everyone desperately wanted to obtain the dragon hide, including the Ziyang royal family, and that current great emperor. For this reason, there was no hesitation in directly interrupting the dragon's blood mysterious realm trial. What's required is that nothing can go wrong. The Holy King realm powerhouse of the imperial family gazed his gaze towards Long Chen, wearing a kind and benevolent smile as he softly said, The true legacy of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion is truly outstanding. I, the Ziyang royal family, would like to worship the Sword Pavilion Pavilion Master as the royal guest secretary, and would like to allow you a holy weapon, which can be entered into the royal treasure trove, and chosen at will, top-level holy weapons, and no exceptions. I don't know, little friend Long Chen, if you're willing to bear the pain? This kind of reward made those forces from all sides, all of them, red in the eyes. Royal offerings, this is equivalent to, directly be recruited, along with the entire Skyward Sword Pavilion. The status of the position are like sitting in an immortal boat like a violent scurry. Don't look at the Heaven's End Sword Pavilion being less powerful than the Holy Land. But if once the Heaven's End Sword Pavilion Pavilion Master becomes a royal envoy, even those holy lords of the Holy Land had to be treated with courtesy and lowered themselves to the first rank when they saw them. Not to mention, there was also the reward of a top-tier saint artifact. This was a supreme treasure that even in existence at the peak of the Saint King realm would find it difficult to possess. Long Chen lowered his head and didn't say a word. Qin Xian yelled and interjected, "If the price isn't right, let's talk again." The powerful person from the imperial family swept a glance at Qin Xian and narrowed his eyes, then looked at Long Chen once again and uttered, "If little friend still has any requests, you can make them all together, and they will be granted without fail." Long Chen clenched his fists and his body exploded with trembling. Inside, for the first time, he began to panic. With such a heavy reward, it is evident that the Ziyang royal family is determined to obtain the dragon collection. Can't get it, and the consequences are predictable. If he did get the dragon hide, it would be only natural for him to bear this wrath. Critically now, he didn't even have a dragon hide in his hand. He was swindled by the dragon's blood mystery. I've got nothing to show for it, and I've got a lot of hate to show for it. And then there was this bastard Qin Xian, who was actually sitting on the ground for him. The higher you raise the price, the more he'll come down. After pondering for a long time, Long Chen raised his eyes and said bluntly, "The dragon hide is not in my hands. After I put it into my storage ring, it disappeared. Perhaps there is no dragon hide at all." The scene fell silent, so terribly still that you could hear a pin drop. Who would believe that? Everyone witnessed the dragon hide being obtained by Long Chen, and at this moment, Long Chen said it wasn't in his hands? It's nothing more than greed for the treasures within the dragon's hide. The more greedy Long Chen was, and the more he disregarded his own safety, the more people were curious as to what goodies were within the dragon hide. Long Chen, is it really as you said? The royal family's Saint King realm, face instantly gloomy dripping water. Between the openings, the surrounding temperature, all seemed to plummet 70 to 80 degrees. There is frost hanging down. Long Chen nodded heavily. That's the truth. No falsehoods at all. The strong man from the Sky's End Sword Pavilion appeared and stopped in front of Long Chen, arching his hand towards the royal powerhouse. I, Sky's End Sword Pavilion, will not join in the fun. Farewell. With his hand on Long Chen's shoulder, he couldn't wait to vanish into the void and flee far away from the imperial capital. However, in 10 breaths, a crisp reward arrival sound rang out in Qin Xian's mind. The sword pavilion at the end of the world was destroyed, and 2 sacred king realms fell, and the hatred between the Son of Fortune, Long Chen, and the host skyrocketed, so deeply rooted that it could not be dissolved, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 300,000. Chapter 101, Sacred King Chaos. Excessive. It's outrageous. In his heart, Qin Xian was holding out for Long Chen. Long Chen was wronged. It's true that this one didn't get the dragon hide, because the true dragon eyes and the true dragon treasure art were both lying within his desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. However, seeing as Long Chen had provided him with a huge 300,000 villainous points this time, it was enough to make up for the lack of cultivating the true dragon treasure art. He didn't bother to be more serious. Anyway, the one who was destroyed was the Sky's End Sword Pavilion, and the one who was beheaded was also Long Chen's protector. What's he got to do with it? Taking out Long Chen's protector had reduced the probability of him being ambushed by the Saint King realm by a few points. Some of the strongest people on the scene were all talking to each other, and this son, Long Chen, has a chance against the heavens. If it were a chaotic world, it would inevitably become a giant on one side. It's just a pity that this is the Violet Sun imperial capital, with the imperial family sitting at the center of the city. Making enemies with the imperial family can only be said to be asking for death. In the end, the dragon hide was not obtained, and even he, himself, had to lose his little life. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Ziyang royal family was determined to win the dragon collection. One could only say that Long Chen, a person of great fortune, was born at the wrong time, making bad choices that lead to a lost cause. For a time,
These great powers that were also living under the gloom shrouding the Xiang imperial family were all mourning the death of the rabbit. Within the schoolyard, there were none sadder than the proud birth fathers of those white-haired people. The head of the Wu family looked at Qin Xian angrily and growled, "My son, were you the one who killed him?" Qin Xian took a few steps forward, separating himself from the Shangguan sisters. He held his head high, and spoke, unsteadily, "Since my senior brother Shangguan's death, his clansmen have disappeared one after another. You are bullying my senior brother Shangguan into not being able to kill his enemy hand-to-hand, and you are accomplices in letting my senior brother die in peace. As a true disciple of Yao Qi's sacred mine prison peak, holding the sacred whip, I can enforce the law on behalf of the peak master. If I can't even avenge the hatred of my fellow brothers, how can I be able to be in the Holy Land?" With the code of Jin, he gazed at his eyes, then looked at the martial family head, a Saint King realm, and admitted decisively without being humble, saying, "Wu Kuai was indeed killed by me, and was split in two by me, cleaved into two halves, including the great clans that have imprisoned the Shangguan clan members. All of the heavenly prides of your clans have died by my hand. They, who deserve to die." Boom! The sacred king realm erupted, and the head of the Wu family was furious. "Witness the murderer of your son, right in front of your eyes. How could he swallow the anger in his heart? Wu Sanchang, how dare you?" Shangguan Zhong rushed up to the sky, his eyes as if the sun and moon were reversed. The pupil power was activated, and even the Saint King realm felt the power of destruction sweeping around him. One of Wu Sanchang's arms was not retracted in time, allowing the destructive power that erupted from Shangguan Zhong's eyes to shatter into a bloody mist. Shangguan Zhong laughed out coldly. "Xian nephew is right. Wu Kuai imprisoned my Shangguan clan members. That's because he deserved to die. If you want to move a hair on your virtuous nephew's head, you also have to look at this pair of underworld pupils of mine and see if they'll answer." Shangguan Ing raised her palm and greeted towards Shangguan Zhong. "Father, you must save Mr. Qin. He is out to kill in order to settle our Shangguan family clan." Shangguan Zhong had noticed those missing clansmen long ago, and they were all following behind his two daughters at this time. He was also clear that the only one who could save his clan was Qin Xian. Qin Xian had shown great kindness to his Shangguan family. If this time, and then do not take action, the future destruction of his Shangguan family is the nail in the coffin, cannot change the fact. Come and fight. Shangguan Zhong, who had been holding back for many years, no longer hid. The power of destruction shattered space, convoluting the martial family head with his pupil power and disappearing from the scene with another Saint King realm with killing intent. "He's going 1-2. Another Saint King realm from a great family stepped out and looked at Qin Xian with a sardonic smile. "You really do have enough face to actually be able to get Shangguan Zhong, who has been holding back for so many years, to step in and also clamp down on 2 Saint King realms for you. But what of it? Now, who, again, is willing to stand up for you?" This Saint King realm personally beheaded his first son. With his head in hand, he walked towards Qin Xian step by step. He wanted to let the first son, who was dead in the water, witness with his own eyes how he had brutally twisted off Qin Xian's head. Swish! A large saint artifact spear exploded out from the distance. A shot to the head, thrusting it into the ground and shattering it into pieces. Rolling clouds, covering the sky, came overpowering. In the thick clouds, there was a bright laughter that resounded through the heavens and earth. "Ha ha ha, if you want to touch Qin Xian, then you have to see if my Mu domain agrees. Mac Wu Fei, you want to make an enemy of us, the imperial capital's great families? So what?" Thinking about when the great demon god Senior, with the peak of the Saint realm, killed 7 times in and 7 times out of the holy forbidden land behind Laozi's back, Laozi was certain that this life was going to be returned to the great demon god Senior in the future. "And you want to stop me from Mac Wu Fei from repaying the favor? Not good enough." The person who came was none other than the lord of the hurting domain, Hurting Invincible. The same goes for Mu Qingshue's biological father. Seeing her father arrive, Mu Qingxue was overjoyed and said loudly, "Father, you must save Qin Xian from getting away. That's my fiancé, and even more so, my future husband." Mu Wuxie's cheerful laughter, getting louder and louder. "Openly, my future son-in-law. Naturally, I have to let me, the old man, make great efforts. Can't let Shangguan Zhong, this old thing, snatch the top spot. He's fighting 2. I'm going to fight 3. A large spear, bursting out, tore apart the space around the 3 Saint King realms, and then Mac Wu Fei, like an ancient ferocious beast, pushed out horizontally, pushing the entire 3 Saint King realms. All of them were pushing into the void to battle. Right behind them were nearly 50 saints and quasi-saints from the pastoral domain. The atmosphere of the scene was driven to a frenzy. Crazy, simply crazy.
Shang Wanzhong is already risking his life by going 1 against 2. This old kid, Mu Wao Xie, is even better, moving the entire Mu domain's family fortune. Isn't he afraid of the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty's borders coming in? And isn't he afraid that the herding domain will fall apart as a result, or even change its name on this? Anyone could see that the 50 saints and quasi-saints that followed closely behind were the entire family of the entire herding domain. Mak Wufei was taking his entire body and life and was repaying the favor. It's almost desperate, like a moth to a flame. So what if Shang Wanzhong and Mu Wao Xia rolled away 5 Saint King realms? There were more than 5 celestial pride killed by Qin Xian. There were more than a handful of other powerful men, staring angrily and stupidly. The gazes of the crowd moved to where the heaven-mending holy maiden Shang Wanya was. This Saint King realm alchemist, on the contrary, made people a little afraid. The energy behind it was not comparable to Shang Wanzhong and Mu Wuxi. Shang Wanya slowly stepped out, and was calming the scene for Qin Xian. But before she could reach Qin Xian's face, there was a glazed-off fire shield that enveloped her. In front of the glazed-off flame cover, Qin Jinbei's face was cold and indifferent as he looked towards the crowd, uttering without a smile, "My Qin family has severed all relations with Qin Xian, whether he lives or dies. My Qin family will never intervene." Chapter 102 Qin Wangfu Forced, Qin Xian Stranger? Qin Jinbei glanced at Qin Xian without the slightest bit of emotion and said, "It is you who want to leave the Qin family, and it is you, likewise, who are unwilling to recognize the identity of the Qin family. Today, my Qin family will not put out a single soldier or a single pawn for you." Shang Wanya's indignant petite body was trembling as she angrily said, "Qin Jinbei, let go of me." She couldn't figure out how a person could be so cruel, to be able to see your first son die in front of you? Qin Xian had beaten and killed many of the great family clans' heavenly prides in the Dragon's Blood mystic realm. If you don't have a backstage, you will die without a burial. She no longer had the luxury of asking the Qin Wangfu to step in, but she would never have dreamed that Qin Jinbei would actually come here to stop her. "Qin Jinbei, if you don't want to be saved, go back to your Qin Wangfu and don't bother with me." Qin Jinbei turned a deaf ear, only lifting his hand. At the back, the teenage heroic Qin Hao walked out. He had a clean face and a slender build, the crippled version of the supreme bone in his body, after drawing on the crushed and complete version of the supreme bone powder, had now been promoted and was about to converge to perfection. Letting his realm, which had skyrocketed, he had stepped into the celestials. He looked at Shang Wanya with a face full of anger and angrily rebuked, "Mother, do you know what Qin Xian he did? He has killed countless heavenly pride of the great families. This is a deadly feud that will not end in death. Are you sure you want to risk a great injustice and insist on bailing him out?" Shang Wanya hate the clenched fists, in front of the beloved little son. In the end, ruthless not up, painfully said, "That is your brother. Is your brother? Blood kinship. Break the bones connected to the tendons." Qin Hao laughed coldly. "So, you're going to bury the entire Qin Wanfu for the sake of one Qin Xian now? With such a large number of great families, even if my Qin Wangfu were to make an enemy of it, it would be 10 deaths without a chance of survival. Now, you're just going to let the clansmen in the Qin domain, father, and me, your son, die together for a Qin Xian." Shang Wanya looked at the indifferent Qin Hao in front of her with dull eyes, her heart dripping blood. Qin Hao's expression, however, grew colder and colder, his voice chilling as he said, "Qin Xian, he's a murderer. Killing pays for life. It's only right and proper that the great families of the world want to take revenge. That's him damned." Qin Hao looked at Qin Jinbei and spoke, "Father, let mother go." Qin Jinbei wrinkled his brows, but did not retort. "Uncover the glazed-off fire shield and release Shang Wanya." Qin Hao stepped aside from the figure blocking Shang Wanying's front, pointed at Qin Xian, and said bluntly, "Mother, if you want to go and save Qin Xian, you can just go out and do it. I, Qin Hao, was born as a member of the Qin Wangfu, and died as a ghost of the Qin Wangfu. Since you want my Qin Wangfu to be buried, there's no need for these great families to make a move, so I'll die in front of you right now." With that, he held his sword across the front of his neck. The sharp blade of the sword had slashed through the throat, and blood slid down the chilly blade in drops. "However, Shang Wanya was in severe pain with tears in her voice and rushed forward in a panic. Qin Hao's eyes stopped and took half a step back, just silently gazing at the tearful Shang Wanya, his voice icy cold. "Mother, if you can stop me once, can you still stop me 10 times? If I am bent on seeking death, how can you be on guard?" Shang Wanya's body was drained of yuan power, as if it had been drained, and he sat down on the ground in exhaustion. She covered her face with her hands and sobbed in agony. Why did you have to push mother like that? You brothers, why can't you get along? Must I make my mother take it?"
Must I pluck a piece of flesh from her heart? She could turn against Qin Jinbei. He even dared to fight with Qin Jinbei with his life, but she couldn't do it. Truly couldn't witness Qin Hao seeking death. It's her heart. It's her liver. It was her spiritual pillar for the next 10 years or so after she thought she had lost Qin Xian. Qin Hao only stared resentfully at Qin Xian's place and spoke coldly. That's him asking for his own death. Since he's already detached from the Qin family, why would he let my Qin family fall for him? He couldn't wait and watch Qin Xian die. His mother, because of Qin Xian, had turned against his father, and the Qin royal family. Even his father, sometimes, began to regret expelling Qin Xian from the Qin Wangfu earlier. Since Qin Xian's return, his position in the Qin Wangfu had begun to become unstable. Nowadays, there were even idle rumors that spread within the Qin domain. Rumor has it that he is inferior to Qin Xian. There are even an unknown number of people who, after hearing about Qin Xian's encounters in the Holy Land of Yaoqi, said that it would be better to change Qin Xian to sit on the throne. This everything that should have belonged to him was being taken away from Qin Xian bit by bit. He couldn't tolerate it, couldn't give in anymore. Today was the best time to kill Qin Xian. He would not allow his mother to have any more attachment to Qin Xian. Mother, it's your turn to make a choice. Hao will never resent you. Qin Hao had already slit his throat with his sword, hot blood, flowing out in rivulets. Shang Guanye raised her hand in panic. No, Hao, don't. Looking at Qin Hao, who was bent on seeking death, Shang Guanye's heart and soul trembled as she lowered her head, and chilled her heart and said, Mother, let you be. Ha! Qin Xian, who witnessed this scene, snorted out a laugh. The Qin Wangfu, as usual, is still really this virtuous, spoken with a great deal of righteousness. Public vengeance is private vengeance. Is it necessary to be so flattering? You're still thinking about the Qin royal family and the Qin domain? If these great families dared to kill him, could it be that they still dared to slaughter the Qin domain that was guarding the borders? It's not pure bull asterisk. He didn't bother to count. Anyway, the Qin Wangfu was always an enemy in his mind, and he didn't expect it. Qin Xian, today is your end. Sun family had jumped out, at this time has no longer avoided. Purple Sun 10 Division pulled out a scapegoat, but this family had heart clear. Kill my son, non-yu Qin Xian Mo. Today, even your biological father and mother have abandoned you. The Yaoqi Holy Land that you worshipped is even more directly sealed. Even if the God of Heaven comes, he can't save you. This Peak Sage Realm family had transformed into a black lightning bolt, shattering the void. It came straight towards Qin Xian's throat. Qin Xian raised his hand, and the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower was located in the center of his palm. Desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. Suppress me. The pressure of a quasi-emperor artifact was dispersed as soon as it was dispersed. It was even the Saint King realm that had to be frightened by it. Not to mention the fact that the Sun family head was only at the peak of the Saint realm. Caught off guard, he was suppressed by the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda, along with the broken space, in the middle of the spatial crack, like an old dog with its head stuck in a dog's head guillotine, barking furiously. Qin Xian, so what if you have this little tower? If you can temporarily stop this family head, how can you stop the many Saint Kings? You have too many enemies, so many that even if there is one more small tower, it will not be able to shelter you. More than a handful of Saint King realms were watching intently. They wanted to avenge their own heavenly pride. Even more so, he was unwilling to let this freak Qin Xian continue to grow. If not, I don't know how much trouble I will get into in the future. This danger must be nipped in the bud. There are really quite a lot of people who want to kill me. Enough to make up the peak master positions of the 7 peaks of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Qin Xian scanned with blissful indifference, nodding his head in wonder. But you guys, who dares to take a shot at me? He stretched out his right arm and pinched Ning Woya, who had been spat out of the small tower, as if pinching a dead dog. He looked at the crowd of Saint King realms with a sneer on his face. If any of you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill this dog bastard. Chapter 103, Qin Xian must die. Qin Wangfu's great expedition. Ning Wuya. He actually didn't die and was captured alive by Qin Xian. The moment Ning Wuya appeared, all of the great families of the world, all of them, stopped in their tracks. Eyes unanimously looked toward the Ning King's place in the special seats. Involving King Ning, this matter, not any family, can be involved. Not to mention the status of an imperial relative. Even King Ning himself was a peak Saint King realm. His Highness King Ning, who had been resting on his laurels, had to get up this time. Looking directly at Ning Wuya in Qin Xian's hands, his eyes gradually narrowed. Father, help me. Child doesn't want to die. Qin Xian is the devil. Don't threaten him. Don't ever threaten him. He'll really kill the child. Ning Wuya, who had lost his alien pupils, was no longer the epileptic madman. He was just an adopted son whose mother had gone off the rails and was fostered in the Ning king's house. A cowardly man disliked by his biological father and hated by his adoptive father. Having been struck by Qin Xian's heart-executing blows, he had an endless fear of Qin Xian in his heart. All he wanted was for King Ning to promise endless favors and rescue him in peace. King Ning's eyes stared at him without anger. He couldn't wait for Ning Wuya to die within the dragon blood mysteries. The fact that Ning Wuya was alive was a constant reminder that he was wearing a green hat. However, he didn't dare to make a move to kill Ning Wuya, much less sit back and watch Ning Wuya being abused in public. In a deep voice, he said, "Qin Xian, let go of my son, and you can leave the Violet Sun imperial capital peacefully, without anyone daring to stop you." Qin Xian pinched Ning Wuya's throat tightly and looked at the Sun family head and the others with a playful expression on his face. "The king of Ning has given the word, so do you still dare to make a move to kill me?" The Sun family head was freed from under the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, and his face was cloudy for a while as he stopped speaking. Including the other Saint King realm powerhouses, they only dared to glare at Qin Xian with their eyes at this moment. They didn't dare to go against the Ning royal family. Even more so, they didn't dare to offend the imperial power represented behind King Ning. Qin Xian roared loudly and forcefully, "I'm asking you guys, are you all deaf? Saint King realm, are they all deaf?" The Sun family head's face was suffocatingly red as he lowered his head. "His Highness, the King of Ning, has given the word that as long as you let go of the little prince, we will naturally not make things difficult for you." Qin Xian smiled. The smile grew wider. With a smile at the corner of his mouth and a tart in his eyes, he stared at the group of Saint King realm family heads with interest. "So, in your eyes, first son, heavenly pride, all of it is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The promised vengeance is nothing more than bullying and only bullying the weak. If there's really one with a huge background, you won't even care about your son's death. You'll just keep your tails between your legs, won't you?" The Sun family head and the other powerhouses only felt Qin Xian's words transform into a resounding slap in the face. It slapped them straight in the face with a fiery pain. Words are like knives. Qin Xian was ruining their reputation. Nay, with the king of Ning watching over them, they didn't even dare to fart. Ning Wuya's leaky voice, at this time like a eunuch pinching his throat, ending his voice, he begged, "Prince Qin, Qin Shao, my father guarantees that you will absolutely be able to leave peacefully. Please, let me have a little life. I will, in the future, see you will take the initiative to back off 100 miles away. You know you're afraid?" Qin Xian slapped 2 loud slaps on Ning Wuya's face. "Regret? Regret? Late." Qin Xian lifted up Ning Wuya, and in front of everyone, his voice rang out, thumping the ground, "I, Qin Xian, have come to the Violet Sun imperial capital not to kill anyone, not for the dragon's hide, but only to avenge the death of my Thunder Prison Peak senior brother Shangguan. In order to subdue the Codex, as I said in person at the Yaoqi Holy Land, Thunder Prison Peak has been kind to me, and the disciples of Thunder Prison Peak, all of them are my family, and now the enemy who killed my brother has been captured by me. If I let him go, it's the same as breaking my own oath and breaking my trust in the Yaoan Holy Land. A man can't stand without faith. If you want me to release them, I'd rather die within this imperial capital." He abandoned Ning Wuya high and dry. In the midst of everyone's horrified gazes, he drew out the heavenly desolate halberd that had already allowed Langley to unseal it, and stabbed out with a single stroke, penetrating Ning Wuya's chest. Within Ning Wuya's wailing pleas for help, the halberd spun and shook. Yuan power vibrated crazily. The celestial realm's Ning Wuya, hardened by the heavenly desolate halberd, was twisted into pieces and turned into countless pieces of flesh. Before the broken flesh fell, it was letting the manic Yuan power, twisted into a blood mist, burst open. Not even the soul, not even the spirit, escaped. Everyone witnessed Ning Wuya's divine soul being churned into flying smoke as he wailed in fear. Shocker, fear, suffocation. Everyone witnessing this scene forgot to breathe, watching as Qin Xian gave up his chance to leave peacefully. He strangled Ning Wuya so hard that not even his divine soul remained. Those who are not concerned about what's going on and who are watching, their hearts are trembling dramatically. This son, Qin Xian, is a man of honor. Just for a promise, he even risked his life for revenge. With King Ning's guarantee, he clearly could have left safely, but in order to fulfill his promise, and even more so to certify the code for the Yaoqi Holy Land, he gave up his chance to live, and offended His Highness King Ning. Perhaps in his eyes, there are some things more important than life. A single gaze, in unison, looked at the Qin Wangfu place. Shangguanya was in tears. Qin Shenbei was oblivious and secretly transmitted his voice.
It's not that you and I are unwilling to come to our rescue, but this rebellious son is seeking his own death. He clearly had a choice of living, but he had to risk offending King Ning by beheading Ning Wuya. Now, even if you're the holy maiden of the heaven-mending Holy Land, there's nothing you can do. In his heart, a gradual realization dawned on him. According to Qin Xian's character, even if he hadn't been expelled from the Qin family in the first place, sooner or later, it would also bring about the destruction of the Qin Wangfu. Cutting ties with it seems like a stroke of God today. If not, offending King Ning would also give the royal family, against him, Qin domain, a reason to strike. He should be grateful, not sorry. Qin Hao's mouth opened and closed without uttering a sound. Qin Xian, however, was able to read the words "you're dead" based on the shape of his mouth. Qin Xian, you deserve to die. King Ning was furious, and his holy power was as majestic as the Milky Way pouring in. The mighty pressure covered the world and dispersed for 10,000 miles. He was grateful that Qin Xian had stepped in to erase a disgrace for him. In order to repay, he had to make Qin Xian's gods and souls perish. If not, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, would not spare him as an uncle. Emotionlessness comes from the emperor's family, not to mention the fact that it was the Ziyang royal family, the disempowered one who had even been stripped of his imperial name. Qin Xian is finished. It's that little tower that can't stop a peak Saint King realm King Ning. Even if Shangguanya strikes now, there's nothing he can do. The sound of bad news rose and fell, and all of them decided that Qin Xian was doomed to die. Langley inside the desolate ancient prison suppression tower panicked out. Let control the small tower. With the quasi-emperor artifact, Ning Wan can't kill you either. Qin Xian returned unconcernedly. What's the hurry? Chess is played one step at a time, and this has only just begun to change. So you're restless? He held the heavenly wasteland halberd, the tip of the halberd pointing diagonally at the ground, staring unabashedly at King Ning, who was in the middle of the sky, and said with battle intent in his gaze, "Prove my holy land code, raise my Yaoqi's reputation, and though I die, I will not regret it." King Ning sneered, "A mantis, if it wasn't an act to show His Highness the Crown Prince in the dark, killing Qin Xian was like stepping on an ant, all without his personal intervention. Come to die." King Ning raised his hand, and his holy power transformed into a vortex that exploded and sucked towards Qin Xian. He was going to be in public, and he was going to shell Qin Xian properly. In the moment that vortex was created, a golden needle with a bright golden light shot out explosively. The space around the imprisoned vortex, along with the vortex and space, was annihilated in the boundless void. In the inner city of the imperial capital, in an ancient and simple medicinal hut, a ghostly sigh was emitted. Past causes, today's fruits. In the end, I owe this born supreme bonesetter. Chapter 104. Heavy pupil woman reappears. Thunderous measures. In the midst of the attention of all the people, a purple neon dress, with a delicate figure and floating curves. Z-Kite. If she stepped out from the scroll, her lotus steps lightly tapped the void and came to Qin Xian's side. She held Qin Xian's palm, and even though there were thousands of spectators, in her beautiful eyes, she left Qin Xian alone. On her stunningly beautiful face, there was an unspeakable fatigue as she squeezed out a warm smile towards Qin Xian and softly said, "I said that I won't let anyone harm you." Qin Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. "Why bother? This matter, it's not like it has anything to do with you." Z-Kite didn't speak anymore, only clenching Qin Xian's palm tightly, declaring her determination. When the crowd at the scene saw this, they exclaimed out in shock, "Good Lord, this is the doom-poisoned body, the chief sacred doctor's daughter." All of them have to force their way out to harden Qin Xian's protection. And that guy Ning Wuya, didn't he just say earlier that she had been imprisoned by the sacred doctor? This battle between father and daughter is finally divided. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at this point, Qin Xian was not from the lineage of sacred doctors. Rather, he had a close relationship with Violet Kite. All 10 fingers clenched in front of so many people. Between the two, if there were no deep feelings, beating them to death, they wouldn't believe it. Below, Mu Qingshue's heartbroken teardrops were swirling in her eyes. Standing beside Qin Xian, should not have been Z-Kite, if not for the fact that she had hurt Qin Xian too deeply before. Why would she let Z-Kite, the first to get in? The little lowly Shangguaning also clutched her sister's palm in a tasteful manner and muttered, "Sister, I also want to stand beside Mr. Qin. I also want to shield him from the wind and rain." Shangguanxi pursed her brightly colored lips, and in her beautiful eyes, there were ripples. It was also unknown whether she was envying Z-Kite or regretting the fact that she had concealed the truth of Qin Xian's rescue within the dragon's blood mystery. Several women had different thoughts, but coincidentally did not step forward to argue. All they wanted was for Qin Xian to be able to leave the Violet Sun imperial capital peacefully today.
Everyone's gazes were looking at the Ning King's place. The peak Saint King realm's King Ning, furious and isolated 10,000 miles away, was shouting towards the old man inside the pill hut. Chief, this son abused Wu Ye in public. Are you sure you want to go against this king? The old man in the medicine hut, the next breath, has instantly moved to the schoolyard. He was wearing green-gray robes, slightly stooped, his hands back on his waist, sighed. The old man is just such a daughter. If you do not make a move, she will want to cut off the father-daughter relationship with the old man. I wonder if your highness, the king of Ning, can give old me some face, and I will be grateful in the coming days. King Ning laughed back in anger. Does the chief mean that he wants this king to put things to rest? So many imperial families and feudal lords from all over the country witness this, and the chief sacred doctor wants him to put the matter to rest with a single word? Not to mention the face. Even on his highness the crown prince's side, there was no way for him to account for it. King Ning drew out a black golden lance, its body flowing with Tao energy, a top-grade saint artifact, and he pointed the tip of the lance at the chief sacred doctor, saying angrily, "There's no point in talking too much. Chief, please enlighten me." The chief sacred doctor raised his cloudy eyes and waved his hand, changing the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. It was like there was a starry sky beast that tore the space, from the Hongmeng continent, out in one bite. Not only was the Ning King himself, but even several Saint King realms that had clamored to kill Qin Xian were also erased from this place. Within the spatial rift, a Saint King realm powerhouse exclaimed, "Star-swallowing compass. Chief, my Lu family can give up on decapitating Qin Xian. The chief's saintly doctor can live or die. He is especially proficient in poisonous parasites." This star-swallowing compass, then, had killed a peak Saint King realm powerhouse for the chief saint doctor. These great families were emboldened. The first son had died, and if they also fell, the families would all decline. King Ning roared, piercing through the closed spatial rift. What's the point of being afraid of this old piker? What karma is there? Add it to mine. The old piker has this king to hold him back. You Saint King realms, are you going to stand by and watch this son Qin Xian sit on his feet? A deafening roar resounded in everyone's ears. The Sun family head and the others had terrified gazes. They had, by now, torn their faces with Qin Xian. If they don't kill this son, with this son's heaven-defying talent, in the future, it will definitely bring a disaster to their family. By order of King Ning, kill the rebels. The Sun family head was the first to take the lead, transforming into a stream of light and pouncing straight at Qin Xian. Qin Xian clutched Zikite's arm and without waiting for her to strike, he slapped her 10,000 feet away. Alone, holding a celestial halberd, he swam against the current. He was, now, truly fearless. The chief sacred doctor rolled away more than a handful of powerful people, but left so many of them alone, still here, and all of these families, collectively, were related to suppressing the Shangguan family. To say that this old thing, the chief sacred doctor, didn't get any information, who would believe it? Vermin, night and day. The Sun family master's 5 fingers transformed into bone claws, and there was an eerie black aura that came out. This claw was called the 9 Spectres and was able to tear apart even the souls of the gods that were suppressed in the land of the underworld. Qin Xian was only at the 5th level of the yin-yang mirror. Swimming against the current is like a mayfly shaking a tree or a moth to a flame. Qin Xian. There were petulant cries of horror that resounded in all directions. Just as the Sun family head had touched Qin Xian's flesh and blood, a pillar-like purple light descended from the sky. Rumble. This purple light seemed to penetrate the earth. A giant pit that was too deep to see the bottom appeared below Qin Xian. As for the Sun family head who was hit by the purple light, in that instant, he had already turned into flying ash. Not even a single strand of hair could be found. Completely falling, everyone looked up in horror. However, they saw that above their heads stood a figure wrapped in thick fog. Heavy purple woman. How dare you trespass on the imperial capital's important land? Erase the head of my Sun family of the Xiang Empire. Are you going to start a war with my Xiang Empire? They were shaken to the core. Even in his dreams, he hadn't expected that the heavy pupil woman of the Undermoon Imperial dynasty would actually appear within the imperial capital. Even more so, he didn't dare to think that the heavy pupil woman had obliterated the Peak Sage Realm Sun family head with a single strike. That double pupil of the heavy pupil woman stared eerily at a Saint King realm. The pupils flowed, and the Saint King realm that was below was, in the next moment, already imprisoned in a green lotus lamp that was bubbling with cold bonefire. Scorched by that morose cold bonefire, he was kowtowing and begging for mercy. Only, the words begging for mercy could not be transmitted out of the range of the green lotus bone flame lamp's wick cage. It has been burned by the green lotus bone flame to the point where only the white skeleton remains, and in the end, the skeleton was burned into flying ash.
along with the holy soul, annihilated in the bonfire. Only then did the heavy pupil woman slowly lower her heavy pupil, staring downwards, coldly uttering, "This seat acts. When is it your turn to dictate?" The pupils exploded. Beside these powerful members of the great families, space was imprisoned, and not even the Saint King realm could escape. Space began to distort like a bloodthirsty ferocious beast that was greedily devouring the flesh and blood of these powerhouses. In front of the heavy pupil woman, Ning Wuya's pupil power was like that of a child, unbearable. The heavy pupil woman's move was to erase all the powerful people who had suppressed the Shangguan family. Her gaze was locked on, and it was the entire 5 Saint King realms. Chapter 105, Killing Qin Xian. Cool. Qin Xian witnessed these clamoring Saint King realms as lambs to the slaughter in front of the Paragon Emperor. Cool to grin. Unfortunately, my progress in cultivation is too slow and my cultivation level is too low. Or else why do I have to use the power of the heavy pupil woman to strangle? Asterisk 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 these sons of Es yourself. That's the way to go. When Langley inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower heard this, the corners of her good-looking mouth twitched straight. The heavy pupil woman will come, and it's also within your plan? Also, when we first met, you were only in the Avatar realm. It hasn't even been a month yet, and you're at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang mirror. And even the small tower has been upgraded to a quasi-emperor artifact, so even if you don't need my help, you'll be able to escape unharmed under the saints. That's it. You still think you're practicing too slowly? It was also that Langley didn't know the word Versailles. If not, she would have inevitably given Qin Xian the title of King of Versailles. Why are you connected to the heavy pupil woman? It's only right that she should kill you. And what have you done to twist her mind by being inseparable from me? Langley felt that this world had changed. It also felt more and more that Qin Xian was terrifying to the point of being unimaginable. Even utilizing the Saint King realm wasn't enough anymore. Qin Xian was actually using intrigue to mobilize Paragon Emperors now. The key to this guy, right now, is only the 5th level of the Yin-Yang mirror. What would happen if this were to wait for him to break through the Paragon? Or even the Saint realm? Wouldn't it be like playing the Violet Sun Emperor, in the palm of your hand? Qin Xian rolled his eyes and said, "Why ask so many questions? Just watch the show at ease?" Qin Xian, who was in the eye of the storm, had become unattended due to the heavy pupil woman's thunderous approach. If it wasn't for the fact that his identity was a bit special, he would have wanted to move a small bench to eat melon at this moment. Qin Xian watched the flesh and blood of the Saint King realm being strangled as he chatted with Langley. "Do you think that these Saint King realms will die?" Without thinking, Langley replied, "This is the Xiang imperial capital." Previously the heavy pupil woman struck out and caught her by surprise. Now when the imperial family reacts, it is impossible to let her run amok again. You just don't think you can die, do you? I think the opposite of you. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the schoolyard, there was a great eruption of holy power, a pillar of light that shot up to the sky. A number of powerful individuals whose strength was no less than that of King Ning had appeared, and their strikes were holy weapons. In suppressing space, it was likewise erasing the strangling pupil power. Within a few moments, the bizarre strangling vortex disappeared beside these powerful members of the great families. A Saint King realm, whose clothes had let cold sweat feed on them, planted themselves on the ground, only half of their bodies remaining, bloody and miserable. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langley felt that she had finally won over Qin Xian once, and said in a good-natured manner, "Even if your mind is as numb as a hemp, it is impossible for everything to go as you expect it to, even though they have lost a large portion of their flesh and blood. For the Saint King realm, repairing them is not difficult. Don't rush to open the champagne at halftime. Look again." Qin Xian's gaze roamed over the heavy pupil woman and a few powerful members of the great lineage clans with interest. The heavy pupil woman held the green lotus bone flame lamp and said in a chilling voice, "The person this seat wants to kill, you guys also want to block it?" The several Saint King realms that were bloodied and battered hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath. From their torn flesh and blood, there were cold bone fires burning. "No, don't! Lord Heavy Pupil, spare your life. We have no intention of making an enemy of you. Mercy." As strong as the Saint King realm, they were also wailing and begging for mercy. The royal powerhouse who had struck out took half a step back in fear when he saw that green lotus bone flame. This bone fire was born from the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty's imperial weapon of Jinhua. Even someone as strong as the peak of the Saint King realm couldn't withstand it. Even the heavy pupil woman herself didn't dare to shake it lightly. The morosely cold green lotus bone flame went out with the last of the flames. The several Saint King realms that were crying out in ghosts and wailing, all died horribly, their souls destroyed. All of them, as if they had let a big hand, pinched their throats, unable to speak. His back had been drenched in cold sweat. 6 Saint King realms and 1 Peak Saint realm. Such a huge power is enough to cut off a party. However, at this point, all of them let the heavy pupil woman obliterate them with thunderous means. Such a feat could not be done by anyone other than the Emperor realm. The heavy pupil woman isn't touching the threshold of the Emperor realm. She's already stepped into quasi-emperor. With Saint King, it's no longer on the same level. Why did she step in to save Qin Xian? The powerful people who witnessed this scene were wondering. Long Li, who was inside the small tower, was also in awe. I let you guess correctly again. But, are you planning to defect to the Undermoon dynasty? Overthink it.
Qin Xian subconsciously swallowed back a mouthful of saliva and said with a sigh,
I think that the heavy pupil woman is going to me.
He understood the heavy pupil woman's past.
An ancestor of the Shangwan family,
who used to be trapped in the middle of the secret realm.
With his character,
he made a special trip to the Xiang imperial capital. It was impossible to put things to rest, and he would definitely try to kill someone to avenge the Shangwan family.
As it turned out,
she hadn't spared a single one of those strong men who had taken the Shangwan clan members captive.
Now, the focus of the heavy pupil woman fell back on him.
Whether the heavy pupil woman was trying to kill him or protect him within the imperial capital,
without exception, she was going to him. Qin Xian.
Her heavy pupils locked onto Qin Xian as she said in an ice-cold voice,
This seat said that I would kill you. You can only die in this seat's hands, and anyone who dares to disobey, this seat will not spare a single one. It's too cheap to let you go up in smoke.
I will make you suffer the cold eyes of the world and take your last breath in endless despair.
The heavy pupil aurora, like a meteor, enveloped Qin Xian, in full view of everyone.
Qin Xian was wrapped in purple pupil power and slowly rose high into the sky.
The power of the ages was flowing, washing over Qin Xian's body over and over again. Like a tidal wave, one wave is higher than the other.
His long black hair was starting to turn white at a speed visible to the naked eye. The firm and upright stance could no longer maintain the cold and proud posture, and his waist gradually bent.
However, in 10 breaths,
the heroic Qin Xian had already turned into a dying old man with a head full of Chinese hair.
Only that one pair of eloquent pupils was still bursting with endless vitality. If you dare to disobey this seat, you shall be executed. The heavy pupil reversed, and a brand, from the heavy pupil woman, was deeply imprinted onto Qin Xian's chest.
Qin Xian's realm was falling crazily.
Within 3 breaths,
he had already fallen from the 5th level of the yin-yang mirror to the blood-moving realm.
As strong as he was, at this moment,
he was also unable to maintain the normal operation of yuan power,
and a mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth.
The breath became more and more shriveled, and his face was as waxy as wax. The heavy pupil woman offered the green lotus bone flame lamp and smashed it into the depths of the palace.
Instead, he himself tore through space and disappeared into the boundless void. As the green lotus bone flame lamp didn't enter the spatial crack, there was an icy voice, coming out of it. This seat speaks, Qin Xian shall die. Whoever dares to make a move to save Qin Xian will be this seat's mortal enemy, without end. In the moment when the heavy pupil woman took off, deep in the palace,
a crown prince who was shrouded in golden light and dressed in a 4-clawed golden dragon robe,
descended to this place, and wherever he went, all the people fell on their knees. His golden eyes, condescendingly sweeping a glance at Qin Xian, he opened his mouth towards the void without any doubt.
Qin Xian will surely die.
Don't argue unnecessarily. Chapter 106, The Pathos of Shangwanya, Crown Prince of the Xiang Empire, the next Xiang Emperor.
It is a true representative of royal power.
Unlike the King of Ning, who had already lost the right to fight for the throne and given the name Ning, this Crown Prince represents the supreme royal clan. Not only was his status extraordinary,
he also possessed the strength of a quasi-emperor.
In one sentence, Qin Xian was sentenced to death. In the void, the chief sacred doctor and King Ning, among others, didn't dare to disobey and broke away from the great battle. 2 camps were clearly formed. On their bodies,
all of them had grievous and heavy wounds,
and between each other, neither of them had been able to curry favor.
The imperial crown prince's gaze indifferently swept both sides.
The matter of the heavy pupil girl. This crown prince will give you all a statement. After this matter is over, no more fighting is allowed.
The unquestionable warning passed.
This prince left without looking back, not even looking at Qin Xian. It was as if a mole cricket in his eyes was not worth paying attention to.
King Ning's face showed a fierce smile as he stared at Qin Xian, his voice chilling.
Vermin,
being washed away by the power of the ages and the curse mark planted by the heavy pupil woman herself.
Even the great luminary immortals will not be able to save you. This time, you will die for sure.
Qin Xian held his waist and knees sore and soft, rolling his eyes.
With the cultivation of the heavy pupil woman, why would she need to go to such great lengths to kill him? Directly put in that green lotus fire lamp inside the burning a little, not directly soul flying away. Of course, he didn't blame King Ning and the others for not being able to see through the heavy pupil woman's mind. After all, the mind of this quasi-emperor realm ruthless man, apart from him, the open one, who else could feel through? Don't look at his current white hair, his breath was shriveled, and his realm was even falling crazily. His origin, in fact, had not suffered a single bit of damage. Even more so, because of that power of the ages washing over him, his state of mind became exceptionally solid. It's like standing in God's perspective and witnessing the changes in the sea. The Taoist heart has never been tougher. Qin Xian, Mr. Qin. Mu Qingshui and Zi Kite rushed towards the white-haired Qin Xian in panic, and in their eyes, bean-sized teardrops rolled down. Violet Kite looked toward the chief saint doctor and said in a mournful tone, "Father, please save him." The chief sacred doctor landed in front of Qin Xian, grabbing his dried-out wrist and carefully probing it. There was a flash of amazement in the bottom of his eyes, an unexpectedness that he was unwilling to show. Immediately releasing his palm, his brow furrowed, he helplessly shook his head and said, "The means of a quasi-emperor is not something that an old immortal can fathom. Just this power of the ages alone is already incapable of healing, not to mention that heavy pupil spell seal, with the heavy pupil woman's pupil power. Even if a great emperor were to be here, it wouldn't be able to break it." Shang Guaning clutched the corner of Qin Xian's coat tightly, her eyes red as she said, "Then how long will he live?" "Mr. Qin," the chief holy doctor gave a clear answer, "he will not live more than a month." "No, Henri, my Henri." Hearing this, Shang Guanya, who was not far away, was overwhelmed with grief. At this moment, they didn't care about the Qin Wanfu's obstruction. Waving their tears and pouncing towards Qin Xian, she bit her vermilion lip and said with a resolute gaze, "Xianer, come back to the heaven-repairing Holy Land with me, and after exhausting the yellow springs of BJ, Mother will definitely find a cure for you. This old thing once misjudged your supreme bone. Why today can't it misjudge your condition?" She would no longer trust the chief holy doctor's diagnosis. It was the same old thing that had cost her her firstborn son. If it weren't for the one-sided words of this old thing, how did the Qin Wanfu fall to the present situation of father and son, brothers fighting each other? Qin Xian pulled Shang Guaning behind him, raised his hand to set aside Shang Guanya's outstretched palm. His brows knit tightly as he angrily said, "Who is your Xianer, and who gave you permission to call me Xianer? Me and you, are we that familiar?" Shang Guanya lowered her forehead with shameful eyes, then immediately raised her eyes again. Heartbroken, "Xianer, I am your mother. Mother knows it's wrong. Mother won't let you suffer any more harm." Puffing, even Qin Xian couldn't help but hold his tongue when he heard this. He pointed a finger at King Ning and the others, and asked in anger, "You're my mother? How do you have the nerve to open your mouth and say such things?" Earlier when these people were shouting to kill Uncle Mu, Uncle Shangguan, were willing to stand in front of me, and in order to shelter me, they did not hesitate to fight against these great families. And you were standing by in the cold, and now that the great battle has subsided and you know I'm going to die, you've stepped up to be the good guy, and you've stepped up to say you're going to heal me. When the cure fails and I fall, you'll announce to the public that there's nothing you can do to earn yourself a good reputation, right? Indeed, Shang Guanya was different from Qin Jinbei and Qin Hao in Qin Xian's heart. She is unequivocally sorry and wants to win him back. However, this woman, between him and Qin Hao, swayed from side to side, obviously favoring Qin Hao. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a strong moral heart and had treated the Qin Wanfu as a mortal enemy from the beginning to the end, just this kind of wallflower wavering attitude of Shang Guanya would make him hopeful but experience despair again and again. It will leave him bruised and hurt to the bone, and he won't be able to die in peace. A dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for him. Qin Hao stepped forward, assisted Shang Guanya, and said angrily, "Mother, since he doesn't know what's good for him, why do you need to speak kindly to him anymore? A mere waste who has lost his supreme bone and has been planted with a curse mark by a quasi-emperor is not worthy of too much attention from my Qin Wanfu." Qin Jinbei said with the same indifference, "Go back, don't make a fool of yourself." He was already disappointed in Qin Xian. Earlier, there was still a fear of Qin Xian's demonic talent. Worried about its rocking up, the stronger Qin Xian became. The more, in his heart, he regretted his initial decision. But now, Qin Xian was all but doomed to death. What's he got to be remorseful about? It even felt like the decision I made in the first place was too wise. If not, it would offend the two powerful and mighty people, the heavy pupil lady and the king of Ning. That was a fury that none of his Qin Wanfu could bear. Qin Xian is a scourge. Fortunately, he broke it off a long time ago. Get lost, even if I, Qin Xian, Die. I won't receive even a single bit of favor from your Qin family. Qin Xian indifferently, without the slightest bit of emotion, glared at Shangguanya. Go and love your Hauer, wolf-hearted thing.
Qin Hao glared viciously at Qin Xian.
If it weren't for the fact that you're down and out, I could take your life with one slap. Buzz off. An alchemy furnace, buzzing, rushed out and crashed into Qin Hao's chest, blasting it 10,000 feet away. Zikai clutched Qin Xian's palm tightly.
In her beautiful eyes,
anger was dense.
Pointing at Qin Hao's nose,
hissing, if you dare to say one more word, I want your dog's life. Qin Jinbei's feet moved slightly. Zikai stared angrily at each other and spoke out in a domineering manner.
If the Qin Wangfu dares to hurt Qin Xian in the slightest again, I want your entire Qin Wangfu to give Qin Xian a burial. Qin Jinbei frowned slightly, glanced at the chief sacred doctor who hadn't spoken, and snorted coldly.
Let's go. In front of Zikai.
The Qin Wangfu was also unwilling to start another dispute.
It's already a loss of face. Moving on Qin Xian, a dead man, would only stir up trouble for the Qin Wangfu.
The watching crowd saw this and wondered.
Saying that, this Qin Xian, he really does have a mouth harder than his bones. Even if he dies, he is not willing to bow his head. Otherwise, with the help of a saint alchemist, he would be able to live for one more month at least. That's because what the Qin Wangfu did was inappropriate. If we were to have such a demon in our clan, even if we had to fight for the entire clan to wither away, we would never let this kind of heavenly pride demon chill out. It's just a pity that Qin Xian was cast in the wrong body. Sighs, one after another. For a long time,
Qin Xian turned a deaf ear and only silently turned his head,
looking towards Zikai, and said with a face full of fatigue, I want to go back to the holy land of Yaoqi. If I fall, I hope that you will be able to bury me in Thunder Prison Peak. I was born a man of Thunder Prison Peak, and I will die a soul of Thunder Prison Peak.
Purple Kite pursed her brightly colored lips.
In her eyes, water mist filled her eyes, and she nodded heavily. Okay, I promise you.
Her small fists clenched.
In his heart, he had already branded the two people, the heavy pupil woman and the king of Ning, deep within his heart. Sooner or later, she would have the heavy pupil woman and the king of Ning bury Qin Xian with her. If this vow is broken, she, Zikai, will be struck by divine thunder, her body and soul will be destroyed, and she will never be born again. Chapter 107 Yaoqi Holy Land arrives. Qin Xian's backstage. Mr. Qin. Shangguaning clutched the corner of Qin Xian's coat tightly, unable to let go. She was worried that once she let go, she would never see Qin Xian again. Shangguanxi covered her vermilion lips in grief, unable to sob. Qin Xian wearily squeezed out a smile. What's the point of crying? Big deal. In the future, just come to Thunder Prison Peak to see me. He urged out towards Violet Kite. Let's go. Good. Zikai clutched Qin Xian's palm tightly and rose into the air, towards the direction of the Yaoqi Holy Land, piercing through the clouds and fog. In the air, there were crystallized blood beads that kept falling. It was the corner of Qin Xian's mouth that overflowed. It's already dying. Mu Qingxue clutched her chest tightly with her hand, where the sharp pain like 10,000 arrows piercing through her heart was too much to bear. Luo Sini held back her heartache and kindly persuaded. Qingxue, don't be sad. Qin Xian, he didn't take care of you from start to finish. It's not worth it. Big deal. In the future, we will just go to Thunder Prison Peak more often and visit him. Mu Qingxue choked out a sob in grief. I would have liked him to scold me a few more times. This, on the contrary, was able to make me feel better, but from the beginning to the end, he never looked at me more than once, much less exchanged pleasantries with me, because he knew that once he gave me a good face, I would become more and more obsessed and never be able to let go. Even on the verge of death, he didn't want me to have any involvement with him, whatsoever. On his deathbed, he was thinking about my feelings. Luo Sini's beautiful eyes rippled with strange colors. She was reversing her opinion of Qin Xian, but Mu Qingxue's self-thought was a bit too transcendent, wasn't it? Qin Xian did not even open his mouth to speak. Mu Qingxue inner can also be this way to find excuses for themselves. Continue to be obsessed. Obsessed? If she were to know that there was a possibility that Qin Xian might have had thoughts about her before he came to her rescue within the Dragon's Blood Mysteries, then the two of them will turn against each other. Just thinking about it, Luo Sini felt fearful. On the other hand, Zikai brought Qin Xian on his way back to the Yaoqi Holy Land. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langley kindly reminded, there are many powerful people following in the dark. It seems that these guys, they don't intend to let you have half a hope of surviving. When you leave the imperial capital, it's no longer their territory. Qin Xian coughed out a mouthful of blood. When he raised his eyes again, There was already a peak sage realm with a broadsword in front of him and Violet Kite. That peak sage realm glanced at Violet Iris, not intending to be an enemy, and said, "This matter has nothing to do with you. Quickly retreat. Don't think that your father, along with those same kings who are friends with Qin Xian, will come to the rescue. They've already been held back by His Highness, the King of Ning, and it's impossible for Qin Xian to return alive to the Yaohu sacred ground today. I can leave him in one piece for you to bring back." Zekite offered up the sacred artifact alchemy furnace and glared angrily. "How dare you?" Beside the Black Abyss Sage, two more peaks of the Sage realm appeared, one with a serpentine walking stick and the other with a feathered fan. The three saints of the Western Mountain. Violet Kite saw the three as if they were enemies. These three people were the three sect masters of the Western Mountain sect in the 100,000 Mountains. She hadn't expected that it was actually these three who showed up together. Even if it was the same king realm, it couldn't do anything about these three saints of the Western Mountain. Her saint weapon self-detonation was also unable to decimate the three. The 10,000 treasures pavilion is indeed rich and generous. Even holy weapons can blow themselves up. The saint holding the feather fan said with a gentle smile on his face, "It's just that your means are nothing more than that, and you're still a step behind when it comes to fighting with the three of us." With a look from him, the Black Abyss Sage and the Snake Staff Sage broke through the air. The two joined forces and the holy light was pervasive, separating Zekite and Qin Xian, who were snuggling closely together. "Qin Xian!" Violet Kite exclaimed. The Black Abyss Sage split the space with one slash, letting Zekite and Qin Xian be close at hand, but never able to get together. "Your enemy is us. Don't presume to strike again, and don't waste a valuable holy weapon." A thick mist was spat out from the golden snake staff in the hands of the snake staff sage. It made the purple iris who was in the middle of it seem as if she had lost her sense of the holy weapon. They didn't dare to execute Zekite, but they still didn't dare to restrict her movements. No more holy weapons blowing themselves up. The purple kite of the quasi-saint realm was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the two peak sage realms. The featherfan sage lightly shook the feather fan in his hand and looked at Qin Xian in a pleasant manner. "Are there any last words?" Qin Xian tilted his head in an unassuming manner. "Ning Wuyai is dead. My purpose has been achieved. Whether I live or die, I have no fear." The featherfan sage sneered. "What a fearless one. I want to see if you really aren't even afraid of having your soul destroyed." The featherfan lightly waved, and a piercingly cold wind suddenly rose. For 10,000 miles around, there were sand, rocks and trees that froze instantly. A hurricane that swept through everything became more and more manic, and wherever it passed, even the rolling hills were swept into fine sand that could slip through the cracks of one's fingers. In the void, the strongest members of the various races who followed over to watch the spectacle hotly debated. This Western Mountain three saints, they are really ruthless in their strikes. A disaster that destroys the heavens and the earth at every turn. Where is the intention to leave Qin Xian's body intact? It's clear that he wants to break him into pieces. It's a pity that such a demon is going to lose his life at the hands of these three notorious guys. Inside the small tower, Langley couldn't wait. "It's my turn to make a move, isn't it? This kind of goods. One slap. It's been a long time since I've killed anyone, especially such a stinker that tarnishes the name of a saint." Qin Xian raised his eyes, a smile at the corner of his mouth. "There's no need for that. The person I'm waiting for is already here." From the distance, a black dot, growing clearer and clearer. As the black dot approached, everyone then realized, where is this a black spot? It was clearly a giant peak. Hoo hoo hoo. The sound of the whistling wind, a piercing buzz. Above the entire giant peak, there was a thick fire burning. In the Lupin Saint's terrified gaze, the giant peak fell with a loud bang. The saints are unstoppable. In just an instant, a peak of the saint realm was crushed at the bottom of a giant peak. Living or dying. Thunder Prison Peak? The Black Abyss Sage and the Snake Staff Sage showed horror in their eyes. In the void, a roaring voice of anger sounded. "Injuring our great-grandson. Damn you." An axe light that looked like it was going to split the heaven and earth flashed by. The snake staff was the first to break, followed by its own body, which was annihilated into nothingness in the light of the axe. After the light of the axe, a large sword that rushed into the sky pierced through the clouds. The Black Abyss Sage scrambled to raise his broadsword to block, without waiting for the great sword to come in front of him. Just the mighty sword intent that collapsed 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers had already caused the Black Abyss Sage's body to disintegrate when he approached 100 feet away. When the sword light crossed, the Black Abyss Sage was already letting the sword intent stir into pieces. On the Thunder Prison Peak, the Thunder Prison Peak Master, the 10,000 Swords Peak Master, and the great demon god spoke in unison, shouting towards the void. "Those who dare to injure Qin Xian will be executed by the Yaohu sacred ground, even though they are far away." Qin Xian saw this scene and his heart was greatly relieved. The bet is won.
If he had allowed his grandfather and the Thunder Prison Peak Master to come in the first place, at most he would have added 2 Saint King Realm helpers, and having them stay in the Yaoqi Holy Land was different.
You can be his lobbyist. Good thing he won the bet. When grandfather and the 2 Peak Masters arrived, it meant that the Yaohu Sacred Ground, having changed its previous stoic attitude, was willing to go to war for him against the Imperial clan represented by King Ning. This was the Holy Land that the heavy pupil women, all of them, had to be afraid of. The King of Ning couldn't touch a single hair on his head even if he tipped his hand now. Seeing Violet Kite flying towards his side, Qin Xian tiredly closed his eyes and planted himself amongst Violet Kite's soft chest peaks. Chapter 108 10,000 people request for the Holy Lord's help to save senior brother Qin Xian. When Qin Xian opened his eyes again, there were no more enemies in front of him. There were only the familiar 7 giant peaks of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and tens of thousands of white-robed, upright disciples of the Holy Land. The more tens of thousands of people that looked at Qin Xian, the more their gazes were filled with fiery admiration. In the line of the imperial capital, Qin Xian beheads Chun Yuan and rescues Shangwan's elder brother's clan. He entered the secret realm alone and killed his son, Ning Wuya, in front of King Ning, to seek justice for the Holy Land of Yaoqi, without fear of life or death. This kind of boldness, even when hearing about it, one would feel scared to death. They ask themselves what they dare not do and what they cannot do. However, this did not affect their worship and admiration for Qin Xian in the slightest. Many disciples of the Holy Land, within their hearts, already regarded Qin Xian as an idol and a benchmark for their endeavors in cultivation. It was the person who represented the most glorious image of their Yaoqi Holy Land. Welcome senior brother Qin Xian. We are willing to follow senior brother Qin Xian. Swear to defend the majesty of Yaoqi to the death. The more than 10,000 disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land hissed together, roaring straight into the sky, shaking the 9 heavens and moving the Qiankuan, even the clouds. Let this more 10,000 people of strong qi rushed to break apart. The Thunder Prison Peak Master looked at the white-haired Qin Xian and spoke out in a heartbroken voice. Ever since the Holy Lord sealed the mountain, these fellow disciples of yours learned of the perilous situation you encountered within the imperial capital, and it was they who knelt down in front of the main peak of the Yaoqi and begged for 3 days and 3 nights before the Holy Lord agreed for us to go to the rescue. You shouldn't blame the Sacred Lord either. If it wasn't for the fact that the royal clans are so intertwined that it would affect the whole body, my Yaoan sacred ground wouldn't have been so backward. The sage has to think about the entire Yaoqi Holy Land. Qin Xian clenched his fist to the side of his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of crimson blood, reluctantly squeezing out a smile as he said, "From the moment I left the Yaohe sacred ground, I have never fantasized about letting the Yaohe sacred ground rescue me again, and I am suspected of incurring enemies to the sacred ground on this trip. She, the Holy Lord, shouldn't have agreed to you guys coming out of the mountain." Master, Zekite looked at Qin Xian, who was coughing up blood in his arms and whose breath was becoming more and more atrophied, and reproached him softly in a heartbroken voice, "You should stop talking." The many disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land, who also saw the heavy trauma in Qin Xian's body at this time, had voiced out with tears in their eyes, "Senior brother Qin Xian, you should stop wasting Yuan power and recuperate. You have exhausted yourself and almost lost your life to avenge senior brother Shangwan's death for my Yaoqi Holy Land, so you don't need to consider the consequences. I, Yaohe Holy Land, am proud of one thing and lose everything. If that King Ning dares to come and commit a crime, we'll fight with him, or at worst, the fish will die and the net will be broken." Qin Xian wore a smile like a spring breeze, and on his face, he was exhausted. "Don't talk about jokes. I'm in this state now. I'm already at the end of my strength, and I'm even more cursed by the heavy pupil woman, and the Xiang Empire's chief sacred doctor asserted that I won't survive more than a month. For the sake of a person who is bound to die, making an enemy of the Ning King is not worth it, much less desirable. Originally I wanted to be buried in the Yaoqi Holy Land, in the Thunder Prison Peak, but now it seems that if the Ning King comes to commit a crime, it would just be a matter of handing over my corpse to him." He braced himself and tried to stand up straight, but was unable to do so, and collapsed limply amongst Zekite's full breasts. Feeling the endless softness at the back of his head, between his heart and mind, he forcibly called his mind back and looked at the Thunder Prison Peak Master as well as the crowd of Holy Land disciples, and said with a light smile, "Before dying, to be able to return once again, there is already no regret in death." The Thunder Prison Peak Master's brows tightened. "Master will not let you fall. His previous disciple was assassinated to death by Ning Wuya, the son of King Ning. Now it's hard to meet an extraordinarily satisfying one, and he's about to fall for revenge. Such a thing he would never allow to happen."
The Thunder Prison Peak Master twisted his head to look deeper into the Yaoqi Holy Land and cried out from the bottom of his heart, "Please, Holy Lord, save my disciple's life." The great demon god's heart and liver were trembling, looking at his great-grandson such a forlorn figure. There were tears flashing in his cloudy eyes as he bowed down towards the depths of the holy ground. "I beg the Holy Lord to save our great-grandson's life, and we are willing to serve and die for the Yaoqi holy ground." Boom, boom, boom. At this place, all the disciples of the Yaohu sacred ground, no matter whether they were from the outer sect, or the inner sect, or even the true successor, fell to their knees and bowed their heads towards the depths of the Yaohu sacred ground. "I beg the sacred Lord to be merciful and save the life of my senior brother Qinxian. Senior brother Qinxian, he traveled to the imperial capital for my Yaohi holy land. He avenged my Yaohi holy land with the Code of Jin before he came to this. Senior brother, he doesn't deserve to die, much less die. We are willing to work together against the King of Ning. I am willing to go to war with the King of Ning for senior brother Qinxian, even though I will die without regret. Lord, Holy Lord, I beg you to be merciful and come to the rescue." Kneeling and begging, resounding, 10,000 people are asking for help, and it's a great deal of noise. The crowd of peak masters and elders were so shocked that they could no longer look on with cold eyes. One after another, they stepped forward and arched their hands towards the depths of the Yaoqi Holy Land. "Holy Lord, Qinxian, he is upright and upright, willing to be an enemy of the imperial clan in order to avenge the hatred of his fellow disciples. Not only does this son have a heart of pure sincerity, but he also has extraordinary means. Such a heavenly pride is a blessing for my Yaoqi Holy Land. We must not let it be chilled. All the more reason not to chill the disciples. The holy land of Yaoji, from top to bottom, from strong to weak, all those present, without exception, were pleading for Qinxian. Pray to the Holy Lord to step in and save his life." This kind of loud scene was tantamount to roasting the Holy Lord on fire. Is pulling the Holy Lord against everyone. It was begging her, and more than that, it was forcing her hand. The discerning can see that the situation at this time is not right. However, froze, no one, to extinguish this point of sparks ignited by the blazing fire. Because Qinxian him, it's worth it. Deep in the Yaoqi Holy Land, that magnificent figure slowly emerged, like a pavilion in the air, visible and untouchable, making people's souls haunted. The sacred lord's indifferent gaze looked toward Qinxian and calmly asked, "All the people in the Holy Land are all pleading for your life, but I don't see you with an urgent desire to live. Qinxian, let me ask you, are you willing to live?" Qinxian strongly supported his scaly body and gritted his teeth. "I am willing to live. The hatred of the heavy pupil woman and the King of Ning, I am willing to bear it all." The Holy Lord spoke softly. "Boldness is to be expected. Whether you can survive or not depends on your own efforts." Wow! From the depths of the Holy Land, there is a colorful rainbow light that bridges the rainbow. From where the sacred Lord was, spreading to Qinxian, the rainbow light wrapped Qinxian in it, warming his physique, and was also guiding him towards the depths of the Holy Land. Zekite unwillingly clutched Qinxian's palm, always cold and icy peach blossom eyes. At this moment ripples, all panic, she gazed at Qinxian's deep eyes, murmuring, "Must live." Qinxian moved to Zekite's ear and exhaled a mouthful of hot air. "I'll survive. You've treated me so well. I'll definitely survive. I'll prove to the world that by being close to you, I'll still be able to live a free life." Chapter 109, The Flame of Nirvana, Reborn in the Fire. Witnessing Qinxian's figure, he disappeared at the end of the rainbow bridge. Those sacred ground disciples who had fallen to their knees were anxiously discussing in their hearts, will senior brother Qinxian survive? The heavy injuries in his body. But even the chief sacred doctor asserted that he wouldn't live past January. The holy doctor that is in existence that cures stubborn diseases for the royal clans. It can be called the imperial sage. Even if it's the sacred lord, she can't be said to be too much stronger than the holy doctor. Senior brother Qinxian's good fortune will always favor him. He will surely live. It's fine for us to pray for our senior brother here. Everyone present, with one mind, prayed for the holy lord to heal Qinxian. The only one who froze in place was Violet Kite, her beautiful eyes filled with dullness. In his mind, the words that Qinxian had said before he left were still echoing. Qinxian said that he would definitely survive because he wanted to declare to everyone that even if he befriended her, the doom-poisoned body, there would be no woes and he would still live a free life. It's come to this, and you're still thinking about how I, the poisonous body of doom, feel? Is it because you're worried that when you die, I'll be accused by all of the people that the doom-poisoned body has harmed you? Violet Kite's eyes were filled with watery mist. Under the full bosom of a heart, tenderness bursts forth infinitely, indescribably sour, with warmth. At this moment, she only wanted to pounce into the depths of the Yaoqi Holy Land.
clutching Qin Xian's palm tightly and never letting go again. With her eyes following closely, Zikai looked at the direction Qin Xian disappeared in and murmured dully, "If you die, why do I need to worry about the verbal abuse of others? If you can live, what if you are scorned by the world?" The main peak of the Yaohe Holy Land, where the Holy Lord resided, inside the small tower, Langley gave Qin Xian a thumbs up from the bottom of her heart. It's at the moment when your life is at stake, and you actually still don't forget to capture Zikai's heart. With this state of mind of yours, even the peak of the Saint King realm would find it difficult to match you. I see that little girl from the Doom Poison body has been compelled to the point of being mesmerized by you, and has been swindled miserably by you. The daughter of Qi, Zikai's favor value soars, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 20,000. Hearing the sound of rewards arriving, Qin Xian's mouth held a smile. You get it again? What do you mean by compulsion? He and Violet Kite accomplished each other. A piece of redemption. How can you call it compulsion? Swindling? Whether he is sincere or not, only he knows in his heart. Who can tell? What's more, there are villains worth not earning. At this moment, together with the 20,000 points of villain value provided by Violet Kite, the balance of villain value he had accumulated was as high as 1.2 million points. That is, if he cultivated the true dragon treasure art to its great completion, he would still have a deposit of 200,000 villainous values. Can he still have too much villain value? Boom! Suddenly, in front of Qin Xian, a sea of fire appeared, rendering the space bright. Fiery flames blazed, among which was the noble figure of a phoenix, constantly sweeping by. The scorching heat, just by approaching, Qin Xian felt his own skin tingle, his white hair began to curl, and he was able to smell the odor of scorched paste permeating the air. The Holy Lord's voice resounded beside Qin Xian's ears. Enter this flame and be baptized. If you can persevere, you will live. If not, your soul will be scattered. Langley in the small tower swallowed back a mouthful of liquid and said in fear, "This woman is as crazy as ever. This is her pure quality phoenix flames. This flames as even the Saint King realm are able to burn to death, even at its peak. The Yin-Yang Mirror 5. Walk into it is also instantly ashes and smoke. Not to mention that you are now realm fell to moving blood realm. Go in there and smoke, and they're gone." Qin Xian said unconcernedly, "What you said might be true, but I don't think that the Holy Lord of Yaohe would be so desperate as to give me a dead end to walk down. As long as there is a glimmer of life, I will be able to get out of this peacefully. Bet your life? No, no, no." He hadn't been reduced to the dilemma of, well, gambling with his own little life. So many disciples of the Holy Land outside, as well as the major peak masters, were eagerly waiting. Even if he was unable to block this pure quality phoenix flame, it was impossible for the sacred lord to sit back and watch him get burned to death. Surely they will come to the rescue in time. Qin Xian fearlessly took a step and slowly walked into the middle of the sea of fire filled with pure quality phoenix flame. Just the moment he entered, the clothes on his body turned into flying dust in an instant. The dried and withered body did not even last a single breath, turning into a pitch-black charcoal color. Even the height of the whole man, in this moment, became curled up. Outside the sea of fire, a wonderful young girl saw the scene and couldn't help but hug the underworld emperor clock in her arms tightly, subconsciously swallowing a mouthful of liquid backward in horror as she said, "Senior, this is a rash awe. You say that I'm too timid for even daring to probe my fingers into the pure quality phoenix flame, but this guy Qin Xian, he's also too reckless. The whole thing didn't even try to test the ground. He rushed straight in, and he was all burned into a small section of charcoal." The Holy Lord watched silently, his cool eyes ancient. Su Yoyu, the oldest 6 of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon and also the holy daughter of the Holy Land of Yaoqi, pointed at Qin Xian inside the pure quality phoenix flame and kindly reminded, "Master, let him out. I can smell the smell of meat paste. He's already burnt. Throw him to the demonic beasts, and the demonic beasts will spit a couple of times before they leave." The Holy Lord of Yaoqi twisted her head, glanced at Su Yaoyu, and helplessly voiced out, Su, with a character like yours, not to mention the dragonitis within that dragon blood mystery, or even the phoenixitis in front of you here, you won't be able to get your hands on it, and it's considered that the elders of the Undermoon dynasty have been blind to allow you to come to the holy ground of Yaoqi to loot the phoenixitis." Su Yoyu deflated her mouth and shrugged her shoulders hopelessly. "That can't be helped. I'm a yin-yang realm, and they want me to get the dragon hide, and they want me to get your phoenix flame from Master. I think it's better to let me, who is now in the celestial realm, kill the Violet Sun Emperor again. The debt is too much anyway." Su Yuyu is also annoyed. She also wanted to find the supreme flame and get rid of the current predicament for Her Majesty. but whether it was a pure quality phoenix flame, or a dragon flame that could possibly exist in a dragon hide, she can't even get her hands on it. She is a small woman who relies on the underworld emperor's bell and is greedy for life and death. Who knew that the Undermoon dynasty had entrusted her with such a heavy responsibility? It would be better to let her go single-handedly and take out the Violet Sun Emperor. We can't do it anyway. The result is the same. Moo. The familiar cry caused Su Youyu's gaze to converge back on Qin Xian in the pure quality phoenix flame. At this time that one, already less than the size of a human head of black charcoal, how to look at it, does not look like the appearance of a person. Next to the large piece of black charcoal, a small earth dragon with a double-horned head and a pink color was using its tongue, licking the surface of that black charcoal. Master, this earth dragon is actually able to resist pure quality phoenix flame, Su Youyu uttered in shock and disbelief. Even she, who had stretched out a finger in the first place, had nearly been burned to ashes. She couldn't imagine that there were actually creatures that were able to be in the pure quality phoenix flame and not be subjected to the agonizing pain of the flames. The Holy Lord was slightly surprised and said, "Bloodline return. This little earth dragon has a true dragon bloodline." Ka Chao. Moo, who kept licking the large chunks of black charcoal, finally cracked the charred skin on the outside. The black charcoal, which was less than the size of a human head, erupted within it with a heartbeat as strong as a drum. The size of the black charcoal, growing, the charred dead skin on the surface of his body, shedding inch by inch. The Yuan power, which could be described as weak, was even surging by leaps and bounds. Su Youyu exclaimed out in shock, "Qin Xian isn't dead, he's still alive. His realm is skyrocketing, as if he's in nirvana." There was wanderlust in the cool gaze of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi as she looked at Qin Xian, who had been reborn in the flames, and softly said, "This was originally the Nirvana flame." Chapter 110 Great Harvest. The Phoenix Treasure Technique. Spare her the surprise of witnessing the scene in front of her. Pure quality Phoenix Flame, also known as Nirvana Flame. Even the Saint King realm was able to incinerate into dregs. Even she could not guarantee that Qin Xian would be able to perfectly utilize the Nirvana Flame to undergo Nirvana and transform his body. It was just an attempt to use the Nirvana Flame to wash away the erosion of the power of the ages. Who would have thought that Qin Xian would not only utilize the fire of Nirvana to successfully wash away the power of the ages, but even more so, in the midst of the fire, he would undergo the great Nirvana, swimming against the current. The realm had advanced by leaps and bounds, and it was as if it had caught up with the previous momentum. This pure quality Phoenix Flame is too refreshing to roast. Qin Xian's face showed great joy. When he first entered the pure quality Phoenix Flame, it was as if he had suffered the torture of a fiery flame burning his body. Before he could grit his teeth, the chaotic Hongmeng body began to come into play. The ancestor of all bodies, with its many wonders, is just beginning to unfold. Then it made his body, like a stubborn stone, letting the pure quality Phoenix Flame roast how it wanted. It would not produce half a bit of bitterness, being able to experience the baptism of pure quality Phoenix Flame unharmed. And the heavy pupil woman's power of the ages that washed over him was being refined bit by bit by the pure quality Phoenix Flame. Not only was the suppression of his cultivation lifted, but it was also feeding back and raising his realm. Moving Blood Realm, Cave Realm, Avatar Realm, the Mirror of Yin and Yang, Yin and Yang Mirror Fivefold, the Ninefold Mirror of Yin and Yang. Within 3 days, Qin Xian's realm returned to the Yin-Yang realm again. After drawing on the feedback of the power of the ages, he advanced all the way upstream to the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It was only a foot away from the celestial realm. The Holy Lord has come to the rescue, and I'm grateful to the disciple. Qin Xian arched his hand in greeting towards the place of the magnificent figure. Inside, it's like a mirror. He knew that the heavy pupil woman couldn't really want him to die. Only, it was to plug the long lines of the royal clans. Let him not be placed in the eyes of the Ziyang imperial family, and then leave the imperial capital as a matter of course. The means to refine the power of the ages was in the middle of the Yaohu sacred land, in the hands of the Yaohu sacred lord. Pust. Suddenly, Qin Xian felt a sudden pain in his chest and wowed as he opened his mouth to spit out a cloud of crimson blood. He frowned, sensing that something was wrong. There's a problem here. Earlier the curse of the heavy pupil woman gave a warm and fuzzy feeling. It was blocking the further erosion of the power of the ages for me, not letting me hiccup so early. How come at this moment, the power of the ages has just disappeared, and then it starts to become gloomy and cold again? In the midst of Qin Xian's bewilderment, there was a fiery flame transforming into a slender jade hand in the pure quality Phoenix Flame. It was as if the Holy Lord of Yaoqi was taking his pulse. After a long time, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi frowned and said softly, "The power of the ages has already allowed the pure quality Phoenix Flame to be refined.
It's just that the curse that the heavy pupil woman put on you is somewhat special, and it can't be burned away. Qin Xian unexpectedly said. How long will the disciple live? A few months at short notice, a year at the most. This has greatly exceeded the disciple's expectations, and is considered to have picked up a life. Qin Xian always felt that things shouldn't be like this, since the heavy pupil woman did not want to kill him. 100 secret help. Why? To take his life. Given his relationship with the Shangguan family, shouldn't the longer he lived, the stronger the Shangguan family became? The Holy Lord of Yaoqi pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. It was expected that the heavy pupil curse could not be wiped out. This seed has a treasure art here. If you are able to cultivate it to a small degree within a year, you will be able to wipe out the curse. Earlier, in the Holy Land, under the great momentum of 10,000 people asking for orders, she was silent for a long time. That is, she was considering it, since he had already stepped in to save Qin Xian. Naturally, he had already arrived at a result. The intention is to descend the inheritance of precious arts. On the side of Su Yoyu heard this, her beautiful eyes stared round. Alarmed voice, Master, big deal. I go back to the Undermoon dynasty, ask Her Highness the Queen to intervene, so that the heavy pupil adults to lift the curses. She had followed the Holy Lord of Yaoqi for many years, but she had never even heard her master talk about the secrets of the treasure art. Qin Xian was good, having come less than a month ago. Not only was he in a high position of power, but he also made his master pour out his heart and soul, even handing over his precious arts. This precious art was the ultimate goal of her stay in the Yaoqi Holy Land. Watching the proceeds of Qin Xian, her forlorn hope was utterly reduced to bubbles. Their Highness, the Queen of the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty, could no longer rely on the pure quality phoenix flame generated by the treasure art to get rid of the frozen status quo. Holy Lord Yaoqi glanced at her beloved disciple without saying anything. She would like to teach the treasure art to Su Yoyu. But what about Su Yoyu? That's a half-hearted refusal to suffer and a fear of death. Carrying the heavy burden of the Undermoon dynasty, he went to the Dragon's Blood mysterious realm and didn't even show his face. She felt that if she were to pass on the treasure art, Su Yoyu would not hesitate to hand it over if she encountered any danger. This apprentice of hers was so timid that even betrayal wouldn't surprise her in the slightest. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi took a lotus step towards Qin Xian in the midst of the pure quality phoenix flame. Wherever they passed, the flames made way. With a long flowing skirt and a crown on her head, she had a stunningly beautiful face and a magnificent posture. When one gazes, the beauty is astounding, and when one removes one's gaze, the Holy Lord's face, again, is wiped clean, in one's mind, so much so that Qin Xian only saw a slender jade hand, pointing towards his forehead. Close your eyes, perceive with your mind, and comprehend with your soul. A clear and cold voice sounded beside Qin Xian's ears. Immediately, a wave of cool information slowly flowed through his mind. Phoenix treasure art. As Qin Xian sensed the presence of the treasure art, his mind shook dramatically. No wonder the heavy pupil woman would leave behind a curse that not even pure quality phoenix flame could erase. She must have known that Holy Lord Yaoqi mastered the phoenix treasure art. As long as the Holy Lord of Yaoqi makes a move, she will have to teach me this phoenix treasure art. She is using the heavy pupil curse to win this heaven-defying chance for me. Qin Xian was ecstatic in his heart. He knew that the heavy pupil woman was not a person who would be envious of the enemy. Yifeng had only made a move to save a Shangguan clan member in the first place, and he had induced the heavy pupil woman, who was willing to go out on his behalf, to fight with the Yaoqi Holy Land. He saved the day for the entire Shangguan family, to get rid of the decadent trend. Heavy pupil female this old ancestor generation, can watch him die? Even though he had expected that the heavy pupil woman would rack her brain and help in secret. However, he didn't even dare to dream that the harvest this time could be as big as this outrageous point. Let's not talk about the balance of his 1.2 million points of villain value and the fact that he had already broken through the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The true dragon treasure technique within the dragon collection alone was enough to cause the entire Ziyang imperial family to have a seizure, not hesitating to instantly overthrow the Sky's End Sword Pavilion. Not to mention, in addition to the true dragon treasure art, he now had another phoenix treasure art in his hands. This was a great chance against the heavens that neither the Violet Sun Emperor nor the Underworld Moon Empress possessed. Those honored royal sons and daughters, with even more vast resources, could not withstand the thickness of these two precious arts. Earned it, earned it. Qin Xian stifled his laughter. He felt that Yifeng was simply his lucky star. Even when they are dead, they are glowing. If it wasn't for Yifeng, where would he have been hostile to the heavy pupil woman? And how would he have gone to the Violet Sun Imperial Capital? Without going to the Imperial Capital, these two heaven-defying treasure arts, he couldn't find them in the Hongmeng continent even if he hit the lantern.
the Holy Lord of Yaoqi left, but her voice rang beside Qin Xian's ears. Don't take this lightly. Phoenix treasure art, this seed cultivates for almost 100 years before it becomes a small success. If within a year, you can't get started cultivating to a small success, this seed can't save you either. Chapter 111 Treasure Technique Completion. Battle Power Rampage. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi's clear and cold voice was clear to the ears. Qin Xian did not doubt the authenticity of it in the slightest. The Phoenix treasure art, which could rival the true dragon treasure art, would be so simple and easy to cultivate. Isn't it a rotten bizarre cabbage? To be able to make an existence as magnificent as the Holy Lord of Yaoqi cultivate for almost 100 years before it could only be accomplished in a small way, it still made him a bit surprised. However, he doesn't take it to heart. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi had difficulty cultivating, that was her business. For him, it's just a matter of turning on the charm. Tuzi, how many points of villainous value do I need to consume to cultivate the Phoenix treasure technique to a small degree of success? He wouldn't waste half the time on problems that could be solved with villainous values. Not to say 100 years, but 10 years, 1 year, he didn't want to wait. Villain value is gone, just earn it again. It's not a brain fart to waste that valuable time. Consume 200,000 points of villainous value to cultivate the Phoenix treasure art to a minor level. Qin Xian did a little math. Cultivating the true dragon treasure technique to its grand completion requires the consumption of 1 million villainy points, and cultivating the Phoenix treasure technique to its minor completion requires the consumption of 200,000 villainy points. Two kinds of treasure arts, not similar to each other. This conversion of the value of the villain, but also not much difference. Consume 1,200,000 villainous points to cultivate the Phoenix treasure art to a minor level, and pile the rest all up in the true dragon treasure art. Qin Xian waved his hand and threw away 1,200,000 villainous points. He, himself, grabbed Mumu, who was shrugging at his legs and feet, and entered the desolate ancient prison town tower together. The cultivation of such precious arts inevitably caused visions, inviting the probing of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. He was worried that he would be studied as a guinea pig. Just after entering the small tower space, the white-haired, red-pupiled Langley came up with eyes full of eagerness. Curious, he kept uttering inquiries that, what precious arts did that woman impart to you? It shouldn't have anything to do with the true Phoenix. You said that the heavy pupil woman wouldn't harm you, and now this curse. How come even the pure quality Phoenix flame can't burn out? Qin Xian, speak up. The treasure art is not a holy merit technique. The difficulty of cultivating it is like ascending to heaven. Even if it's as strong as that level of the Xiang Emperor, without decades of time, you won't be able to get started. The words fell. Boom. Since Qin Xian's surroundings, there were flames born. At first, there were dots of starlight, and gradually, the stars hooked up and crisscrossed. There were large swaths of pure quality Phoenix flames around its body, burning away. The temperature was so hot that even Langley felt the sting of the holy souls and took several steps backward. Her sandalwood mouth opened wide as she gazed dazedly at Qin Xian, who was wrapped in pure quality Phoenix flames before her eyes, and murmured incredulously, "That woman consumed her essence and enlightened you, helping you to get started on the treasure art." In Langley's eyes, there was only this one possibility. If it wasn't for the Yaohe Holy Lord consuming his origin, even an existence at the level of the Violet Sun Emperor and the Yaohe Holy Lord would have had to take more than 10 years to get started on the treasure art. She couldn't accept that someone was able to comprehend treasure arts by themselves. In less than 10 breaths, roar! In Langley's horrified gaze, a high-pitched dragon's roar resounded. Above Qin Xian's head, a 5-clawed golden dragon, its body entwined with pure quality Phoenix flames, soared into the 9 heavens. That golden dragon, radiant as the Creator, had a different kind of divine splendor in its eyes. Just by having the dragon's eyes locked on, Langley felt like an awe on her back. It was as if the true dragon eyes of the sun and moon within the small tower had a killing chance and were locking onto her. Crack! With a divine dragon swinging its tail, the golden dragon was above the 9 heavens, reversing its direction and swooping straight at Qin Xian below. The moment it touched Qin Xian, it was like a mud cow entering the sea. An entire golden dragon of almost 100,000 feet was absorbed by Qin Xian's flesh and blood and disappeared. The ground below Qin Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, began to tremble violently. The earth cracked open, constantly butting heads and extruding huge peaks up to 10,000 feet high. The landscape of this space has changed drastically, from the original lush green plains to a zone of undulating mountain ranges. Qin Xian, who was sitting on the top of the huge peak, had a loud crackling sound like thunder erupting from within his limbs and bones. His white hair was transforming towards black. Straighten your back in your stance. The face became more and more resolute. even more handsome than before. Handsome. The barrier to advance to the celestial realm was like water to water. Qin Xian acted as if he was entering Fairy Qingshue's heart for the first time, gently stabbing the barrier. The barrier shattered, and he was logically promoted to the celestial realm. This is the true dragon treasure art cultivation entry? No, even if it's a treasure art, if it's just an introduction, there shouldn't be such a frightening heaven and earth phenomenon. Is it a minor accomplishment, or a major accomplishment? Long Li, a great devil who was once so infamous that even the Saint King realm feared him like a tiger. At this moment, Qin Xian, who was looking up at the top of the mountain, had a bewildered red pupil. It was as if the brain had gone down and had lost the ability to think. She couldn't find a rational explanation. The precious art taught by the Holy Lord of Yaoqi could be explained by consuming the origin Daigo. She was able to accept it, feeling that Qin Xian could even toy with the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. But what about the true dragon treasure art? The Holy Lord of Yaoqi simply didn't know about the matter of the true dragon treasure technique, much less had ever practiced it. Even if it consumed the origin, it would not allow Qin Xian to comprehend it in a short period of time. In other words, Qin Xian relied on his own comprehension, with monster-level talent, cultivate the true dragon treasure technique to a minor, or even a major, accomplishment in no more than 15 breaths of time? Is this something that people can do? I shouldn't be dreaming. This guy not only has a mind like a hemp, the layout of the grass snake and gray threads, the ambulatory pulse of 1,000 miles, strategizing and deciding to win 1,000 miles away, even the talent of cultivation, all of them, crushing everyone into the dust? Langley thought that she had understood Qin Xian well enough and had gained insight into his cards, but now it seems that what she thought was what she thought. What she knew was only the tip of Qin Xian's iceberg. A celestial realm, in front of a saint king like her, was actually like a thick layer of fog that could not be seen through at all. The feeling of breaking through to the celestial realm is unprecedentedly wonderful. On top of the mountain, Qin Xian opened his eyes as golden light exploded. He felt the unprecedented abundance of yuan power in his body and was ecstatic. If we were to say that the yuan power in the body earlier was like a big river, now, it is like the blue ocean. Huge waves roll in and never go out. His gaze locked onto Long Li, a smile at the corner of his mouth, and a riot in his eyes. Come and fight. Let me try to see just how strong my current self is. As you wish. In Long Li's red pupil, the battle intent was overwhelming, and a head of white hair, fluttering behind his head. She was of the Blood Shura clan, and was already warlike. Knowing that Qin Xian now carried two precious arts, he was even more eager to fight. I won't bully you either. If you're at the first level of the celestial realm, I'll fight you at the 5th level of the celestial realm. Langley sealed his own cultivation. Proud as she was, she should have been an enemy of the same realm, but standing in front of Qin Xian, fighting against each other at the same realm, she felt that she was looking for abuse. At the 5th level of the celestial realm, her feet stepped on the azure-colored ice crystals as she rose into the air step by step. As she rose to the same height as Qin Xian, beneath her feet, a 10,000-foot giant peak was frozen by that azure-colored ice crystals. She tapped her foot, and the huge peak beneath her shattered, humming like thunder, as if an earth dragon had rolled over. The huge peaks that exploded and shattered transformed into tens of thousands of ice crystal spears, attached to the power of cold ice, hanging upside down, all of them exploding towards Qin Xian. Wherever they passed, the rolling hills were colored with frost. The thousands of spears, on their way to explode towards Qin Xian, fused with each other. An ice spear that was so dense that it emitted a purple light, directly attacked Qin Xian's face. With this shot, heaven and earth changed color. Even the powerhouses who had stepped into paramount sainthood didn't dare to take a hard hit. Langley had relied on this shot to kill a paragon at the 5th level of the celestial realm. Boo! As the ice spear came before him, Qin Xian raised his hand and fiercely clenched it, clutching the tip of the ice spear. He felt the ice crystals chilling down his arm. His arm shook, and the coldness shattered along with the ice spear. Looking towards Long Li, Qin Xian spoke softly. Too weak. Raise your realm to quasi-saint. Chapter 112, Lang Li's Dao heart collapses. It wasn't that Qin Xian was deliberately pretending. In front of Lang Li, one of his own, it was completely unnecessary. Rather, it was this chaotic Hongmeng body of his, which already had a transcendent increase in battle power. In the first place, the first level of the celestial realm was not something that Lang Li, the demonic 5th level of the celestial realm, could defeat. What's more, he was armed with two types of treasure techniques that crushed all Saint-grade techniques. Lang Li was indeed a bit inadequate to meet the battle with just the 5th level of the celestial realm. I'd like to see just how strong you are. Lang Li moved to true anger.
A proud person like her had already self-identified that her realm was no match for Qin Xian. But now, Qin Xian actually threatened to cross a large realm to battle her.
You think she doesn't have a temper? Boom! Vast greatness, behind Longli, rushed straight into the clouds, waves striking the sky.
The clear sky was suddenly swept skyward by Langli's aura.
A manic tornado, like a dragon sucking in water, plunged from the clouds above the 9 heavens into the mountains below. Hurricanes rolled in, winds and snowstorms rose, ice burial for miles.
Langli exploded with a cry and raised his hand,
an ice spear located in his palm.
In the midst of the snow and wind that filled the sky, she held an ice spear and took a step of 10,000 feet.
1 second, her figure was still in front of Qin Xian, but the next second, it disappeared. In the middle of this icy sky and snow,
every single ice crystal was at her disposal to be mobilized and shuttled.
Longli, who had instantly moved to the back of Qin Xian, stabbed out with a gun,
heading straight for the vitals behind Qin Xian.
Dang!
The sound of metal clinking sounded. Langli's eyes were stunned as he looked at the tip of the ice gun that was blocked by a layer of green-colored scales and froze,
unable to enter the slightest bit further. Shocked beyond belief, the Quasi-Sate realm her was actually unable to break through Qin Xian's defense?
Qin Xian twisted his head and smiled. This is the Green Dragon Scale Armor, the defensive means of the Green Dragon clan in the True Dragon Treasure Art, and it seems that it is capable of blocking the killing strokes of a paramount saint. His body was entwined with green-colored scale armor,
and even his face
was covered with a thought. The scale armor that covered his body converged to the tip of the gun with precision. Hardly, the ice gun of cold glaze was squeezed out beyond the flesh and blood. The corners of Langli's good-looking mouth were twitching slightly as she clenched her teeth in defiance.
Paramount saints don't only have these means.
Ice burial. Explosion. She took a lotus step and retreated 10,000 miles away. Reaching out with his small hand,
he clenched it violently. In this instant, it seemed as if even time was frozen.
The blizzard that roared in the sky froze the mountains of this place from end to end. Crazy ice and snow were gathering crazily towards where Qin Xian was. Space was freezing,
and dense ice patterns appeared, growing denser.
The freezing range, too, began to shrink to within 1,000 feet.
Qin Xian's overhead lower limbs were covered in a layer of frost. Langli's complexion regained some sanity,
and he seriously cautioned,
this ice burial is capable of exploding to kill the peak of the Quasi-Saints. If you are not able to defeat them, you can utilize your control over the space here to contain it.
She had no intention of harming Qin Xian.
Just to prove your inner pride.
It was true that she was not as good as Qin Xian, but she was not so bad that she could not be suppressed even though she was beyond a large realm.
It's not there yet.
Qin Xian shrugged his shoulders as his shoulder blades erupted with crackling sounds. The hands assumed the posture of embracing the miles of clear sky and stretching the arms. The 10 fingers that were separated
suddenly bent.
His fingertips felt like they were grasping substantial space, and green dragon scales emerged from the back of his palm, and then slammed it down.
Tear. Space was like silk, allowing Qin Xian's hands to tear out 2 giant spatial cracks.
From those 2 spatial cracks, distorted spacetime power erupted,
sweeping over everything.
The mountains crumble and the ice stops abruptly.
The entire sharply contracted ice and snow zone, like a kneaded silk,
along with the mountains and rocks,
in a mess,
were all hardened into the twisted space.
The original distant cold glass,
like this one space,
in general, was compressed.
As the ice and snow zone disappeared, it was less than 100 feet away from Qin Xian.
If Qin Xian wanted to kill her, this claw was enough to leave her seriously injured and dying.
Qin Xian smiled and said,
"Have you ever seen the true dragon splitting claw before?
Have you ever heard of it?"
Langli rolled her eyes. "Never seen it. Come again." Qin Xian was happy. Never seen a good one.
Even a powerful person like Langli didn't know the specific wonders of the True Dragon Treasure Art.
In the future, wouldn't he be able to use the treasure technique in an honorable manner? As long as it doesn't show too much.
The black pot that Longchen had gotten the dragon hide would have to be carried all the way. While Longli shot out explosively, fighting chaotically with Qin Xian within the space of the small tower.
In the air, a green and a blue, 2 figures, constantly collided. Within a breath, hundreds of hands were exchanged.
The mountains were hardened by the aftermath and blasted into pieces. The ground collapsed and the rivers and seas churned. There are signs of destruction.
For a full hour,
Langli raised his cultivation level, from the early stage of Associate Saint, to the late stage of Associate Saint in a subtle manner.
In the beginning, it was able to gain a slight advantage. However,
as Qin Xian grew more and more courageous in battle, his activation of the True Dragon Treasure technique became more and more like an arm and a leg.
Gradually,
he leveled with her,
and in the end, he even steadily pressed her down ahead,
not letting her have half a chance to catch her breath.
No more fighting. Langley was kicked in the lower third by Qin Xian and crashed into the middle of the river and sea, setting off 1,000 waves. She pranced into the air and glared at Qin Xian in shame, and in her red pupils, she was filled with irritation. Can you not be so despicable? Why are you hitting all the way down to the lowest of the low? Qin Xian waved his hand carelessly and said, "It's fine. It's a deadly battle. I don't mind inserting my eyes, locking my throat, or kicking my crotch." Langley's white hair danced wildly. "I mind. She's the one who got stabbed in the eye and kicked in the crotch." Granted, she had never weighed herself as a woman, but then again, she's a woman. This kind of underhanded trick was too much for her to accept. Qi Qin Xian, the abuser, he didn't mind getting up. "How can you be so shameless?" Phew. Exhaling a mouthful of clear air, Langley looked at Qin Xian and said with a cold face, "Your current battle power, even if it's the peak of quasi-saints in front of you, you still have the power to fight. To say that you're a demon, a heavenly pride is an exaltation of those demonic heavenly prides. You're just a monster. I've never seen it before, much less heard of it." Originally, she had planned to prove herself. Now, even her quasi-saint late stage, where Qin Xian's celestial realm suppressed ahead. What's the point? The difference is so great that she has swung for the fences. Have to accept the harsh reality. Compare it to anyone, and you won't be able to compare it to Qin Xian in the future. It will be abused, and you won't be able to lift your head. The heart of the way collapsed. Langley suddenly remembered something, raised her eyes, and curiously asked after her, "What you used should be all the killing moves inside the True Dragon Treasure Art. Why didn't you use the Phoenix Treasure Art? Could it be that this Treasure Art, which doesn't enhance the battle power much, only has the effect of nirvana?" Qin Xian shook his head and explained out loud, "The Phoenix Treasure technique comes with pure quality Phoenix Flame. This thing has a strange effect of suppressing the divine soul. Once it is utilized, you will not be able to bring into play 60% of your battle power at the quasi-saint realm." The corners of Langley's good-looking mouth twitched violently. The mind is broken. She thought that Qin Xian, who had been using his strongest cards, it was the Phoenix Treasure technique that was inferior to the True Dragon Treasure technique that kept engaging her with the strongest killing moves. As a result, now, Qin Xian told her that once the Phoenix Treasure Art was activated, it was a descending blow to the divine soul. By not using it, he didn't want to affect his assessment of the True Dragon Treasure technique's battle power. "You go, get out. I'm annoyed right now and don't want to see you. Leave me alone." Langley felt that her previous state of mind was like a big frog sitting on a well. "Funny as a clown," Qin Xian said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "This little tower, it's mine." Langley's small mouth deflated. Without looking back, he dug into the depths of the small tower. Still holding Mu in his arms, he intended to pour out a bellyful of bitterness to Mu. Qin Xian, he, improper person. Character-wise, there's been quite a change for the better. Too arrogant and not easy to get along with. Qin Xian looked at Langley's back and didn't bother anymore. With a thought, he left the internal space of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. When he did not see the figure of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, he did not stay long and took a step to leave. Just as he stepped out of the main peak, a delicate jade hand that was as warm as jade was tucked into his palm. Chapter 113, Not Long to Live. Qingning sacrifices her life. On you, the corrosion of the power of the ages disappeared. It was the Holy Lord she healed you? What about the curse of the heavy pupil woman? Violet Kite's peach blossom eyes were filled with surprise. Before entering the main peak, Qin Xian had white hair, his breath was wilted, and his vitality was about to be cut off. When he came out again, he had a rosy face, and was handsome in his abundance. Apparently it was the Holy Lord, healing the heavy wounds within Qin Xian's body. Purple Kite has been gripping the heart, with the boldness to tear open the collar of Qin Xian. See its chest, but also branded heavy pupil female special curse pattern. Peach Blossom eyes first froze, then full of panic and helplessness. How is it still here? The curse of the heavy pupil girl. Why hasn't it been removed? Even after washing away the erosion of the power of the ages, the curse of the heavy pupil woman is still killing people. How can there be a way to live when one is targeted by a paragon emperor? There was a watery mist in Violet Kite's peach blossom eyes. Before she could be happy for long, reality hit her hard. The most deadly heavy pupil curse, which not even the Holy Lord could eliminate. Doesn't it mean that Qin Xian's life is still hanging in the balance? That's different. Qin Xian hastily shook his head and explained. Before the corrosion of the power of the ages was cleansed, I wouldn't have survived more than a month at the most, but now that I have the Holy Lord's hand in the fight, I'll be able to live for at least a few months or more, and it's not likely that I'll have a chance to clean up this curse during this period of time. He had already cultivated the Phoenix Treasure Art to a small degree, since the heavy pupil woman's curse hasn't been removed yet.
That means that this thing is not a curse at all. It is impossible to say that it is the same existence as the heavy pupil woman left for Yifeng.
Being able to summon the heavy pupil woman and save his life once. Of course, it was something he wasn't going to tell a single person.
It's not so much a matter of trust or distrust.
The more people know,
the more likely they are to be exposed.
And, after learning the truth, other people's minds, too, will shift, and will allow those who are interested to catch the signs.
There was heartache in the cloudy eyes of the great demon god.
His great-grandson, so far away from the Qin Wangfu, had a place to stay, and now he's being told that he doesn't have much time to live? LOL.
The great demon god clenched his fists with iron clenches and cackled.
Say what you will, he won't let the white-haired man send the black-haired man away. I'm going out on a trip to find the chance to heal you.
The great demon god looked at Qin Xian and said heartily,
Little Schwanzi, Grandpa won't let anything happen to you.
Qin Xian pondered for a long time and nodded.
As long as you don't take revenge for me, Grandpa, you can go wherever you want.
There are some things that I'll solve myself when it comes to fish death.
He didn't stop it.
As long as Grandpa doesn't avenge him,
there's not much danger.
Going outside and traveling some more would be more conducive to the refining of the 9-turn sacred Dao Dan. It was impossible to say that when Grandpa came back again, he would already be in the late Saint King realm. The Thunder Prison Peak Master wrinkled his brows and said, My master has some close friends, contact them and try to see if they can get in touch with the heavy pupil woman,
and try to turn the situation into a happy one. His temper, always rigid. This time, he was willing to bow his head for Qin Xian. It's already a groundbreaking first. Even the Holy Lord was unable to erase the heavy pupil curse, and he could only hope that he would be able to have the heavy pupil woman personally step in to lift it. Zikite let go of Qin Xian's palm.
In her beautiful eyes,
there is determination.
I'll go to my mother's place,
and beg for some life-prolonging pills for you, perhaps able to prolong your lifespan, and the longer you live,
the greater the hope of lifting the curse,
the greater it will be. In the blink of an eye,
all the caring acquaintances in front of me disappeared.
Going to prolong Qin Xian's life and competing.
I can't tell you how good it feels to have someone who cares,
and someone who is willing to give.
Looking at her grandfather and Zikite, several people who treated her sincerely,
Qin Xian's heart was somewhat warm.
From the time I returned,
until now, Qingning hasn't shown up.
This love brain, what is he up to? With nothing to do at the moment, Qin Xian headed towards the Thunder Prison Peaks mansion and rode in the air, landed in front of the lavish mansion before he could knock on the door. The closed door was open from the inside.
Immediately afterward, a warm, delicate body flung itself hotly into his arms.
Qin Xian lowered his head and looked at the marvelous young girl who was in his arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist.
Not Qingning, but who else? Gongzi, you're back. Finally. Father said that you don't have much time left and asked me not to disturb you from enjoying the admiration and reverence of the disciples. I was at home, waiting for you, finally waiting for you to return.
When Qingning raised her eyes,
the red, swollen eyes, already crying,
looked like they were drenched in crimson blood. Tear stains were a conspicuous mark on the delicate,
pretty face, which had repeatedly flowed.
If not for the fact that Qingning's face was also beautiful enough,
this kind of mournful crying would have turned into a big flower cat. What are you crying about? Your news is already lagging behind.
I'm no longer the Qin Xian who could only live for a month earlier. Qin Xian reached out his hand and wiped the teardrops from the corners of Qingning's eyes.
He was clearly unaffected by the curse of the heavy pupil woman, could see the huge change in Qingning's attitude.
It seemed that because his days were numbered, there was no longer any entanglement in letting him show his love first.
Thought it would be better to take the trick and come up with it. There's a bargain to be made.
Qingning wiped her teardrops and asked with an expectant face,
Sir, you are no longer gray-haired and faintly alive. You look just as good as you did before. Is it the sacred Lord she healed you?
Qin Xian nodded his head heavily and stretched out 2 fingers,
purposely emphasizing, after the baptism of the Holy Lord, I can now at least live again. Qingning snatched at him, Can you live for another 200 years? Qin Xian shook his head. It's 2 months. Oh, Qingning's choked sobs became more and more mournful. 1 month, 2 months, what's the difference? She couldn't wait to be with the male for a long time and never part, let alone 2 months, 200 years, 2,000 years. It doesn't feel like enough. Heavy pupil woman, that 1,000-killing villain. Gongzi, you clearly never hurt her, but she hurt you to the bone. In the end, it's all Yifeng's fault. If it wasn't for that, Gongzi, you wouldn't have gotten into trouble with the heavy pupil woman. Yifeng deserves to be executed by heaven and earth.
Qingning hated Yifeng and the heavy pupil woman with a passion.
But right now,
she was still most distressed by Qin Xian. Tightly wrapping her arms around Qin Xian's tiger waist, she hated to rub the whole person, all to pieces, into his body. She pulled Qin Xian, walked into the inner hall, closed the door tightly, held him, and entered the inner room. With the cover of the mansion, Qingning's mind, more and more clear. No more worries. She raised her toes in her mind, and with a small cherry mouth, she pecked Qin Xian's lips lightly. Immediately blushing, he buried his head in Qin Xian's embrace, uttering his voice softly, "Gongzi, in these 3 days, I'm not doing nothing, not to mention not a hint of giving up on you. I'm in the Thunder Prison Peaks Gongfu Pavilion, looking for a dual cultivation Gongfu. This contains a record of the wonders of harvesting yin to replenish yang. If you, my lord, can take my yuan yin, no surprise, you'll be able to live for at least a little while longer." After learning that Qin Xian didn't have many days left, her first reaction was despair and trepidation. Immediately, he was trying to find a way to help. There was never a thought of giving up and subsequently staying away. In her head, within her entire heart, there was and is only Qin Xian. There is no room for any more. For Qin Xian, she was willing to lay down her life. Her innocence was originally reserved for Qin Xian. If it was possible to let Qin Xian live for a while longer, what was the hesitation? Gongchan. Qingning moved, pulling Qin Xian's large hand and placing it on the peaks of her sheer breasts. Chapter 114, Saint Sun Fan. Take Qingning. The fluffiness of the hand is like a masculine snow, but it reveals some warmth. It made Qin Xian, too, unavoidably apoplectic. The curse of the heavy pupil woman not only allowed me to leave the Violet Sun Imperial capital, this menacing place, unharmed, but also forced the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, in the way of 10,000 people, to ask for orders, had to teach the Phoenix Treasure technique to me. And nowadays, even Qingning feels that I don't have long to live, and wants to utilize her own yuan yin to prolong her life for me. Going to the Violet Sun Imperial capital this time is simply a profitable endeavor. Heavy pupil girl, so ing powerful. To the heavy pupil woman's operation, Qin Xian gave a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart, so much so that the palm of his hand that was placed on Qingning's chest also slightly used some force and was a bit rude. He lowered his eyes and looked at Qingning, his mind growing clearer. No matter what, Qingning was a daughter of Qi and still innocent, and now, it was all about him. Most of all, combining with Qingning would enable you to get a large amount of villain value. He is, at the moment, most scarce in terms of villain value. Great beautiful meat laid out in front of you, not sun simply. Gongchan. Feeling Qin Xian's dominance, Qingning exhaled like an orchid and went limp in Qin Xian's arms, letting herself be taken. Qin Xian took a dose of precaution in advance and pushed Qingning, who was in his arms, out, and said with a straight face, "I don't have many days left, how can I ruin your innocence?" He didn't want, after having a relationship with Qingning, to cause a fire in his backyard. In that case, even he would have a big headache. Got to get ahead of the game so that Kaianan can learn to accept some things. Qingning murmured with a sour heart, "This life of mine is all given by you, sir. As long as I can let you, sir, live a little longer, I'll do whatever I want." If Qin Xian died, she would never live alone. Even if she can't kill the heavy pupil woman, she will still go to the Undermoon dynasty and try to find ways to kill the people the heavy pupil woman cares about. Unable to take revenge, she also wanted the heavy pupil woman to repent for having hurt her male. Qin Xian picked Qingning up by the waist and tenderly placed her on top of the bed. With a palm strike, Qingning's luo skirt fluttered away as much as it could. The white, delicate, dazzlingly exquisite petite body was unreservedly displayed in front of Qin Xian. Gongchan. Qingning's delicate voice, a pair of lotus root arms, wrapped around Qin Xian's neck. More and more emotional, she fought to hold Qin Xian's face tightly in her arms. It seemed that only such close intimacy could ease the sourness and reluctance in his heart. She couldn't accept the fact that Qin Xian would pass away soon. Cherish every second of the present. Just at the moment when Qin Xian was about to enter the deepest recesses of Qingning's heart, boom! Outside the Thunder Prison Peak mansion, there was a roaring sound and the ground shook, and there was a man's angry voice, coming from outside. "Qin Xian, Yaoqi main Peak Qin Fan, has come to ask for punishment. Get out of here." The roar shook the sky. Terrifying yuan power rushed straight into the mansion. If it were not for the fact that this mansion was once personally forged by the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, just the filling of this majestic yuan power alone was enough to uproot the entire mansion. Uprooting it, Qingning, who was lying down, showed fear. She nervously hugged Qin Xian's arms tightly, lost in thought. "It's Chen Fan. He's the holy son of my Yaohu Holy Land. He's the disciple of the Holy Lord. Where have you offended him, Gongzi?" She was breathing harder and harder, her chest rippling. Obviously, he was startled by Chen Fan's appearance.
Qin Xian's eyes were blank. I don't know.
He didn't know any Chen Fan at all.
An accusation? Ask for the ing crime. Qin Xian. With another roar,
Qin Xian looked as if he had been startled, and his body shook as he lunged forward.
Hiss.
Qingning only felt that his entire divine soul
was taken out from inside his body.
The pain made her face pale and the back of her head subconsciously slammed into the bed. The beautiful eyes were tightly closed,
and in the sandalwood mouth, there was the sound of cold air being sucked backward. Senior Sister Qingning, are you alright?
Qin Xian nervously reached out and gently caressed Qingning's delicate face. He hadn't encountered such occasions, but he'd heard a lot about them. If there is an ambiguity that arises between the son of Qi and his lover, an excessively intimate behavior, it's bound to go sideways, following the son of Qi to solve the trouble, so that it is hard to create the atmosphere, destroyed, and ultimately unsettled. Just like a eunuch, people wonder if it is not impossible to be humane, had to wait for the next special occasion. However, that was a special treatment that only the sons of Qi would have. How could Qin Xian, a great villain, be subjected to a clampdown? A roar from Chen Fan would only serve as an excuse for him to be accidentally rude.
Senior Sister Qingning?
Qin Xian stroked the corner of Qingning's eyes and softly inquired. Qingning's voice became gagging in pain,
tightly encircling Qin Xian's neck, weakly comforting. Gongzi, are you frightened? As the pain slowed down, her first reaction was not to blame Qin Xian.
Rather, she was worried that Chen Fan's shouting would frighten her son. Her rippling beautiful eyes were filled with springiness, but she had to suppress it in her heart, and she exited to dissuade him.
Chen Fan is the Holy Son,
and has a high position of power in the Holy Land of Yaoqi, and if he came here so boldly, there must be a reason for him to do so.
I'll go seek out Father and the Peak Master to back you up.
Qin Xian shook his head.
If it were any other time, it would be up to you, but right now, this is the most precious and the only moment in your life. How can you be disturbed by these unexplained things? If he wants to scream, let him scream.
We'll just ignore him.
With a wave of his hand, Qin Xian, along with the bed and couch,
was included in the internal space of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower.
Who the hell is Chen Fan?
While he was concentrating on his villainous values, not even the King of Heaven could stop him.
Inside the small tower, in the middle of the lush dense forest, an abrupt bedstead appeared.
As the breeze brushed by,
within the dense forest, there were creaks and squeaks, becoming more and more crisp and melodious. Every now and then,
a high-pitched cry cuts through the stillness of the dense forest,
like there's an oriole, chirping.
The host takes down Qingning,
the daughter of Qi,
and rewards the host with a villain value of plus 400,000.
Long Li, who was hiding in the dense forest, had a broken heart. Right now,
what she feared the most was seeing Qin Xian's face.
As soon as I witnessed it,
my heart was unspeakably stifled,
stricken, and unwilling to face reality.
The moment Qin Xian and Qingning approached,
they were leading Mu away, but she realized that she couldn't avoid Qin Xian in any way. Even if he was hiding in the clouds, Qin Xian would be able to catch up.
Using the clouds as a bed with Qingning,
he continued to be shameless,
especially when he heard those lovey-dovey words Qin Xian said in Qingning's ear.
It simply gave him goosebumps. What do you mean a precious first time deserves to have the experience of having something you can never forget? What do you mean you don't want to fall in line? Don't be shy, and remember the beauty in front of you?
Langley gritted her teeth and cursed hatefully.
It's obvious that you're the one playing with flowers,
and you're still pouring soul soup on people.
Chapter 115, A Little Saint's Son, easily handled. Duke, Qingning let out a blistering cry,
as if flying into the clouds.
In fact,
at this very moment, she was indeed in the middle of a cloud.
She couldn't even remember how many times it was the forgetfulness. In the back of his mind, all that was left behind,
there was only Qin Xian's silhouette,
which was constantly zooming in, until, that is,
it filled her chest. It made it impossible for her to hold the presence of the next person in her body and soul any longer.
Breathing sounds, gradually calming down. Qingning's pink jade fingers left shallow scratch marks on Qin Xian's back and arms.
She blushed and buried her head
in Qin Xian's arms, snuggling into his chest, murmuring in a weak voice, "Sir, do you feel physically much better?"
Qin Xian wore a smile like a spring breeze, gently caressing Qingning's temples that were stained with fragrant sweat,
saying, "That's natural. If you hadn't opened your mouth to mention it,
I'd have forgotten there was such a thing as the heavy pupil woman curse.
Just wish to sink into the time of snuggling and intimacy with you forever." Men, who doesn't want to hear and be praised for being strong? Girls, naturally, are no exception, especially Qingning's kind,
who maintained her innocence and had never experienced intimate contact with the opposite sex. She had her heart set on prolonging his life by utilizing the method of dual cultivation on his behalf.
And why not care what he really feels inside? Just too embarrassed to ask.
Xingning's voice carried a slight leap of joy.
Is what the gentleman said true?
Qin Xian subconsciously raised his palms.
Like a fake, it really can't be any more real. Xingning's heart was like eating honey,
and her arms around Qin Xian became harder and harder.
I only feel that in my heart. There is a warm current, flowing,
lingering in the deepest part of my limbs and bones,
and I can't help myself. Didn't hold it for a moment. Qin Xian sighed quietly,
seemingly with guilt in his heart.
He said bitterly, I've dragged you into this. Any more?
Xingning had provided a large villain value of 400,000 points.
It can't be that when he's done,
he pats himself on the back and doesn't care.
That's so dehumanizing. It would only make Xingning a ghost in his heart. A moment of warmth would make Xingning more and more enamored. It would do him a lot of good, not a lot of harm. Xingning's heart was warm, like a small beast,
curled up in Qin Xian's embrace.
Sir, don't say that. All of this, I took the initiative. It's my willingness, it's my blessing to make you happy. Sir, my lord, I want to be like this,
and cuddle for a little while longer.
Is that okay?
Xingning lifted her rippling watery eyes and whispered with anticipation.
Qin Xian didn't say anything, but only wrapped his arm around Xingning, tightening it a bit more. A long time. Xingning,
who was in Qin Xian's arms, suddenly remembered something and exclaimed,
Chen Fan, my lord. Chen Fan, he's still outside.
Qin Xian froze for a long time.
The curse of the heavy pupil woman was not something he had forgotten, but this Chen Fan fellow, he really didn't put it on his mind. It's long forgotten. Go out and look. Leaving the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower,
Qin Xian walked out of the mansion. In the mountainside, the waste of Thunder Prison Peak, there was a man in a green-colored tunic with a handsome face who was staring at Qin Xian with a furious expression on his face.
Chen Fan's eyes had a monstrous rage in them,
and he shouted in a deep voice,
Qin Xian, you can really be a great card. Waiting for you for a full hour before you willingly show up? Looking for trouble, huh?
Qin Xian sized up the youth in front of him.
At such a young age, he was already at the quasi-saint realm.
The identity was even more distinguished, being a disciple under the Holy Lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land. The most crucial thing was that after screaming for such a long time,
the Holy Lord actually didn't open his mouth to stop him. Meaning, it means that this fight, the Holy Lords are acquiesced. Inevitable chanting. Have something to say outside. Don't move your hands here. It's not good to ruin my Thunder Prison Peak's flowers and plants.
Qin Xian rose up in the air and flew towards the outside of the Holy Land.
Chen Fan followed closely behind.
Inside the Yaoqi Holy Land, many disciples who were forbidden from disturbing Qin Xian's recuperation and rest saw the two rainbow lights leave Thunder Prison Peak and followed suit.
Qin Xian and Chen Fan
had just stabilized themselves on a giant lake.
There is a Holy Land disciple.
Towards Chen Fan, arching his hand.
Chen Fan, holy son, you go out and return. Some do not know.
Qin Xian's senior brother, he for my Thunder Prison Peak fame. In order to seek revenge for Shang Wan's senior brother, tragically framed by heavy pupil female, and now deeply poisoned by heavy pupil female's curse, the life is not long to go.
Senior brother Qin Xian is deeply righteous. If there is anything that offends you, saint's son,
please bear with me.
Please, holy son,
don't make things difficult for senior brother Qin Xian. These disciples of the Holy Land who had rushed here were not just watchers and eaters.
It's really here to diffuse the dryness.
He was afraid that Chen Fan would make Qin Xian die in death if he was not careful.
A false villain is hated by all. A true villain is loved by all. Qin Xian looked on with emotion in his eyes.
In exchange for the son of Qi encountering this kind of scene, the handyman sweeping the floor would have to come out to taunt and spit towards the son of Qi.
Where is he? With his shining image and everyone defending him? Frogs at the bottom of the well. Chen Fan glared angrily. What do you know? When I disregard the safety of the Holy Land.
He pointed at Qin Xian's nose and said angrily, it's true that he killed Ning Wuya, but he also offended the king of Ning and the high-powered royal clans of the Ziyang Empire.
Now it's even more of an unresolvable grudge with the heavy pupil woman, and along with me, the Yaoan Holy Land.
I'm being grudged by these two top-tier forces. This son's behavior may seem like he's taking out a bad breath for my Yaohe Holy Land,
but in reality,
he's making my Yaohe Holy Land isolated and enemies with all the major powers.
That is, the Mending Heaven Holy Land, which was previously on equal footing,
will have a steady stream of helpers if they fight with my Yaohe again in the future.
It can be said that this arrogant move of Qin Xian's has caused my Yaoan Holy Land to be plunged into the land of doom. Qin Xian nodded. If you can talk, you can say more.
He didn't feel that this Chen Fan in front of him was calling out for the Yaoqi Holy Land.
It's just a way to give yourself a hard time and a correct and reasonable excuse. Coquettish. Chen Fan's anger increased.
What he was most upset about was that Qin Xian's flamboyant character was actually able to gain the Holy Lord's appreciation.
I can't believe I got the inheritance of the treasure art.
One must know that he had worked diligently for hundreds of years at the Holy Lord of Yaoqi,
but he had never received such an honor.
He was the Empress of the Underworld Moon and willingly condescended to the position of the Holy Son of the Yaoqi Holy Land for 100 years, just to obtain the treasure art,
to obtain the pure quality Phoenix Flame. As a result, all his efforts went down the drain less than a month after Qin Xian appeared. How not to be angry? And I'm not giving you a hard time, just to let you know that there is a world beyond the sky.
You are at the first level of the celestial realm, so I will lower myself to the first level of the celestial realm to fight you,
lest people think that you, Qin Xian,
are the strongest among the disciples of my Yaoqi Holy Land.
He was pressing the realm strongly. The intention was to suppress Qin Xian with thunderous means. It's a lesson.
It was also proving to the Holy Lord of Yaoqi that she had chosen the wrong person.
It shouldn't be Qin Xian. He was the one who should get the inheritance of the treasure art. Boom boom boom, boiling yuan power. Burning mountains and boiling the sea, rolling in heat. At his feet, the huge lake with blue waves was being steamed by the boiling yuan power,
and there was a large amount of water mist rising up.
The lake, which was more than 100 feet, saw the bottom. The silt at the bottom of the lake, all started to dry up. Boom! Chen Fan dodged and burst out, just like an ancient ferocious bird. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Qin Xian and blasted out a fist that shocked the heavens and the earth. Splat! Qin Xian slapped out, and Chen Fan flew out backwards like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 116 Empress Underworld Moon's Special Physique. Shocker. Staggering. Suffocation.
All of the Yaoqi Holy Land disciples present were shaken to the point of no return when they witnessed this frightening scene before them. The sound of cold air being sucked backward rose and fell.
Looking at Chen Fan,
who had crashed into the bottom of the dried-up lake, the sound of a feverish wave of discussion lifted up and,
I'm not dreaming, am I?
The saint's son, he was actually slapped out of the way by senior brother Qin Xian,
with a slap.
Even if Holy Lord heals senior brother Qin Xian's severe injuries,
but on him, there is still the curse of the heavy pupil woman. This curse certainly has an effect on battle power, and as a result, senior brother Qin Xian, whose battle power has declined, is still able to crush the sacred sun in the same realm. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have made such a fuss,
but now the one who was defeated was Chen Fan, the holy son of their Yaoqi Holy Land.
It could be called an invincible existence in the same realm. Even the sacred sun, in front of Qin Xian, was not good enough in the same realm. Chen Fan, the son of Qi Luck, has developed hateful feelings towards the host,
rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 30,000. While hearing the sound of rewards arriving, some basic information about Chen Fan flowed into Qin Xian's mind like a clear spring gurgling.
TSK TSK TSK, no wonder it's so domineering and imposing. After all the fuss, it's still a son of Qi.
It's worth it to send a villain to your door. Qin Xian had a smile on his lips and wanted to laugh as he looked at Chen Fan, who was buried in the dirt.
He knew that a commodity like Chen Fan couldn't have set out for the greater good. If they really cared about the greater good, they wouldn't be so hostile to him.
It was all because of the Phoenix treasure art that would cross him.
This fellow, like Su Youyu among the 7 pearls of the underworld moon, would worship the Yaohu sacred ground,
all for the sake of obtaining the Phoenix treasure art, and for the sake of obtaining the pure quality Phoenix flame.
It's the Empress of the Undermoon's physique that requires the special inferno flame. Without the special inflammatory flame, this Queen's Majesty, even her movements would be affected.
Chen Fan and Su Youyu had stayed in the Yaohu Holy Land for decades without obtaining the Phoenix treasure art,
whereas he, the latecomer, had obtained the treasure art's inheritance in less than a month. For a high-minded and proud son of Qi like Chen Fan, how could he swallow this bad breath?
It seemed like he was teaching him a lesson from the perspective of the greater good,
but in reality, he wanted to prove it to the Holy Lord, proving that Chen Fan was better than him. Qin Xian,
in telling the Holy Lord that the treasure art should be passed on to him.
Chen Fan, boom, the silt at the bottom of the lake exploded,
and Chen Fan shot up into the sky. His hair danced wildly, his gaze awkward. Holding a large ink-colored sword entwined with endless flames,
he stared at Qin Xian, holding back his anger. Originally, I was planning to test you,
but I didn't expect that you actually possessed such uncommon combat power.
Which is unexpected. Let's fight again.
He sped out with his inked blade in hand. The blade sliced through the air, and a crack that tore through space appeared.
On top of that crack, there were flames twining around, accompanied by the wind sweeping out, bursting out incomparably mournful. like ghosts crying and wolves howling miserably. A sword slashed out, shocking the world and crying out to the gods.
Qin Xian probed out 2 fingers and then closed them together, easily stopping a heavy slash from the sharp edge.
Qian Kuan fingers activated.
His fingertips exerted force. Click click, the ink blade was hardened in Qin Xian's hands,
broken into 2 halves. Qin Xian threw the blade. The blade flew out in a hurry, and with a snort, it cut through Chen Fan's cheek. There was a wound, and blood spilled out. Senior brother Chen Fan, you're not a sword cultivator. Why do you need to hide yourself in front of me?
Qin Xian stared at Chen Fan with interest,
and said playfully, you are a dragon elephant hegemony body. The most brutal is the body. But you want to compete with me in the treasure weapon. What's the matter? Do you think that your own knife is more powerful than my small tower? Holy son? Qin Xian snorted.
One could only say that Chen Fan was too good at putting gold on his face.
Long Li, this great devil, before he grew up, was inferior to which saint's son? It's only strong.
Even Lang Li sparred with him and suppressed his realm to the 5th level of the celestial realm for the first time.
As a result,
Chen Fan was good and directly fought with him at the same realm.
What a pig's nose in an onion, pretending to be an elephant. Senior brother Chen Fan, I honor you with the title of senior brother, not in fear of your quasi-saint realm cultivation,
but in respect to the fact that you are a pioneer of my Yaoan Holy Land. Qin Xian coldly continued to speak.
But if you, again and again, dishonor the disciples of my Holy Land, even if you are a noble holy son, I will not allow it. The line of the imperial capital, 1,000 mistakes. It's not your turn as a holy son to accuse me of being right or wrong, and it's even less your turn to strike a blow at the determination of all the masters and brothers to maintain the Holy Land. According to you, senior brother Shangwan deserves to die, and I, Thunder Prison Peak, shouldn't avenge senior brother Shangwan's death?
You can be righteous when the sword does not fall on you, but when the other brothers and sisters of the Holy Land fall one by one, and the sword falls again,
who, again, can be relied upon?
A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The Yaoqi disciples in this place were all deeply enlightened upon hearing Qin Xian's words.
Senior brother Qin Xian is right. We don't raise our voices when Ning Wuya kills senior brother Shangwan. In the future, if there's another royal family of the Xiang Empire,
and another powerhouse of the Undermoon dynasty on a whim and massacres the disciples of my Holy Land,
do we have to tolerate it as well? My hallowed Yaoqi Holy Land, have I become a captive animal for those who hold power in their hands to fight and kill whenever they want? Chen Fan is a noble holy son.
But when my Holy Land was in trouble, he acted as a shrinking turtle. And now that senior brother Qin Xian is making a name for my Holy Land, he is dissatisfied with senior brother Qin Xian.
That's classic nesting. If you're capable, go kill Ning Wuya.
What kind of ability is it to bully fellow disciples within the Holy Land?
Relying on the identity of a holy son, Chen Fan's ears were bright.
And when he heard these whispers of denigrating himself, his forehead veins rippled and his fists clenched to the point of creaking.
The holy maiden, Su Youyu, reminded in a secret voice transmission, Chen Fan, don't fight him. At the same realm, you're not his match at all. This guy is a monster. It's not something we can suppress. Also, you're even less likely to try to show off your tongue with him.
Qin Xian speaks with wonderful words and can mobilize the emotions of all the disciples with a single sentence.
You're only getting worse. Belonging to the same Undermoon imperial dynasty,
Su Youyu was the one who kindly reminded him.
Otherwise,
there was no way she would have risked offending Qin Xian to inform Chen Fan.
Chen Fan wasn't afraid of death. She was still afraid of being missed by Qin Xian. You shut up. Chen Fan spoke angrily. He didn't care about Su Youyu. The woman was as timid as a mouse. Su Youyu didn't dare to fight with Qin Xian, but he wouldn't give up. If not,
all these years of hard work would have gone down the drain.
Chen Fan's eyes were furious, glaring at Qin Xian, sharp teeth and clever tongue. Just because I don't suppress you doesn't mean that I can't suppress you. Outside of the Holy Land, no one will lower their realm and fight you to the death.
Qin Xian was amused and revealed Chen Fan's true mind without mercy.
From the beginning to the end, I never said that I wanted you to suppress your realm. It's you who had to act like a pussy and put gold on your face. Now at this moment, realizing that the same realm is not my opponent, he is again cleverly forcing me into a trap, wanting to use the realm to suppress me. You strike his. Why do you have to perk up every time before you fulfill your selfish desires, and talk as if you occupy the greater good? Chapter 117, Destroying Chen Fan's Tao. The son of Qi, Chen Fan's Qi value has dropped by 20,000 points, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 20,000.
Chen Fan noticed at this moment that more and more disciples of the Holy Land were looking at him with more disdain in their gazes. This caused the anger in his chest to bulge more and more. The eyes that looked at Qin Xian were filled with hatred.
the district true disciple actually dared to clamor with him like this. The kill! Boom! Chen Fan's body shook, and the confinement of his cultivation completely exploded. The yuan power of the middle stage of the quasi-saint realm was mixed with some light golden divine aura, as if it was like a god's residence. His breath skyrocketed by more than 10 times at this moment. Roar! A pale golden dragon, and an ancient divine elephant with purple gold skin, broke through the clouds. The clouds that were even there were blasted and scattered in all directions. Qin Xian, if you can receive one of my punches, then come back and argue with me again. Chen Fan shouted angrily as his entire body stepped into the air. The footsteps stomped in the air, and even the space created ripples and swirls. Space trembled and the ground collapsed. A fist blasted out with the power of a dragon and elephant. Give you some dye and you dare to start a dye factory. Do you really consider yourself a superior being? Since Chen Fan was picking a fight, Qin Xian himself wouldn't spoil it. There's a lot of people watching. Let's give him a taste of his own medicine. There will only be untold rewards of villainous value. He took a step, his body's breath soared, and there was a dragon's roar that vaguely resounded through his limbs and bones. Meet Chen Fan's punch head on. Dang! A huge boom and a drumming of yuan power. Shockwaves, kicking up hurricanes, swept in all directions. In an instant, the golden dragon that was beside Chen Fan exploded into pieces. As if the bloodline suppressed some, the dragon power of the dragon elephant overlord body was ruthlessly suppressed head-on. So strong, Chen Fan's face was stunned. As strong as he was, he had never heard that there would be a freak like Qin Xian. He was actually able to use the first level of the celestial realm to harden himself against him in the middle stage of the quasi-saint stage. In the past, when wasn't he the one who crossed the border to kill the enemy? Now, having encountered Qin Xian, who did not play by the rules, caused his solid mind to waver. Chen Fan cupped his fist seals and within a breath, he blasted out thousands of punches. The sky was covered in fist marks. The wind rages and destroys the entire ground. It was as if it had been stripped from the surface, and gravel filled the sky. Inside the small tower, Long Li, who saw the bad situation, marveled out. This sun is so demonic. The dragon elephant hegemony body allows him to double his chi more than that, with a greatness that is comparable to that of a saint. Qin Xian sneered. So what if it's a saint? Looking at the flying sand and stones in the sky, he was not afraid. As if his legs were filled with lead, he took several steps one after another. The 9 revolutions of the true dragon was one of the great arts amongst the true dragon treasure arts. Every step against the current are able to briefly increase the combat power. 9 steps together increase the combat power up to 10 times more. At the same time, Qin Xian's chest was covered with the scales of a green dragon, converging within his clothes. Playing is fun. Fooling around is fun. Don't joke about ing around. For a son of Qi like Chen Fan, whose self-confidence was bursting at the seams, verbal attacks could only add insult to injury. The only thing that wanted to truly strike at his Taoist heart was strong strength. He just wanted to fight Chen Fan, hard in terms of strength. Boom boom boom. Qin Xian cupped his fist seals and blasted against Chen Fan head-on. Thousands of hands were exchanged in the moment of meeting. The sound of arm bones breaking resounded continuously, and blood mist exploded. Chen Fan was utilizing the dragon elephant hegemony body to repair his injuries, and the Hongmeng bone in Qin Xian's body was likewise putting to wonderful use. Get out of here for this holy sun! Chen Fan hit with a leg whip, and Qin Xian shot out 10,000 feet explosively. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xian went and returned. The 8 steps of the underworld catalyzed, his speed skyrocketing while at the same time, he was confining space. He put his hands together and appeared above Chen Fan's head, swinging down with a heavy hammer. Knock! Chen Fan was like an exploding meteor. Even the confined space was crashed into pieces, directly crashing into the ground, blasting the ground into pieces. The two of them grew more and more courageous as they fought, and a casual strike was enough to turn a river. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, it was as if millions of brute oxen had plowed through, and the sandy soil was turned over and over again. The two rainbow lights, in the air, constantly colliding tens of thousands of times a breath. A roar as if a thunderbolt had descended resounded above all the disciples of the Holy Land. These disciples who, even outside, were enough to be called heaven's pride, stared dumbfounded at the great battle in front of them, their entire being dumbfounded, their brains buzzing inside. Chen Fan is really shameless, saying that he would only throw one punch, but this has blasted out hundreds of thousands of punches. No, is it still Chen Fan who should be concerned now? Shouldn't we suspect senior brother Qin Xian? Senior brother Qin Xian couldn't be the reincarnation of a great emperor. Crazy, right? He's at the first level of the celestial realm, and he's actually able to be on par with Saint Chen Fan,
who's in the middle stage of the quasi-saint realm.
No, that's not right.
He's 50-50 with Saint Sun Chen Fan on his most prized physical body together.
Or one could even say that he's, slightly, gaining the upper hand. It's too early to die. Senior brother Qin Xian,
who is at the first level of the celestial realm, is able to battle a saint at the quasi-saint realm. If senior brother Qin Xian breaks through to the quasi-saint realm, then he wouldn't be able to decimate a saint. Not just these disciples, even the sage realm elders and the major peak masters were watching in secret with trepidation. Chen Fan's strength is enough to rival that of a saint,
but this kid, Qin Xian, is actually able to separate himself from him? Those who know
that Qin Xian has been hit by the curse of the heavy pupil woman.
And those who don't know
think that the heavy pupil woman has given Qin Xian chicken blood.
This kid is so unbelievable.
Against the heavens to the extent that it makes me feel that Thunder Prison Peak doesn't deserve to take him as a disciple.
Such a physical body physique should come to my Hongcliff Peak.
The Thunder Prison Peak master
didn't pay any heed to the provocation of Hong Yafeng Peak. In his mind,
he was still having a headache over the heavy pupil girl's curse.
Glancing at it, he said indifferently without surprise, there is a winner and a loser. After all, it is Chen Fan who holds the realm advantage and wins by a head. Everyone fixed their eyes on the dust that covered the sky dispersed. Chen Fan was covered in blood. His head was as big as a bucket. It was hammered by Qin Xian,
and he had already shown signs of his head.
At his feet, the lake depression no longer existed. Within a radius of 100 miles, the ground was plowed and plummeted 100 feet, becoming a bare plain. He coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth. His internal organs, all of which were blasted to pieces, and his stomach turned inside out. With a little force, you are able to cough up pieces of organs.
He forced himself to endure his injuries and stared fearfully at Qin Xian,
who was not far away, and drank. Qin Xian, you've lost. In front of him, Qin Xian's face was handsome. His black hair danced wildly, but the several bloody holes in his chest, even the kidneys and stomach, were directly blasted through. Blood milieu, so miserable, Chen Fan said angrily. If it wasn't for the fact that you are a Yao Qi disciple, today, you would have already died miserably in my hands. He was horrified, appalled, unable to accept it, unable to accept that he, actually,
was unable to steadily suppress Qin Xian.
However, with all eyes on him, he couldn't show it.
It was striking at Qin Xian's Dao heart.
Sends out heartbreaking words.
Qin Xian wiped away the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, looked at Chen Fan playfully,
and asked rhetorically, you don't really think that you can win against me, do you? You feel like you're giving in to me? Chen Fan coldly snorted, nonsense, your dirty organs have been blasted by this holy sun. Before the words were even finished, with a boom,
a scorching phoenix flame ignited around Qin Xian's body.
The phoenix flame was blazing, and the scorching heat,
instead of damaging Qin Xian's torso, it also caused the bloody hole visible to the naked eye to rapidly heal under the eyes of everyone.
Within 10 breaths, Qin Xian, who had a miserable appearance and a bloody hole in his abdomen, had already healed as before. The face was calm, the abdomen had clear muscle lines outlined, and there was no longer any semblance of injury.
Qin Xian had a smile on the corner of his mouth. Killing people still had to be put to death.
What do you think? I did my best.
During his words, he took out 2 Dao fruits from within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. It was the celestial realm Dao fruit that he had obtained within the dragon's blood mysteries and had never taken.
Now is a great time to take it. 2 celestial realm Dao fruits went down into the stomach, and the majestic medicinal power, in all the limbs and bones, washed wildly. Qin Xian's aura began to skyrocket, and the barrier of the realm began to loosen. Boom, boom, his body vibrated one after another, and his realm skyrocketed. The second level of the celestial realm triple. In the blink of an eye,
Qin Xian's realm advanced to the third level of the celestial realm, and he stared at Chen Fan with a smile at the corner of his mouth. If not for the fact that you are a disciple of the sacred Lord,
do you think that you would still be alive?
He shook his head in bemusement, full of disinterest.
You were given a chance, and you're not up to it. Chapter 118. Extremely good sisters raise their clan to join us.
Hiss. When all the disciples of the Yao Qi Holy Land saw this, they all drew in a breath of cool air.
Chen Fan said he stayed his hand?
His head was hammered to the point that his horns were so thick that even senior brother Qin Xian's organs were blown to pieces. So he's leaving a fart in his hand. If he was truly capable, he would have already blown senior brother Qin Xian away. And senior brother Qin Xian, who carries the fruit of the Tao, after swallowing it, within 10 breaths, he had already advanced to the third level of the celestial realm.
Senior brother Qin Xian,
at the first level of the celestial realm, was already able to level the playing field with Chen Fan of the Quasi-Saint realm.
Now, wouldn't senior brother Qin Xian,
at the third level of the celestial realm,
be able to hold down Chen Fan's hammer?
Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Qin Xian was the one who stayed his hand, if not for the fact that he had not swallowed the Dao fruit before the great battle, if not for the fact that he had not used his holy weapon.
Chen Fan didn't even have a chance to approach Qin Xian.
Even the peak masters of the peaks who were watching the battle were showing fear. Qin Xian,
this kid, is he a monster?
His current strength is more than doubled compared to earlier.
Chen Fan didn't hold back at all and has gone all out. In other words, Qin Xian,
who was at the third level of the celestial realm,
was able to defeat Chen Fan, who was at the Quasi-Saint realm, without any hindrance? Even the Thunder Prison Peak Master was shocked outwardly by Qin Xian's move.
He knew that he had received this true gift, and yet, it was never expected to be exaggerated to such an extent.
Chen Fan, being a saint's son,
already possessed the ability to kill his enemies across levels.
Qin Xian is good. People's heavenly pride demon crosses the border to kill. He is crossing the border to kill the demon? The son of Qi, Chen Fan's Qi value has dropped by 20,000 points, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 20,000. The son of Qi, Chen Fan, has an unstable Dao, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 30,000. As the rewards arrived, the smile at the corner of Qin Xian's mouth grew wider and wider. In the Holy Land, it was naturally impossible for him to finish off Chen Fan. There is no better way to maximize the benefits than to destroy the heart of the Tao. He just didn't use his holy weapon,
and was competing with him in his most arrogant physical body and physique,
to beat the out of him.
This is not, before and after a total of 100,000 points of villain value.
Not to hand? Saint Sun Chen Fan,
since you said that you've left your hand open and you're not yet relieved of your anger,
why don't we fight again? Qin Xian's plump spirit was jade-like,
and his aura was soaring, and the injuries all over his body had long since been healed.
On the contrary, on Chen Fan's side, even though he was carrying the dragon elephant overlord body, he was still covered in blood at this moment. The head swelled more and more hideously from the stasis of blood coming up. LOL. His fists were clenched so tightly with iron that even his bones were crushed raw. Looking at Qin Xian clambering in front of him, Chen Fan's forehead veins popped. It was hateful to break Qin Xian into pieces and thwart his bones, but he didn't dare answer. Even he, himself, feared a battle with Qin Xian. All of the forward-thinking and sky-high aspirations began to become indecisive in front of Qin Xian. The first level of the celestial realm of Qin Xian has already made his head as big as a bucket. After successive breakthroughs in two small realms of Qin Xian, is it really still his enemy? No, I will never allow anyone to step on my head. Chen Fan was screaming inside. On the surface of the body, there were black lines that spread from the chest cavity towards the limbs. A strange and evil aura around his body began to linger in all directions. The eyes that were originally clear became bloodthirsty at this moment. The son of Qi, Chen Fan, is blackened, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 50,000. As Qin Xian smacked his lips and sighed at the son of luck, who really had many cards, from the depths of the holy land of Yao Qi, there was golden light, like a silk mist, dropping down above Chen Fan's head, suppressing the blackened lines that rejoined his chest. Yao Qi Holy Lord's magnificent figure appeared at the back of Qin Xian, looked at Chen Fan, and warned, fellow disciples compete with each other, point to point. Are you trying to kill Qin Xian? When Chen Fan saw the visitor, he was shocked and quickly knelt down. Greetings, Master. The Holy Lord of Yao Qi raised her hand and lifted Chen Fan up. I am honored. She was acquiescing to this fight, wanting to test out Qin Xian's limits through Chen Fan. What she hadn't expected was that even Chen Fan couldn't force Qin Xian to reveal his bottom card. Just by relying on his physical body physique, he was actually able to suppress the dragon elephant overlord body. She even less expected that Qin Xian, at this time, had already comprehended the pure quality Phoenix Flame and was able to utilize the Nirvana Flame to repair his injuries. This was something that could only be done after the small success of the Phoenix Treasure Art. Even for her, when she first obtained this chance, it had taken her nearly 100 years to achieve a small success. And Qin Xian? From the time he obtained the Phoenix Treasure Art until now, it was only one day. How creepy is that? Someone was able to cultivate the Phoenix Treasure Art to a minor level of success in a single day. She had even begun to suspect that Qin Xian was the reincarnation of a true phoenix. The Holy Lord of Yao Qi looked at Chen Fan with increasing disappointment in her gaze. Within Yao Qi, there is no one who can accuse Qin Xian of being wrong, especially you, the Holy Son, who should not use this as an excuse. A disciple followed and agreed. The sacred lord is right. Chen Fan, you are a sacred son. And instead of doing justice for senior brother Shangguan, you are now looking for trouble from senior brother Qin Xian. Senior brother Qin Xian, he was tragically targeted by the Ning king in order to kill Ning Woya, and was cursed by the heavy pupil woman, and exhausted himself and paid with his life for revenge. But you're good. You're coy when facing the enemy. But when facing senior brother Qin Xian, you're a heavy hitter. You've chilled senior brother Qin Xian's heart full of enthusiasm and sincerity. And even more so, the hearts of all the disciples of my Yaohe Holy Land. Are you worthy of the name of the Holy Son? These Yaoqi disciples had long been fans of Qin Xian. Previously, due to Chen Fan's status and position, he did not dare to explicitly voice his grievances. Now that even the Holy Lord had stepped in and started accusing Chen Fan of being wrong, what did they have to fear? One after another, they spoke out, fighting for Qin Xian, accused Chen Fan of being wrong on his behalf. A bunch of wallflowers, whichever way the wind blows, you all fall. Chen Fan showed a sneer on his face. In his eyes, all of these disciples had been reduced to being Qin Xian's lapdogs, resting with the crowd. He looked towards the Yaoan Holy Lord and blurted out in dissatisfaction, "Master, do you mean I've done wrong? What I have said is true. Where are the half-truths? Qin Xian offending the king of Ning has made my Yaowu sacred ground enemies with the imperial royal clan of the empire, and is also feuding with the heavy pupil woman. And with the heavy pupil woman's position in the Undermoon dynasty, it's not too much of a stretch to say that my Yaowu sacred ground is enemies with the entire imperial dynasty. Now that my Yaohe Holy Land is surrounded by enemies, and the world is full of enemies, who else would dare to be intimate with my Yaohe Holy Land? Everyone is in danger of themselves, wishing to stay far away from my Yaoqi, without fresh blood to replenish in the future. My Yaoqi Holy Land is tantamount to destroying its own foundation. A rousing, resounding statement, describing Qin Xian as the biggest villain of the Yaohe Holy Land, digging up the foundation of the Holy Land that had a long history and continued to be passed down. Directly, Qin Xian was given a cap of mortal sin. Not waiting for Qin Xian to open his mouth, not far away, an angry roar came from, "Let go of your mother ********** ing dog's ass. Who says that no one dares to walk closely with the Yaoqi Holy Land? I, the shepherd domain, am in the same breath as the Yaohe Holy Land, and am willing to die for the Holy Land." Mak Wufei stepped on the thunderclouds and came, glaring angrily at Chen Fan. If not for the concern that the other party is a holy son, beating it would be detrimental to the majesty of the Holy Lord. He would have smacked his big mouth in the past. Chen Fan's gaze grew more and more shadowy, his forehead veins popping as he defiantly said, "Mu Qingxue is Qin Xian's fiancé. Your Mu family has long been tied to Qin Xian, so naturally, you don't fear retaliation." Luo Sini beside Mu Qingxue grunted in exasperation. "My father also praised Qin Xian for daring to be the first. Extraordinary courage, have the will to charge the sky, very much appreciated. To you, Qin Xian is the unabashedly great villain?" In the Dragon's Blood mystery realm, Qin Xian had saved her life. Love and hate. She could look at Qin Xian with displeasure. But Chen Fan, who was she to insult her savior? The sneer at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth intensified. Just saying, if he really lets the chief secretary of the 10 divisions of the Purple Sun get close to the Holy Land of Yaoqi, I'm afraid that the black hat on top of his head will have to be taken off by the royal clan. Behind Mu Wao Xia, Shangguan Zhong, who had been rushing along, was able to arrive and laughed. "As you said, then my entire Shangguan family, grateful for the great kindness of Qin Xian's virtuous nephews, raised their clan to join. How do you explain?" Chapter 119, Qin Xian's Charm. Following behind Shangguan Zhong were none other than the two sisters, Shangguan Si and Shangguan Ing, as well as a group of clansmen. The entire Shangguan family, totaling over 300 clansmen, raised their clan to join them, giving up his family's foundation that had been cultivated in the imperial capital for thousands of years. He also wanted to join the Yaoqi Holy Land. Shangguan Zhong arched his hand towards the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. "Holy Lord, I, Shangguan Zhong, an old bone, came all the way to Yaoqi. I wonder if the Holy Lord, can you allow my Shangguan family to become a part of the Holy Land of Yaoqi?" After much deliberation, Shangguan Zhong finally gave up the base business operating within the imperial capital. Likewise, the hope that the born underworld pupil might be passed on was given up. This time, without Qin Xian's help, his Shangguan family would certainly be doomed. Continuing to covet the born underworld pupil would only cause his Shangguan family to fall as a result. Under the repeated persuasion of his daughter, who had turned her elbow outward, he finally made the decision to come and join the Yaoqi Holy Land. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi readily agreed. "The Shangguan family's willingness to enter my Holy Land will be a blessing." With a wave of her hand, there was a 10,000 foot peak that rose up from the ground, taking off the clouds. He was slowly situated in the depths of the holy land of Yaoqi. 10 million formations, glittering, were mobilizing yuan veins towards this mountain peak, madly filling it with massive amounts of yuan power. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi looked at Shangguan and said, "This peak is called Underworld Pupil Peak, with the Shangguan family master as the peak master, and in the future, those who have extraordinary pupils can enter Underworld Pupil Peak to cultivate." One must know that the born Underworld pupil was like a fish out of water in the Violet Sun imperial capital in the first place, and his status was rising. Even those of the great families of the world are all vying for their favor. If it were not for King Ning's oppression, how would he have ended up in such a predicament today? Just the natural pupil of the underworld is enough to predict good and bad luck. This kind of ability will be enough, and the pupil power together? Extraordinary. Of course, the born underworld pupil demon was a demon, but the Holy Lord of Yaoqi was not petty and gave enough face. The high position of peak master of a peak was promised in public. Is to give Shangguan enough card face? The same is also in the world. The future Shangguan family for her Yaoqi Holy Land mainstay, who dares to start dissenting, but also to weigh the weight of Yaoqi Holy Land. Shangguan tiger eyes contained tears, and the white hair at his temples could hardly hide the excitement on his face as he cupped his fists towards the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. The Holy Lord's grace of accepting him. Zhong is grateful for that, and all of the Shangguan family's clan is willing to serve and die for the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Mr. Qin. After the little lowly Shangguan received the Holy Lord's promise, she hurriedly took to the air and flew towards Qin Xian. She fell into his arms like a swallow, and greedily sniffed his body for the comforting scent. She raised her head, her delicate chin knocking at Qin Xian's chest, her big watery eyes full of excitement. Mr. Qin. No, senior brother. From now on we'll be fellow disciples. You're the senior brother, I'm the senior sister. Separated for a few days, she was pining for it. Reunited at this moment, saying nothing to let go. In full view of everyone, Shangguan squeezed herself hard into Qin Xian's arms. He could not wait to rub himself to pieces and integrate them all into Qin Xian's body. Shangguan twisted her head, looked at the towering Yaoqi Holy Lord, and muttered in a small voice, "Lord Holy Lord, can I join Thunder Prison Peak?" In the Holy Lord of Yaoqi's always cold voice, there were a few more smoldering breaths. "You are carrying the underworld pupil, and you just entered Yaoqi, and you are going to abandon your father and sister clansmen?" Shangguan nodded her head without caring in the slightest. "I want to be closer to senior brother. Senior brother has saved my little lifetime and time again. I want to stay at Thunder Prison Peak and serve senior brother." Luo Sini pointed at Shangguan Ying's nose and exasperatedly exclaimed, "Shangguan Ying, that's enough from you. Where is this serving? You are seducing. You don't move to hit someone with the ball. Do you know you're committing a foul?" Mu Qingxue frowned and looked at Luo Sini with some confusion. Why did she feel as if Luo Sini was jealous of Shangguan? Gollum. Luo Sini swallowed a mouthful of liquid backwards, and vainly said with a straight face, "I'm calling out for you." She stopped loudly towards Shangguan. "Then if you abandon Underworld Pupil Peak, I, Luo Sini, won't pretend anymore. I'll join Thunder Prison Peak as well. Inside Hung Cliff Peak, there's a bunch of big muscle bullies. It's not appropriate for me to stay in there as a weak female." The Hung Cliff Peak master shouted, "No, Sini, you can't abandon our Hung Cliff Peak. Crazy, right? They, Hong Yefeng, from beginning to end, just Luo Sini a female. When the baby bump to protect, if Luo Sini were to leave, in the future, wouldn't their entire Hong Yefeng Peak be labeled as Monk Peak? They, Hung Yafeng, a group of brown men, clashed bare-chested every day to sharpen their physiques. There was a Luo Sini walking around, slightly more able to attract some attention. If Luo Sini, the precious daughter of Quanfeng, is gone, what if the disciples of Hung Yifeng Peak oriented to produce a mutation? Saying nothing, the Hung Cliff Peak master would never allow that horrifying scene to happen, and hurriedly glanced his pleading eyes towards Qin Xian. Qin Xian would understand and give a smooth favor. He lowered his head, stretched out his hand to rub the little lowly's head and smiled. "It's not far away, just walk around more." The little lowly deflated her little mouth, a little discouraged, but she wouldn't refute Qin Xian's mind, nodding her little head obediently. "All right." Phew. Both Mu Qingxue and Luo Sini followed suit and breathed a sigh of relief. Xingning, who was not far away, had been watching from afar and followed with a much better heart. She wanted to go up and stand beside the male as well, but now she couldn't do it. Just a little intention, as if there was a warm current, began to milieu. The key, right now, was that she didn't dare to use her yuan power to clean up the abnormal situation within her body. In her mind, the male was still burdened with the heavy pupil curse, and it was still a big question whether he could survive more than a year. If during this period of time, she was able to give the Duke an heir and continue the bloodline, even if it cost her her life, can continue the bloodline for the son? She died with the son of the same hole, and who dare to have objections? Qin Xian did not know Qing Ning's heart thoughts at this time, looking more and more playfully at Chen Fan. Snickering, you said that the Luo family was just paying lip service, and now that the Shangwan family has raised their clan to cast their lot, how are you going to weasel your way out of this? Chen Fan's fists clenched iron tight. Inside his mouth, it was like making a rat's nest, crunching, and his back teeth were nearly crumbling from biting. He angrily rebuked, the Mu family, the Luo family, all have a great relationship with you. They have already offended the royal clan. This time they seem to be here to defect, but in reality, they are just using the might of Yao Qi to resist the oppression of the royal clan. If they come here, not only will they not make things easy for my Yaoan Holy Land, but they will also cause my Yaoan to be seen as a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh by those royal clans. Even if I, Yao Qi, do have an extra peak at the moment, in the future, without fresh blood to replenish it, the current promotion is tantamount to drying up the water in fishing. Mu Xie became furious. Put your mother's ass on the line. You're so clever. I can't wait to pull out your tongue. He waved his hand, and at the back, Great Power was holding up a group of latecomers that were making their way to this place. The crowds of young cultivators, when they saw Qin Xian, in their gazes, their admiration overflowed. They all headed in Qin Xian's direction and bowed their heads in obeisance. Senior brother Qin Xian, after hearing that senior brother decapitated Ning Wuya in the Violet Sun Imperial capital and shook the king of Ning with a hard-on. I would like to swear to follow senior brother Qin Xian to the death. I beg the Thunder Prison Peak Master to take us in. We are willing to die for Thunder Prison Peak. Hong Yathing Peak Master and the others, witnessing these young cultivators, their eyes showed fervor. This is the body of the 9 sons? That one seems to be the Thunder Dragon's sacred body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's another one who carries the Xianin Jedi vein? There were sounds of disbelief and disbelief. These young cultivators with special physiques, even in the eyes of the sacred body, were the meat and potatoes, the baby bumps. When they opened the mountain gate of the Yao Qi Holy Land and recruited disciples, it was also difficult to see a handful of heavenly pride. Now, the more 10 people, the more they come here to kneel and beg to enter the Holy Land of Yao Qi? Crazy. Chen Fan had just said that Qin Xian had left the Holy Land of Yao Qi with no fresh blood to draw from, and in the next second, here came a group of golden fresh blood? Seconds to the face. Chapter 120 Senior brother Qin Xian is a white jade pillar of the sky. Qin Xian, these are your deceased friends. The Thunder Prison Peak Master looked towards Qin Xian, and in his eyes, there was a look of amazement. He had heard of several of these young generation's prideful sons of heaven. He has been waiting for a price and wants to choose a satisfactory clan sanctuary to join. Unexpectedly, these people, actually for Qin Xian, traveled to come to Yao Qi to pay their respects. Qin Xian shook his head. None of them recognize however, it's nothing more than my previous actions in the Violet Sun Imperial capital that made their hearts agree. The world has been bitter against King Ning for a long time, and those who hold hatred towards him are not the only ones in our Thunder Prison Peak. And Disciples' previous battle in the ring tournament before the Dragon's Blood Mystic Realm was a great success, so how are these heavenly prides willing to admit that they are inferior to Disciple? Originally, I thought that this matter would only ferment after I had died from the parasites, but I never thought that I would actually be able to witness it with my own eyes one day. Qin Xian hadn't expected at all that there were so many young generation heavenly prides who aspired to join the Yaoan Holy Land because of him. It was far more than he had expected. However, now that the facts are in front of us, it's the equivalent of doing the questions with the answers. If you don't take the credit for this, take it on yourself. So he's not pure? With credit, he recognizes it. Without credit, he'll find a way to pull it on himself. Doing good deeds without letting people know. For the love of power? I don't know. Being the refined egoist that he is, he won't let go of any option that is good for him. Some Yao Qi Holy Land disciples, towards Chen Fan, angrily rebuked. Chen Fan, you said that senior brother Qin Xian is the great villain of my Yao Qi Holy Land, cutting off the root of replenishing the fresh blood, and now these heavenly prides, not far away from thousands of miles, also want to come to cast. What qualifications do you still have? And then accusing senior brother Qin Xian of not being, as a sacred son, you don't look out for the interests of the sacred ground, but instead think of internal strife in 100 different ways, slandering senior brother Qin Xian. Senior brother Qin Xian is my Yao Qi Holy Land's prime white jade pillar of the sky and purple gold beam of the sea. How could you dishonor him? According to us, the big villain of the Yaoqi Holy Land is you, the inactive saint's son, chilling the hearts of all the disciples. There was a lot of anger and rebuke. A single disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land followed an agreement, looking at Chen Fan with a gaze filled with disgust, as well as dislike. Chen Fan said that Qin Xian had offended all the major powers. In fact, Qin Xian's move, but urged the Shangguan family, who were born with meditative pupils, to completely integrate into the Yaoqi Holy Land. Chen Fan also said that Qin Xian's excavation had broken the roots of the Yaoqi Holy Land to replenish fresh blood. However, right now more than 2 handfuls of special physique people had come from thousands of miles to join them. These heavenly prides that came to cast their votes transformed into loud slaps that smacked Chen Fan's face raw. LOL. Chen Fan's fists clenched iron tightly as he looked at this group of disciples who were all speaking for Qin Xian, hating them so much that his back teeth nearly crumbled. You're the holy son of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and you actually dare to threaten my senior brother Qin Xian? The burly man who carried the Thunder Dragon Saint body, his eyes were high with battle intent. He wasn't like the Yaoqi disciple, who was now just a layman, not caring at all about Chen Fan's identity. He sneered out, you really do have a big face. As a holy son, even your own senior brother had his eyes gouged out alive, and you didn't hear about it, acting as a shrunken head turtle in front of the imperial capital's royal clan. Now, knowing that senior brother Qin Xian has been hit by the heavy pupil woman curse and his strength is no longer there, he actually has the nerve to take advantage of a person's danger at a time like this and force my senior brother Qin Xian. Another person with a Xianin Jedi vein said loudly and freely, as far as I know, senior brother Qin Xian is now famous not only in the Violet Sun imperial capital, but also among the Undermoon imperial dynasty. There are many of the best of the younger generation who were originally hesitant as to which Holy Land to join, but now they have all made their decision due to senior brother Qin Xian's presence. It's already on its way to the Yaoqi Holy Land. Perhaps we are now, not as good as you Chen Fan, but in time, but certainly not inferior to you. Even now, if you dare to coerce senior brother Qin Xian again, we won't sit idly by. Which of these young celestials who had come to worship under the Yaoqi Holy Land hadn't heard of Qin Xian's glorious and great deeds? Perhaps, what they had in mind was catching up with Qin Xian, or even surpassing him, through the Holy Land that was the Holy Land of Yaoqi, but that didn't stop them from admiring Qin Xian. In the imperial capital, who does not clap their hands and praise those who are not related to the emperor? When was it that it was reduced to Chen Fan, a shrunken head turtle, opening his mouth to make accusations? At this moment, Chen Fan was like standing in opposition to the entire Yaoqi Holy Land, but Chen Fan nonetheless did not feel that he had done wrong. It even felt that the fault was with the Yaoqi Holy Land, and the fault was with this world. He was furious, and the pressure of a paramount saint spread out, just overflowing dispersal. These strongest but yin-yang mirror young pride, one by one, as if burdened with heavy forehead has bean-sized beads of sweat, rustling and falling. Enough! The Yaoqi Holy Lord's clear and cold voice rang out. Chen Fan, don't be obsessed with making mistakes again and again. Pressuring a disciple who has not yet been initiated is an unforgivable offense. My master will punish you to return to the main peak and go into seclusion for a year. Chen Fan was shocked and said in a disgruntled and angry voice, Master. He hadn't expected that even his master was on Qin Xian's side. Not only was he speaking for Qin Xian, he was also punishing him for facing the wall for a year. He had been enjoying the most esteemed treatment of a holy son ever since he entered the Yaoqi Holy Land. When, ever, has it been chastised? However, now, not only did the master turn against him and look at him in a bad light, he even punished him for facing the wall for a year. It made him simply unacceptable. All of this was caused by Qin Xian's arrival. Chen Fan twisted his head and stared dead at Qin Xian, his gaze becoming more and more shadowy. Qin Xian had not only caused him to lose favor in his master's heart, but had also put him on the opposite side of the disciples. What's wrong with what he said? If it weren't for Qin Xian, how could the Yaoqi Holy Land have offended the royal clan represented by King Ning? If it weren't for Qin Xian, how would they, Yaoqi Holy Land, have offended the heavy pupil lady? Maybe, because of Yi Feng's existence, they, Yaoqi Holy Land, would befriend the heavy pupil woman, a quasi-emperor. Or maybe, anger began to boil within Chen Fan's chest. At his chest, he was heaving like a blower. There was a resentful glow in his eyes as he stared at Qin Xian with a deadly glare. The killing intent was condensing, almost wanting to turn into substance. The son of Qi, Chen Fan's Qi value has dropped by 30,000 points, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 30,000. Chen Fan, the son of Qi Luck, has an unresolvable deadly enmity with the host and will not rest until he dies.
rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 80,000. Hearing the sound of rewards arriving, Qin Shan looked at Chen Fan with increasing appreciation in his eyes. Wonderful! It is really wonderful. He was lacking in villainous values when he didn't expect that there was such a big fat sheep like Chen Fan hidden within the holy land of Yaoqi. The key to this big fat goat with a temper like a cannonball. A little goes a long way in moves to provide him with villainous values. This kind of villainous value at your fingertips is so addictive. Saint Sun Chen Fan, even the sacred lord has told you to go face the wall. And you're still here, waiting to make people laugh? Qin Xian smirked and joked. In Chen Fan's eyes, lines of blood instantly wrapped around his eyeballs. He was furious, but he could only break his teeth and swallow them inside his stomach. In front of the Holy Lord, even if he had the strength to kill, he couldn't do so. He could only turn into a rainbow light, heading towards the main peak of the Yaoan Holy Land, and heading in the air. On the way, he happened to meet Z Kite, who had come out of the 10,000 formation peak. The moment he saw Z Kite, Chen Fan's eyes had a stunning look in them as he swept towards Z Kite and said with a smile, "Senior sister Z Kite, long time no see." Unlike the other disciples, he was equipped with the dragon elephant hegemony body. The next person wouldn't dare to come into contact with Z Kite, the doom poison body, for 3 breaths, while he, the dragon elephant hegemony body, was able to come into contact with Z Kite for at least more than 10 breaths. From the first moment he saw Z Kite, he had fallen for the only daughter of the chief sacred doctor. As the saying goes, if you lose in battle, you win in love. He fancied that, from Violet Kite, he sought some precious comfort. Chapter 121, Chen Fan's Dream Girl, deeply in love with Qin Xian. Chen Fan took out a bright red stone from his storage treasure and offered it in front of Z Kite, saying bluntly, "This is the lucky stone that I have found from the Undermoon dynasty. With this lucky stone's blessing, you, Z Kite's senior sister, will definitely be able to resist the doom poisonous body and live a normal life, as normal people do." He was out and about, momentarily hung up on Violet Kite. However, he was afraid of Purple Kite's poisonous body of doom and spent a large price to obtain this lucky stone from outside. It is comparable to the existence of a holy weapon. Even if one were to break through to paramount sainthood, holding such a lucky stone, the probability of success could be increased from slim to at least 20%. Z Kite did not have the intention of reaching out to take it, but only stared calmly at the stone in Chen Fan's hand. Within 3 breaths, with a click, the lucky stone in Chen Fan's palm shattered without warning, and dense cracks appeared. Violet Iris said coldly, "It seems that this stone of yours is also an indiscriminate object." This, Chen Fan stared at the shattered lucky stone in his hand, and his heart ached. He only intended to keep the lucky stone at Violet Iris for safekeeping, and would retrieve it again when he was promoted to saint, which would be of great use. Who would have thought that it would just blow up before it even worked? He endured his heartache and discarded the shattered lucky stone, looking towards Violet Iris, smilingly continuing, "It didn't occur to me that this stone is of no great use, but don't worry, senior sister, as big as the world is, there will always be something to suppress the doom poison body, and sooner or later, senior brother will find it for you." Violet Kite snorted coldly, "Have I ever asked you for anything?" Chen Fan shook his head, "That's not true, but you and I are from the same school, so I have this responsibility and obligation to help you." Don't look at Z Kite's current cold attitude, but in Chen Fan's heart, he was already 10,000% flattered. From before to now, to whom did Z Kite not have this attitude? In the past, when confronted with his hitchhiking, Violet Kite would at most nod her head, or hum up. Rather, I had never thought that I would actually talk with him today. He was a bit skeptical if he had suffered a defeat at Qin Xian's hands and Z Kite had the intention to comfort him. "Senior sister Violet Iris, I have a top-notch saint grade technique here that will be of great help to your doom poison body. Why don't you join senior brother and head to the main peak to discuss it?" Chen Fan was warmly invited. "No need, not interested." Senior brother got a cluster of expensive tea leaves outside. After swallowing it, it has the strange effect of enlightenment. "Share a cup of tea?" "No need." Chen Fan invited again and again, but Z Kite refused again and again. One warm, one cold. Obviously there was nothing to talk about. But Chen Fan was not willing to let go of this opportunity to communicate, so Z Kite did not draw back and leave. Until half a quarter of an hour later, the purple kite slightly avoided 100 feet away. Just as Chen Fan was wondering, a broadsword, from the 10,000 Swords Peak, burst out, at the back, followed by the terrified Saint Elder. He loudly warned, "Run away, this holy weapon has become demonic." Chen Fan was shocked. He knew that this was the doom poison body, which was starting to be powerful.
he was too busy turning around to avoid it. However, that demonic holy weapon was as if it had set its sights on him and was in hot pursuit. A group of people in the distance, watching the action, had noticed the end at this point, and, ha ha ha, laugh your ass off. Chen Fan, this guy, actually felt that senior sister Z-Kite was striking up a conversation with him, not realizing that senior sister Z-Kite has a close relationship with senior brother Qin Xian. Senior sister, she is intentionally stalling for time, waiting for the doom poison body to take effect, and to take a bite of the bad air out of senior brother Qin Xian for him. So what if it's a holy son, a stunning beauty like Z-Kite, who came out of a scroll, doesn't care about the status of a saint's son at all, she has a noble status and has always come to see the character of a person. In senior sister Z-Kite's heart, Chen Fan can't even compare to a hair on senior brother Qin Xian's head. The sneer of denigration fell on deaf ears. Chen Fan's eyes were glazed over. He also stopped fleeing in panic and stopped his footsteps, stepping into the air, staring at the demonized holy weapon. He roared, "Do you really think that a holy weapon can kill me?" His body shook as his dragon elephant overlord body exploded. Both fists were like a dragon coming out of the sea. The power of the golden dragon and the divine elephant erupted together, hardly regretting towards that holy weapon. Boom! Fist blades and holy weapons erupted, and there was a great drumming of Yuan power, shaking the mountain and shaking the sea. That holy weapon suffered a heavy blow and shot out explosively, speeding out on the ground. It was as if the earth had been given a center parting and a deep, bottomless gully had been carved out. Pust! Chen Fan's chi and blood recoiled. His face turned red, and a mouthful of blood surged upwards as he spat out a large amount of blood. He looked over at Z-Kite and spoke in a disgruntled and angry voice. "Did you really do it on purpose?" Violet Kite grimaced. "If not," in her beautiful eyes, there was killing intent bursting out. "From now on, if you dare to touch a single hair on Qin Xian's head, I will definitely take your life. The identity of a saint's son won't be able to protect you either." If she wasn't a match for Chen Fan, why would she need to rely on the power of the doom poison body? In the past, she only felt that the doom poison body had harmed her to the point of being inhuman and unlike a ghost. Now, after having Qin Xian, she no longer cared about what other people thought. It only felt like the doom poison body wasn't strong enough. If not, it would have already poisoned King Ning's body and caused Chen Fan to die tragically on the spot. Violet Kite left behind a look of disgust and swept towards Qin Xian without looking back. She took out a milky white jade bottle and poured out several pills from it, handing them to Qin Xian, saying with concern, "This is the rejuvenation pill, which I begged from my mother. Swallowing one of them is able to increase your lifespan by 10 years, and there are a total of 10 here, which are able to increase your lifespan by 100 years. Take it first and see if you can slow down the curse of the heavy pupil before I find another method." Qin Xian swallowed one, and his lifespan naturally increased as the rich medicinal power melted away. He tore open the lapel of his chest, and at his chest, the curse that had been branded upon him showed no signs of being removed. Violet Kite's stunningly beautiful face was filled with consternation. How could it not work at all? This heavy pupil woman's curse, why is it so weird and stubborn? Is it, indeed, impossible to get rid of it? Disappointed, Violet Kite's beautiful eyes were filled with panic. In his voice, there was even more of a choke. Seeing that the curse on Qin Xian's body showed no signs of breaking, his heart felt like it was weighing down a huge stone for a long time, unable to be relieved. Not far away, Chen Fan witnessed his longed-for Z-Kite senior sister, like a good little daughter-in-law, obediently snuggling beside Qin Xian. It was as diabolical as eating. He sincerely treats Z-Kite, not thinking that Z-Kite's senior sister actually is already coaxed by Qin Xian. Good. What a true disciple, upright and righteous. Chen Fan's heart grew more and more resentful. Qin Xian had caused him to turn against his master, causing him to lose face in the holy land of Yaoqi. Now, it is even coaxing the Taoist couple that he has longed for and recognized. But so what? How much longer can he continue to flaunt Qin Xian? The heavy pupil woman is a strong person who ranks in the top 3 of the Undermoon dynasty, which is also enough to step into the top 10 in the entire Hongmeng continent. In particular, the heavy pupil power is the best in the ancient world. Even the Violet Sun Emperor was unable to break the curse of the heavy pupil. Qin Xian will surely die. He would like to see how much longer Qin Xian could continue and flaunt it. Chen Fan's heart grew more and more resentful as he rose up into the air and headed towards the main peak of Yaoqi. As he passed by Danding Peak, a loud noise abruptly erupted. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black mushroom cloud rose up at the summit of Danding Peak. Chen Fan, who was passing by this place, was directly blown to the point that there was not a single piece of intact skin all over his body, and he was hardened to let the shockwave blast into the spatial rift. Subsequently, there was a saint with a pitch-black face, awkwardly stepping out of the mushroom cloud, saying bitterly, after 500 years, another bombing of the Dan. Just now, was there any unlucky person who was blown into a spatial rift? Chapter 122. Zekite was mesmerized into a retarded person. Gollum. Everyone who saw this drew in a breath of cold air. The doom poison body is as terrifying as it is. Even the dragon elephant hegemony body, unable to resist, hardened itself to the backlash of the doom poison body, and blasted into the middle of the spatial rift. Some disciples of the Holy Land, secretly murmuring, pinched a cold sweat for Qin Xian, as strong as Saint Sun Chen Fan, who was only in contact with senior sister Zekite for a moment. All suffered this calamity, and I don't know if senior brother Qin Xian's current predicament is also related to senior sister Zekite. The doom poison body, it's too terrifying, that is, even the parents of senior sister Violet Iris are afraid of it like a tiger. If senior brother Qin Xian and senior sister Zekite were to pull some distance away, it would definitely be impossible, and would be as embarrassing as it is now. It's not that they're following the trend and denigrating Zixus, rather, it is true. The calamities invited by the doom poison body were there for all to see. Now senior brother Qin Xian and senior sister Zekite, who were too close, were deeply poisoned by the heavy pupil female curse. It's hard to avoid people who go in this direction. Hong Yafing Peak Master, toward Danding Peak Master secretly suggested, let your daughter, away from Qin Xian, or else poison this kid to die a violent death. Our Yaoan Holy Land, but less a rare monster of the ancient and modern times. With anger in his eyes, the Danding Peak Master twisted his head to look at the stocky Hongyao Peak Master and said in a cold voice, say that again. The Thunder Prison Peak Master interjected, he's right, stay away. It's good for Qin Xian, and for Zekite. Several Peak Masters, one after another, turned their heads and looked at the Danding Peak Master. Even the Holy Lord of Yao Qi also looked this way. One more time, everyone was trying to get rid of the curse of the heavy pupil woman for Qin Xian. Qin Xian's demonic nature was evident to them all. At the first level of the celestial realm, he was able to be on par with Saint Chen Fan, the saint's son of the quasi-saint realm, and it could be said that the current Qin Xian was the spokesperson of the Yaoan Holy Land. I don't know how many demonic prides, either in admiration or thinking of surpassing, were eager to worship the Yaohe Holy Land because of Qin Xian. Qin Xian was the white jade pillar of the prime of their Yaoan Holy Land, the purple gold beam that framed the sea. It's a living sign. In case of an unfortunate death, it would be a huge loss for the entire Yaoan Holy Land. They would never allow Zekite's doom poison body to continue poisoning Qin Xian again. The Danding Peak Master looked at the Holy Lord in dissatisfaction. Could it be that my daughter, she, doesn't deserve her own Taoist? The Holy Lord of Yaoqi shook her head. That person could be anyone but Qin Xian, who has been struck by the heavy pupil woman curse. It was hard for her to imagine someone being able to cultivate the Phoenix treasure art to a minor level of success within a day's time. Even she, herself, couldn't do it. Even the Holy Sun Chen Fan and the Holy Maiden Su Yaoyu were not half as important as Qin Xian in her eyes. If Qin Xian did not die, he was already the successor recognized in her eyes. How can you stay out of danger? She no longer looked at the Danding Peak Master, but fixed her eyes, looking at Zekite's place, and calmly opened her mouth. Zekite, there is a gong method in the main peak, which complements your physique, so for the next period of time, you will be in the main peak, cultivating at ease, and don't get entangled by mundane matters again. Violet Kite giggled inside. She looked up, looking up in her mother's direction, and saw that she was all but averting her gaze. Finally, he affirmed his inner guess, and his mind was flustered and overwhelmed. She pursed her brightly colored lips and reluctantly said, Sacred Lord, I only want to stay by Qin Xian's side and take good care of him, and there is no hurry in the matter of cultivation. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi said indisputably, beside Qin Xian, there is Qing Ning to take care of him, and it is perfectly fine to ask this Holy Lord for advice on matters of cultivation, so there is no need for you to be concerned. Mu Qingxue and the other women, including the group of celestials who had just arrived at the Yaoqi Holy Land, all saw the signs. This is the Sacred Lord not wishing for the doom poison body to continue drawing bad luck onto Qin Xian's head again. It's a deliberate attempt to separate Zekite from Qin Xian. However, if senior brother Qin Xian can ask the Holy Lord directly for advice on his cultivation confusions, then what's the difference between that and the Holy Sun? Bull Saint Sun Ah. Before senior brother Qin Xian's first level of the celestial realm, he was already able to share the limelight with Saint Sun Chen Fan, and now senior brother Qin Xian's third level of the celestial realm has already been able to counteract the Saint Sun of the quasi-saint realm. Sacred Sun level treatment.
Senior brother Qin Xian, he deserves it. Gray-headed Chen Fan, who escaped from the spatial crack.
I just come back to the scene of the stick. In his mind, fervor rolled. So what if senior sister Violet Iris is protecting you? Even the master has forcibly forced the two of you to separate. When Purple Iris senior sister has accomplished her cultivation and comes out again, it will be a few months in the short term, or a few years later, and by then, the grass on your grave will already be 3 feet high. A dead man. How long will senior sister Z-Kite miss you? Sooner or later, one day, I'll bring senior sister Violet Iris and go to your grave, so that you can't even die in peace. Chen Fan's eyes showed a black and scarlet color, and his expression became more and more maniacal. He was, indeed, deflated this time. In front of Qin Xian, the face was lost, but the one who survives to the end is the winner. Competing with Qin Xian, he was steadily winning, because Qin Xian was already bound to die. The son of Qi, Chen Fan's Qi value has dropped by 30,000 points, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 30,000. The daughter of Qi Luck, Z-Kite, is extremely depressed and suffers from a lot of problems, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 20,000. Hearing the sound of rewards arriving, Qin Xian looked to his side again and clutched his palm, getting harder and harder, hesitant to let go. In the midst of extreme entanglement, under the gaze of all the people, inwardly agonizing, but had to slowly loosen her palms. Violet Kite. Qin Xian fiercely clutched Z-Kite's small hand. He raised his eyes, looked at the Holy Lord of Yao Qi, and said bluntly, Holy Lord, I know that you're looking out for me, and I also know that you're concerned about the Doom Poison Body, worrying that I'll be deeply implicated. Yet have you ever thought that the Doom Poison Body is really harmful to me? He swept his gaze to everyone present. After I met Z-Kite, I was slandered by Yi Feng for massacring Qingning, and I was planted and framed by the Qin Wangfu, so by all rights, I should have been hanged long ago by the Yaohe Holy Land and the Qin Wangfu in a joint effort. But what in fact? Instead of being injured, I have sunk my teeth in and been accepted as a true disciple by my master. He clutched Z-Kite's palm, more and more firm, voice, the more and more high-pitched, including this imperial capital line. Is Z-Kite secretly help? Only let me like a fish in water. Get rid of the desperate situation. Outside of the dragon blood mysteries, it was even Z-Kite who went so far as to turn against her biological father before saving me from the Ninking. If it weren't for Z-Kite, where would I be alive right now? You all say that the Violet Iris is a Doom Poison Body, and that it will rain down calamities, but to me, Violet Iris will make me luckier. She is my lucky charm. Boom. Qin Xian's words of abject sincerity were loud and clear, falling into Violet Kite's ears. It caused a dense mist of water to fill her beautiful eyes. She bit her brightly colored lips, her peach blossom eyes staring at Qin Xian's resolute face. Between his heart, there was a stream of warmth that flowed out of the Milky Way and became fiercely surging. There was a time when she was the embodiment of calamity in the eyes of outsiders. It is now, the large Yaoqi Holy Land. All the people, is this kind of idea? Even her mother, who was her mother, didn't dare to refute it. Only Qin Xian, from the beginning to the end, was also the only one, willing to turn against the whole world for her. In front of everyone in the Yaoqi Holy Land, he also dared to refute the Holy Lord. For her, if you have a soulmate in life, you can die without regret. The daughter of Qi, Z-Kite's favor value soars, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 20,000. The daughter of Qi Luck, Z-Kite, has been charmed into a retard by the host and is at his disposal, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 50,000. Chapter 123, The Beginning of the Shura. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi spoke calmly. Since you are adamant about this, no one, too, can interfere with your decision. She, who had always been in an ancient state of mind, was at this moment inwardly, also slightly moved. She was looking out for Qin Xian, unwilling to doom the poisonous body and jeopardize the slightest bit of his vitality. As a result, Qin Xian was good and refuted it in public. She does the evil, and the good is all her own. Let the already inclined Z-Kite. At this moment in the peach blossom eyes, there are ripples of infatuation, as if they were instilled with ecstasy. Of course, she was not antipathetic, and even in her heart, she instead felt that this person, Qin Xian, had a heavenly will that was unwilling to submit to fate. The heart of the way is solid and undisturbed by any external factors. This is a rare quality that strong people, all of them, find it hard to possess. It made her, well, satisfied, seeing Yaohe Holy Lord's magnificent figure, gradually becoming illusory, wanting to leave. Qin Xian, with a smile at the corner of his mouth and a flirty look in his eyes, boldly reminded. Holy Lord, don't be in a hurry to leave first. You just said that there is a saint grade technique, which complements Z-Kite's physique, and you want to pass it on to her. At this point, it's not like words don't count, is it? In Qin Xian's eyes, Z-Kite was truly one of his own. From the Holy Lord's legs. Bah, wrong. Guess the Holy Lord didn't have leg hair either. A single strand of hair plucked from the Holy Lord's head was also thicker than their thighs. There's a bargain to be made. Hiss. Hearing this, not to mention those Yaoqi disciples, even the peak masters of the peaks, including Violet Kite's mother, all drew in a breath of cold air. This guy, Qin Xian, really has a lot of guts. Not only did he refute the Holy Lord's decision in public, he even knocked up the Holy Lord's bamboo bar in full view of everyone. If they were in their place, as strong as the Saint King realm, they would not dare to do so even if they borrowed 10 of their guts. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi's figure stabilized, and after pondering for a moment, she raised her hand and pointed at Violet Kite through the air. A wisp of golden light wrapped in phoenixitis easily disappeared into the middle of Z-Kite's mind. As the information flowed away, it was only then that the Holy Lord of Yaoqi looked at Qin Xian and asked, "Now, this Holy Lord may leave?" Qin Xian didn't reply and only stared at Z-Kite. Seeing Z-Kite's face showing astonishment, she was clearly amazed by the power of this saint grade technique. Before she nodded towards the Holy Lord with a sarcastic smile. Insatiable, the Holy Lord of Yaoqi coldly snorted in what seemed like a scolding manner. The body turned into a bubble and dissipated in the Sumeru. The Hongya Peak Master touched his towering pectoral muscles and smacked his lips. Qin Xian, this kid, this is outrageous. The feeling is that if the Sacred Lord didn't put down blood money this time, he's still prepared to continue knocking this bamboo bar down again. The Thunder Prison Peak Master and the others were all shaking their heads with bitter smiles. This kind of greedy behavior, if it was mentioned by someone else, it would inevitably incur the Saint Lord's disgust. It was also that Qin Xian was in a supreme position, and by doing so, not only did he not disgust the Holy Lord, but he also brought the relationship between the two closer. Two birds with one stone. It made all of them, the Peak Masters, envious. Qin Xian didn't care what the major Peak Masters thought, but only swept his gaze below and slowly said, "Gentlemen, you are willing to enter my Yaoan sacred grounds, disciples. I can only say that it is indeed a good bird's nest in a tree. May you all, in the future, have prosperous martial arts luck." Qin Xian arched his hand in congratulations towards the group of young celestials who had come to pay their respects. With those words, he left the place without looking back. He had already scanned through it, and the system hadn't detected a single son of Qi among these young celestials. Instead of wasting time with these people, you should go home and get some sleep. He doesn't bother to be disingenuous when there's no benefit to be gained. Qin Xian, wait for me. Chen Fan looked at Qin Xian's disappearing back, and then looked at Z-Kite's peach blossom eyes that were on the verge of overflowing with spring. Jealous, nearly separating the physical body from the divine soul. In Qin Xian's words, jealous to the point of mass wall separation. A pair of iron fists, clenched creaking, the heart of the resentful hate. This time, in the land of Emperor's Fall, I want you to die without a burial place. Between Chen Fan, the son of fortune, and Z-Kite, the daughter of fortune, there is an irreparable chasm. Rewarding the host with plus 50,000 points of villain value, Qin Xian, who had just returned to his mansion, hadn't even sat his ass down when he suddenly heard the sound of the system's rewards arriving. The balance of the villain's value, from practicing the two great treasure arts, after squandering it, in the blink of an eye, it had once again accumulated to a whopping 780,000. It was only a mere 20,000 points of villainous value away from cultivating the Phoenix treasure art to its great completion. TSK. In terms of milking the villain's value, it has to be the son of Qi, in just a little more than half a day's work. It's all compared to all the gains from taking Qingning. Qin Xian sighed in his heart. Don't look at this fellow Chen Fan who was having trouble with him, but when he was lacking in villain value, Chen Fan had a face that was really reaching over to him to smoke him. After the draw, there's a big wave of villainous value along for the ride. Such a big fat sheep, if not properly taken care of in the future. It was simply a waste of Chen Fan's generosity. Logically speaking, a character like Chen Fan shouldn't have given up on Z-Kite so quickly. Why is there an unbridgeable gap between the doubts in his heart? Qin Xian pondered for a moment and was enlightened. All day long falconry, or let the eagle to peck the eyes. Chen Fan did not give up, but the purple kite Qi is no longer any means, and then be able to approach. It was also thanks to the different eyes of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi and the others. If not, why would he be allowed to know Z-Kite for only a few months? Relationships have skyrocketed to such a point? My lord, outside the mansion. Shangguanxi and Shangguaning have come to seek an audience, with the residents in the bed warming big made like Qing Ning, legs together, very twisting more and more plump. Have young woman flavor of the beautiful buttocks? Came to Qin Xian's side, weakly inquired. Prince, want to see? Urinating? Qin Xian looked at Qingning, who was in a different stance, and said in amusement, just go and facilitate. Let them come in. Qingning's pretty face heaped with red. I'll inform them. She's not the one who has to pee, nor is it likely to come out conveniently. She was still waiting to give Qin Xian a family. If it wasn't for the two Shangguan sisters, she would have gone back to her room and stood upside down. That would help, even more, to get her pregnant. After being informed, the little lowly Shangguaning darted into the mansion and flung herself into Qin Xian's arms with her milky swallows in her arms. A ballbreaker hit Qin Xian in the face. The impact made him a little dizzy. The tip of my nose was filled with a light milky scent that was refreshing. The little lowly pouted her little mouth unhappily and muttered, Mr. Qin, in the future when I come to find you, do I have to inform you every time? Then if I have something urgent, I won't be in a hurry. Qin Xian lifted his face from Shangguan Ying's full bosom, greedily breathed in a mouthful of fresh air, and said with a bitter smile, I didn't ask you to inform who knows that you, all of a sudden, are so disciplined? Shangguan Ying pointed her finger at Shangguanxi. It was my sister who told me to wait, saying something about how this place is not like the Shangguan family, and that we're new to this place, so we can't be ignorant of etiquette. Qin Xian looked at Shangguanxi smilingly and said softly, so outgoing? He was curious about this daughter of Qi who had used her innocence to relieve him of the golden-scaled snake's lecherous poison within the dragon's blood mystery. How much longer are you going to hide this truth? Is it going to, for the rest of his life, rot in his belly and not hold him accountable? On Shangguanxi's graceful and dignified face, there was fatigue and also celebration. After all, we have just joined the Yaoqi Holy Land, and even though the Holy Lord is courteous, we can't be ignorant of etiquette. She looked at Qin Xian, rejoicing that he had not been tormented by the power of the years, and was dying of old age. However, he was also worried about the heavy pupil female curse branded in his body, and said in a lost voice, in the previous Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm, our Shangguan clan did not find the desired supreme treasure. Otherwise, with this treasure, there is a high probability that you will be able to find a way to break the curse for you. Qin Xian unexpectedly said, within the Dragon Blood Mysteries, there are such treasures? How come I haven't heard of it? Shangguanxi hesitated for a long time, and when he saw Qin Xian's expectant gaze, he ultimately did not choose to hold back, and spoke frankly and forthrightly. At this time, there is no need to conceal anything. This hidden secret concerns my Shangguan family's born underworld pupil, and after father he chose to leave the imperial capital, he had already given up the inheritance of the born underworld pupil. Many years ago, my Shangguan family ancestor, who participated in the battle of the late emperor's dragon beheading, accidentally pierced the dragon's eyes, rushed into the middle of the dragon's eyes, and was baptized by the dragon's eyes, following which he gained bizarre pupil power. Since then, my Shangguan family's subsequent bloodline has a chance to awaken the pupil power, which is also known as the innate meditative pupil. It's just that this pupil power, after generations of testing, must be of the ancestor's direct lineage, and must be within a certain distance of the Dragon Blood Mystery Realm, get the sensation of the dragon's eyes, to have a chance to awaken. Therefore, this is why those born with underworld pupils will only appear in the Shangguan family. Those clansmen who married out in the past were all far away from the imperial capital, losing the sensation of the dragon eyes, and had no way of awakening at all. Shangguanxi, even if he does not want to give up, feel that the Mediterranean pupil peak has lost the hope of continuing the inheritance, but had to accept the reality of the road. Now, my Shangguan family members of the natural-born Mediterranean pupil will also wither in this generation, and cannot continue to be passed on. Father and us sisters, any further progress in pupil power can only be described as a fool's errand. Hearing of such secrets, in Qin Xian's head, there was just one thought. It's too much of a ing coincidence, isn't it? Chapter 124, The Blessing of the Shangguan Family. He knew that the Shangguan family's innate meditative pupil and the true dragon eyes had a great connection. It was also guessed that the Shangguan family would stay in the imperial capital, closely related to the dragon eyes. However, it had never occurred to me that the innate meditative pupil was produced by a mutation after the baptism of the dragon's eyes. And, the more one gets baptized by the true dragon eyes, the stronger the pupil power becomes. The distance from the dragon's eyes, isolating a secret realm, was able to allow the Shangguan family to appear as Saint King, a quasi-emperor. If you were to cut your teeth and baptize under the dragon's eyes, wouldn't that be, well, just take off? The two sisters, Shangguanxi and Shangguaning, would not be overly elevated. It's not very effective for him right now, but if Shangguanzhong, a veteran Saint King realm, bathed in the true dragon eyes, in time, he would not be promoted to the peak of the Saint King realm? It was still a peak Saint King realm with the power of destruction. What kind of battle power and aura should that be?
Qin Xian knew clearly in his heart how his position in the Shangguan family was now.
If the true dragon eyes were to be utilized again, it would boost the Shangguan family's strength a bit.
It could be said that he was the regenerative parent of the Shangguan family.
After a long time of contemplation,
Qin Xian turned his head to stare at Shangguanxi's delicate face and said,
"What do dragon eyes look like? Mysterious and unpredictable. It can transform the sun and the moon." Shangguanxi returned without thinking. "However, these are all recorded amongst the ancient books,
spoken by my Shangguan family's ancestor himself.
As for how the truth is, we've never seen it, so naturally we can't verify it. May the sun and moon be transformed?"
Qin Xian went down the slope and muttered in a low voice, "I did obtain a pair of strange eyes within the dragon's blood mysteries,
which transformed into the sun, moon, mountains,
and rivers within my desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda.
Is it possible that it has something to do with the true dragon's eyes?" Shangguanying's big watery eyes were full of surprise as she said,
"It must be the dragon eyes. Father said that by getting the dragon eyes, our Shangguan family is like crossing the dragon gate and rocketing upwards. And if we leave the imperial capital without the dragon eyes blessing, we will be devastated."
Shangguanxi was much more calm. How could there be such a coincidence?
"I suspect that it is possible for the true dragon eyes to be hidden amongst the dragon collection, but it is a pity that the dragon collection was obtained by Long Chen,
and now that the Sky's End Sword Pavilion, which sheltered Long Chen, has also allowed the Ziyang imperial family to be overthrown. Perhaps the dragon eyes are already under the control of the Ziyang emperor, Dragon Chen?"
Qin Xian nearly couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard this.
"That guy, he's a backstabber." Nothing was gained, and even the main camp, the Sky's End Sword Pavilion, had been brought to an end by the Ziyang royal family.
With him in the dragon's blood mystic realm, how could he still let others snatch away the good things?
Of course, he couldn't say these words explicitly,
and waved his hand carelessly.
"Go and see, even if it's not, there's no loss, is there?" With a wave of his hand,
he brought the two Shangguan family sisters into the small tower space,
along with Qingning. The moment he appeared, Mu Mu,
who was covered in powdery scaly armor,
ran up and hugged Qin Xian's calf, shrugging for a while, kicking the little colorful dragon away.
Qin Xian moved his mind. The small tower space, everything was at his disposal for mobilization. The vision of the sun and moon appearing together was formed in an instant.
A large sun, with another bright moon with a slightly dimmer glow. In the moment of dropping,
wisps of golden light fell from the sky, spreading around the two sisters,
Shangguanxi and Shangguaning.
It was like a holy light that enveloped the sisters.
Golden-colored pupil power, like a tidal wave, was constantly converging towards the sisters' eyes. "Concentrate and meditate." Shangguanxi reminded his sister in fear and immediately sat down under the true dragon's eyes.
The magnificent pupil power of the radiant golden light formed an inverted funnel above the sisters' heads,
frantically irrigating towards the bottom. Qingning, who witnessed this scene, was astonished. "This is baptism. It's the sun and moon giving them feedback."
Qin Xian nodded his head knowingly.
"By the looks of it,
the sun and moon within the space of this small tower is the true dragon's eyes that the Shangguan clan is talking about.
In this way, the inheritance of the underworld pupil peak will not decline."
In the middle of the conversation, the breath of the two Shangguan family sisters,
as if they were riding in an immortal boat, was soaring and began to skyrocket. In less than half an hour, Shangguanxi, who was only in the yin-yang mirror,
broke through several small realms of cultivation one after another, and logically pierced through the barrier of the celestial realm.
In one fell swoop,
he was promoted to the 5th level of the celestial realm.
Shangguanying's effect was also quite impressive, but it was hindered by the low level of its own realm. Now, he has only just broken through to the 8th level of the yin-yang realm.
When Shangguanxi opened his eyes,
the vortex of pupil power converging above his head disappeared.
She was incredibly dismayed.
"This is the true dragon's eyes. You actually did obtain the dragon's eyes within the dragon's blood mysteries."
I'm now beginning to suspect that what Long Chen obtained was really just a false dragon hide, because the most precious true dragon eyes have been obtained by you.
True dragon treasure art. Shangguanxi did not dare to dream,
even did not know that there will be this inheritance. Only when the true dragon eyes, it is already the most precious treasure. She had witnessed Long Chen obtaining the dragon hide and didn't suspect anything fishy about Qin Xian.
It only felt that perhaps it was a leafy tactic within the secret territory. Shang Wanxi's graceful and dignified beautiful face was full of surprises that were hard to hide. She had thought that she had left the imperial capital only to escape the future of her family's demise. Decline is, in any case, unavoidable. Who would have thought that after joining the Yaoqi Holy Land, their Shangwan family would not only receive the courtesy of the Holy Lord, even the aspect of the innate meditative pupil was given the most cherished chance. Inside Qin Xian's small tower were the true dragon eyes. This kind of chance is something that even their ancestors would not be able to have. My pupil power. It has skyrocketed more than 10 times. Leave this space first. The moment he returned to the mansion, Shang Wanxi utilized his meditative pupil and carefully scrutinized the heavy pupil curse in front of Qin Xian's chest. Excessive use of her pupil power made her face color suffocated into blood red. Immediately, she twisted her head, looked beyond the mansion, and pointed remotely in a direction. There should be a chance that belongs to you. In her beautiful eyes, she said with excitement, after the baptism of the dragon's eyes, my pupil power has surged more than 10 times, and from there, I saw the faint breath of chance, which should be useful in eliminating the heavy pupil curse. Qin Xian smiled without saying anything. Bull asterisk 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 heavy pupil curse. It doesn't hinder him at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he felt that having this in his possession would reduce some of the hostility on the side of the Xiang imperial capital, he opened up long ago. Qin Xian patted the head of the little lowly hugging his arm. How about you? After your cultivation breakthrough, what are the changes in your meditative pupil? Little Lori shook her head in bewilderment, pouted her little mouth and muttered unhappily, I don't know. It feels like there's some changes, but I don't know where they are. She was, now, in a state of total dorkiness. Inexplicably, his cultivation increased dramatically, and his eyes, too, seemed to produce a mutation. But no matter how she searched, she could not discover where this marvelous change was manifested. Since the dragon eyes are able to baptize the innate underworld pupil, let's ask Uncle Shangwan to make a trip, and it's forbidden to say that it will be able to assist him in advancing to the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Xian glanced in the direction of the mansion's main door, deliberately loud. Without waiting for Shang Wanxi to open his mouth to refuse, he heard outside the house, a retorting voice resounded. No! As the words fell, outside the mansion, Zikite came uninvited. With lotus steps, she quickly came to Qin Xian's side, reached out her hand, took his arm, glanced at Shang Wanxi, and opened her mouth in an undeniable manner. The matter of the dragon's eyes is a matter of great importance, and even the Violet Sun Emperor has ordered an all-out search for Long Chen's whereabouts. If we expose matters related to the true dragon eyes at this time, it will only draw the gaze of hatred from the side of the Violet Sun imperial family to Qin Xian's body once again. Chapter 125, Two women opposing each other and fighting for jealousy. I was just about to say. Shang Wanxi saw that Zikite was coming on strong. As soon as she came up, she went toe-to-toe with her, and her anger rose. Indeed, she was not comparable to Zikite, not as prominent as her family, and not as strong as she possessed. But Purple Iris, what qualifications did she have to be so proud in front of her? Just because, with Qin Xian have a little ambiguity, let Qin Xian public care. Just bullying? Don't look at her now with Qin Xian hair is out of love and stops at the ritual. In fact, in the dragon blood mystery realm, she and Qin Xian has long been water and milk melting. The relationship, I don't know how much closer than Zikite and Qin Xian, more ambiguous. Zikite and Qin Xian that is only the stage of emotional fermentation. Unlike her, it was with Qin Xian, who really had skin in the game. She was not willing to show weakness and continued. The matter of the dragon's eyes. It is indeed inappropriate to spread the word at this time. My sister and I are in a low realm. There is a breakthrough, but also be able to use chance as an excuse to excuse. But if father, this Saint King realm, all breaks through and the pupil power of destruction skyrockets, it will inevitably cause unnecessary speculation. Zikite held Qin Xian's arm tightly and said coldly, it's good that you know. Shang Wanxi snorted lightly. I don't need to be reminded by senior sister Zikite. I will also reject Qin Xian's good intentions. However, as senior sister Zikite is like this, eavesdropping on my conversation with Qin Xian outside is a bit too annoying. Violet Kite didn't see anything wrong with it. She just happened to be looking for it and didn't mean to eavesdrop. What's more, how could she possibly do anything to jeopardize Qin Xian? Can't wait to hide it tightly for him, whether you like it or hate it. For this next period of time, I'll stay here and cultivate with Qin Xian. If there's nothing else, you guys can leave. In front of the two Shangwan family sisters, she spoke bluntly to Qin Xian in a dignified manner. What the Holy Lord had
earlier, passed on to me was not a sacred grade technique, but rather a true treasure technique called the heavenly-tailed scorpion treasure technique, which, even if it is mutilated, outperforms all the sacred grade techniques, and is a treasure to be encountered, but not to be sought after. As the only daughter of the chief sacred doctor and the peak master of Danding Peak, Z-Kite's status was esteemed and her eyesight was exceptional, the one that could make her, for a moment, not even look back. Even a holy merit law couldn't do it. Only an existence at the level of a precious art could move her. Don't look at the fact that it was only a crippled version of the Heaven's Tail Scorpion treasure technique. It was difficult for a being as strong as the peak of the Saint King realm, or even an existence at the level of the heavy pupil woman, to possess it. This kind of treasure art, once it was circulated, would cause the Saint King realm to go on a killing spree. As strong as the peak of the Saint King realm, one would also shed blood for this. This precious art kills and has the effect of going against the heavens, and the direction she pointed to earlier. The probability is that it's the land of the Emperor's Fall that's about to open. You and I both cultivate the Heaven's Tail Scorpion treasure art, so if we enter the land of the Emperor's Fall together at that time, we'll have something to look after. Z-Kite did not doubt the Shangguanxi's meditative pupil efficacy in surveying good and bad fortune. Moreover, the land of the Emperor's Fall, the chances were so great that even the former Violet Sun Emperor had to make a hard breakthrough. It made sense that there would be a chance to erase the curse of the heavy pupil woman inside. Shangguanxi narrowed her good-looking beautiful eyes and met Z-Kite's peach blossom eyes on all fours, and said in a pinpoint manner, "Senior sister Z-Kite, is this the plan to leave me far behind? Even if you overheard the land of the Emperor's Fall, so what? Even the former Violet Sun Emperor fell in that desperate place. There are so many crises that people as strong as the peak of the Saint King realm wouldn't dare to risk their lives to seek treasure in it. Without my innate underworld pupil, are you sure that you'll be able to find the treasure for Qin Xian?" Z-Kite didn't reply, but only glanced at Shangguan Ying, seemingly intending to utilize Shangguan Ying's innate underworld pupil. In her eyes, Shangguan Ying was far less of a threat than Shangguanxi. "Would you like to come with us?" Violet Kite softly opened her mouth to inquire. Shangguan Ying clutched her sister's arm and nodded, then shook her head in a whirlwind. She complained bitterly, "Sister, senior sister Violet Iris, why are you guys so angry? As soon as you meet, it's like you're enemies. Isn't it all for the good of Mr. Sheen? Isn't it just wanting to take care of Mr. Sheen? How about this? In the first half of this month, sister will take care of it for 3 days. Senior sister Z-Kite will take care of it for 3 days. And in the second half of the month, each of you will take care of it for 3 days again." Z-Kite and Shangguanxi's gazes both looked at Shangguan Ying's powdered and beautiful face, and said in unison, "Then what about the remaining 8 days in the last half of the year? And the middle half of the year?" Shangguan Ying pouted her small mouth, big watery eyes, her gaze shifted elsewhere, and she muttered sheepishly, "Then, let me take care of it." Shangguanxi bitterly pinched his sister's cheeks and scolded, "You little wit, you're good at making little plans." No, Chang Ning, who had been listening from the sidelines, finally couldn't help but open her mouth and reminded, "Senior sister Z-Kite, senior sister Shangguan, the 3 of you should go back to your own peaks." Gongzi sighed, "There's just me to take care of it." She couldn't be oblivious anymore. If not, according to Z-Kite and Shangguanxi's stance, they would have pushed her out of the mansion. She was still figuring out how she was going to pass on her son's name to the male. Who would have thought that this day's work had not even passed? The identity of the only bed-warming maid beside this male son of hers is also going to be snatched away? She and the male. It was the time of their intense love. Where would you like to have the time you spent with your son divided up by others? Her long and straight legs, tightly together, endured the blush of warmth, and rightly said, "This is what I owe to Gongzi. Previously I let Yifeng that outlaw deceived, did many wrong things, and harmed Gongzi. Now I deserve to pay for my own mistakes, and carefully take care of Gongzi, to pay back this debt." Shangguanxi unwillingly said, "My Shangguan family was bullied in the Violet Sun Imperial capital. My elder brother was brutally killed by Ning Wuya. It was Qin Xian who avenged my elder brother's death, and it was also Qin Xian who saved the mansion from tumbling down, and rescued my Shangguan family from the depths of the fire. To say we owe, our Shangguan family owes Qin Xian the most. It should be our Shangguan family that has to pay back." Violet Kite sort of listened. Shangguanxi and Changning, this is a comparison. The key she seemed to, indeed, not have such special experiences as Shangguanxi and Changning. However, she would never allow the bond between herself and Qin Xian to be compared to others. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the spatial diamond ring on her fingertips, her heart growing more and more certain, and she spoke in a clear and cold voice. As the chief disciple of the 10,000 formation peak, in terms of seniority, I belong to Qin Xian's senior sister,
and in terms of my cultivation, I've already stepped into quasi-sainthood,
so if Qin Xian is in any kind of a situation, I will be able to step in to save his life in a timely manner. Besides, I still have treasure arts to cultivate with Qin Xian.
In reason,
the one who stays within the mansion to look after Qin Xian should be me.
The three parties went toe-to-toe, with no one letting anyone in. Between glances, there seemed to be lightning and flint, in a surge. Just then, there was a triumphant laugh from outside the house, followed by the sound of, "You can steal a man by selling misery these days?" These days, being a senior sister means you can steal someone's fiancé? Luo Xini clasped her hands around the huge, heavy object, stepped over the threshold and walked in with a smile on her face. Following her was none other than the rushed-looking Mu Qingxue. Luo Xini pulled Mu Qingxue's arm, arrogantly raised her snow-white chin. "Will not be Z-kite three women," in the eyes, condescending cold voice.
Qin Xian is now in trouble.
Should take care of, should be the fiancé of Qingxue, rather than you outsiders.
Chapter 126, The Shura, Above. Luo Xini's heart tightened when she saw the four women present,
clearly realizing how sought after Qin Xian was right now. The only one to blame is her BFF,
who used to have her brains kicked in by a donkey.
Otherwise, with her fiancé's preeminence, where is the need, here, to call out to Qin Xian, "These outside flowers and weeds"? A fiancé's status is enough to stabilize the harem. Of course, she wasn't a character that would admit defeat easily.
If she retreated from this encounter, then in the future, she would have no qualifications, nor excuses, to get close to Qin Xian again. She still wanted to verify that the speculation in her mind was true.
Never let Mu Qingxue, by these four women in front of her, climb down. Luo Xini heart, secretly under the hate heart, positively said, on seniority, Qin Xian encountered a dilemma.
It is not your turn to step in to take care of,
should be by the fiancé of Qingxue, to fulfill her responsibility. Inspired by Luo Xini's encouragement,
Mu Qingxue built up her courage and took a step forward,
not daring to look directly at Qin Xian's gaze, and said,
"I will definitely take care of Qin Xian, and will never allow him to experience any slightest discomfort." She would not have been in such a position to say such a thing again.
But right now the jealous Shangguan sees several women, just like already with Qin Xian, has an unusual intimate relationship. At a time like this,
if she took another step back, it would be as hard as heaven for her to win back Qin Xian in the future.
That's her fiancé, her future husband. No one can take it away. Qingning's brows furrowed as she voiced out in dissatisfaction. "Fairy Qingxue, in the past, you had never even acknowledged Gongzi, your fiancé, in front of outsiders,
bluntly saying that you were dedicated to cultivation and had no distractions, and threatening to withdraw from the marriage with Gongzi.
When Gongzi was suffering,
you have been looking at Gongzi with the most sinister thoughts,
thinking that he was a bone thief,
thinking that he was a murderer.
And now that Gongzi's reputation is far and wide, you have brought up the identity of your fiancé. So what exactly are your intentions?" Knowing something about the past, Qingning wouldn't give Mu Qingxue a good look.
She only felt that the previous Mu Qingxue was blind.
That's what hurt the male like that. Nowadays,
the Duke's reputation has spread far and wide,
and within the Yaoqi Holy Land,
his status is rising.
And even the Holy Son, Chen Fan, is not as good as his horse. Now Mu Qingxue moved out as her fiancé, wanting to take care of Gongzi and win a good name?
She wouldn't have agreed to it,
no matter what.
Mu Qingxue opened her mouth as she tried to defend herself. The words came out of her mouth,
but she realized that everything Qingning said was true,
making it difficult for her to defend herself.
In the past, she did let the lard go to her head.
At the time when Qin Xian needed her the most, she was also the one who hurt him the most,
recovering too much regret. These days, she has been remorseful, tossing and turning, difficult to sleep. She did,
as Qingning had said, not have that qualification.
Inside the mansion,
the atmosphere was somewhat frozen.
It was so quiet,
you could hear a pin drop.
Inside the desolate ancient prison town tower,
Langley saw that there was a difficult problem laid out in front of Qin Xian's face, and was struck by the Taoist heart, which was much better,
and snickered. "Let you usually dabble with the flowers outside. This time it's good."
The flowers and grasses came together,
and made a mess, and I'll see how you're going to end it. You want to watch the fun?
Qin Xian held a smile at the corner of his mouth and said carelessly,
"Coincidentally this is not. I also want to watch."
Even though he was in the eye of the storm and was the object of debate, in Qin Xian's heart,
he was quite calm and even wanted to watch his own hilarity. If he could, he'd like to take a petal of watermelon and eat it while watching the show. Daughter of Qi Luck, Mak Qing Shui, is extremely low in mood, and it's too late to repent.
Rewarding the host to gain villain value plus 2000. Daughter of Qi Luck Cheng Ning and daughter of Qi Luck Mu Qing Shui become estranged. Rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 1500. Hearing the sound of rewards arriving, Qin Xian was shocked in his heart. Yoo-hoo! There's still a villain value reward for eating your own melon? He hadn't thought that the atmosphere of this kind of shuriken drama, with all the changes in mood it caused, would actually have a villain worthy of reward. All the more reason he couldn't stop it. He just wanted to see the image of the daughter of Qi Luck fighting over her jealousy. The more he fought for it, the more he felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Satisfy your ego with a villain value bonus. Why did you stop it? If you can't refute it, get out of here. Violet Kite said very little, feeling that Mu Qingxue, no longer posing much of a threat to her, didn't even bother to take a second look. She had always been like that, not paying attention to the next person. The only exception was Qin Xian. Mu Qingxue's forehead was lowered, and in her eyes, water mist filled her eyes. Crystalline teardrops, transformed into bean-sized particles, rolled down her cheeks. Heartbreaking aggravation, bursting through her chest, came one after the other, overwhelming her. Desperate to leave, to escape. Where to? Things aren't finalized yet. Luo Cini clutched Mu Qingxue's wrist to prevent her from leaving. She tilted her snow-white neck, swept a glance at Qingning, and grunted. Just what you said about Qingxue? Yes, Qingxue did miss some things in the past, but, you're not so bad that you can't let go of it? Who has not done wrong things? Know the wrong to change not become? She used her slender jade hand to run the green silk at her temples, behind her ears, and then pointed at Qing Ning. Could it be that you? Haven't you ever done anything wrong? When you were in front of the Qingxue pavilion, it was you who shouted at Qin Xian to kill him. You're also the one who threatened to thwart Qin Xian's bones. What's the matter? You think that if you did something wrong, you're nailed to the pillar of shame and can't repent? Does that mean that the current you isn't trying to take care of Qin Xian, but rather, you're taking advantage of this opportunity to plot against him? After all, at the beginning, you wanted Qin Xian to die. Mu Qingxue subconsciously tried to stop Luo Cini. However, she didn't want to be pushed away by Luo Cini, and said in a bad mood, "Don't you say anything, leave this place to me. BFF is not competitive and too cumbersome." Luo Cini has no choice but to be the first to fight. Tongue in cheek, she pinched her waist with one hand, with a bold posture. It's just revealing each other's scars. Who wouldn't know? Qingxue won't bother with you guys about this. I'm different. I know you're better than anyone else. Qingning bowed her head, not daring to say anything else. She knew that her brain had been stepped on by a donkey before and listened to Yifeng's slanderous words. There are no excuses, either, for the wrong things you've done. One could only let Luo Cini point her nose and scold her. Zikite couldn't bear to watch and spoke out to remind. Even so, it's not Mu Qingxue's turn to take care of Qin Xian. You're no better. Saying that, Luo Cini strung two together and aimed her spear at Zikite again. Zikite just frowned and let go of Qin Xian's palm. Luo Cini was shocked in her heart and hurriedly reminded. We are now discussing a matter, not a fight. You can't move me. Also, you must hold Qin Xian and not let go of his hand. Or else I'll suspect that you're deliberately poisoning this girl with your doom poison body. Having suffered the loss of the doom poison body, and having seen the miserable appearance of Chen Fan's nose, face, and head, she knew the terror of the doom poison body better than anyone ever. Even Chen Fan, who was carrying the dragon elephant hegemony body, was still unable to resist, let alone her. Never thought of winning head-to-head. Just say it in a way that convinces Violet Kite. Z-Kite sat upright, her small hand clenching Qin Xian's palm tightly, her peach blossom eyes staring at Luo Cini as she indifferently said, "You say." Luo Cini, like a pearl of wisdom, lightly opened her sandalwood mouth and said, "What you have done is clear in your own heart. Yifeng once went to the Wanbao Pavilion in Yashan County to seek you out. At that time, he had a grudge against Qin Xian and hated to kill him, and then shortly afterward, you were hiding your identity again, and in the bazaar, you met with Qin Xian. At that time, why would you approach Qin Xian for no reason at all?" Chapter 127, The Shura, below. In Violet Kite's beautiful eyes, a moment of panic appeared. Fleeting, she kept her mouth shut, but in her mind, there was unprecedented panic, even the palms, overflowing with fragrant sweat. She was tensing up, her whole body tensing up with her, worried that some things, mentioned again, would cause dissatisfaction in Qin Xian's heart. It would make Qin Xian feel that she was unworthy. Luo Cini snorted and continued to speak. You don't dare to admit it. Then let me tell everyone that Yifeng's father and your father have some affinity, and that your sacred doctor lineage owes Yifeng a promise.
When you were looking for Qin Xian, it was to kill him, to fulfill my promise to Yi Feng, wipe out Qin Xian.
She proudly cradled the sinking weight in her arms.
Without mercy this mustiness was revealed. Daring to stand up for Mu Qingxue,
she had naturally done her research beforehand. The 10 divisions of the Purple Sun could have energy not only within the imperial capital.
It is the entire Xiang Empire, and even the side of the Undermoon dynasty, the Xiang 10 divisions, all have spies. These things are done, in a grand manner, without avoidance. As long as she used a little bit of energy, she would be able to investigate the results. You keep saying that Qingxue is wrong, but what about yourself? Is there no repentance? You are flatly certain that you will no longer give Qingxue a chance. Why? In your own case, are you so forgiving in 100 ways? Luo Xini pressed on step by step, not giving Zi Kite any chance to react.
Violet Kite lowered her head and bit her lip,
not saying a word.
She constantly glanced at Qin Xian out of the corner of her eye, fearful that he would show the slightest sign of movement, or even disgust. She could care less about other people's feelings, except for Qin Xian's mood, which she couldn't ignore. In that case, I'll just stay here and take care of Qin Xian. Shang Wanxi's untimely interjection interrupted the situation that was making things difficult for Zi Kite. She suddenly felt that this Luo Xini was here to help her.
This kind of angry dislike of Qing Ning and Zi Kite, comparing their faults to that of Mu Qingxue. Then isn't she the only one left who can stay in the mansion?
Since she had known Qin Xian, she had never thought of taking Qin Xian's life, much less did he think that he would hurt Qin Xian.
You? Luo Xini twisted her head,
sizing up the graceful and dignified Shang Wanxi and this pair of superb sisters,
and snorted out a laugh. Forget it, you're no better. Shang Wanxi was disgruntled. What did I do again?
You're not worthy of the name,
Luo Xini yelled unhappily, when your Shangguan family was in distress,
but you hooked up with the Sky's End Sword Pavilion,
and your father was close to betrothing you to Long Chen,
all the while letting him serve as your accompanying guard.
Long Chen and Qin Xian, but they're mortal enemies.
Who knows if you'll remember your old feelings and act against Qin Xian in order to help Long Chen.
Isn't that just picking a fight? Luo Xini has his hands full with the choke.
It's not easy to find some trouble to diaphragm Shang Wanxi,
is it? She continued to grunt.
Even if you don't recognize the possibility of what I'm saying, there's no harm in that, at least in the Violet Sun Imperial capital. You were thinking of utilizing Qin Xian in the first place after you saw that he had a relationship with my Luo family.
You know clearly in your own heart, what kind of imposing existence is the Ning royal house?
Even senior sister Violet Kite's father can't say that he's able to suppress it.
But you only saw the slightest possibility, so you blithely disregarded Qin Xian's personal safety and dragged him down.
You won't be able to stand your ground even with this kind of approach.
Who knows if your Shangguan family is trying to utilize Qin Xian's residual heat by joining the Yaowu Holy Land now, to get rid of the Ning royal family's pursuit? Shang Wanxi burst into a rage, exasperated chest, a violent undulation, stretching out his finger, pointing at Luo Xini's Yao nose from afar, angrily rebuking, "You're babbling nonsense, believing in what you're saying here."
Luo Xini shrugged her shoulders unconcernedly.
"I'm just appealing to the possibility, and I'm not crucifying you to the pillar of shame. It can't be that I'm looking out for Qin Xian, and you think that I, too, am doing something wrong, right?"
A sly smile spread across her eyes.
"It's a phallic scheme. If Shang Wanxi were to become angry again,
he would be not placing Qin Xian in his heart.
But if you don't get angry and pursue the matter, you lose the opportunity to stand your ground,
regardless of the choice.
Shang Wanxi
has withdrawn from this contest."
In the room,
several women were furious.
The gaze that looked at Luo Xini was full of shame and anger.
Crucially, they hadn't been able to find an excuse to refute Luo Xini's words. Only Mu Qingxue had a stunning light in her beautiful eyes. She looked at Luo Xini's exquisite face,
never imagining that she, who had always been out of tune, would one day be able to play a big role like this. She was all groundless and wanted to run away. As a result,
Luo Xini managed to turn the situation around with just a few words. It put her back on par with the Purple Iris girls.
And she had an extra layer of fiancé status on her, a definite big advantage. As she tried to open her mouth,
Cheng Ning coldly said in a disgruntled voice,
"You mean, all of our current transgressions will be overlooked, and then Mu Qingxue will be Gongzi's fiancé again, so that she can take close care of Gongzi?" Zi Kite and Shang Wanxi
both stared at Luo Xini with a deadly stare,
including Mu Qingxue, who was also watching with an expectant face. In front of all eyes, Luo Xini shook her head in a lofty manner, thinking too much. "If that's really the case, my accusation against you guys, what's the reason for it?
In order to satisfy one's own selfish desires. Also can't stand firm, can't choose a good one inside a bunch of crooked dates.
That's not still a crooked date? Question mark question mark question mark question mark.
Violet Kite was dumbfounded that Ching Ning and Shangguan Si also looked at each other.
Even Mu Qingxue, who felt that she had suffered a betrayal,
had an incredulous look on her face.
You can't stay at the mansion,
so leave the important task of taking care of Qin Xian to me. Qin Xian saved my life within the dragon's blood mysteries.
Repaying him is something I should do. Luo Cini didn't care about the contemptuous gazes and proudly tilted her snow-white neck.
Her mouth was dry from all that she had said.
It couldn't be that the benefits were all snatched away by Mu Qingxue, could it?
She's a person with few strengths and a whole lot of weaknesses.
The most prominent of these is greed.
She wants both her best friend in Qin Xian.
Obviously, he was backstabbing, but he still secretly transmitted his voice with Mu Qingxue. Qingxue, say something nice for me.
I'll stay here and give you more pillow talk beside Qin Xian's ear.
Ah shucks, wrong, it's ear talk. Mu Qingxue's face was dismayed.
She originally thought that Luo Cini was on her side, who had thought that she was on her own team.
After using her, kick her out of the way. And now, she has to speak up to help put in a good word? Why did she feel so out of her depth? Where's the curveball in that? Clearly, it was Luo Cini who also had crooked thoughts about Qin Xian, trying to bend the rules. I can see that. The little lowly Shangguaning stretched out her finger and pointed at Luo Cini,
puffing her cheeks in exasperation as she huffed. You're not speaking for Sister Mu at all. You just want to drive all of us away and stay in the mansion all by yourself.
Sticking it out with Mr. Qin. Right,
Luo Cini said with a stern face.
Little girl, you can insult my Luo Cini's bosom friend, but you can't insult my Luo Cini. Little Lori exasperatedly shouted. And you betrayed Sister Mu. Luo Cini stared at the towering peaks of her breasts that were shaking all over the place as Lori spoke. It was the first time I felt a sense of crisis from a girl. The key Shangguaning is only this big. If she grows up in the future, wouldn't she even have to be compared to her? This was her basic disc, a core competence that could compete with the likes of Purple Iris. It was her bottom line, not to be crossed, can't be outdone by anyone.
The more she thought about it, the more she broke her defenses.
Annoyed, he shouted, of all the people, you're the one with the worst intentions. As soon as you saw Qin Xian, you swooped into his arms like a moth to a flame, desperately trying to squeeze into his arms. You're afraid that he won't be able to see your moon Hungarian breasts, aren't you? Chapter 128 Qin Xian's anger. Red face Gothic. Me, I didn't. Shangguaning retorted loudly. She wasn't as bad as Luo Cini thought.
She would be this intimate with Duke Qin because staying in Duke Qin's arms would make her feel more secure in her heart.
And
she had all but decided that she would be Duke Qin's person in the future.
What was there about some intimate gesture that she could resist? You still have the nerve to talk about me. Aren't you the same? Every time you see Qin Xian, you purposely puff out your chest, as if you're comparing yourself to someone who has big boobs and small boobs. Shangguaning clutched her sister's arm, braced herself, and yelled.
Luo Cini rested her hands on her sinker and snorted in disbelief.
Can you compare yourself to me? Shangguaning muttered defiantly. Why not? Because I'm a horseflea.
Luo Cini stared wistfully at Shangguaning. You're so young and pure as a piece of white paper.
Wouldn't you be like me, also a horseflea and a horseflea, right? A sentence that disliked the untouched little lowly. Her powdered little face turned pink. Sorry to continue this thread again. Z-Kite and the other women, even more so, did not think that Luo Cini was actually thick-skinned to such a degree. She denigrates herself like this. It's the equivalent of having men and admitting that they can't be humane. Not to mention the ignorant Shangguaning, even they don't know how to open their mouths to refute. In the end, it's all just your own wishful thinking. Shangguan-Si grunted coldly. The decision of who goes and who stays should be made by Qin Xian himself. She twisted her head, looked at Qin Xian, and said warmly, what my Shangguan family owes you, I will work hard to repay this favor, and take care of you. It is my duty to do so. Cheng Ning was panicked and pulled Qin Xian's arm, shaking it up in a petulant manner. Gongzi, I want to stay here to take care of you. Stay here all the time. What do you want to do? All into.
Luo Cini stretched out her hand and pointed at Cheng Ning's nose.
You're breaking the rules, Anan. What do you mean by whatever?
You're planning to seduce Qin Xian with your own body,
aren't you? You're the one with the body and the delicate figure? This girl is not inferior to you. If you want to play like this, Qin Xian, you choose Qingxue. Qingxue used to be cool,
but now her heart is as hot as a scorching flame.
So if I give you a little hot, it will make you happy. Luo Cini, don't go too far. Ying is still here. She's just a child. When you open your mouth, it's all about these overstepping topics. Aren't you going too far? Z-Kite did not look at the quarreling Luo Cini and Shangguan-Si. but only silently gazed at Qin Xian, tugging on his arm, reminding, I have the heavenly tail scorpion treasure technique. You and I will be able to cultivate together, and we will travel thousands of miles in a day. So letting me stay here will be of 100 benefits and no harm. Luo Xini yelled loudly, Z-Kite, you've also broken the rules. What kind of skill is it to lure Qin Xian with a treasure art? If you're capable, we don't rely on anything else. Qin Xian, you were right to listen to me. Choose Qing Shui. Shang Wanxi was exasperated. Pick me. Qingning's heart raced. Gongzi, I don't want to go. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay by your side. Violet Kite murmured. Let me stay. If you say you're allowed to stay, then you must be allowed to stay? Are you helping Qin Xian, or are you ordering him around? You shut up. I have two mouths up and down. Which one did you tell me to shut? Luo Xini, do you still want some face? Inside the mansion, the argument grew more and more heated. The 5 women fought with red faces, and from the initial tit-for-tat, it had risen to a verbal attack. A personal attack has been launched. Purple Kite, who was furious in her heart, even had the idea of making a move. The key Luo Xini felt that this place was in the holy land of Yaoqi and wasn't afraid of things getting out of hand at all. Even when strife is imminent, they still don't take a step back, frozen in making this fire burn more and more. Shang Wanxi and Qingning, likewise neither one was willing to give up, angry and in a position of reason. The entire mansion that made it was like a noisy bazaar. The noise was so loud that one's eardrums hurt, as if the next second, even the roof would be lifted off. In the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langley watched the fun and smiled and joked. This is good, letting you not open your mouth and letting things get out of hand. Now even if you want to make a statement, it's already too late. No matter who you choose, you'll offend the other 4 women, who are all heavenly ladies, and which one of them isn't high-minded? Once you feel that in your heart, it is not as good as other women, then in the future, it is bound to be heartbreaking. By then, it will be too late for you to redeem yourself. The emperor is not in a hurry. Qin Xian rolled his eyes without any humor. Press didn't take Lang Li's warning to heart. He was counting the rewards. Z-Kite provided 16,000 points of villainous value. Mu Qingxue provided 12,000 points. Qingning was 9,000 points. And the pair of sisters from the Shangguan family provided a total of 22,000. The total adds up to 59,000 points. After just eating the melon for a while, his current balance of villain value was already as high as 839,000 points. It was enough to cultivate the Phoenix treasure art to its great completion. Langley says it's too late for him to regret it now? Qin Xian only felt that Z-Kite and the girls were making too much noise too quickly. If he had argued more, his villain value balance could have been in the millions. All of them were able to raise the killing power of the True Dragon treasure art to perfection. The grand completion of the True Dragon treasure technique was enough to allow him to be on par with Chen Fan, who was in the middle or late stage of the quasi-saint realm. If he were to cultivate the True Dragon treasure technique to perfection, wouldn't he, the 3rd level of the celestial realm, be able to directly compete with the sage realm? Don't look at him now, utilizing this and that. By relying on the layout of a grass snake and 1,000 miles of ambling veins, you can also make the situation exactly as you want it to be. Go in the direction you want it to go. But truly, there is nothing more painful than a battle crush. If he could rely on his fists, he wouldn't bother relying on eloquence and wasting his breath. All stop arguing. Mu Qingxue let out a whoop. Let the noisy mansion restore peace. Her brows knitted tightly, and she said with great dissatisfaction in her heart, since we can't come up with a result from our quarrel, wouldn't it be better to let Qin Xian designate a person himself? Upon hearing this, several women turned their gazes towards Qin Xian. After a long time, when he saw Z-Kite and the other women, a slight heartiness showed in his eyes. Qin Xian realized that it was time, and only then slowly asked rhetorically, noisy, continue to be noisy, why don't you stop? Just now did not argue vigorously. Each has its own reasoning? How come this moment all subsided? Luo Xini muttered in a small voice. Then in the end, we still have to follow your heart? Qin Xian wore a chilling cold smile as he stared at Luo Xini. This matter? What does it have to do with you? What are you doing here to make a scene? It's over. Luo Xini's heart thumped, feeling that I, perhaps, have really made a mistake this time. It made Qin Xian move to true anger. Shang Wanxi bowed his head and agreed. That's right. What does it have to do with you if I'm right or not? You don't stay at the underworld pupil peak. You come to my place and make a mess here. And you think you're justified. Qin Xian glared at Shang Wanxi, similarly not giving her a good face. Glancing at Shang Wanning, she said in a cold voice, don't plead for her either. You're a little girl. What's the point of following along? Have you grown your hair yet? Shang Guanying was weak and fearful and bowed her head. No, Qin Xian's mind swayed, and in his mind,
Woody began to fantasize about some charming images.
He hastily put these juvenile images behind his head, twisted his head, and looked at Qingning. You go back to your original residence. Think hard about what you've done wrong. Settle down. If you know the mistake, then say it again. If you don't realize what you've done wrong, you don't have to come back. Ignoring the red-eyed Qingning, he looked at Z Kite again, his gaze no longer cold, but more of a warmth.
Violet Kite was delighted in her heart.
Even if Qin Xian didn't say a word, it made her as sweet as if she had eaten honey.
Qin Xian counted Luo Xinyi's 4 daughters as worthless, and she was the only one who no longer held a look of anger.
Wasn't it obvious that this proved that her position in Qin Xian's heart was different? Are you going to let her stay in the mansion? When Qin Xian saw Z Kite's face showing joy,
the warmth in her eyes gradually turned into grief and anger.
With a helplessness that was so disappointing, he stared at Violet Iris and sighed with a sigh. The one who disappointed me the most is you. Chapter 129, Returning to the Qinwang Mansion.
Violet Kite's heart ached as she anxiously pursued.
How did I make you angry?
Qin Xian looked around at Qingning's 4 girls. It was all within my expectations that they would start a fight. The only thing I didn't expect was that you would also get involved.
I've been waiting for you to stop this endless argument, but who would have thought that, instead of stopping it, you're still in the middle of it,
making the situation more and more intense.
And it's so hot that it's going to make the roof of my place, all of it, fly off. He said no more,
so as not to cause the Shangguansi several women to think nonsense again. When encountering such a situation,
even Qin Xian had only 2 ways to resolve it.
One kind of coaxing,
one by one. It was also able to stabilize the situation, to stabilize it. But then, it's a bit of a dog lick, and the coaxing of self-degradation would make the proud daughter of Qi more and more unscrupulous.
There will be no scruples,
and in the future, the tougher it gets, the harder it is to control, especially a character like Luo Xinyi. If you don't treat it, you can flip it later. Therefore, there is only one last solution left, and that is to offend them all. Instead of abandoning 4 to keep one at a time like this, might as well sweep them all under the rug. As soon as he, at this time, makes a trade-off, he will make the heart of the abandoned resentful truly realize that you, yourself, are not as good as the next person. It's the same as erasing that heart's desire and possibility. Don't look at him now, all driven away, but in reality, none of the fundamentals have changed at all. When the Purple Iris girls returned, they would instead reflect on what they had done wrong. In the future, the probability is that he will be treated more and more with a sense of proper respect and awe. Of course, the bottom line was that he didn't want a few women to get too close. If at such a time, with the sisters, together, a lot of things, he is not convenient to start, is not it? Go what are you all standing here for? Treating my place as a vegetable market, coming and going as you please.
Qin Xian suddenly slapped the table and rose up in anger,
growling out towards the 4 women. Mr. Qin Xian, Duke, Shang Guanxi, Mu Qingxue, Luo Xinyi, Z Kite, Qingning.
The 5 women's hearts and minds were shaken.
Being frightened by Qin Xian's angry appearance, he was as if he was sitting on pins and needles. All of them were in awe, not daring to look directly at Qin Xian's gaze. Even Shang Guanying, followed by the aggrieved little hand clenched, deflated little mouth. Pitiful. Qin Xian's angry voice was still echoing in the room. None of the several women got up, and none of them had any intention of trying to leave. They feel like they are, literally, doing it wrong. One shouldn't argue like this, quarrel like this, or even try to make a move in front of Qin Xian. There was not the slightest hint of placing Qin Xian's thoughts on his mind. It was reasonable that Qin Xian would be angered. They only wanted to wait for Qin Xian to finish venting his anger, and then to persuade them nicely to salvage their impression in Qin Xian's mind. You guys aren't leaving, are you? Qin Xian looked at the several women whose round buttocks looked like they were glued to the stool and nodded his head in anger. Fine, then I'll go, okay. He was seething with anger and stepped away. Without looking back, he strides out of the mansion. With a leap, he shot straight up through the clouds and disappeared within the confines of the Yaoqi Holy Land, only leaving behind the Purple Iris several women. They stayed in front of the mansion, looking at each other. I shouldn't have argued with you guys. Violet Kite lowered her head in shame, fearful and terrified in her heart. More than that, I shouldn't want to fight you guys. She had disappointed Qin Xian, forcing Qin Xian to leave the Yaoqi Holy Land. Still don't know what it will take to redeem it. It made her, at all times, tormented in her mind, wanting to go after it and not having that qualification. Mu Qingxue clenched her small fists. I shouldn't have come here, making Qin Xian he hates me even more. Qingning lowered her head. It was me who crossed the line. Not only did I fight with you guys, but I also didn't care in the slightest about Gongzi's thoughts. Shang Guanxi sighed sadly. She has a grudge in her heart. It felt that Qin Xian shouldn't have said it so mercilessly. What do you mean it has nothing to do with her? She's looking out for Qin Xian, okay? Just want Qin Xian to have a better life. How could he be so desperate? Shang Guaning looked at her sorrowful sister and the four Z-Kite girls and spoke in a small voice. I think that Duke Qin, he's not this kind of person. Is it possible? Shang Guanying's eyes, crystalline teardrops rolled down. His voice became choked. Is it possible that it is Duke Qin? He knows that he won't live long, and he deliberately wants to make us angry, wants to part ways with us, and doesn't want us to grieve and shed tears after his death. Boom! A few words fell like a flat thunderstorm, exploding in the hearts of Z-Kite and the other women. The more they thought about it, the more they realized it was possible. This kind of thing was indeed something that Qin Xian could do. How? Can he do this? Could he not bear to let us be half hurt? Does he, at all, realize the weight he, himself, carries in our hearts? Shang Guanxi, who originally had complaints in his heart, burst into tears after hearing his sister's statement. Shame on you for being so resentful, and having no place to go. Purple Iris. A few women rose up in the air without saying a word. They all returned to their peaks and began to search for a cure for Qin Xian. Qin Xian, who had left the Yaoqi Holy Land, felt refreshed. And you want to ruin the setup he's so hard to set up? Idiot. Let Z-Kite and the other women have a good relationship. How will he break through one by one in the future? How do you pillage villain values one by one? Sleeping together in a big bed is just something to think about. For high-minded and proud Chiluk daughters such as Z-Kite, there was no possibility of implementing it at all. For now, at least, there's no way. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langli's heart palpitated as she marveled. You guy, it's really like you're shrouded in enigma, so that no one can see through it. It's obvious that you're the one who's been dabbling with flowers outside, and as a result, just because you said a few more words when you were angry, you made it seem as if Qingxue and the others had done something wrong, and it's too late to catch up with them. This mind of yours, it's horrible to contemplate. Qin Xian had a smile at the corner of his mouth. Knowing that you're scared, behave yourself in the future. During this period of time, for the sake of the subsequent fermentation of his anger, the Yaoqi Holy Land could not return, can only go around outside. Now that Langley had some bias in her opinion of him, this kind of thinking was not good. It needs to be changed, and ideally it should be able to be rated while it's still possible. Qin Xian's heart fluttered as he knowingly said, "Where did my grandfather go?" Langley did not think twice and said, "I've gone to look for a cure for you, either to go to the Holy Forbidden Land, or to look for the Heavy Pupil Woman, or to look for the Heaven Mending Dan, Heavy Pupil Female in the Holy Forbidden Land. The possibility is small. So, Grandpa, he is very likely to return to the Qin Wanfu, to the Holy Maiden of the Heaven Mending Holy Land, to ask for the Heaven Mending Pill?" Qin Xian pondered for a long time, then go back to the Qin domain. Perhaps Grandpa didn't die to the Qin family, making him despair, but in the future, he won't do such foolish things. After making his decision, Qin Xian disappeared into the void, rushing towards the Qin domain. A day later, he finally rushed to the vicinity of the Qin Wanfu, and after some searching, he did not detect his grandfather's figure. After residing for a long period of half a month in a row, on this day, the aura of the great demon god finally appeared, bathed in blood, his clothes in tatters. The great demon god, who didn't know what level of great battles he had experienced, appeared in the sky above the Qinwang mansion and shouted angrily, "Qin Zhenbei, Shang Guanya, come out to meet us." Chapter 130, Qin Xian's childhood of longing for father's pain and mother's love. A roar that shook the 9 heavens. The Qin Wanfu was like a great enemy, and dozens of clan elders of the Quasi-Sate realm and Sage realm all showed up, towards the great demon god. He pleaded out, "Old family master, you should stop. The Qin Wanfu has lost face. Your old man's face, there is no luster, isn't it?" Qin Zhenbei arrived late and bowed down towards the great demon god. "Father, humph." The great demon god snorted coldly, and this time, he did not continue to meet and curse. Instead, he turned his gaze, looked at Shang Guanya, and cheekily said, "Xiao Ye, we're here to look for you this time." Shang Guanya was perplexed. What does father seek me for? If there is anything I can do to help, I will never excuse myself. The great demon god nodded slowly. "We want that heaven mending pill." The heaven mending pill was a holy relic of the heaven mending holy land. It was an existence that was more honorable than a top-level holy weapon. It was not refined by the heaven-mending Holy Land, but from the ancient times, passed down to the present day. Each one of them, all of them were worth a lot of money, and they were holy relics that were used by the heaven-mending Holy Land with one less than the other. Rumor has it that those who take the heaven-mending pill have the effect of living dead people with white bones. Of course, that's only part of what it does. There were rumors that the heaven-mending pill was capable of transforming those who took it. The great demon god was really out of options, searching outside for nearly a month with no results. If he continued to waste time, his great-grandson would not live long. Having to be brazen, he asked the heaven-mending holy maiden for the heaven-mending pill. No, Qin Shinbei objected angrily. If you need it yourself, father, not to mention a heaven-mending pill, even if my Qin Wangfu pours out all it has, it will fulfill your needs. But this time, you are here for that rebellious son, and since he has already severed his ties with my Qin Wangfu, causing my Qin Wangfu to become infamous, this heaven-mending pill can't be given to him even if it is destroyed. Father, you break this thought. Don't think of getting any more benefits from my Qin Wangfu and giving it to that rebellious son. The great demon god's brow veins popped as he angrily said, he has the blood of the Qin Wangfu flowing in his body. Are you all, like this, going to watch him go to his death? Qin Shinbei coldly snorted. I don't have such disobedient and rebellious sons. The many clan elders collectively bowed down towards the great demon god, pleading, old family master, please don't force Qin Wang, Qin Xian. He is treasonous, disregarding the love between father and son, and has no father in his sight. And this time when he went to the imperial capital, he even beheaded the son of King Ning, completely offending King Ning, and going on with those royal clans. This transgression is not something that our Qin Wanfu can resolve. Qin Xian will surely die this time. Even if we take out the heaven-mending pill, we can only save him for a moment. Not to mention, that heavy pupil woman is already ranked as a quasi-emperor and is already transcendent. So who's sure that the heaven-mending pill will definitely be able to save Qin Xian? The great demon god angrily rebuked towards Shangguanya. Don't you want to redeem our great-grandson? Not even willing to give a heaven-mending pill. You mother, you also want to recognize this son. Shangguanya lowered his head in shame. Qin Shinbei shielded Shangguaning behind him and said loudly, Father, the heaven-mending pill will not be given to you. Please return. Okay, we've been talking to you guys hard and fast, but you guys won't listen? The great demon god's brows were furiously veined with hatred. Since you won't give it to us, then we'll go and grab it ourselves. If he couldn't find the heaven-mending pill, then he would turn this Qin Wangfu upside down. As long as he could save his great-grandson, this Qin Wangfu, even if it fell into disrepair, he was willing to do so. Boom! The breath of the great demon god, who had broken through only a few months from now, waved away. Once the pressure of the middle stage of the Saint King realm spread out, the ground collapsed and the houses shook chaotically. As strong as the clan elders of the Qin Wangfu, they also felt the mountain-like pressure, and their waist bars were bent under pressure. Mid-Saint King realm, Qin Shinbei was shocked. Even in his dreams, he hadn't imagined that his father's breakthrough was only a few months ago, but he actually made another breakthrough, advancing to the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Earlier, he had been unable to suppress his father, and now, he was afraid that even if he could win, he would have to lose most of his life without dying. Grandpa, there's no need to look. In the Qin Wang's residence, the teenage heroic Qin Hao rose up in the air. In front of the great demon god, he took out a golden elixir and swallowed it. The moment the medicinal power of the elixir melted away, Qin Hao was like encountering a baptism of enlightenment. The yuan power in his body was boiling, surging like a great river, but in 3 breaths, above its head, there were thunder clouds. The powerful aura broke through the clouds, even causing the clouds to break apart. The realm is even more soaring. In the blink of an eye, he broke straight through to the 9th level of the celestial realm. At the quasi-saintly realm, it can be stopped. It wasn't that he couldn't break through to the quasi-saint realm, but that the heaven-mending pill was storing up the effects of the medicine, so that when the foundation was slightly stabilized, he would continue upwards to make another breakthrough. Grandpa, let me eat the heaven-mending pill. Ignoring his parents' obstruction, Qin Hao took a few steps forward and walked to the forefront, facing the great demon god's fury, tilting his neck. You can pluck out my bones for Qin Xian, alive. And now, this heaven-mending pill has already been allowed to be swallowed by me, and even if you cut open my abdomen, you won't be able to take the pill. The clan elders spoke up. The old family master must not harm the young prince. Old family master, calm down. He's just a child. Father, don't hurt Hao. Persuasion to the end. Even Shangguanya and Qin Jinbei are all united on their knees to beg for mercy. Ha ha ha, the great demon god laughed in anger, raising the sky in a wild voice, and out of the corners of his eyes, turbid teardrops slid down. When he lowered his head again, there was not the slightest bit of cowardice visible in his eyes, there was only despair. You're Qin Wangfu, you can really be good at calculating. Knowing that we will come, we will give the heaven mending pill to Qin Hao, knowing that he will take the opportunity to swallow it and make things difficult for us. He's just a kid? The great demon god pointed at Qin Hao and looked around. He can really be so deep. Even now, he still remembers us, plucking out his bones. Could it be that bone is really bred in his body? Our Jiao Long Dan, is it a compensation for the dog? More hectoring will not help. The great demon god now only wanted the heaven mending pill, just trying to save his great-grandson, no longer arguing with the Qin Wangfu crowd. He only stared straight at Shangguanya. You come with me. He stepped into the air and disappeared 10,000 miles away. Shangguanya followed closely behind, and the people of the Qin Wangfu were similarly in hot pursuit. Half a day passed in a flash. In the middle of a birdless barren forest, there was a small courtyard that was open in all directions. This is where we stayed when we took our oldest grandson on his travels to seek medical treatment. The great demon god pushed open the bamboo door and walked towards a small hut on the left. Inside the house, there was a thick layer of dust that hadn't been cleaned for a long time. On a small table next to the bamboo bed, two small, lifelike figures made of clay were placed. The great demon god pointed at the two little clay figures among them that resembled Qin Jinbei and Shang Guaning and turned around. Do you know, what is this? Qin Jinbei turned a deaf ear, and Shang Guanya shook her head in disbelief. The great demon god laughed bitterly. This is the little clay figure that our great-grandson pinched for him after he left the Qin king's mansion, thinking of his father and his mother, and we couldn't coax him to do anything. When we first left home, Dason wasn't close to us, and had to hug his parents' little clay figures and chant father and mother before he could fall asleep. He used his hand, compared, about as thick as one of his fingers. Our big grandson, then little hand, only so ding-dong big, have to hold you pair of parents, in the arms, can sleep at ease. Chapter 131 Demon God's Deafening Roar. But what about you guys? I'm afraid this kid was the only one you had in mind at the time, wasn't he? I don't know how much little Schwanzi, in his heart, longs for you all to come here, even if it's just to look at him. But he didn't wait for you guys until he returned to the Qin Wangfu. The great demon god pointed at Qin Hao, looking at Qin Jinbei and Shangguanya with nothing but endless anger in his eyes. This pair of little clay figures, which little Schwanzi holds to sleep night after night, have all been tainted with his scent, blood and tears, and have all fallen on this. Whether it's true or not, could it be that it could still be hidden from the eyes of you, a couple in the same king realm? Shangguanya's heart moved, her eyes letting tears soak in. Qin Jinbei frowned tightly, apparently also did not expect that the small Qin Xian, the weak Qin Xian, was actually that eager for his and his wife's love. Qin Hao's heart raced as he said angrily, even if that's the case, it's not an excuse for him to defame Qin Wangfu. Defaming the Qin Wangfu? Are your kids' eyes blind? The great demon god spoke angrily towards Qin Hao. Which I did you have that saw little Schwanzi denigrate the Qin Wangfu? Since he left the Qin family, has he ever said anything about you guys to the public? All of that was made public by us, so if you wanna hate us, you should hate us. Instead, each and every one of them played with the small thoughts in their own hearts, thinking about the supreme bone, thinking that little Schwanzi is inferior to this brat Qin Hao, thinking that the favor is given to Qin Hao in full, and little Schwanzi will have resentment in his heart. The great demon god pointed at Qin Hao and roared angrily, the one who has hatred in his heart is this brat, who, since little Schwanzi returned to the royal residence, has been worried that your favor will be snatched away by little Schwanzi, and has exhausted every possible means to sow dissension, itching for you to kill little Schwanzi before he can do so. Qin Hao retorted loudly, I didn't. There is no you know in your own heart. The great demon god no longer wasted words, pointing at the other two large and small clay figures that were somewhat less well formed. Do you know these two? And who are they? Qin Hao asked with a chilling voice. One is Qin Xian, and the other is their grandfather who shields them from the wind and rain. So I'm an outsider, right? The great demon god snorted, no longer looking at Qin Hao, but staring at Shangguanya. Do you think that the clay man in front of you looks a bit familiar? Shangguanya's mind swayed, in a trance, as if he had seen when Qin Xian was pinching the little clay figure, his nose tip stained with mud but exuding a delighted smile. That was Xian's son who had left the royal residence not long ago. Was he himself? Without explaining, the great demon god pointed to the somewhat rough little clay figure. This one was hand-kneaded by Dai-sun after he heard he had a younger brother, saying that it was a family and that they would always be together all the time. he also picked up that bigger, but godlike Qin Xian's clay figure, dotingly stroked. This is the little Xuanzi pinch himself. His original words is his own later, must become super powerful, to cover the wind and rain for father, mother and brother, do not let you, subject to outsiders half a bit of bullying. The great demon god stared at Qin Hao inside as he said, this is the difference between you and little Xuanzi. All you think about is always rejection, while little Xuanzi, all he thinks about is protecting you. His younger brother, Qin Jinbei's hands, which were behind his back, all clenched along with him. The moment. It's not about profit or strength, there's just a father's perspective. He felt he was wrong. Wasted fatherhood. Shang Guaning was even more in tears, covering her mouth and nose, towards Qin Jinbei angrily. You cheated away the heaven-repairing pill just to extinguish Xian's chances of survival? Qin Jinbei bowed his head and was silent. Qin Hao, however, couldn't hold it in. He felt that his parents, both of them, were beginning to tilt towards Qin Xian's side, and roared angrily, you're talking nonsense. If it's according to what you said, then what about you? Where is this grandfather of yours? Since you said that Qin Xian is so affectionate and righteous, how could he not remember you as his grandfather? The great demon god snorted. Who says we're not here anymore? He weighed a ball of clay, which looked like it was left over from Qin Xian's useless claymon kneading. Continuing, he said, these clay figures were carefully kneaded by our eldest grandson, so how could they leave behind a lump of clay? This piece is not a lump of clay as you think, but a grave. He raised his cloudy eyes, in memory of that period of heavenly happiness. The corners of his mouth overflowed with a heartfelt smile. That was the time when we often said verbally that the yellow earth was half buried, and Xiao Xuanzi buried us together with our heads, and said that in the future, even if we died, we would still be with us all the time, and would not allow us to be alone and lonely, with no one to visit us. That's what I say, but how can we, a grandfather, who is not yet in the ground, watch our eldest grandson die? The great demon god wiped away the teardrops from the corner of his eyes, looked at Shang Guanya, and said with a bitter smile, Xiao Ye, that's your son, your flesh and blood, a piece of meat that fell off your body. Since the heaven-mending pill was allowed to be eaten by Qin Hao, it can't be spat out, but in the heaven-mending Holy Land, there isn't only such a heaven-mending pill. For the sake of little Xuanzi, for the sake of your son, can you make a trip to the heaven-mending Holy Land? Just one heaven-mending pill. Just one heaven-mending pill, say no more, will be able to save little Xuanzi. With a fluttering sound, the great demon god fell to his knees in front of Shangguanya and begged. When father begs you, is it possible? If Qin Hao swallowed the heaven-mending pill, it would not help even if he turned the entire Qin Wangfu upside down. One could only ask Shangguanya, extravagantly, to beg for another one. Kneel and lose face? At his age, what does he care about face for the sake of his great-grandson? If I could trade my life for Dasun to remove the curse of the heavy pupil girl, even if he was told to die, he would not have any hesitation. Shangguanya rushed forward to assist. Father, don't be like this. What's wrong with us? We just want a heaven-mending pill. We just want our great-grandson to live. The great demon god hissed angrily, deafeningly, our great-grandson has been weak since he was a child, and has no father to love him and no mother to love him. If we, as a grandfather, are still looking forward and backward, can we stand up to this heart of his son? Little Xuanzi he also wants to have a father to love him and a mother to love him. But you parents, are you really good enough? By now, not even a heaven-mending pill. You don't even bother to take it out? You guys, are you even worthy of being parents? Shangguanya cried with pearly blossoms. I'll beg, can't I? She has a grudge against Qin Xian? Where is she qualified for that? It was earlier in the imperial capital that Qin Xian had broken off his marriage with such determination. It made her heart feel like death, making her feel that even if she made the effort to give the elixir, Qin Xian would not take it. It's what you choose to listen to, what you choose to paralyze yourself with. But now, witness this, she knew that her own Xianer was not that desperate. It's just that, letting the Qin Wangfu break his heart, that's why he's like this. As a mother, how could she, again, continue to be oblivious? Even if she knelt down and begged the heaven-repairing Holy Lord, she would never be able to let the curse of the heavy pupil woman poison Qin Xian again. Outside the small courtyard, there was a clear and cold snorting laughter. Shangguanya, there's no need to beg the Holy Lord. The heaven-mending pill has already allowed you to waste one. There won't be a second one. By order of the Crown Prince, the heaven-mending Holy Land has come to kill Qin Winner. Great Demon God, get out and die. Chapter 132 Great Demon God Deadly Situation. Qin Xian appears. Boom! The pressure fell. And in this small courtyard, the roof caved in as much as it could. Beyond the 4 directions, there are 4 divine beasts, the green dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the xuanwu, arrayed in the southeast, northwest, and north. Stretches of holy power, crisscrossed and hooked together. The dragnet-like barrier blocked the great demon god and the group of people from the Qin king's house. All of them. Shangguanya raised her head, looking at the sultry woman bathed in the midst of holy light, and angrily chided. Su Qi, what do you want to do? This woman was not an outsider. It was Shangguanya's fellow senior sister, the other holy maiden of the heaven-mending Holy Land, Su Qi. She had never dreamed that her senior sister would actually confine the space as soon as they met, cutting off their path of retreat. Su Qi's mouth was tinged with a smile. By order of the crown prince, to kill the great demon god Qin Wang. If you Qin Wangfu are sensible, just watch obediently. If you're not, don't blame senior sister for not speaking to fellow disciples. Howl. The 4 divine beasts roared repeatedly, their sound waves shaking the sky. Even space produced violent shock ripples. Beside them, there were nearly 40 quasi-saint realm formation masters maintaining the forms of the 4 divine beasts. More and more increased the output of holy power, in letting the confinement of the cage, constantly shrinking the encirclement, in letting the space compression, broken, the mighty pressure more and more strong, enough to kill the celestial realm. The clan elders of the Qin Wangfu were horrified when they saw this. This is the 4 elephant seals. It's the 4 elephant seals of the heaven-mending Holy Land. As strong as the Saint King realm, one cannot exert 70% of their strength in this sealed boundary. Not to mention that this time, the heaven-mending Holy Land used dozens of formation masters and 2 Saint King realm powerhouses. We can't fight it at all. Qin Jinbei roared in anger and rose up to the sky, cupping a fist seal and fiercely blasting it at the barrier. Dang, the ground shook, and the shockwave that came from the barrier froze Qin Jinbei, causing him to be lifted 1,000 feet away, hitting the barrier and sticking to it for several breaths before he was able to stabilize his stance. Shangguanya reminded of, don't waste your qi, let's resist together and block the seal's oppression. As the holy maiden of the heaven-mending Holy Land, she naturally knew how strong the 4 elephant seals were. Dozens of formation masters were deployed, and even the peak of the Saint King realm was unable to break through. The only way to stall for time and wait for reinforcements was to concentrate together and resist the oppression of the seal. If not, this would be the opposite of what was happening. And when the seals pressed further, even those as strong as the Saint King realm would have their flesh and souls ground to pieces. The clan elders wailed, how can we resist? The Qin Wangfu's top combatants are all here. Where will there be reinforcements? We're dead. Old family master, he has offended the crown prince and has the heaven-mending Holy Land on his mind. Not to mention that Qin Xian has also offended the king of Ning and the heavy pupil woman. They've made enemies everywhere. If my Qin Wangfu doesn't sever its ties, it will surely be overthrown in the future. Qin Jinbei turned around and roared angrily. Shut up, all of you. He wrinkled his brows, not expecting the group of clan elders from the Qin Wangfu to be this greedy and fearful of death. He remembered the time when his father and a group of former clan elders, who had fought in a bloodbath, could hand over their backs to each other. Why is it that when it comes to his command of the Qin Wangfu, this generation, the quasi-saints and saints come out in large numbers, but it is so unbeatable? Could it be that he, as the king of Qin, was also incompetent? Shangguanya looked at the great demon god in fear and said, Father, how did you offend His Highness the Crown Prince? The great demon god looked at the surrounding dazzling light where the ceiling array eye, lightly laughed. I heard that the prince outside the hands of the side room, there is a face forever, back to life 10,000 years of medicine, thought to go to get to. I did not expect to miss to kill 2 people. It didn't occur to me that I didn't wait for the crown prince's retaliation, but waited for the pursuit of the heaven-mending sacred land. This sacred land, TSK, it's nothing more than that. As long as there was hope, he dared to rob anything of the Violet Sun Emperor, not to mention a prince. He can lay down his life if he can keep Dason alive. Qin Hao said angrily. Qin Xian, it's Qin Xian again. If it weren't for Qin Xian, why would my Qin Wangfu be reduced to the current situation? I'm supposed to be the holy son of the heaven-mending Holy Land, and now you've caused my Qin Wangfu to be wanted by the heaven-mending Holy Land. You said that I took away Qin Xian's supreme bone, but now what? You took away my future and my identity as a saint's son. In your eyes, there is only one grandson, Qin Xian. Am I, Qin Hao, raised by my stepmother? He's resigned, roaring in anger. By what right did Qin Xian snatch away his mother's affection and now incur the trouble? And let him, Qin Hao, take the blame? Grandfather was for Qin Xian, causing his Qin Wangfu to be targeted by the heaven-mending Holy Land. Why should he be made to pay for this evil? However, Shang Wanya was in pain and grief. That's your grandfather. Qin Hao spoke angrily. He's not my grandfather. He's Qin Xian's grandfather. Why should I be made to suffer the evils he has brought upon himself? Why should I give up my future? That makes sense. The great demon god was not disappointed, and had long since despaired of the Qin Wangfu. He took a step, looked straight at the Su Qi duel outside the seal, and said aloud, "What you're looking for is us. It's none of the outsiders' business. If you want to kill or die, let's go out and have a fight. Or, you let them out." Su Qi showed a sneer on his face and said in a chilling voice, "Letting the people of Qin Wanfu out? What if they turn against the heaven-mending Holy Land for you? Qin Jinbei and Shangguanya are 2 Saint King realms. We don't have the certainty of beheading 3 Saint King realms after lifting the 4 elephant seals. Great demon god, if you are sensible and want to save your own daughter-in-law, then cut yourself in front of me, and I promise that I won't hurt a single hair on the people of Qin Wanfu." She stared at Shangguanya with interest. It was as if the one to be killed was, well, Shangguanya. She had a long-standing grudge against this senior sister of hers, obviously not as strong as her, yet her prestige in the Holy Land, in the Xiang Empire, was far superior to hers. Just because of her handful of alchemy skills, it had caused her to be suppressed by Shangguanya for an unknown number of years. The world only knew that the heaven-mending Holy Land had a holy daughter who was a Saint King realm alchemist. However, she didn't know that there was also her senior sister who had entered the heaven-mending Holy Land 1,000 years earlier than Shangguanya. Right now, it's a phallic plot. If Shangguanya resisted, it would be a betrayal of the heaven-mending Holy Land, and the entire Holy Land would be hunted down and killed without question. If you don't resist, sit back and watch the great demon god go to his death. Hey, in the future, Shangguan Ying's reputation, a drop in the bucket, regicide and murder of the father, is considered to be a reality. Father, hold on for 3 hours. These formation masters, they can't press the 4 elephant seal for more than 3 hours. After 3 hours, break through the seal. We'll strike together. Maybe there's still a chance of survival. Shangguanya looked at the great demon god with a frown on his face as he was telling him the best way to break the 4 elephant seal. Qin Hao, however, said in a deep voice, "Mother, even if you escape from here, could it be that you want my Qin Wangfu to be hunted down by the heaven-mending Holy Land?" Not waiting for Shangguanya to open her mouth, a group of clan elders persuaded one after another. "My lord mother, you must not. Little prince, he's heavenly gifted. Even if he can't enter the heaven-mending Holy Land, he shouldn't be hunted down by the heaven-mending Holy Land. What's more, this time, that Su Qi is obviously aiming at you, not to mention whether or not we can break through the siege. Even if we do, we will completely break with the heaven-mending Holy Land." Qin Jinbei's brows were wrinkled and his fists were clenched. He didn't want to give in. "I don't want to watch my father cut himself in front of me." He could take his reputation in vain, but he couldn't sit back and watch his father die a horrible death in front of his eyes. But he was, at the moment, really clueless. There is no way back, helpless as a young child. If in early childhood, at the first sign of trouble, he fixes his eyes at his father, that used to be a big mountain in his way. The great demon god spoke angrily towards Su Qi. In his turbid eyes, there was only the will to fight. "No cowardice. Let us out. We will fight with you. If our skills are not as good as ours, we will die with no regrets. But if you want us to cut ourselves, you can't do it." The sun was still waiting for him at the Yaoqi Holy Land. Let him cut himself here? Who the hell is Su Qi? What's the deterrence of the heaven-mending Holy Land? Worthless compared to his great-grandson. Su Qi shook his head and sneered out. "That won't work. It's trapped you. How can it be? And still have you on guard?" The great demon god said, "Let's go out and let you have 3 moves. We can also break our own arm and never take advantage of you." Su Qi snorted. Who wouldn't know how to be clever with their mouth? Just break an arm. The demon god twisted his head to look at his right arm and raised his left hand, in the shape of a sword, high in the air. Just as the hand blade was about to fall, in the distance, an angry and furious cry rang out. "Dare to touch my grandfather. Today, all of you must die." Chapter 133, Beheading Saints Like Slaughtering Dogs. Suppress me. The tower arrives before the people do. The desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda crashed through space and crossed the void, arriving in front of Su Qi in the blink of an eye. If a huge mountain that suppressed a country, it crashed into Su Qi's delicate body. "A mere celestial realm and you dare to compete with this holy maiden? I don't know how to die." When Su Qi saw Qin Xian's arrival, he was delighted instead of angry. She knew of the hatred between King Ning and Qin Xian. This time, if he killed the great demon god and then brought Qin Xian's head, he would add another great merit to his list. At that time, the crown prince and princes of the Xiang royal family would all befriend her. The benefits are endless. Mending palm.
Su Chi's murderous heart was revealed as he slapped his palm out,
Changing the color of the sky and the earth. There is a rainbow light in the 9 heavens above the first appearance. Colorful and gorgeous. Since that light and strange in the vastness of the starry sky, there is a slender palm, towards the bottom to shoot. The closer he got, the bigger the palm became, waiting close to within 10,000 feet.
The huge palm that covered hundreds of miles in a circle was interspersed with endless flames. Just the oppression was to cause the 100 miles below to collapse hundreds of feet.
A Saint King Realm powerhouse's full strength strike destroys the heavens and the earth. Shun. Qin Xian catalyzed the small tower and softly chortled coldly.
The desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda hummed and rotated in tune with the Tao,
and the prison suppressor beat above it, emitted a demonic light. Inside,
the true dragon eyes were also blossoming with endless radiant light,
meeting the giant palm of the heaven-mending heaven head-on. Thud. A loud popping sound shook the room. The small tower crashed into the ground,
smashing out an abyss that was thousands of feet deep and whose bottom could not be seen.
There were spider web-like cracks in the earth, cracking in all directions. Su Chi didn't fare well either, being knocked into the broken space. When he reappeared,
he was already red in color and had suffered a heavy blow to his body. She stared at the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda that was vacating from the bottom of the abyss,
her face showing fear,
and then she sneered coldly towards Qin Xian.
You only have a small pagoda,
while I still have a sacred king realm law enforcement elder traveling with me.
Are you here to send yourself to death? Beside him, there was also a rosy-cheeked,
crane-haired old man with glowing eyes, staring at Qin Xian with boiling killing intent.
Just 2 rotten onions.
Qin Xian waved his hand carelessly, and there was a crunching sound.
The desolate ancient prison suppressing tower actually split into another tower body in front of everyone, one bright and one dark. It is as if the sun and the moon were present together. Instead of retreating,
he rushed towards the 2 Saint King realms of the heaven-mending Holy Land. The Qin Wangfu clan elders within the 4 elephant seals saw this and were so terrified that their scalps went numb. This Qin Xian fellow,
is he a monster or not? He's a celestial realm, and he was actually able to block 2 Saint Kings?
Or a powerhouse amongst the Saint King realm?
Crazy. Is this the bottom card a celestial realm should have?
Qin Jinbei's brows knitted as he watched Qin Xian's figure rushing across 10,000 feet.
At this moment,
his mind was in turmoil.
No one knew what was in his mind. Exactly. Shang Wanya smiled miserably.
All said Xianer he has no respect,
disobedience.
But when his father encountered a life-threatening situation,
the large Qin Wangfu only promise, do not dare to come forward, but only he is a child, not afraid of life and death,
and strive to come to the aid,
as he thought in his infancy. He's always longed to be strong and cover for us. Shang Wanya looked at the rough oversized clay figure. When they were young, Qin Xian thought about covering for them. Growing up, it was practiced even more. The heart of a redoubtable man never changes. Qin Hao sneered. So what if he comes?
It's that little tower that blocked 2 Saint King realms.
And it's that little tower that perverted and monstrous. Can he break the 4 elephant seals? Or, can he be able to decimate dozens of peak quasi-saint formation masters? He's just asking for death by coming here. No head, 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 no head. The great demon god turned back, glaring angrily at Qin Hao, glaring at him, and then looking at Qin Xian, his gaze filled with pain as he snapped, Little Schwanzi, run, get out of here, don't mind us, even if we were to die, we would already be at peace with ourselves if we could see you coming. Go back to the Yaoqi Holy Land and let the Holy Lord shelter you. Wait until one day, be strong and kill these enemies for Grandpa and take revenge. Qin Xian's eyes burned as he said loudly, I have only one blood relative in you, grandfather, so if you die, who else will I care about and who else will I love? All those who dared to hurt you, grandpa, must die. It's not about anything else, even as a villain.
There was a piece of softness left in his heart. He can turn a blind eye to the death of a bystander in front of him.
Only grandpa. Anyone who dared to touch a single hair on his grandfather's head, he would set his bones to the ground.
Qin Xian made a move with one hand, and the heavenly desolate halberd was located in his palm.
Qin Xian, killing you will result in King Ning being gifted with a Supreme Saint artifact.
A peak quasi-saint realm formation master was fearless when he saw Qin Xian coming and only showed scarlet greed in his eyes.
One word splitting chop. Qin Xian's halberd swept out in a horizontal stroke. A stream of light that sped out, cutting a gully behind that formation master. Since the shattered space, twisted streams of light, like a taotai opening its mouth, wolfing down the peak of the associate sacred realm's formation master.
his flesh twistedly engulfed in it, churned into a blood mist visible to the naked eye, and disappeared as the space healed. This was a wonderful use of the fusion of the green dragon splitting claw from the true dragon treasure technique and the true solution of heavenly desolation. With his insights, he has been able to meld them together as one. This is a deadly battle. How can you do everything by the book? What's the difference between that and being a puppet on the strings of a treasure art? Kill! Qin Xian hurled the heavenly desolate halberd through a formation master. At the same time, 9 steps were taken one after another, and his aura skyrocketed more than 10 times. Green dragon scale armor, converging on his right arm, a fist blasted out, and heaven and earth roared in sorrow. Like a rainstorm, thousands of punches were thrown within a breath. A peak of the quasi-saint realm froze and allowed Qin Xian to blow up his flesh and blood in a single glance. The rich smell of blood caused those formation masters who maintained the 4 elephant seals to look horrified. This kid is a monster. He's not human. The 3rd level of the celestial realm is actually able to reverse the peak of the quasi-saint realm. As strong as the Holy Land's Saint Son, he doesn't have this kind of bizarre battle power. Not just these formation masters from the heaven-mending Holy Land, even Qin Jinbei and Shangguanya were dumbfounded by what they saw. They knew that Qin Xian was demonic and that the Qin Wanfu had lost to heavenly pride. But who could have imagined that Qin Xian was demonic to such an extent? Not only did he possess the desolate ancient prison-suppressing pagoda that was sufficient to withstand the Saint King realm, but now, with his own battle power, he was even able to instantly kill the peak of the quasi-saint realm with the 3rd level of the celestial realm. Not to mention those holy sons and daughters, even as strong as the Violet Sun Emperor. When he was young, he was only like this at most, wasn't he? More crucially, it had been less than a few months since Qin Xian had left the Qin family. If they had held out for a few more months, this demonic heavenly pride would be the brightest jewel of their Qin Wangfu. Where is this going? Qin Xian struck a leg whip, wrapped in pure quality phoenix flame, and incinerated a peak of the quasi-saint realm, into flying ashes. Spinning around, he pounced on several other formation masters. Noticing the fearful expressions of the people inside the seal, he wanted to laugh a little in his heart. That's shocking? It's a bit too petty. If these people knew that in the Yaoqi Holy Land, he was able to suppress Chen Fan, who was in the middle stage of the quasi-sacred realm, without using his undercard. At the 1st level of the celestial realm, they're not going to blow their minds? One must know that Chen Fan was a saint son, a demon of the reverse-felling saint realm. The battle power was by no means comparable to these peak quasi-saint realm formation masters who specialized in formations. Not to mention, he was now at the 3rd level of the celestial realm, more than twice as strong as before. He was like a demonic god, threading his way through the associate saint realm formation masters. Like an executioner, wherever he passed, the array masters withered. In less than half a quarter of an hour, dozens of formation masters, more than half of them died tragically. The 2 formation eyes of the roaring green dragon and white tiger collapsed, and the 4 elephant seals, likewise, followed suit. Pust, the remaining formation masters, spitting blood furiously from their mouths, suffered from the backlash and all went limp. Qin Xian held the heavenly desolate halberd and killed them one by one. No, do not continue to kill. A clan elder from the Qin Wanfu stepped out, pointed at Qin Xian, and said angrily, "These are all formation masters from the heaven-mending Holy Land. You've already feuded with the heaven-mending Holy Land after killing so many of them, and if you massacre them again, the heaven-mending Holy Land will never let us go." Qin Xian turned back and said in a cold voice, "They tried to kill my grandfather. Are you blind and didn't see it?" The clan elder said angrily, "Isn't the old family master still alive? Continuing the slaughter any further, this fault will never be resolved." Qin Xian stabbed out with his halberd, penetrating the chest cavity of the talkative clan elder, and said with a sneer, "You have more ing words than farts. If you want to save them, go to hell too." He drew out his heavenly desolate halberd, and the clan elder collapsed to the ground in detached paralysis, his eyes, full of grief and indignation, glaring at Qin Xian. "You have become a demon." Another clan elder appeared, pointing at Qin Xian's nose and cursing, "I don't know what's good for you. He's looking out for you, and you're actually out to kill someone?" Qin Xian blasted out a fist, blasting a bloody hole in the chest of this clan elder who had stood out. "If you kill, you kill. If you become a demon, you become a demon. So what?" He pushed the clan elder's head to the side, and stared squarely at the crowd of Qin Wangfu, led by Qin Jinbei, with a sardonic smile, and said, "In the beginning, when I plucked out the bones, the playful malaria on your faces is something I've always remembered until now." Chapter 134, Beheading the Saint King. Hiss. Hearing this, all the clan elders of the Qin Wanfu were like awns on their backs, looking at Qin Xian, who was as imposing as the sun. A chill ran down his spine from his tailbone. They, the ones who planted the slander, realized how wronged and aggrieved Qin Xian was in the beginning. Once upon a time, in their eyes, Qin Xian was just a mole cricket. But now, in less than a few months, the once griffin was killing prospective saints like slaughtering chickens and dogs. The monster-like speed of the breakthrough caused them, the clan elders, to be terrified. Qin Jinbei likewise felt deeply, seeing Qin Xian becoming more and more anticlimactic. In his heart, regret was beyond words. Now, however, seeing Qin Xian's current battle power, he, a saint king, felt an intense crisis. It's a fear, the fear of the father for the son. Today, I don't have time to waste with you guys. Count yourselves lucky. Qin Xian snorted and once again threw himself into slaughtering the array masters. He would like to take revenge, but his grandfather is watching. If he wanted to slaughter the Qin Wangfu's entire family, not to mention that grandpa might step in to stop it, even if he acquiesces, it will leave a nightmare in the back of grandpa's mind. For the rest of his life, he will never be relieved. There's a long day behind us. There's no rush. Pust. The heavenly desolate halberd stabbed through the last formation master, and Qin Xian did not forget to lick his bag. Around the 4 elephant seals, for formation immortal stones were found. This one was in existence that was 1,000 times more treasured than an extremely high-quality yuan stone. Every single one of them was precious, and even the Saint King realm was hard to possess. Pocketing the 4 immortal stones, he returned to his grandfather's side and stared at the 2 Suchi, who were still entangled with the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda, and said with a chilling gaze, "Grandfather, they can't leave this place, or else the massacre will be unfavorable to my grandparents if word of the massacre gets out. Kill!" The great demon god's anger surged as he raised his great axe and followed to join the battlefield. Suchi broke through the heaven-opening axelight with a sword and retreated back 1,000 miles, her face showing fear as she turned towards the great demon god, her delicate voice angrily rebuking. "Great demon god, you're committing a death wish. You're asking for death. Do you still want to drag your grandson, the entire Qin Wangfu, into being hunted down and killed by the heaven-mending Holy Land?" The great demon god laughed coldly. "When you live, the hatred can no longer be dissolved, and when you die, it's impossible to say. There's still a ray of hope." The other law enforcement elder roared, "Old thing, do you think that, with just you, you'll be able to decapitate the 2 of us? Wouldn't it be nice to try?" The great demon god and Qin Xian's eyes met, understanding each other. In the next breath, the buzzing and spinning desolate ancient prison suppressor tower flew into the palm of the great demon god. With Qin Xian's authorization, this quasi-imperial artifact was like an arm in the hands of the great demon god, fully exerting the true might of a quasi-emperor artifact. The breath of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower soared more than 100 times, and the air rushed into the sky as waves struck the heavens. The heavens and the earth wailed and the clouds poured in. The light and the stars are spinning. If a destructive apocalypse comes, space and time all seem to freeze and become dull at this moment. Suchi's 2 Saint Kings, in the confined space of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, in just a single glance, allowed the great demon god's giant axe to chop off 2 of his arms. This is a quasi-imperial weapon. This small tower, it's actually a quasi-imperial artifact. Even the Holy Lord's original magic treasure can't compare to it. Suchi was horrified. She stopped her bleeding arm and lowered her head towards Shangwanya and cried out sadly, "Senior sister, save me. Back when you entered the heaven-mending Holy Land, senior sister, I even taught you the heart technique. Now, do you really want to see me beheaded here?" Shangwanya looked at Suchi's miserable appearance, her brows furrowed as she fell into a tangle. Qin Jinbei and the clan elders who were beside her advanced. "Suchi can't die. She is the holy daughter of the heaven-mending Holy Land along with you. Her status is exalted, and she is not comparable to those array masters. If Suchi were alive, perhaps the heaven-mending Holy Land would consider the love of fellow disciples and not make things difficult for my Qin Wangfu. But if Suchi dies, and the effort is lost, mother in charge, do you want to watch the young prince, who could have become the holy son of the Holy Land, now fall into captivity?" Those last words touched Shangwanya's heart. She raised her head with a bitter expression on her face, looked at Qin Xian, and shamefully said, "Xianer, listen to mother and don't kill her. As you thought at first, as long as you release Suchi, you will be able to shelter my Qin Wangfu and all of us." "Ha!" Qin Xian snorted. All the while, he kept looking at the great battle high in the sky, until the Suchi duo were on the verge of dying. He took back control of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower and had Langley secretly power it. The small tower transformed into a 10,000 feet huge mountain, and smashed into Suchi's duo with a loud bang. Thud! The moment the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower crushed down,
Su Qi and the other law enforcement elder were instantly turned into a meat cake.
As the body of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower rotated the number of the 36 Big Dipper, the flesh and blood and souls of the two Saint King realms were all turned into fragments, erased of their divine sense, and absorbed into the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower. The clan elder of the Qin Wangfu thundered, "Qin Xian, you're looking for death, beheading the holy maiden of the heaven-mending Holy Land. This is a deadly feud that won't end in death. The Holy Land won't let you go. Even our Qin Wangfu will be affected. You have made a mortal mistake." Qin Xian raised his hand and beckoned, and the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower was located in the center of his palm. "Throw it casually and slam it down." Thud! The clamoring Sage Realm clan elder was smashed into the ground like a dead dog. He stared at a familiar face with a cold face. "What are you barking at? Look at you all hanging around like someone didn't tighten the belt of their pants and let you out. Feeling as helpless now, or as I was in the Qin palace, still trying to bully me and crush me?" He stared at Qin Hao and asked rhetorically, "In the beginning, didn't you want to stand up for Qin Wangfu? Why are you hiding behind people now? Afraid to even fart? The supreme bone, is that for you to be a shrinking turtle?" Qin Hao felt the gazes of the clan elders, converging on him, and his fists, which were behind his back, clenched tightly. Grief and indignation were so unbearable that he couldn't wait to rush out and stab Qin Xian through 18 holes. But he didn't have that strength. Not only would he be unable to defeat Qin Xian, he would also be humiliated in 100 ways. One can only suffer in silence. The son of Qi Fortune Qin Hao's hate value towards the host has risen, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 50,000. Shang Wanya saw the situation, heartbroken out loud. "Xianer, 1,000 mistakes are the fault of parents? You brothers should not be so Do you deserve to be called parents?" Qin Xian laughed back in anger and revealed a knowing sneer when he saw the paralyzed mudman not far from the small courtyard. He raised his hand and slapped his palm. The pile of clay figures, which represented the childhood of yesteryear, was reduced to pieces. Feeling his grandfather come behind him, Qin Xian angrily rebuked towards the Qin Wangfu crowd. "The former cowardly fool who longed for his father's pain and mother's love is dead, and now standing before you is the true disciple of Yao He's sacred mind's prison peak, who you may also call the great villain Qin Xian." Chapter 135, Lang Li's soft inner heart. The great demon god looked at the clay figures as they were reduced to pieces. The heart, too, was indescribably seized with pain. How innocent was his eldest grandson. Once, hardly let the Qin Wangfu, let the biological father and mother, let the clan forced to such a desperate situation now. In the heart, how sad. But he couldn't sit back and watch the situation of father and son killing each other happen. His palm lightly patted Qin Xian's shoulder and softly said, "Let's go back?" Qin Xian followed the great demon god in silence, twisting away together without looking back. That sage clan elder, who had been smashed by the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower until he spat out blood, got up and gritted his teeth angrily. This son is disloyal, unfilial, and disobedient to his superiors. Even if he is gifted with a longitudinal talent, it will be difficult for him to become a great man. Killing the holy maiden of the heaven-mending Holy Land, even the Yaoqi Holy Land can't protect him. Qin Shinbei backhanded a slap out. Enough! His gaze was like electricity. He looked around the circle and rebuked with a cold grunt. In this matter, whoever dares to spread half a word, this king wants him to have his god's soul annihilated. All the clan elders of the Qin Wanfu were struck by lightning. Their backs were cold, and they didn't dare to open their mouths anymore. Qin Shinbei sighed quietly, looking at the disappearing backs of Qin Xian and the great demon god. His heart was more bitter than if he had eaten the yellow luster. Wielding a quasi-emperor artifact, the third level of the celestial realm is enough to reverse the peak of the quasi-sate realm. If he hadn't kicked him out of the Qin clan in the first place, if this king hadn't been overwhelmed by the fear of the Violet Sun Emperor in the first place, why to this? Even if he had endured for a few more months, the situation would not have been as passive as it was now. If Qin Xian still stayed in the Qin Wangfu, what kind of guts would Emir Su Qi have to come and violate his Qin family? Even the entire heaven-mending Holy Land had to be afraid of his Qin Wanfu with 3 saint kings from one family. Even more so, he would be horrified at the quasi-imperial artifact that was controlled by the 3 saint kings. It's late. It's already late. It can't be undone. Qin Shinbei closed his eyes and sighed heartily. Shang Wanyan knelt on the ground, cupping her hands around the clay figure that had been reduced to pieces. No matter how much she wanted to clench it, the diluted powder would slip through her fingers. Xianer, mother was wrong. 1,000 faults. It's all mother's favoritism that's gone wrong. My Xianera. Shang Guanya held the broken pieces in her arms and sat on her knees, tears falling like rain. His son, even if his future life or death was unknown, was thinking of sheltering their family.
The idea is to one day become a tree in the sky and the mountain that stands in their way. But now, the tragic experience encountered in the Qin Wanfu led her son, already to this Qin family, complete despair. She felt a hot pain in her face even as she tried to open her mouth to redeem herself. She doesn't have that qualification. She's an abuser. 2. No, the heavy pupil woman's curse. It hasn't been removed yet. Shang Guanya wiped away her tears and said with a firm gaze, I have to go and ask my master for the heaven-mending pill. Even if I have to kneel down for a long time, I must get my hands on this heaven-mending pill. She got up, turned into a rainbow light, and disappeared into the sky. Qin Hao was on the side, witnessing the Qin family that was like a scattered sand. Inside, anger surged and iterated. Looking at his remorseful father, he witnessed his mother risking her life for Qin Xian and traveling to the heaven-mending Holy Land to seek medicine. Qin Hao clenched his fists so tightly that he didn't even realize that his nails were embedded in his flesh and blood. He was screaming in his heart, Qin Xian, you've ruined the Qin family. My Qin family has become devastated since you appeared. Damn you, damn you. On his way back to the Yaoqi Holy Land, Qin Xian was at ease. His trip back to the Qin Wanfu was to change Lang Li's mindset. Unexpectedly, he actually made a mistake and took out 2 Saint King realms, and also obtained 4 immortal stone formation eyes, and most importantly, saved Grandpa's life. It's a great deal of money. If his grandfather made the slightest mistake, it would be too late for him to turn the heaven-mending Holy Land upside down and get the crown prince of the Xiang Empire killed. As for the recent situation over at the Qin Wanfu, he was half-hearted and entered the space of the small tower contentedly, looking at the white-haired, red-pupiled Lang Li in front of him, with a somewhat mute expression. He smiled and said, the feeling of personally striking out, using a quasi-imperial artifact, and subduing 2 sacred king realms, is it refreshing? For you, the great devil of regicide, it should be able to be called an absolutely beautiful experience, right? Lang Li raised her eyes, her red pupils gazing at Qin Xian, nodding her head in interest. Sort of? Qin Xian pretended to understand and said, you're not happy? No. Lang Li shook his head and paused for a long time before slowly continuing to speak. I feel that I had, in the past, misjudged you, and that you are not inherently a bad seed, but are only being forced to, and have to use the most sinister of intentions, to speculate on others. What she used to have against Qin Xian was hatred. In later years, it gradually evolved into fear and obedience. He only felt that Qin Xian was a born bad seed, doing evil and having a mind like a hemp, making people feel horrible just thinking about it. However, after secretly hearing about Qin Xian's childhood past, Lang Li actually felt a sympathetic sympathy for the same illness, feeling that Qin Xian had an extremely similar experience to her, only, her retaliation was far less flattering than Qin Xian's. It's more like a haphazard slaughter that got out of hand. Not happy? I'll show you something happy. Qin Xian reached out and with a wave, within the space of the small tower, there were 2 masses of blood mist and soul fragments that were detained. This majestic qi and blood power and soul fragments, which had already erased their original consciousness, were the purest soul energy. Lang Li pointed at her agaric nose and stared at Qin Xian. For me? Qin Xian shrugged his shoulders. What else? Lang Li stared at the divine soul fragments and said with a straight face, with these divine soul energies, in a very short period of time, I'll be able to refine the remaining medicinal effects of the elixir and successfully advance to the late Saint King realm. She casually said, if you can hand over those 4 immortal stones to me, it will benefit me even more. However, these immortal stones, even if they are held by the Saint King realm, are enough to cultivate for hundreds or thousands of years, and are equivalent to an endless source of holy power at critical moments, each of which is treasured beyond measure and worth a fortune. Qin Xian took out 4 immortal stones and handed them out. For me? Lang Li questioned incredulously as she looked at the 4 immortal stones in front of her. Qin Xian rolls his eyes. Or else what? In this little tower, it's just me and you. Or else it's for this little colorful dragon? He lowered his head, kicked the muumuu that was holding his shrugging calf out of the way, and urged toward Lang Li. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Lang Li hurriedly went to her hand and took the 4 immortal stones. Yes, don't want it for nothing. She turned toward Qin Xian and said with renewed emphasis, I can tell you, these 4 immortal stones, the value is expensive. In the future if you... Qin Xian interjected. Why are you talking so much? Lang Li stopped talking and closed her sandalwood mouth, a pair of exquisite red pupils, looking left and right, just not looking at Qin Xian. It's a little dainty and cute. As Qin Xian turned to leave, she clutched Qin Xian's arm and belatedly voiced out, these 4 immortal stones, here in my place, are capable of refining a soul-shifting formation? This formation is capable of transferring soul power. That is to say, after this formation of mine has been practiced, the power of the soul cultivation of my sacred king realm will be able to be utilized by you, and you'll have one more card. Chapter 136, The Backstabbing Best Friend. Hiss. Even Qin Xian couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air when he heard this. The soul-shifting formation, able to take Lang Li's soul cultivation power and use it for him? One must know that Lang Li was now a mid-Saint King realm soul cultivator. Having taken the Holy Soul Pill, he had now obtained the divine soul fragments of the Su-Chi duo. In time, there was no doubt about regaining the late stage or even the peak of the Saint King realm. Doesn't it mean that when Lang Li's soul-shifting formation is refined, he was then able to possess the soul power of a late Saint King realm? Plus, he was burdened with two types of treasure arts, the true dragon phoenix and the phoenix. The peak of the Saint King realm came and could only kneel and sing conquests in front of him. Wait until you've practiced. Qin Xian stretched out his hand and suspended it above Lang Li's head. After thinking about it, he ultimately did not overstep his bounds and patted her shoulder. Cultivate here without fear, and strive to return to the peak as soon as possible. He gave Lang Li a warm smile before he left the small tower space. In his heart, he was happy. He was aware of Lang Li's past experiences. I also know that Lang Li, and he has a very similar past. Take her on a trip back to the Qinhuangfu to see for herself what once was. Would the empathetic Lang Li still find him odious and sinister to the core now? No. Lang Li would only think it was good for him to be blackened. Blackened thoroughly enough. Hate to be as flailing as he is now. Instead, he was imprisoned within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower and was unable to continue his quest for revenge. The old Lang Li was obedient and submissive. Will do all his bidding and kill whoever he needs to, like a killing machine without feelings. Now it was different. Lang Li recognized him. At the peak of the Saint King realm, a great devil who was once able to compete with the heavy pupil woman. Once he looked out for him, there was no harm in 100 benefits. No, the soul-shifting formation is out. Once this formation was complete, he would have no more enemies under the Emperor realm. Back at the Yaoyogi sanctuary, Qin Xian stayed with the great demon god before parting ways, saying with a straight face, "Grandfather, the curse of the heavy pupil woman won't have any effect on my body, for the time being, so you don't need to go out and search for treasures anymore. So feel free to cultivate, and break through to the late stage of the Saint King realm at an early date." After seeing his grandfather in danger, he had no intention of continuing to hide it. Having the holy land of Yaoqi running around for him was already enough to confuse the eyes. Grandpa, now, has offended the crown prince of the Eastern Palace. Going out is a target, and those who want to please the Eastern Palace are all delusional about taking their heads. He mustn't put his grandfather in danger again. The demon god sighed. We're still too cowardly. He shook his head and went back to his place forlornly. Qin Xian scratched his head, somewhat wanting to vomit. Nicknamed the Great Demon God, he even dared to miss the things of the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace and kill the Crown Prince's people. The Holy Maiden of the Heaven-Mending Holy Land said that she would suppress it. That's the character. And you're a coward? Hearing his grandfather's murmur, Qin Xian had to sigh. It was true that there were only wrong names and no wrong nicknames. His side had just landed at Thunder Prison Peak when Luo Sini, who had been in ambush for a long time, rushed up and hugged Qin Xian's arm. The wicked to the core peaks of her breasts had been squeezed out of shape and flattened. A violent undulation in front of her chest. Let's Qin Xian. More and more sense of unimaginable sheepishness. Qin Xian. Something big has happened. Luo Sini with strapless long dress, squeezed to the front, arms locking Qin Xian's arm, is not the slightest intention to let him leave. Voice full of nervousness, beautiful eyes, but only the color of cunning flashes. Opened his mouth and said, mending the heavenly holy land excuse together to explore the land of the emperor's fall, sent the saint's son of the pride of heaven, headed, came to Yaoqi to discuss. Now that I, Yaoqi Holy Land, have one death and one injury, I have fallen into an absolute predicament. If this continues, I, Yaoqi Holy Land, will inevitably allow the heaven-mending Holy Land to press down on my head and never be able to catch my breath. Qin Xian raised an eyebrow. What does the royal family side mean? Luo Sini was a smart person. A little goes a long way. Nodding her head without the slightest concealment, she said, that's for sure. You have offended King Ning, and also offended the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace. The heaven-mending sacred ground and the Yaoqi sacred ground have always been divided against each other, and they have won and lost to each other. Now that the Yaohe Holy Land has angered the Crown Prince by favoring you, the heaven-mending Holy Land wants to obtain the merit of being a slave to the dragon, and is doing whatever it takes to move closer to the Eastern Palace. This is the currying of advice and an appetizer. Wait until we enter the land of the Emperor's fall.
then it will be the real bloody massacre. Qin Shan touched the stubble that was slightly sticking to his hand, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he said, "Go over and take a look." This heaven-mending Holy Land, in his opinion, was really good at sizing up the situation. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he decisively confronted the Yaoqi Holy Land. Be decisive and dare to strike hard. If it was a normal situation, the heaven-mending Holy Land would inevitably make use of the Eastern Palace Crown Prince to suppress, or even destroy, the Yaoqi Holy Land in one fell swoop. After hundreds of years of rest and recuperation, as well as the assistance of the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace, all unfavorable negative news, all disappeared, and then the heaven-mending sacred ground is bound to be the only, and the strongest, sacred ground in the Xiang Empire. It's just a shame to mess with his open head. The problem of suppressing the Yaoqi Holy Land was not that serious, but sending Su Qizhen to kill his grandfather was a deadly feud. The immortal kind. Qin Shan realized that his arm was deadlocked by the sheer softness, glanced down, and due to the angle of standing high and seeing clearly, he was able to catch a glimpse of the white and tender delicacy, as well as the deep, bottomless, as if endless abyssal gully, and said curiously, "Are you sure you don't want to let go? If Mu Qingxue sees you later, how should you? A good sister. Explain?" Luo Sini sardonically loosened her arm, came to Qin Shan's ear, not red in the face, not panting, exhaled like orchids. In front of Qingshue's face, the two of us are honest. Behind Qingshue's back, the two of us, heaven and earth knows, you know and I know, won't let Qingxue know the slightest bit. She threw a flirtatious wink. Don't you men? Don't you like the thrill of the sensation, of the transgression of backbiting? Qin Shan left no trace on Luo Sini's rounded arse, pinched it and scolded. Little horse flea hooves, the Holy Land, where the Yaoqi is located, the water is rippling in blue. Boom! A huge wave, iterated more and more 10,000 feet, overturning the river. Waves hit the sky. In the midst of that snow-white giant wave, Chen Fan's figure flew out backwards, like a pebble thrown out, within a breath of the lake, crashing thousands of times, before he managed to stop his decline. Ahem! Chen Fan coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth and staggered as he stepped into the water. With a shocked expression on his face, he looked at the heaven-repairing Saint's son, who had stepped into the air from the descending giant waves, and uttered in fear, "Tanny, you broke through to the late stage of Quasi-Saint?" Tanny was dressed in white robes, fluttering like a jade, indifferently said, "The breakthrough has been some time. You are not my opponent. Surrender, just like your Yaoqi Holy Land. Not as good as my heaven-mending Holy Land. Sooner or later, all will lose." Hearing this, the disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land exploded. Asterisk 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 in hell. Get this guy dead. Win a few games and you can't tell southeast from northwest. Do you really think that I, Yaoqi Holy Land, am incompetent? If senior brother Qin Shan were here, he would definitely not let you have another chance to open your mouth. Senior brother Qin Shan is here. It was not known who shouted first, and all eyes, in unison, looked towards Qin Shan, who had walked into where the Yaoqi was. Luo Sini, who was following him, looked as if she had never seen a big scene before, and wrapped her arms around Qin Shan with a little fear. The intimate gesture, especially noticing the gazes of the purple iris girls, and even Mu Qingshue's gaze seemed to be. The overstepping feeling of backwardness at the bottom of her heart was too much for her to own. There was a muddy feeling of not being able to walk. Please ask senior brother Qin Shan to make a move to prove my Yaoqi's prestige. Please, senior brother, take action and slay the shame for my Yaoqi. Please, senior brother, help me Yaoqi. The crowd of disciples from the Yaoqi Holy Land shouted in unison and waved their flags in support. Seeing Qin Shan was like seeing a savior. This is a plea for 3 out of 5 rounds. The Yaoqi Holy Land had already lost a game, and one of its holy sons had fallen. Su Young Fish was even banned, barely a draw. Now Qin Fan was even more at a disadvantage. There was no more person who came forward. Yaoqi Holy Land. This time the face was greatly damaged, but also lost an illustrious holy son for nothing. I concede. As everyone's gazes looked at Qin Shan in unison, Chen Fan, who was in the Yaoqi, loudly announced that he had admitted defeat. He disregarded the hostile gazes of his fellow disciples and said in a cold voice, "I was injured earlier. My strength is 10 times less than 1, and now that I am fighting with Tianyi again, I am already at the end of my strength, and there is only one word to lose even if time goes on. He's got the bottom line. Being able to turn defeat into victory, even at the late stage of the Tianyi Quasi-Saint. He was not afraid at all, but who could tell that he still had a card to play? There is no one else but the Holy Lord." Previously, He had cared about the Holy Lord's opinion and wanted to obtain the inheritance of the pure quality Phoenix Flame, and now the pure quality Phoenix Flame had all but allowed the Holy Lord to inherit it from Qin Xian. What concerns does he have? Doesn't the Holy Lord value Qin Xian? Aren't all the disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land led by Qin Xian? He wanted to see how the Qin Xian of today could save the day. The Yaoqi disciples, led by Luo Xini, immediately verbally attacked Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you traitor! As the holy son of the Yaoqi Holy Land, you actually admit defeat in the face of an outsider's provocation. Have you no shame? Senior brother Yuan is the same saint's son as you, and now that he has been killed by the heaven-mending Holy Land, do you, at all, not want to avenge him? You have empty cultivation, but you have no bearing as a holy son. You don't deserve to be my Yaoqi saint's son, the son of Qi. Chen Fan's Qi value has dropped by 30,000 points, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 30,000. Hearing the sound of rewards arriving, Qin Xian had a smile on his lips and a tart look in his eyes. Sure enough, hate blinds the eye. Chen Fan's hatred for him had swayed his normal thinking. With this kind of cargo, the Qi drops drastically. In other words, the time to die is not far away. Feeling that he had allowed an aura to lock onto him, he raised his eyes, and Tianyi, who had already risen into the air and towered over him, met his 4 eyes. You are Qin Xian, born with supreme bones, yet voluntarily plucking out the bones to break his kin, and in the Violet Sun imperial capital, using his own strength to subdue and kill the son of the Ning King, a Yaoqi rookie, a mere 3rd level of the celestial realm, to actually have such guts. He swept his gaze below and saw that the hatred in the eyes of the crowd of disciples from the Yaoqi Holy Land was almost dense to the extreme. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Qin Xian again and said, if you were killed, wouldn't this generation of disciples from the Yaoqi Holy Land be like a group of dragons without a leader? Chapter 137, Relying on Women's Gigolo? Violet Kite stepped forward, her breath skyrocketing as she angrily stared at Tianyi above her and said in a deep voice, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. She blocked in front of Qin Xian, leading the way. Qin Xian was already deeply victimized by the heavy pupil woman curse, and earlier, he had fought with Chen Fan and had suffered quite a bit of attrition. Now disappeared nearly half a month. Who does not know? This half a month, Qin Xian was cursed by how devastating. She would never allow, ever again, anyone to harm Qin Xian. You? Tianyi swept a glance at Z-Kite and shook his head unconcernedly. You're not qualified. Besides, your father is the chief. If I kill you, won't I offend the chief? This is a sin that even I, the heaven-mending Holy Land, am unwilling to bear. Mu Qingxue similarly stepped out. Then I'll meet the battle. Shang Wenxi and Changning, likewise stepped out without fear. And us. In the direction of the heaven-mending Holy Land, there was another burly man carrying a huge hammer. His muscles around his body were like gnarled dragons coiled around him, and he was as tall as 3 zhang, so he was obviously not a human. He roared, Qin Xian, are you a white boy or not, relying on a woman to stand up for you? Also, in the large Yaoqi Holy Land, is it possible that there is no one with a handle? All pussies? If you don't have the guts, admit defeat and let the pussy take the lead. Pussy asked Goon. Qin Xian pulled his arm out from Luo Xini's full breasts, and inadvertently, pinched 1, 2, 4, 5 handfuls when he was about to disengage. He gave a look to the purple iris girls. These haughty daughters of Qi did not say a word, just like good little daughters-in-law. They all obediently landed on the ground and kept their mouths shut. Qin Xian raised his eyes, looked at the burly man, and slowly opened his mouth. Which one of you actually wants to fight me? Lei Jun slammed his giant hammer into the air that was like the ground after the confinement and angrily said, I'll kill you. Tenchi frowned in dissatisfaction. I haven't had my fun yet. It's my turn. The previous battle with Su Youyu was a basket case, an inexplicable draw, and according to the pre-arranged order, I should be on the stage. Another saint's son appeared and argued with Tianyi and Lei Jun. Seemingly, they felt that Qin Xian had arbitrarily suppressed and killed. In truth, the 3 of them, all of them knew that Qin Xian was a formidable foe, but that didn't stop them from taking credit for it. At their position, they naturally knew the plans of the heaven-mending Holy Land. He also knew that the heaven-mending Holy Land was moving closer to the Eastern Palace. If he was able to kill Qin Xian handily, even if he had to pay some price, he would benefit from making good friends with the Ziyang imperial family in the future. Qin Xian smacked his lips. My poker face, it's that big? Even the holy sons of the heaven-mending Holy Land are fighting for more than just a handful? He then looked to the mending heaven holy ground, a man and a woman who hadn't moved, and asked, is there anyone else?
Who wants to fight with me? The man with the cold face didn't say a word. However, all the disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land, as their gazes looked towards this person, were all in a state of enraptured horror. Previously, the holy son of the Yaoqi Holy Land died tragically at the hands of this person. The other woman, whose eyes met Su Youyu's, did not come out. Lei Jun chided angrily towards Qin Xian. Sons of Es born of a mother but not raised by a mother. Pick an opponent yourself. Of the three of us, take your pick. Don't think we're bullying you. He was using a provocative method to deliberately provoke Qin Xian into choosing him. Qin Xian shook his head. There's no need to be so troublesome. The three of you go together. He thought about being able to make the 5 people from the heaven-mending Holy Land show up together. Wanted a potpourri. Obviously, it's no longer possible. There are only 3 jumpers in front of us, so let's kill them first. No killing for nothing. Lei Jun was furious. Blowing his nose, thunder and lightning exploded. Qin Xian, you have a big mouth. You're looking for death. Tiany's brows were tightly knitted. A gloomy wind gusted, and around him, a black mist filled the air. Sensible and horrible. No longer see the slightest bit of fluttering like jade temperament. Just like an old devil. Arrogant and arrogant. Another saint's son snorted. Qin Xian, are you sure that you want to fight the 3 of us at the same time? Qin Xian asked rhetorically. Or else, that holy son exclaimed. Then as you wish. Only, before that, we have already specified the rules earlier. This time, both sides are not allowed to use top-level saint weapons. This is the consensus. The battle between Su Youyu and I will be treated as a draw due to the underworld emperor clock. A holy king realm from the heaven-mending Holy Land looked at the Thunder Prison Peak Master and said, This is your Yaoqi Holy Land. Your own request. The heaven-mending Holy Land. But it's just a promise. One person facing off against 3 saint sons. This Qin Xian is truly imposing. The Thunder Prison Peak Master said in a deep voice. Qin Xian, you're deeply cursed by the heavy pupil woman. You've already confused your mind. It's understandable that what you've said is a little inappropriate. Don't disregard the danger to your life. Qin Xian smiled and returned. Master, I know in my own heart. Good. Then take my hammer first. Lei Jun raised his huge hammer, and thunder clouds covered his head. Thunderbolts like silver snakes, in the clouds, rolled crazily, drawn by the giant hammer. It formed a thunder net like a heavenly tree above Lei Jun's head. At this moment Lei Jun is like the god of thunder possessed, killing people and killing gods. Tianyi held a Yin soul streamer, in which tens of thousands of Yin souls surged out. These Yin souls, in front of Tianyi, devoured each other, and in less than a breath, transformed into a 10,000 feet tall Yin saint. When he opened his mouth, the Yin chi filled the air, enough to cover the sky. Eat me first. Another extremely brilliant blade aura that fit the 90% blade intent flashed by. The 3 holy sons of the heaven-mending Holy Land were the first to be heard. No one was willing to lag behind, and they all wanted to take the top spot in decapitating Qin Xian. The thunder and lightning and sword awnings in the sky, plus the Yin sage who stood in the middle of it. Within the Yaoqi, the winds and clouds changed as if the day of destruction was coming. All of the Yaoqi Holy Land disciples were horrified when they saw this. It's over. Senior brother Qin Xian, he's made a big mess of things. Even though senior brother is strong, he is not so strong that he can take on a late quasi-saint and 2 mid-quasi-saint saint sons. These 3 guys, they are so shameless. All of them have already been honored as saint sons, but they actually want to win by numbers. If Qin Xian hadn't said a wrong word, any one of these 3 would not have caused senior brother Qin Xian to be so passive. The purple kite girls, who were the closest, were already prepared to step in and share these killing moves for Qin Xian. Just then, Qin Xian blurted out, Suppression. The desolate ancient prison suppressor tower flew out, spinning and soaring tens of thousands of times in size. It came crashing down. Once again, it flew back into Qin Xian's hands. The thunder and lightning in the sky, the brilliant to the extreme blade awnings, and that Yin sage were all like pieces of powder, floating away in the wind. Pust, Tianyi, Lei Jun, 3 holy sons, suffered a fatal backlash. Essence blood in the mouth violently spit out. Body like porcelain. Appeared dense cracks, about to shatter. The Saint King Realm Elder of the heaven-mending Holy Land stormed out, his hair dancing wildly, like a demonic god. His eyes were wide with rage as he came across the air towards Qin Xian. Hysterical. Qin Xian, you don't speak of martial virtues. You used a top-grade saint weapon and violated the ordinance. You can't atone for your sins with 10,000 deaths. Qin Xian sacrificed the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda and smashed it against that Saint King, stopping him in his tracks and cursing. Blind your dog's eyes. As a true disciple of Thunder Prison Peak,
I am an enforcer of the law on behalf of the Peak Master.
How could I know how to break the law? Saying that I will never use a top-level holy weapon. I will never use it. Open your dog's eyes and take a good look. This little tower of mine. It's a quasi-emperor artifact. Chapter 138 Late Night Visitors. One after another. The desolate ancient prison-suppressing pagoda bloomed with endless brilliant light in full view of everyone. The emperor's might that overflowed from it, even the Saint King realm was like a great enemy when faced with it. Only then did the arbitration sect patriarch of the heaven-mending Holy Land receive the true rank of the desolate ancient prison-suppressing pagoda, and angrily rebuked. Qin Xian, you're forcing your hand. Qin Xian rolled his eyes, unimpressed. If you say you won't use the top-tier sacred artifacts, then you should never use them. I, Yaohu's sacred ground, have a mouthful of spit and a nail. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that you guys didn't probe my bottom line, so you're in a hurry to kill people, and you want to carry my head to pander to the Ziyang imperial family. He's just making a lot of sense. What's the matter? He even slaughtered Su Qi of the heaven-mending Holy Land. Still care about 3 holy sons? Besides, this was the territory of the Yaohe Holy Land, and the Holy King of the heaven-mending Holy Land would still be able to kill him. Lei Jun's body was shattering as he hissed as he spat out blood. Qin Xian, you won. The Yin soul streamer beside Tianyi erupted with a shocking suction force, twisting Tianyi's body and taking it in. As Tianyi suffered a backlash and his soul was scattered, he growled unwillingly, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Please, Patriarch, kill this bureaucrat and avenge us. The other blade cultivator Saint's son, likewise exploded into a bloody mist and died beyond death. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 Saint sons who had originally suppressed the Yaoqi Holy Land had died. The huge loss was rarely heard of since the opening of the heaven-mending Holy Land. The few Saint King realms leading the group were even more united in their hatred, and their forehead veins flared. If the gaze could kill, the Qin Xian at this moment would have already been full of holes. The arbitration sect's patriarch, a top powerhouse at the late Saint King realm, was so enraged that his back teeth nearly crumbled as he looked at the Thunder Prison Peak masters, who were ready to go to war. Twisting his head, he said with a cold hum, the Yaoan Holy Land can really be a good tactic. Let's go. Having suffered such a huge defeat, the heaven-mending Holy Land and Yaoqi Holy Land had already torn their faces apart. Remaining here any longer will only escalate the conflict. They're asking for death by roughing up someone else's home turf. Qin Xian smiled and beckoned. First, don't go discussing this is not yet over? 5 games and 3 wins. You mean the Sky Holy Land is now 2 wins, 1 loss and 1 draw. There is still the last game. Is it you admit defeat do not compare? He continued in a murderous manner. If we calculate it like this, then our Yaohe Holy Land is 2 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw, and since I beheaded 3 of your saint sons, and have the numerical advantage, it's only right that our Yaohe Holy Land won this competition. The arbitration sect patriarch paused in his footsteps and then continued forward, as he was transmitting his voice towards the 2 remaining holy sons and daughters. The land of the emperor's fall, Qin Xian will surely die. After a long time, the team from the heaven-mending Holy Land disappeared within the boundaries of the Yaoqi Holy Land. They came in with a vengeance and left in a state of disarray. Losing 3 saint sons in a row was a loss of face. The disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land erupted into violent cheers as they looked at the crowd from the heaven-mending Holy Land who fled like lost dogs. Congratulations for senior brother Qin Xian. Congratulations for the Yaohe Holy Land. Wave-like cheers prevailed. Hearing Chen Fan's ears, they were shaken out with buzzing sounds. He stared dead on in Qin Xian's direction, gnashing his teeth in hatred. He had never dreamed that Qin Xian's little tower had actually been promoted to a quasi-imperial artifact. An existence of this level, even within the Holy Land, was a rare existence. Qin Xian he was only a 3rd level of the celestial realm. What virtue could he have? Harming him this time, not only did he lose his heart in the Holy Land of Yaoqi, what's more, Qin Xian has made another feat, harvesting hearts and minds. But, Chen Fan sneered in his heart. Qin Xian's exposure of the small tower of the quasi-imperial artifact had both advantages and disadvantages. In this trip to the land of the emperor's fall, there would be no more powerhouses of the quasi-saint realm that would go after Qin Xian. The minimum is the sage realm, or even the sage king. At that time, even if Qin Xian was sitting on a quasi-emperor artifact in his hands, he would not be able to escape. The son of Qi, Chen Fan's Qi value has dropped by 20,000 points. Rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 20,000. Hearing the cold mechanical voice of the system, Qin Xian swept a glance in Chen Fan's direction with interest, seeing it leave in ashes. The playfulness at the corner of his mouth grew brighter and brighter. From a short distance away, Zekite came through the air and landed beside Qin Xian.
Gazing at that longed-for face, her eyes full of worry as she said, "The land of the Emperor's fall is different.
And with a quasi-emperor's artifact in your possession, it's full of crises, not to mention that amongst the mystical realm, it's already targeting the strong.
Even those Saint King realms in the outside world are greedy for the quasi-imperial artifacts in your hands.
In the holy land of Yao Qi, they don't dare to fight for them due to the fear of the Saint Lord's authority, but if they enter the land of the Emperor's fall, no one will have any more to hide, and they will all try to find a way to seize the treasures in your hands. This time, I think it's better for you not to enter the land of the Emperor's fall. I will do my best to find the treasure for you." She couldn't ignore Qin Xian's well-being. The land of the Emperor's fall was already full of crises, not to mention that the current Qin Xian, leading the Yaohu sacred land, was surrounded by enemies on all sides. He is also burdened with the curse of the heavy pupil girl, and is struggling. I know it in my heart. Qin Xian looked at Luo Xini, who was eager to try out a few daughters of Qi, and glanced at a few people from the Thunder Prison Peak Master, who seemed to have something to say to him as well. Feeling only a burst of headache, he casually found an excuse and fled. Returning to his mansion in Thunder Prison Peak, there was a steady stream of people coming from the mansion until nightfall. Either he was concerned about the curse of the heavy pupil woman on him, or he was advising him not to be in danger and not to go to the land of the Emperor's fall. It wasn't until he sent the Thunder Prison Peak Master away that he picked up a cup of fragrant tea and drank it all in one go. Qin Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. "I feel that this day is like a repeater, welcoming guests and sending them off in a cycle." Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langley nodded. "They are also concerned about you. A powerful person of the Saint King realm like her, when she was injured back then, she could only huddle alone in a gloomy cave, licking her scarlet wounds in silence all by herself. Like Qin Xian, an entire Yaoan Holy Land was treated with either sending pills or great medicines. She was envious from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, these people don't know that I will be hiding in the middle of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, and only think that you are too reckless in doing things and making a name for yourself for the Yaohu sacred ground. Who could have thought that you were deliberately trying to lure those powerful people into a jar?" Having followed Qin Xian for a long time, Langley knew Qin Xian's mind and would never do anything to cut off his own retreat. Seemingly, it was exposing the existence of the quasi-imperial artifact, attracting the covetousness of those Saint King realms, and being caught in the middle. In reality, it was merely a deliberate act by Qin Xian to lure those powerful people into the land of the Emperor's fall, where they would be annihilated by these Saint King realms with the help of her hands. The Saint King realm thought of killing Qin Xian in the land of the Emperor's fall without any evidence, and the Yaohu sacred ground couldn't make things difficult for them, so why wouldn't Qin Xian think the same way? Qin Xian said playfully, "You really are a roundworm in my stomach." In the middle of the conversation, the door outside the mansion was knocked on. Immediately after that, Qingning pushed the door open. She was wearing a green lotus leaf dress, her puffy shoulders half exposed. The crystalline collarbone, like sheep's fat white jade, was transparent and clear. Her long hair, like a waterfall, was pulled up high, making her delicate body more and more exquisite. Qingning lowered her head and walked up to Qin Xian, hanging her little head low as she said in a jarring voice, "Sir, I know I'm wrong." Qin Xian changed his face for a second, unsmilingly slatting his face, and said in a deep voice, "Where's the mistake?" Qingning heartily complained, "I shouldn't have argued with senior sister Zekite and the others, much less fought with them over their jealousy. I'm already a wearer of sins. I don't have that qualification, much less should I ask for too much." During the half-month that Qin Xian was not at the Thunder Prison Peak, she could not stop thinking about her meals, and in her mind, she was always haunted by the bits and pieces of her own son. As the time apart grew longer, she was less able to control what she thought. Day and night, tossing and turning, every late night, there are secret tears. She repented of what she had said and done and hated herself for being so forceful. She is still as self-righteous as she was before. If not, how could they have quarreled with senior sister Zekite and the others? And how could they have attracted the displeasure of His Excellency? She had already made the mistake of erring once, and now she was doing it again. So it was no wonder the male was angry. She didn't even feel like she had the face to come back and see the male again, but she couldn't do it. As soon as I thought that my son would soon be traveling to the land of the Emperor's fall and would be separated again, I could no longer contain my inner longing and came to seek him late at night. My lord, I know I'm wrong and will never do it again. I just want to stay by your lordship's side, serve you well, and never part. Qingning raised her eyes, and in her watery eyes, they were red, obviously having cried for a long time. Qin Xian reached out his hand and wiped the teardrops from the corner of Qingning's eyes as he calmly said, "If you know you're wrong, stay. He didn't really want to make things difficult for Qingning either. Qingning is a love brain, all a heart in his body, and the most valuable innocence of the body, have been offered. Make this love brain mutiny? Even if she was forced to take her life, Qingning would have resolutely chosen to cut herself without dragging him into it. Besides, it was obviously inconvenient for him to do all the tea serving and pouring by himself when the inside of this mansion was empty and devoid of Qingning. Qingning raised her eyes and cried tears of joy and surprise. Gongzi, you've forgiven me? Qin Xian in Qingning's face, a slight pinch, followed by pulling her slender jade hand, dragged into the arms, snickering, such a little beauty, how can I afford to? Really launched it? Seemingly flirting is a sign of disrespect, but Qingning's heart, not half a bit of rejection, even as sweet as eating honey, very enjoyable lying in Qin Xian's arms, as intimate as possible. Qingning raised her eyes and said in a weak voice, the opening of the Emperor's landing is imminent. Do you want to go? Qin Xian asked rhetorically. If there's a chance, why not go? Qingning's heart thumped as she hurriedly said, if you don't mind, let's head to the land of the Emperor's fall together, and whenever you need it then, I can relieve you of your fatigue and eliminate your exhaustion. Qin Xian cursed, that place, it's full of crises. Do you think I'm going to swim in the mountains? Wouldn't taking you with me put you in danger? Qingning hurriedly said, then you won't be going either. Sir, you know that it's dangerous there. Teardrops rolled in her eyes. How could she not know that the land of the Emperor's fall was full of dangers? Even father, who had warned repeatedly, would never allow her to enter that secret realm. One must know that even the former Violet Sun Emperor had fallen in that secret realm. Since then, those powerful people in the outside world were as afraid as tigers of the land of the Emperor's fall. Strong as a great emperor, he couldn't even defend himself, let alone others. TSK, you're quite resourceful. You've learned to retreat in order to advance. Qin Xian unexpectedly gave a thumbs up towards Qingning. He thought Qingning was thinking of having fun. Who would have thought that it was actually a move to retreat? It's quite shrewd. Qingning hung her head in loss. I just don't want Gongzi to encounter danger again. I can't accept that I'll never see the male again. Just thinking about it makes me feel cold all over, as if I'd been thrown into an ice hole. Qin Xian was touched in his heart and picked Qingning up by the waist, saying softly beside her ear, where the sun can't shine, I can shoot. Qingning's body was as soft as a soft body, and she snuggled in Qin Xian's arms at will, her cheeks red like a ripe apple. Reward the host with a villain value of plus 1000. Reward the host with villain value plus 1000 *2. The night, deeper and deeper. Outside the mansion, there was another knock on the door. In the stillness of the night, it was more and more striking to the ear. Without waiting for Qingning to straighten her ruffled skirt, the door had already been pushed open from the outside. The person who came was not an outsider. It was none other than Mu Qingxue, who tossed and turned during the night. Unable to sleep, Qingning was jolted, worried that his predicament would be discovered, and hurriedly left through the window. Over the wall, Qin Xian leaned on the head of the bed, cast a sidelong glance at the uninvited Mu Qingxue, and said in a raw, cold manner, you don't even know to knock on the door? When Mu Qingxue saw this cold look of Qin Xian, her heart sank. I knocked and the door opened by itself. Qin Xian cursed Qingning, this little ninny, who didn't know to close the door when she came in. It was fortunate that Mu Qingxue came late, otherwise, it would have disturbed his pleasure. Something? Qin Xian yawned, not really wanting to waste words with Mu Qingxue at a time like this. Mu Qingxue said with a sour heart, from my father, I obtained a spell-relieving elixir that might be helpful in lifting your curse. With that, she took out a brown-colored elixir, walked over to Qin Xian and handed it out. Qin Xian reached out to take it and waved his hand. I'll take the elixir. You can go. Mu Qingxue shook her head. Take it first. I want to see you lift the curse with my own eyes. Qin Xian rolled his eyes. The curse of the fart, the curse of the heavy pupil woman, is like a tattoo. There is no downside to pressing. In order to get rid of Mu Qingxue, he could also only put the brown spell-relieving elixir into his mouth. At the moment the medicine is digested. Mu Qingxue quickly stepped forward and tore open Qin Xian's shirt. Seeing that the heavy pupil woman's curse remained, her eyes filled with pain. Could it be that there is no effect at all? Qin Xian was able to feel a cool medicinal power that traveled through his limbs and bones, like a headless fly on the wall. However, there was no curse in his body at all, so how could he talk about lifting the curse? In the future, there's no need to waste your mind on this. The heavy pupil woman is a quasi-emperor, and her methods are unfathomable, so I appreciate your good intentions. Qin Xian stared at Mu Qingxue and once again began to expel the guests. It's late at night. If you don't leave, won't you be tainting your reputation as Fairy Qingxue? Mu Qingxue shook her head squarely. You and I are already married. Why should we be afraid of other people's words? Qin Xian frowned, always feeling that there was something not quite right about Mu Qingxue tonight. Suddenly, feeling the cool medicinal power in his body disappear and a scorching heat rising up in the bottom of his heart, he raised his eyes in alarm and glared at Mu Qingxue. You tampered with the pills? Chapter 139, Mu Qingxue's tears of remorse. The fiery breath that kept leaping up, it made Qin Xian's face, like a boiled crab, rapidly redden and warm up. A nameless fire, ignited in the small of its back, continued to intensify. It was manipulating Qin Xian's consciousness. It made him look at the cool-faced Mu Qingxue in front of him as if he had superimposed perspective eyes. This sudden turn of events was unexpected even by Qin Xian. Who could have thought that the cold and arrogant fairy Qingxue would one day actually put her hands on the pills she gave him? The key drug, just like the snake venom he had gotten within the dragon's blood mystery, made him weak. It's hard to even lift your hand, leaving him like a lamb to the slaughter, at her mercy. This ecstasy, was it Luo Xini? Who gave it to you? Qin Xian gritted his teeth and glared at Mu Qingxue, mind like a mirror. Who else could provide this kind of ecstasy but Luo Xini? That little horse flea hoof? Mu Qingxue shook her head and retorted, this matter has nothing to do with Xini. It's all because I urged it on. If you want to hold a grudge, you should hold a grudge against me alone. Looking at the indignant look in Qin Xian's deep eyes, Mu Qingxue only felt like her heart, letting someone pluck it out from inside her chest, with a dull knife, cutting out a trail of blood, and on top of that, a handful of coarse salt, a pain so sharp it was unbearable. Previously, Qin Xian had treated her with 100 pleasing and obedient ways. How could there be such anger? Just as Luo Xini had said, there was already a gap between her and Qin Xian, and this disconnect, because of the appearance of Zekite and other women, was becoming more and more enormous. It's gotten to the point where it's hard to fix. If she didn't take action, Qin Xian would only drift away from her. There was no more getting back together. To drug Qin Xian was indeed a suggestion made by Luo Xini, yet it also made her agree. She wants to make up for her mistakes, trying to make Qin Xian recall those cozy bits and pieces when he was warming up with her, unwilling to have an argument with Qin Xian. Again, it was a pain she couldn't bear. How many late nights, alone, secretly grieving and in tears. The heart suffered from fear that Qin Xian would leave her and never see her again. Qin Xian, let's go back to the old days, okay? I will never again speculate about you with sinister intentions. In the future, no matter when or where, I am bound to stand by your side, live and die with you, and never betray. Mu Qingxue stroked her long white dress and sat beside Qin Xian's ear, using her slender palm to fondle Qin Xian's resolute face lovingly. The watery eyes had long since been clouded with a layer of watery mist. It was both joyful to be able to be so close to Qin Xian. Again, it's bitterness, and it's all brought on by the drugs. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langley dryly and anxiously said, Qin Xian, you've forgotten that among the great medicines brought by the Thunder Prison Peak Master, more than a handful of them have antidote effects. With the antidote provided by the Sacred King Realm, what is there to fear from a mere psychedelic object? Qin Xian rolled his eyes straight away and imprisoned the internal space of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. Let the cold glaze, not be able to see outwardly. Joke, do you really think he's been tricked? He was just giving Mu Qingxue a step down. Anymore, Mu Qingxue was the first daughter of Qi encountered and with a twisted mind. He also befriended Luo Xini, the daughter of Qi Yun. Turning the war with Mu Qingxue was the best way to give Luo Xini, the little flea-hoofed horse, the best way to get close to him. If not, how could he have casually swallowed the pills given by Mu Qingxue? Don't know about unfamiliar things that you can't eat? Of course, the main thing was that the lesson given to Mu Qingxue was enough. With the current perception of Mu Qingxue, it was no longer possible to be hostile to him. He was in awe of him, not to mention that he wouldn't set off another fight among the group of daughters of Qi that he had collected because of his personal and solitary character. Qin Xian's heart has already had a countermeasure, but the surface has feigned a look of pain, difficult and trembling to raise his arm, pointing at Mu Qingxue's cold and beautiful face, angrily said, Mu Qingxue, I, Qin Xian, am truly blind. How could I not have imagined that you, Fairy Qingxue, would actually be so despicable and shameless one day, using ecstasy to poison me over? What else do you want to do? Hogging my body? Mu Qingxue, let me tell you, even if you are able to get my person, you will never get my heart. He looked like a victim with no hands. In indignation, he accused Mu Qingxue's despicable demeanor. Mu Qingxue's heart was like a knife, but in her mind, the words Luo Xini told her were constantly ringing out. Between husband and wife, the beds fight and the beds come together. There is no such thing as a conflict that cannot be resolved by a single union. If it doesn't work, then it's one more time. The current Mu Qingxue has no more means. In addition to listening to Luo Xini, early hands cannot do anything.
The worst outcome was nothing more than Qin Xian shunning her as he had earlier.
However, is this not already the case in practice? What's the point? What's the point? Mu Qingxue closed her beautiful eyes, her bright eyelashes trembling violently. On the receiving end, the accusations within Qin Xian's voice as he cried out became more and more intense. Mu Qingxue, get the hell out of here. I don't want to see you. If you dare to rough me up, when I regain my power to act, I will return the favor 100-fold. Well, Qin Xian's words had yet to fall. A delicate body had been attached to it head-on. Warm lips pressed against his. It allowed him to clearly feel that Mu Qingxue's body was trembling. It seemed awe-inspiring, and more than that, it was heartbreaking and aggravating. In Mu Qingxue's tightly closed beautiful eyes, there were hot teardrops that slid down continuously from her eyes. The slap on Qin Xian's face caused him to look at the stunning beauty in front of him with increasing agitation. Let go of me. Mu Qingxue, stop it. I forbid you to take another half-step forward. Mu Qingxue turned a deaf ear, and the arrow had to be sent. There is only one way to go. She flexed her fingers, and inside the bedroom, the burning oil lamp went out. The entire room was enveloped by an extreme darkness. Instantly, immediately, in Qin Xian's mind, there was an icy mechanical tone that iterated continuously. The daughter of Qi Luck, Mu Qingxue, reverses the Big Dipper and her favor value towards the host soars, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 20,000. Reward the host with a villain value of plus 1,000. Reward the host with villain value plus 1,000 *2. Reward the host with villain value plus 1,000 *7. Mu Qingxue was unable to dispel the bitterness in her heart from her original worry. Gradually, as the tables turned, her beautiful eyes were filled with awe. Almost obsessively, she wrapped her arms around Qin Xian's neck, attached herself to Qin Xian's ear, and murmured softly, Qin Xian, I am your Qingxue, the fairy of clear snow who belongs to you alone. Chapter 140 Terrified Luo Xini. In the next few days, outside the mansion in the mountainside of Thunder Prison Peak, visitors were still coming in an endless stream. Qingning was like a miniature-like door god, driving away one visiting guest after another. Senior sister Violet Iris, my son is in seclusion and is at a critical juncture. No one is to be seen. If you think I am selfish, you may guard with me here, and if I go alone to meet the prince, I will be at your mercy to punish you. The same goes for you, Ms. Shangguan. If the prince does not come out this time, no one will be allowed to enter the mansion. It took a lot of talking to get the two sisters, Zikite and Shangguan Si, to leave. Qingning swallowed a mouthful of liquid backwards and brushed the corners of his lips. She felt, and wondered if, a few days ago, she had been too forthcoming. It was as if, even the corners of her lips were slightly chapped, and whenever she opened her mouth, it was hot and painful. The guests who favored the visiting eunuchs were all big shots, one after the other. It made her have to be polite. As the maid who served the duke, she naturally knew what the duke was busy with in the mansion at the moment. While envious to the point of heartache, you can only be on the outside, going to cover for the mail. If these people were allowed to break in, indeed, Ma Qingxue would flee. But wouldn't that disturb her husband? If she did that, what was the difference between that and the earlier bullying? If she had angered His Excellency, she would no longer know. This time, what excuse she would have to find to ask for His Excellency's forgiveness again. Luo Xini, stop. Suddenly, Qingning noticed a stream of light that drilled towards the mansion without speaking of martial arts. She hastily stepped out and tugged on Luo Xini's arm, exasperatedly saying, I've already said that the Gongzi is in seclusion and no one is allowed to enter. Luo Xini rolled her flirtatious eyes. Are you lying to ghosts? That 10 incense soft tendon powder. She was the one who gave it to Mu Qingxue. The purpose was to bring Mu Qingxue and Qin Xian back together. Anyway, Mu Qingxue and Qin Xian had already been married for a long time. Any more intimate moves wouldn't make the situation, well, any more complicated. She was also able to take advantage of the status of the Mu Qingxue sisters to constantly get closer to Qin Xian. Most of all, if she let Qingxue and Qin Xian make up, Qingxue would treat her with 100% trust. She then wanted to seek personal gain from it, and to go dark with Qin Xian with half the effort. However, what she didn't expect was that for 3 days in a row, Qin Xian closed his doors and didn't come out. Even Qingxue never returned to Qingxue Pavilion, as if she had disappeared for no reason. She felt a little panicked, terrified.
Her upgraded 10 incense soft tendon powder could poison even the peak of the celestial realm,
or even a quasi-saint, to make the entire body sore and weak. A profound and unfathomable cultivation could not be brought into play by half, once or twice. A normal person is able to withstand it. But Luo Xini was worried that Mu Qingxue had been overthinking these days, and her demands were boundless. One must know that today's Qin Xian was like an ordinary person, whereas Mu Qingxue, on the other hand, was the actual, unsullied divine body that had been promoted to the peak of the yin-yang mirror with the help of the Mak domain's great strength. Excessive solicitation. She was afraid that Mu Qingxue would suck Qin Xian dry. When the time came, the heavy pupil woman's curse hadn't killed Qin Xian, but instead, she and the two sisters, Mu Qingxue, had teamed up to drain Qin Xian dry. If she was involved in it and ate the meat, and was severely punished by the holy land of Yaoqi, that would be just fine. But she's just the one providing the drugs, and she hasn't gotten anything out of it yet, to be severely punished along with Mu Qingxue.
Then her grievance is comparable to the flying snow in June.
I can't wait to find a piece of tofu and run myself over. I have urgent matters to find Xing Shui.
Luo Xini was anxious and furious.
Swinging away Qingning's small hand, Qingning's brows furrowed in disbelief. How did you know that Mu Qingxue was within the mansion? Luo Xini wanted to laugh bitterly in her heart. How does she know?
Everything that Mu Qingxue did was her compulsion. She was also the one who encouraged her to sneak into Qin Xian's place in the middle of the night. She's now calling this putting the kibosh on it.
If not, it caused Qin Xian's body to go halfway out of shape. No one will pity her even if she is tortured in a thunderstorm. Get out of the way. One step later, if anything happens to Qin Xian's body, you and I won't be able to atone for our sins even if we die.
Luo Xini seized her steps and ran wildly,
kicking open the door of the mansion. Panicked,
he headed straight for the bedroom.
Just as he entered the room, a woozy odor came over him. When he fixed his eyes again, where was Qin Xian's figure on the big bed in the bedroom? There was only one person left, Mu Qingxue, with dull eyes and saliva at the corners of her mouth, seeping out a little bit downwards. Qingxue, what is wrong with you? Seeing this, Luo Xini slipped to her knees and sped to Mu Qingxue's side, tightly clutching her slippery palm. She giggled inwardly. It's not possible that Qin Xian was squeezed dry and died. Qin Xian was drained to death and Mu Qingxue was martyred, right? Her eyes looked around, all missing the figure of Qin Xian. Nervous voice became choked. Where is Qin Xian? Qin Xian where is he?
A little bit of radiance was restored in Mu Qingxue's blank gaze. With difficulty she raised her palms, her lips dry and cracked.
Water, give me water.
The current Mu Qingxue only felt that all the moisture in her body had been drained.
Desperately in need of hydration, nourishment, Luo Xini went and returned with a large glass of water. Mu Qingxue picked up, gurgling head back to drink, and let Luo Xini go to pour water, and drank a few large cups in succession. Pale face, only gradually improved. Why isn't Qin Xian here?
Luo Xini was drumming in her heart.
Mu Qingxue took a long breath of clear air, and on her absolutely beautiful face, she said with exhaustion, he had something to do and left first. Left? On your own? Seeing Mu Qingxue nod her head, Luo Xini felt as unbelievable as a heavenly fantasy. How is that possible? Mu Qingxue nowadays, all this wretched and miserable appearance, as being pressed. Qin Xian, who was being squeezed, actually managed to leave on his own? Is this a moral failing or a human failing? 10 incense soft tendon scatter, even the peak of the associate saints, can't resist it. Can't it be that the one who ate the 10 incense soft tendon scatter was you, not Qin Xian who took it? I mixed it in the mantra relief dan and had Qin Xian take it. Then, with you in this posture now, like you're off your feet, Qin Xian wouldn't have left in a flashback, would he? After taking the 10 incense soft tendon powder, he is just like an ordinary person. His entire cultivation is unable to be mobilized. How can he withstand such an inordinate demand from you? Luo Xini was furious, thinking that Mu Qingxue didn't know how to cherish people at all. When you get a chance, you gripe as hard as you can. If this grips Qin Xian bald, grips to the future, can't even be humane. What about her? Who's going to make up for it? Who will compensate for the happiness of her body? Shepherd Qingxue regained some of her qi, remembering the absurd experiences of the past few days. Her cheeks flushed with shame. In the beginning, it was indeed me, but in the back, I was already like a lamb at the mercy of a free hand. Everything was done on purpose by Qin Xian, and I was only passively enduring the punishment. Luo Xini said incredulously, you're saying that even if Qin Xian doesn't have any cultivation, it's still enough to make you unable to deal with it?
Mu Qingxue blushed and lowered her forehead.
His physique is different.
Luo Xini swallowed a mouthful of liquid backwards in horror, and looked at the shy Mu Qingxue with difficulty.
You and Qin Xian, and, made up? Mu Qingxue shook her head, then nodded heavily. I guess it's a reconciliation, right? Qin Xian, though, has been fighting to punish her severely for the past few days, in retaliation. But before she left, she was not told to get out of the mansion. It was even threatened that she would be properly punished later. This should, sort of, make up. Chapter 141, Thinking of the Magnificent Holy Lord. Yao Qi Main Peak. Qin Xian did not know that at this time, within his bedroom, Luo Xini and Mu Qingxue had already met. Of course, even if you know, you don't care. His goal is to get the two, who are two of the most affectionate girlfriends in the world, to be honest together. What's going on here? Senior. Su Youyu walked in a light pink flounced jacket dress, bright but not colorful, bright but not vulgar, setting off the beautiful lines of that white neck, through the crystal clear clavicle, and then down to the proud peaks of her breasts, elegant with a graceful and dignified flavor. The slender waist, twisting slightly, stood beside Qin Xian, and there was a fragrance that was dispersing. She carried a cup of fragrant tea and placed it beside Qin Xian, her pretty little face with a pleasing smile, politely saying, "Drink tea." Qin Xian frowned slightly, wondering what the hell this Su Youyu was thinking of. Why are you so polite all of a sudden? When he thought about it, within the Dragon's Blood mysteries, he and Su Youyu were considered to have a bit of a beef. Plus, Chen Fan and Su Youyu came from the same Undermoon Imperial dynasty. He was already in a state of flames with Chen Fan. Su Youyu wasn't saying she was hostile to him, but at least she wasn't so fawning, right? Shouldn't it be holding back something bad? Seeing Qin Xian's frown, Su Youyu's heart thumped. Thinking that she had offended Qin Xian somewhere, she hurriedly explained, "I'm too big to call you senior brother." But in reality, within Yao Qi, the one who reaches the top is the master. You are stronger than me. It's only right that I address you as senior brother. Senior brother Qin Xian. Back in the Dragon's Blood mysterious realm, it was all because of the mission that I went out to fight with you guys for the Dragon's Hide. Now that the Dragon's Hide has been obtained by Long Chen, you and I shouldn't be hostile anymore. Although that guy Chen Fan is from the same Undermoon dynasty as me, he's an egomaniac, and he and I, we've always been at loggerheads. Qin Xian was amused, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Relationship skimmed so cleanly? Su Youyu swallowed a mouthful of liquid backwards. What I said is the truth. She had witnessed with her own eyes how demonic Qin Xian was. To make an enemy of Qin Xian was to seek death. If she let Qin Xian set his sights on her, she wouldn't be able to sleep well in the Yaohe Holy Land. Not to mention, having to travel to that mysterious and unpredictable land of the Emperor's fall. After saying that, Su Youyu felt the Holy Lord's aura and hurriedly arched her hand towards the magnificent figure walking towards her. Greetings, Master. Qin Xian got up and looked at the Holy Lord, who was always shrouded in mist, and muttered oddly, "This layer of mist around the Holy Lord, could it be a vision that comes naturally with it?" The Holy Lord spoke with a light smile. "You managed to be a bit lenient," Su Youyu hurriedly said in a pleasing manner to Qin Xian. "This is the incarnation of Master. This layer of mist, she did it on purpose." The Holy Lord of Yaoqi frowned slightly and glanced at Su Youyu, as if Su Youyu was blind. She continued, "Master is also helpless. Her blooming beauty, when even the Xiang Emperor was one of the suitors, it had caused a bloody and chaotic war. Since that time, Master she no longer recognizes people by their true faces. It's for the sake of the Yaoqi Holy Land, not wanting to get involved in the middle of the strife." The Holy Lord of Yaoqi glared at Su Youyu and said in a hard tone, "No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak." Su Youyu touched the tip of his nose and giggled he, saying it out loud. Master Teacher would scold her at most, but if she didn't say it out loud, Qin Xian's hostility towards her wouldn't diminish, and who knew that in the land of the Emperor's fall, Qin Xian would play a dirty trick and kill her off in secret? Qin Xian stroked his chin, fatally surveying the misty, poised Saint Lord's silhouette, and said with emotion, "It didn't occur to me that the Saint Lord, back then, actually had such an unknown past. Obviously you can rely on your face value, but you have to rely on your strength to create a magnificent and grand Yaoji Holy Land." The Holy Lord of Yaoqi was unimpressed and spoke faintly. "Qin Xian, this time, you and the young fish, in the land of the Emperor's fall, should take care of each other. Yaoqi disciples, you should take care of them more." She flexed her fingers and two pieces of phoenix feathers, colorful and bright, fell into the palms of Qin Xian and Su Youyu, one for each of them. This is the true phoenix feather, and when it is crushed, it will create a space-time rift that connects to each other, and after entering it, you can instantly rush to where the other side is.
An additional look of remembrance appeared in the gaze of the Holy Lord of Yaoan as she stared at Qin Xian and said bluntly,
"In the land of the Emperor's fall, it is rumored that there is the existence of the true phoenix nest, so if one can have the opportunity, one can bring the true phoenix nest back to the Holy Land of Yaoan."
Her words were only addressed to Qin Xian.
As for Su Youyu, she didn't hold half a hope. When in danger, Su Youyu ran faster than anyone else. You want to rely on Su Youyu to get the true phoenix nest?
Then she was simply more foolish than the Empress of the Undermoon who had arranged for Su Youyu to come to Yaoqi to seize the pure quality phoenix flame.
Qin Xian muttered suspiciously. True phoenix nest? Su Youyu hurriedly followed to explain. Legend has it that the nest where the phoenix hatches its eggs is the larger-sized bird's nest. Isn't she the master cultivating the phoenix treasure art?
She must have encountered a predicament, and staying inside the phoenix nest to cultivate will enable her to attune to the true phoenix sense,
deepen her understanding of the treasure art, and break through the current barrier in one fell swoop.
The Holy Lord of Yaoqi's expression moved,
and the true phoenix feather in Su Youyu's hand disappeared. Seeing this,
Su Youyu was so shocked that she flopped and planted herself on the ground, without the slightest regard for the fact that she was wearing an elegant and dignified chested jacket at this time. She hugged the Holy Lord's jade leg and bawled, "Master, disciple knows that it is wrong. Disciple promises that in the future, will not talk too much again. Please, give the phoenix feather back to the disciple." Apprentice is a small trash of the celestial realm. In addition to a piece of underworld emperor clock can still punch the facade.
Into the land of the Emperor's fall, is a lamb to be slaughtered. Without the true phoenix feather,
without the shelter of senior brother Qin Xian,
I 10 deaths. No life nah. Master.
The Holy Lord of Yaoqi hated the iron and threw out the true phoenix feather.
Look at you now, but there's still half a bit of the holy maiden's temperament.
Su Youyu clutched the true phoenix feather tightly and wiped her tears,
muttering in a small voice, "Where is the importance of temperament over a small life?"
She patted her jacket,
got up,
walked over to Qin Xian's ear, and muttered in a low voice, "Master, she has a hard mouth and a soft heart, so as long as she sells her misery well, there will be no shortage of benefits."
Qin Xian understood and pushed Su Youyu away,
and hurriedly spoke with a bitter face,
"Holy Lord,
I am burdened with the heavy pupil woman curse, and my life will not last long, and the land of the Emperor's fall is full of crises, so I didn't think of committing the danger just by myself."
The Holy Lord of Yaoqi narrowed her eyes and glared fiercely at Su Youyu.
Frightened Su Young Fish, on the sidelines hastily lowered his head and fiddled with his scallion jade finger,
like a one question, three knowledge too little cute.
Slowly shifting her gaze towards Qin Xian,
she spoke in a deep voice, "Are you serious about not entering the land of the Emperor's fall? If others didn't know, could she not be clear about Qin Xian's small mind?"
The phoenix treasure art had already been initiated in just one day, and this kind of natural ability was something that even she, the Holy Lord, had never heard of before. This kind of treasure art, if cultivated to the high depths, was enough for nirvana rebirth. The curse of a woman with heavy pupils is nothing to worry about. She had already threatened that there was the whereabouts of the true phoenix nest within the land of the Emperor's fall. The true phoenix nest had a unique bonus to cultivating the phoenix treasure art.
Isn't that obvious enough? What kind of reward do you want?
The Holy Lord of Yaoqi's gaze cleansed and stared at Qin Xian. Qin Xian spoke to himself,
"The land of the Emperor's fall, and my Yaohi holy land for the enemy, abound, that is, I go alone, is the same as being behind bars, not to mention,
but also to take care of a group of junior siblings. The pressure is too great,
like a big mountain, pressured me a little gasping for air. Unless," the Holy Lord of Yaoqi asked back, "unless what?" "Unless, upon my return,
the Holy Lord is willing
to see me in my true form."
Qin Xian tilted his head and looked straight at the Yaohu sacred lord in the mist.
"Man, not horny, how are you?"
He was rather very curious as to what kind of splendor this Holy Lord of Yaohi, who was able to charm even great emperors, was.
Chapter 142 Traveling to the Land of the Emperor's Fall. Gollum, on the side with a second little cute, Su Youyu,
who was fiddling with her fingers, heard this and raised her beautiful eyes, and in her gaze, she was full of consternation. She suspected that Qin Xian's brain was kicked by a donkey.
"I've heard of the dude hitting on the family lady on the street. I've never heard of anyone daring to molest someone's boss on someone else's turf. What's more,
it was in the boundaries of the Yaohi Holy Land.
Molesting the Yaohi Holy Lord? Isn't this purely a death wish?"
She hurriedly stepped forward,
tugged on Qin Xian's arm,
and reminded in a low voice,
"Qin Xian, don't be like this. I'm scared."
She was afraid that her master would slap Qin Xian to death in a fit of rage.
If Qin Xian died, whose thigh would she hug in the land of Emperor's fall?
When the time comes to encounter danger and crush the true phoenix feather,
Who will come to her rescue?
Qin Xian plucked away Su Youyu's palm and looked straight into the beautiful eyes of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi in the mist.
Holy Lord, can you agree to the request I mentioned?
And he thought he was making too easy a request.
It's just a meeting.
If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, an existence that possessed the Phoenix treasure art on high,
doing so many things for her, he's ready to name names in open sun.
If I didn't think the true thoughts were spoken,
I would be slapped to death immediately.
If he hadn't been concerned about the strong strength of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi,
how could he just simply try? Of course, there's no rush. You can't get fat in one bite. Everything, it's gradual. Rice has to be eaten one bite at a time, and the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, too, has to be a step-by-step strategy.
The Holy Lord of Yaoqi spoke quietly.
Your guts, as always, are not bad.
There was no shortage of suitors until she grew up. Having reached such a position nowadays, as strong as the Violet Sun Emperor, he would also take care of his face.
No more transgressive thoughts rose. She hadn't thought that one day, there would actually be a disciple within her own Yaoi Holy Land, who was thinking of her, the Holy Lord.
There was never any anticipation of this. Qin Xian wore a smile like a spring breeze on his face,
starving the timid and bracing the bold.
We'll wait to see if the Holy Lord agrees or not.
The atmosphere in the gilded lobby fell silent for several breaths. Holy Lord Yaoqi slowly nodded. May, it's a deal. When I return from the land of the Emperor's fall, the first thing I'll do is to see the Holy Lord's true face.
Qin Xian's tone was certain as he gave the Holy Lord of Yaoqi a resolute look, then turned around and left the palace. Su Youyu bumbled along behind him until he stepped out of the main peak. Then he busily inquired,
Senior brother knows the whereabouts of the true phoenix nest?
Qin Xian shook his head.
No. Elder brother is 10% sure that he can protect me in the land of Emperor's Fall?
No.
Then if I die in the land of the Emperor's Fall, won't senior brother be unable to fulfill his pact with his master?
Qin Xian nodded his head with a smile.
Then it's even if you lose the bet. Big deal.
Not seeing the Holy Lord's true face is,
it's not like there's a piece of meat missing. Oh, senior brother, don't bring you to play like this. You can easily lose my little life like this. Su Youyu was so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. After all the fuss, even if he lost the bet, Qin Xian didn't have anything to lose.
But she's different. If she wasn't careful, her little life would have to be accounted for in the land of the Emperor's Fall. But even the former Violet Sun Emperor had fallen.
Not to mention her, a little trash in the celestial realm, the daughter of Qi. Su Youyu's mood fluctuates drastically,
rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 6,000.
Suddenly, hearing the sound of rewards arriving,
Qin Xian turned his head in surprise and looked straight into Su Youyu's tearful watery eyes.
Mind blown. Ouch. This old sixth of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon was actually a daughter of Qi?
That's right, at a young age, carrying a top-level holy weapon underworld emperor clock.
This chance is indeed rare. To put it this way then, the remaining 6 of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon, all more or less, had their own specialties that were not inferior to Su Youyu. Doesn't that mean that the 7 pearls of the underworld moon all have to be daughters of Qi? All at once. So he caught 7? Don't worry.
I'll make sure you're safe and sound in the land of the Emperor's Fall this time.
Qin Xian boasted a clear change in attitude. He was unprofitable and knew the identity of Su Youyu.
He also intended to rely on Su Youyu to get close to the other 6 daughters of Qi.
That's all big-time villain value. How can you miss it?
Su Youyu's watery eyes had a bright light of surprise in them,
flowing in crystals. Elder brother is going to bail me out? Qin Xian nodded. Foolproof. To be precise, it should be the Qi that was protecting Su Yufu. He's just along for the ride, taking credit where credit is due. Since when would a great fortune-added one like the son of luck and the daughter of luck die inside the secret realm? For others, the crisis-ridden secret realm, that is the representative of the dangerous. But for these great fortune plus the pride, the crisis-ridden secret realm that is to give and take the treasure trove, not only will it be a blessing in disguise, but it will also be an unexpected blessing. Of course, it's limited to the daughters of the air. After all, those sons of Qi had already gotten him, the enlightened one, on his tail. No matter how strong the Qi was, it couldn't withstand his plundering. Since senior brother is like this, I have nothing to hide. I'll betray another acquaintance. Su Youyu gritted her teeth, clenched her small fists, raised her eyes, looked up into Qin Xian's deep eyes, and said with a straight face, Senior brother, remember to pay attention to Wu Bingqing of the Heaven-Mending Holy Land. That's my third sister. And likewise the Holy Maiden of the Heaven-Mending Holy Land. That's the woman who appeared at the Yao Pond on that day. And she's been entrusted by the Heaven-Mending Holy Land to kill you this time in the land of the Emperor's Fall. Qin Xian raised an eyebrow. She can kill me? Su Yoyu nodded without hesitation.
Third sister is at the peak of the quasi-saint realm and has a secret technique that can kill saint kings.
TSK.
Qin Xian smacked his lips in awe.
Solid hammer. The peak of a quasi-saint. Being able to kill a saint king, other than the daughter of luck. Is there any other explanation?
After exchanging a few pleasantries, he parted ways with Su Yoyu. In the next few days, the selection for the journey to the land of Emperor's Fall was tightly carried out within the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Knowing that Qin Xian would also be going, the number of disciples who wanted to enter the land of Emperor's Fall this term was unprecedented. Just the auditions alone, everything unfolds in 3 full rounds. About 300 to 400 disciples above the celestial realm were able to stand out.
On this day, the 7 peak masters of the Yaoqi Holy Land, including the Yaoqi Holy Lord, appeared in unison. May you all triumph. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi's clear and cold words fell.
The 10,000 Swords Peak Master leaped onto the deck of the immortal boat, and in the envious eyes of countless Yaoqi disciples,
he urged the immortal boat to penetrate the clouds and break through the fog, heading towards the extreme north, shattering the void.
Looking at the light and strange distorted space around them,
everyone's heart was like a huge stone. Even the Holy Sun, Chen Fan, looked similarly unusually nervous.
Throughout the ages, those who traveled to the land of the Emperor's Fall and were able to return safely were few and far between.
Originally,
this secret realm had been all but ignored.
After all, no one would joke with their lives.
But with some years ago, after a survivor obtained a treasure bone fragment that recorded a treasure art in the land of the Emperor's Fall, this place, then, became unusually lively.
The Purple Sun Empire, the Undermoon Dynasty, and the heavenly prides of all the great holy lands flocked to the city in an endless stream.
The Phoenix treasure art is not the only treasure art, and treasure arts that are even more powerful than the Phoenix treasure art are not unavailable. If I can obtain the treasure bone of one of the 10 murderers, I will likewise be able to be invincible in the same realm.
In the inner compartment of the immortal boat, Chen Fan closed his eyes to recuperate. Narrowing his eyes, he looked toward Qin Xian,
who was not far away with his legs crossed in a dangling manner, and the ferocity in his eyes grew colder and colder.
Shifu, Su Yoyu, wearing a light blue flush jacket, walked in with a fawning face, carrying fragrant tea. Seeing this, Chen Fan's heart was as clear as a mirror. He was clear about Su Yoyu's character, timid and fearful, and this time he was bound to want to please him. Let him be in the secret territory and take care of it.
Only then did he lazily extend his hand,
exchanging pleasantries.
Senior sister is courteous, and will certainly take more care of her during this experience.
Su Yoyu hurriedly dodged and snatched it, and said awkwardly towards Chen Fan, I'm sorry, this cup of tea is not served to you.
She also did not offend Chen Fan, just twisted her slender waist,
continued to walk towards Qin Xian. Will tea, placed on the table beside Qin Xian, playfully said, Senior brother, sitting for so long, tired do you want me to help you? Pinch the shoulders, whack the legs?
Chapter 143, Quasi-Emperor Artifact, Domain Suppressing Cauldron.
Qin Xian absently stretched his leg towards Su Yoyu, picked up the fragrant tea, took a light sip, and said in a harmonious voice, Then I'll trouble senior sister Su. No trouble, no trouble, it's senior sister's honor to relieve senior brother's fatigue. Su Yoyu stroked her flounced jacket and sat on her knees beside Qin Xian, not caring about Chen Fan's gaze either, fitting the orifices and doing nothing.
He was relaxing Qin Xian's leg muscles for him. That fawning look was like a flower girl inside a greenhouse who met a wealthy gold master.
LOL. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan had a mouthful of teeth that nearly crumbled from biting. He was dissatisfied with Su Yoyu, dissatisfied with his timid and fearful character, but his identity, in the entire Undermoon dynasty, was significant. It was the 6th person among the 7 pearls of the underworld moon, receiving an oral message from Her Majesty, the Empress. She came to the Holy Land of Yaoqi to assist him in capturing the pure quality Phoenix Flame, not to him coquettishly just, now actually to Qin Xian, so humble. She didn't care about her own face. Did she even disregard the identity of the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty? Su Yufu, take a good look at what you're doing to yourself. Chen Fan spoke out angrily, looking painfully at Su Yoyu, who was like a maid. You are the 7 pearls of the Underworld Moon, one of the 7 most radiant pearls of the Underworld Moon Dynasty, and now you're currying favor with Qin Xian in such a shameless manner. Don't you feel any shame? Su Yuyu rolled her eyes. No matter how good her temper is, she can't withstand this kind of humiliation. What do you know? I call this the deep love of fellow disciples. Qin Xian's senior brother tired, I will relieve his tiredness. When I encountered danger in the land of the Emperor's Fall, senior brother and then come to the rescue. Sensible and reasonable. The title of the 7 pearls of the Stygian moon, no matter how precious it is, can it still be as precious as your own little life? This title was originally pressed on my head by someone with a heart of gold, so if you want it, I'll just let you have it. Open and shut your mouth is the 7 pearls of the underworld moon, messing with the fact that when she strikes now, the opposite side of the street knows what she's up to. Knowing that she was carrying the underworld emperor's bell, she had been unable to kill the enemy without being prepared. Feeling that she was too angry, the force in her hand, somewhat out of control, Su Yoyu hurriedly raised her eyes and looked at Qin Xian, saying with a sarcastic smile, "Senior brother, this force, can it be okay?" Qin Xian raised his hand carelessly. He sized up Chen Fan with interest, and in his gaze, there was a hint of teasing. It could be called a provocation. He just did it on purpose. It was because he wanted to watch Chen Fan and Su Yoyu implode. The more hostile the two were, the more lucrative the benefits would be for him. Chen Fan remotely pointed at Qin Xian's nose, angrily rebuking. You take a good look at his expression at this moment, a condescending look, as if he is riding on the top of my Undermoon dynasty's head. This move of yours makes my Undermoon dynasty lose face. Su Yoyu's indignant chest burst into a ripple, and the jacket, as if bearing a thickness that could not be carried, cried out. In Qin Xian's perspective, more and more clearly able to see that tender whiteness, there are white waves, cascading. Su Yoyu retorted unwillingly. I let the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty be disgraced when I pinched my senior brother's leg, so wouldn't it be even more disgraceful for the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty if you, a saint's son in the middle stage of the quasi-sainthood, lost to your senior brother who is in the first level of the celestial realm? We're just from the same Stygian Moon Dynasty. We're not some kind of affectionate Dao friends. What I'm going to do is none of your business. Oh, just because that cup of tea wasn't served for you, and seeing me currying favor with senior brother Qin Xian, you got angry in your heart and started accusing me and scolding me? It's clearly you who can't get angry in your own heart. So why is it that every time something happens, you have to stand up for the greater good and make a load of accusations? The thing Su Yoyu despises the most is this point about Chen Fan. Always feel justified. Anytime someone else contradicts him, he thinks it must be someone else's fault. Never think about your reasons. In the past, Chen Fan was the Holy Son, with amazing talent and extraordinary strength that no one could refute. But now, this saint's son, had all but allowed Qin Xian, who was at the first level of the celestial realm, to defeat him. Still unrepentant, she, Su Yoyu, had been kicked in the head by a donkey, and only then would she go and make good relations with Chen Fan instead of pleasing Qin Xian, whose thighs to hold on to be able to hold on to a little life. It couldn't be clearer. Since Chen Fan was so small-minded, she could no longer sway the balance. In that case, it would be better to directly draw a line with Chen Fan and completely fall to Qin Xian's side. In the land of Emperor's Fall, hard power was what dominated everything. Moreover, in her and Qin Xian's hands, both of them had the true phoenix feather bestowed by their master, and were able to converge in a short period of time. Su Yufu, Chen Fan gritted his teeth, his forehead veins popping. In his eye sockets, lines of blood instantly wrapped around his eyeballs, making his gaze more and more scarlet. He hadn't expected that this timid and fearful Su Yoyu would actually break with him for Qin Xian, and verbally abused him. This pair of dogs, both deserve to die. The son of Qi, Chen Fan's Qi value has dropped by 20,000 points, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 20,000. The son of Qi Fortune, Chen Fan, has a gap with the daughter of Qi Fortune, Su Yoyu, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 30,000. Chen Fan, the son of Qi Luck, develops extremely strong killing intent towards the host, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 50,000. The cold mechanical voice sounded, checking for the arrival of the villain value. Qin Xian was ecstatic. A big fat goat is a big fat goat. Just by letting Su Yoyu dislike her twice, she actually provided 100,000 points of villain value directly. Perhaps it was Su Yoyu's truthful words that hurt Chen Fan's heart that caused such tremendous feedback? He didn't care, and with a smile like a spring breeze on his face, he joked towards Chen Fan. All of you are working for the Empress of the Underworld Moon. How much do you get? A few dollars a month. What are you fighting for? Humph. Chen Fan snorted coldly and clasped his hands on his chest, his gaze averted, not bothering to interact with Qin Xian. Su Yoyu was different. Her big watery eyes were shining brightly. It was as if he had heard some maxim. The gaze that looked at Qin Xian was filled with the celebration of having found someone of the same path. Knock. As Su Yoyu was preparing to take the opportunity to further deepen her relationship with Qin Xian, the immortal boat suffered a heavy blow, shaking violently, and the tables and chairs in the inner compartment, all tipped over. Immediately afterward, accompanied by a loud noise, the entire immortal boat began to violently capsize. Like a flatboat, in a huge wave, it was directly overturned, and in the endless ocean floor, it began to rotate endlessly. Qin Xian and Chen Fan decisively left the inner warehouse and headed above the deck. Su Youyu scowled, feeling that it was not safe to stay in the inner warehouse. Like a frightened bunny, grabbing Qin Xian's coat corner with her hand and hiding behind him in a tightly knit manner. However, he saw a sword on that bloomed with radiant light, and a sword slashed out as if the Milky Way was pouring down. That heavily wrapped barrier outside the other flying saint vessel not far from the immortal boat was like a porcelain tile, completely crumbling. The sword on surged and went straight for that flying sacred artifact Origin, not waiting to destroy that holy artifact. A three-legged square tripod, which swelled tens of thousands of times in size, blocked in front of the flying holy artifact with a booming buzz. Clang! The sword on collided with the cauldron, emitting a metallic buzzing sound. The Emperor's might that overflowed from above the cauldron shattered the sword awnings of the 10,000 Swords Peak Master with just one tremor. Chapter 144, Sacrificing the Mouth of the Abyss. The domain-suppressing tripod. The heaven-mending Holy Land. What a great stroke! The great sword in the hands of the 10,000 Swords Peak Master warbled and hummed. His gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through the heavy mist and looking straight at the opposite Saint King Realm powerhouse. A Saint King Realm appeared on the flying treasure of the heaven-mending Holy Land and smiled and snorted. The 10,000 Sword Peak Master is indeed incredibly strong. It's actually all-powerful enough to shake a quasi-imperial artifact. Don't be angry. The land of the Emperor's fall. There are many crises. The immortal boat capsizes, all at the drop of a hat. I mend the heavenly sacred ground, but I'm just taking this opportunity to wake up the Yaohe sacred ground. The Yaoqi Holy Land's crowd of celestial pride were enraged when they heard this. This is a provocation. Naked provocation. Nearly toppling the immortal boat. If we had not been carefully selected, this move would surely have caused a large number of disciples to fall into the spatial rift and be strangled to pieces by the astral wind. They dared to be angry. Even the hot-tempered 10,000 Swords Peak Master could not harm the opposite side with a full-strength sword, not to mention those of them who were disciples of the quasi-saint realm at most. Su Youyu hid behind Qin Xian and reminded in a low voice, "That Chindi tripod belongs to my third sister, and was originally only an extreme holy artifact. After she entered the heaven-mending Holy Land, it was patched up by the Holy Lord to become a quasi-imperial artifact, and I'm afraid that this time it will be revealed. It is intentionally to notify the public that your quasi-imperial artifacts aren't the only ones that are available, and it will cause many people to let go of their wariness of quasi-imperial artifacts, and to rise up to kill you again." Chen Fan twisted his head and looked at Su Youyu angrily. "You dare to betray Wu Bingcheng?" Su Youyu grunted in exasperation. "I call this abandoning the darkness. No, I'm not the only one who originally knew the origin of the Jindi tripod. I just informed my senior brother in advance. How can it be considered a betrayal? It's better than you, a traitor who is the holy son of the Yaoqi Holy Land but eats from the bowl and watches the pot." Qin Xian didn't pay attention to the argument between the two, stepping on the deck and coming to the fringe, saying in a deep voice, "It's not polite to come and not go. The heaven-mending Holy Land sacrifices quasi-imperial artifacts, and I, Yaoqi Holy Land, am not without them either." With those words, he lifted his hand and made a move as if it were his arm. The desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda transformed into a stream of light and smashed into the domain suppressor cauldron just before the two Holy Lands happened to break through the spatial rift and arrived at the entrance to the Emperor's Land of Fall. Boom! A loud noise erupted as the collision of the two quasi-emperor artifacts destroyed the heavens and the earth. The breath swept away. The mountains collapsed. The river flowed backward. Even the countless huge trees on the ground were inch by inch stripped of soil, to be uprooted, as much as in the shockwave, blasted into pieces. Countless large forces from all sides that had arrived at this place in advance. No one had expected that this scene would come out of nowhere. Only secretly cursed a grass your mother, and then held his head and fled the void. Ka-chow! A crisp cracking sound rang out from the desolate ancient prison town tower. On the flying treasures of the heaven-mending Holy Land, there were Saint King realms with ferocious eyes as they rose into the air. From the holy weapon that had been sacrificed, an endless shadowy aura erupted, summoning a giant dark creature comparable to the Dharma heaven. Een God Rift, the Een God, who was 10,000 feet tall and had a head with different horns, held a thorn-riddled soul morning rod and slammed down fiercely towards the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower. Wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to smash the foundation of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower in one fell swoop. As long as he lost the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda, Qin Xian would be an ant in their eyes, at the mercy of their heaven-mending Holy Land.
clank, the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda suffered a heavy blow from the Yin soul,
and as if it was undefeated,
it spun upside down towards the flying treasure of the heaven-mending Holy Land. That same king who had summoned the Yin god was overjoyed.
Ding Qing, help me to refine this tower. Qin Xian killed my beloved disciple. Today, this seat will make the quasi-imperial artifact in his hands have no return.
In the midst of the wind, the 10,000 swords peak master struck once again,
clamping down on the domain-suppressing cauldron and preventing it from flying back.
The heaven-mending Holy Land also did not come to help, but only flew out 3 saint kings from that flying treasure.
In each of the 4 directions, southeast, west, north, and west,
a saint king imprisoned the 4 directions of the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower.
All of the space. No good.
The 10,000 swords peak master was shocked.
Done. Originally,
he had suffered a loss once, and now he wanted to regain his face.
But unexpectedly, he lost Qin Xian's quasi-emperor artifact.
Not only did this lose Qin Xian's supreme treasure, but it also caused the confidence of the disciples to plummet.
This time, the place where the emperor falls is bound to be fierce. Senior brother Qin Xian,
your quasi-imperial artifact is going to be refined by the heaven-mending Holy Land. Su Yufu swallowed back a mouthful of liquid in shock.
Before even entering the emperor's fall land, Qin Xian had lost the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda. She felt that she, too, was going to suffer greatly this time.
There's no rush. Qin Xian looked around and noticed that, not far away from the scorched black ground, there was a pitch-black vortex that began to gradually generate from a small black spot, instantly skyrocketing thousands of times,
and, still growing in the midst of it.
He had a smile on his lips and knew the time was right.
With a heartbeat, he whispered softly as if he were a demon. Desolate ancient shattering mountains and rivers. Dang, dang, dang.
A violent tremor erupted on the imprisoned desolate ancient prison suppressor tower thereof. Each tremor caused the surrounding space to begin to distort and move. When the tremors intensified and gradually tended to a calm hum, a special Tao influence blossomed on the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. It caused the flying holy weapon of that heaven-mending Holy Land to be tainted with such a halo.
Ka-chow. The 2 layers of the tower began to rotate,
and the moment they rejoined again, there was another shattering sound.
Only this time,
it was no longer the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda that shattered, but the flying holy weapon of the heaven-mending Holy Land. The entire holy artifact that carried the heaven-mending Holy Land's heavenly pride that had come to explore the land of the emperor's fall collapsed without the slightest sign.
A holy artifact that was reduced to pieces in an instant. And these fragments, just like the obliterated mountains and rivers, carried the desperate aura of destruction.
Slightly stained.
Let the cultivators sink into it.
But see hundreds of thousands of heaven-mending Holy Land's pride.
Like a dumpling, rainstorm pear blossomed straight into the ground's pitch-black vortex. The soul-refining sect patriarch was startled. How could we be above the entrance to the emperor's fall land? Not good. Save them with all your might. The 4 Saint King realms, unaffected by the aura of despair, showed panic on their faces.
Already unable to care about losing control of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, they all stepped in to rescue the fallen celestial pride.
It was too late.
As the 4 Saint King realms joined hands to save most of the heavenly pride, from that pitch-black vortex, a head comparable to the size of a city opened its bloody mouth from the vortex and poked out with a bite. No matter whether it was a heavenly pride or a saint, all of them were swallowed into their bellies, devouring a large amount of blood food. The huge mouth of the abyss at the entrance of the emperor's fall land gradually changed from pitch-black color, and began to turn into a light and strange rainbow color.
Qin Xian, this is not slow and unhurried. Slowly take back the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. Surveyed the mending heaven Holy Land as if out of the water. Back shocked out of a cold sweat purging soul sect patriarch. The corners of his mouth holding a smile, with the eyes of the tawdry, thanks to the purging soul sect patriarch's generosity.
With the mending heaven Holy Land's pride of the flesh and blood,
filling the abyss giant mouth. If not the mending heaven Holy Land righteousness, we this time, but to pay a not inconsiderable price.
This entrance to the land of the emperor's fall was different.
Sacrifice is required. Every time it opened, all the forces, from all sides, would put in a large amount of blood food, mostly death row inmates. There are also great medicines that are full of gas and blood. But now, with the heaven-mending Holy Land's leadership, the abyss's huge mouth has been fed. Instead, it saves the various forces from having to make another choice. Senior brother is mighty. Greetings for the Holy Land of Yaoqi.
Congratulations for senior brother Qin Xian.
On the immortal boat,
all the disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land were enthusiastic.
It was a blast,
and the forehead veins were bulging from the shouting. They had suffered a great defeat and nearly let the heaven-mending Holy Land
give aid to the overturning of the ship.
Now it was good that the heaven-mending Holy Land wanted to refine senior brother Qin Xian's quasi-emperor artifact,
but it was unimaginable that they couldn't steal the chicken,
causing the entire flying sacred artifact
to shatter.
A large number of celestial pride fell into the giant mouth of the abyss, and even the 4 Saint King realms were unable to rescue them in time. At least more than 100 heavenly prides were lost,
and among them, there were even several strong people of the Saint realm,
who were also used as blood food for the giant mouth of the abyss to devour.
This time, the strife that the heaven-mending Holy Land took the initiative to provoke, the Yaohe Holy Land won in a big way. Elder brother Qin Xian should take the first credit.
They were honored with being Qin Xian's fellow disciples. Not only these Yao Qi Heaven's Pride disciples, even the leading 10,000 Swords Peak Master was in disbelief with a shocked look on his face.
Something that he, a Saint King realm, was unable to do. It actually allowed Qin Xian to complete it,
and it was dripping with water. Even the 4 Saint King realms from the heaven-mending Holy Land were not helpful.
It is appalling.
His heart was cool, but when he noticed the gathering of forces from all sides that had shown up around him,
he frowned. More than anything else,
he was worried for Qin Xian's well-being. Things had gotten so big that Qin Xian had become the eye of the storm again.
With all the attention, even he can't take care of everything. Chapter 145, All Targets, All Haters. This sun, so demonic.
The heaven-mending Holy Land is merely taking the opportunity to give the Yaohe Holy Land a downward spiral. This fellow Qin Xian actually grass snakes and ambush veins for thousands of miles, hard to cause the heaven-mending Holy Land to lose more and more hundreds of celestial pride. Even the elders who have attained the sage realm have become blood food for the giant mouths of the abyss. It's not that the small tower is undefeatable to the subduing tripod, it's that Qin Xian is doing this on purpose. He's using the power of the subduing tripod to get close to the flying treasure and use the special might of the quasi-emperor artifact to disintegrate the flying treasure.
This son's mind is as numb as a hemp,
and he has an axe to grind,
so he must not be retained. In the Xiang Empire,
the strongest person from the Ning King's mansion stared at Qin Xian with a deadpan expression.
Seeing a demon like him, his heart grew more and more cautious. This time in the land of the Emperor's fall, they had to do it to eliminate the roots. If they don't kill Qin Xian, in the coming days, they, the Ning Wangfu, will be in trouble. Not far from the Ning Wang mansion, there was a 16-carried sedan chair covered with a golden roof. In the extravagant sedan chair, a contemptuous voice rang out. Is this the unruly man who caused the tragic death of Big Brother's sinful son? On the side, the white-faced, beardless Saint King Realm didn't dare to answer as he changed the topic and said,
this son is that Qin Xian who killed King Ning's son.
Good means, good guts, good treasure. This son's mind is like hemp.
It's just a pity that he has already let his big brother set his sights on him and can't be used for me. The voice in the sedan chair came out again,
seemingly regretful, then celebrated. However, his small tower is not a bad treasure. This prince will take it. In the previous trip to the Violet Sun imperial capital,
Qin Xian had already torn his face off with the imperial clans and the great families.
There are countless others who want to kill him. Those who coveted the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower in their hands were even more numerous.
Even this third prince of the empire had his eyes sizzling and his heart rising.
Qin Xian, you're bold, daring to design a trap against my heaven-mending Holy Land's heavenly pride. 10,000 deaths for your sins. In the heaven-mending Holy Land, the soul-refining sect patriarch was seething with rage. His favorite disciple, Tian had Qin Xian killed. Ben had a grudge. Thinking of refining the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, it didn't occur to him that not only did he not get the small tower, even his flying holy weapon was destroyed. Even more, it made more and more hundreds of heavenly pride become the blood food of the giant mouth of the abyss. The suffocation of this was something that he, a Saint King Realm, could not bear. Your beef with the heaven-mending Holy Land is immortal. The soul-refining sect patriarch spoke angrily. In the Violet Sun imperial capital, you brutally killed the son of the king of Ning, and you even disobeyed the high and mighty imperial family, so everyone will be punished. Today, I, the heaven-mending Holy Land, am willing to be the first to join forces with the Ning royal house just to kill you. And as for that quasi-emperor artifact of yours, it will depend on which of the fated ones has that chance. As the words fell, the breathing of the great powers from all sides around them became ragged. Qin Xian also realized that something was wrong, but he didn't tense up. He crossed his knees, sitting on top of the draconic prison suppressor tower, and took off from the immortal boat, pulling away a distance, cursing towards the soul-refining sect patriarch. Look at your dangling like with whoever didn't tighten the belt of their pants to show you off. You want to kill me if you want to, and you're still here to gang up on me? Since you, the heaven-mending Holy Land, Want to make a move? Why don't you do it now? Talking better than singing, wanting to make others cannon fodder? Wanna let the other heat to stimulate my body heavy pupil female curse. You mend the sky holy land, and then sit down to reap the benefits? Do you think everyone else is a fool? Let's not talk about that. Instead you guys weigh whether you can break my defense before the entrance to the secret realm closes. The entrance to the land of the Emperor's Fall is light and strange. The rainbow light emanating from it was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you cannot enter within a certain time, there is no other way to open the passage. Need to wait for the next round. It had to be said that the soul-refining sect patriarch of the heaven-mending Holy Land was really well calculated. Ganging up on an occasion like this where his enemies are all over the place, scared of the might of his desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, he wanted to borrow someone else's hand to attract his attention, preferably to inspire his well-known heavy pupil female curse. The math is pretty smart. Unfortunately, this despicable plot, once revealed, it's unkillable. A heavenly pride from the heaven-mending Holy Land stood up and roared, Qin Xian, you have a quasi-emperor artifact next to you, but the rest of you from the Yaohe Holy Land don't. If we strike together, even the 10,000 Swords Peak Master won't be able to protect your fellow disciples. Swish! As soon as the words fell, a large halberd, like a meteor sped out. In just a single glance, that celestial realm heavenly pride's chest cavity was penetrated, and his vitality was strangled and annihilated. Qin Xian withdrew his heavenly desolate halberd and rolled his eyes. I'm talking to your patriarch. When? Is it your turn for a mole like you to interrupt? Instantly killing a heavenly pride. Qin Xian, who was at the third level of the celestial realm. Killing the same realm was as simple as stepping on an ant. He didn't care about the enraged soul-refining sect patriarch, and said bluntly, you guys can try to take a shot at my Yaohe Holy Land here. Depending on whether you guys are ruthless or my Holy Lord's Iron Fist is tougher. In the past, he that was unaware of where the Yaohe Holy Lord's greatness lay. Now that he knew some of her past, he was also well aware that she was armed with precious arts, and was renowned for her extraordinary strength. Why would he shoot his mouth off when he has a cheap backstage to not move out? The soul-refining sect patriarch gritted his teeth in hatred, and all around him, the temperature plummeted, with ice crystals falling. If the gaze could kill, Qin Xian, at this point, would have already been full of holes. Qin Xian, I hope we'll be able to meet in the land of Emperor's Fall. A playful voice rang out from the direction of the Xiang Empire. Immediately afterward, a luxurious imperial sedan chair, vastly moving towards the entrance of the land of Emperor's Fall, began to descend slowly. After disappearing into that light and strange circle of light, it immediately disappeared, with the third prince of the empire leading the way. All the great forces from all sides, in unison, headed straight for the land of the Emperor's Fall. Among them, there were many people who, a breath before they disappeared into the circle of light, still had their eyes fixed on Qin Xian, or the small tower that suppressed the mountains and rivers. Qin Xian, if you die in the land of the Emperor's Fall, even the Holy Lord of Yaohe will not be able to save you. The soul-refining sect patriarch let out a cold snort, wrapping up a group of heaven-mending Holy Land's heavenly pride and slowly descending. Among the celestial pride of the heaven-mending Holy Land, there was one with a cold and stern face, the very same youth who had decapitated the holy son of the Yaohe Holy Land, and before entering the secret realm, he faced Qin Xian and used his hand as a sword, making a neck-wiping motion with an extraordinarily oozing smile. Beside him, the cold and colorful woman who did not show the mountain did not show, seemed to be ancient, but actually gave a stronger sense of oppression. Wu Bingcheng, who held the domain-suppressing tripod, was definitely one of the most dangerous contenders in the land of Emperor's Fall this time around. Slowly withdrawing his gaze, Qin Xian arched his hand towards the Yaohe disciples on the immortal boat headed by the 10,000 Swords Peak Master. All of you, I'll take a step ahead. See you again sometime. After saying that, he drove the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda towards the land of the Emperor's Fall, and swiftly entered. It looked like he had enemies all over the place and took the initiative to detach himself from the large group, unwilling to let the Yaohe Holy Land's heavenly pride get into trouble. In truth, he just felt tired of carrying a bunch of dragons behind him. The moment he didn't enter the passageway, Qin Xian's eyes were filled with a burst of light and the sky turned upside down. By the time he stabilized himself, he was already in the middle of a rolling, invisible mountain range with no clouds. Everywhere there are huge trees that cover the sky, spreading umbrellas that are enough to cover the sun, making this area, where there is no sunlight all day long, extraordinarily gloomy and damp. Inside the small tower, Longley said bitterly, there are only tens of thousands of people who have entered the land of Emperor's Fall, and 99% of them have already set their eyes on you. Either it's the great families you've offended, or it's the scattered cultivators who are dependent on the Violet Sun Imperial family. And even on the side of the Stygian Moon Imperial dynasty, I can feel countless gazes on your desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda. When others come here, they are looking for treasure, but you're good. You've become the treasure that others are looking for. Right at this moment, underneath Qin Xian's feet, a hideous vine twisted and rose up from the ground, unfurling a huge mouth densely covered with thorns, violently swallowing and biting at Qin Xian's head. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp ringing sound, Qin Xian raised his hands and broke the vine creature that was biting into his neck with brute force before giving a violent tug. A huge tree that the vine was connected to was hardened by its main tendon. A huge tree that collapsed with a loud bang. Qin Xian weighed the tree tendon in his hand and said unexpectedly, "It's a bit interesting, the big trees in here actually grow tendons. A tree that has a strength comparable to the yin-yang realm. This tree tendon can even be used as a yin-yang realm's treasure weapon long whip." Langley said with a straight face, "If there wasn't this special feature, how could the former Ziyang emperor fall here? What you have to be careful of is not only the dangers of this secret realm, but also assassinations from fellow cultivators." Qin Xian said with unconcerned amusement, "They should be the ones who should be careful." Suddenly, he noticed the change in the true phoenix feather and took it out of his arms. The true phoenix feather flew out in his palm, forming a fiery red channel in front of him. Langley wrinkled his brows and said, "It's that little girl called Su Yoyu who's in danger." Chapter 146, Pulling Qin Xian into the water. When entering the land of Emperor's Fall, everyone was randomly teleported. Even the knowledgeable Langley did not know where Qin Xian was now. Naturally, don't care, change the location of the newbie village. Qin Xian lifted his foot and stepped into the passageway, and when he stepped on the ground, it was loose grains of sand. The lush and green giant trees beside him disappeared, replaced by an endless ocean, and in front of him stood what was clearly the holy maiden of Yaoqi, Su Yoyu. Qin Xian looked around and didn't see anyone's silhouette before he twisted his head to look at Su Yoyu and said suspiciously, "Where's the enemy?" Su Yoyu, who was wearing a jacket, lowered her head and crossed her hands in front of her belly, so that her full bosom, under the squeezing, became more and more outgoing. Su Yoyu fiddled with her scallion fingers, not daring to look at Qin Xian's gaze, and muttered in a small voice, "There are no enemies." Qin Xian rolled his eyes straight away. "Without an enemy? What are you doing crushing the true phoenix feather?" Su Yoyu raised her eyes and held up the intact true phoenix feather in her hand. "This true phoenix feather is not a disposable treasure weapon. It can be used multiple times. More than one chance. And this small island, in the middle of the blue waves and ocean, isolated and unassisted. Most of all I just tried. You can't fly here, and when you enter the water, you can't mobilize yuan power. And even the sacred weapons are clamped down here. They can't navigate the air. This island is far away from the shore. I still don't know how far it is. I was thinking to try and see if I could crush the true phoenix feather and walk over to your side. I didn't expect this channel to be one way and pick you up." Su Yoyu felt aggrieved. She hadn't expected to be so miserable. As soon as he came to the land of the Emperor's Fall, he fell in this hole of a place. There was not even a single person to be seen, and the surrounding turquoise waves were endless. There's no telling what giants are hidden inside the water. She felt that if she didn't crush the true phoenix feather, in this life, she would either be trapped and die on the island, or have the giant thing in the water swallowed into her stomach. Hearing this, Qin Xian's brows tightened. He slowly took to the air, and as he neared the edge of the island, he was struck by a force majeure and inexplicably descended, trying to sacrifice the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda again. Even the quasi-emperor artifact, when it reached the edge of the island in the air, began to wobble and flew back in an inverted position, nearly falling into the water. Langley inside the small tower saw the situation, opened his mouth and said, "This should be the 3,000 weak waters among the land of the Emperor's Fall. Weak water to Yuanli and holy power, has a repulsive effect, that is, the Holy King realm here, cannot take off the air. To get out of here, you either have to utilize a normal carrier or swim." Qin Xian twisted his head and gave Su Yoyu's head a heavy blow. "Egu." Su Yoyu held her head with both hands and sat crouched on the ground, tilting her head, looking at Qin Xian in awe and complaining. "Why are you hitting me?" Qin Xian sneered. "Beat you? I even want to kill you. This is the realm of the 3,000 weak waters. I just don't believe that you, a holy maiden of the Yaohi Holy Land, don't know that even the Saint King realm can't navigate the air here. I don't know much about the use of the true phoenix feather, but I don't think that even you, for one, realize that the passage is one way. Tell me, crushing the true phoenix feather, did you do it on purpose, or did you do it accidentally, trying to trick him?" Su Yufu was still a bit young, Rao Qin Xian did not expect Su Yaoyu, the daughter of Qi, to be this dogged. Having been in such an inescapable predicament himself, he had actually lured him here. The key is one more him and one more trapped. There is simply no use for the rest. Why don't you take him down with you? Su Yaoyu winced, swallowed a mouthful of liquid backwards, and didn't dare to hide it, stammered, deliberately careless. Seeing that her small mind was uncovered, Su Yaoyu did not disguise herself. She said aloud in distress, I have no way out. I didn't expect my luck to be so bad. I just landed on a small island in the middle of the 3,000 weak waters. There is no way to leave. I can only ask for help. It's a screaming mess here. Even if I scream my throat out, no one can get me out. Qin Xian had a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, sizing up Su Yaoyu's delicate ketone body in a jacket with interest. He cupped his chin, his eyes showing greed. Since I can't get out of this, it would be better to taste you, the holy maiden of Yao Qi, before being trapped to death. This place is screaming for help. Even if you screamed your throat out, no one would come to save you. Gollum. Su Yaoyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva backwards, looking at Qin Xian's beautiful eyes filled with fear as she said loudly, Elder brother, you can't be like this. You said that you would keep me safe. Qin Xian said unconcernedly, having fun with you in fish and water won't take your life. Good. Good you Qin Xian, say 1,000 words. Today, you just have to sprout me right. Su Yaoyu took 2 steps back, knowing that she couldn't escape today. Her gaze became resolute and her voice became more and more chilling. Since this is the case, don't blame me for being unkind to my senior sister. Qin Xian said amusedly, what's the matter? You're here, and you can still turn over a new leaf? Su Yaoyu stopped speaking, reached out and clenched his hand. Dawn, the underworld emperor clock smashed down above his head. It wasn't Qin Xian who smashed it, but Su Yaoyu herself. Su Yaoyu, who was carrying the underworld emperor clock on his back, was like a shrunken head turtle as he quickly moved towards the edge of the island. The moment he stepped on the weak water, Su Yaoyu put away the underworld emperor clock, made a dog paddle, and leaped into the weak water. She only leaked out a small half of her head, cowering in the middle of the weak water, and rebelled loudly towards Qin Xian. Want to get my body? No way. Don't think you're a monster. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're carrying a quasi-imperial weapon. In the midst of these 3,000 weak waters, there is no way for you to display all your strength, as long as I stay in the middle of this weak water. If you, Qin Xian, want to touch a single finger of mine, there's no way. A few hours later, within the land of the Emperor's Fall, night had fallen and the surroundings were already completely dark. The vast and boundless weak water became more and more dark and deep, making it difficult for people to look directly at it. Not to mention Su Yufu, who had been a wimp since childhood and was super timid. She always felt that there was something under the water, tickling her, fearing that the next second, there would be countless tentacles that would drag her into the abyss. The most crucial thing was that Qin Xian was unable to mobilize Yuan power in the weak water. And naturally, she couldn't either. Soaking in cold water for most of the day, she could barely hold it together. But as the night grew darker, the weak water grew colder and colder. Yuan power could not be mobilized. Su Yaoyu only felt that she was about to lose control of her body, and inside her brain, she began to faint, cold through and through. It was shaking in the water and about to sink. Her shell teeth chattered as she looked at Qin Xian, who was taking a nap by the small island, and said with a trembling voice, Elder brother, I know I'm wrong. Qin Xian rolled over comfortably, yawned, and yelled, No, you're right. You continue to stay in this weak water, and there's no way for me to even think about touching a single finger of yours. Su Young Fish Heart aggrieved to cry. She felt herself, has been unable to perceive their legs, has been numb, even the arm paddling, had become unusually difficult to hold on to, has not been able to hold on to how long, helplessly cried out, Senior brother, I'm not what you think I am. I'm just an outwardly strong vase. I'm not even hairy. I'm not good at sprouting. Let's do it this way. When we leave the land of the Emperor's Fall, I'll introduce my master to your plants, and I'll help you to blow out your ears. Chapter 147, The Miserable Su Yaoyu. Seeing Qin Xian's face showing a snicker, Su Yaoyu simply broke the pot and begged, Senior brother, if you think I'm talking out of my ass, I'll just introduce my third sister to you. My third sister. She has a cold face and a hot heart, and she matches you very well. The key to her breasts, which are bigger than mine, is very good. Gulp. Plants. Gulp. Su Yaoyu's white and slender calves, in the weak water, had begun to cramp. Her whole swaying, struggling haphazardly, had begun to sink toward the bottom. The constant pouring of weak water into her mouth choked her to tears. TSK. Act. Keep acting. He wanted to see how long this Su Yoyu could act. Spare Qin Xian also did not expect Su Young Fish can be so no psychological burden to deceive the teacher. Even got the underworld moon's 7 beads among the oldest 3. Are said to betray on betrayal. Come on, Su Yoyu is the system's hand-picked daughter of good fortune. Can she be such a traitor? A wicked woman who does such damaging things. Don't kid yourself. The more righteous Su Yoyu said, the more carefree she was, the more it would prove that she had no intention of cashing in. You didn't get anything out of it, and you're just going to let Su Yufu go? Qin Xian was not some great benefactor, able to wipe away enmity with a smile. He just lay on the island and quietly watched Su Yufu's delicate posture as if she was synchronized swimming. It rises and falls. One moment the head pokes out, the next the head doesn't go in. That frequency, too, was only inferior to the high intensity when Qin Xian plundered the villain value. About 2 hours later, Su Young Fish small face white. Extremely difficult efforts to the surface of the water to explore the head. Big breath, even speak, are stuttering. Only then did Qin Xian slowly speak. Come up. Seeing Su Yoyu's blanched pretty face, her beautiful eyes full of caution, Qin Xian continued. Don't worry, I won't make a move on you. Su Yoyu clasped her hands to her chest and crawled towards the shore with great difficulty. She was freezing and shivering all over, feeling her body gradually losing temperature. She muttered in exasperation. This weak water is too weird. Even if I go ashore now, I can't use my yuan power to dispel the icy coldness brought about by the weak water wrapping around me. It's like I've fallen into an ice hole. She wrapped her arms around her chest with a deadly grip, fearing that by letting the weak water soak in and the more and more delicate body after the jacket was half transparent, she would further seduce Qin Xian. Worrying about herself, she would let Qin Xian forcibly take possession of her on this bird's nest island. Senior brother, since you've already given up that improper idea, why don't you let me up earlier? I'm, at this moment, about to be frozen into an ice sculpture. Su Yoyu grumbled angrily. If Qin Xian hadn't been watching over the shore, she wouldn't have been reduced to losing her temperature. Qin Xian lazily rested his hands on his head, staring playfully at Su Yoyu. You're so cautious. When you opened your mouth to ask for help, how can I be sure that you really don't have any chi left? You got me stuck on this hole of an island with you, so if I just forced you to go down for a swim, what if you screw me over next time? This time, is a warning to you, if again next time. His gaze recklessly scanned under Su Yoyu's jacket, the hazy and graceful petite body, and evilly said, You know. Su Yoyu swallowed a mouthful of liquid backwards. The icy coldness of the weak water made her shiver uncontrollably. She could sort of see it. Qin Xian had already pierced through her small mind and didn't believe the big cake she drew at all. Even her character, she had felt her through, not giving her any chance to take advantage of a small advantage. Had she known this, she shouldn't have utilized the true phoenix feather to teleport Qin Xian over. It caused her to gain nothing, but instead, she was frozen by the weak water and shivered all over. Come over and sit. Qin Xian patted the ground beside him and urged out towards Su Yoyu. Su Yoyu shrunk his head, shook his head, and said with a sarcastic smile, Elder brother, if I'm here and you're distracted by looking at me, I won't bother you. I'll go to the other side of the island. She was not a match for Qin Xian in the first place. Now at this moment, it's all over the place again. Getting any closer to Qin Xian, she didn't even have a chance to resist. Little cute. It's only then that they voluntarily give themselves away as fish on a chopping board to be slaughtered. Qin Xian's tone became forceful. I said for you to come over and sit on my side. Su Yoyu exasperatedly shouted. Qin Xian, don't go back on your word. I, Su Young Fish, am just soaking in the water tonight. It's just bloated from soaking inside these 3,000 weak waters. Die on the outside of the island, and I won't sit beside you. Su Yoyu snorted coldly and didn't pay attention to Qin Xian as she pounced and jumped into the weak water again. She climbed the edge of the island, and on towards the other side of the island, began to swim. Qin Xian didn't stop him, closing his eyes and directly sleeping. After about an hour had passed, hearing the sound of his feet stepping on the thinning grains of sand, Qin Xian slightly opened his eyes, cast a sidelong glance at Su Yoyu, who was supposed to be on the other side of the island, and said with a sense of understanding, Didn't you say that you were going to the other side of the island? Why, it's back again. Su Yoyu deflated her small mouth and sat paralyzed on her but not far from Qin Xian, sulking in exasperation. You knowingly asked. This weak water is rising. The whole island, just you here is the highest point. The rest of the place, in this 1 hour, has been flooded. I'm really going to freeze to death if I don't get to shore. She clasped her hands on her knees and sat paralyzed beside Qin Xian's body, looking at the rippling weak water that was getting closer and closer. As time went on,
Even the little bit of her ass started to get a gradual lapping of weak water. The bone-piercing ice cold could not be resisted using yuan power. One could only move his but in small increments. In moving towards Qin Xian's side, it wasn't a matter of being soft, but it was only Qin Xian's bit of the place that was safe, the one that hadn't been invaded by the weak water yet. Qin Xian twisted his head, looked at Su Youyu, who was close at hand, and said amusedly, "Didn't you say that even if you soaked in the water and soaked until you were bloated, you wouldn't sit beside me even if you died on the outside of the island?" Su Youyu's mouth was deflated with a sour heart, aggravated, and at the same time, she lost her face and had no place to go. She just wanted to dig out a big hole on the beach and bury her head in it, so that she wouldn't feel ashamed if she couldn't hear anything Qin Xian said. But she was afraid that she only had one big ass. Shares on the outside would make Qin Xian unable to hold down the evil fire at his belly and take advantage of the opportunity to possess her. The bright moonlight became swaying under the reflection of the swaying weak water. The water is rippling. Su Youyu's heart was like sinking into the bottom of that dark water, and she crumbled. How come the weak water is still rising? Could it be that we're going to be immersed inside the weak water for the entire next night? I hadn't driven away the icy cold of the weak water cleanly. If I were to take another dip and still be unable to use my yuan power, wouldn't I really be frozen to death? She's crazy. Knowing that this land of the Emperor's fall was extremely dangerous, but I never thought that the ferocity was to such a point. It's the one bit of life that refuses to stay. The equivalent of being doomed to death as soon as you hit the ground. Su Youyu's complexion gradually became serious, feeling the icy cold of the weak water, soaking the jacket under her hips. The piercing coldness caused her expression to become more and more grave as she twisted her head to look at Qin Xian, finally lowering her head in shame. "Senior brother, I'm sorry. I really didn't know that the situation would diffuse to such a point. I hadn't heard that the 3,000 weak waters were a sure death. Someone walked out of here alive. I didn't think that I would drag you down with me." When she crushed the true phoenix feather, she was only thinking of one more person to talk to. After all, 3,000 weak waters, or someone alive out of the past. With Qin Xian around, she had more confidence in her heart. Who could have predicted that this place she was staying in would be different, and that she would be doomed to 10 deaths as soon as she hit the ground? Now you know it's wrong? Qin Xian rolled his eyes with a sneer. Count on you having some human feelings. Su Youyu felt the weak water flooding her body more and more, and fearfully and bitterly said helplessly, "The one who is humane should be you, senior brother. If it were me, being dragged to such a state, I'd strangle her to death." "That's not so bad," Qin Xian replied in a small voice, but in his heart, he wanted to laugh a little. Su Youyu had shaded him, and he had never given Su Youyu a good time. As Su Youyu went into the water, he sensed that the weak water around him was rising. And check out that this island is so much of a place that it won't be flooded. This is a dangerous place, but it is not so dangerous that there is no way to survive. Just stand in that less than half a foot area and hold out for a night without any hindrance at all. Anymore, they're all cultivators, so there's a hell of a lot of damage to be done by standing up for a night without sleeping. As for the place that won't be flooded, it was there, but now it's gone. Letting Qin Xian use his yuan power, he flattened it. Chapter 148, Cold to the Bone. The night wind is cold, and the weak water is cold. Su Youyu's large half of her body, immersed in the weak water, made her body cold, and her shell teeth were trembling. "Senior, I can't. I'm too cold. If I die, can you bring the Stygian imperial clock to the Stygian Moon Dynasty and hand it over to Her Majesty the Empress? That is the treasure of the Undermoon Dynasty. Even if I die, I shouldn't let the Undermoon imperial clock be lost in the land of the Emperor's fall." She had already endured the bone-chilling cold of weak water infestation once before. Until now, it has not been exorcised, and now it is soaking, and there are no more islands that can be boarded. There was no chance for her to take a breath, and in 2 or 3 hours more, she would be dead. One of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon, the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land, is about to freeze to death in the middle of the 3,000 weak waters. I'm afraid it's all a joke when it gets out. She was terrified and helpless, scared to death. But she had to explain what was behind her first, turning her head to look at Qin Xian, her beautiful eyes abruptly glaring round. What did she see? Qin Xian actually frolicked in the middle of the 3,000 weak waters. His face flushed, and he even dove headfirst into the bottom of the water. And when he came back up, he spat out a column of water from his mouth, and caught a big fish inside his hand. "This is a nice fish. It should be quite tasty if you grill it for dinner." Qin Xian raised the large fish in his hand and showed it off towards Su Youyu, unable to mobilize yuan power in the weak water. Naturally he could not dispel the grain. The stomach grumbles with hunger, remembering the deliciousness of the roasted fish. That is,
Qin Xian, all have a craving. Su Young Fish wiped the watery big eyes. Pretty face white stared at Qin Xian. Odd voice trembling said, "Senior brother, you do not feel the water cold?" She only felt like she was in the middle of weak water, like falling into an ice cellar. It's still an ice cellar that can't mobilize you on power. About to freeze to death. Qin Xian is good. Inside the weak water. Free to swim around. Do not feel the cold at all? At first, I also thought that the weak water should be cold. I just didn't expect that when I soaked in. It was unexpectedly comfortable. Similar to soaking inside a bathhouse. Qin Xian swam farther and farther away, only feeling like he was soaking in a comfortable bath. No, it's not right. If you were to take a bath, an ordinary person would be uncomfortable after soaking in the water for a long time. But he was in this weak water, like a fish in water, indescribably comfortable. Where is the slightest discomfort? Before he crumbled the high point he relied on, he had already learned from Langley that the coldness of the 3,000 weak waters was able to be resisted using his physique. As long as they are burdened with a special physique, they will be able to last through the night. Not to mention the fact that Qin Xian was carrying the ancestor of all bodies, the chaotic Homing body, soaking in the weak water, pressed against the Moromi cold. Just one word. Cool. Qin Xian was not so bad as to put himself in danger just to punish a Su Yaoyu. Senior, don't go. I'm scared. Su Yaoyu watched as Qin Xian swam farther and farther away, alone and surrounded by rippling water light everywhere. It only felt like under the water. The chilling eyes of something huge were already on her. Unable to mobilize her yuan power, she felt insecure. Fear that in the next moment, you will be in the belly of a giant. Fighting with his remaining qi, he swam vigorously towards Qin Xian's location. As she got closer to Qin Xian, Su Youyu felt the temperature of the water, which seemed to be getting hotter. Of course, it wasn't that the water temperature had really gotten hotter. It was just that the closer he got to Qin Xian, the temperature of the water there was no longer bone-chilling cold. So, warm. Su Youyu narrowed her beautiful eyes comfortably, forgetting to continue paddling and sinking towards the bottom of the water, gurgling, choking on a few mouthfuls of water without warning. Su Yufu was thrilled and out of control as she was scrabbling towards the surface of the water. There was a great deal of white splashing. Qin Xian probed his hand and lifted Su Yaoyu's head out as if he was lifting a chicken cub, saying uncomfortably, "What are you doing? Do you think that this place is too safe? And are deliberately making a big commotion so as to attract the monsters that may exist inside the weak water?" Gollum. Su Youyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva backwards. Inside this weak water, there really are monsters? No, elder brother, your palm. How come it's so warm? And also, around you, it's also warm. After soaking inside the morose cold weak water for more than a few days, he suddenly stayed by Qin Xian's side. It was like being in an ice cellar and coming across a fireplace that blazed and made her want to come closer unconsciously. She curled up her white and delicate neck, as if in this way, she could feel the warmth of Qin Xian's palm even better. It made her strong enough to withstand the icy cold. Warm, aren't you? Like, dying out there and not coming near my side? Qin Xian let go of the back of Su Yufu's faithful neck, swimming off in the distance on his own. Senior brother, don't go, don't leave me. Su Youyu was too far away from Qin Xian at this moment, and once again felt the bone-chilling icy cold approaching, and was no longer able to withstand it. It was like seeing hope, and she no longer wanted to stay in the endless abyss of despair. Unable to mobilize her yuan power, she was unable to maintain her delicate swimming posture and only gazed at Qin Xian's fading figure as she fought to dog paddle towards Qin Xian. He kept chasing after him. As soon as she got close, she was like an octopus, hugging Qin Xian's back waist with a deadly grip. She squinted her beautiful eyes cozily, and murmured dully with her mouth, "Elder brother, you're so hot and warm, let me hug you for a little while, just a little while." Hugging Qin Xian tightly, Su Youyu only felt that she was in the middle of a piece of warm water, indescribably warm. Not only did she no longer need to suffer from the bone-chilling cold of the weak water, but she was also able to feel that there was a warm breath that was constantly dispelling the icy cold in her body. "What are you holding on so tight for?" Qin Xian disgustedly pushed Su Youyu outward, but at this time, Su Youyu was like a dogskin plaster. Dabbing anywhere, it would instantly stick tightly to it. How to shake it off could not be shaken off. "Senior brother, I was wrong. I'm sorry." Su Youyu, who had inexplicably shifted into Qin Xian's arms, muttered her little mouth in aggravation, not caring whether she was shy or not. At this moment, all she wanted to do was to hug Qin Xian tightly and not separate halfway. Unwilling to turn away from the warm embrace to experience the bone-chilling cold, she raised her watery eyes, stared at Qin Xian, and muttered, "Elder brother, will you wrap your arms around me as well?" Wrap your arms tightly around me, and don't ever let go. She could clearly feel that it was Qin Xian's body that was the warmest, not the weak water near him. The bone-chilling icy cold that fit the parts of Qin Xian's body was gradually receding. At this moment, where else would she be willing to leave Qin Xian's side? It smells so good to be around a senior. She couldn't wait to rub herself to pieces, her entire being, blending into Qin Xian's arms. Qin Xian lowered his head, looked at Su Youyu in his arms compactly, mercilessly crushed her heart. Your so-called persistence, not worth mentioning, claiming that you do not want to get close to, preferring to be immersed in weak water for a half a day, also not letting me take advantage of it. But at this moment, it is his own desperation to squeeze into my arms. You say is it nothing to do with idleness, holding up the panic, let yourself suffer for nothing? Su Youyu didn't have much of a reaction. She was very open to reality. It was warm enough to survive in Qin Xian's arms. When she left, the weak water was bone-chillingly cold, and she was sure to die. Compared to a small life, face is not worth mentioning. Su Youyu raised her eyes and stared at Qin Xian's death perspective, all handsome and peerless face. Moreover, I think that you, senior brother, are really even better looking than I thought. The closer you get, the more you can feel the richness of your appearance. Qin Xian laughed coldly. You're shameless. At this time, you don't even forget to kiss ass. Su Youyu was not shy and disliked back. Elder brother, you're not much better. You say you'll push me outside, but when I'm really in your arms, I still can't help but pinch my moonhun. Qin Xian raised his eyebrows lightly. Inside this cold water, you are still aware of your body. Still? He squeezed harder for an extra 1, 2, 4, 5 handfuls. Su Youyu ate the pain and blushed again as she used her head to hit Qin Xian's chest. Ouch! When the pain got better, her cheeks flushed as she buried her head in Qin Xian's embrace and said, Elder brother, the temperature of your palm is different. Wherever you touch, the sensation is extraordinarily strong. Qin Xian disbelievingly hit the bottom of the sea. For a moment, Su Youyu's beautiful eyes turned upwards, only feeling the huge gap between ice and fire, making her, for a moment, unable to withstand it, and even trembling. It was a night like no other. This was the first time Su Youyu fell asleep in a man's arms, and also the first time that, like an octopus, she was wrapped around a man's waist. Even more so, for the first time, he felt an uncontrollable and marvelous sensation. As the day wore on, it was getting light. 3,000 weak waters faded and the island surfaced again. Qin Xian raised his hand and slapped Su Youyu's delicate and playful cheek. Wake up! Su Youyu opened her bleary eyes and changed her position, leaning on Qin Xian's shoulder and muttering lazily. Senior brother, I'll sleep for a while longer. Qin Xian pointed at the receding weak water. The water has receded. If you want to sleep, sleep on the ground. Su Youyu unhappily hugged Qin Xian's neck tightly. Sleeping on the ground, where is it as comfortable as in senior brother's arms? The beach, after all, was not as warm as Qin Xian's arms. Besides, last night she had already hugged Qin Xian for the whole night. The cheapness that should be taken advantage of. Were all taken advantage of? Still care about this 1 or 2 hours? Qin Xian broke open Su Youyu's slender, sheepskin white jade-like hands and princess hugged her in his arms. Su Youyu rubbed her sleepy eyes, her heart gradually clearing. She sort of realized that on this island, the only way she could survive was to rely on Qin Xian. If she didn't strike up a good relationship with Qin Xian, she was dead in the water. Cheap shots are taken anyway. Sweeten the deal again. As long as you don't let yourself get sprung, it's a big moneymaker. She stretched out a hand and delicately hooked it around Qin Xian's neck, squeezing out a winking smile as much as she could, and said daintily, Elder brother, like holding me like this kind of tone? Asterisk 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 Q. Qin Xian lifted his hands and directly flipped Su Youyu onto the ground, pointing at the trees that had gradually been revealed behind the island and urging without any pity, go chop down the trees for me, and within an hour, build me a raft. Everyone else has already started searching for treasures in the land of the Emperor's Fall, and you've put this aside to survive on a deserted island with me? Chapter 149 Reunion with the Scarlet Thorns. A raft floated above the endless 3,000 weak waters. On the raft, a man and a woman, holding wooden oars, were rowing hard. In this weak water where even the Saint King realm couldn't navigate the air, no one dared to use a treasure weapon, don't even dare to use it as an oar, fearing that the corrosion of the weak water for a long period of time might render the treasure weapon ineffective for a long time. Longchen glanced at the slender silhouette sitting in front of him on the right side, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted up a knowing smile. Yesterday, together with Scarlet Thorn, he was teleported to the deserted island in the 3,000 weak waters. On the island, the Scarlet Thorns were oblivious to his background.
and did not have the slightest desire to assassinate him and obtain the rewards of the Xiang Empire, always honored with him, even at night, when the deserted island was submerged. Scarlet Thorn also took the initiative to jump into the bone-chillingly cold weak water, keeping a distance from him. There was not the slightest intimacy with him because the weak water was cold and irresistible. This made his heart, towards Scarlet Thorn, grow more and more favorable. One must know that even Shang Wanxi was not as reserved as Scarlet Thorn. After meeting Qin Xian, it was as if she had fallen back on him, and she would often act excessively intimate. Unlike Scarlet Thorn, she was clean and valued her own innocence above all else. Even if his life is in danger, he will never give up his bottom line. Be willing to die, but don't destroy your own innocence. This kind of woman, not only her face was gorgeous, even her hands and feet had a cold beauty. Don't worry at all, you'll let someone else take it. Once he captured Scarlet Thorn's heart, for the rest of his life, Scarlet Thorn would only have him in his heart. Therefore, last night, when Scarlet Thorn was unable to withstand the coldness of the weak water, he manifested an extremely elegant gentlemanly attitude. Wanting to obtain Scarlet Thorn's heart, he let Scarlet Thorn stand in the dry place that was the size of a palm point, but he himself was immersed in the middle of the cold weak water. Relying on his sword heart body, he supported himself for a full night. Even if he was able to perceive that the body of the sword heart, it seemed to be able to effectively resist the weak water morphic cold, but the whole night's immersion still left him freezing and nearly fainting. It was a good thing that daylight came before he passed out, giving him a reprieve. Long Chen paddled his oars, gazing at the blood-colored thorns ahead, and spoke of his own accord. Do you know that I am Long Chen, a true disciple of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion? There are rumors outside that the dragon hide is in my hands, and the Xiang royal family even poured out their nests, slaughtering the entirety of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion, and not even sparing one of my masters and brothers? If last night, you had decapitated my head that was in the weak water and sent it to the Purple Sun Empire, you would have been able to obtain at least one extreme Sade artifact. Without looking back, Scarlet Thorn returned coldly. Not interested. Long Chen's emotions grew higher. Not even interested in extreme Sade weapons. Then I'm curious, what are you interested in? After the destruction of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion, coupled with the wanted by the Xiang Empire, nowadays, Long Chen was like a street rat. Everywhere he went, he had to worry that he would be recognized. It was the first time in a while that he had appeared uncovered to a person. There is no fear of being betrayed or, for that matter, of being backstabbed. The Scarlet Thorn, in particular, had a beauty that was no less than Shang Wanxi's. If he could get closer to Scarlet Thorn in this Emperor's Fall land, and determine the relationship of each other's Dao couple, it would, in fact, be able to soothe his broken heart. Scarlet Thorn slowly stared back, icy eyes with disgust, and said stiffly, "What business is it of yours what I'm interested in?" Since last night, Long Chen had been like this, in her ear, buzzing and babbling like a headless fly. If she wasn't a rival, she would have wanted to stab him to death so she could shut him up. Just asking. Long Chen wasn't angry either. The more Scarlet Thorn did, the more he, in his heart, rejoiced. If you are cold to him, are you not even colder? To the next person? He had suffered a great loss in that damned Qin Xian's body. He was afraid of being pried into. Again, Scarlet Thorn's cold and icy personality pleased him more than he could say. Now that Scarlet Thorns treated him like this, he didn't believe that after a while, Scarlet Thorns would still be this raw. Being able to experience the change in Scarlet Thorn's attitude in a tangible way was not a challenge for him. Not an extremely enjoyable sense of accomplishment? Seeing Scarlet Thorn placing the oars on the raft, Long Chen continued, "This land of weak water is indeed weird. Originally thought that on the raft, not being restrained by the weak water, I would be able to utilize my yuan power and catalyze the raft. Who would have thought that, as we moved further away from the island, we would be dry and unable to use our yuan power? You should be tired after paddling for so long, right? No need for you to keep up the effort. I'll push you forward." Long Chen removed his clothes, bare-shouldered his muscular upper body, placed the dry clothes neatly on the raft, and then flung himself into the weak water. He had his hands on the end of the raft, and his legs were constantly swinging in the weak water, pushing the raft. As he moved forward, Scarlet Thorn's brows suddenly tightened. It wasn't in fear that Long Chen would freeze to death. Rather, she was afraid that if Long Chen died, she would be alone in this vast land of weak water, and would need to use twice as much qi before she could leave, and voiced a reminder, "There's no need to be like this. Take a break for a moment, and then proceed to paddle, that is, no harm done." The frequency of Long Chen's legs swinging became faster and faster. Scarlet Thorn's words made him as if he had been beaten. Why did Scarlet Thorn stop it?
still not caring about him? Worried that he would freeze to death in the middle of this weak water, following which he would be left without company, enduring the bone-chilling cold. He pointed to the dry clothes on the raft and said with concern, "Here, even the wind that has to blow over is cold, and it's still impossible to utilize yuan power to protect your body. So you, a woman, should dress warmly." He nudged toward his folded clothes on the raft and said, "If you don't mind, you can wear my clothes for now." Scarlet Thorn glanced at Long Chen's neatly folded clothes, and at the back of his spine, there were goosebumps, all following the rise. She had always detested men, especially after experiencing Qin Xian. To these men, more and more repulsive, hate to be away from the 800 feet away. How could he be wearing Long Chen's clothes? Death is not an option. She sneered with disgust on her face. No need. Long Chen understood in his heart. He understood, knowing that Scarlet Thorn was worried about not having dry clothing to wear to keep the cold off his body once he was on the raft. Looking at Scarlet Thorn's cold and icy appearance, and then linking it to what she had done, everything was taking care of his feelings. This made his heart, which was full of holes, more and more have a stream of warmth in it. Perhaps, the current Scarlet Thorn hadn't completely moved on him yet, but he just couldn't believe that he was treating her well, day after day, without interruption. Take the Scarlet Thorn in your hands and pamper it, and she'd been able to resist his charms all along. Sooner or later, he would use his own hands to cradle Scarlet Thorn in his arms. He would make Scarlet Thorn, willingly, lie in his arms. Put. Long Chen's legs struggled to paddle the weak water, as if he had already seen a bright future where he and Scarlet Thorns would spend time together, loving and supporting each other. Just as Long Chen was roaming around fantasizing, Scarlet Thorn, who was sitting on the raft, suddenly pointed at a raft in the distance and said in astonishment, "There are other people in the middle of this weak water, who also know that rafts are able to leave this place via bamboo rafts. They're getting closer." Yuan power could not be catalyzed, and naturally, the power of sight decreased by an unknown number of times. Scarlet Thorn could only see the blur of the raft. Even Long Chen was no better. It wasn't until he got closer and closer that Long Chen could see the appearance of the person sitting on the raft. Qin Xian. It was actually Qin Xian. When he saw Qin Xian's appearance, the suppressed anger in Long Chen's heart, unable to control it, began to rage, and even his breathing became extraordinarily ragged. It was Qin Xian who caused him to now, unable to reunite with Shang Guanxi. It was likewise Qin Xian who had repeatedly overshadowed him within the dragon blood mysteries. He even suspected that Qin Xian knew that the dragon hide was fake. Therefore, he will be allowed to fight for it and not compete with him. It was so that he could sit on the fact that he had captured the dragon's hide and let the news spread. Let the entire Sky's End Sword Pavilion be destroyed because of him. He can mobilize Yuan power and urge the raft in the midst of weak water? Long Chen suddenly noticed that Qin Xian was leisurely fishing on the raft, pressing the boat. Instead, the raft was moving closer and closer to them, with a suspicious mind. As the raft carrying Qin Xian gradually veered off course, it was only then that Long Chen noticed that at the back of the raft, there was actually a figure, too, that had not entered the water, and was burying his head in the water to push the raft carrying Qin Xian onward. When the silhouette, every now and then, raised her head from the water, it was only then that he got a good look at the person and recognized her. Su Young Fish, the sixth person among the 7 pearls of the underworld moon, Yao Qi Holy Land. The Holy Lord sat down as a true disciple, and was likewise the holy daughter of Yao Qi Holy Land. Chapter 150, Licking to the Point of Insanity. Qin Xian. It didn't occur to me that we'd actually meet again in this land of the Emperor's fall. Long Chen stared dead on at Qin Xian, who was sitting on the raft, old and relaxed. It was as if at this moment, not even the bone-chilling cold of the weak water could affect him. The extreme anger suppressed in his chest caused his body temperature, all of it, to begin to plummet. The hatred of taking a wife, revenge of the extermination of the family, all kinds of hatred in the past, all with Qin Xian, have an irresolvable relationship. If he could mobilize his Yuan power at this moment, he would have already unleashed the bloodiest abuse on Qin Xian. Qin Xian's gaze glanced back and forth over Long Chen and Scarlet Thorn as he teasingly uttered, "I also didn't expect that once we parted ways at the Dragon's Blood Mystic Realm, we would actually meet here. And, by your side, there's another stranger. What's the matter? A mutual friend? Ready to join forces and kill me together?" Long Chen laughed coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that Yuan power couldn't be mobilized here, why would I need to join forces with Scarlet Thorn to kill you? He was able to see that the Scarlet Thorn was frowning at this moment. Obviously, it was quite dissatisfied with Qin Xian's approach. Qin Xian had the holy maiden Su Yaoyu pushing the raft forward in the water. Too unmanly, in bullying the weak. How despicable. In fact, Scarlet Thorn's heart held tension. Qin Xian's words appeared to be spoken to Long Chen, but in reality, he was knocking her down, questioning why she was with Long Chen, a lone man and woman, on the same raft. She subconsciously wanted to retort, wanted to tell Qin Xian that she had nothing to do with Long Chen. It was only by chance that he was stranded on a deserted island. It had to be done to get out of the way. On the deserted island, she had always kept a considerable distance from Long Chen, cleansing herself and never giving any good looks. But on second thought, why did she need to explain to Qin Xian? By what right would some of those experiences be told to Qin Xian? Doesn't this guy Qin Xian also have strange women beside him? Or Su Youyu, the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land, still pushing the raft forward inside the weak water? With that Long Chen, I'm afraid it's all the way. The son of Qi, Long Chen, has a sudden rise in his murderous heart towards the host, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 50,000. Scarlet Thorn, the daughter of Chance, is jealous, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 8,000. Hearing the sound of the system's rewards arriving, Qin Xian had a smile on his lips and a tart in his eyes, was quite taken aback. It really didn't occur to me that I was so lucky that I was actually able to run into Long Chen even in the middle of the 3,000 weak waters, and a chance encounter with Scarlet Thorn. As soon as he saw this gorgeous female assassin, he couldn't help but think of the wonderful times he had back then. He was destined to gain villainous value as soon as he met with Scarlet Thorn. In the past, in the inn and in the grottos of the Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm, he had left behind the sweat he had wielded to plunder the villain value. On the contrary, on the raft, he had never had such an experience. Looking around, he especially noticed that Long Chen was here, causing him to dispel this thought. It was a good thing to diligently plunder the villain value, but he was not so far gone as to do something that would make him upset in front of the son of Qi. Letting the son of Qi satiate his eyes. Swim! Qin Xian twisted his head and urged out at Su Youyu. Good da. Su young fish freezing and shivering, legs swinging faster. The two rafts began to approach. Qin Xian walked to the end, drew out a wooden stick as thick as his arm, held it in both hands, and swung it out violently, on Long Chen's head, smashing it down heavily, cursing, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** turned into lickspittles, all jumped in the ing water, and still have the heart to be here yakking with me. You've got water bubbling inside your brain, don't you? He kept using the wooden stick and swung Long Chen into the weak water. Seemingly, it was expressing his dissatisfaction with Long Chen's killing intent. In reality, there was no semblance of a relationship. He was just upset that Long Chen was here, making it impossible for him to plunder Scarlet Thorn's villainous values, and at the same time, accumulating villainous values. The host humiliates the son of Qi, Long Chen, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 5,000. Reward the host with a villain value of plus 4,000. Reward the host with a villain value of plus 1,000. Only when the system reward sound no longer continued did Qin Xian stop, saving himself from wasting his strength, tossed the wooden stick aside, stared at the headstrong Long Chen, and said with a sneer, "You really do have a head iron." Long Chen's large body was immersed in the weak water, his brain buzzing and his eyes wide open. His face reddened with rage as he roared loudly, "Qin Xian, you scum! Utilize even the same door, letting a weak woman who can't use her yuan power to push the raft for you. What kind of man are you?" Indeed, he's on his own now. You can't fight against Qin Xian in the weak water. However, the current Qin Xian was likewise unable to be compared to him. He treated Scarlet Thorns so well, and in his heart, Scarlet Thorns was bound to protect him. Only think of his goodness. Qin Xian, on the other hand, was different. Once he allowed Su Youyu to get on the raft, as long as Qin Xian was not paying attention, he was bound to be assassinated by Su Youyu. Qin Xian came to his senses and beckoned towards Su Youyu. "You come up, ta-da!" Su Youyu hurriedly climbed onto the raft, and without the slightest regard for poise, directly crashed into Qin Xian's arms. Both arms tightly encircled Qin Xian's neck, like a wombat. Hanging, Qin Xian couldn't break it off no matter how hard he tried. Cold. It's too cold. Su Youyu was in the weak water, and it only felt like his bones were freezing and breaking. But she was not qualified to accuse Qin Xian. If she hadn't been so self-righteous, she wouldn't have allowed Qin Xian to be trapped in the 3,000 weak waters. Besides, if it wasn't for Qin Xian last night, she would have been in the water, freezing to death. At this moment, being able to snuggle in Qin Xian's embrace, one could feel the warmth that was like a fireplace. All the dissatisfaction, everything is gone with the wind. Not wanting to remember, glancing at Long Chen, who was still dipping inside the water. Su Yoyu gratefully said, "Long Chen, I always thought that you were a scourge, causing the entire Sky's End Sword Pavilion to be destroyed because of you. If it wasn't for you, I would still be dipping inside the weak water right now." The corners of Long Chen's mouth twitched madly. He wanted to say nonchalant back. However, seeing Su Yaoyu's intimate appearance as she snuggled in Qin Xian's arms, it was almost as if he would break down. Why? Why had he dipped in the weak water all night last night and rushed to build this raft with his own hands, even willingly jumping into the water himself to propel the raft forward, not letting the Scarlet Thorns waste half of his breath? In the end, Scarlet Thorn was still wary of him, and Qin Xian, without any manners, allowed Su Yoyu to be immersed in the ice-cold weak water, and was still able to make Su Yoyu rely on her like this? This kind of intimacy? What went wrong in this? It was also that Qin Xian didn't know what was going through Long Chen's mind right now. Otherwise, he would definitely tell him with certainty. Licking dog shall not die. Ahem. Qin Xian used his hand, moved Su Yaoyu's delicate pretty face to his shoulder, clenched his fist on the side of his mouth, coughed lightly, stared at Long Chen in the water, and smiled. "Now as you wish. I no longer let Su Yoyu push the raft forward, but at this moment, the raft is not moving, or else, please bother the high foot of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion to help push the push?" Long Chen gritted his teeth in hatred, and with a mouthful of teeth, he nearly crumbled. "You're dreaming. Don't even think about it." "Yes?" Qin Xian gave a careless rhetorical question, and then he fixed his gaze towards Scarlet Thorns, who had been looking towards this place, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and then he once again stared at Long Chen, teasingly saying, "You wouldn't want to have an earthly beauty such as Scarlet Thorns to be taken advantage of by a great villain such as me, would you?" Long Chen became furious. "You dare! I'll kill you!" Qin Xian swung his wooden stick and gave Long Chen another heavy blow. "Guess if I dare." Long Chen's breathing became more and more rapid. He didn't dare to gamble. No longer able to endure it, the Scarlet Thorn, like Shangguan Si, allowed Qin Xian to take away from him. Hold back. The only thing to do is to hold back. Long Chen once again held back, suppressing the anger in his heart. As long as he escaped the 3,000 weak waters region, he would definitely make Qin Xian pay the price in blood. He raised his eyes, his gaze filled with a fishy red. "I promise to push you all out of the weak water." Qin Xian shook his head. "I think, you alone, there is no way you can push two rafts together. The direction is not even fixed. Forget it. I'd better take the Scarlet Thorns first." "No, don't." Long Chen exited in a hurry. "I have tree vines. I can use them to tie the two rafts together so that they can advance together. Don't ever take a shot at the Scarlet Thorns. Otherwise, I will die. But I won't sell half of my strength for you." Chapter 151, A Foreign Beast Hiding Treasures. "You really do have a sweetheart." Sheesh. Qin Xian sized up, with interest, Long Chen, who was busy tying up the two rafts. This kind of son of Qi is, from the beginning to the end, a hangdog. When you see the daughter of Qi, you can't walk away from it. It's either a nosebleed or a heartbeat away, fantasizing about a bright future blah blah blah. Unbeknownst to him, this kind of behavior was a living dog-licker in front of Scarlet Thorn, with whom he had had close contact. Of course, Scarlet Thorns, with this kind of cold character and misogyny, naturally couldn't have any more emotional disputes with Long Chen, and he didn't reveal it. He even made it a trick, with a cold expression, sizing up the cold and colorful Scarlet Thorn, and said as an aside, "I didn't expect that the true disciple of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion would actually be willing to be a boatman for your sake. It looks like you guys were on top of the deserted island last night. I'm afraid that you guys have had an unknown experience." "No, I'm clean and innocent with Long Chen. I've never been intimate in any way." Scarlet Thorn was not wanting to bother with Qin Xian. There was a kind of disgust that could be seen in its gaze, and it was born. The retort couldn't help but come out. She kept convincing herself in her mind, not to explain to Qin Xian, but simply, not wanting to be wronged for no reason. Su Young fish clinging to Qin Xian's body, the cold of the weak water, dispersed most of it. Only then did he get down from Qin Xian's arms and stood on the raft, waving his hand towards Scarlet Thorn. "There's no need to explain. We're all on our own, and I know better than anyone else what it would cost to try and withstand the cold of the weak water. There wasn't even a place to stand on that deserted island. The only way to keep each other warm is to snuggle up." Since both Long Chen and Scarlet Thorn had survived, one could imagine what had happened. Su Yoyu only assumed that Scarlet Thorns was with her in general, and that the cheapness had been taken advantage of. Nor would it have occurred to him that the place on the deserted island where he could stand would be crumbled by Qin Xian. Scarlet Thorn huffed in annoyance and glared at Su Yoyu. "What are you babbling about? Who is on your own with you, and how do you know to make believe in things you have not seen? Scarlet Thorn sized up Su Yufu with indescribable revulsion,
especially seeing it shamelessly drilling into Qin Xian's arms. It was even more disgusting from the bottom of her heart. The holy maiden of the Holy Land of Yaoqi disregarded her face and clung to a man, pleasing him in 100 ways. Can't wait to rub himself in Qin Xian's arms. Is there any semblance of reserve? Qin Xian raised his hand, and with a chilling expression, he voiced out to stop it. There's no need to argue anymore. I'm not interested in what happened between you and Long Chen. And seeing as Long Chen is pushing the raft forward, I won't clash with you for the time being. Scarlet Thorn, the daughter of Qi, fluctuates violently in her emotions and feels that she has been wronged by the heavens, rewarding the host with a villainous value of +8,000. As the rewards arrived, it became increasingly clear to Qin Xian that there was a clean slate between Scarlet Thorn and Long Chen. He also stopped looking at the Scarlet Thorns and pulled Su Youyu, sitting together on the raft, and continued to move forward. I don't know how much time has passed, and days and nights have alternated for several rounds. Even Long Chen's sword heart body could not withstand the erosion of the weak water for several days, and several times he collapsed on the edge of the raft, gasping for air and regaining his strength. When it got better, it was nice to see the isolated Scarlet Thorn sitting alone in the front of the raft in a silent and cool manner. It was more of a struggle to push the raft out of the weak water area. He's getting out of here. When he recovered his energy, he would be the first to kill Qin Xian and take a bite out of Scarlet Thorn's heart. Finally, when the sky was brightening, Qin Xian noticed that the color of the water in the extreme distance ahead produced a change. Well, water does not interfere with river water. Two different colored water sources, at the junction, constantly colliding. In the midst of a huge wave that had become unusual in color, there was a horrifyingly huge thing, like the kraken inside the Crusoe mythos, using countless tentacles full of sharp teeth and mouths to wrap around a huge dragon, and it was strangling and devouring it. Inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Langley noticed the scene in the distance and uttered in awe, "That's a foreign creature inside the weak water, a rare and exotic beast capable of growing attached to the weak water. If you slaughter it, you'll surely be able to obtain a notable treasure." She still remembered that in the former Undermoon Imperial dynasty, there was a heavenly pride that had decapitated a celestial realm foreign beast when leaving the weak water. The celestial realm treasure weapon that was obtained was actually able to shatter a sacred weapon, as if carrying weak water to confine Yuan power and corrode the origin of the holy weapon. That foreign beast, it's at the peak of the sage realm. If we can kill it and obtain a holy weapon, we might be able to fight against a quasi-imperial weapon. Langley opened his mouth to urge, unable to say how much he valued the treasure born from the body of the foreign beast. Qin Xian chopped off the vines binding the raft and smiled at Long Chen. "Let's part ways here. There's no need to send them off." Immediately, he let Su Yufu get into the water, pushed the raft, and headed towards that foreign beast. "Quickly, bastard!" Long Chen gritted his teeth in hatred. Since the destruction of the Sky's End Sword Pavilion, he had obtained the Sword Pavilion's treasure trove given to him by his master. Before coming to the land of the Emperor's Fall, he had insight into the ancient texts, so he naturally knew what the foreign beasts near the weak water represented. "That's a symbol of treasure. Want to leave me behind? Dream on." He pushed the raft and exhorted Scarlet Thorn, "Sit firmly. We'll go together to meet that foreign beast, and we might not be able to obtain extremely treasured treasures." Scarlet Thorn, who had been left out in the cold until now, turned back and said softly, "I'm tired. I don't want to have any more arguments with Qin Xian. Leave them." With just one glance, she recognized the cultivation level of that foreign beast, which was at the peak of the Saint Realm. Even Qin Xian was afraid that it would be difficult to suppress it. If Long Chen rushed there again and pressurized Qin Xian at this time, with two sides pinned down, it was possible that Qin Xian would be injured. She was telling herself that she was doing this not because she was worried about Qin Xian, but that she owed Qin Xian a favor within the dragon's blood mystery earlier and didn't want to take advantage of the fire. Long Chen gritted his teeth, looked at Qin Xian's gradually distant back, and made a difficult decision. "Fine, let's leave in the opposite direction from him." He was unwilling to go against Scarlet Thorn's wishes. At the time when Scarlet Thorn needed comfort the most, and when Scarlet Thorn was at his weakest inside, he was going to double down on expecting Scarlet Thorn to be good. The two headed in the other direction, in away from the weak water. Not long after, in front of Long Chen and Scarlet Thorn, there were also huge waves rolling over. In the midst of the huge waves, a scaly dragon with tentacles and a body length of more than 10,000 feet kept rolling its huge body, eyeing the other beast intently. "The boat will go straight when the bridge is over, and the flowers will come out in the dark. This foreign beast, Long Chen, will take it." How could Long Chen not have thought that he had already given up a treasure?
On the way out, it was actually a rare occurrence to run into another fey beast. Get rich! He was like a chicken blood, his legs kept fluttering the weak water, and in towards the auger, he fought to catch up. Suddenly, hearing the sound of water tossing behind him, he turned around and saw Su Yoyu pushing the raft, in the process of rushing towards his side, and immediately said angrily, "Qin Xian, I've already given up on fighting with you, and now, what are you doing here with me?" Chapter 152, Su Yoyu's Grief. Complete madness. Not only was Long Chen puzzled, but even Langley inside the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, was opening her mouth to stop it. At a time like this, there's no need, anymore, to make things difficult for Long Chen. At that beast, there is also a dead auger strung up, so maybe, there will be 2 treasures. What's more, that foreign beast is at the peak of the Sage Realm, and the other living auger is only at the middle stage of the Sage Realm. The grade of the treasure is far inferior to that produced by the peak of the Sage Realm. Qin Xian was not amused. Long Li's view, by all accounts, was correct. It's like opening a chest. The higher the level of the chest, the higher the level of gold that comes out, the higher it is. But in all things, you can't think in terms of common sense. Who is Long Chen? That was loud and clear. The son of Qi Hues in the outhouse with his face facing out. There was an auger dragon appearing in front of it for no reason. What concept? It's clearly a treasure delivered to your door. It was this heaven and earth, a gift to Long Chen. How could such a son of Qi favored by great Qi be measured by common sense? Qin Xian was certain that the treasure obtained from slaughtering that living Jiaolong was definitely better than 2 treasures. Long Chen, that large octopus at the peak of the Sage Realm, I'll give it to you. And this Jiaolong, let me have it. Qin Xian opened his mouth smilingly. Long Chen said with hatred in his eyes, "You're thinking beautifully. The prey I've set my sights on. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to snatch it away." He fought to swing his legs faster. The physical strength was not much better than Su Yoyu's, and gradually pulled the distance between the 2 rafts, farther and farther away. Qin Xian wasn't surprised, and like pulling a carrot, he lifted Su Yoyu from the weak water. Immediately, sensing that the weak water's confinement was weakening, he took the opportunity to release Mu. Mu crashed into the water and plopped down on the end of the raft, like a diesel engine, pushing it, in the back, to create 2 splashing white waves. Whistling forward, he instantly surpassed Long Chen. Muumu's speed directly blew Dragon Chen away. "Qin Xian, you deserve to die." Long Chen stared at Qin Xian, who was whistling past, especially noticing the earth dragon, and hated it so much that his back teeth nearly crumbled from biting. Qin Xian clearly had an earth dragon that was able to push them and leave the 3000 weak water zone as quickly as possible. But he didn't. He had to be immersed in weak water for days and nights, deliberately torturing him. This hatred, he would not be able to wash away even if he threw Qin Xian's bones to the ground. "Wait, even if you are able to slaughter the Jiaolong, I won't let you take the treasure." Long Chen continued to chase after Qin Xian, ready to settle old grudges with new ones. The Scarlet Thorn spoke again, uttering a rebuke. "What are you fighting with him for? There are clearly 2 foreign beasts there, and their realms are also higher than the Jiaolong. Could it be that you are afraid of that peak Sage Realm foreign beast and don't dare to face it?" Instead of getting serious with Qin Xian, it's better to capture the 2 treasures, so as not to fight to the death and let the fey beasts pick up the slack. Long Chen stopped his swinging legs and looked at the blood-colored thorns whose beautiful eyes were filled with gravity. He thought Scarlet Thorn had a point. He had let hatred cloud his vision, and had it not been for Scarlet Thorn opening his mouth to remind him, he would have missed an opportunity. As the raft got closer and closer to the junction, Su Yoyu felt her own yuan power, gradually recovering. Her gaze became fiery as she stared at the scaly dragon, eager to try, and turned back towards Qin Xian. "Senior brother, this Sage Realm scaly dragon, I'll leave it to you, precious treasure. We're bound and determined to get it." Qin Xian rolled his eyes and said, "What about you?" Su Yoyu pointed to the tip of her nose. "Me?" She whirled around and shook her head. "I can't do it. I'm only at the peak of the celestial realm. I haven't even broken through to Quasi-Saint yet. How can I defeat this Sage Realm foreign beast?" Qin Xian stared at Su Yoyu, the laughter in his eyes. Looking at Su Yoyu's heart chilled. "How will we know unless we try?" Qin Xian pinched the back of Su Yufu's fateful neck, lifted it up, and directly flung it out. Boom! Su Yufu blew up the sound barrier in the air. The 10,000-foot-long scaly dragon didn't notice a mole cricket until then. Flying towards itself, a dragon's breath sprayed out. A milky white light, like a meteor, exploded towards Su Yoyu's torso. "Qin Xian, I hate you for letting me, a weak female, play the lead." In the air, Su Yufu roared loudly, knowing that he had a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him. How could he not escape? He instantly offered the Underworld Emperor clock and smashed it right into the Augur Dragon. The Underworld Emperor cracks the earth. Under the urging of Su Yoyu's Yuan power, the Underworld Emperor clock expanded tens of thousands of times in size. It was even more massive than the scaly dragon, like an inverted jade bowl, ignoring that dragon's breath and inverting the scaly dragon directly into it. Knock knock. Inside the Underworld Emperor clock, the Augur Dragon's ponderous body continuously pumped the inside of the Underworld Emperor clock. Strong backlash, one wave after another. Pust. Su Yoyu spat out a mouthful of crimson blood and didn't waste it. Then he pinched his hand and wiped down the blood around his mouth with his hand, and threw a blood bead towards the Underworld Emperor clock. Buzz off. Contaminated with Su Yoyu's blood, from the exterior of that Underworld Emperor clock, countless obscure patterns began to brighten and fade. There was a flood of bell-like sounds, in the sky, echoing continuously. The clouds are cracking with the shock. Even today's Qin Xian, after leaving the weak water zone and hearing this loud buzzing, felt a moment of disorientation inside his head. However, the scaly dragon trapped in it, not only did it not receive any blow, instead, it was as if its ferocious nature had been stimulated. It became more and more ferocious, constantly flinging itself with the dragon's tail. Finally, under the Augur Dragon's constant and furious bombardment, the Underworld Emperor clock spun and flew backwards. The dragon got out of its trap, and its eyes, as big as small mountains, were a bloody color. Opening his bloody mouth, he straightly swallowed the raft, along with Qin Xian, into his stomach. Panic, staggering, suffocation. Senior? Su Yoyu muttered out dumbfounded, looking at the scaly dragon that, from under the water, poked its head out again. Su Yoyu's voice, raised a few decibels. Senior brother, don't scare me, come out quickly. The scarlet eyes of the dragon stared at Su Yoyu. When you enter the stomach of this dragon, even if you are in the Saint King realm, you can only rot. Your senior brother is already dead. Dead? Su Yoyu was struck by lightning. Always timid and cowardly, she feared death the most, especially this kind, a powerful creature that even Qin Xian could swallow and kill in his stomach. In the past, she would have harnessed the Underworld Emperor clock and escaped. But now, not knowing what was going on, an uncontrollable anger, at the bottom of her heart, kept running up. There was a violent rise and fall in his chest, and even his gaze became brutal. Give back my senior brother's life, Su Yoyu roared out, and like an arm and a leg, she once again urged the Underworld Emperor clock, skyrocketing its size by tens of thousands of times. The Jiao Dragon showed a sneer. This extreme saint weapon, in your hands, cannot kill this dragon. Pust. A mouthful of Su Yoyu's heartblood spurted out and slapped on top of the Underworld Emperor clock. The Underworld Emperor clock swelled again as it hummed. Put. Su Yoyu scrambled for time, not daring to slack off, and several mouthfuls of heartblood sprayed out one after another. Even his face became as pale as wax paper. The Underworld Emperor clock was catalyzed by its essence blood and skyrocketed to the size of a giant city. Su Yoyu continuously coughed up blood and raised his hand to urge the Underworld Emperor clock to press down towards the Jiaolong. The Underworld Emperor shatters mountains and rivers. The Underworld Emperor moves Qiankuan. Underworld Emperor Jin Song Dome. Give back my senior brother's life. Chapter 153, The Jade Vase Carrying Weakwater. In the middle of the vast and boundless ocean, 100 feet of huge waves rolled over one after another. The Underworld Emperor clock was like a giant mountain, constantly charging at the augur's body. Under the urging of the essence blood, the body surface of the Underworld Emperor clock blazed with countless complicated and obscure patterns. The flood bell-like buzzing sound resounded through the sky. Wow! Su Yoyu's mouth was filled with blood, spewing out in large chunks. The eyes were filled with indignation, already letting the anger give way. She's fighting for her life, cowardly and fearful of death. She was taking her life to fight hard against the Sage Realm's augur. Give my brother back his life. Evil dragon, give my brother back his life. Su Yoyu urged the Underworld Emperor clock and continuously used great power to harden towards the Jiaolong. Scales as tough as a dragon's were smashed to pieces and bloodied. The aching Saint Realm augur was in the middle of the huge waves, constantly rolling around, wanting to vanish under the water to avoid the pursuit of the Underworld Emperor clock. However, the strength of the Underworld Emperor's bell is such that even the surface of the sea is cracked. There is no place for the augur to hide even if you exhaust the bottom of the sea at 100,000 feet. Die. Su Yoyu, who couldn't even afford to waste the blood spilling out of the corners of his mouth, at this moment, spat out essence blood, calculated by the leader. His face was as pale as wax paper, and his long, dark, beautiful hair was beginning to turn a little white. Since the underworld emperor Bel tripod, there is a Jun word that skyrocketed, wrapping the might of heaven and earth, covering all things and falling towards the dragon's head of the scaly dragon. Roar! The dragon was furious. The dragon's tail was a whip. The space shattered, and it shook hard at the underworld emperor clock. Boom! With a loud bang, the waves exploded in a 100-mile radius in an instant, briefly creating a vacuum. Above the surface of the sea, there was a large amount of white mist vaporizing. Underworld emperor clock force exhaustion flew out backwards. Su Young Fish also suffered the same backlash, blood spitting wildly, breath more and more withered. Damn human! You have angered this dragon. The bloodied dragon rose up into the air, its huge head hanging upside down, staring at the weak Su Yoyu in front of him like a mole cricket. He said with palpitations in his heart, "You are out of this dragon's expectation. A small celestial realm, actually able to make this dragon seriously injured." One must know that it was in the middle stage of the Saint realm. A griffin of the celestial realm could burst from the pressure of the dragon's might alone in its eyes. The Su Young Fish in front of it gave it too much shock. If Su Yoyu was in the quasi-saint realm, perhaps it would have to leave half of its life here if it didn't die this time. Among the cultivators of your Hongmeng continent, a heavenly pride such as you is the most delicious, and by devouring you, this dragon will be able to at least go one step further. The dragon opened its bloody mouth as if it was a giant mouth of the abyss and swallowed toward Su Yoyu. Su Yoyu looked blankly at the huge mouth in front of her, and in her gaze, she was filled with dullness. Dying? Walking lights replayed in her mind as the past came flooding back to her in full force. Always timid and afraid of death, she would always run far away when she encountered danger. This time, I don't know why, but I will be mothballed. She closed her eyes helplessly, waiting for death to come. Just when she was at the end of her rope, the dragon roared, "Get out! Get out for this dragon!" Su Yoyu opened her beautiful eyes in bewilderment, only to find that the augur dragons that were originally eyeing each other intently were now twisted together like a twist. Coiled like a giant peak, it roared angrily towards its abdomen. Pust! From the augur dragon's abdomen, a large halberd, broken scales, rushed straight out. Qin Xian held the heavenly desolate halberd in his right hand and a white jade bottle in his left hand, which shone brightly in the sunlight. He learned from Lang Li that the treasures were hidden in the belly of the beast, and he was worried that when he fought and killed the Jiaolong, he would damage the treasures if he was not careful, and that was why they were devoured. If not, he was holding a quasi-emperor artifact, and there was Lang Li, a Saint King realm, hiding in the middle of the small tower. How could he be defeated by a mid-Saint realm augur? Playing with the milky white jade bottle in his hand, Qin Xian's eyes had suspicion in them. He couldn't figure out what the jumbo was for. Not a treasure weapon, much less a holy weapon, but like the inner elixir of a dragon, it is hidden in the very core. Without waiting for him to search for a result, the heavily injured Su Yoyu had already rushed to his heels, squeezing his small hands into fists. He kept pounding them into his chest, cursing angrily, "Bastard! Evil bastard! Big slag bum! Why didn't you answer me back when I just called you? If you hadn't died, why would I have fought this sage realm augur in blood? If I had known you weren't dead, how could I have become what I am now? You've caused me so much pain, bastard senior brother." When Su Yoyu saw Qin Xian's return, she was both happy and aggravated. Determining that Qin Xian was still alive, there was nothing but injustice in his heart. She was annoyed, hating Qin Xian for sitting back and doing nothing, causing her to lose a large amount of essence blood. Her breath shriveled up, and her strength was 10 to 1. Next, how else can we survive in the land of the Emperor's fall, which is full of crises? Qin Xian caught Su Yoyu's small hand and gently wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, saying in a deep voice, "I'll take revenge for you." He turned around and threw the heavenly wasteland halberd. In the air, the heavenly wasteland halberd diffused into thousands, hanging upside down like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, shooting madly and explosively at the seriously injured and dying Jiaolong, stabbing it with 1,000 holes. The poncho's body, shattering as much as it could, even the divine soul, was ingested into the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower by Lang Li, and was refined in an instant. God's soul is destroyed. Su Young Fish unwillingly exasperated voice. "You kill it now, what's the use? I have been wasted. Almost lying in bed life cannot take care of themselves. I don't care. Wherever you go next, you have to take me with you as a drag. You're not allowed to abandon me. You must bring me out of the land of emperors fall alive." Su Yoyu coughed up blood at the corner of her mouth, but she locked onto Qin Xian's arm regardless. She didn't complain too much. It had happened and it didn't help. It was just right, to be able to logically hug Qin Xian's thigh. How not to be thrown off? Qin Xian took out a large amount of heavenly treasures from the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda.
They were all condolences sent by those elder peak masters of the Yaoqi Holy Land.
Earlier, he had hung onto it, and couldn't use it, and gifted it in full to Su Yoyu. These should be enough for you to break through to quasi-sainthood. To break through, if you are afraid of death again, you don't know when, you will be able to step over the hurdle of quasi-sainthood. One must know that Su Yoyu was the holy daughter of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Among the heaven-mending Holy Land and Yaoqi Holy Land, Su Yoyu was, without any surprise, definitely the weakest one, with a realm so low that it didn't have eyes to see, all thanks to the underworld bell. It was a stroke of luck to be able to have this experience. Su Yoyu smoothly took the heavenly material and stuffed it into her mouth as if she were eating berries, not caring about the dense white mist coming out of her mouth and nose as she stared at Qin Xian and said, "Are you doing this on purpose, just to make me break through and ascend to quasi-sainthood?"
Qin Xian nodded without hesitation and asked rhetorically, "Or else?" He is not naturally able to say the thoughts of his inner trial. It appeared that Su Yoyu had obtained his heavenly treasures,
but in reality, Su Yoyu, the holy maiden's body and life,
had already been targeted by him. It's like fishing bait for a nest. Without the payoff, it's naturally impossible to get a payoff. If Su Yoyu escaped,
he wouldn't give any benefits,
and he was even prepared for the future. But at this moment, Su Young Fish break through the shackles of character,
and at the critical moment,
for him to brazen out the reverse felling of the dragon. This made him change his previous impression, and he was also sure that Su Yoyu was a stupid woman with a hard mouth and a soft heart, always acting greedy and fearful of death,
always betraying acquaintances without mercy. In truth, when it really comes down to it, it's better to die than to give in. Naturally,
there was no need for him to worry that he would be betrayed by Su Yoyu.
"You're always counting on me.
Seeing as you've given enough heavenly materials,
I'll grudgingly forgive you this time." Su Yoyu indignantly gouged out Qin Xian.
Spinning his head to Qin Xian's chest, he stared at the milky white jade bottle held in his left hand and curiously said,
"This is the treasure in the auger dragon's stomach. What's its function?"
Qin Xian weighed the jade bottle and pushed it with his yuan force.
Feeling a suction force erupt, spinning around, he let the jade bottle fly out. However,
he saw a column of water in the 3,000 weak waters,
curved and sucked into the jade bottle. Chapter 154, Licking a Dog to the End. Nothing to lose.
What kind of treasure is this? This? Su Yufu was dumbfounded. Looking at the milky white jade bottle that was drawing weak water, the entire person's brain was buzzing, even as her underworld emperor clock,
and Qin Xian's desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda.
They were unable to carry the weirdness of the 3,000 weak waters.
If you are carrying weak water, sooner or later, you will be corroded to appear huge damage. It is just a matter of time. But now,
this jade bottle that was urged with yuan power was able to actively inhale 3,000 weak waters.
What is so frightening?
One must know that this weak water is something that not even the Saint King realm can utilize.
A jade bottle capable of carrying weak water? Rao Qin Xian, seeing the scene in front of him, found it unimaginable. Baby, really good baby, as strong as his desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. There was no way to utilize the weak water. This jade bottle, however, was able to actively ingest it. Doesn't this mean that in the future, when he fights with others, he will directly pour the weak water? As strong as the Saint King realm, if one didn't pay attention, they would also be struck. Not to say that it would make the Saint King realm's hands powerless, but if it was doused by the weak water, more or less, the body would be left with beads of the weak water, which was able to drastically curb the battle power. Immersing the Saint King realm in weak water was even more capable of rendering all of its astounding battle power unavailable. With this jade bottle, in the future, utilizing the weak water, you will be able to kill opponents beyond your power. Inside the small tower, Langley was feeling heartbroken. In the past, the pride that had a chance here had at most possessed some of the weak water's origin power, which was able to serve to suppress the realm and suppress the holy weapon. Qin Xian was good, directly pouring in with weak water. The Saint King realm would have to be beaten to the point of dizziness. Qin Xian shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. This jade bottle has a drawback that cannot be ignored. He sighed. The weak water is able to suppress the realm of outsiders, but to me, it also acts as an irresistible suppression. At most, with the weak water pouring in, he fought with the enemy in the middle of the weak water, with the dominance of the chaotic Hongmeng body, his physical body, to be stronger than the other party let's just say that this thing is a rule restriction. Let the original destructive battle, turned into in the weak water inside each other swinging king's fists. Su Yoyu stared at the jade bottle that was still drawing weak water. It's still not filled? The space inside this, how big it should be. her beautiful eyes peered out, gazing at the extremely distant, a large sword, piercing through the head of the large octopus, Long Chen, and said in astonishment, "That's the Sky's End sword, a quasi-imperial weapon in the hands of the Sky's End sword master. And after the destruction of the Sky's End sword pavilion, it's actually arrived in Long Chen's hands now. This fellow, too, has broken through to quasi-saint, and his strength is far beyond what it once was, even compared to Qin Fan. Long Chen with his Sky's End sword pavilion's underpinnings, is no less, and even, beyond. I don't know what kind of treasures are hidden inside that big octopus, and that auger dragon that was swallowed most of the way. Will it be the same as this one? Also hiding jade bottles." Qin Xian glanced at it faintly, inexplicably feeling some emotion. Before his desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda was upgraded, it was a quasi-imperial artifact that he had never even looked at. Now it's good that the Jin D tripod and the Tianya sword, two of them popped up in one brain. It's like a ing cabbage at the fair. The circle has been upgraded, and with it the eyes have been raised. Complaining was complaining, but Qin Xian knew in his heart that it was inevitable. Just as those who make millions of dollars a year will recognize billionaires and desperately want to crowd the ranks. But when you really squeeze in, you realize that on top of the billionaires, there are also the truly mega-rich who are wielding money and sitting on business empires and territories. On top of the mega-rich, there are the worldly gentry of the past and present. Further up, ahem, none of this mattered. What mattered was that even if Qin Xian knew that Long Chen's harvest was definitely inferior to his, and yet, they also want to get the treasures in his hands. What if it works? He was greedy enough that not only did he want to get his hands on the treasures that Long Chen had arrived with, he even wanted to pocket his quasi-emperor weapon as well. Brother Dragon, Qin Xian put away the jade bottle, and as if he was an old hometown boy meeting an old hometown boy, he waved towards Long Chen in a self-conscious manner, and went away in the air. Long Chen put away an azure-colored treasure pearl that he had dug out from the body of the great octopus and gave Scarlet Thorn a look that said, "Let's go first." He had beheaded the peak of the Saint Realm, using his underpinnings, and suffered an extremely strong backlash. At this moment, it was inappropriate to fight Qin Xian again. The only thing to do is to hold back for a while. With those words, he took the road and ran wildly. I don't know how long had passed, but the Qin Xian behind him was like a dogskin plaster that could not be shaken off. "Let's go down and avoid him for a while, shall we?" Long Chen softly inquired, and when he saw Scarlet Thorn nod, they dived together into the middle of the mountain forest below. "Find a hidden cave and cover your breath. Long Chen, why do you bother? You and I have no quarrel, but we have had some intercourse. I just feel that the treasures in my hand are of little use, and I want to see your treasure. Why do you have to hide and not see? You're not, by any chance, afraid I'm going to kill someone and get away with it, are you? You this person, also really have enough caution, not to mention your Heaven's End sword, even your quasi-saint realm strength, also let me want to be your enemy before. Way 3 times nah." Qin Xian's voice was very loud, like it's being said on purpose to someone, deliberately exposing the hidden secret of Long Chen holding the skyward sword. "This deliberately exposes my bottom card." Long Chen's teeth were itching with hatred, and his eyes were glazed over. He raised his hand and handed the azure-colored treasure bead, whose function was unknown, to Scarlet Thorn's face. "This treasure bead does not know its function for the time being, but I think that it was born from the body of a peak Saint Realm exotic beast, so it won't be weak. You have this item, and you will have the power of self-preservation in the land of the Emperor's fall. Remember to hide your breath. I'll go meet that guy and settle the score." Before he left, he gazed back fondly at the Scarlet Thorn and spoke softly, "If I die, you must remember to escape from this place and never fall into Qin Xian's hands. You promise me that you will leave the land of Emperor's fall safely." Long Chen took a big stride and dashed into the middle of the mountain forest in a dashing manner. In the next second, Qin Xian's figure appeared in the middle of the cave. He sat on a piece of stubborn stone, crossing his legs, sizing up the Scarlet Thorns with interest, and sked. "I didn't realize that you, a female assassin, are quite skillful." The hardened and neglected Long Chen would rather die than drag you down. "Just what kind of mesmerizing soup did you pour into Long Chen to be able to make him treat you like this?" Scarlet Thorn saw Qin Xian. Remembering his intimate appearance with Su Yaoyu, there was also a prevailing anger in his heart. Retorted, "What's it got to do with you? You are not also able to swindle Su." Before the words were finished, Qin Xian got up and waved his hand. "Count me as talkative. I shouldn't have asked. It's none of my business who you should be good with and who you should be good with. I'm afraid I let Long Chen soak in the weak water for a few days and nights. You're heartbroken, aren't you?" Seeing Qin Xian turn to leave, Scarlet Thorn scrambled forward and grabbed his palm, saying in exasperation, "You're not allowed to leave.
Qin Xian broke free from the bondage of the scarlet thorns, and with a cold color in his eyes, he said, "If I don't leave, what am I doing staying here? Watching you and Long Chen love each other and grow old together? I didn't." Scarlet Thorn shook her head and retorted, "Between him and I, nothing happened at all. I was merely by chance falling into the same deserted island with him. From start to finish, there was no contact whatsoever. And you? And Su Young fish like glue. That woman can't wait to rub herself into pieces. Into your arms," she emphasized loudly. "Don't get me wrong. I just don't like your dabbling behavior." Qin Xian casually lied without blushing. "You know, the coldness of the weak water can only be withstood by a special physique. Su Yoyu is utilizing my physique for warmth. She is my fellow disciple, and she is the true successor of the Holy Lord of Yaohe. If I refuse, and the Holy Lord questions me later on, how am I going to face it?" Scarlet Thorn's brow furrowed as his heart flooded with mutterings. Indeed, as she thought, Long Chen was more able to resist the cold of the weak water, and I'm afraid that it was irreconcilably related to his sword heart body. If Qin Xian said this, he was in a difficult position. Seeing that Qin Xian was in a state of full-blown anger at this moment, he seemed to be jealous. In her heart, there was an inexplicable emotion that was difficult to contain rising up. Her body was indescribably tingling, and she opened her mouth to say, "I don't know what kind of difficulty you are having, but between me and Long Chen, I really don't have a relationship." Qin Xian laughed coldly. "It doesn't matter. He would rather just go into danger and get rid of me for you. It doesn't matter. He'd rather jump into the weak water and push the raft for you, not wanting you to suffer half the bone-chilling cold." Chapter 155 Great Harvest. Jumbo Combination. The more Qin Xian spoke, the more excited and exuberant he became. His eyes were dead set on Scarlet Thorn, with an expression as if he would tear her to shreds in the next breath. However, instead of feeling fear, Scarlet Thorn had, inexplicably, a sneaky joy in his heart. She suppressed her inner surprise, slatting her pretty face in a disgruntled and annoyed voice. "I don't know what happened between you and Su Yoyu, but I can tell you for sure that I took the initiative to jump into the water when the weak water roamed onto the deserted island, and for some unknown reason, Long Chen allowed me to go on shore, and he immersed himself inside the weak water to fend off the bone-deep cold, including that raft. It was also built by Long Chen alone, and the closest I'd been to him since we met was but within a fathom of each other while paddling the raft. How could it be? What would it have to do with him? Do you take me, Scarlet Thorn, as a prodigal woman who is as good as anyone?" The Scarlet Thorn, the daughter of chance, has increased her favor value towards the host, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 10,000. Listening to the rewards arrive, Qin Xian knew it by heart. He naturally knew that it was impossible for the Scarlet Thorn to have a substantial relationship with Long Chen. The mere fact of her status as a daughter of Qi Fortune sat to confirm that she was clean. To put it realistically, the moment he got the Scarlet Thorns, it was destined that the Scarlet Thorns could never again have any intimate relationship with any other man. If it was not possible, Scarlet Thorn would certainly prefer to die. But that didn't stop Qin Xian from making accusations. All he wanted was for Scarlet Thorn to have 100 mouths to feed. Ever since they had met, he had always been the one bullying Scarlet Thorn, keeping him in an emotionally passive situation. If you want to completely crush the Scarlet Thorns in terms of legitimacy, how can you get away with it without finding some aggravation? It's okay to make up aggravation out of thin air. As long as he was able to press the Scarlet Thorn in terms of his emotional status, Qin Xian was happy to do so. "Ha! You do know how to talk off the top of your head." Qin Xian let out a cold laugh, then swept a contemptuous glance at Scarlet Thorn. "I've heard it all. That guy Long Chen told you to hide in the cave. If there's no relationship between you and him, why are you thinking of hiding from me? If you don't have any thoughts about him, why did you hide with him in this cave?" Scarlet Thorn took out the azure-colored jeweled pearl without a second thought, and loudly retorted, "Because he has, in his body, this precious jewel. Even if Long Chen is injured, I am not his opponent. Trying to forcefully seize the treasure is like a fool's errand. I had thought that I would take advantage of his defenses and seize this precious pearl, but I never thought that he would gift it to me, just because he has thoughts about me. I must respond to him? Long Chen has pursued Shang Wanxi instead. How come I haven't seen you questioning Shang Wanxi?" Scarlet Thorn felt aggrieved that Long Chen used to be Shang Wanxi's avid suitor, not seeing Qin Xian questioning Shang Wanxi. Instead, she was the one who had to be targeted in 100 ways when she encountered this situation. Just because she didn't have a father in the Saint King realm, she had to be treated so differently. It dawned on Qin Xian in his heart. No wonder Scarlet Thorn was indifferent to this dog-licking behavior of Long Chen. After all the fuss, he was aware of Long Chen's previous black history.
Well, that's very understandable then. Scarlet Thorn's thoughts were nothing more than, what Shangguanxi doesn't want, I don't want either.
It is true to the maxim that a dog licker has nothing to lose at the end of the day.
TSK. Qin Xian shook his head with emotion.
Then his gaze fixed on the precious pearl in Scarlet Thorn's hand.
What is this?
Scarlet Thorn tossed the treasure bead to Qin Xian in disgust.
I don't know. I only know that you wanted it. So you waited for an opportunity to take it from Long Chen. Since he gifted it to me, it's mine. It's for you. Qin Xian weighed the azure-colored treasure bead.
And just the moment he entered his hand, he was startled.
Avoid water beads. This azure-colored pearl was not an ordinary water-avoiding pearl, but a water-avoiding pearl that was born in the midst of weak water. It is able to make the holder, in the midst of weak water, unaffected, being able to utilize yuan power without any worries, like a fish in water. If it was just a simple water-avoiding bead, it would have no effect at all. But if it was used with a jade bottle that carried weak water, that's just an unbelievable combination of treasures. Imagine 3,000 weak waters pouring in, as strong as the Saint King realm, in the middle of the weak waters. All of them were unable to mobilize their holy power and were at the mercy of others. And he was carrying a water-avoiding pearl, not to mention the weak addition to his battle power, just being able to use yuan power as a condition. Killing those saints and saint kings was like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. It's so anticlimactic. Qin Xian couldn't be bothered to be polite and hurriedly put this great killing weapon inside the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda in a hurry. Spinning around, he surveyed the blood-colored thorns in front of him, and with a tawdry look in his eyes, he said, "What are you doing? Trying to take this precious pearl for me, from Long Chen's hands? Could it be?" His gaze, growing more and more playful, a chill ran up the back of the Scarlet Thorn who was staring. He quickly opened his mouth to explain. "Earlier in the Dragon's Blood mystic realm, you saved the members of Hidden Killing, so I would have owed you a favor, and this precious pearl is to be taken as repayment for this favor. Don't get any ideas, let alone misunderstandings." "Yes?" Qin Xian stepped forward, closing in on Scarlet Thorn, reaching out his hand and wrapping it around the slender willow waist of Scarlet Thorn who wanted to retreat. Cupping the delicate chin with her fingers, she slowly picked it up. He stared at Scarlet Thorn's cold, but beginning to dodge, beautiful eyes and said playfully, "Why do I feel that while I'm jealous of Longchen, you're also jealous of Su Yoyu? It can't be that you, too, have thoughts of me that you can't part with, can it?" Speaking is a delicate job, for a female assassin like Scarlet Thorn, indifferent to human life, with a cold personality. You play hardball with her and force her to ask if she has feelings for him, even if you use all 10 major tortures. Scarlet Thorn would rather die a horrible death than admit it, but he acknowledged his inner feelings before questioning them, making Scarlet Thorn's heart feel much better. Naturally, and not, again, that endless resistance. "Asking you." Qin Xian pressed his face closer, gazing at Scarlet Thorn's evasive gaze. Just when Scarlet Thorn was full of shame and had nowhere to hide, Long Chen's voice sounded outside the cave. "Qin Xian, that insidious. When the real sword is drying with him, he doesn't know where to hide again. If I let me catch him, I will definitely break him into pieces." Scarlet Thorn broke away from Qin Xian in a panic, her beautiful eyes filled with nervousness as she said, "You hurry and get out of here. Long Chen is holding the Skyward Sword and has received the underlying heritage of the Skyward Sword Pavilion. Even if he is seriously injured, he is not that easy to deal with. If the fight between the two of you draws the attention of outsiders, it will, most likely, put you in a desperate situation on all sides." Instead of avoiding it, Qin Xian took the initiative to come from behind and stick onto Scarlet Thorn's delicate body that was getting more and more plump under his efforts. Leaning over to her ear, he blew a hot breath. "You're worried about me. You have me in mind, don't you?" At the same time, outside the cave, Long Chen's footsteps, getting closer and closer, his voice getting softer and softer, fearing that he might have surprised a good person. "Scarlet Thorns, there's no need to hide anymore. That guy Qin Xian doesn't know where he fled to, and won't show up again. Don't you come in here." Scarlet Thorn chortled loudly, his voice trembling. "Qin Xian doesn't know where he's escaped to? He is, right now, inside the cave, right under your nose, right up against her back, palms still pressed against her hips, wantonly bold." Suddenly, feeling that the long skirt was lifted up, Scarlet Thorn trembled all over, and her beautiful eyes were full of fear, breaking into a horror. "This guy, it can't be that he wants to be here." Chapter 156, The Fire and Blue Tide Penetrator. "Why won't you let me in? Could it be that you're in some kind of danger?" Long Chen stared into the cave as if he were an enemy, his eyes on alert. He boldly guessed that it couldn't be that when he went out, he let this guy, Qin Xian, steal his home.
Scarlet Thorn's voice trembled as he stammered.
No, no, it has nothing to do with you. Longchen heard the abnormality in Scarlet Thorn's voice.
His teeth were as if they were chattering, and he became more and more tense.
What exactly happened? Your voice, how does it sound? So odd?
Hiss. Scarlet Thorn sucked in a breath of cold air and shivered. It was as if it was back to those times within the Dragon Blood Mysteries,
in the underground cave,
where Qin Xian was allowed to dominate. The past that she felt so ashamed of,
but couldn't get out of her mind. Hearing the sound of footsteps,
Scarlet Thorn hurriedly opened his mouth to rebuke.
Stop right there. You're not allowed to come in. I've warned you. Are you deaf? If this unpleasant scene of hers now fell into the eyes of the onlookers, Longchen was bound to die.
She also had no face to continue living in the world.
This kind of shamelessness, just Qin Xian alone, is already enough. She couldn't tolerate it any longer. With a bystander knowing about it, Longchen's heart is like a mess. A pair of iron fists of nervousness are followed by clenching. Even the nails embedded in the flesh and blood are oblivious to, cannot help but softly said, Thorns, what in the end is wrong with you? What is difficult? You say with me, no matter how much it costs, I will solve it for you. In the end, what has happened?
Scarlet Thorn screamed with an ah.
Who told you to call me Thorn?
Thorn is what you shouted. She raged.
This guy, Long Chen, was really catching a snake on a stick.
She had never given Long Chen a good face, but at this moment, she was licking her face and calling her intimate little name.
Qin Xian,
which was right behind her,
managed to explain the misunderstanding away. How would it be to piss him off again? At this moment, if you won't let me in, I will. Long Chen wasn't angry either.
He was only worried that Scarlet Thorn had encountered something life-threatening.
Male Zuzu, angry, like a triumphant return to the big rooster, favoring hard to break into the cave.
Scarlet Thorn hurriedly uttered an angry cry.
Enough!
I'm now fading out of all my clothes. I'm receiving the baptism of the precious pearl and bathing in the hua of the weak water.
If you dare to come in at this time, I'll take your dog's life. Hearing this, Longchen stopped in time.
In his eyes, there was a color of surprise, and he said in surprise, Are you saying that the azure-colored pearl has a wonderful use, and that you've already comprehended it and are undergoing baptism?
Scarlet Thorn said vaguely, So what if it is? That's more than good.
If that precious pearl is of wonderful use to you, only then will it be considered to have utilized its true value.
Long Chen was overjoyed, and hurriedly emphasized, I won't go in.
I will never go in to take advantage of someone's danger.
I'll just be outside the cave, guarding for you.
He was happy in his heart. In such a passive and helpless desperate situation like Scarlet Thorn's, instead of taking advantage of the situation, he did not take advantage of the situation.
Instead, he honestly guarded the outside of the cave, protecting the law for him.
I'm afraid that even if Scarlet Thorn's character was even more cold,
he would still be moved. And there's a warmth that flows through you, isn't there? Oh, Shangguanxi doesn't know what's good or bad, and has eyes that don't recognize MT. Tai. One day, he would inevitably appear in pairs with Scarlet Thorn in front of Shangguanxi.
He was going to do everything he could to make Scarlet Thorn break through to unprecedented heights. He wanted the Scarlet Thorns to far surpass Shangguanxi,
and even crush Shangguanzhong, all by a head. He wanted to make Shangguanxi, Shangguaning,
and even the entire Shangguan clan realize how foolish it was to offend him by choosing Qin Xian.
He would make the entire Shangguan family
remorseful to the point of breaking their guts.
Suddenly, feeling inside the cave,
there was the sound of water dripping.
More and more awake, Long Chen's brows furrowed as he voiced out suspiciously, As I recall, there should be no water source inside the cave. It's very dry, so why would there be the sound of water dripping?
Scarlet Thorn was so shocked that his body tensed up and then shuddered violently. The beautiful eyes were in a daze.
Murmurs of ravings, not knowing how to answer.
Qin Xian attached himself to his ear and blew a mouthful of hot air.
Wake up, I'm still inside the cave. Do you want him to mistakenly think that you've gone off the deep end and force your way in?
The Scarlet Thorn shivered and transmitted a voice in shame,
cursing Qin Xian, traitorous, wicked, and rebellious thief. You've caused me so much pain. It's obvious that you're able to go out, scold that guy Long Chen to death, and clear the air with him, and you just have to act recklessly at a time like this. What are you trying to put me through? How are you going to get me? Now, to stop him, if he finds out and spreads the word, what face will I have to live in the world again?
Qin Xian wasn't in a hurry. Instead he sighed helplessly.
It's only because you're too beautiful. A moment did not hold. Besides, if someone knows you and I relationship, big deal. I marry you. What's wrong with a couple?
Scarlet Thorn's haze flew across her cheeks,
blushing to the point of shame, and snapped, Who wants you to marry? and who is willing to be your Taoist couple? Qin Xian was overjoyed. After playing, he still doesn't have to be responsible. Under the sky, there is such a good thing. Of course, he couldn't have said that off the top of his head, just in his mind. From the jade bottle, he took out a little drop of weak water to drive the bone-chilling cold, and then he whirled around Scarlet Thorn's ear and reminded, 3,000 weak waters. The Scarlet Thorn was flaccid and wanted to speak, sensing Qin Xian's increasing exuberance, heart more and more trembling. To the cave outside of Long Chen Ho Ho, that treasure bead inside, contains the essence of weak water, bone-chilling cold. Even my celestial realm is difficult to resist, can condense some water beads. What is called strange? Long Chen, could it be that you want to use this as an excuse to deliberately take advantage of my defenses? Under the angry voice, Long Chen's footsteps that he had suspiciously taken were stopped again. He noticed that there was indeed the bone-chilling cold of the weak water, spilling out in wisps from within the cave. Dare not advance any further. Even more so, he didn't dare to don the Scarlet Thorn, and hastily pacified. Don't worry, I won't trespass without your permission. Be careful, the cold of that weak water is hard to resist. Remember, do not fight it recklessly. Scarlet Thorn snorted angrily. Don't worry about it. Long Chen stood outside the cave peacefully, listening to the sound of water droplets falling to the ground. Vaguely, it seemed that the Scarlet Thorn's increasingly ragged breathing could be heard. His heart itched, worrying that at this time, the Scarlet Thorns would have difficulty blocking the cold of the weak water and invade his limbs. Scratching his ears anxiously, he froze. Suddenly, the Scarlet Thorn let out a sharp shriek, causing Long Chen to no longer be able to sit still. No way! He could no longer stand idly by. Wanted to make Scarlet Thorn completely change his mind about him, completely turn on him. Something had to be done at this point. Scarlet Thorn had to be shown what he was trying to do, to show Scarlet Thorn that he's good. From his storage ring, Long Chen took out a crimson jade shao. This is the discreet fire Bichao Shao, and the sound of the blow is haunted by the splendor of the discreet fire. Being able to catalyze the heat within the cultivator's body, it could make the cultivator mobilize the power of frenzied emotions within him by the sound of the shao. He would use this blowjob to fuel the fire within Scarlet Thorn, to help the Scarlet Thorns pass through the baptism of the weak waters Hua peacefully with the Bai Tai Jiao of separation fire. Long Chen was dressed in a white robe with a graceful demeanor. The end of the sky sword was behind his back, and he placed the departing fire Bichao Shao on his lips, and the weak breeze, through his lips and teeth, slowly blew the Bichao Shao. Woo! The melodious sound of the Shao, through the mountains and forests, is a gentle and lingering sound. 100 miles away from this place, the force of the mountains and forests within the beast creatures, in this Shao sound under the blowing, only feel as if the body of the evil fire baptism. One by one, they all dropped what they were doing at the moment and ran back to their nests to look for their own females. The sound of the cock swirled and swirled. Even Qin Xian, who was inside the cave, was wide-eyed, and in his heart, he couldn't help but give Long Chen a thumbs up, wanting to boast, "You're, damn it, really a talent." In the quiet forest, the sound of the cock is still there. In Qin Xian's mind, the system beeps, rang out continuously. Reward the host with a villain value of plus 1,000. Reward the host with villain value plus 1,000 asterisk 2. Reward the host with villain value plus 1,000 asterisk 3. Reward the host with villain value plus 1,000 asterisk 8. Scarlet Thorn, the daughter of Qi, is so ashamed that she suffers both inner and physical torment. Rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 6,666. Chapter 157, Meeting of the Brothers. Day after day. I don't know how much time had passed before Scarlet Thorn Fong opened her bleary eyes from her heavy sleep. She murmured rapturously, like a small beast, curled up in a delicate position, settling back against that warm chest, enjoying a moment of coziness as best he could. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up, her head tilted back as she gazed into Qin Xian's deep eyes that seemed to be smiling. And she said in shock, "Why are you still here?" Long Chen was right outside the cave, not knowing how long to wait. "In case you break in and see Qin Xian, mustn't you directly draw your swords against him?" If the big battle set off the attention of the surrounding cultivators, targeting Qin Xian and attacking him as a group, what should be done? With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Qin Xian said softly and carelessly, "If not here, where can I go? I would like to walk away. But in case that guy Long Chen rashly intrudes and sees this absolutely beautiful scenery, what can I do if I am so remorseful that my heart breaks? Shattering Long Chen into pieces won't relieve the regret in my heart." Fong's Scarlet Thorn was like a puddle of mud. There is no power in the face of whoever it is. No matter how much of a villain he is, he doesn't have to do this self-desecrating poisonous thing. Are you disgusted with yourself? You're bossy, Scarlet Thorn raged, not knowing what was going on.
Hearing Qin Xian's reply like this warmed her heart with an indescribable joy.
Immediately, realizing the camp she and Qin Xian were in,
her face was extremely tangled and struggling again. She braced herself to stand up,
fully dressed and wrapped,
straightened her sash, and checked and rechecked before decisively heading out of the cave.
Looking back, he transmitted a voice to Qin Xian. I'll go and lure Longchen away.
You take the opportunity to leave this place,
and after this, you and I will never owe each other again.
I will always remember your revenge for killing the Langley Sing King.
That is my great benefactor. The next time we meet,
I'll still kill you to avenge Langley Sing King. Qin Xian only gazed at Scarlet Thorn's fading back and did not open his mouth to stop him.
Inside the small tower,
Langley curiously said, if you expose me at this time, this little girl called Scarlet Thorn can be charmed into a retard by you.
Qin Xian nodded. I know, then why don't you let me show myself?
She has her own chance.
I shouldn't interfere. Not to mention that in this land of the Emperor's fall, following me around is not necessarily safe.
Qin Xian had his own plans.
If it was any other woman,
if he valued her,
he would definitely bring her by his side.
But Scarlet Thorn is the daughter of Qi.
Whose daughter of Qi would lose her life inside the secret realm?
Ordinary cultivators entering the land of Emperor's Fall would be sending them to their deaths, but the daughter of Qi Luck entering the land of Emperor's Fall would be coming in to get their goods.
Can it be the same?
Go. Before Qin Xian left, he noticed that in the mountain forest, Longchen was following the Scarlet Thorns like a doggy licker.
In a short while,
he left the Scarlet Thorns to pull away from the distance. I hope the Scarlet Thorn has something good to give me the next time we meet.
As Qin Xian sneered,
he returned to another hidden valley as he lifted his hand to undo the boundary.
Su Youyu, who was in seclusion,
her jacket skirt fluttered as she made a flying leap into Qin Xian's arms. She tightly wrapped her arms around Qin Xian's neck and joyfully exclaimed,
Senior brother, I've made a breakthrough. I've been promoted to quasi-saint. My chances of surviving in the land of the Emperor's Fall have grown by a few more points.
The smile in her eyes was uncontrollable.
So happy. Originally, I thought that by consuming a large amount of essence and blood, I would have to lose half of my life even if I didn't die. Who would have thought that? Inexplicably, a blessing in disguise. Not only did he not suffer,
but he was also promoted to quasi-saint, and his strength soared,
and his chances of being able to survive in the land of the Emperor's Fall skyrocketed.
This made her more and more determined to stay with Qin Xian.
Follow behind your senior brother. There's meat to eat. If you can't eat meat, you can still have some soup.
Phew. Su Youyu inhaled a breath of clear air. There was a faint fragrance that invaded her agitated nose from Qin Xian's body. Her brows knit tightly as she lay on Qin Xian's body,
sniffing vigorously,
suddenly raising her eyes and staring at Qin Xian.
Elder brother, you went out to fool around. Why is there a woman scent on your body?
Qin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly.
You have quite a nose. Su Youyu was greatly surprised and said, Senior brother, you're admitting it.
She jumped down from Qin Xian's arms,
slate face, old-fashioned. You can't be like this, fooling around outside. It is easy to get into trouble. Don't you look at those female cultivators, one by one, bright and shiny.
But in the beginning they were in order to be able to break through the realm.
I don't know how much to pay, but also don't know how many women
willing to be a stove tripod for those strong people.
Some female cultivators, moreover, suffer from incurable stubborn diseases.
Senior brother, you fool around with them.
Is also easy. Be infected. Even if you are able to prevent these persistent diseases, the loss of energy, which is irreversible,
will cause your battle power to be greatly reduced. And in case you run into a comparable opponent at such a time, a situation that could have been won will result in a narrow defeat, followed by a decapitation.
It doesn't matter if you're killed, senior brother, but if I,
senior sister, don't have the shelter of senior brother,
then I'm screwed? I haven't even grown my hair yet.
I don't want to be captured as a furnace by those old things. Qin Xian only felt a surge in his head and hurriedly reached out his hand to close Su Youyu's red lips.
Left and right can't say anything about you up and down, woman. Since you've already made a breakthrough, it's time to part ways.
Bringing Su Youyu with her.
Let's not mention whether it was considered a burden or not. Just its gibberish alone can annoy a person's brain inside as if it were mush. Su Youyu instantly closed her mouth.
Her beautiful eyes were full of grievances. Her brightly colored Zhu lips,
trembling with waves, deflating her mouth in aggression, choking out, Elder brother, you don't want me anymore?
Qin Xian rolled his eyes.
You can also choose to follow me. But just now, on my way back,
I took out a saint, and found that there are 2 saint kings, and 7 or 8 peaks of the saint realm,
who are searching for me,
and want to seize my desolate ancient prison suppressing tower.
With you, the underworld emperor clock would be enough to hold back a mid-saint realm. No, that's not right. Now that you've been promoted to quasi-saint and you're carrying the top-tier saint artifact underworld emperor clock, you'll be able to roughly clamp down on a saint king for me. Su Yoyu, who was standing in front of Qin Xian, had already flown 100 feet away in the next breath. She was waving her hand towards Qin Xian. Senior brother, I'll see you later. If it's not something that can't be done, remember not to crush the true phoenix feather. Even if you do, I won't necessarily be able to make it in time. Take care. Qin Xian shook his head in amusement. This Su Yoyu's character is so distinct that it's effortless to pin down. He left the valley and followed the faint tug of the true phoenix feather, trying to find the existence of the true phoenix nest. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi was the most sublime, and by and large, the most stunning woman he could currently come into contact with. A glimpse is not to be missed. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and if one wanted to take down the Yaoqi Holy Lord, the true phoenix nest was an opportunity that could never be ignored. Over the mountains, through the clouds and fog, I do not know how long to travel. In a swamp, a giant crocodile suddenly raised its head towards the flying Qin Xian swallowed bite. There's a certain level of putting a thermos up your ass and finding fault with me. The arch-villain? Qin Xian held the heavenly desolate halberd and stabbed out, penetrating the giant crocodile's head. The moment the giant crocodile's body crumbled, the swamp that covered hundreds of miles disappeared in a burst of light and strange changes. What presented itself to Qin Xian was a plain, open land. A brown-haired old man in purple robes clapped his hands and praised, worthy of being a Yaoqi true successor capable of decapitating the Ning King's son. This strength, it's simply heaven-defying. The celestial realm kills quasi-saints like chopping up melons and cutting vegetables. But today, the twin demons of the Qin Wangfu clan will both have to be broken in the hands of my giant crocodile sage. Qin Xian lowered his head and fixed his eyes, but what he saw, beside the giant crocodile saint, was none other than an old acquaintance, namely his stupid and greedy younger brother, Qin Hao. Chapter 158, Lingering Qin Hao. Nice guy. Qin Xian direct a good guy. Even he had to yell you when he came across a situation like this. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Qin Hao had been ambushed, forced into a desperate situation by the giant crocodile saint in front of him. Eyes on the prize, it's about to be taken out. As a result, it was again Qin Hao's heaven-defying chi that started to act up, making him the big villain. That variable old man. If you want to kill him, then hurry up and do it. It's fine, what are you picking on me for? Qin Xian pointed at the giant crocodile sage's nose and cursed as he urged, you screw up fast. I won't stop you crosswise. The giant crocodile saint clasped his hands on his chest with a wisecracking look and sneered. You want Qin Hao to consume me and then wait for an opportunity to strike? The abacus is quite beautiful, but unfortunately, I won't fall for it. Qin Xian froze at the giant crocodile saint's brain circuits, shocked his eyes round and cursed. No, you 2 strokes, right? My beef with the Qin Wangfu was well known. Do you think that I will come to the rescue? When Qin Hao below heard this, he covered his collapsed chest and hissed out towards Qin Xian. Qin Xian, you are despicable. If father and mother know what you said and did today, they will cut you into 1,000 pieces and shred you into pieces. I have long since severed my ties with the Qin Wangfu, and you're scaring me with that old Biden. Qin Xian was enraged. It was fine if Qin Jinbei wasn't mentioned, but once he was mentioned, he didn't need the giant crocodile sage to make a move. He would do it himself. Buzz off! The heavenly wasteland halberd hummed as it blossomed with radiant light in Qin Xian's palm. Throwing it violently, an aurora borealis, cutting through the sky. Under the effect of the heaven-mending pill and the complete version of the supreme bone, Qin Hao, who had already been promoted to quasi-saint, looked at the heavenly wasteland halberd that was speeding towards him, his eyes rounded in horror. How could he not have expected that Qin Xian would dare to kill him? This asshole. Had he not been seriously injured now? How would he have suffered such a strange humiliation? With resentment in his heart, Qin Hao covered his collapsed chest, knowing that he couldn't do anything about it. He could only close his eyes and sit and wait for death to come. Just when Qin Hao gave up struggling, a 2-headed giant crocodile blocked above Qin Hao, blocking the heavenly desolate halberd strike with its hard-scale armor. The giant crocodile saint was shocked by the pain. Dreams do not dare to think. He Saint Realm Peak, bear Qin Xian a halberd, actually feel the body as a turning river. Unheard of. Qin Xian's battle prowess was shocking to the point of making one's scalp numb. No? Qin Xian tilted his head and looked at the giant crocodile saint who was blocking in front of Qin Hao, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he asked back, what are you doing? The one who wanted to kill Qin Hao wasn't a giant crocodile saint? Wasn't it also this guy who forced Qin Hao into a desperate situation? How could he strike now? And the giant crocodile saint instead blocked for Qin Hao. inside his head? Is it that he had been soaking inside the swamp for too long before he became a sperm in the first place, and got into the thin mud? The giant crocodile saint revealed his main body, 2 heads, and spoke one after the other. Qin Xian, I've seen through your treacherous plan. The supreme bone in Qin Hao's body was able to evolve from your bone powder. He was able to utilize this supreme bone. So you, who is related to its blood, will naturally be able to absorb it into his body as well. You can only be blamed for being too strong, so strong that even I, at the peak of the saint realm, wouldn't dare to let you take advantage of the opportunity to seize the supreme bone. Once you integrate into the supreme bone, even I can't do anything about you. He stared at Qin Xian slyly, greed in his gaze. First, I'll slaughter you and take away that quasi-imperial artifact. Then I'll kill Qin Hao. He's just a piece of fish on the chopping board, at my mercy. Convinced, Qin Xian really convinced the giant crocodile sage's brain circuits. 2 heads, by the looks of it, are no match for one good use. He was already too lazy to bother with this kind of dumbass, and even talking to him felt like a waste of breath. The giant crocodile saint sneered and swung his crocodile tail, sweeping even space into pieces. The Taotia's huge mouth, overflowing with a putrid odor, rushed towards Qin Xian's head ferociously. Qin Hao, who was below, took the opportunity to sit on his knees and meditate. In the process of rapidly repairing his injuries, he was overjoyed in his heart, and he might be able to heal his injuries while he was at it. At that time, when the giant crocodile saint and Qin Xian fought to the point of serious injury, he might be able to kill back. Pust. Qin Hao, who had just closed his eyes, felt in front of his body a violent tremor before he could regulate his breath. When he opened his eyes, he found a large, palace-like giant crocodile head smashing down in front of him. In the giant crocodile saint's pupils, there was still horror, and in his mouth, until his death, he was still murmuring, "Impossible, how is this possible? He's only a mole in the celestial realm. I'm already at the peak of the sage realm. How could he seal my cultivation? No, that's not his strength, that's weakness." Before the words were finished, the giant crocodile saint's divine soul was also shattered by the heavenly desolate halberd, and his vitality was completely cut off as he closed his eyes. Qin Xian lifted the other giant crocodile head and threw it on the ground in disgust, murmuring as if he had seen a new world. "I've seen one. I haven't seen such one. I've never seen anyone so aggressive when looking for death. If it were to be earlier, if he wanted to finish off the giant crocodile sage with his strength, he would have to expend a lot of energy, perhaps a bitter battle. No matter what, this was the peak of the sage realm. Looking at the entire Hongmeng continent, it was a resounding figure, but it was different now. Inside the jade bottle in his arms, he was carrying a massive amount of weak water. Into the giant crocodile saint's stinking mouth casually poured 1,000 or 800 tons, directly confining his cultivation, right away. And as he was carrying a water-avoiding pearl, he was not affected by the weak water in the slightest. Is it difficult to slaughter a giant creature with no cultivation? Just like a leek, 2 heads will fall off. Qin Xian slowly landed on the ground, walking step by step towards Qin Hao, who was cross-legged. Gollum. Qin Hao swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, his gaze trembling. "What do you want? If you dare to touch me, the Qin Wangfu will pulverize you even after exhausting the yellow springs." Qin Xian stabbed the heavenly desolate halberd into Qin Hao's mouth, stirring it to a bloody pulp, and then with the cold tip of the halberd, he patted his face, picking his chin and saying, "Bark, you continue to bark. Qin Xian, you've done so much evil, you shall not die. If I could live, I would never let you go." Qin Xian shook his head in bemusement. "You're too weak, so weak that I don't even bother to look at you more than once now." Puffing, with his heavenly desolate halberd, he easily cut open Qin Hao's chest, looking at the supreme bone inside his chest cavity, where the precious light glittered. As the saying goes, many bones, many paths. How did you narrow the path more and more? If I give you the supreme bone, you won't be able to use it. Qin Xian disliked toward Qin Hao's chest, quenched a mouthful of saliva, and used his halberd again, picking the bloody wound. To close it, the son of Qi Fortune, Qin Hao, has spiked his hate value towards the host, rewarding the host with a villain value of plus 20,000. The son of luck, Qin Hao, has a drop of 30,000 points in his luck value, rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 50,000. The son of Qi Fortune, Qin Hao, has been blackened, generating lasting rewards. If the son of Qi Fortune, Qin Hao, is blackened for one more day, the host will be rewarded for obtaining a villainous value of plus 10,000. Chapter 159, Qin Hao who broke down to blackness. Qin Xian stabbed out the heavenly desolate halberd in his hand. when it was no more than a stone's throw away from Qin Hao. Its eyes closed tightly and its body trembled violently. Apparently, there is a fear of death. You are afraid, in fear, terrified that I will kill you. Qin Xian held the heavenly desolate halberd, and the tip of the halberd had already poked Qin Hao's eyelids. He wore a playful smile. Your current demeanor is a disgrace to the Qin family's old ancestor. Qin Hao had a mouthful of porcelain teeth, nearly biting them to the point of crumbling, staring angrily at Qin Xian, hissing, if you want to kill or die, do as you please. What are you doing with so much nonsense? He had left behind a backhand. If the people of the Qin Wangfu sought him out, they would learn that he had allowed Qin Xian to kill him. The more miserable he acted, the more this hatred could not be dissolved. At that time, even if father and mother, no matter how much remorse they felt, it would be impossible for them to hold any thoughts of getting back together with Qin Xian. The entire Qin Wangfu will avenge him. The Qin Wangfu will be with Qin Xian, to the death. Even if Qin Xian was a demon and annihilated the Qin Wangfu, he would still want Qin Xian to live the rest of his life amongst the scorn of outsiders, to make it a patricide and a matricide, a thief that everyone will call out. With the tip of his halberd, Qin Xian poked at Qin Hao's right arm, poking a blood-colored orb branded in the flesh, shattering it, and with a smile on the corner of his mouth, he said playfully, Memory talisman? Are you planning to spread this scene of me killing you, so that the Qin Wangfu can take revenge for you? You died in peace when the Qin Wangfu killed me, and when I overthrew the Qin Wangfu, I became the great and infamous villain of your imagination. You kid, you're not very old, but your mind is not small. But now that the memory talisman is destroyed, what can you do to me? In terms of strength, Qin Hao was a younger brother in front of him. In terms of playing with his heart's eyes, he was an ancestor generation compared to Qin Hao. I can only say that Qin Hao is a toad playing with frogs and ugly looking playing with flowers. No job hardening. Pust. The scheme was destroyed. Qin Hao was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were disheveled, and the resentment in the bottom of his eyes almost turned into substance. However, he also knew that he, now, was powerless to return to heaven. Raising his neck, the corners of his mouth overflowing with blood, said sadly, Kill me. I only hate that. When you came to the Qin King's residence that day, I didn't behead you. Yeah, then I'll give you that chance. Qin Xian retrieved the heavenly desolate halberd with a teasing smile in his eyes. Qin Hao was not his opponent from the beginning to the end. It was just a big fat goat he had captive. If he hadn't intentionally thrown out the bone powder, how could Qin Hao have grown to the quasi-saint realm in just a short period of time? If not for the fact that he was thinking about the large amount of villainous value that Qin Hao carried on his body. 800 years earlier, it could have slapped it to death. At this moment, the system's reward, moreover, prompted Qin Hao to blacken for one more day, rewarding him with plus 10,000 points of villain value. If Qin Hao was allowed to live for another 100 days, he would be able to gain 1,000,000 points of villainous value, which would be enough to cultivate the true dragon treasure technique to perfection. This is the kind of big fat goat that automatically provides villain value every day. It's not a waste of time to kill it. What's more, Qin Hao was still growing, and the stronger he was, the stronger his chi was, and the more massive the villain value brought by taking out, the more massive it would be. Why not kill two birds with one stone? As far as the tail is concerned, Qin Xian didn't have any concerns in this regard at all. Qin Hao was just a son of Qi. While he was open, there is no comparison. Qin Xian squatted in front of Qin Hao, stretched out his hand, and slapped his face, heavily, a few times. Remember this life of yours. I rewarded you. Don't die in the hands of outsiders in the future, or else I'll be at a great disadvantage. After saying that, Qin Xian turned around and stepped into the air without looking back. Qin Xian, I won't let you go. One day, I will prove to father and mother that I am far better than you. Sooner or later, I'll break you into pieces in front of my parents. Qin Xian, you come back. You come back. Kill me if you can. Qin Hao sat paralyzed in place, looking at Qin Xian's fading back, hissing hysterically, his eyes red, bloodlines winding up his eyeballs, letting the entire face, veins followed. The humiliation brought about by the fiery pain on his cheeks was far more than the viciousness in Qin Xian's words. He, Qin Hao, the son of Qin Wangfu, the holy son of the board's heaven-mending holy land. In Qin Xian's eyes, it was actually like a mole cricket, not even worth killing. How surly is this humiliation? It was the kind of abuse that Qin Hao, in his entire life, had never suffered before. The hatred and anger in his heart almost dragged him into an endless abyss. After the defiant catharsis, it was followed by a heavenly dizziness. When Qin Hao opened his eyes again, he realized that the pain and suffering on his body had sharply decreased a lot.
At his side were all concerned inquiries.
Young prince, what's wrong with you? How could a giant crocodile sage be targeted? This is a peak sage realm offering from the Ning King's mansion. Why did he die tragically in front of you?
The clan elders of the Qin Wangfu clan clustered around Qin Hao's body,
and in their eyes,
they were all concerned.
There were even an unknown number of clan elders,
knowing that King Qin was already on his way, who had taken out their crushing heavenly treasures and were feeding Qin Hao to take them,
allowing him to heal his injuries.
A clan elder murmured, "The strength of the giant crocodile sage is so strong that it is comparable to the Saint King realm. Even a Saint King would find it difficult to kill him in a short period of time."
Dying tragically here, could it be that a strong man passed by, taking a ride to save you, little prince?
Someone muttered.
Could it be that the young prince fought to the death to cut him down? Impossible.
The strength of the giant crocodile sage is not something that the younger generation can defeat.
No, to say that someone in the younger generation can defeat it, unless it's that fellow. It's only that rebellious son of Qin Xian that could, possibly, be able to buck the giant crocodile sage.
The murmur of voices beside his ears. Qin Hao only felt that his ears were about to become calloused, especially when he heard Qin Xian's name. It made his forehead veins ripple. It was impossible for him to kill the giant crocodile saint,
but Qin Xian could? Even in the hearts of these clan elders of the Qin Wangfu, they felt that he, too, was no match for Qin Xian.
It's impossible to be compared to Qin Xian.
No, he would never admit it.
Anyone would be able to obtain this honor,
except for Qin Xian,
who must never be allowed to manifest his holiness in front of others again.
Qin Hao covered his chest, coughed out a mouthful of black blood,
raised his eyes, and spoke without changing his face.
"I killed him." The clan elder frowned. "Young prince, the giant crocodile saint that one person killed?"
Qin Hao stared coldly at the clan elder, his voice chilling.
"Here, there's a second person?" I catalyzed the supreme bone, blossomed into a momentary splendor,
and blasted him to death. The wounds fresh in my mind. He pointed to the bone-deep scar in his chest,
in heavy emphasis.
The clan elder of the Qin Wangfu clan stared intently at Qin Hao's vaguely visible, precious light glittering supreme bone. Glancing again at the tragic corpse of the giant crocodile sage, they looked at each other in dismay. And then there was a clamor of exclamations of praise and admiration.
The
young prince has the posture of a great emperor.
To use the body of a quasi-saint to blast away the peak of the saint realm. This extraordinary battle power is something that even those holy sons and daughters never possess. Even if Qin Xian's rebellious son was able to do it, he was still relying on the power of a quasi-imperial artifact. Whereas you, little prince, used your own bones to blast the giant crocodile sage to death. Such deeds are appalling. The first of its kind in all of history. It is that Qin Xian, who has to rely on external objects to be able to rival you. Little prince, without that quasi-emperor artifact, that rebellious son of Qin Xian is simply incomparable in front of you. Little prince. Qin Hao was silent. For some reason,
hearing these cheers of celebration for him brought him back once again to the past when his father loved his mother and his clansmen were respectful within the Qin Wangfu. It was so enjoyable that the corners of his mouth were raised.
Not long after,
this space was torn apart, and Qin Jinbei and Shangguanya came at the same time, looking at the corpse of the giant crocodile sage,
and wondering, peak sage realm, dead? This time, Qin Hao didn't hesitate anymore. Decisively, invitingly, he spoke aloud. "I killed it." Chapter 160 Golden Quality Peach Blossom Amulet. Qin Xian,
who was perfunctorily trying to explain to Langley why he didn't kill Qin Hao.
In his mind, another reward arrival sounded. The son of Qi Fortune, Qin Hao, is deeply blackened,
robbing the host of the credit of killing the giant crocodile saint, cajoling the people of the Qin King's house.
With no remorse, the Qi Fortune value is down by 100,000 points,
rewarding the host with a villainous value of plus 100,000. Son of Luck Qin Hao's luck value has dropped significantly,
triggering an extra reward,
rewarding the host with a golden peach blossom talisman plus 1. Even Qin Xian was a bit dazed when he heard this large reward.
How is that even possible? He captivated the son of Qi Fortune, causing Qin Hao to blacken,
wanting to pretend in rambling nonsense.
The system takes a direct bite and provides 100,000 points of villain value? He wasn't there. The reward counts. This Go system, there's a lot of bravado, one way or another. At this moment,
the balance of his villain value was as high as 1,386,666 points,
not to mention the
800,000 villainous points required to cultivate the Phoenix Treasure Arc to its grand completion. Even the 1,000,000 villainous points for cultivating the True Dragon Treasure technique from grand completion to perfection was enough.
It's time
To find a place and perfect the treasure art first, as Qin Xian muttered in his heart, he took out the golden peach blossom talisman again. There was a touchable plus sign at the bottom, and Qin Xian gently tapped it. Golden peach blossom talisman. Crushing this talisman rewards the host with a golden level of peach blossom luck. A one-time use talisman of extraordinary quality. It's out of the gold. Peach blossom luck and whatnot is not important. What is important is the golden level. I would like to see what kind of woman is capable of deserving the golden quality. Qin Xian could not help but decisively crush the golden peach blossom talisman. The moment the talisman shattered, a golden thread, visible only to Qin Xian, stretched 10,000 miles away. Swish! Qin Xian catalyzed the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda and pursued it at breakneck speed. Langley kindly reminded, "You're not going to look for the true phoenix nest? That's the opposite direction. The emperor is not in a hurry. I have important things to do." "Ha, I'm afraid that what can make you so impatient has something to do with a woman of national color again. You're pretty talented." Qin Xian wanted to retort to come, but the direction that peach blossom luck pulls is bound to be a woman, or a system asserted gold quality. One could only say that after spending a long time with Langley, this big devil had almost become a roundworm in his stomach. Outside of a white misty immortal pool, the draconian prison suppressor tower drips and spins, shrinking to the size of a mole cricket, falling to the ground, but the size of a grain of sand. Inside the small tower, Langley was able to see the outside world. Gazing at the group of powerhouses beside the immortal pond, he exclaimed in admiration, 2 Saint Kings, and 6 peaks of the Saint Realm. What a big gesture. Besides the Violet Sun Imperial family, I'm afraid there is no one else capable of mobilizing these 2 old castrated dogs. Qin Xian lightly laughed. I haven't seen the figure of that third prince. I'm afraid that these are but just a portion of the powerful people beside him. This Violet Sun Imperial family. It's really huge and frightening. Strong as Langley, she was marveling out. Only one prince is actually able to mobilize no less than a handful of Saint King realms. One must know that even the holy kings of the Yaoqi Holy Land were only 10. And within the Ziyang Imperial family, a prince was almost able to mobilize the strongest battle force of half of the Holy Land. How fierce! Qin Xian shook his head. That wouldn't be such an exaggeration. The Saint King realm isn't a cabbage. The struggle for imperial power is inevitably accompanied by the strife of interest groups. In addition to the core royal family clustering around the crown prince, most of the periphery or some of the ones that don't get along with the crown prince will ingratiate themselves with the valued prince. It's all just for the sake of profit. If the third prince can't take out the crown prince, each of these Saint King realms will leave faster than the other. Langley nodded. What do you want? Qin Xian withdrew his gaze, sizing up Langley's demonic appearance with white hair and red pupils with interest, especially staring at her soul that had almost coalesced into substance, and subconsciously asked, souls can do it too? Langley's stunningly beautiful face, which was always cold and stern, was slightly stunned, and 2 slightly reddish halos floated up as she said in annoyance, what are you thinking about inside your head? I mean, what exactly do you want to do? It wouldn't be for a woman that you want to go to war with the Ziyang royal family that entered the land of the emperor's fall, would it? Qin Xian continued to stare at the outside world, unconcernedly saying, take a look first. Outside the desolate ancient prison town tower, the old eunuch with a white beardless face, the duster in his hand swinging to his left arm, his voice sharp, it is said that the 7 pearls of the underworld moon are all in the same breath. One glory for all, one loss for all. The miscellaneous family is unwilling to be an enemy of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon. Nay, the third prince is determined to obtain these heaven-swallowing carps. The girl should not make it difficult for the miscellaneous family. Little Koi, the 7th person of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon. She wore a 7-colored neon dress with gold as the main tone, and her slender and delicate body was like a willow supporting the wind. As if the wind blew, and the frail her, she would float up. Petite as she was, she didn't have the exaggerated chest peaks of Luo Sini and Shang Guaning, nor did it have the plump young woman's flavor of Mac Ching Shui and Scarlet Thorn. There is just a plain face to the sky, without powder, still pure enough to purify the soul of the clear face. The most unmissable thing about her petite and delicate palm-sized face was the pair of pure watery eyes. It seemed that just by looking at it, it could make the irritation and malice in one's heart dissipate. It was so pure, sweet, and incredible. The little Koi was carrying a black tile jar, and within it, swam no more than a mere dozens of small carp. She cherished the embrace in her arms, and begged towards the old eunuch. Eunuch, these little carp are here, and have not offended you, much less the third prince, and that talk of chi is all empty and powerless, and who can prove that these heaven-swallowing carp can really be refined into a chi lukdan? These are all rumors.
If these heaven-swallowing carp really had enough luck, they wouldn't have encountered your pursuit, would they? The old eunuch lowered his voice. Hand over the heaven-swallowing carp and don't make things difficult for the miscellaneous family. This time, when the third prince entered the land of the emperor's fall, one of the most important things he did was to get this heaven-swallowing carp. It was rumored that the heaven-swallowing carp had long-lasting chi, and if a Saint King realm alchemist was invited to refine it into a chi dan, after swallowing it, it would have strong chi, and would have the effect of changing one's fate against the heavens. If he didn't retrieve the heaven-swallowing carp, not to mention the third prince, just those powerful people who had bet on the third prince would tear him to shreds. The little koi tightly hugged the tile jar in his hand and shook his head. I can't hand them over to you. If not, they will surely be refined into Chiluk Dan. They don't deserve to die. This place is remote, and since you've repeatedly pressed for it, then you'll go to hell for the miscellaneous family. The old eunuch's duster swung out. Thousands of white silk. If the sharp edge of the steel blade transformed into a sky of Chinese hair, stormy rain pear blossomed towards the small koi stabbing. The little koi turned and ran wildly in terror. In the back, with one swing of the duster, the immortal pool that stretched for 100 miles crumbled into dust in an instant. Where to run? Another old man with a black blade on his back roared, waves of blade intent striking the sky. The little koi that was running in front of him only felt that his chest had suffered a heavy blow, and with a muffled grunt, he spiraled straight down into the ground. Before she could land on the ground, the white silk that roamed the sky came back towards her back, pervasively paving the way. The little koi turned back, looked at the two great Saint King realms coming to attack, lowered his eyes, looked at the dozens of little carp in the tile jar, and bitterly murmured in his heart, I'm sorry, Grandpa. Shao Chi couldn't protect his sisters. She closed her pure watery eyes, clear tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry, sisters, I shouldn't have left without saying goodbye. This time, I'm afraid it's goodbye forever. When the little koi's heart was in a state of despair, a warm, solid and strong palm tugged at her small, white and slender hand. Chapter 161, The Stupid Little Koi. She opened her eyes in confusion, looking at the handsome-looking man in front of her with a slight bad smile on his face, and uttered in dismay, Qin Xian? This big name, plus the previous feat at the entrance of the Emperor's Fall. I'm afraid that there are no forces that enter the land of Emperor's Fall that don't recognize it. Little Koi, naturally, is no exception. Shun. Qin Xian tugged on the slender palm of the little koi and pulled it behind him, and then he instantly sacrificed the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. Like an arm and a leg, he urged the small tower and shook it hard against the white threads that roamed the sky. Dang, dang, dang. The white silk from the old eunuch's duster blasted as much as it could against the swollen body of the desolate ancient prison suppressor pagoda, erupting into a deafening buzzing sound, blocking the Saint King realm strike. Qin Xian pulled the little koi and turned to run. Wow! The brilliant blade light slashed through, shattering space. A black crack like an abyss appeared in the retreating path of Qin Xian and the little koi. It's not that easy to leave. The brown-haired old man held a sword and stepped into the air, staring at Qin Xian with interest, like seeing a big fat goat. The little koi panicked and blurted out, this matter has nothing to do with Qin Xian. You guys don't want to hurt him, and I have no friendship with him, either. Holding the tile jar in her arms, her clear watery eyes, staring at Qin Xian, she worriedly admonished, I don't know why you saved me, but these two Saint King realms are not your enemy. Leave this place and don't worry about me. Qin Xian clenched harder and harder as he sensed that the little koi was breaking away from his grip. He looked around and said with a sneer, I'm afraid it's too late to leave now. The old eunuch pinched his orchid fingers and laughed out loud with a sharp voice. The miscellaneous family is worried about not knowing where to find you, but His Highness the Third Prince is thinking about your quasi-emperor weapon, and he's thinking about it a lot. The knife-wielding old man laughed aloud. Treading through iron shoes without looking for a place to get it is no effort at all. I didn't expect you, this kid, to actually take the initiative to come to my door. The little koi entrusted the tile jar in his arms to Qin Xian, and said with a straight face, you take them out of here. I'll hold them off for you and delay them for a moment. Qin Xian was curious. Are you sure? The little koi shook her head helplessly. Then what are you showing off for? Qin Xian pulled the little koi and entered the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, and promptly rushed out aimlessly. Relying on the toughness of the quasi-emperor artifact, he forcibly broke out. Where to run? Imprisonment. The old eunuch and the knife-wielding old man struck out at the same time. The steel-edged white wires and blade awnings fell on the tower as much as they could, not even leaving a shallow white mark. One could only watch as Tar escaped the encirclement. Thieves don't go. The fans of the Third Prince, led by the old eunuch, stormed out. The wind caught up with them,
the heaven-swallowing carp escaped along with the desolate ancient prison-suppressing tower, two pieces of supreme treasures that the third prince had specially instructed. If they couldn't get their hands on them, great misfortune would come. Besides, they had already offended the old seventh little koi of the seven pearls of the underworld moon. In the event that this matter spread out, they would inevitably be subjected to the maddening retaliation of the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty. Even His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, could not guarantee their lives, not to mention the now weak third prince. Stop for the mongrels. The old eunuch's duster, with its thousands of strands, took on the shape of a birdcage, encompassing hundreds of miles of land. In front of the small tower, Woody closed, wanting to imprison the small tower. Boom! The desolate ancient prison suppressor tower was as powerful as a bamboo, directly crashing into the birdcage and exploding. When the old eunuch put away the duster, he realized that the white silk of the duster looked like a vulture with its head blown up. Pissed off mongrels. The old eunuch was furious with his crooked eyebrows and glared, and spoke angrily towards the sage realm provider beside him. Go and notify the heaven-repairing Holy Land, and let the soul-refining sect patriarch rush to this place. Qin Xian's thieving son has already been found by us. The chase continues. Within the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, Qin Xian was not affected in the slightest. The attack of the Saint King realm falling on the body of the small tower would not cause him to recoil. Outside fighting outside, he's inside, all cavorting. Of course, it was impossible for him to act so easily and casually. If not, wouldn't it appear that he wasn't so sincere in saving the little koi? Have to look like you're giving. It is important to let the other side know. If not, how can the other side be shaken in their hearts? Pust. Qin Xian desperately squeezed out a mouthful of blood and spat it out. His breath shriveled as he sat on the ground, looking at the small koi in front of him, helplessly shaking his head. These two Saint King realms, they're still really difficult to deal with. Just the aftershocks alone can shake me up enough. Langley people have not yet arrived. Voice first, this where what peach blossom luck, is clearly peach blossom robbery. Two great Saint King realms. Without this desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, it would be enough to kill you 800 times. If you let them catch up to the little tower and refine it, you will not only lose this quasi-emperor artifact at that time, you will even have to take your life. The small koi's petite, delicate body was in flowery flutter. Anxious, some of the heavenly treasures she had brought with her had already been fed to the heaven-swallowing carp to take. At this point, there's no way to get the big drugs. Anxious like ants on a hot pan, she suddenly remembered something, and in front of Qin Xian, using her hand as a knife, she made a blood scar on her white arm, and extended her arm, which was oozing blood, to Qin Xian's mouth, urging, drink my blood, it can heal. Qin Xian pushed his white tender arm away. I don't drink human blood. What's the difference between that and drinking blood from a bush? The little koi shook her head in a hurry. It doesn't matter. I'm not human. Question mark. Qin Xian stared with round eyes. The little koi carp hurriedly opened its mouth to explain. I am a koi spirit that is cultivated into human form, and these heaven-swallowing carps, they are all my clansmen. I came back and rescued them after learning that the third prince of the Violet Sun Imperial Dynasty wanted to harm my clan. It's just a pity that I'm too weak, just a mere quasi-saint in the district. I'm not a match for that eunuch at all. Qin Xian looked at the heaven-swallowing carp inside the tile jar and glanced at the little koi with clear watery eyes, and wondered, why are they carp and you are koi? Have you mutated? Also, I did not ask you you will be your own details. All tray out. Not afraid that I am a bad person? The little koi shook her head and said with certainty, you're not a bad person. Long Li's chilling voice, in the space of the small tower, echoed around. These heaven-swallowing carp, refined into the Qilukdan, is already precious, so that the three emperors of the Ziyang dynasty are all rushing to it. If they know that this head of the small koi carp that is transformed into a form, has the same root and origin as these heaven-swallowing carp, then it shall not be on the spot that you will be refined. Qin Xian, catch this little koi, I'll refine it into a Qiluk pill for you. It'll be 1,000 times more effective than these dozens of heaven-swallowing carps. The little koi was first shocked, and then froze in place in mute silence. Qin Xian stretched out his hand and poked at the little koi's delicate face, so moist that it seemed to be able to drip water when pinched, and snickered. You're not afraid? The little koi shook her head first, then nodded along. Scared, but I think she has a point. Hey. Chapter 162 Emperor Realm Beast. The little koi's big black glowing eyes rolled upwards and pondered for a while before looking at Qin Xian and saying seriously, moreover, I think that the heaven-swallowing carp being burdened with qi is just a rumor. She lowered her head,
looked at her sisters in the tile jar, and said compassionately, "I think they're very unlucky. If they really had that powerful chi, they wouldn't have let the people of the Xiang royal family get their eyes on them to be refined into chi luck pills. On the contrary, it's me," the little koi muttered fervently. "There are times when I would think that I, for one, am a little lucky, and might actually have unseen and untouchable luck." The little koi was scared, but didn't lie and said, "If you refine me into a chi luck dan, it might actually work and it will succeed." Qin Xian slapped his forehead and laughed bitterly. "Even the luckiest koi physique is no good when it comes to a brain like yours." Simply hilarious. He wasn't scornful of the two Sane King realms, whether it was the combination of treasures that mobilized the weak water, or Langley who was hidden within the small tower. Both were enough to get him out of the way peacefully, or to kill him back. He deliberately fled to create a dangerous environment. Only in a dangerous situation would the little koi subconsciously move closer to him for a sense of security. It's the nature of anyone who can't avoid it. But Qin Xian realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. With the little koi, there's no need to count at all. In a few words, the little koi was directly lulled into wanting to be refined into a chi luck dan. "It's so stupid that it's almost kind of cute," the little koi retorted fervently. "I'm not stupid at all. I know who's good to me and who's bad to me, and if it wasn't for you today, my sisters would all be dead and I wouldn't be alive alone. Instead of all dying, it's not possible to say, refine me into a chi luck dan, and after you swallow it and have your chi luck added to your body, you'll still be able to escape safely." She lowered her eyes, staring at the heaven-swallowing carp swimming in the tile jar, and muttered, "As long as they can survive, my return this time is worth it." Langley mimicked the demonic sect he had finished off and laughed coldly. "Jia jia jia, what are you waiting for? Refine this little koi." Qin Xian rolled his eyes widely. "Enough, don't scare her." He patted the little koi's head and comforted. "Don't worry, you won't die, you won't be refined into a chi luck pill, and will definitely be able to leave the land of emperors fall alive." He didn't know where the little koi special was, but the system recognizes the gold quality. It can never be wrong. What's more, it's a daughter of Qi. The little koi was touched and stared at Qin Xian's deep eyes. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she was affectionately stroked on the head. She opened her mouth and said softly, "Qin Xian, you're a good person. If I meet third sister, I'll definitely tell third sister about your goodness. Third sister, she spoils me, and will definitely be able to dissolve the hatred between you two." "You're so facetious, aren't you?" Qin Xian smiled lightly. He naturally knew who the third sister in the little koi's mouth was, the oldest of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon, the holy maiden of the heaven-mending Holy Land, Wu Bingcheng. But this woman, she was only at the peak of paramount sainthood. Why do all of them, one by one, think they can kill him? Quasi-imperial artifact Jin Di Ding? This thing Wu Bingcheng has, he also has. Desolate ancient prison tower, is not worse than the town tripod. Or even stronger. Even if he didn't think highly of Wu Bingqing, he still underestimated him too much, didn't he? A peak paramount saint who can kill him? In between Qin Xian's mutterings, the vast expanse of heaven and earth in front of the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower suddenly darkened. Qin Xian fixed his eyes on it, and even he couldn't help but have his scalp numb as he exclaimed, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. What is this?" Outside the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, the old eunuch and his party who had chased them all the way from the immortal pool to the endless sea, looking at the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda that was getting faster and faster. He had to use all his strength to block it from continuing to pass through. After about an hour had passed, the heaven-mending Holy Land, which had gotten the news, finally rushed to this place. The first time the old eunuch saw the soul-refining sect patriarch, he opened his mouth to inquire, "Wu Bingqing didn't come?" The soul-refining sect patriarch nodded. "Encountered something, separated from us and did not rush here. We 4 Saint King realm join hands." "Is it? Still afraid of a celestial realm, Qin Xian?" "That's good." The old eunuch nodded with relief. It wasn't that he was afraid of Qin Xian, but he was terrified that the matter of hunting down the 7 pearls of the underworld moon would be known to the heaven-repairing holy maiden, Wu Bingcheng. That way, nonetheless, you can't combine forces. Whether or not they could escape alive from under the hands of the heaven-mending Holy Land was a big question. Soul-refining sect patriarch's chilly face, when he saw that distant desolate ancient prison suppressing tower, the hatred in his eyes surged. "Killing my beloved disciple, destroying my holy weapon, causing hundreds of heaven-mending Holy Land's heavenly prides to become a blood meal. This vengeance, a quasi-emperor artifact, are all hard to repay." The old eunuch knew what the soul-refining sect patriarch was thinking and said in a deep voice, "That tower, His Royal Highness the Third Prince, has already taken a look at it. The soul-refining sect patriarch didn't reply. Strike together and refine it. The old eunuch shook his head. It's useless. That tower has already claimed its owner, and it can't be refined at all without destroying it and letting it fall to the realm. Then let's shock Qin Xian inside the tower to death first. There were 4 Saint King realms led by the old eunuch and the soul-refining sect patriarch, as well as dozens of Saint Realm offerings and elders, striking out in unison. The sky was filled with brilliant rays of light, like a sky-destroying meteorite cutting through the sky, blasted at the small tower with unerring precision. As strong as the small tower, it couldn't hold back even after receiving this kind of covering bombardment for a while. Shaking and swaying, he nearly fell into the middle of the endless sea several times, but it was this close for I don't know how many times, and froze without blasting the desolate ancient prison town tower into oblivion. Even the tower did not show signs of shattering. At one point, it made several Saint King realms feel that Qin Xian, inside the tower, was teasing them. This small tower, the quality is too high, so high that it is unimaginable. The materials used to make it are unheard of, and it will be difficult for us to blast it to pieces even if we join forces. There would be no need to hide it anymore. I have a holy talisman here. After crushing it, it can be equivalent to the Holy Lord striking once. The soul-refining sect patriarch immediately took out a holy talisman, which was given by the heaven-mending Holy Lord. None will be used until absolutely necessary. This time, being forced by Qin Xian, he had no choice but to take it out. The old eunuch took out a purple sword. This is the blade used by the great emperor when he was young, containing a wisp of imperial breath. The two of them looked at each other, nodded to each other, and when they wanted to activate their crushing treasures together. In the distance, dark shadows loomed. Everyone, for one, was confused. Inexplicably dark? The old eunuch was perplexed. Rumor has it that the endless sea is endless, strong as a quasi-emperor, exhausting his remaining strength. It's difficult to see the other shore. This black shadow, what's going on? The soul-refining sect patriarch swallowed back a mouthful of saliva in horror, pointing at the 9 heavens above, his arms trembling in terror. That's not a black shadow. It's a giant beast. Flee, quickly escape. Everyone tried their best to see, finally piercing through the layers of mist and seeing that above the 9 heavens, one of the black shadow's eyes, an azure eye, as massive as a 10,000-mile mountain, as large as a golden crow's white moon. How ponderous should its body be? 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, or maybe millions of miles? Whoops! The dark figure opened up and an ethereal whimper escaped from within its throat. It was only at this time that the old eunuch and the others realized that the black shadow was not the other side of the world at all, but the closed mouth of this huge beast. The whimpering sound buzzed open. As strong as the Saint King realm, it was as if they were flicked by a feather. Doubly lonely and desolate, and extremely shocking. Phew! Immediately, a suction force erupted from that huge open mouth. Hurricanes rolled up. Everything swept towards the giant mouth. The endless sea poured in, and 10,000 miles of huge waves lifted up. Escape! The old eunuch, the soul-refining sect patriarch, was shocked and his forehead was covered in cold sweat, including the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower. All of them were getting rid of this suction force, wanting to move away. However, resistance as strong as the Saint King realm was futile under this irresistible force of nature. The 3 parties lost control of themselves and were lapped into the giant wave by the force of nature, and were sucked into the giant mouth with the current. At the same time, the old eunuch, the soul-refining sect patriarch, and Langley were terrified in unison. It's over. This is the power of nature. We've met the Koan Pang Honored One. Chapter 163, Heavenly Demon Scale Inheritance. After the sky spun around, I don't know how long had passed before the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower stabilized itself. Qin Xian left the small tower with the little koi, his feet stepping on the deep blue to blackened ground as he muttered, "Are we letting the Kunpeng eat us?" He couldn't see the edge of it with his best eyes, and the surrounding area was sometimes pitch black, sometimes speckled with azure light blooming, like stars that twinkle. Feet on the ground. Qin Xian knows in his heart that this is the blood and flesh of the Koan Pang. He has a leap of faith in his eyes. Koan Pang, this kind of divine beast, on the same level as a true dragon, or a living being, eating Koan Pang meat should be able to replenish the qi and blood greatly, right? Inside the small tower, Langley spoke quietly, "You can try and see if you can cut through the flesh and blood here." Qin Xian raised his hand. The heavenly wasteland halberd was located in his palm, pointing diagonally at the ground with a forceful stroke. Click, click, click. There was a sharp sound eruption, and the ground didn't even leave a white trace. Can't even break the defense. Langley sighed. This is the Koan Pang's original body. Even I have never encountered it before.
The strongest demonic beasts I have seen in the past were only at the quasi-emperor realm, and their original bodies were not even 1/10,000th of this Kuan Pang.
This Kuan Pang is at least in existence of the emperor realm? Trying to injure it by relying on a holy weapon is like a pipe dream. Qin Xian sighed out in astonishment. No wonder even the former Violet Sun Emperor fell here, and even a divine beast like the Kuan Pang exists in the land of the Emperor's fall. Everything makes sense. Keep going forward. There's no telling if we find Kuan Pang's ass, and you'll be able to get out. He stepped forward, clueless, couldn't just sit back and wait. That wasn't in his character. The little koi nervously hid behind Qin Xian. She always felt that it was empty, as if there was some kind of presence that was watching her. She wasn't sure, and she was even more afraid to blurt it out off the top of her head. Just staring closely at Qin Xian's side face, he said in a trance, "Qin Xian, aren't you afraid?" Qin Xian asked back in amusement. What's the point of being afraid? The moment he saw the Kuan Pang's main body, he was shocked. It had never occurred to me that there could be such a mammoth creature. After being swallowed by the kunai, he became calm. He didn't think that with little Koi, the daughter of Qi, following him around, he would let the Kuan Pang digest him. It had never been heard of that anyone's daughter of Qi would be eaten by a divine beast. I can't say that this is an opportunity. There was the true dragon treasure art within the dragon blood mystery, and the true phoenix nest also had a chance regarding the phoenix treasure art. This Kuan Pang was on the same level of existence as the true dragon and phoenix that, inside its own body, there was a high probability that it also had a treasure art. The Kuan Pang treasure art. Qin Xian smilingly inquired towards Lanli. You're very knowledgeable. Which part of the Kuan Pang's body are the treasure arts usually hidden in? Let's go and try our luck. Maybe we'll be able to obtain the Kuan Pang treasure art? Lanli straightly rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, don't be delusional. Treasure arts are the essence of these heaven and earth favorites that coalesced within the treasure bones after they fell. I'm afraid that this Kuan Pang is in its prime, and is still hundreds or millions of years away from falling. So if you want to get the treasure art from within it, you'll have to see if you'll live to see that time. Lanli was a bit puzzled. Even she, after being swallowed into the Kuan Pang's belly, was worried and felt that she would not survive 10 deaths. Why did she inexplicably feel that instead of being afraid, Qin Xian was eager to try? Inside your brain, thinking about things, is it different from normal people? Having nothing to do, running to save a small koi and putting your own little life on the line. Not only do you not regret it, but you look happy instead, Lanli said without a trace of anger. What's the point of you saving her? You can't help with anything, but instead you've caused us to let the Kuan Pang swallow us now. Probability, this life will not be able to get out. If not for this koi carp, we this moment, may have already found the true phoenix nest. The little koi hung his head guiltily, his clear watery eyes full of apologies, and muttered weakly, Qin Xian, I'm sorry, I didn't think that I would drag you, along with me, to your death. Qin Xian was a bit disappointed. According to what Long Li had said, the Kuan Pang treasure art that was completely uncountable. He raised his hand, and rubbed it on the little koi's head. It's nothing to do with you. It's me who voluntarily made the move. And besides, who knows what will be waiting for us ahead? Maybe, it's a heavenly chance? Just as the little koi raised his eyes, not far away, there was a bright light of fire scurrying up, and immediately, the voice of abhorrence rang out. Chance or not, you have no hope, but shattered into pieces, you will be able to experience something. Behind the swaying firelight, the soul-refining sect patriarch of the heaven-mending Holy Land followed by several sage realm elders came looking at each other angrily. The corners of his mouth split open, his eyes filled with blood red. Qin Xian, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have let the Kuan Pang swallow our bellies, and you still want to leave alive? In the huge Xiang Empire, besides the Xiang Emperor, who else dares to say that they have a chance of surviving when they encounter the Kuan Pang? He raised his hand and offered up a Yin soul streamer that was 1,000 times colder than Tiani, grinning fiercely. Don't worry, you won't be able to hold out until the moment you are melted by the Kuan Pang. I will refine your soul into a puppet, and I want you to suffer from the torture of soul torment day and night for the rest of your days. To be able to look at your agonized appearance is also the greatest relief for this patriarch before he dies. Wow! The Yin soul streamer rolled up a fierce wind, and the soul-refining sect patriarch spat out essence blood furiously from the corner of his mouth, letting the Kuan Pang swallow it. Already lifeless, he no longer needed to keep his hand. Essence blood catalyzed the Yin soul streamer, and in the Kuan Pang's body, the Yin wind rose up, around Qin Xian. 4 Yin gods coalesced, each of which was in existence of the Saint King realm. The moment these 4 Yin gods appeared, they imprisoned the surrounding space. The soul-refining sect patriarch took out that holy talisman again.
his smile growing more and more cruel. I'll use the bottom of the line to stop you from going. Then activate the Holy Lord's talisman to call in the Holy Lord's full force. Even if you have a quasi-emperor artifact, you'll still have no way of surviving even if you have 10 deaths. He cupped the holy talisman in his hand, and on the talisman, a light began to bloom, comparable to the heavy pupil woman's aura. In the volatile, strong as Qin Xian, are as if to let a huge mountain pressure on the back, forehead has cold sweat dipped out. I'll splash the weak water. You activate the small tower and subdue him. Qin Xian wrinkled his brows, no longer caring about hiding. Prepare to expose the bottom card for a counterkill. As the holy talisman was about to shatter, the hard ground in the middle of Qin Xian and the soul-refining sect leader suddenly began to surge. Immediately, a huge mouthful of sharp teeth sprang out from the ground, and in a tiger's pounce, the soul-refining sect leader, along with several Sage Realm elders, were devoured into the abdomen. The giant mouth was at the original location of the soul-refining sect leader, transforming into a woman with the upper half of her body covered in demonic scales, and the lower half of her body, buried deep amongst the Kuanpeng's flesh and blood. Her scarlet tongue, licking her sharp fangs, spat out the holy talisman in disgust and sneered, "A strike from a quasi-emperor. How dare you take liberties in front of this palace?" Gollum. Qin Xian subconsciously swallowed back a mouthful of saliva. Langley was similarly greatly shocked and said with a dry mouth, "This is a quasi-emperor that has allowed the Kuanpeng to devour it, and has been integrated into the Kuanpeng's flesh and blood. If she were to swallow at us just now, even if I were to sacrifice the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda, I wouldn't be able to get a 20% chance." Chapter 164. There is something fishy about you, human. The woman whose upper body was covered in scales appeared in front of Qin Xian at a stone's throw away in a flash. She leaned over, staring at the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower in its hands, muttering suspiciously, "What a strange quasi-emperor artifact. This material, even for this palace, is unheard of. What a treasure. It's just a pity that this palace can't use it anymore." She slowly raised her eyes, even to her face, which was covered in bright red scales. Its pupils, instead of being human-like, were two needle-like fish scales. It was so close to Qin Xian that they could feel each other's breath. Gollum. Qin Xian swallowed another mouthful of saliva. A monster that had just swallowed both the soul-refining sect leader and the Sage Realm elder into its stomach in a single glance was now right in front of him, staring at him and sizing him up. That oppression, pulling right up to full. It made Qin Xian only feel goosebumps stand up on his back. The red-scaled woman stared at Qin Xian and asked oddly, "You have the aura of weak water on you. You brought out weak water?" Qin Xian nodded his head, with no intention of hiding it. Apparently this woman was a creature from the land of Emperor's Fall, and was sensitive to the scent of weak water. "If you sniff it out and then hide it, isn't that obviously fooling around?" The red phosphorus woman was surprised and said, "You human, you have taken this palace by surprise and have some chance." She then turned her gaze to the small koi beside Qin Xian. The corners of her mouth cracked open, revealing sharp fangs. "Both of you, you are both born good-looking, a groom and a daughter. This palace grants the two of you a chance to marry right on the spot, and become a couple." The little koi was shocked. "Ha!" Qin Xian hastily waved his hand. "I've only met her on one side. It's inevitable that I'll be abrupt to the beautiful woman if I'm so quick." The red phosphorus woman's face suddenly turned cold, and a bloody mouth full of sharp fangs, in derivation, began to fall from the top of Qin Xian's head. There was a cold snort that sounded beside Qin Xian's ears. "If you don't want to, then go die." The little koi hurriedly stood up to each other, unfolding her arms, her slender and delicate body, blocking in front of Qin Xian. "Don't you kill him." The red phosphorus woman put away her bloody mouth and clasped her hands on her scale-covered chest peaks. "Either get married or die. Your choice." Inside the small tower, Langley's anger was in full swing as she opened her mouth. "Fight with this heavenly demon scale. She's already had half of her body absorbed by the Kuanpeng, so I don't believe that she'll be able to blow up the desolate ancient prison suppressing tower before it's completely melted down." Qin Xian didn't have the good sense to say, "You're a ING talent. If you want to fight for your life, you're fighting for Xiaoda's life." Ha! He knew in his heart that even if he played all his cards, he would at most win miserably. "You can't tell. You'll lose your life here. Why would he fight when there's a second way?" Qin Xian stared, gazing at the little koi, his hands resting on her shoulders as he said in a deep voice, "What's on your mind?" The little koi shook its head and looked helplessly at Qin Xian. "I don't know. I only know that you shouldn't have died." The red phosphorus woman prodded out, "What's the point of being so nagging? Letting you guys get married. It's not like I'm letting you die." She waved her hand, and 10 miles of red makeup filled the ground with clusters of flowers. There were shrimp soldiers and crab generals whose bodies were half submerged in the Kuanpang's flesh and blood, playing festive music.
Qin Xian looked down,
but saw that he had already put on the groom's wedding clothes and was wearing a large red flower on his chest,
and the opposite side of the small koi, phoenix cape, masked with red skullcap, delicate body, at this moment,
also became more and more floating convex.
One bow to heaven and earth. There was the old turtle, half buried in flesh and blood, yelling at the top of his lungs.
Qin Xian used the red satin in his hand and tugged on the mute little koi.
Put on a show and survive first. The little koi nodded. I know.
The two of them held the red satin in their hands, and together they turned their backs to the red phosphorus woman and bent over.
Second worship. The red phosphorus woman, full of joyful smiles, pointed to her nose and urged, worship this palace, worship this palace.
Qin Xian and the little koi turned around and bent down towards the red phosphorus woman.
Husband and wife worship each other. This time,
Qin Xian and the little koi looked at each other,
bending down in style. When Qin Xian looked up,
the little koi still maintained the posture of paying homage,
as if it was fixed, and was slow to get up. Sent to the cave. The rite of passage is complete.
The old tortoise shouted again at the top of his voice, and immediately transformed into a pile of withered bones that merged into the Kuanpang's flesh and blood, along with those shrimp soldiers and crab generals.
After this appearance, having expended their entire body's chi and blood, they finally melted into the Kuanpang body.
The red phosphorus woman walked over to the little koi side and helped her up.
Apprentice, this palace can't do anything about it, so I'll leave with you, and in the future, if you encounter any dangers outside,
you'll look for your husband,
and intervene on your behalf.
The little koi raised her eyes and stared at the red phosphorus woman with some suspicion.
The red phosphorus woman was bent on having no intention of explaining. Glancing at Qin Xian, she said, the matter of entering the cave is not a matter of urgency. Next,
this palace will guide the apprentice's cultivation.
You and stay.
She pulled the little koi into a seated position.
10 miles of red makeup, transforming into a giant red sphere that enveloped the two. Inside the small tower,
Langley saw this scene and marveled.
This little koi, it's a stroke of luck that it was able to gain the regard of the heavenly demon scale. This is a quasi-emperor from the heavenly demon scale clan, whose inheritance is very applicable to the little koi.
And with this inheritance,
her breakthrough to quasi-emperor can be said to be unhindered all the way.
Qin Xian wasn't thinking about it and smacked his lips.
It's true that luck is adding up. If it wasn't for this heavenly demon scale,
just that wave from the soul refining sect leader just now would have been enough for us to drink a pot of water.
Langley snorted. Things started because of her. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have been swallowed into the Kuanpang's belly. As strong as a quasi-emperor, we can't even leave. Even if we get the inheritance, whether we can get out alive or not is still a big question. The clock is ticking.
When the large red ball was peeled away, the body of the woman with the red phosphorus changed radically. Her bright red scales had turned black. The breath was even more withered,
obviously already at the end of its strength. 7. If you have the chance to go out,
you must remember Master's words. The red phosphorus woman took the little koi's palm and droned softly. With tears in her eyes, the little koi nodded her head continuously.
Master, I know. The red phosphorus woman raised her head again, gazing at Qin Xian,
and said in a cold voice,
you are already married to Shaoqi.
If I let this palace know that you dared to bully Shaoqi,
and return from reincarnation, I will also put you to death.
The little koi carp hurriedly opened its mouth to speak for Qin Xian,
saying, Master, Qin Xian, he won't.
The red phosphorus woman frowned and stared at the little koi,
chiding. Still called Qin Xian?
The little koi head was lowered,
cheeks pink, and said in a weak voice, Sang he won T bully me. This is more or less the same.
The red phosphorus woman nodded with satisfaction.
She gazed into the distance. Her voice became ethereal. The next road.
We still have to rely on you, young couple.
Hand in hand.
Shaoqi said that this Kuanpang swallowed a few more sacred king realms.
All of them are your enemies. Before the fall,
this palace will solve this trouble for you.
After saying that, she disappeared into the Kuanpang's flesh and blood.
Master, the little koi called out in tears in the direction the red phosphorus woman had left.
Never getting a response,
she knelt down in the direction of her master and kowtowed 3 times with tears in her voice. Qin Xian stepped forward and helped the little koi's grieving petite body up.
Don't cry, she's already gone. The little koi got up,
wiped her tears,
and hummed. Thinking of something, she took out a holy talisman and handed it to Qin Xian. Speaking, Xiang, Qin Xian, this is for you, master. She erased the aura of the heaven-mending sacred lord, and outsiders will be able to use this talisman as well. Chapter 165, The Little Koi with Full Lucky Points.
Qin Xian rubbed the little koi's head in amusement and teased with a smile.
This is a means of preserving your life left by your master. What's the point of giving it to me?
The little koi shook his head.
I don't have any enemies,
and I also learned from my master about a hidden place that can accommodate my sisters in peace,
so I can't use this life-preserving talisman. But it's you.
The third prince and the side of the heaven-mending sacred ground are both hostile to you,
so having this holy talisman next to me will be more secure.
She took Qin Xian's large hand and stuffed the holy talisman into his palm.
Her watery eyes as clear as they could be. Let's search again. Is there a way out?
After half a day's work, Qin Xian and the little koi were still circling around in the Kuan-Peng's stomach,
unable to even distinguish between southeast and northwest. Inside the small tower,
Lan Li's grumbling voice sounded once again.
Even if we have an extra life-preserving talisman, what can we do? This thing can't even break through the Kuan-Peng's defense,
and it's still a pipe dream to leave this place.
Qin Xian,
you've done nothing wrong with your calculations,
and this time,
you've been planted on the body of this little koi. Now that you're carrying a supreme treasure,
but it's useless.
That bit of luck for the little koi also ends here. Even with the inheritance of the heavenly demon scales,
you can't escape the Kuan-Peng's belly.
Lang Li was upset in his heart. Qin Xian inexplicably changed his route and ran to save some little koi. It caused her to let the kunai swallow her belly as well. As strong as the heavenly demon scale, all of them were trapped in this place,
with nowhere to escape, let alone them. Trying to leave is like a dream. Ouch! The little koi, who was scouting ahead, stumbled and tripped over something.
She crouched down and touched the rock-solid kunai's flesh and blood, and in no time at all, picked up a milky white stone.
What is it?
The little koi stared at the stone in front of her with two big eyes dripping, tilting her head strangely.
Can this Kuan-Peng even eat a stone? Qin Xian's eyes widened. This is an immortal stone.
He had previously obtained 4 immortal stones from the hands of the heaven-mending Holy Land. There was a clear perception of this high-quality immortal stone.
Never in my wildest dreams did I think that I would actually encounter it in the stomach of a Kuan-Peng. And, a stumbling block for the little koi. Lang Li's urging voice rang out. Give it to me.
1 more immortal stone will be able to shorten the time it takes me to refine the grand formation.
Nah, here.
The little koi trotted back to Qin Xian and handed the immortal stone into his hand. Qin Xian looked at the immortal stone in his hand and said emphatically,
Do you know the function of the immortal stone? Saying that you'll give it?
The little koi nodded fervently.
I know from the time you told me that this is an immortal stone. I know. Immortal stones can be used for cultivation.
Each one is equivalent to hundreds of thousands of extremely high-quality yuan stones. Even if it is a sacred king realm, a few years, it will be difficult to draw on the majestic energy within.
Can also be used to make the eye of a large formation?
It will be difficult to destroy a sacred artifact.
As the 7th sister of the 7 pearls of the Undermoon, she didn't like to go out,
but she loved to immerse herself in the treasury of the Undermoon dynasty. She's read almost every ancient book she has access to one time or another. It is natural to know the records of immortal stones well.
The moment she touched the immortal stone,
she had her doubts,
and after letting Qin Xian point it out,
she naturally became more and more certain of the guesses in her heart. Immortal stones were indeed useful to her as well, but the strong man inside Qin Xian's small tower just now had bluntly stated that he could shorten the time it took to refine any large formation. She did not know what kind of grand formation that strong man was going to refine, but she was also clear that as long as the grand formation was successfully refined, Qin Xian's ability to protect himself would also be better.
Naturally happy to give it. Then I will not be polite.
Qin Xian collects the immortal stone and throws it into the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, staring at the delicate and petite little face of the little koi under her red dowry.
This luck of yours, there's indeed no one else's. You're actually able to bump into an immortal stone even while walking.
Qin Xian raised his hand and gently stroked the little koi's head,
dotingly saying, Thank you, my lady.
The little koi hung her head with reddened cheeks and did not respond,
and likewise did not retort to such an epithet.
Lang Li splashed cold water as if he was eating.
Just got lucky.
How can such a thing as an immortal stone be found everywhere?
Even if there is one,
there is a high probability that it will be digested by the Kuan-Peng's flesh and blood.
Only this one is just a single one.
The little koi didn't find Lang Li's diatribe harsh and didn't take it to heart at all. She only felt that Qin Xian's smile,
when he obtained the immortal stone, was happy from the bottom of his heart.
She enjoyed seeing Qin Xian smile, still trying to keep Qin Xian happy.
Just pick me up another immortal stone. Just let me pick up another immortal stone.
The little koi clasped her hands in front of her chest,
and in her heart, she kept thinking as such.
Her watery eyes,
looking around,
were searching, a million times more eager to still pick up an immortal stone. Lang Li said in a cold voice without any good humor,
What are you looking left and right for?
You don't want to pick up another immortal stone, do you? Don't look for it. Immortal stones can be encountered but not sought. The Saint King realm is difficult to refine, but for creatures like the Koan Pang, in just a few days, it can be completely refined. Even if you find it, at most it's just a pile of waste stones that have run out of energy. I think I found it. The little koi ran towards the front with quick steps, crouching on the ground and picking up another fist-sized stone. This should be an immortal stone, right? She was able to feel the stone in her hand, which had a similar aura to the previous one, and even more majestic energy. The corner of Qin Xian's mouth twitched violently as he received the fist-sized immortal stone. This immortal stone was even larger in size than the 5 he had gotten earlier combined. He could probably guess that the little koi was a little lucky, but how could I have imagined that the little koi was lucky to such an extent? Walking around and actually being able to pick up 2 immortal stones? One must know that even in an ancient existence like the heaven-mending Holy Land, resources like immortal stones were counted by the Pisa. Here's another one. Here too. Wow. There's a lot of them here. Not waiting for Qin Xian to finish lamenting, the little koi's surprised cry followed. Holding 3 or 4 immortal stones in her hand, she lingered at a corner, stomping her feet anxiously and beckoning eagerly towards Qin Xian. Qin Xian, come over here. There are so many immortal stones here. There's a whole lot of them. Qin Xian quickly stepped forward, his eyes moving for a moment. Hundreds of strangely shaped immortal stones were piled up in a dull pile. Without that vastness of breath overflowing, it looked like a pile of broken stones, but the feeling it gave was undoubtedly immortal stones. This shouldn't be an immortal stone, right? Qin Xian was in a bit of a trance, feeling like he was dreaming. The immortal stones that the Holy Land couldn't even beg for. In the Koan Pang's stomach, in an unknown nook or cranny, lay a pile of, what? Hundreds of them as a whole? The key, the scent, was all masking, making him think that there would be no such thing as a good thing falling from the sky. Long Li's voice all became gulping. This should be tainted with some special seaweed that masks the breath, allowing the Koan Pang to ignore this place. After all, in the belly of the Koan Pang, there are even existences like the heavenly demon scale, and I'm afraid that there's more than one of them, and the immortal stone that masks the breath doesn't deserve the attention of an existence as great as the Koan Pang. These are immortal stones? It should be. Gollum. Qin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva backwards. Looking into the small koi's clear watery eyes, his heart became more and more certain that this was Koi Ben Koi. The lucky value pulled full. These immortal stones, you and I will split them equally 2 by 2. Qin Xian grabbed the little koi and never intended to let go in his life. Putting in a long line to catch a big fish, there is a give and take. The little koi shook her head and said seriously, I don't want these. You have a use for them. All these immortal stones are for you. Chapter 166, True Phoenix Nest. This isn't very good, is it? Qin Xian politely questioned, but the smile on his face, he could no longer hold it in. Hundreds of immortal stones. This harvest is no less than robbing a large secta, or the little koi picked it up without injury. No need to pay anything. There's nothing bad. The little koi shook his head seriously. I was originally saved by you. If it wasn't for you, I would have been killed by the 3rd prince's people by now, and I was able to pick up these immortal stones all because I survived. Besides, I think you smiled a lot when you took the immortal stones. I like to see you happy. The little koi blinked its big watery eyes and stared enthusiastically into Qin Xian's deep eyes. That hot and clear gaze froze Qin Xian, the villain, and made him a little hairy. Qin Xian's heart thumped. He was ruffled back by the daughter of Qi, determined definitely as well as surely. The point is that he now, actually, has no cards to play. The little koi was not harboring any bad intentions or calculations, and was really enjoying seeing him happy. This kind of simple and clear girl, even if Qin Xian had encountered it, he was still a bit headstrong. Don't stare. Give me the immortal stones. With these immortal stones, the time for the great formation refining can be shortened by a large portion. The extra immortal stones are enough to return me to my peak moment. At that time, at the peak of the Saint King realm, I will be equipped with the desolate ancient prison suppressing pagoda, and it's impossible to say that there's so much as a 1 in 100,000 probability that I'll be able to escape from the Koan Pang's belly. Lang Li was impatient. Seeing these hundreds of immortal stones, she was truly seeing the hope of returning to the top. With these hundreds of immortal stones, it wouldn't take long to return to the peak again. Qin Xian rolled his eyes greatly. 1 in 100,000 chance. Why don't you just say straight out that you're not sure is all? Complaining aside, he did need Lang Li to become stronger. And even more so, he needed that soul-shifting grand formation. Without even thinking about it, he counted the immortal stones, a total of 536.
and threw them together into the desolate ancient prison suppressor tower, handing them over to Langley. He held the little koi's delicate hand and smiled. From now on, wherever you say go, we'll go. The little koi hung her head and said without confidence, I don't know which way to go, I have no clue. It's fine, I believe in you. Qin Xian clutched the little koi's palm, in giving her encouragement, laughing my ass off, spoken as if he and Langley knew which way to go to get out. Now is the time to be completely lucky. With such a little koi with a full fortune point by his side, there was no need for him and Langley to lead the way in a chaotic manner. Go this way. The little koi pointed in one direction, then whirled around to look back at Qin Xian, muttering timidly, I don't know if I can get out. I'm worried that I'll cause you to make more wrongful journeys with me. Qin Xian shook his head and took the opportunity to half-jokingly snicker. It's fine, I trust you. What's more, you and I are husband and wife in the same body, one honor and one loss, so how can there be so many concerns? The little koi heap reddened her cheeks and relied on Qin Xian, getting a little closer as she softly mumbled. That soft and subtle voice would not have been heard if not for Qin Xian's bright ears and eyes. The day passed in a flash. Inside the ancient prison town tower, Langley complained with palpitations. This Koan Peng's body, in the end, how huge is it? Could it be that it has already generated a world of its own? If we push the small tower to move forward at full speed, even if this Koan Peng is hundreds or thousands of miles huge, it should have reached the edge long ago, and yet up to now. Still, the sky is the limit and we're like a headless fly with nowhere to go. The little koi hung his head and whispered in a lost voice, I'm sorry, it's my fault for leading the way. Qin Xian let go of the little koi's palm and reached out to encircle that slender waist. Seemingly skinny little koi, embrace up no cackling bone, but like a beautiful jade-like warm. After a short but a few days of contact, Qin Xian had also brought his closeness to the little koi as close as possible. From the original holding hands the little koi would be shy and want to break away, to now, even with the ring around her, the little koi would just blush and acquiesce without making a sound. How can you be blamed for this? Don't feel sorry for yourself. As strong as the heavenly demon scale, a quasi-empire, is also trapped here with nowhere to get out, let alone us. Qin Xian softly comforted. Right at this moment, Langley pointed forward in surprise. There's light there. Exit? Qin Xian catalyzed the small tower and ran at full speed. A quarter of an hour later, the few people who were in the Koan Peng's belly looked like they had arrived at a cave, surrounded by a dense haze of immortal qi. In the cave above the blessed land, there are 4 burning bonfire columns, carved with a lifelike phoenix, as if born with spirituality in general. The next breath will fly out of the statue. In the center of the 4 campfire poles stood a giant bird's nest, constructed of ancient, variegated wooden branches. The little koi stared at the giant bird's nest, looking at the special patterns of the wooden branches, and said in astonishment, ancient ripples, starry daisies, spatial implications, these wooden branches were plucked from the world tree. This isn't an unusual avian nest, it's a true phoenix's nest, the phoenix inhabiting the sycamore tree. This is just a metaphor. The real phoenix will only inhabit the world tree. The little koi carp clutched Qin Xian's palm and urged, Qin Xian, I've read about this in the ancient books of the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty, and I can be certain that this is the true phoenix nest, and that there might be the inheritance of the phoenix treasure art here, and that which is on those 4 pillars of fire should be the pure quality phoenix flame. Qin Xian's eyes showed astonishment as he subconsciously looked at Langley, whose appearance was hidden beside him. Langley showed a rueful and bitter smile on her face and muttered, I'm being self-righteous again. Crazy. Really crazy. She felt that Qin Xian going to save the little koi was just giving himself a hard time and causing trouble across the board. Who could have imagined that they would have the kunai swallowed halfway through? Who could have thought that in the Koan Peng's stomach, the little koi could pick up over 500 immortal stones? Even if she had her brain running on fumes, she wouldn't dare to think that the true phoenix nest was actually in the Koan Peng's belly. No wonder the Holy Lord of Yao Qi, even after obtaining the phoenix treasure art, had no clue as to where the true phoenix nest was located. Even if she was allowed to know the location of the true phoenix nest, she couldn't get her hands on it even if she exhausted everything. Only Qin Xian, this black-hearted cargo, was able to be so heaven-defying as to seek out the true phoenix nest in the Koan Peng's stomach. Right. Also thanks to the little koi, Langley seriously doubt that if it were not for the little koi's luck against the heavens, they would not have been swallowed by the Koan Peng. Not to mention that they would not have been able to find where the true phoenix nest was located. I thought you had suffered once, but I didn't expect that a mistake had made you find a great opportunity. Langley shook his head with a bitter smile. What are you still waiting for? Go to the true phoenix nest to sense what's on those 4 fire pillars. Is the phoenix's origin fire? Compared to the Yaohu Sacred Lord's pure quality phoenix flame,
I don't know how many times more advanced it is. Cultivating in this place. To say that the Phoenix treasure art has grown by leaps and bounds in a single day is an understatement. Langley flew into the distance with depression in her heart. I have to close down for a while to refine the immortal stones. She could sort of see that in this life. She would never want to see Qin Xian suffer. Even if she had seen it, she suspected that Qin Xian had done it on purpose. It's a long shot. Qin Xian stepped out from the small tower, feeling the stupidly pure quality phoenix flames in his body, urgently wanting to rush to the true phoenix nest, like a girl who had married out and returned to her mother's home. He grasped the hands of the little koi and said with a straight face, I also have to shut down and sense the true phoenix nest as well as the origin flame. The surprise in the little koi's eyes flickered. Then he nodded and returned with a straight face. I'll protect you for you. Chapter 167, The Helpless Little Koi. Qin Xian walked towards with the center of the altar at the true phoenix's nest, and as he stepped within the range of 1,000 feet, the 4 burning pillars of fire suddenly became splendid. Crypto, there was a phoenix silhouette, from the pillar of fire, coming out of the body, haunting Qin Xian's surroundings, enveloping his figure, all within the rolling heat wave. This is the phoenix's origin flame? It's so comfortable. Qin Xian squinted his eyes cozily, feeling the scorching hot pure quality phoenix flame that flowed through his body. Just feel a burst of mind. Even the impurities that had been accumulated in the body for a long time were all burned up, turned into mist, and dissipated into nothingness. He sat cross-legged inside the true phoenix nest, his eyes slightly closed, and there was a sound like a flood of bells echoing beside his ears. The phoenix treasure art within his body, Woody's flow, the pure quality phoenix flame merged into his yuan power, and within his limbs and bones, it flushed madly. Inch by inch, the tendons shattered, and all the skin began to crack, not waiting for the injuries to intensify. The nirvana symbolized by the pure quality phoenix flame was like a withered tree coming back to life, causing that wretched injury to recover in an instant, and the skin was as smooth as jade. The tendons in his body were more than 50% thicker than before. As the pure quality phoenix flame raged more and more, driving the yuan power, it all began to boil. Within the true phoenix nest here, there was yuan power sweeping madly from all directions, transforming into a vortex and presenting itself above Qin Xian's head. Make a loophole and pour like crazy. Ka-chow. The barrier within Qin Xian's body shattered on the spot, and the realm broke through. The 4th level of the celestial realm. The phoenix treasure art is running on its own under the urging of this origin flame. How could it be that even the true dragon treasure art is following suit? Could it be that the dragon and phoenix are complementing each other? Qin Xian felt the pure quality phoenix flame in his body, which was beginning to purify and become more and more pure under a single flush. Similarly, it was also possible to feel the true dragon treasure art stirring. True dragons and phoenixes, both auspicious, dragon and phoenix, it is impossible to say, can really complement each other? A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qin Xian dared to think and act, and commanded the system, consume the villainous value for me and raise the true dragon treasure technique to perfection. Cultivating the true dragon treasure technique from its grand completion to its consummation costs 1 million points of villainy value. With the phoenix origin flames prodding, it was impossible to say, to be able to reduce the consumption a bit. To save is to earn. There are bargains to be had. Boom! With the consumption of 900,000 points of villainous value, within Qin Xian's body, the true dragon treasure technique directly exploded and flowed wildly at this moment. An extreme scorching heat, on the surface of his body, began to leap up. The terrifyingly high temperatures made space, all of it, distorted, generating heat waves that were enough to cause ripples to ripple through space. The little koi that was far away from the true phoenix nest's altar witnessed this scene and was horrified. Even with the seal of the true phoenix nest altar, she was able to feel the extreme heat, causing her skin to dry out, and the moisture within the tiles in her arms, evaporating dramatically. If it wasn't for the seal of the altar, at this time, she was afraid that if she didn't die, she would have to be scorched into a small dried fish by this sudden high temperature. Sister 7, add water, add more water. We're going to turn into little dried fish. Inside the tile jar, the swimming, sky-swallowing carp called out in a hurry. The little koi swallowed its juices and hurriedly added immortal pond water to the tile jar while walking a distance away to avoid the scorching heat. With a flutter, the heaven-swallowing carp leapt up from the tile jar and looked towards Qin Xian, who was inside the true phoenix nest, saying in astonishment, Sister, this human. He was able to enter the seal of the true phoenix nest unharmed and was also able to draw on the phoenix's origin pure quality phoenix flame. There must be a phoenix treasure art next to him in his body, and the terrifying flames that suddenly burned up, very different from the pure quality phoenix flame.
yet able to complement and sympathize with each other. I'm afraid this is the 3000 dragon amazing flame that Grandpa talked about. Sister, isn't that Empress Majesty of your Stygian Moon Dynasty doing her best to search for special flames? This pure prime phoenix flame and the 3000 dragon amazing flame are both in his body alone, so as long as you give him to Her Majesty, sister, in the future, you will be the existence of one person under 10,000 in the Undermoon Imperial Dynasty. The little koi hung her eyes, her brows furrowed. No nonsense, Qin Xian, he has favored us. How can we do something that would be avenge our kindness? She knew that her big sister, deeply compelled by her physique, was in dire need of a special flame to suppress the backlash, but she knew the strength of her big sister better than anyone else. Even if Qin Xian possessed these two special flames, once he allowed his big sister to plunder them, he was afraid that he would die 10 deaths. Big sister doesn't have a special flame, she's just in a sealed state and doesn't die, and once Qin Xian was exposed, his life would not be long. How to choose? Just a thought in her mind. She has already made a decision. Not to mention, the little koi's clear watery eyes stared tightly in Qin Xian's direction. She and Qin Xian did not have the reality of husband and wife, but had the name of husband and wife. With her master on top, she and Qin Xian had worshipped and married, regardless of what Qin Xian thought, at least in her mind. Qin Xian was different and distinct. The heaven-swallowing carp bounced more and more happily in the tile jar. Sister Xiaoqi is so simple. What about just casually teasing and revealing your true heart? Who would betray Qin Xian? He's our brother-in-law. The heaven-swallowing carp were in the tile jar, constantly fluttering and scratching their heads with their pectoral fins on both sides, saying jokingly, Sister Little Seven is blushing. Sister Little Seven is shy. When brother-in-law gets out of the gate, it's time for Sister Xiaoqi to enter the bridal chamber. Sister Xiaoqi can tell her sisters whether it tastes good or not after she enters the cave. If it's not good, we won't take human form, so as to save us from being bullied by men. The little koi's fragrant cheeks heaped red, so exasperated that she stomped her feet, and snapped, If you guys keep talking nonsense, I'll put you away and not talk to you anymore. Swish! A cold aura appeared in the middle of the wind. The tile jar in the hands of the little koi, letting the cold aura touch it, broke a big hole. A heaven-swallowing carp suffered. Its pectoral fins were rubbed out with azure blue blood, wailing in pain. Sister Xiaoqi, I'm in pain. I'm in so much pain. The little koi wrapped her hands around the tiles and protected them in her arms with death as she stared with shocked eyes at the group of strong men walking ahead. It's you guys, the three Saint King Realm powerhouses led by the old eunuch, trailed by more than a dozen sage realm offerings and elders, walked out with slow steps. The knife-wielding old man stared at Qin Xian, who was inside the true phoenix nest, the corners of his mouth cracking. Old men are in the belly of this Kuan Pang, bathing in blood, but you brat is doing well. You've actually sought out the true phoenix nest, and you've even obtained the phoenix treasure art? The little koi carp blocked the front of the true phoenix nest, pure eyes, glaring at the other party in exasperation. You're not allowed to come over. The true phoenix nest has a seal, and there's no way for you guys to break in hard, so don't waste your chi. The Saint King Realm alive and the heaven-mending Holy Land grinned. If we can't break the seal, we still can't destroy Qin Xian's chance to be interrupted while receiving the inheritance. He'll have to shed his skin even if he doesn't die. Boom! The knife-wielding old man, with an explosive charge, like a meteor, slashed at Qin Xian within the true phoenix nest. The small koi carp panicked, and there were waves cascading over the ripples. A natural curtain of water formed in front of her. The moment this water curtain took shape, demonic red phosphorus attached to it, like a city wall made of scale armor. Boom! The brilliant blade light exploded, and the city wall made of red phosphorus, which was blown out into a huge crater, did not disintegrate, and blocked the strike in a raw manner. Just as the little koi was wondering whether his metamorphosis was too great, or whether the knife-wielding old man's strength had dropped, the other three powerful men, who were the leaders of the Saint King Realm, saw the demonic red phosphorus. Their eyes widened in anger, and they hissed out, Heavenly Demon Scale, it's that demon scale again. What is that crazy woman's relationship with you, and why do you know the secret techniques of the Sky Demon Scale clan? A dozen or so people had reddened eyes and were in a rage. They were in the Kuan Pang's belly, experiencing big and small, dozens of hard battles. Among them, the most frightened one was the woman wrapped in red phosphorus, come up and directly devour several sage realms. Even when the old eunuch crushed the supreme treasure containing imperial breath in his hand, he did not blast that red phosphorus woman to death, clearly already dying. Froze and killed them, losing most of their numbers. It even hit the three Saint King realms led by the old eunuch, who were seriously injured and fell on the spot.
If it wasn't for the Kuan Peng's blood and flesh thoroughly digesting the red phosphorus woman whose half-buried body was buried in the ground, it's a big question whether they'll even make it this far alive. Worried, the little koi blurted out, "What happened to her, master?" The old eunuch's voice was sharp as he said, "So it's your master. No wonder he passed on the secret techniques of the heavenly demon scale clan. I'm afraid he didn't want his own feats." After being ablated by the Kuan Peng, to dissipate, the knife-wielding old man laughed fiercely. "We can't get out anyway, so let's slaughter Qin Xian first, and then have a good time playing with this heaven's daughter of the 7 pearls of the underworld moon. Before dying, it's worth it to experience how wonderful Her Majesty's sister is." The Holy King realm of the heaven-mending Holy Land took the lead. "I'll go first, you guys line up behind me." He carried a meteorite iron hammer and swung it like a blacksmith. Within a breath, smashed out thousands of times, froze shocked that a red phosphorus water curtain, in the trembling, turned into pieces of broken congeal. The little koi hurriedly pinched his hand and urged the water curtain to create an even more lofty barrier once again. Her heart was desolate, mourning the fall of her master, but there is no time to continue grieving. It was imperative to block the attack of these fellows. If not, once the seal was struck, Qin Xian within the true phoenix nest would inevitably suffer a backlash. That was a scene she would rather die than see. "A mere quasi-saint. How dare you show off in front of us?" The Holy King of the heaven-mending Holy Land swung the chaotic cloak hammer technique, a flurry of random chiseling and hammering. The old man with the sword, slashed out with a sword, and the sky and earth changed color in a brilliant and eye-catching manner. The old eunuch pinched his orchid finger and gave it a little nudge. Ka-chow! Click! 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 The barrier condensed by the little koi could not stop the rounds of attacks from the 3 powerhouses in the end, and in an instant, it turned into fragments and fell down. Pust! The little koi was deeply victimized, suffered from the backlash etching his bones, a mouthful of blood was spat out, his breath withered and paralyzed on the ground, not even able to get up. Couldn't do it. Destroy Qin Xian's chance first. Can't let him out. Slaughter him. The 3 old men with swords coincidentally attacked the true phoenix nest altar together. The little koi crawled with difficulty, pointing her finger in the direction of the altar, and in her watery eyes, teardrops rolled down. Beside her, within the broken tiles, dozens of heaven-swallowing carp looked at each other in dismay, and then one by one, they rose into the air. Dozens of sky-swallowing carp, like stars, each held their place in front of the true phoenix nest altar, and a delicate voice resounded. Sky carp circumstantial star formation. If you want to sneak up on your brother-in-law, first ask our heaven-swallowing carp clan if we agree. Chapter 168, The Great Killing and Slaughtering of Saints. The old eunuch's voice was sharp and sneering. "A few small carp, how dare you turn over the sky?" He pinched his orchid finger and spaced out. The ferocious finger force pierced through space and surged towards the water curtain created by dozens of heaven-swallowing carp. Buzz off! The finger force landed on the water curtain, creating ripples, raging and shaking, and froze without breaking. It's a bit odd, to be able to block a saint's strike? The knife-wielding old man's face showed suspicion as the black knife slashed diagonally upwards. Even if it was the falling realm, he was not comparable to the ordinary saint realm. A blade slashed out with full strength. Not even the Saint King realm would dare to take a hard hit. "No, don't!" The little koi wailed out in grief and tears. In the large formation that looked like stars, there was the resolute and delicate voice of the heaven-swallowing carp. "My heaven-swallowing carp clan has always been obliged to return favors. Not to mention that Qin Xian is still our brother-in-law. If you want to sneak up on our brother-in-law, there's no way." The heaven-swallowing carp that spoke had lofty and radiant scales. At this moment, the water curtain seemed to turn into substance, and even the ripples stopped swirling. It was like an impenetrable barrier between the knife-wielding old man and Qin Xian. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the blade light impacted the barrier and the roiling blade awnings collapsed. The old man with the sword struck with all his might, and the barrier did not shatter. Only that one extremely sublimated sky-swallowing carp, Woody, fell from the water curtain, like a star annihilation, smashed to the ground. Life and death unknown. Somewhat interesting, to be able to block an old man's full force strike. What a subtle formation. The knife-wielding old man nodded his head in wonder. Then the corner of his mouth lifted up in a cruel sardonic smile. "It's just a pity that it needs to be at the cost of your lives. If I slash out one blade, you all die one. If I slash out dozens of blades and you all die, what can you do to me?" The knife-wielding old man slashed out several times one after another. In the heavenly carp circumstantial star formation, several heaven-swallowing carps crashed down on the spot in blood and flesh as a reinforcement barrier. "No, don't! It's my fault. I'm useless," the little koi wailed, its fingertips clawing at the ground in a bloody mess. biting its shell teeth in grief as it crawled towards the corpse of the heaven-swallowing carp. Phew! The old man with the sword was panting. After several full-force strikes, even he was somewhat exhausted. He gave a look, and the Saint King realm of the heaven-mending Holy Land understood and laughed out. This formation is indeed exquisite. It's just a pity that you can protect Qin Xian, but not the 7 pearls of the underworld moon. Don't you guys want to harbor Qin Xian? I'll show you all how I can make your sister feel good. The Saint King realm carrying the meteorite iron hammer. His footsteps were like stepping on the heart of the heaven-swallowing carp. It gives them the willies. No harming your sister, you despicable humans. What kind of heroes are you when you take advantage of people? The only remaining heaven-swallowing carp all began to scorn, and even the water curtain became violently rippled. They haven't seen the world, and even the cursing, it's not painful. But as they watched the sacred king realm walk towards the little koi, all the heaven-swallowing carp were filled with rage. Don't you dare hurt your sister. I won't let you get away with it. That stretches of water curtains, suddenly concave, within which the star-swallowing carp, as if in a giant slingshot above, borrowing from the heavenly carp's circumstantial star formation, he had actually catapulted himself out. The speed was so fast that even that Saint King realm was dazzled for a moment. Boo! The ejected heaven-swallowing carp exploded as it neared that Saint King realm. The might of the great formation was added, and this explosion actually blew that Saint King realm out 100 feet away. Blah blah blah. The Saint King realm carrying the meteorite iron hammer slapped the blood mist in front of him and spat several times. His gaze filled with oddities. What kind of grand formation is this? And it can still actively attack with flesh and blood. The 3 sacred king realms looked at each other, reached an agreement, and voiced their urging. Together, the miscellaneous family would like to see how many lives these heaven-swallowing carp have. There were more than 10 strong people, transformed into 2 camps. One camp mainly attacked the big formation, while the other camp prepared to seize the little koi and hold it hostage in order to make the heaven-swallowing carp. On one side, there was a continuously withering sky-swallowing carp, and on the other side, there was a small koi that had no resistance left. Don't hurt your sister. Stop. Stop it. When the knife-wielding old man probed his hand and was about to touch the little koi, a stream of light came out swiftly from within the true phoenix nest. With a poof, the knife-wielding old man's left arm was blown off on the spot. Immediately, a thin figure came swiftly, pinched up a fist seal, and swiftly blasted out. Boom! With a loud buzzing sound, the knife-wielding old man was blasted out 10,000 feet away, hitting the wall of flesh and blood in the Kuan Peng's belly and sticking there for several seconds before slowly sliding down. Qin Xian didn't chase after him, but instead assisted the little koi and said softly, "I've kept you waiting." The little koi coughed up blood at the corner of her mouth and shook her head in a haze of tears. "I'm fine." Qin Xian did not offer any more superfluous consolation, but instead turned his head, staring at the group of saints approaching in front of him. The breath began to waver. 7th level of the celestial realm. After drawing on the baptism of the origin flame within the true phoenix nest, not only did he save 100,000 points of villainous value, he used only 900,000 points of villainous value to cultivate the true dragon treasure technique to completion. Even more so, he didn't spend any of his villainous value and utilize the intent and origin fire within the true phoenix nest to cultivate the phoenix treasure art to its great completion. The realm was even more frantically feeding back, breaking through to the 7th level of the celestial realm one after another. Fong, he was in the critical juncture of breakthrough, unable to be distracted. Langley was even closed. Until now he called out. There was no response. Now out of the closet and unencumbered, his anger, swiftly rising, the old eunuch's voice was sharp with sneering sarcasm. "Qin Xian, you're only at the 7th level of the celestial realm now. Is it possible that you still want to behead a saint? No matter how demonic you are, you're only equal to a saint, and you dare to presume to go against the saint? Wow." Qin Xian's figure was like a ghost, threading out, between the saints. Cold auras continued to appear. It was like a swimming dragon, and it was like a phoenix in phoenix shadow, making it visible and untouchable. The heavenly wasteland halberd had stabbed out tens of thousands of times one after another. After Qin Xian passed through several saints, he held the heavenly desolate halberd, pointing diagonally at the ground as the blood of the saints dripped down. The 7 saints, who bled on the spot, fell headfirst with no vitality. Panic, shocker, suffocation, as strong as the 3 old eunuchs, witnessing this bloody scene of carnage. Their scalps all tingled. Strike together and slaughter him. The old eunuch was alarmed. At this rate, not waiting for them to let the Kuan Peng integrate into their bodies, in a few years, they would let Qin Xian obliterate them. Such demons, dying in their hands,
was considered a blessing before being trapped in death. The old eunuch pinched up the finger. A vibration in the air, actually on the spot, will be in the hands of Qin Xian's heavenly wasteland halberd. To the shock of the grip, downward fall. Even if you fall in the realm, you shall not surpass the Saint King. Without the sacred artifact heavenly desolate halberd, you're just a mole in the eyes of the miscellaneous family. This flickering finger was his lifelong mastery. Having been instructed by the Violet Sun Emperor, even a holy weapon could be shattered. If not for the excessive grade of the heavenly desolate halberd, that tremor just now would have not just caused it to fall, but shattered it. A finger shattered the air, pointing directly at where Qin Xian's heart was. Yes? Qin Xian laughed coldly, his gaze as electric as he stretched out with one hand, piercing through the shattered space and precisely clutching the old eunuch's flickering finger. The old eunuch's eyes showed fear. How is this possible? Qin Xian had a smile on his lips, a frog in the bottom of a well. He exerted force with his fingertips, and the Qiankuan finger, green dragon scale armor, and true dragon splitting claw, the three mastery techniques, blended together, erupted together. With a click, he actually used one hand to break the old eunuch's flickering finger, breaking it on the spot. Put! The old eunuch spat out a mouthful of castrated blood. His eyes glazed over. This flickering finger, not just a finger, but also the old eunuch's lifelong mastery in holy power convergence. Breaking this flickering finger is equivalent to breaking the old eunuch's spine. Qin Xian, brother-in-law, be careful. Shrieks of surprise rang out, and the blade was even faster. The black blade flashed by, and Qin Xian's left arm, in response, fell under the light of the blade and was churned into pieces. The knife-wielding old man laughed fiercely. Qin Xian, this time, I'll see how you escape. After cutting off one of Qin Xian's arms, he instantly moved to Qin Xian's side and slashed at his right arm. At the same time, that same king realm of the heaven-mending Holy Land was even carrying a meteorite iron hammer, taking advantage of the danger, and slammed a heavy hammer into Qin Xian's back chest. Click, click, click. The sound of bones breaking was creepy, and even the internal organs, all under this blow, were blown to pieces. The old eunuch coughed up blood at the corner of his mouth in a seizure. Qin Xian, you're finished, you demon. You'll finally die under the three of us. To be able to wipe you out is a great fortune in life. The knife-wielding old man raised the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha. To be able to slaughter such freaks with my own hands is one of the great pleasures in life. Qin Xian twisted his head, staring at the knife-wielding old man, the fire of nirvana blazing at his broken left arm. A left arm that was as good as new grew out savagely in no time at the urging of the nirvana flame. He raised his hand, and straightaway pinched the knife-wielding old man's neck and squeezed. Now, is it still funny? Boo! The true dragon treasure art was perfected, and every move he made contained the flavor of the treasure art. A leg whip swept out and froze the old eunuch, who was in the same king realm, and blasted him 10,000 feet away. At the same time, he once again stretched out his right arm, shattered space, and with unerring precision, clutched the head of the fleeing holy king realm of the heaven-mending Holy Land, and fiercely exerted his force, pulling it back in front of him. Click, click, click. Under the dragon's claws, heads as strong as those in the Saint King realm were cracking. He carried the knife-wielding old man and the holy king realm of the heaven-mending Holy Land in front of him at the same time, tilted his head, and asked with a cold face, "Now, you guys, why aren't you laughing?"